I just accidentally caught the school beauty cheating on the exam, but unexpectedly triggered the villain system prompt. Option 1, shout loudly to attract the crowd's attention and obtain the school beauty's panties. Option 2, classmate. You wouldn't want people to know that you stole exam materials, right? You can gain 10 points to allocate to free attributes. What a joke. You won Ning's panties. Probably only a perverted lolicon would be interested. And if what I get is unworn, wouldn't that be a huge loss? I choose 2. Saying this, I slowly walked into the data room and looked at the school beauty Yuan Ning. Yo yo yo, look what I found. This can't be the exam paper for tomorrow's joint entrance exam, right? As I said this, I quietly turned on my phone's camera. Hearing the sound, Yuan Ning immediately panicked and tried to block the exam paper with her body, but she is petite, and the stack of papers is taller than her. TSK TSK TSK, it turns out our campus beauty, who has consistently ranked first in the school, is actually relying on cheating? My words made her flustered. Jiang, brother Jiang Che, can you just pretend you didn't see it? Otherwise, how about I say a few good words for you in front of Sister Yi? My relationship with her is so good, I can say more good things about you in front of her. Everyone in the school knows that Jiang Che, the son of the richest man in Hangzhou, is pursuing the school beauty Yi Qingqiu. When I heard her mention Yi Qingqiu, my smile gradually faded. What if I refuse? Yuaning's small face, no bigger than a palm, showed a fluctuation of emotions, as if she was making a choice. After a moment, the little girl's expression changed. What if you found me out? How can you prove that I came to steal the exam papers? At worst, I could just cry thief. Do you think the school leaders would believe me? The top student in the school? Or would they believe you, the bottom of the class? As she said this, she revealed her 2 small tiger teeth. Hearing this, I couldn't help but scoff. Sure enough, a little demoness like her should be taught a lesson to behave. I walked step by step to her front, took out my phone, looked down at her from above, and my voice came out from the phone. Even if you find out, what can you do? How can you prove that I came in to steal the exam papers? Yuaning is dumbfounded. If this video is released, then she will really be finished. Give me your phone. Hurry up. I beg you. Whoa whoa, she was anxiously bouncing in front of me, but her height of 1.5 meters seemed particularly small in front of my 1.8 meters, and in the end, she could only be anxious. Even tears came out, her eyes swollen and red, looking very pitiful, but I won't fall for her tricks. After all, she is a top-notch green tea. After crying for a while, the little girl realized that her crying and fussing were of no use, and her expression gradually became serious. What do you want to do? Hearing this, I revealed a wicked smile. What do I want to do? That must be. Yuaning was startled by my smile and took 2 steps back. I tell you, don't mess around, or I'll tell Sister Yi, and then you'll completely stop thinking about chasing her. I shrugged my phone nonchalantly, then leaned down close to her face, revealing a meaningful smile. Yuaning, you wouldn't want others to know about you stealing the exam papers, would you? Her expression froze instantly. Isn't Jiang Che Yi Qingqiu's loyal admirer? How come he brought Yi Qingqiu out, but it didn't work at all? She bit her lip, trying to change her strategy. What do you want? I know you want to pursue Sister Yi Qingqiu, and I can provide you with some strategies. I know many of Sister Yi Qingqiu's little secrets. Plastic sisters. I let out a cold laugh and shook my head. No, 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 I'm more interested in you now. After saying that, I slowly cornered her against the wall, looking at her as if I were gazing down at prey. Yuaning's heart sank. It was over. Barbie was done for, and it was coming for her. You, calm down. What exactly do you want to do? I let out a light laugh. Give me a kiss, and then I'll pretend I have amnesia today. How about that? My words made the little girl's face instantly turn bright red, and she kept shaking her head. Seeing this, I smiled slightly and deliberately elongated my tone. Then don't blame me. Don't, I promise you. Yuan Ning's beautiful big eyes sparkled with tears as she tiptoed, trying to get closer to me. However, her height was really not enough, and her nose could barely touch my chest. Can you lower your head and bring your face closer? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito, and her cheeks were so red they looked like they could bleed. I let out a light laugh, lowered my head in agreement, and brought my face close to hers. Her breath quickened slightly, and the warm air gently brushed against my cheek, carrying a hint of faint fragrance. She stood on her tiptoes, as if gathering courage, and gently kissed me. However, just as her lips touched mine, I instinctively reached out with my soft object, while wrapping my arms around her waist, pulling her into my embrace, holding her tightly. The girl widened her eyes, and mist rose in her pair of lively watery eyes. Is it done yet? She said vaguely 2 minutes later, her voice barely audible, her ears red as if they were about to catch fire. You, quickly give me your phone and delete the things inside. Okay, 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 you see, I'll delete everything. I deleted all the videos in front of her. Yuan saw this and finally let out a long sigh of relief, and the tension on her face eased considerably. You bastard. You can forget about chasing after Sister Yi Qingqiu for the rest of your life. She said a few harsh words fiercely, then left in embarrassment. Watching her leave, I couldn't help but laugh. The little girl is just a little girl, no matter how heavy her thoughts are. She's still so easy to deceive. After restoring the video, I licked the corner of my lips, and my gaze gradually became perverse. You've kept this secret for a year. When I left the school, it was already getting late, and there weren't many students on the road. Suddenly, a call came from behind me. I turned around and looked back, curiously examining the girl. Yi Qingqiu, the little princess of the Yi family in Hangzhou, has been childhood friends with me, but the bamboo horse has feelings while the green plum is indifferent. In fact, the main issue is that Yi Qingqiu has misandry, which is quite typical, a classic case of misandry. A proud and aloof flower on a high peak decisively gives up when encountering the protagonist. I glanced at her and said, "What are you doing?" My tone made Yi Qingqiu feel a bit unaccustomed for a moment. "Well, something happened at my home, and the butler can't come to pick me up, so please take me home." I scoffed. "Why? Why should I take you back?" My answer left her stunned. Jiang Che had never refused her from childhood to adulthood. "Our home is very close, all in the same area. It's something you can do easily." My expression is slightly cold. "That's not possible. You can take a taxi home by yourself, or take the bus back." After saying that, I walked towards a Maybach without looking back. I sat in the back seat, smiling at the bewildered Yi Qingqiu, feeling quite pleased inside. After the car drove away, Yi Qingqiu came to her senses, and an overwhelming sense of shame washed over her. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family, when had she ever been treated like this? Just then, Yuan Qing, who had been secretly watching, came out to comfort her. After seeing Yuan Ning, Yi Qingqiu's mood instantly improved a lot, as she held the little girl's hand. "Wan Ning, come home with me tonight." "But Sister Yi, there is an exam tomorrow. What are you afraid of?" "I, a poor student in elementary school, still need to ask you, a top student, for help with some questions." "Qingqiu Jia, you are teasing me again. Didn't you clearly rank in the top 10 in the whole school in the last mock exam?" The two of them walked while criticizing my various misdeeds. Of course, Yuan Qing didn't mention what happened today. After I returned home, there was a beautiful woman sitting on the sofa, leaning back and watching a TV drama, with her slender jade-like legs casually resting on the coffee table. Jiang Yunli was very excited to see me, running barefoot to me without even putting on her shoes, full of maternal love. I felt a bit embarrassed. "Madam, although I am your son, could you please pay a little attention to your image?" For a moment, I even doubted whether I had crossed over into a city romance novel or had entered another world. Is this how it is? At this moment, Zhang Yuan came out holding 2 plates of dishes and greeted us happily. "Come, come, come, everyone try the spicy chicken pieces I made. Dear, you come and try a piece." "Alright, wow, so delicious. Thank you, husband." Jiang Che only felt a deep wave of malice coming towards him. This dog food. After a few casual bites of his meal, he was ready to go upstairs. "Son, there's something Dad wants to ask you." Jiang Che stopped, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Zhang Yuan scratched his head. "Just now your Uncle Yi called. Did you and Meng Yao have a conflict?" Chapter 4, The Lost Yi Meng Yao. The Mad Dragon Goes Down. Lin Yu. "Meh, it's not really a falling out. It's just that I'm looking away. Why should you take only 1 dipper of weak water?" Jiang Che laughed lightly, looking somewhat open-minded. "But well, as a villain, how could he let Yi Meng Yao go?" "Yes." Jiang Yunli directly slapped his thighs and looked at his son with a look of approval in his eyes. "I've long since seen clearly the nature of that daughter of the Yi family, hanging on to my son all the time, and a lady of the house? I think it's just a higher-class green tea whore." Zhang Yuan also nodded in silence, although he very much wanted that little girl from the Yi family to become his daughter-in-law. After all, childhood sweethearts were a beautiful story, but since Jiang Che didn't like her, then the Jiang family's door would no longer open for her. In the middle of the Yi family villa, Yi Mengyao's mood wasn't really good. Instead it was a bit low. Even the test paper could not be written well, and the inside of his head often recalled Jiang Che's detached gaze during the daytime. "Sister Yao Yao, what's the point of thinking about that stinky man?" Yuan Heir was wearing a dog-bear pajamas at this time, her long wet hair hanging down, looking very cute and cubum. The smart one saw Yi Mengyao's small mind at a glance. She also knew very well that it wasn't love, but rather a habit. Accustomed to Jiang Che's appearance, accustomed to the special treatment Jiang Che gave her, perhaps at first Yi Mengyao liked Jiang Che, but this kind of liking would turn into a deserved one as she got used to it. Then when Jiang Che didn't give a damn about her, a strong sense of fallout would form. Jiang Che is a big asshole. Yuan Heir cursed out. The thought that this dogman had taken her first kiss during the day. She had the feeling that she wanted to cry. It was a good thing he had deleted those videos, or else if he had continued to threaten himself with something even more outrageous, the consequences would have been something she couldn't even begin to imagine. Yi Mengyao, on the other hand, frowned. Yuan Heir, you look like you hate Jiang Che? She was a little unsure. Jiang Che didn't seem to have any beef with Yuan Heir, right? Even as her own best friend. When Jiang Che had sent her milk tea treats earlier, Yuan Heir was able to get a share of it. Sister Yao Yao, I'm just angry. To fight for you, even if it's not a relationship. Him sending his classmate home, isn't it also a kind of classmate relationship? Yuan Heir found an excuse in a hurry. Actually, I don't hate him that much, but it's just because I'm misogynistic. Yi Mengyao murmured in a small voice, and just at this time, the cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Mengyao opened it with anticipation, but after seeing the name on it, she was a bit lost, and I don't know why it was lost. Hey, what's up Dad? A simple voice came from the opposite side. Yao Yao ah, if you don't like Jiang Che, then forget it. It's not sweet if you twist it strongly anyway. Let me tell you one more thing. There are many people hostile to our family business. In order to protect your safety, I'm going to spend a lot of money to hire a bodyguard for you, to protect you closely. Yi Mengyao's beautiful eyes slightly knitted. A bodyguard? Is it a man or a woman? Yi father was silent for a moment. Male. Yi Mengyao spoke decisively. I don't want it. She was already misogynistic, and to have a guy protect her? And close protection at that? She was afraid to be disgusted. Good boy. Your safety is very important right now. This bodyguard of yours is an expert that I hired at great expense. Yi father spoke bitterly. Focus on the bodyguard? It's the bodyguard. Yi Mengyao's voice was a bit shrill. But that wouldn't be able to serve to protect you? Yi Changfeng said helplessly. If he can't protect me then he's still called a master? Oh baby girl, how can I protect you if I don't stay close? Why do I need to be close to protect me? Yi Mengyao coldly snorted. If it had been before today, she might have agreed to this whole personal male bodyguard thing, because she needed a shield to block Jiang Che's crazy pursuit. But now, it doesn't seem to be necessary anymore. Jiang Che doesn't seem to want her anymore. The thought of it gave her an inexplicable sense of aggravation. Hey, daughter, do. The phone was hung up. Mr. Yi Changkong, your daughter doesn't seem to like me very much? Beside Ye's father, there stood a young man with a somewhat arrogant appearance. It was none other than the son of Qi, the mad dragon descending from the mountain Lin Yu. It was indeed very wild, and although his facial features were very ordinary in appearance, there was a sense of evil between his eyebrows. Yi Changkong was also helpless. My daughter's personality is such that she lacks discipline on weekdays. It's fine. I've always been forgiving and generous with girls. Lin Yu stuck his hands in his pockets, raised his head 45 degrees to the sky, and began to pretend to the void. Since Yoyo isn't willing to let you be her personal bodyguard, it looks like I can only apologize. Yi Changkong's words caused Lin Yu to instantly break his defense. Wait, Mr. Yi, I think I can still handle the bodyguard position. He had seen Yi Mengyao's photos. To be honest, he had never seen such a good-looking girl. At the first sight of Yi Mengyao, he had already regarded this girl as his inner woman. Even if he poured money into her, he was willing to protect her. My daughter is a misogynist. Close protection should be out of the question. Then I can only arrange for you to be in Yao Yao's school. You'll be in the same class as him. You can protect her when you go to and from school. I'll arrange another place for you at night. Yi Changkong's words caused Lin Yu's mood to instantly fall to the bottom. I was expecting to be able to stay close and protected, eat and drink together, and then something would happen. Now it seems, it's a long way to go. Yes, he is still a thief. Okay, if it's not close, it's not close. Yao Yao's safety will be my responsibility from now on. Lin Yu patted his chest with a confident expression. Chapter 5 Arrogant Lin Yu, triggering choice again. Early the next morning, Jiang Che got up early. Zhang Yuan had gotten up a long time ago to go to the company, and there was an exquisitely molded breakfast on the table's coffee table. There was a card written on the breakfast. Good morning, dear wife. I've made a lovely breakfast. Jiang Che. Good lord, the parents are the real deal and the kid is just an accident? When you're both dead, one of you will be buried at the South Pole and one at the North Pole. Jiang Che sighed, thinking of his cheap mom who was still huffing and puffing. Shaking his head he walked down the stairs. Although the Jiang family was the richest family, it didn't employ a lot of subordinates. There was only one Aunt Chen who was in charge of cooking, and there was a regular person to do all the housekeeping in the house. Young master, I've prepared breakfast for you. Aunt Chen walked out, about 40 years old, similar in age to her own mother, but not as well maintained as her, really just like an aunt. Jiang Che nodded. Casual breakfast and then off we go. Jiang Che and Yi Mengyao were inside the same class, while Yi Mengyao and Yuan Heir were at the same table. When Jiang Che appeared at the class entrance, many people were shocked. How could Jiang Che come so early? On weekdays, Jiang Che didn't attend the first 2 classes. It was even common for him not to come for a morning or even a day. The key school inside also turned a blind eye to him. After all, Jiang Che's family is one of the school's shareholders. Yi Mengyao and Yuaner's gazes also looked towards Jiang Che. Yuaner had some viciousness in her eyes, while Yi Mengyao was slightly bewildered. She always felt that Jiang Che seemed to have changed somewhere, but I can't tell you why. All you can do is bury your head in a book. Soon, the first period class started and the homeroom teacher walked in. Hello class, there's a new student in our class today, Lin Yu. With that said, there was an extra figure in front of the classroom door. A young man with an inch-long head walked in, wearing a pair of jeans with a big hole in them and a whitewashed shirt. Only the expression carried a hint of untamedness. I'm Rinwu. Lin Yu stood on the podium and scanned around inside the classroom, his eyes quickly landing on Yi Mengyao. His eyes lit up and he swallowed. This girl is simply prettier and more girlish than inside the photo. This was the target he wanted to protect, but Yi Changkong made him conceal his identity, secretly protect Yi Mengyao, and at this moment, his gaze was again attracted to the little loli beside Yi Mengyao, and his entire eyes went straight. What a cute little loli. If one could hug it left and right, then this life would be straight. He then surveyed the other girls in the classroom. Students who could come to an aristocratic school like Shirlan School basically had rich families, and the girls were dressed up in fancy clothes. Lin Yu, a beginner who had just come down from the mountains and spent the whole day with his 5-fingered girl as his companion. It was very exciting at this time. After some self-introductions, Lin Yu walked off the podium. What's more embarrassing is, there's no room inside the entire classroom. Lin Yu looked at him for half a day and finally placed his gaze on Jiang Che's body now. Jiang Che had a table for one person, and his position was very close to Yi Mengyao, just across the aisle. And at that moment, Jiang Che also noticed Lin Yu's gaze and felt a pang in his heart. I guess I'm being targeted by the protagonist, right? As expected, the next second Lin Yu walked towards himself. Hey, get up and give me your spot. Lin Yu condescendingly looked down on Jiang Che, his tone filled with a superior posture. When these words came out, the entire classroom was instantly quiet, and dropping a pin seemed to be audible. Some of the students whispered, "Hiss, this new one is so headstrong? How dare he tell Jiang Che to get lost? Doesn't he know that Jiang Che is the son of the richest man? This guy is a right? The moment he comes up, he tells people to get lost? This kind of arrogant person, either stupid or foolish. We're in for a good show. I think this guy is going to be screwed by Jiang Shao." Lin Yu didn't really care about other people's opinions. For him, the heavens and the earth are great. Pretending is the greatest. Aside from women, pretending is a top priority. Jiang Che was speechless to the extreme. Are you the villain or am I the villain? Shouldn't I be the one to say such arrogant things? Drops. Host meets Rinyu's difficulties, triggering the choice of the arch-villain. Option 1, shout out I'll be back. Then gray out and give up your seat for a green slave hat. Option 2, slamming the table, getting angry in public, making a move on Lin Yu, then getting brutally beaten up. Yi Mengyao's favoritism +5. Option 3, sneer, shade, piss off Lin Yu. Reward skill all subject knowledge points. Brainless pick 3. It's impossible for a green slave to be green. He's always been the only one who's been green. However, from the second choice one could probably guess that he should not be Lin Yu's opponent yet. In the original plot, Lin Yu's strength down the mountain was at the early stage of dark power, and it was easy to fight 10 with 1. That's right, this world belonged to the low martial level, and there existed some relatively powerful martial artists, but there was no such thing as a stream of immortal cultivators. Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Huan Jin. He should barely be a Ming Jin martial artist now, but Jiang Che wasn't worried. After all, he had the system plus he was familiar with the script. Wouldn't it be too humiliating if he still couldn't kill a Lin Yu? I'll go with 3. Piss off Rhine. Sometimes the power of words hurts more than fists and feet. You're ing right? A little beak. A bird's mouth. Jiang Che glanced at Lin Yu and directly and decisively cursed. You. Lin Yu's eyes contained anger, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to punch someone. What? You still want to hit someone? It's you I'm beating. Lin Yu was just about to make his move when the class teacher on the stage couldn't sit still. Isn't that a joke? If Jiang Che suffered any injuries in the classroom, his job as a homeroom teacher would be over. Rinyu, what are you doing? It's just that you're a poor student from a transfer school who doesn't think ahead. How dare you even try to hit someone? The homeroom teacher's words directly made the whole class sigh. Welp, so that's what a poor student is. Ha, dare to make a move on Jiang Shao? I thought it was some big shot, but it turns out it's just a poor student. Poor just, his kind of beggar's temperament. It simply comes out of his face. Lin Yu was just about to make a move when his fist froze directly. The homeroom teacher still has a little deterrent. He still wants to pick up the beautiful schoolgirl. If he gets expelled for hitting someone, it won't be good. Sure enough, it's a pour. Look at the way you're dressed. Couldn't have just come out of the garbage, right? Get away from me. You're smelling me. Jiang Che's words once again caused laughter as he was teasing Lin Yu wildly. Where could Lin Yu's violent temper endure? With red eyes, he was ready to make a move on Jiang Che. The rules of Shiraz school are that you have to be expelled for hitting someone. And a poor bastard like you probably paid a big price to get in, right? You come? If you hit me, I'll just lie here and call the police. If I don't blackmail you so much that you can't put your pants on today, I'll count it as if you're not wearing any. Jiang Che's words didn't just cause veins to pop on Lin Yu's forehead. Even the rest of the student teachers were shocked. Even Yi Mengyao's eyes widened slightly at this moment. Such a Jiang Che. It was the first time she had seen it. Lin Yu's hands were shaking with anger. He couldn't wait to smash his fist on Jiang Che's face, but Li Qi told him, can't make a move. Once he did, he might actually be fired himself. How can I pick up girls then? There are so many beautiful young girls inside the school. Endure. Must endure. Right +1. However, he didn't expect. Jiang Che instead wrote his face even more. Chapter 6 Simple Mouth Stinks. Ultimate Enjoyment. Jiang Che had almost figured out Lin Yu's current thoughts. As long as he didn't take the initiative to make a move against Lin Yu, he would definitely be wary. He won't dare to make a move against himself. After all, he still wanted to pick up girls on campus. Hit himself. No one can bail him out. So Jiang Che directly went crazy with his mouth output. Dude, I understand you. It's not your intention to be ugly. It's God's temper. Lies are not sharp edges. The truth is a quick knife. Jiang Che's sentence was directly like a sharp dagger plunged into Lin Yu's heart. Look STH. Jiang Che was named as the school's grass, and his face naturally didn't need to be mentioned. With a face like a crown of jade and eyes like stars, he was the object of many girls' crushes at Shirlan School. Compared to Jiang Che, Lin Yu belonged to the type that couldn't even be recognized when thrown into a pile of people. Lin Yu's shoulders were trembling with anger, and his entire body slammed on the table so violently that the table was about to fall apart. Come on, you hit me? Jiang Che just ate up the fact that this guy didn't dare to take the initiative to beat himself up, and danced wildly on the red line of Lin Yu's collapse. Rina raised his hand and tried to hit someone. Hit me? You can't. Why don't you scold me a little? You can't open your mouth. Jiang Che gave Lin Yu a whole lot of headaches, his clenched fists hanging in midair. The muscles in his entire face were twitching like crazy. Looking at Jiang Che's expression, how he wanted to punch him, but Jiang Che's words just now made him vaguely realize that this guy was deliberately trying to provoke himself. As soon as you hit him yourself, you'll be fired. Oh, I'm not going to beat you up. Lin Yu, who thought he had thought everything through, slowly lowered his fists and tried to suppress the anger within himself. Raising his finger, he pointed to Yi Mengyao on the side. I don't want the pretty girl to see violence, so I'll spare you first today. The beautiful eyes of Yi Mengyao, who was pointed at, knitted tightly. This Lin Yu made her very bored. Jiang Che a whole speechless live. Family people who understand today I encountered a shrimp head immobilizer. It was clearly Lin Yu who had picked a fight first, and he was even able to put on a show? No, dude, you've got microcephaly, don't you? I'm sitting here fine, and you're the one who started it? Don't you just want to get closer to Yi Mengyao and the others? We're all men, I can't tell what you're thinking. You don't take a piss to find yourself. You look like a joke. What breed of toad? Simple mouth odor. Ultimate enjoyment. Judging from Lin Yu's expression of wanting to kill, I guess he had managed to provoke him. Lin Yu's fists were clenched. Puff dash. Yi Mengyao actually covered her mouth and laughed out? She wasn't the only one. Many of the students in the classroom were holding back their laughter. Look at him as if he were a clown. Yi Mengyao's pair of beautiful eyes looked towards Jiang Che. How come she hadn't realized before that Jiang Che actually had such an interesting side? And that tone of Jiang Che's just now. It couldn't be that he's jealous, could it? It must be. Seeing this Lin Yu wanting to sit beside himself and getting jealous, Yi Mengyao gently bit her thin lips. The mind doesn't know what's going on, but it's obvious. The mood has gotten a lot better. The little lowly Yuan heir was gnashing her teeth and cursing in her heart, why don't you beat this bastard to death? This Lin is really a waste of space. Lin Yu's entire spirit went into a trance for a moment when he saw Yi Mengyao cover her mouth and laugh. So beautiful. This piggy look directly caused many people inside the class to recoil. Lin Yu, there's a small table next to that trash can. Go sit there. The class teacher Zhu Yong is supposed to be a snob, the son of the richest man and a poor student who has just enrolled in the school and is wildly arrogant. Little cutie, both know who to favor. Lin Yu glanced at the table next to the trash can, still with a broken leg. Let him sit in a place like that? How is that possible? You're still a homeroom teacher? You've got no eyes. Zhu Yong glared up. What did you say? Insulting a teacher. Believe it or not, I'll expel you? Lin Yu's hands clenched tightly, but an idea struck him. You're just a teacher. You're not the head teacher or the principal. What gives you the right to fire me? His words directly caused laughter. Even Jiang Che couldn't hold it in. Zhu Yong felt that his majesty was provoked. I am the head of teaching. Lin Yu, go back and write a 10,000 word review and give it to me tomorrow, or you're going to get fired. Rin Yu was furious, but he can only stop there and walked over to the table next to the trash can, and sat down. His eyes were always on Yi Mingyao's body, and in his heart, he kept on YYing a little ambiguous episode with this beautiful maiden. As for what the teacher teaches, the high achiever came down to him. Culture class is naturally a very excellent existence, and you don't need to listen to lectures to get a good grade. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and receiving the reward all subject knowledge points. Dropping. Trigger the blast reward. The host receives an additional bonus of full attribute points plus 5. Surprisingly, it triggered the strike bonus, plus 5 to all attributes. Mezzo. System. Add points. Drops. Reinforcement successful. In a matter of moments, a strong force surged into Jiang Che's body, and not only his strength, but also his intelligence, speed and even charisma were strengthened by quite a bit. After yesterday's events, Yi Mingyao's feelings towards Jiang Che seemed to have changed a bit now. Every now and then, he sneaked 2 glances at Jiang Che, and then his eyes widened. There seemed to be some disbelief, and the big beautiful eyes blinked twice more. How come Jiang Che seems to have become much more handsome? The young girl used her elbow to poke Yu Wanner at the side. Wanner, take a quick look. Has Jiang Che become a bit more handsome? Yu Wanner was now annoyed when she heard Jiang Che's name, but she still looked over. Even though she hated Jiang Che, she had to admit, he was indeed handsome. But so what? It's just a villain with a golden jade exterior. Sister Yao Yao, don't you hate Jiang Che the most? Yu Wanner's words directly blocked Yi Mengyao. She did hate Jiang Che before. She hated his character, and she hated his contact, and that look of a playboy disgusted her. To be pursued by such a man, it even gave her a feeling of panic. But I don't know why. The current Jiang Che was like a different person. Just now, that Lin Yu had provoked him so much, and if it was according to Jiang Che's usual character, he would probably have to roll up his sleeves and hit someone. Yi Mengyao rested her cheeks and whispered, don't you feel that Jiang Che has become a bit more interesting? No. Yu Wanner's heart was in a puddle of hemp salty. She wanted to kill Jiang Che right now. Hell, she would find him interesting. Chapter 7, Lin Yu beats up people and calls the police directly. Systems that incorporate subject-wide knowledge points. A large amount of knowledge points were instantly poured into Jiang Che's mind as if it were the purest of all, including language, mathematics and foreign languages, including more than a dozen subjects, and even computer programming he knows a little bit. It was scary. All the points of knowledge of all the subjects that might be covered now, and he had them all. To put it in an unexaggerated way, with a full score of 750, Jiang Che would have little problem getting a 740. The system is awesome. On weekdays, Jiang Che's academic performance is a hangman. The existence of the class at the bottom of the first, the whole subject together is not as high as his grandfather's blood pressure, and now directly take off. In fact, with Jiang Che's status as the son of the richest man in the world, being good or bad at studying didn't have much of a role to play. There are people in this world who were born far away from Rome. There are people who were born on the edge of Rome, and there are people who were born right in the center of Rome. Moore named the place Rome in honor of his birth. Jiang Che didn't need to study hard, but getting something for nothing was always gratifying. He did know that Lin Yu, although he was a bumpkin who came down from the mountains, his academic performance was quite excellent, and this was considered one of the ways for him to pretend to be a pussy. Don't ask why a hayseed fresh off the mountain who hasn't even touched a formal education or even a book would do so well, because the sons of Qi are just so unreasonable. After that, Jiang Che simply picked a few difficult questions and swept over the answers with a single glance. It's no fun. Fall back to sleep. Lin Yu glanced at Jiang Che at this moment, revealing a disdainful expression. He already knew just now that this Jiang Che was just an uneducated rich second-generation man who had no merits to speak of other than being a bit richer and better looking than himself. Ha! You dare to make a fool out of me? You already have a way to take your death. Jiang Che had already become a dead man in Lin Yu's mind. As a dark force martial artist himself, he had plenty of ways to get him. A trashy rich kid. When class ended, Lin Yu had wanted to go find trouble with Jiang Che, but he'd only just gotten up, and the next second his face was pitch black. Wow! How did you become handsome again, Mr. Jiang Che? Really? A large group of little fangirls surrounded Jiang Che, and none of their face values were low. Lin Yu's eyes were almost on the verge of spewing fire, and the flames of jealousy spread madly in his heart. On what grounds? He's just a dude. What's he got besides good looks? Lin Yu, was an extremely strong individual. Yi Mengyao, when she saw the scene, for some reason, there was always a bit of discomfort in her heart, a feeling that the toy that should belong to her had been taken away from her. Humph, Sister Yao Yao, I told you this man is a womanizer, right? Yuan Heir was fanning the flames. How could the smart one still not see Yi Mengyao's small mind at this moment? Well, Yuan Heir, you're right, he's a womanizer. Yi Mengyao simply turned her head away, and just then, a figure walked up to her table. Miss Yi Mengyao, get acquainted, my name is Lin Yu. Lin Yu stroked his hair and revealed an expression that he thought was handsome. Yi Mengyao glanced at him. Don't want to recognize Lin Yu. It was a little awkward. How was it not what he expected? Is it because of the posture? Thinking of this, he changed his posture to one that he thought was even more handsome. Yi Meng, will you off? I'm looking distracted. Yi Mengyao's beautiful eyes knitted tightly. Her mood was already quite annoying. She was having misogyny. Raising his voice a few pitches, a number of eyes in the classroom looked over. Even Jiang Che was slightly curious. Oh, it's only the first time the faithful son and his little girl have met, isn't it? What's all the fuss about? Do you hear me? I told you to get lost. Missy never saves anyone's face. But soon his anger dissipated. After all, this is a beautiful woman. Can it be called a tantrum when a beautiful woman is angry? That's called pouting. Then he exuded another look of confidence. Trust me, it's okay if you don't want to recognize me now. Soon enough my name will be all over Shiraz school. Pushin' man. A proper pushin' man. Yi Mengyao's feelings towards Lin Yu and her heart lowered to the extreme. Arrogant, common and confident. Roll. To everyone's surprise, Yi Mengyao, the flower of the High Sierra, would actually curse? Jiang Che was all a bit confused. System, what's the situation? Shouldn't Yi Mengyao be given directly for nothing after meeting the son of Qi? Instantly submitting to Lin Yu's kingly aura? Dear host, because of the existence of you, the villain, causing the original wisdom-reducing aura unique to the sons of Qi to be invalidated, the female hosts will not have their wits reduced. Jiang Che, nice guy, I told you, so it's this guy Lin Yu's descending wisdom aura that's gone. After Lin Yu made a fool of himself in front of Yi Mengyao, his entire spirit was a bit depressed, turning all the hatred in his heart to Jiang Che. Ha, Jiang Che right? A cold aura flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. The morning went by in a flash. When school ended at noon, Yi Mengyao took the initiative to walk up to Jiang Che. She rarely took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Jiang Che. Or rather, she rarely talks to boys. For a while it was hard to know what to say on the subject. Do you have confidence in the model test this afternoon? Yi Mengyao regretted it as soon as she opened her mouth. What the hell kind of talk is that? He himself is the school's top 10 excellent results, while Jiang Che's results are recognized as a hangman. The whole subject together are not as high as her 1 English test scores. Isn't that a proper taunt? Yes, of course. Jiang Che's expression was bland. You're confident that you'll be the bottom one in the whole school? Yuan Heir sneered from the sidelines. Jiang Che glanced at Yuan Heir, who had begun to jump up again, and licked his back teeth, the danger in his eyes flickering. Lin Yu also stood up when he saw this. How could he be missing out on this great opportunity to act like an asshole? I've heard that your grades are particularly outstanding. Young Jiang, Lin Yu applauded, a sneer in his eyes. There were still quite a few people inside the classroom at this time, and the atmosphere was instantly tense. Jiang Che, on the other hand, shrugged. Grades and stuff don't matter to me. If I don't do well, then I can only go home and inherit the $100 billion family fortune. Versailles, proper Versailles. Although the families of the students who were able to come to Shirlan school were basically quite wealthy, most of them were also middle-class families, and the second generation of the godly tycoon like Jiang Che, the richest man in Hangzhou with hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, was the only one of its kind? What do you have besides money? Lin Yu laughed out coldly. I'm still handsome. If I don't have money, the big deal is to go out and become a cowherd. There are tons of rich sisters waiting to support me. Jiang Che, who had traveled over, had a thick skin. Unlike you, you're so ugly, you have no money, no face, and no one will even take you if you sell your ass. For a protagonist like Lin Yu, a direct personal attack would suffice. Lin Yu took 3 steps and rushed to Jiang Che, yanking him by the collar. A few of Jiang Che's juniors rushed up at this time. You let go of Jiang Xiao. You dare to touch Jiang Xiao? Believe it or not, I'll make it impossible for you, a poor student, to mix inside the school? Obviously, these few minions were clearly there to send experience to Lin Yu. Lin Yu sent them flying with a few kicks. Jiang Che had a smile on his lips as he pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. Hello officer, I'm sure you heard what happened on the phone. There's been a school violence at Shirai School. A guy tried to beat us up, and 3 of my classmates are dead or alive. Chapter 8 Lin Yu goes to the station. Yi Mengyao gets jealous. Lin Yu's eyes went wide as he looked incredulously at the scene in front of him. A DJ. Why doesn't this guy follow the rules? When did you call the police? He got a little backed up and thought about grabbing his cell phone. Officer, you guys get over here. He's going to hit me. You stabilize him. We'll be right over. Do. After the cell phone hung up, Jiang Che's face was calm as he looked at Lin Yu in front of him, who was still clutching his collar at this time. Get loose. You dash. Lin Yu was a little shocked, but let go. He didn't expect Jiang Che to call the police, not to mention him. Even the rest of the classroom couldn't imagine that it would be okay to just call the police. Jiang Xiao's powerful the little brother who was kicked out by Lin Yu had a fawning face at this time, but Jiang Che only gave him a look back and immediately lay down honestly. Jiang Che straightened his collar, which was messed up by Lin Yu, and looked around the classroom. The CCTV has already been filmed, and there are so many witnesses at the scene. Lin Yu was a bit flustered. Jiang Che, you dash. Jiang Che raised a finger to his lips and made a gesture of silence. Shoo, go into the station and talk to the cops if you have anything to say. You're suspected of intentional assault and battery. You won't get out of here for half a month, and you'll have a record. Although Lin Yu wasn't afraid of the police, he was afraid of being expelled from school. Being fired means it's hard to be Yi Mengyao's bodyguard anymore, so how can you still pick her up? It didn't take long for the police to arrive on campus. The presence of the police had alerted many of the higher-ups at Shira's school. What's going on? Why are the police here? What happened? Soon, the entrance to Jiang Che's class was surrounded. The class teacher, Zhu Yong, was furious and numb after learning the causes and consequences. He was already dissatisfied with Lin Yu, a poor transfer student, and now it wasn't just a simple dislike. Bringing in the cops for a fight? Maybe this is the year he's going to end up as director of instruction. Pointing directly at Lin Yu's nose, he cursed out, "You assholes! I should have never let you into our class." Officer, Lin Yu just came to our class this morning. As soon as he came in, he had a conflict with the students inside the class. Facing the police, Lin Yu was still a bit flustered in his heart. Officer, it was this Jiang Che who first cursed and insulted me. His mouth is too cheap. Then you can't beat people up, can you? Look at what you did to the people. Zhu Yong ran over to the two injured men. Wang Zhang and Lu Tai were Jiang Che's most loyal juniors, and they were still lying on the ground, unable to pull themselves up. Ahem, Mr. Chu, my ribs are probably broken from the kick. Can you stand up and walk? Go. It's got to be by the meter. Wang Zhang coughed violently twice, and then both legs kept stomping and drawing circles on the ground. Lin Yu became anxious. I just kicked you 2 feet. I didn't even use any force. If I did, you'd be dead already. Wang Zhang, too fearful, hugged the pants leg of the police officer. Sir, he also want to kill us. You have to give me justice. The police officers were able to discern some general information at this point. They're not stupid. They should just be fighting and trying to make a big deal out of it. You're all coming with us. 2 police officers walked out and took Lin Yu and the others away. The leader, Captain Li, then arrived in front of Jiang Che. You are young Master Jiang, right? Jiang Che glanced at him. Aha. Bureau Director Wang has often mentioned you to us, and today I see that you are truly a talented young man. Wang Bureaus? Jiang Che quickly searched for this name inside his mind. Wang Liuyun, his cheap dad's sworn brother. The head of the Hangzhou Public Security Bureau has a lot of power. He also had a lot of drama in the original episode, mainly because he has a daughter who serves at the police station in Hangzhou New District. I know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the police. Lin Yu, by virtue of Wang Liuyun's daughter, hitched this line, and then from the obstruction caused the 2 families to break. But now, Lin Yu's wisdom-reducing aura is gone, so he's trying to get on Wang Liuyun's good side? Unless the sun comes out of the west. Captain Li, right? Say hi to Uncle Wang for me. Li Ming's eyes lit up. No problem. Mr. Jiang, you don't need to go to the police station. And Lin Yu's situation belongs to brawling. The situation can be categorized as school bullying if it's a bit more serious. He'll probably spend half a month in the detention center. Jiang Che gently nodded. You watch over it. In 3 words, Lin Yu, the son of Qi, was going to be put in a detention center. After Lin Yu was taken away, the other students in the classroom left one after another. Yi Mengyao carried a small school bag and came in front of Jiang Che with a bit of a twist. Are you okay? Missy, who was arrogant in nature, was quite a bit restrained in front of Jiang Che. Jiang Che just gave her a sidelong glance, then turned his gaze away. It's so easy to guess what a little girl's mind is, what little thoughts are put on her face. After Lin Yu's wisdom-reducing aura lost its effect, Yi Mengyao was obviously much more normal, plus the fact that Jiang Che had treated her with love and disregard before. This caused Yi Mengyao, the school flower, to develop a sense of crisis. Women are like that. The more you lick her, the more she distances herself from you. the more you ignore her, she'll come over to talk to you instead. A lot of green tea whores have evolved from this. You're in and you're out. You're out and you're in. Limit pulling can fool a lot of inexperienced buddies to their pants. Jiang Che, you dash. When Yi Mengyao saw that Jiang Che was ignoring her, there was a hint of panic in her heart. Jiang Che didn't look at her, but instead placed his gaze on Yuan Heir. Yi Mengyao's current feelings towards him were not love, or even fondness, just an inexplicable possessiveness, getting out of her way, making her jealous, giving her a sense of boundaries if you will. Jiang Che walked to Yuan Heir's front and bent down. Sister Yuan Heir, there's an exam this afternoon. How are you preparing for it? As soon as the exam was mentioned, Yuan Heir's complexion tightened. After all, she had really gone to steal the exam answers, and even though Jiang Che was the only one who had discovered her, she was still very much on tenterhooks. It's prepared okay, it should, it won't regress. Yuan Heir didn't want to talk to this nasty guy at all, but at the same time, she was also afraid that this fellow would talk nonsense, and her beautiful eyes secretly glared at Jiang Che. Hey, I'm probably going to be cold on this exam. You know my grades, why don't you teach me? Be a tutor for me or something? Jiang Che's tone was tinged with frivolity. Yi Mengyao, who had been left out in the cold, for some reason, felt a bit tasty. Jiang Che ignoring himself. Instead, he went to hit on his closest best friend. It made her heart grow fuzzy. Humph. Yuan Heir, let's go. Yi Mengyao directly pulled up Yuan Heir and prepared to leave, while Jiang Che didn't say anything, just took out his cell phone and waved it in front of Yuan Heir's face. Others might not know what Jiang Che meant, but how could Yuan Heir still not understand? Her worst fears had come true. This man, he was prepared to continue threatening himself. Chapter 9, Collapsed Lin Yu. Yuan Heir's carefulness. After Lin Yu was brought into the police station, he faced an interrogation. 2 police officers, a man and a woman, were interrogating him. What's your name? Wang Yanyan wrapped her hands around her chest and looked at Lin Yu critically. Dressed in a police uniform with short shoulder-length hair and exaggerated proportions, the whole person was full of competence. Protagonist treatment. Pretty cop. Lin Yu's eyes were glazed over. It's still the city that's good. There are pretty girls everywhere. I asked you a question. Lin Yu's piggy look directly caused Wang Yanyan's first impression of him to be greatly reduced. Oh, strong enough character. I like it. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth quirked up into an evil smile. Rinwu. Age? 19. Gender? Won't you look at it yourself? Or maybe you'll touch it? See if I'm a man or a woman? Lin Yu began to try and molest this policewoman. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the gaze of the male policeman at the side trembled slightly. Dare to molest the female Tyrannosaurus Rex of the police station? Isn't this looking for death? Wang Yanyan surprisingly didn't get angry and just glanced at Lin Yu indifferently. Without Lin Yu's descending wisdom aura, she naturally changed a lot. Obstruction of police law enforcement. Additional detention of more than 5 days. Less than 10 days, she said and got up to leave. Only a confused Lin Yu was left behind. Why isn't this what I expected? Shouldn't this policewoman be furious, and argue with herself? Then he himself could leave a deep impression in her heart. But how come it's not quite the same now? The remaining male police officer had a straight face. According to our investigation and monitoring, you took the initiative to injure someone, and the 2 people who were beaten, Wang Zhang and Lu Tai, insisted on pursuing you for your responsibility. You will face a minimum of half a month's detention and hundreds of thousands of dollars in mental compensation damages. Lin Yu only felt a tingle in his scalp as he listened. There was nowhere to release the anger in his heart because he did actually hit someone. The evidence is all over the place. He didn't want to be detained. He was a dark force martial artist. He could fight 10 with ease. And he was detained just after he got off the mountain? Wouldn't that be a laugh? For the old man at home to hear. Probably going to laugh himself to death. But he's in the middle of nowhere and doesn't have any contacts. Wait, Yi Changkong. Lin Yu snapped to mind this employer of his. Yi Changkong would definitely be able to get himself out. I'm going to call a guy and ask him to bail me out. This Lin Yu. How come he beat someone up on the first day of school? Yi Changkong was a bit puzzled after receiving the call from the police station. Although he was asking Lin Yu to secretly protect his daughter, he didn't ask you to beat people up without saying anything. This Lin Yu was still an expert he had found through his connections. I heard that he's the personal disciple of a high-ranking person, with outstanding intelligence, courage and ability, and he turned out to be such a pussy? But there's no way around it. After all, you paid for it yourself. Had to find a way to use connections to get him out. Lin Yu, don't be fussy about things in the future. I'm asking you to keep a low profile and protect Yao Yao secretly. You're so high profile. What if something happens? Yi Changkong's tone was rather unpleasant. Lin Yu on the phone was a bit upset. This old dang, he even lectured himself? Who the hell are you? If it wasn't for the face of these beautiful girls like Yi Mengyao, would he, a dark force powerhouse, come to be a bodyguard inside the campus? But after all, he was now begging for something. so he could only lower his voice first. Uncle Yi, actually today I saw a male student lusting after the young lady. That's why I did it. Yi Changkong frowned. He had already checked out all the causes and consequences when he bailed out Lin Yu just now. It was Lin Yu who made the first move, and his clumsy lies were nothing in front of Yi Changkong. Are you talking about Xiao Che? I've watched Xiao Che grow up. I know exactly what kind of person he is, and our two families are preparing for a marriage. I'd advise you not to think what you shouldn't. You're just a bodyguard. How could Yi Changkong not see that little thought in Lin Yu's heart? Both his Yi family and the Zheng family belong to the top tier of luxury families now, with assets starting at tens of billions. It's all about the right family, even though Lin Yu has a high-ranking person behind him, but that didn't stop Yi Changkong from looking down on him. Yi Changkong's words caused Lin Yu to completely tense up. A marriage? A girl as beautiful as Yi Mangyao was going to marry a dude? Are you kidding me? A good cabbage can't be eaten by a pig. Besides, was he being looked down upon? Uncle Yi, even though I'm just a small bodyguard now, is a golden lynx not a thing of the pool? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Lin Yu hung up the phone in anger. Have eyes but no eyes. In the afternoon's model test, Zhang Che played steadily, although he had just gained the skill of all subject knowledge complete, and exams like this one were taken completely with his eyes closed. However, Zhang Che didn't get a horrible score straight away, casually scoring over 400 points, and many of the big questions he didn't write at all. What's the point of having scores when you're a villain and a super rich kid? What Zhang Che hadn't expected was that Yuan Heir had taken the initiative to find herself. Lori made a point of finding a place where no one was around. What did you mean by that in the morning? The girl's tone was resolute with a hint of imperceptible timidity. What? Zhang Che feigned confusion. Yuan Heir's small mouth pursed. Don't pretend with me. Give me your cell phone to check. I suspect that you didn't delete all the videos you took last time. Zhang Che laughed. Hey, you're not my girlfriend. What gives you the right to check my cell phone? You don't think you can kiss me? You can do whatever you want, right? But well, you don't have to check. I really didn't delete the video. Zhang Che revealed an evil smile. You're overthinking it if you're trying to threaten me with this thing to do something even more outrageous. In the face of Zhang Che's threat, Yuan Heir seemed to have prepared for it. It seemed subdued at the moment. Now that the JEE is over, go ahead and expose me if you want. Try to use this to force me to do something more outrageous. Impossible. Although Yuan Heir was a tiny one, her brain was spinning. She must have intentionally controlled her scores low on this exam. And even if she had revealed that she had cheated, it was expected that not many people would pursue her. At most, there will be a verbal condemnation. She's smart, and at 80 pounds 79 pounds is all hard eyes. It was a stark contrast to her silly white sweet best friend Yi Mangyao, and Zhang Che just stared at Yuan Heir and gently licked the corners of his lips. Interesting, interesting. Zhang Che revealed a jie laughter. Chapter 10, Green Tea Yuan Heir. Brilliant. Zhang Che nodded. Yuan Heir's ability to improvise was still quite strong, and she didn't just hold back because she was caught in the act. Yuan Heir was a bit flustered. No one was around now. If this guy uses force on himself then he'll really want to cry. Do you believe I'm calling the police? No. I'm a good student. I don't do anything illegal or criminal. Yuan Heir is speechless. You won't do anything illegal or criminal? You're so close to writing the word hooligan on your face right now. Tell you what, let's compromise. I won't publicize your secret, but I have a condition. Yuan Heir was directly incoherent. How about I help you chase after Sister Yo-Yo? I know you like her. I can help you in fact. She knew many of Yi Mengyao's shameful private little secrets, but she didn't dare to say these words, fearing that Zhang Che would secretly record them again. Last time, she was scared of being threatened by Zhang Che, and now she was careful about talking to him. She didn't want to cause a rift in her relationship with Yi Mengyao because of this personal matter. Ha ha, you're such a good sister for pitting your sister. Zhang Che looked down on her from above, less than a punch away from each other. Even he could smell the faint body odor of Yuan Heir's body, the scent of gardenias mixed with a hint of milky fragrance. It is such a seemingly harmless little loli, but in fact, the darkness is extreme, and the heart can be described as deep. He knew the plot in advance. Yuan Heir's family condition is actually not particularly good. The reason why she became BFF with Yi Mengyao is that she sees her money, eating, drinking and sleeping with Yi Mengyao on weekdays. Yi Mengyao was after all a rich girl with a family fortune of tens of billions of dollars, spending money like water, not knowing what moderation means. Even a small bloodsucker lying on her body didn't hurt her. Zhang Che, I'm not the one who pitched Sister Yao Yao. Don't talk nonsense. Ha ha ha. Yuan Heir, do you believe yourself when you say this? Zhang Che let out a loud laugh. Do you really think I can't tell? You're a poor girl who spends all day with other people's rich ladies. eating other people's food and using other people's goods and living in other people's homes. Vampires don't even suck as much as you do. Yuan Heir's almond eyes flashed with a hint of shock and trepidation. How did Jiang Che know? You're the one who's a vampire. Sister Yao Yao and I are the best of girlfriends. You don't want to pick on my relationship with Sister Yao Yao. Yuan Heir was like a fox that had its tail stepped on. She was directly anxious. If I'm not mistaken, this dress you're wearing, I'm afraid it's worth 4 digits to start with, right? And your shoes, daily necessities and such. Yi Mengyao spends over $100,000 a year on you, her best friend, right? What are you if not a vampire? If Yi Mengyao was a man, TSK. Jiang Che's naked words were like a sharp sword piercing through the girl's fragile heart. Yuan Heir's little pearl snapped and fell. The corners of her eyes were flushed with scarlet, and she looked as if I had seen her. Actually, what Jiang Che said wasn't bad. There was indeed an unusual bosom friend between her and Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao often called her to Ye's house at night, treating her like a human-shaped hugging pillow. She wasn't Lily, and the excessive closeness between the girls gave her a choking feeling. Jiang Che pinched Yuan Heir's small face. People always have an inexplicable desire to destroy cute things, especially now the teary-eyed little girl. Actually, if I'm willing, I can easily provoke the relationship between you and Yi Mengyao. Let her completely recognize that behind this innocent little best friend of yours actually hides a gold-digging heart, a tick lying on top of her body sucking blood. Yuan Heir cried out in anger at Jiang Che's words, her eyes red like a little rabbit that had been bullied badly. Jiang Che's words reduced her to nothing, but she couldn't refute them, because she had indeed committed herself. Of course, I wouldn't do that. Just do as I say and I won't make it too hard for you. After going around in circles, Jiang Che returned to the topic. Yuan Heir cried with a twitch. This little pitiful look. If other lowly controllers saw this, they would probably immediately surrender and turn into licking dogs. But Jiang Che was no ordinary person. He just let out a light laugh. You should have an impression of Rinyu who just arrived in today's class, right? Aha! Yuan Heir nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. You want me to target him? The smart girl guessed Jiang Che's intentions in an instant. Brilliant! Jiang Che snapped his fingers and then touched Yuan Heir's head. The young girl's head was furry. Jerking it up was similar to the feeling of jerking a cat. Yuan Heir, when Lin Yu comes back, you'll be responsible for squeezing him, understand? Just make him upset. Yuan Heir skimmed her mouth. Her impression of Lin Yu was also not good. Ugly and arrogant. Purely an awkward department. Jiang Che, Lin Yu, he's just a poor student, and now he's broken the law. Can't you just find an excuse to have him expelled? Jiang Che shook his head. Inside the school he was still able to straighten him out a bit. After leaving the school, ghosts knew if Lin Yu would secretly develop in a lewd manner. Still a little bit of walking the plot in the early stages. Stopping him from pretending, stealing his chances, and getting him killed a little bit. Chapter 11. Early love is okay. Early pregnancy is not. On the way back from school, Jiang Shao, the two of them, Wang Zhang and Lu Tai, ran to Jiang Che with fawning faces. Jiang Che stopped to look at the two. The tall and thin man was Lu Tai, and the short and fat one was Wang Zhang. The lapdogs of the son of the richest man are naturally all second-generation rich. Wang Zhang's family is in the catering industry, but that's only the bright side of the industry. The background involves some gray industry chain. What underground casinos, underground black boxing ring and so on. Lu Tai's father is in the clothing industry. The family fortune also has a billions. These two belong to the front to the protagonist Lin Yu to send experience. But fortunately, after being cleaned up so badly by Lin Yu, there was no backbone. Actually, it should be stupid to be precise. Jiang Shao, it's a great pleasure to clean up that Lin Yu today. If that guy hadn't sneaked up on me, he'd be on the ground. Come on, cheat. Come on, sneak. Jiang Che was speechless. It seems that protagonist Lin Yu's aura of descending intelligence didn't affect the two of them, as there was no more room for their IQs to fall. When you see Lin Yu in the future, don't make a move with him, just be disgusted with him. In the future he will definitely not dare to take the initiative to hit people in school. Jiang Che's words made the two of them as if they were enlightened. I get it, Jiang Shao. I won't make a move. I'll just kick the out of him when I see him in the future. Fatty, you're not thinking straight, are you? Jiang didn't ask us to do anything. We have to disgust him, okay? Like peeing in his water cup. The two of them, Wang Zhang and Lu Tai, had progressively lewd smiles. Jiang Che, if it wasn't for the fact that they were still useful, they would have kicked them off one by one. Get lost, don't bother me. Hot faces on cold asses. But the two just hemmed and hawed. Different class, though both equally rich, but there is naturally a vast difference between those born from the center of Rome and those born from the edge of Rome. In the evening, the Yi family in Hangzhou. Yao, is there something on your mind lately? At the dinner table, Yi Mengyao's mother, Lin Shui, sensed something different about her daughter. Where? I have no heart. Yi Mangyao used her chopsticks to stick the pieces of meat in the bowl. Whatever emotions she felt showed on her face. Lin Shui sighed lightly. I heard. You and little Che had a falling out, didn't you? When Jiang Che was mentioned, a faint sulk inexplicably rose in Yi Mengyao's heart. This guy, he was chasing himself before. How come he's not chasing him now? It seems like he's being a little ambiguous with Wan Heir, and he's going to ask Wan Heir to be his tutor? It's a little less comfortable to think about. Mom, there's no conflict, but how well did Lin Shui know her daughter? You've got it all written on your face. Lin Shui raised her hand and pulled her hair to the side, pulling up Yi Mengyao's small hand. Yao yao ah. Although I don't know what kind of conflict has arisen between you and Xiao Che, but Xiao Che is the one I've watched grow up since I was a child. And his character and appearance and everything is quite good. I've also heard of some of the things between you and Xiao Che. You can't always hang on to people. Yi Mangyao lightly bit her thin lips and squirmed. Mom, have you forgotten? I don't like to have any contact with boys. Lin Shui had a headache and spoke in a serious tone. Wouldn't more contact not be offensive? This is a habit. It's just a matter of getting used to it more often. Yi Mangyao lowered her head and was silent. Mommy isn't against early love. Look at mommy. I got pregnant with you when I was 18. Ahem. Father Ye's old face at the side darkened. What? You're not allowed to talk about your business? It's nothing. Don't teach Yo-Yo a lesson. Early love is okay, but not early pregnancy. It's okay for me to abduct other people's daughters on a ghost fire, but it's not okay for other people to try to abduct my daughter. A proper double standard. Lin Yu had been detained after all, though Yi Changkong was prepared to make a move to bail him out. However, after learning that the one Lin Yu had offended was Jiang Che, he still withdrew his hand. After all, one was $100 billion super behemoth, and the other was just a bodyguard hired by himself, and it was this bodyguard who took the initiative to cause trouble. Cootie, all know who to pick. At this moment, Lin Yu was sitting on the hardboard bed in the detention center, fuming. It shouldn't be. How come it's not what I expected? How could he be in the bureau? He's a dark force powerhouse, and he also mastered the divine medical skill that can bring life to the dead and flesh to the bones, and he hadn't even begun to show off his skills yet. You've been detained? Something must be wrong somewhere. And just then, several other young men inside the detention room slowly got out of bed. The first one had dyed yellow hair, a crooked head, and a tattooed flower arm. Dude, what's your crime? Lin, you didn't say anything. My big brother asked you a question? A few of the remaining minions rushed forward. The corners of Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly. He's finally going to start pretending. 10 minutes later. Lin Yu, why did you hit someone again? You even got seriously injured? Young Master Jiang was right. You guys should be put in a separate detention room. If you hit someone again, it won't be a civil dispute. You'll go straight to jail. Lin Yu. The detention was extended for another week. It couldn't help but make him question life. On the way down the mountain, that killer master of his own had said, go out with a bang and make a name for yourself with those fists and feet. And the truth is that breaking in with fists and feet, you can only break into the police station. In the days that followed, Jiang Che could clearly feel that Yi Mengyao, this chick, seemed to have changed. Often, intentionally or unintentionally, they just find themselves talking. Let's say right now, Jiang Che, you did pretty well this time. Congratulations. Jiang Che spoke flatly. Where can I compare to you? The college bully? In the face of Jiang Che's yin and yang, Yi Mengyao only felt a trace of discomfort. Jiang Che, didn't you say a few days ago that you wanted to find a tutor? As class president, I'm obligated to help you. Yi Mengyao almost mustered up her courage before coming in front of Jiang Che. Did you come here to brag to me about how well you did on the test? Jiang Che blocked Yi Mengyao with a single sentence, biting his thin lips tightly. The high-spirited Missy has always cared only about herself, and trying to get her to care about other people's feelings? Almost impossible. You can't can a haughty young lady like that. In his previous life, Jiang Che, as the old leader's driver, was often looked down upon by the leader's wife and the leader's arrogant little daughter. But in the end, the leader's wife and her daughter are looking at him differently. Okay, I know you're in the top 10 of the school, okay? I'm just a loser. I can't even get into a good school. How can I compare to you? Jiang Che's words made Yi Mengyao's heart even more blocked. There was a feeling of emptiness. Chapter 12, Yi Mengyao's Remorse. An epic pervert. The reason Yi Mengyao hated Jiang Che before, one of the biggest reasons was, Jiang Che is a super scum. Being a schoolteacher, has always had a high sense of pride. According to statistics, almost half of the schoolboys have a sense of pride, and have a disdainful or even contemptuous attitude towards the schoolboys. The smart schoolboys will be more restrained, but the pride in their bones can't be hidden. Missy's emotional intelligence obviously wasn't quite up to snuff, and her words often made it difficult to speak, being able to clearly feel the disdain in her tone. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just trying to help you with your studies. Yi Mengyao was biting her lip tightly. In fact, when she thought about it carefully, she wasn't that tired of Jiang Che. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth slightly hooked. Yi Mengyao, your attitude has been condescending from the beginning to the end. A scum like me doesn't deserve you. I'm tired too, studying and all. I'm a college dud, so you don't have to worry about me. Jiang Che's words caused Yi Mengyao to freeze. Looking at Jiang Che with such a self-loathing look, Yi Mengyao's heart was hard to bear. And at this moment, Jiang Che unexpectedly turned around and walked towards Yuan Heir. Yuan Heir. Danger. Having been bullied by Jiang Che twice, Jiang Che had already left an indelible impression in her heart. Of course, it's fear. She didn't even want to talk to this man. Jiang Che approached Yuan Heir with a playful smile on his face. Teacher Yu, please teach me more in the future. Jiang Che's smile revealed a hint of danger. Yuan Heir was so smart that she instantly saw Jiang Che's thoughts. This asshole. Surprisingly, he wanted to provoke the relationship between himself and Yi Mengyao. With Yi Mengyao's appearance, anyone with a discerning eye could tell. She actually still had some thoughts about Jiang Che, but now he's bringing the scourge on himself? What if because of Jiang Che, if the relationship between herself and Yi Mengyao breaks down, then how can she still get benefits from Yi Mengyao in the future? After weighing the situation, Yuan revealed a look of difficulty. I'm good at English and languages. I could teach you liberal arts. Jiang Che's eyes were indifferent as he coldly gave Yuan Heir a wink. Gadget, how dare you get smart? Yuan Heir couldn't say her next words. She was really afraid that this guy would give himself a bite in front of so many people. Then one is really all screwed. Ahem. I'm actually pretty good at science and stuff. I can teach you too. Jiang Che's expression gradually nucleated goodness. Then we'll have to rely on Mr. Yu's teaching from now on. Yi Mengyao stayed where she was, watching Jiang Che go and tease her best friend. Her pink fists clenched tightly. For some reason, the scene was solid. Her heart flooded with a hint of sour water. But Yuan Heir was her best bosom friend. Jiang Che. Yi Mengyao seemed to have made some kind of decision as she gathered her courage to speak. If you can get into the same school as me, I'll agree to go out with you. Jiang Che cast a sidelong glance at Yi Mengyao. Drop. The heroine has sent you an invitation to the future. Triggering the villain's choice. Choice 1, accept it gladly and swear in public that you will study hard. Yi Mengyao's favorability plus 10. Option 2, be silent, act deaf and dumb. Get bonus, strength plus 5. Option 3, decisively reject it and make it remorseful. Get a reward, mastery of Guwu Taijiquan. What's the holdup here? A second of slowing down is disrespectful to Taijiquan. This is ancient martial arts Taijiquan. I know it's great when I hear it. What is it that I'm missing right now? Strength. Without strength, he could only mouth off. In case Lin Yu got angry. If Lin Yu gets angry and wants to beat himself up, what should he do? I choose 3. Jiang Che glanced at Yi Mengyao. This young lady isn't very bright, is she? Here are the available chicks. I don't want them? I went through all the trouble of getting into the same school as you? Have you read too many romance novels? A Year's Promise? You. Jiang Che smiled to himself. See, Yi Mengyao, you still essentially look down on me as a scum. You know that my grades are not good, and still want to enter the same school as you? Ha! Jiang Che's words caused Yi Mengyao to panic a little. Only remorse rose up in his heart, feeling that he was getting farther and farther away from Jiang Che. Mr. Yu, there's a math problem I'm not particularly good at. Teach me. Jiang Che didn't pay attention to Yi Mengyao anymore. For a moment, a raven seemed to fly across the sky, pulling out 6 dots. Dash. The scene was unusually awkward. Yi Mengyao clenched her fists and bit her thin lips. A hasty escape ensued. After the people have gone, Yuan Heir directly extended a small hand. Pay up. Lori seemed to be gathering courage. Pay for what? My tutoring fee. I've been tutoring you for so long and you won't pay me at all? Yuan Heir was obviously a little money junkie. For her, there was nothing more important than money. Not to mention, where was Jiang Che asking for advice on his problems? That was clearly an excuse to take advantage of himself. This is a dead pervert. As a high-achieving school bully, isn't it your duty to help the elementary school scum? Jiang Che sniffed his nose again and hooked his lips. His expression was epic and perverted. Don't you dare try to morally kidnap me. Quickly give the money. I don't want more. Give me $300. Oh no, give me $500. The thought that she was still being taken advantage of made Lori a little indignant. I don't have any money. Jiang Che spread his hands out, indicating that he was very poor. Yuan Heir almost didn't get angry and laughed. As the son of the richest man in Hangzhou even said he didn't have any money? Enough of that. Kiss of the day. Yuan Heir. She was devastated. What had she done in her last life? Yuan Heir knew very well that she couldn't play with this man at all. Standing on her tiptoes, she gently kissed Jiang Che on the side of his face. Give the money. Now what? Ha, of course. said he directly took out his cell phone and transferred $700 to you on air. For him, money doesn't mean anything anymore. He has a regular monthly credit of $1 million on his bank card for pocket money. It's just a few $100s. It's just a drop in the bucket. Yuan Air had gone numb. You big asshole. The little loli's little face was puffed up, and she glared at Jiang Che with a milky ferocity. Chapter 13 Lin Yu's Cave Encounter. Direct Interception. Drops. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and receiving the reward Ancient Martial Taijiquan. Guwu Taijiquan. A powerful ancient martial art, belonging to the internal family of ancient martial arts. After using it, you will reach a very proficient level of Taijiquan. Hint, after using it, you will gain the strength of the early stage of dark power. Jiang Che snapped his fingers. Ness. Early dark power strength. Lin Yu is now at the early dark power stage. With his own ancient martial Taijiquan, he was still at the early stage of dark power. Even if he couldn't beat Lin Yu, I'm sure I won't be hung from a tree and smoked. Use the skill. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the ancient martial art of Tai Chi. In an instant, a large amount of memories related to Taijiquan flooded into his mind. It includes a dozen or so schools, including Chen's Tai Chi, Yang's Tai Chi, Wudong Tai Chi, and Lingkong Tai Chi, all mixed together. These are real goods, not something that can be compared to a pheasant boxing style like mixed forms Taijiquan. Of course, it didn't stop there. Changes were gradually taking place within him as well. A mysterious air gradually filled between the limbs and bones, invisible and untouchable, but real. This feeling was subtle, and Jiang Che understood that this was what was called Qigong. Slightly building up his strength, he threw a light punch at the wall. Boom! A bang! The cement wall was directly punched out with a clearly visible punch mark, and all around the punch mark were shaken by the dark energy to the point that spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Just outrageous. If it were to hit a human body, you'd be bruised and battered. This villain of mine. I still need to get stronger. Jiang Che lamented out, though he was a villain and very powerful, but after all, you don't have enough personal combat power. In accordance with the novel, it can be seen that there are two other masters behind this guy Lin Yu. One is a divine doctor who was hidden from the world, while the other is the former #1 killer. Both of them were very strong, and the strength of that killer master of Lin Yu's was even at the peak of Huan Jin's existence. But neither of these two old denizens have a role in the early stages. They both show up after 200 chapters, and they still seem to be trapped inside whatever forbidden land they're in. So he himself could take his time to fix Lin Yu, and by the time these two old denizens came out, one should have been able to slap them to death long ago, when he had nothing else to do. Jiang Che began to flip through the novel script. Know your enemy and know yourself. Oh, around chapter 30, Lin Yu actually had a cave encounter? Jiang Che's eyes lit up, rushed through the chapter verbatim, not daring to drop a word. There's a cave below a certain mountain stream on the outskirts of Hangzhou. Inside it hides the legacy of a high-ranking person. The cave only opens once every 6 years. Obviously, this cave was a strange encounter that Lin Yu's masters had left behind for him. There's quite a bit of good stuff inside the cave. A space jade pendant. And there's also a lightweight secret. Jiang Che licked the corners of his mouth. This I must not go to intercept? Now Lin Yu must be very anxious, because that cave only opens every 6 years and lasts 7 days at a time. Based on Lin Yu's current sentence, he definitely won't be able to make it in time. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth rose madly. Your opportunity. I'll just laugh it off. After returning home, Jiang Che was once again given a big hug by his cheap mother. In his previous life he was very popular with these rich wives. My little chul is handsome again. Jiang Yunli smiled like a flower, not hiding her love for Jiang Che. Jiang Che was speechless and picked up a tissue to wipe the drool off his face. This mother of his originally a young lady, from a large family in the capital, grew up to be simple and kind, married to Zhang Yuan after the couple love and happiness. There were no bumps in the road in her life, so maybe the only bump in her life was when she had the baby. It's also a proper Mary Sue type heroine in a romance novel. Jiang Che was indifferent to his old mom. He was a little perverted, but not born. And at that moment, Zhang Yuan also walked out with a happy smile on his face. Let me tell you, in the future, our Jiang family will have more than $100 billion in assets. Zhang Yuan's tone was tinged with pride even as he uttered these words. Hubby, can it be that our family is going bankrupt? Zhang Yunli's face paled slightly. Zhang Yuan smiled helplessly. How can we go bankrupt? What I mean is that our Jiang family might go even higher in the future. Remember I told you earlier about a new type of drug developed by our Yuchu pharmaceutical enterprise? Has the R&D been successful? Jiang Yunli seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes widened slightly. That's right. The anti-cancer special drug that our company invested over $10 billion to develop previously has already made stage-by-stage progress. The results of the Phase 1 clinical trials are now perfect. Wow, that's awesome. Jiang Che fell silent as he listened to Jiang Yuan's words. His own cheap old father's company was a pharmaceutical company. Even if he looked at all the pharmaceutical companies in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the Profound Cherub Group could be ranked in the top 10. In the original plot, the Yucho Group is spending tens of billions of dollars to research and develop a special anti-cancer drug. If it can be successfully developed, the profits would be huge. As a matter of fact, the Yucho Group did develop a special anti-cancer drug that could almost suppress more than 90% of cancers, and could even renew the lives of patients with terminal cancers. The effect is strong, and once it's released, I'm afraid the market capitalization of the Profound Chance Group will directly double. But you're the villain, so how could you possibly fall in favor? The second shareholder within the company colluded with the R&D staff and secretly got rid of the drug formula, ultimately causing all of Yuan Che Group's $10 billion investment to go down the drain. It was also after this incident that the Jiang family fell apart. In order to maintain his status as a rich second generation, Jiang Che decided to do something about it. Dad, are you sure there's no mole inside the company? Jiang Che's one sentence stopped Jiang Yuan in his tracks. A mole? You mean? Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Anti-cancer drug. This is a secret recipe. If it leaks, Jiang Yuan shook his head. The identities of the developers of anti-cancer drugs are all top secret. The level of secrecy is very high. Nothing is absolutely confidential. I suggest you secretly check and line up everyone inside the company, especially the major shareholders. Jiang Che's hint was already obvious. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, then nodded seriously. Yeah, I'll do it. Jiang Yuan's attitude is very serious. In fact, he himself is also a bit alert. After all, he is from nothing in just a dozen years to a company to the level of the market value of 100 billion. It can't be a cutie of the company, must have his own eyes in the company face. Protagonist Lin Yu's wisdom-reducing aura can reduce not only himself, the villain, but all the people in an entire script. Only his own villain was cut down more, and he became a straight-up brainless cutie. Xiao Che, I think you should study finance and economics in the future, so that you can come to our company after graduation. I'm getting old. I can't afford to have no one to follow in my footsteps. Jiang Yuan had a sad face and began to complain. I'm still waiting for you to take over so I can spend time with your mom. Jiang Che shrugged. He only wanted to be the second generation of the rich and did not want to struggle. Being a villain. It's so nice to take care of the children of luck and pick up girls at the same time, isn't it? The hell with taking over the company. It's okay, you can still have children, so you can give me another sibling. After Jiang Che opened his mouth, Jiang Yuan man directly went numb. If the big one is ruined, do you really want to practice a small one? Chapter 14, Breaking into the Electronic Mysteries and Tasting the Cyber Life. Jiang Yuan is a cautious man. After Jiang Che's reminder, he caused his inner circle in the company to secretly investigate that night. As the chairman of the company, he has eyes and ears all over the group. It quickly turned up some clues. Li Chanyu? What does she want with this woman? Li Chanyu is the second largest shareholder of the company and an old man who built the company together with him. It doesn't matter if we don't check. Once we do, a lot of the shareholders are rebellious. Ha! Jiang Yuan revealed a bloodthirsty expression, very different from the gentle and elegant expression he had before in front of Jiang Che. It looks like there's going to be a wave of bloodshed inside the company as well. Late at night, Lin Yu in the detention center was sitting on the toilet, watching the night sky outside the window, and unintentionally glimpsed the red light in the sky. Red moon descending? Damn! How could I forget about this? Tomorrow is the time for the cave to open. Lin Yu's entire body instantly became anxious. The red moon descends. Time for the cave to open. This was what his own Grand Master had told him, that there were rare treasures inside the cave that could help him become stronger. The most important thing is, I heard from my master that there's a crucial jade pendant inside. I heard that this jade pendant represents a marriage contract. The other side of the marriage contract is still some hidden family. Mentioning the marriage contract, Lin Yu could be in a hurry. If he failed to enter the cave this time, the next time he would enter the cave would be 6 years later. 6 years later he himself would be nigh on 25, and the object of his engagement would probably be long married, wouldn't he? It's a ing joke. Officer, I'm in a hurry. Let me out. Sir, I beg you please let me out. I'm in a real hurry. My mom died. I have to go back for the funeral. However, no one gave a damn about him. 7 days. Only 7 days left. I have to get out. But jailbreaking is definitely out of the question, so you'll just have to take your time and figure it out. Early the next morning, Jiang Che was then ready to move. In advance, he snatched away the chance that belonged to Lin Yu. Of course, Jiang Che was more cautious. There's no way he'll go alone. Hell, there's no telling if there'll be any traps or anything like that. That's why he brought a large number of people with him. Most of these people were hired from inside the bodyguard company, and there were even a few who specialized in demolition. Dozens of people rushed inside the small mountain forest with great vigor. Because Jiang Che didn't know the exact location, he only knew that it was under a mountain spring. But it doesn't matter. Search the mountain. There was strength in numbers, and they were searching the mountain. Jiang Che just laid back on the rattan chair and ate chips leisurely. Oh, Yi Mengyao texted me? Jiang Che curiously clicked on the message. Ha, want to ask me out on a date? Sorry, I refuse. Jiang Che understood Yi Mengyao's little mind at this moment too well. Sometimes girls are like this. If you back off, she'll take more initiative. To put it bluntly, this is. Yi Mengyao, who had been rejected on the other side, looked at her cell phone in a daze, her beautiful big eyes covered with a light mist of water, deadly biting his thin lips to keep from looking so wretched. Repeatedly rejected. Mind is a little broken. She was already willing to overcome her internalized misogyny. Wanted to try and date Jiang Che, but why won't you give me that chance? You want Heir, who was on the side, had a complicated heart after seeing Yi Mengyao in this state. Yi Mengyao actually still has feelings for Jiang Che. If Jiang Che had really interfered and made Yi Mengyao fall in love with him, he also revealed his own gold-worshipping side. She just wanted to live. Why does Jiang Che always want to target herself? The bad guy. Sister Yao Yao, don't think about that stinky man. Let's both of us go watch a movie. Yuan Heir took the initiative to take Yi Mengyao's hand. Yi Mengyao's transformation made Yuan Heir a bit panicked. In case she hated herself and the relationship between them broke, then she will have to go to work herself. She didn't want to work part-time, she just wanted to be a little riceworm. Yi Mengyao nodded and guffawed at Yuan Heir. She then hugged the little loli tightly in her arms. She loved the milky, creamy smell of Yuan Heir's body the most. Young master, found it. We found a huge stone gate, but it won't open. And there's no key here. A few of his men ran to Jiang Che and reported. What's the point? Why don't you guys just blow the door open with a dynamite pack? Jiang Che said indifferently. Sure enough, even though the cave was opened once every 6 years, one was not the main character. It was still difficult to open the stone door. On what grounds? Why should the stone door open automatically when the protagonist arrives? I'm the villain and you're tightly closed? It's like those heroines in novels who meet the protagonist and directly give and invite the king into the jar for nothing. And when they meet themselves as the villain, they directly go on misogyny. So be tough. Boom. Under the bombardment of a professional demolition team, a stone gate in the district was directly blown to pieces. A cave was revealed in it. You guys, go ahead and scout the way. Bring me the jade pendant and scroll when you see it. Jiang Che pointed at a few bodyguards. As professional bodyguards, they unconditionally obeyed any orders from their employers. A couple of the bodyguards hadn't been in there long before they ran out wailing. Snakes! There are poisonous snakes in there. There are poisonous insects. Big centipedes half a meter long. Boss, I got the stuff. A grizzled bodyguard ran and brought in front of Jiang Che, handing over a tattered scroll in his hand and a yellowish dragon talisman jade pendant to Jiang Che. Not bad. Jiang Che transferred $100,000 to each bodyguard that went in on the spot. Anyway, he's not short of money at all, so what if he rewards them a little when he's happy? Good thing I didn't go in there. The corners of Jiang Che's lips slightly hooked. He had expected this scene. A villain himself trying to steal the protagonist's opportunity. It must be difficult. There's nothing in there, is there? The few bodyguards who were bitten shook their heads repeatedly. No more. I just knocked the floor one by one. Everything is gone. There's nothing in there but poisonous insects and snakes. There's only these two things. Jiang Che nodded, then pulled out a plastic jade pendant from his pocket that had been prepared long ago, as well as a copy of 5 years of research and examination, 3 years of simulation. You guys put these two things back, and then when you leave, don't forget to fix this stone door. Change the electronic door. Jiang Che stroked his chin. He was rather looking forward to it. This guy Lin Yu will definitely come here again in the end. I wonder how he'll feel then. Trespassing in the secret world of electronics, tasting the life of cyber. It's gonna be fun, right? When he thought of this, Jiang Che GGG laughed out. Chapter 15 Yi Mengyao's birthday gift. The girl with extremely low self-esteem. On the way back from the cave, Jiang Che sat in the back seat of the Maybach, playing with the jade pendant. This pale yellow dragon talisman jade pendant was exquisitely crafted, and at a glance, one could tell that it was an antique of great value. It is warm in the hand and gives a strong sense of intimacy. Drop the blood and recognize the master. Jiang Che had learned from the plot that the jade pendant required a blood drop to recognize its owner in order to activate the storage space inside. Jiang Che gently bit his finger with his teeth, then dripped his blood on top of the jade pendant. After a moment of trance, immediately afterward, he clearly perceived that he and the jade pendant seemed to have some kind of extra connection in general. The jade pendant seemed to be like a book bag to him, able to move things into space with just his mind. It doesn't work? It's good for magic. Storage space was just a tool for the protagonist of a normal novel to make money and upgrade, but for Jiang Che it was a bit inadequate. But since it's Lin Yu's chance, then I'll take them all. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth hooked up with a coldness. Originally, he was prepared to, if he couldn't open the stone door, he would blow the cave flat. No trace of snow, a lightness secret. You need to have the cultivation of dark power to cultivate it, and after the great accomplishment, you can do treading on snow without any traces and walk on water. Lin Yu also has a different name in the novel, the Lightweight Kid. It is after practicing this light power, opened the journey of loading, light power after a small success. Then came a wave of people in front of the saint, met a child who was caught in the lake, directly performed water floating, shocked everyone. But now, he's kind of missing a big pretender. Jiang Che roughly flipped through the secret book twice, and the contents on it were all memorized in his mind. Over the top. It's a little bit of a perk of being a traveler. After Jiang Che returned home, he was somewhat surprised to encounter a few unfamiliar faces. Chul, you're back? Look who's here. Ah son, what you told me last night. After I returned to the company, I had people investigate carefully, and it turned out that I really did find something. There are several major shareholders in the company who are secretly doing things behind my back. If I hadn't found out earlier, I guess the company would have lost a lot of money this time. Damn, these underfed wolf cubs, how dare they turn against me? Although Jiang Yuan was cursing and spitting, the eyes that looked at Jiang Che revealed compassion. At the same time there was a vague sense of braggadocio. This you are Wang Liuyun uncle, and baby Yen Yen. You and Yen Yen too must have 5 or 6 years have not seen each other, right? When Jiang Yuli was with outsiders, she did her best to show the temperament of a lady of the house. Wang Liuyun also saw Jiang Che at this time and couldn't stop nodding his head. It's been years indeed since we've seen each other, and the little kid we once were has grown so big? Wang Yanran, who was sitting on the sofa, also raised her eyes to Jiang Che. There seemed to be a hint of complexity in his eyes. Jiang Che laughed lightly and slowly took his seat. Wang Liuyun, the head of Hangzhou's Public Security Bureau, is a sworn brother to his cheap old man. Of course, the main thing is his daughter, Wang Yanyan, one of the heroines in the book, a high-strung policewoman. Sister Huma, long time no see. Jiang Che, long time no see. The usually thunderous Wang Yanyan was somewhat inexplicably embarrassed at this moment. Xiao Che, thanks to your Uncle Wang's help today, he helped me catch those business spies inside the company. Wang Liuyun smiled and excused himself. No, this is part of the job. But after chatting, the topic came back to Jiang Che and Wang Yanran. Jiang Yuli pulled up Wang Yanyan's soft and boneless little hand. His tone soft. Yan baby, you're much prettier than when you were a child. Auntie Mia, I've wanted a daughter since I was a child. It's almost a heart disease. Jiang Yuan, Wang Liuyun, Wang Yanyan, could you be any more naked? What do you mean you want a daughter? You want a daughter-in-law, don't you? Of course, Wang Lai operates as Wang Yanyan's old father. In fact, the marriage of his own daughter is also more important. If the future can really marry into the Jiang family is not bad, the relationship between the two families to add to the family. Wang Liuyun also sighed out. Indeed, my home Ran is 23, a big girl. She hasn't even fallen in love, so it's a real rush. In a few words, Wang Yanyan was sold, and Wang Yanyan was also blushing slightly at this time. Dad, what are you talking about? As it turned out, I didn't realize that the more we talked, the more outrageous it got. I'm 5 years older than Jiang Che. What's wrong with being 5 years older? A woman's 3 years older than you. You're almost 2 bricks old. Huma Wang. When had Wang Yanyan ever seen such a scene? In a word, awkward. If I had known I wouldn't have come. I have work to do this afternoon. I'll go back first. Saying that, Wang Yanyan stood up. Chul, you drive and give Yinya a ride. Jiang Che's eyes slightly converged. Good. The two left the Jiang family one after the other. Jiang Che and the two of them were walking side by side, which was quite a match, except that Wang Yanran was a bit restrained. Jiang Che, long time no see. That's what you just said. Jiang Che laughed out softly. The eyes inadvertently sized up Wang Yanyan. The body is exaggerated and I don't know how this chick eats her way out of it. Where are you looking? Wang Yanyan's face was slightly red. As a police officer, how could she not detect that kind of look in Jiang Che's eyes? She had seen this kind of look in many men's eyes, but Jiang Che's look was surprisingly not annoying yet. Actually, Wang Yanyan was also a bit emotional. Her impression of Jiang Che was still stuck on that little follower. Yi Mengyao pinched an invitation card and arrived beside the Jiang family villa area with a complicated face. I also wonder if Jiang Che will come to my birthday ceremony? He seems to hate me. Yi Mengyao bit her thin lips, but with the friendship between the Yi family and the Jiang family, Jiang Che should give himself this face, right? After all, Jiang Che had gone to Jiang Che's previous birthday gift himself, so he certainly wouldn't not give face now. In fact, Right now Yi Mengyao's feelings towards Jiang Che were already very complicated. She only wanted to treat Jiang Che as her brothers, but her heart was very empty and lost after seeing Jiang Che ignoring her. Jiang Che should still be angry with herself, and she's ready for her birthday gift. Gather the courage to respond to Jiang Che's feelings. Thinking of this, a touch of shyness gradually surfaced on Yi Mengyao's pretty face. It's really shameful. But soon, a familiar voice reached her ears. The expression on his face froze instantly as he looked up. Jiang Che and a woman walked out of the Jiang family villa with a smile on their faces. It was quite a distance away, but she could still tell. That woman was really beautiful. It was a mature beauty that didn't belong to her age group, and her proud figure caused an instant inferiority complex to rise. For some reason, Yi Mengyao was very solid when she saw that scene, and the jealousy in her heart felt as if it had been overturned, so sneaked up behind the two. It was until the two of them got into Jiang Che's Maybach. Drops, detected Yi Mengyao peeping, triggering the choice of the big bad. Choice 1, very straight man. Immediately kick Wang Yanyan off the bus. Wang Yanyan's favorability -10. Yi Mengyao's favorability +10. Option 2, be muffled and honestly send Yanyan Wang back to the police station. Wang Yanyan's favorability -5. Choice 3, A goes up. Wang Yanyan's favoritism +10. Reward, 10 years of internal strength. Chapter 16, fast forward to the chasing husband crematorium. As a dark force powerhouse, Jiang Che's 5 senses were all strengthened to a level. Naturally, he'd already detected a little wildcat spying on him, but he didn't flaunt it. Being spied on was fine. Anyway, it's time to make you anxious. 2. That little bit of Yi Mengyao's mind was pinpointed very well by him. As for the villain choice, what's the point of choosing? Brainless pick 3. Just kick Wang Yanyan off the bus? It's not like Wang Yanyan is some arrogant young lady. As for being an honest man or something, that's even less likely. Look at the third option. After A goes up, the favorability level even goes up instead. Get it? That's women. And a 10-year internal strength bonus? That's not to be blamed. Sister Yanran, just now I heard Uncle Wang say, you haven't been in love yet? Jiang Che's words made Wang Yanran instantly embarrassed. What do you want? You don't want to be my boyfriend, do you? Stinky brother. Wang Yanyan also revealed a playful smile. Jiang Che was actually just a little boy whose hair hadn't even grown all the way up in her eyes. Sister Ran, do you remember playing house when you were little? Jiang Che's cold words made Wang Yanyan's face stiffen, and then her entire face burst into red. How do you remember? Jiang Che revealed a face of innocence. Then can I not remember? After all, I was only 7 years old at that time. You're not allowed to remember. You forget it. Wang Yanyan's composure all disappeared and was replaced by an endless sense of shame. When they were young, children often liked to play house with each other. You as a father and I as a mother or something. It's too normal. Not to mention that at that time, Wang Yanyan was still in the throes of youth and was more curious about the opposite sex. So, no at all. She, Wang Yanyan, didn't have any black spots in her life. Only in this matter. Every time she recalled it, she always wanted to be embarrassed and wanted to slap herself furiously, then bury her head in the sand. Sister Ran, how could I have forgotten then? I was only 7 years old at that time. I was still a little boy. Don't talk. I didn't do anything to you. Wang Yanyan had never been so embarrassed. But you left me psychologically traumatized. Looking at Jiang Che's aggrieved face, Wang Yanran wanted to slap him over. You're just a hamarti. Even the whole dialect thing. Typical cussing in a hurry. Tell you what, Sister Ran, give me a kiss. Kiss your ass. I think you're daydreaming. The Maybach's windows weren't closed. This scene was all clearly seen by Yi Mengyao from afar. The young girl's head was buzzing with confusion straight away. Even the invitation in his hand fell to the ground, and a feeling that was difficult to describe in words gradually spread from the bottom of his heart. It's sour. A pair of almond eyes were also covered with tears at some point. She understood, and in an instant she realized her feelings for Jiang Che. Turns out it wasn't the brother-sister relationship she thought it would be. But Jiang Che is now with other women. The young girl's delicate body kept trembling, biting her thin lips in death. Her nails were deeply embedded into her flesh. He is completely. No chance? Fast forward directly to the chasing husband crematorium. The scene was so solid that Yi Mengyao cried and ran away. Before leaving, he also picked up the invitation on the ground, as if picking up his broken heart. You drive. I'm going to be late for work. Wang Yanran glared at Jiang Che. This guy, too much asshole. Jiang Che was in a good mood and didn't answer her question positively. Where's your police station? Hangcheng New District Police Station. Wang Yanyan said without any good humor. He even secretly twisted Jiang Che's thigh. Has your police station recently imprisoned a guy named Linyu? Wang Yanyan frowned. How do you know? This guy was detained for fighting and assault. Can it be that he's your classmate? Ran-chan. Don't you call me Ran-dash. when I was 7 years old. Okay, you call it whatever you want. Wang Yanyan was directly helpless. Zhang Che let out a light laugh. One move and I'll eat it all. This guy Lin Yu is still going to make a move on me. It's inexplicable that he targeted me on his first day in the class. I don't know where he gets his confidence from. Wang Yanyan also couldn't help but nod her head. Indeed, this Lin Yu even molested me when he first entered the police station. Lin Yu is really acting like an egomaniac these days. A very disgusting guy. Ho, ugh, this not a thing. And so, the two of them just cursed all the way from Zhang's house to the police station, counting down all the flaws in Lin Yu. Achoo, what's going on? Lin Yu, who was in the detention center, sneezed for 10 minutes in a row, almost scraping his nose. With one's dark strength powerhouse physique, there was no way one could catch a cold. Someone is definitely cursing me. 100% it's that dog Zhang Che. It should be said that the intuition of the son of Qi was still strangely accurate, and he guessed it all at once. But the current him didn't have the heart to care about that anymore, because the cave was open once every 6 years. If he missed the cave, he didn't know when he would have to wait, and he had always been more and more manic the past 2 days, always feeling like he had lost something that was his. Damn it, I've got to get out. Suddenly, he seemed to remember someone. His own master is a miracle doctor. When he was young, he left good karma all around, and his hand of heaven-defying medical skills saved I don't know how many people of great wealth and great fortune. If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be an old man with quite a lot of power right in Hangzhou. I want to call. I need to find someone. Lin Yu was once again excited. Chapter 17, Lin Yu who was crippled by neglect. Lin Yu was a son of Qi after all, and still had many means. Surprisingly, they actually got bailed out. Only after taking a few breaths of the outside air did Lin Yu's gaze gradually firm up. The school will go later, or the cave is more important. With that said, Lin Yu ran non-stop towards the mountainous area left to him by his master. That's right, run. The current Lin Yu was penniless, and his wallet had disappeared at some point. What with all the popularity of code-sweeping payments for transportation nowadays, and he, an expert who had been practicing hard for more than 10 years in the mountains, his impression of the city was still stuck 10 years ago, no different than a savage. In fact, he was originally going to contact Yi Changkong and ask him to find someone to drive him around, but the trip to the cave must be hidden. This was his chance, and there must not be a single mistake. Running from the afternoon until late at night, an estimated distance of 2 marathons. World champion marathoner Kipchoge was in tears watching. It's finally here. So far away. Might as well call Yi Changkong. Lin Yu cursed and looked down at his shoes. The soles were worn out and his thumbs were showing. Even if he was a dark force powerhouse he was exhausted. Lin Yu arrived on top of the mountain stream and directly leapt down from it. The height of 10 or so meters was high for a dark force powerhouse like him, but it didn't have much of an effect. It landed smoothly and even put on a show, even though no one was watching. Which dropped the nail. Me at UN percent #NI, at $. Lin Yu directly covered his feet in pain, the long nails almost piercing his paws, but he staggered to his feet with amazing fortitude, walking slowly to the stone gate. Stone, where's the stone door? Lin Yu stared at the electronic door in front of him with wide eyes and a dumbfounded expression, countless question marks appearing in his entire head. Lin Yu leaned over the electronic door and studied it carefully, even surreptitiously tapping on it with his finger. Please enter the password. The electronically synthesized mechanical voice startled Lin Yu. Holy, old man Lin, you're ing with my mind, aren't you? And an electronic door? You got the secret realm yourselves and you're telling me it's once every 6 years? I'll be damned. Lin Yu clearly didn't take this electronic door seriously and clenched his fists. A direct punch was thrown. A murderous squeal. Why is this door so hard? I'm a dark force powerhouse. It couldn't break the defense at all, and his fingers were numb from the shock. If you can't attack by force, you can use a clever trick. What code? Lin Yu could only honestly crack this whatever code. Drops. Please answer the 3 questions. The door will open automatically when you're done. Lin Yu smiled, smiling with confidence and arrogance. Don't look at the fact that he has been practicing hard on the mountain for more than 10 years, but in fact, in terms of knowledge, he is a well-deserved schoolmaster. You ask. Question 1, shout out I am a dog 3 times and learn 3 barks. Mud horse old man Lin. Lin Yu directly cursed. Such torturous and boring questions do seem like something old man Lin could do. Old man Lin, I know this is your trick. You should be able to hear me too, right? Don't mess with me. There's no way I'm going to bow down. Lin Yu had his arms wrapped around his chest in a condescending manner. That's it. Fighting the air for 10 minutes. Lin Yu was a bit tense. Hello? Old man Lin, you're not really going to make me learn how to bark, are you? Will you get back to me? Fine. I'll take this revenge. I'm a dog. I'm the dog. I'm the dog. Woof woof woof. Lin Yu almost gritted his teeth before saying it. In Lin Yu's perception, it was still that master of his who was screwing him over. Drops. Now listen to the second question. Please tell us the secret you've been hiding in the deepest part of your heart. Lin Yu shrugged. There was no problem with that. You old man Lin, don't you know? Peeking at the next village's Wang widow's bath. But you watched it with me, and you're still playing this game with me? Drops. Now listen to question 3. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth rose wildly. Is this it? Old man Lin, you're not so good, are you? That's what you want me to do? Question 3. Please recite pi to 10,000 decimal places in its entirety. Ring you? What? Could you be any more of a ing psycho? Chanting 10,000 decimal places? Could you be any less ing human? But Lin Yu eventually succumbed to reality, turned on my cell phone and started chanting at the long length of pi. Ha! It's only 10,000 bits in the district. It's reading. It's not memorization. Isn't this a breeze? Although Lin Yu felt that the question was nonsensical, it was only 10,000 digits in the district. It was too simple. Reading 2 digits a second by himself for just over an hour wasn't a difficult problem. 3,141,5926. When I read the 400th digit, I suddenly misread a number. Dropping. Misread. Please reread. Lin Yu frowned, instinctively sensing that something was wrong somewhere. Still, he reread it, this time a little slower and more attentive. Still, there was an error when reading another 1,000 digits. Grass. It can only be reread. Read over 2,000 digits. Straw mud horses. More than 3,000. Lean. More than 5,000. Ah, after I don't know how many tries, 2 nights had passed, and it was even coming to noon on the 3rd day. Rinyu is still reading. The phone's power was saved as much as it could be, and even at the end of the day he was able to skillfully recite up to 5,000 bits. The inside of his brain was already severely loaded, hungry and sleepy, both eyes dimmed. Tick. Congratulations on successfully completing all trials. Tick. The door has been opened. The electronic door opened. Lin Yu cried out directly. To think that he, the descending mad dragon, a dark force powerhouse, a tough guy who bleeds but doesn't shed tears, he'd actually cry, tortured inhumanly. Now all inside his head were numbers. Everything he looked at was like a number, and he had the feeling of wanting to mechanically fly up. Finally came in. Lin Xiaotian, don't let me run into you again. I'll pull out my beard if I run into you. Lin Yu practically crawled inside the cave. The inside of the cave was clean, with only a golden jade pendant and a bluish-purple secret book placed on top of a stone table. Wait, blue and purple? Lin Yu was a little confused. As he approached, Lin Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. 5 years of research. 3 years of simulation? What is this ancient martial arts secret? A new skin? The corner of Lin Yu's mouth twitched as he picked up the thick book of information. Really information? Ha? ING math? Or a new edition this year? Even if Lin Yu was stupid, he knew that he was being tricked. Asterisk 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 mud horse old man Lin. Just catch me alone to organize, right? What a cave secret that opens once every 6 years. It's all a lie. This kind of fooling around Lin Xiaotian can do. But he still disbelieved and turned the information all the way to the last page. The writing was indeed left on it. Child, knowledge changes destiny. Master, I know you're quick-tempered and hostile. You must have suffered a loss, right? Listen to Master's advice. Put down your kung fu and read more books. The Masters want you to refine your heart. It's not good for you to increase your strength too fast. And don't be obsessed with women. Only learning will make you better. Women will only affect the speed of your sword drawing. Chapter 18. Next I will swear. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. Woof woof. Rinyu froze. For some reason, looking at the sage advice between the lines gave him the urge to cry. He did go to a detention center for beating up someone and took a big loss. It's hard to feel like crying. Let yourself put down your fisticuffs and learn by heart. But if one stops practicing, how can I become stronger? Although Lin Xiaotian, his master, was usually unreliable, he was very serious about his cultivation. Since it's what master said, then I naturally have to abide by it. Lin Yu thought about it carefully. He did seem to be very hostile, hitting people without moving. This habit had to be changed. Although he felt as if something was not quite right somewhere, the teachings from his master did benefit him greatly. During this time, I'll leave my own internal kung fu alone for a while. Cultivation is only possible if you cultivate your mind first. And at this moment, Jiang Che sat cross-legged on the bed, sensing the lightweight skill that he had just acquired today. Jiang Che's talent was quite good, and in just one night's time, this lightweight skill had already been introduced to him. I've reached the point where I'm as light as a bird's nest. To put it bluntly, I can run with energy, and I can go up to the 18th floor without taking a breath. A moment later, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Those handwriting left for Lin Yu in the cave. Of course he wrote them. What's the point of practicing Nima? Hurry up and stop the inward roll. Let me roll a little longer. Like the college students who are frantically stealing in their dorm rooms as they approach final exams. And at this moment, Jiang Che also received a message on his cell phone. Oh, Lin Yu was actually bailed out? Put, you're really barking like a dog, aren't you? Ha ha. Peeking at Widow Wan's bath? What a laugh. The culprit of the E-gate was naturally Jiang Che as well. After Jiang Che finished laughing, the smile on his face gradually converged, and was replaced by depth. He had already figured out what to do to fix Lin Yu. Anum. BR. Jiang Che returned to school. He noticed Yi Mengyao. All morning Yi Mengyao, this chick, seemed to be burying her head in her homework. This girl, she's not a victim, is she? And just then, the homeroom teacher Zhu Yong walked in. There will be no class next period. The whole school will go to the playground for a meeting. Lin Yu's review meeting. Zhu Yong's face was obviously not very good. After this matter of Lin Yu made a big deal. His grade director was considered to be at the end of his job. There was a lot of talk inside the class. After Zhu Yong left, Jiang Che stroked his chin and revealed a bad smile. Then he called the two of them, Lu Tai and Wang Zhang, over. Jiang Xiao, what's the matter? Young Jiang, Monkey and I will definitely be at your head. Jiang Che's eyes were flat as he took out a USB flash drive. You guys take this, when we have the meeting later. When Lin Yu makes his apology in front of the whole school, you guys go to the broadcasting room and play out what's in here. It has the voice of Lin Yu learning to bark. Understand? The two of them, Wang Zhang and Lu Tai, had gradually lewd eyes. Hey, I'm the best at doing bad things. Don't worry, young Jiang, things are definitely done cleanly. Looking at the two's departing backs, Jiang Che let out a light laugh. I didn't expect this to come in handy so soon. There was a meeting right there in the playground at Shire's school. This meeting was supposed to be used to criticize Lin Yu. Actually, Lin Yu wouldn't have made such a big deal out of it if he had simply beaten up someone. But nah, drawing the police here has naturally had a considerable impact on Shiredo School's reputation. Coincidentally, that day the leader from above happened to come for an inspection, so Lin Yu directly became the head of the head. If it is not above the Yi Changkong for him to cover a little bit, Lin Yu has long been expelled. The face of Lin Yu, who had ascended the stage, was as hard as if he had eaten. This apologizing in front of the whole school, it's simply humiliating, but he also had to do it. If he doesn't do it, he risks being expelled from school. There were still so many beautiful female students inside Shirlan School waiting for him to pick them up. At this moment, under the stage, Yi Mengyao stood in the front row as the class president, her eyes glancing over Jiang Che from time to time. As soon as she saw Jiang Che, she thought of the scene of Jiang Che and that strange woman together a few days ago. She hadn't slept well in the past few days. The jealousy in her heart was knocked over. Jealousy abounds. After that day, after meeting that beautiful woman with the exaggerated figure of Wan Yanyan, she developed an extremely strong sense of crisis. Compared to Wan Yanyan, she was a plate of bean sprouts. It's very self-conscious, so she's even padded up a bit today. But today's Jiang Che didn't even bother to give her a single glance. Could it be that the Jiang Che who had once chased after her for 6 years really didn't like her anymore? It's really kind of unwilling. Rinyu slowly walked up to the podium, still limping, in front of the entire school, publicly executed. An arrogant protagonist like Lin Yu simply couldn't accept such a fact, but he quickly thought of the teachings that his master had given him, that he had come down the mountain this time only to refine his heart in the red dust. Right, you can't be angry. After all, is a golden lynx not the best thing that ever happened to you? He then picked up the script and began to read. My name is Lin Yu. I just transferred to Shirlan School a few days ago, but I went to the detention center for hitting someone with my hands, and I now realize my mistake very clearly. Pretty standard apology quote. And at that moment, inside the school's broadcasting studio, the original broadcasting student was tied up in 5 pieces. Lu Tai and Wang Zhang both had lewd smiles on their faces. Little student, we'll take over your studio for now, okay? When we're done, we'll untie you, and you'll pretend you don't know anything, and when the school leaders ask, you'll just say you had to go to the toilet. I and Lu Tai too, what background you certainly know, unless you do not want to mix in Hangzhou. The broadcasting student nodded his head vigorously, like a chicken pecking at rice. Ha. The flash drive is plugged in. The sound was then played over loudspeakers throughout the schoolyard. Lin Yu was still speaking. I am truly sorry for Lu Tai and Wang Zhang. I swear that I will never hit anyone randomly again. Next I will swear. I'm a dog. Woof woof woof. Rinyu was interrupted by a voice from inside the speaker. And the voice inside the speaker. It was clearly Lin Yu's own voice as well. For a moment, the entire campus was quiet. It's a seamless transition because it's Rinyu's vocals before and after. In an instant, the expression of Lin Yu on the stage gradually became stiff. Why does that voice sound so much like your own? Wait, that's the sound of your own voice. He remembered what he had said yesterday in front of the cave's electronic door. But how could it be here? Chapter 19, Collapsed Lin Yu. Yi Mengyao's bar mitzvah. Lin Yu was confused. Standing on the stage for a moment, he didn't know what to do. The sound inside the speakers was still coming in. I'm a dog. I'm the dog. Woof woof woof. When I was a kid, I even spied on Widow One from the next village taking a bath. It's taut. Thousands of students on stage looked taut. Holy, what the hell? Isn't this a review meeting? Why is he barking like a dog? Peeping at the widow next door taking a shower? I'm convinced. Eat melon, eat melon. This guy. Obviously he's been screwed. And I don't know who he's offended. No need to guess? It must be Jiang Xiao. I heard that this Lin Yu offended Jiang Che when he first transferred to the school. And with Jiang Xiao's temperament, he'll kill him. This Lin Yu is probably going to die a social death. If I were him, I'd be so embarrassed right now that I'd be able to spiral into the sky. Standing on the stage, Lin Yu was indeed incomparably embarrassed. As thousands of gazes sneered at him, it made him so embarrassed that he wanted to burrow into the ground. He was all pride, and encountering such a situation is simply unbearable. And at that moment the school leaders reacted as an afterthought as a man in a suit stepped up to the podium. One snatched the microphone from Lin Yu's hand. What are you babbling about? Rinyu? This is your review meeting. It's not for you to have a seizure. The sudden criticism left the Lin Yu people confused. Can't you see? Someone is trying to set me up. This is clearly someone setting me up in advance. Lin Yu desperately tried to explain, but the school leader's eyes filled with an indifference as he looked at him. How could he not know that Lin Yu was being spoofed? But in this situation now, he could only let Lin Yu take the blame for this, because he would have been in the wrong. You have a point? Go back and write a 10,000 word review. Lin Yu couldn't tense up completely. His nature was to be unruly and untamed. It was already humiliating enough. If he endured any longer, he would become a teenage mutant ninja turtle. Lin Yu was just about to get angry when the school leader's words made him hold his tongue. You don't want to get it on, do you? Lin Yu was trembling with anger. He was now powerless and had nowhere to exert his powerful strength. It's hard to hold it in. Cackle cackle cackle. Lin Yu's clenched fists made a cackling sound. One is being screwed. How could Lin Yu not understand at this point that the cave he had gone to was simply a fake? He then said, how could his own master get an electronic door? There's also a copy of 5 years of research and examination, 3 years of simulation in it. And with that weird password question? Someone must have screwed themselves. The treasures inside the cave must have fallen into someone else's hands as well. Damn! Who's trying to screw me? Suddenly, Jiang Che's figure appeared in his mind. Could it be that guy? But that's impossible. How did he know I was going to the cave secret realm? It shouldn't be him, but it must be inside the school. Lin Yu racked his brain and still couldn't think of anyone else he had actually offended. But only Jiang Che. Jiang Che, you already have a way to take your death. Regardless of whether the person who had screwed himself was Jiang Che or not, he was going to make Jiang Che pay the price. For the whole morning, Yi Mengyao was doing mental construction. Eventually, still mustered up the courage. Walking over to Jiang Che, he handed an invitation in his hand to Jiang Che's table. Jiang Che, I'm organizing a birthday ceremony at the end of the month. This is the invitation for you. I went to your birthday last year. You won't not come, right? Yi Mengyao's words almost blocked Jiang Che's retreat. Birthday party? Jiang Che sized up this invitation that Yi Mengyao handed over and revealed a light smile. There is indeed such a plot in the novel. Yi Mengyao's birthday party. This is kind of a minor plot point in the drama where Yi Mengyao and Lin Yu get closer for the first time. During Yi Mengyao's banquet, a young lady from one of the other second-rate families became cynical about the overly perfect Yi Mengyao, and then put panders into Yi Mengyao's drink, wanting to make Yi Mengyao make a fool of herself in public. After Yi Mengyao was hit with the medicine, she couldn't feel anything at all. Lin Yu came out at this time, Wei Guangzheng, and used his divine medical skills. Using his acupuncture technique, he cured Yi Mengyao in 3 or 2 strokes. Then Nissy's attitude towards Lin Yu, her personal bodyguard, improved a lot. But in Jiang Che's opinion, isn't this Nima? You don't want to eat the meat that's right in front of your mouth? In terms of the naked look Lin Yu gave Yi Mengyao the first time he looked at him. We're both men. Can I not know what you're thinking, Jiang Che? Yi Mengyao cried out softly, afraid that Jiang Che would reject her again, putting her in an embarrassing situation. When Lin Yu on the other side saw this scene, his entire body was bad. The skin on his face twitched. Yi Mengyao's birthday gift? As Yi Mengyao's bodyguard himself, how come Yi Changkon didn't even send himself an invitation? Own identity should now be kept secret. At that time, he must have been secretly arranged to enter. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Yu regained his confidence. And with a birthday party like this one, there are all kinds of people. The odds are there will be accidents and danger. He himself would be like a heavenly god descending into the world at that time, directly shocking everyone. Thinking about it, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth gradually crooked up. Aha! Facing Yi Mingyao's invitation, Jiang Che only nodded and gave an ambiguous answer. Of course he would go to Yi Mingyao's birthday party. Jiang Che's heart gradually perverted as his eyes sized up Yi Mingyao. Ha! Why does this chick feel so much better about her body? I'm sorry. Jiang Che was speechless. This chick Yi Mingyao really was a big lady with a big temper. Competitiveness is kinda hard to come by. Yi Mingyao was actually very beautiful indeed, overflowing with the scent of a young girl. There was also a light body fragrance on her body. This fragrance was very different from Yuan Heir's fragrance. If she was given a score, Yi Mingyao's face value would start at least at 95. To paraphrase one of the hotter phrases on the internet, I can't even imagine how good she really smells. Despite the extreme perversion in his heart, his expression was plain. The main focus is on a high-flying persona who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. You go, and I'll be there when the time comes. The voice was as indifferent as water. With a feeling of rejecting people, Yi Mingyao still wanted to say something, but she could no longer say anything. A pair of almond eyes stared at Jiang Che. Clearly Jiang Che had already promised to come. Why was his heart still a little sad? Chapter 20. When I was weaker than you, I was coy, but when I was stronger than you, I struck hard. Out of the school gates, Lin Yu followed Jiang Che out. Hey, Jiang Che. Jiang Che stared back and revealed a playful smile. Student Lin Yu, you didn't hit me last time. You still want to come and hit me this time, don't you? If you want to hit me, I'll then call the police. I'd like to see who else can bail you out. Jiang Che's such arrogant words made Lin Yu's teeth itch with anger, and he had suffered more anger in the week after going down the mountain than in the past 20 years. Hardly a brash and unruly mad dragon evil doctor was forced to become a ninja turtle. Jiang Che, I'm not here to beat you up. I just want to ask you a question. Have you been over to the Western Mountain Scenic Area recently? Jiang Che nodded. Been there. What's wrong? Such sincere words confused Lin Yu. Then have you ever gone down a mountain stream? There's a cave inside, isn't there? Jiang Che continued to nod. Right? What's wrong? Lin Yu's brain was dizzy. How is that possible? Obviously, it should be a secret cave realm that belongs to you. How did Jiang Che know about it? Lin Xiaotian had made it very clear in the beginning that this cave was only known to those of them. Where did Jiang Che learn that? Is it hard to believe that the news has leaked out? Have you been inside that cave yet? Lin Yu asked nervously. Jiang Che shrugged. Of course I went. The stone door of that cave is tough. I got a professional demolition team to blow the door open. Lin Yu almost didn't have a cerebral hemorrhage when he heard it. So it is. It's all because of this Jiang Che guy. What about what's inside? Do you have all the treasures inside? Baby? What baby? It's just treasure. Did you find any scrolls or anything in there? And a jade pendant? Lin Yu anxiously said. A scroll? I do see an ancient scroll. Jiang Che's words gave Lin Yu hope. Where is it? This is mine. You quickly give it to me. This cave is handed down from my family's ancestors. Oh, it was cooler down in the cave, so I used that scroll for the fire. The expression on Lin Yu's face gradually solidified, and his entire body asked somewhat incredulously. What? You gave it a burn? Right. Don't I burn things that don't do any good? Lin Yu was almost infuriated with a cerebral hemorrhage. He rushed directly to Jiang Che, his eyes red. You give me back my stuff. Who told you to burn it? Do you know how valuable that is? Lin Yu went crazy trying to clutch Jiang Che's collar. But, the current Jiang Che was already very different from a few days ago. Lin Yu was a dark force powerhouse. How could Jiang Che not be? For a moment, Lin Yu realized with horror. He was unable to do anything about the person in front of him. He's even more powerful than himself? Dark power? Lin Yu took a few steps back and stared at Jiang Che dead in the face. A few days ago, this guy was still an ordinary guy, an ant that he could slap to death with a slap of his own hand. It hasn't even been a week yet. How did it get so good? How did you do that? Lin Yu's tiger's mouth was slightly numb and his fingers were trembling. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something in general. Cave secret. Jiang Che had gone inside the cave. Could it be the treasure inside the cave? Could it be the treasure inside the cave that allowed Jiang Che to become a dark force master in a few days? Thinking about this possibility, Lin Yu's heart set off waves of shock. Dark power is not that easy to cultivate. It belongs to the internal martial arts. Even he also started practicing martial arts when he was 6 years old, learning internal kung fu, and it took him more than 10 years to reach the cultivation level of the early stage of dark power. What kind of miraculous encounter can make a person become a dark power expert in a few days? That's not possible. What's with the dark strength and 8 strengths? What are you talking about? Jiang Che pretended to be confused. Scroll. You must have practiced the mysterious technique above the scroll. You surely remember it now, right? Lin Yu got excited. You're ing, right? Jiang Che slapped Lin Yu's hand away. Now quite a few students near the entrance of the school stopped to watch, and were still talking from time to time. After this morning's review meeting, Lin Yu now had no face at all inside Sherlan School. Even the students in the middle school next door had heard of Lin Yu's great name. But at this point, Lin Yu couldn't care less. Jiang Che, the scroll is useless to you. Why don't you give it to me? Oh, the scroll was indeed burned by me. But what's in there? It's all inside my head. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth hooked up into a smile as he raised his finger and pointed to his head. What about a showdown with you? I was coy when I wasn't as strong as you, and now that I'm slightly better than you, I'm just going to hit hard. What son of luck? You're the songbird, aren't you? As far as Jiang Che knew, Lin Yu's biggest dependence was his two masters, two ancient martial arts experts above the dark force, but they wouldn't show up at all in the early stages. It wasn't that they didn't want to show up, rather, they were trapped in some secret realm and couldn't get out. Jiang Che, you write down what's inside the scroll. I will definitely not target you in the future. This thing is very important to me. It's a relic left to me by my great-grandfather. Lin Yu tried his hardest to look humble, but the bulging veins on the corners of his forehead showed just how angry he was at this moment. Ha ha. I'll tell you if you call me dad. Oh no, I almost forgot you're a dog. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu was angry. He was really angry. Teeth were cackling. You, good enough. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something else in general. Where is the jade pendant? Is the jade pendant inside the cave also with you? A jade pendant? Jiang Che let out a light laugh, and then conjured an ancient jade pendant out of his hand like a magic trick. Look! Lin Yu's eyes were instantly attracted to the jade pendant and subconsciously reached out to snatch it, but Jiang Che took it back with one hand. The moment he saw the jade pendant, a voice in the underworld seemed to tell him, this was the jade pendant that he was looking for, the important thing that related to his life. This is my stuff. You give it to me. What? You still want to rob in the street? Everyone come over and take a look. This kid has robbed. As soon as Jiang Che yelled, Lin Yu directly calmed down and stared dead at Jiang Che in front of him. To be precise, it was staring at the jade pendant in Jiang Che's hand. He wouldn't dare make a move without complete certainty. Jiang Che was also a dark force martial artist, and it seemed, he's not weaker than himself. Once he makes a move, what if he can't take advantage? And it's crowded now, so we'll just have to take it slow. Fine, fine, I'll remember you. Lin Yu turned around and left after letting out a harsh sentence. Ha! Jiang Che played with the jade pendant in his hand, the warm feeling in his hand. It's not bad at all. As for whether he would worry about Lin Yu's retaliation, naturally not. Lin Yu's pre-existing reliance was only on himself, and at most, it was just a little bit of the connections that his master had left behind for him during the time when he used to travel around the world. It was mainly Lin Yu himself who was secretly developing. So in the early stages, you don't even have to worry about whether some old man with high strength will fall from the sky. As long as they didn't directly screw Lin Yu to death, it shouldn't even be a big deal. Go through the plot a little bit and wait until you're strong before you crush him. Chapter 21, Invitation to Dinner? Let you want air bleed hard for a wave. There's no class this afternoon. Would mister, you like to come to my home and help me with my homework? Jiang Che's sinister voice sounded behind Yuan Air. Yuan was carrying her small school bag, preparing to get into Yi Mengyao's car. Usually on weekends, Yuan Air stays with Yi Mengyao. Save what you can on weekdays and rub it in. Anyway, Yi Mengyao's family is big, so it's not bad to raise her a millet worm. Jiang Che, I have things to do this afternoon. Yuan Air instinctively wanted to refuse. Going to Jiang Che's house to tutor him in his homework? Wouldn't it be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? She was now completely through with this nasty guy. Oh, is that so? That's quite a shame. Jiang Che licked his lips and laughed out softly. Since the college bully doesn't want to help me, a hangdog. Then forget it. The school bully doesn't understand the pain of the school dropout. Yuan Air. What a handful of moral abductions. Yuan Air is a contrasting female. Although she is very dark green tea and gold digging in her heart, she gives everyone else the impression of being a soft, cute, beautiful and kind-hearted third-grade student. That's why she was very well liked. At least, other than Jiang Che, no one else could see the other side of Yuan Air. Yuan Air was also in a dilemma at this time. Well, alright then, but I only have 2 hours to tutor you. Let's stabilize the persona first. That's something to thank Mr. You for. It just so happens that you haven't eaten lunch yet, right? Let's go have lunch together. Yuan Air's nails were about to be embedded inside her flesh, but she still put on an innocent look and even bit her fingers gently. It's not good, is it? Natural-born actor. There's a new Chinese restaurant across the flyover. How about a meal there? Yuan Air was torn. She was indeed hungry. Hunger was hard to bear. She had long since had enough of this feeling. After much thought, Lori nodded heavily. Anyway, when the meal was done, he could just find an excuse to sneak away. Even if Jiang Che was an asshole, he couldn't possibly arrest himself in the street, right? And a meal for nothing. Beautiful. Yi Mengyao, who had been left out to the side, stood out at this time. The relationship between Yuan Heir and Jiang Che was obviously not ordinary. Yi Mengyao was inexplicably jealous again, and it was still her favorite and closest best friend, so Yi Mengyao directly followed suit as well. I want to go too. Jiang Che glanced at her. This Miss Yi, it's still really hot to look at. Yi Mengyao and Yuan Heir, as Heaven's Destiny heroines, there was absolutely no doubt about their face value. The main thing is, this kind of youthful, metrosexual teenage girl is just too lethal to men. No man can say no to a beautiful 18-year-old girl who is beautiful and vibrant, like it or not, but the high-flying persona can't fall apart. Is eldest Miss Yi preparing to dilly-dally? Yi Mengyao seemed to be determined to come and directly took one of Yuan Heir's arms. I'll go eat with Yuan Heir, can't I? Jiang Che smiled faintly. Hooked. That's fine. If you go, then let Yuan Heir pay for it. Jiang Che's words caused Yuan Heir's face to change slightly. Oh, paying the bill? Where did she get the money for the bill? Although she didn't know how much that Chinese restaurant consumed. A restaurant that could be favored by Jiang Che. The consumption would definitely not be low. She gets it. Jiang Che was doing this on purpose. She wanted to make a fool of herself. As expected, Yi Mengyao had no feelings about paying the bill or anything. Yi Mengyao didn't have any feelings at all. In her opinion, spending money is as simple as swiping a card. Missy never looks at the price when she goes out to spend money. Humph. Isn't it just a Chinese restaurant? It's not like we can't afford it, right, baby Wani? Yi Mengyao held over Yuan Heir's soft and boneless little hand. Yuan Heir nodded, her voice trembling a little. The newly opened Chinese restaurant is very luxurious in scale, and at a glance, you can tell that the spending here is not simple. You guys, Sister Yo-Yo, you order the food. Yuan Heir originally wanted to give the menu to the two to order from, but she wisely gave it to Yi Mengyao alone. She knew very well that if she handed Jiang Che the menu, this damnable guy would definitely order the most expensive and costly things. Baby Wanda, love you so much. Missy was as simple-minded as a child, except for the occasional bit of jealousy. It's simply a standardized silly white sweetness. This Manan ginger duck comes with a side of mushrooms in scallion oil, sausage stir-fried scallops, and turkey-flavored pot roast. Although Yi Mengyao was silly, she didn't order more, just casually ordered a few moderately priced ones. Bring it to you. Is this enough food for anyone? The next table will see it and think we can't afford it. Jiang Che picked up the menu and added a few more hard dishes. Yuan Heir. The little girl sneaked her head down and glanced at the few $1,000s left in her account with a pang. The meal was at least a couple thousand. Bad guy. Yuan Heir wanted to cry at this point, until it was time to serve the meal. Looking at that table full of colorful and delicious food, Yuan Heir's sad tears finally flowed out from the corners of her mouth. It's your own money you're spending anyway. Might as well have a little more to get back on your feet. The checkout was painful. Yuan Heir looked at the deducted $1,700 heartache to the point of being unable to extricate herself. In his heart, he cursed Jiang Che countless times. You to school girl? You don't seem very happy. Could it be that inviting us for dinner? Did it make you sad? Jiang Che teasingly opened his mouth. No. Of course I'm happy. In fact, I've been wanting to treat Sister Yao Yao once for a long time. After all, it's always Sister Yao Yao who treats me every time. I still feel guilty. Yuan Heir's acting is simply divine. Yi Mengyao was in a good mood. What is Yuan Heir baby talking about? Are we still divided into you and me? She then turned her gaze to Jiang Che. Jiang Che, the birthday party I told you about this morning. You'll come, right? Jiang Che pondered for a moment, his expression ancient and unperturbed as he silently nodded. Yi Mengyao's face was joyful. She wanted to then open her mouth to inquire about who the woman who was with Jiang Che that night was, but she didn't open her mouth in the end. After all, she herself counted for nothing now. I'm also very good at math. I can give you a math tutorial. Yi Mengyao tried to speak. Jiang Che slowly got up and wiped his mouth. I won't bother the class president with too much work. After all, I'm just a scum of the earth, a dangling tail that you look down on. With that, Jiang Che pulled Yuan Heir away. Looking at Jiang Che's departing back, endless remorse surged in Yi Mengyao's heart. Once upon a time, she did use her academic performance as a reason. She rejected Jiang Che's confession many times, and her attitude was even arrogant. But, once uttering those words hit the girl's brow with the precision of a bullet. Chapter 22, Jiang Yunli's excitement. I want her to be my daughter-in-law. Alright, Jiang Che, you've had enough. What the hell do you want? Yuan Heir followed Jiang Che to the car. There were no acquaintances around and she flipped out in a second. There's no way I'm going home with you. Can I not know what you want? You're an asshole. Yuan Heir's eyes were filled with hatred when she looked at Jiang Che. It was because of this hateful guy He had eaten over $1,000 of his own money in one meal. It's simply abominable. I can't tell. You're still strangely rich. You can afford to treat yourself to a meal of over $1,000. It's a shame that you still apply for the poverty grant inside the school every year. Jiang Che sat in the driver's seat, smiling brightly. How smart is Yuan Heir? He directly guessed what Jiang Che was trying to do. If he let the school know that he was a poor student, if the school knew that he was a poor student and was treating himself to a 1,000+ meal, what would happen? What the hell do you want? Jiang Che, will you stop bullying me? Why do you always catch me alone? Yuan Heir was a bit devastated. It wasn't like she had harmed anyone. Why are you doing this to her? At the thought, the little girl cried out in aggravation. Tearful eyes look very pitiful. The more you cry, the more sad. The little pearls snapped off. Fortunately, the Maybach sound insulation effect is remarkable. Otherwise it will be designated to attract the Asur. Jiang Che just calmly watched Yuan Heir cry, starting to sell her misery for sympathy again? But unfortunately, little girl, you've long since outlived your usefulness to me. Sure enough, Yuan Heir stopped crying after a few minutes. The corners of my eyes were red from crying. You're going to pay me back. This meal cost $17,000. You have to reimburse me $1,000. With a small hand, he justified himself and started asking for money. Jiang Che let out a light laugh. Want money? Earn it yourself. Yuan Heir gritted her teeth. What an asshole. For nothing, so handsome a set of skin. Tutor me. 700 for 2 hours. And if there's extra tutoring, I'm also available for extra money. Humph. You're just a big asshole. Yuan Heir was so angry that she wanted to open the car door and get out. But the car door had already been locked by Jiang Che a long time ago. Jiang Che directly kicked the gas. Jiang Che drove the car with one hand and lit a cigarette for himself with the other. The whole thing flowed. Ahem. Jiang Che, you even smoke? Yuan Heir coughed twice. Her impression score of Jiang Che had dropped to the freezing point. How about this? You follow me. I'll pay for your expenses from now on. What do you think? You asshole. You wish. I'm poor though, but I'm not so bad as to sell my color. Yuan Heir bared her teeth, looking like a little milk cat that had its tail stepped on. Ha, wasn't your colorful face betrayed long ago? When you followed Yi Mengyao, you didn't get taken advantage of too often. Humph, what do you know? Isn't it normal for girlfriends to interact with each other? You think everyone is like you, with a brain full of yellow waste? It's better to follow Yi Mengyao than me, and I'm richer than Yi Mengyao. Bah! Jiang Che was not in a hurry. This little wildcat was cute and tight. Not long after, the car slowly drove into the Jiang family's villa area. Although she was very reluctant, Yuan Heir still followed Jiang Che into the Jiang family. Dog Dado, little Lori cursed. The Jiang family villa was huge. The area alone was estimated to be several thousand square meters, and there were also independent gardens and swimming pools. However, Yuan Heir wasn't too shocked. After all, she often went to Yi Mengyao's house as well. Yuan Heir was carrying a small school bag, short and small, and by looking at her back alone, she thought she was a small potato. Typical small southern potatoes. But who would have thought it was a legal Lolita who was 18 years old? Chul, back, Jiang Che's cheap mother, Jiang Yunli, was leaning on the sofa, wearing a white nightgown, with a layer of mask on her face, and the whole person looked very lazy. Glancing at Jiang Che, hey, the woman sat straight up from the couch. As soon as she removed the mask from her face, the originally lazy noblewoman instantly dissipated. Putting on his slippers, he trotted to the door and circled around Yuan Heir several times. What a cute girl. Jiang Yunli then glanced at Jiang Che. Baby son, this little girlfriend you found is really cute. I love it so much. Jiang Yunli's words caused Yuan Heir to shake her head repeatedly. Auntie, it's not what you think. I'm not Jiang Che's girlfriend. Yet how could Jiang Yunli believe it? That look seemed to say, I get it. What do you know about hammers? Auntie, I'm tutoring Jiang Che's classmates in their homework. You thought wrong. But Yuan Heir's words caused the expression on Jiang Yunli's face to deepen. Tutoring homework is good. He. It just so happens that my little Chul's grades aren't too good. So why don't you guys go to the second floor? And I'll prepare some fruits and stuff for you first. By the way, my last name is Jiang. You can call me Sister Jiang. What's your name, little girl? Jiang Yunli was overly enthusiastic to the point that Yuan Heir couldn't carry it off a bit. Yuan Heir. Well, baby Yuan Heir, why don't you go upstairs first? I'll prepare some fruit or something for you guys. After Jiang Yunli supported Yuan Heir away, he directly pulled Jiang Che's arm over him. Son, can you take this girl? What a cute girl. I want her to be my daughter-in-law. I've dreamed of having such a lovely daughter. And if it's a daughter-in-law, that's actually okay. Jiang Yunli's expression was amused as she spoke to herself. It was obvious. Her obsession with having a daughter was on the verge of becoming a demon. After all, a daughter-in-law is half a daughter. Jiang Che helplessly rubbed his head. Although he was perverted, he couldn't show it in front of his own mom. Yuan Heir is really here to tutor me in my studies. Jiang Yunli skimmed his mouth. Yeah, when your father's grades were also bad, he also asked me to tutor him. What happened? Didn't it turn out to be you? Go for it. Take her with a bang. I like this girl. Yuan Heir baby at a glance. I can tell that she is a simple-minded and kind-hearted little girl. This kind of girl can be tricked as soon as she is tricked. Jiang Che, you're looking at the wrong person. Yuan Heir is a little girl with a deep heart. You still want to cheat others? This cheap mother of his own is indeed too simple-minded. Probably the Pro-Max version of Yi Mengyao. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to be tricked so easily by that cheap old man of his. The study. Mr. You, please. Jiang Che rubbed his hands together. His expression gradually perverted. You stay away from me. Keep half a meter away from me. The two are nominally studying, but actually, studying too. Yuan Heir was indeed a good teacher, and she really started teaching Jiang Che in a serious manner. For this proof problem, take the logarithm in the denominator. Then the cleavage terms cancel out and it works out. The next question uses the Lagrange median theorem twice. You stay away from me. Chapter 23, Yuan Heir's life. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye 2 hours passed. Because Jiang Che was a fast learner, the topics she didn't know at first, she only needed to teach it once, and Jiang Che was directly able to learn by example. This made Lori feel accomplished, even though she had to watch out for Jiang Che's salty hands from time to time. Jiang Che, you obviously learn very fast. You're not stupid. Why don't you study hard? Although Yuan Heir hated Jiang Che, as Jiang Che's teacher, she definitely had her own obligation to supervise Jiang Che's studies. Then of course it's all because you taught me well. Jiang Che smiled blandly. God knows just how difficult it was for him to play the role of a school dropout. But it should be said or not, Yuan Heir's body was indeed soft enough, like a cute doll. Double ponytail, 5 feet 5 inches, blue and white striped tube socks, tulle all Lolita. Humph, that's for sure. So, it's time to check out. Yuan Heir's small hands were spread out. She was like a girl who had fallen into the eye of money. The original tutoring fee of 700 comes with a kiss, and some miscellaneous fees. The extra fee is 1,000. You can give me 1,700. Ha! Jiang Che let out a light laugh. Just lost 1,700 and now he's making it back, right? The main one is lossless. This few $1,000s was dispensable to Jiang Che. But, how could Jiang Che let Yuan Heir have her way so easily? Gradually forcing Yuan Heir into a corner, he raised his hand and cupped Yuan Heir's chin. And asking me for money? You've got a lot of nerve. Yuan Heir bit her lip and raised her head to lock eyes with Jiang Che. Why don't you want it? It's what I deserve. Ha ha. Jiang Che laughed and nodded. With one comes two. And once the bottom line is broken. Oh, subsequent direct transfer of 1,700. It's very refreshing. It's evening. I'll take you home. Yuan Heir didn't refuse and just nodded silently. Before leaving, Jiang Yunli pulled Yuan Heir into another long chat, flushing her face. This seemingly mature and sensible woman. Surprisingly, she's also so immodest, and wants to make herself her daughter-in-law. But at the same time, Lori couldn't help but have some images floating inside her mind. If I had really married into the Jiang family, surely I would have been clothed and fed for the rest of my life, right? Even one's own mother could be free from suffering. Quickly she shook her head. No. She knew very well. Jiang Che was only temporarily lusting after herself, and if she gave herself up for nothing, I'm sure I'll end up in a terrible situation. And she also hated Jiang Che. That's strange. Your mom is so young? It feels like she's only in her 20s too. I thought it was your sister at first. Yuan Heir spat. Ha, why don't you come and tutor me for 2 hours every night from now on? I'll pay you a fixed salary. It's over $20,000 a month. Che, no way. Yuan Heir skimmed her lips. It was more than that even if she went to Yi Mingyao's side to be a milletworm. In fact, even Yuan Heir herself hadn't been able to realize that her bottom line towards Jiang Che had become lower and lower. Before Jiang Che touched her a little can be angry jump feet. But now well, Yuan Heir's family lives inside a slum. I don't know what made her family so poor that she went to an elite school like Shiranui School. Even if there is a subsidy for poor students, the annual tuition fee at Shirlan School is 60,000 to 70,000 yen. It's reasonable to say that Yuan Heir can't afford it at all. It was all kind of rough housing. The streetlights were flickering, and a few rats scurried out from time to time from inside the garbage heap on one side. Jiang Che, just stop here. I'll walk home by myself. Yuan Heir clenched the corner of her coat. What? Don't you invite me to sit at your house? You've come to my house. Jiang Che teasingly opened his mouth. Familiar with the plot, he knew all about Yuan Heir's family background. One could say it's rather miserable. But what does that have to do with him? No need. My house is rather dirty. Don't get your shoes dirty. Dirty is dirty. Jiang Che's attitude was tougher. and the two of them arrived all the way to Yuan Heir's doorstep. Inside, the living room was still on, flooded with a dim light. Yuan Heir gritted her teeth and opened the door with one hand. "You stinky girl, why are you back so late?" A woman's tirade came out from inside the bedroom. After a while, a woman limped out on crutches. The woman's hair was disheveled. Her face was pale and thin, as if she could be blown over at the drop of a hat. Her hair was withered, and her arms were strewn with ghastly lumps, but it was vaguely recognizable from her face that this was as beautiful as this woman had ever been. Yu Weiwei froze for a moment after seeing Zhang Che's figure, then a smile appeared on her face. "Yuan Heir's classmate? Sit down. Sit down. What's the name of your classmate? What does your family do? Why did you send our Yuan Heir back so late?" Yu Weiwei was very eagle-eyed and could tell at a glance that Zhang Che was definitely a child of a wealthy family, so she had a very good attitude. "Yu Weiwei, are you checking your account?" Yuan Heir clenched her lips, but the woman did not take her words seriously. Zhang Che's face was ancient. Yu Weiwei, Yuan Heir's mother, foster mother to be exact. When she was young, she was a prostitute, female, working in the club. One day in the garbage on the roadside picked up the still swaddling Yuan Heir. Because Yu Weiwei at that time has lost the ability to procreate, so the ghost adopted this little girl. Then, I've brought up Yuan Heir a little bit by earning money and bringing up her children. After that, she washed her hands of gold and quit. After all, Yuan Heir was to her. It's also a kind of redemption. However, it wasn't long before Yu Weiwei was found to be suffering from uremia. It is now estimated that there are only 2 or 3 years left to live. Inside the script, it was the protagonist, Lin Yu, who used his super god medical skills and then successfully cured Yu Weiwei's uremia and harvested Yuan Heir's heart. Chapter 24 My baby, I really love you so much. Yu Weiwei was so thin that it seemed like a gust of wind could blow her over. She didn't take Yuan Heir into consideration, and had been smiling and chatting with Zhang Che the entire time. The words were all laced with Zhang Che's words, and after learning that Zhang Che was the son of Hangzhou's richest man, the entire group froze, and then smiled even more fawningly. Yu Weiwei, can you? Yuan Heir stomped her foot, somewhat hating her. Her own mother was clearly picking on her son-in-law, and she hated this snobbery on Yu Weiwei's part. Yuan Heir, I'm talking to Mr. Jiang, you go back to the house first. Yuan Heir was furious and turned away. Mr. Jiang, my family's Yuan Heir's character is actually not bad. She's not like this on weekdays. Zhang Che just smiled gently. He who was familiar with the plot was still more aware of this woman's character. Yuan Heir is indeed cute and tight. Yu Weiwei's eyes brightened a bit. There was a show. Mr. Jiang, although our family Yuan Heir comes from a poor background, she is simple and kind, and she is also very clean. Zhang Che left after chatting for a while. Just as he left with his front foot, Yuan Heir came out from inside the bedroom. Yu Weiwei, what the hell do you want? Do you think I'm a commodity? Lori went straight for the jugular. The woman, on the other hand, revealed a contemptuous smile. Yuan Heir, you're still strangely capable. Before, I told you to go hang a son-in-law. I didn't think you'd be able to catch the son of the richest man in the world. Let me tell you, if you fall into Zhang Che's lap, you'll be rich and famous in the future. Yuan Heir was furious. Do you think everyone is you? Don't know the slightest bit of shame. Lori spoke with tears in her eyes. Oops, 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 oops. Anyway, I don't have many years left to live with this uremia, so if you can marry Zhang Che, I can still enjoy 2 more years of happiness with you. The woman guffawed and limped over to Yuan Heir, wiping away the tears on the girl's face with her hand. Look how beautiful my precious Yuan Heir is. Cute and lovable. No man can resist you. Don't you touch me. Yuan Heir took 2 steps back, but her tears flowed even more. I spent so much money to send you to Sherlan school in the first place. I wanted you to get a golden son-in-law, right? You still don't appreciate it. It's hard to catch the heart of a mature man, but it's easy to fool a schoolboy. I've taught you all my life's work, so a little boy is not a handful? Yu Weiwei pulled her tresses to the back of her neck and revealed a gentle smile. The woman, although tortured by uremia, could still vaguely see the elegance of her youth. Zhang Che is really good, although he might be a bit of a womanizer in the future. At least he won't neglect you. I've always been a good judge of character. Yuan Heir's delicate body trembled. It made her hate her so much, but she couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Covet that twisted and tender mother's love. From the time she was small, she had instilled in herself all sorts of ideas of tendency. Zhang Che was right. She's a green tea whore. Not wrong at all. Yu Weiwei sighed softly and rubbed Yuan Heir's delicate face, leaning down to gently press the corner of her forehead against the girl's head. My baby, I really love you so much. Every morning was the best time period for practicing ancient martial arts, expelling the turbid qi from the body. The efficiency of internal force operation was much higher than on weekdays, and as far as he knew, Lin Yu would exhale and cultivate for an hour every morning, but Jiang Che wouldn't need to roll with him. He had gotten a bonus in one of his villainous choices before. 10 years of internal strength. I'm an open player. Is it necessary to roll with you? Use of 10 years of internal strength. In an instant, a strong force came out of nowhere, spreading out from within Jean. Gradually it spread out from his torso. Asterisk. Awesome. Jiang Che's eyes flashed with joy. He was originally at the early stage of dark force, and 10 years of internal energy. It had directly pushed him to the middle to late stage of dark force. The current Jiang Che was completely confident in hanging and smoking Lin Yu. Hands are a bit itchy, but just to be on the safe side, don't clash too much with Lin Yu just yet. After all, Lin Yu was a son of Qi, so hell knows if he had any cards on him. A protagonist or something. Wouldn't it be easy to cross a few realms? After returning to school, this guy Lin Yu obviously kept a much lower profile. All day long, I've been holed up in the corner of the classroom not knowing what I'm planning. Jiang Che, on the other hand, pulled out a pale yellow jade pendant. Lin Yu would definitely not stop after being defeated. Will try to steal the jade pendant back. Not afraid of thieves stealing but afraid of thieves thinking. Jiang Che simply directly finds someone to make a fake. Didn't you want to steal it? I'll just take it out and let you steal it. I'll just call the police if you do. As expected, as soon as Jiang Che's jade pendant was taken out, Lin Yu's gaze was instantly attracted. A mixture of greed and cynicism. This was supposed to be his. Before descending from the mountain, his own Grand Master had warned him that the jade pendant was of vital importance, containing his birth and a marriage contract. He wasn't interested in birth or anything, but he was interested in the marriage contract. It is said that there is still a deep hidden ancient martial arts family. The general practice of ancient martial arts girl body impurities turbid gas are discharged. The face will not be bad. It's simply too fragrant to pick up a pretty girl and have the support of a power at the same time. So, this jade pendant, he had to get it. But a hard grab was definitely out of the question. It can only be outsmarted. But after holding it all morning, he didn't see Lin Yu make a move. Until the end of the school day, Lin Yu watched. Jiang Che was naturally aware of Lin Yu's thoughts. Peekaboo. Ha, then I'll show you something exciting. With that, Jiang Che stood up from his seat and slowly came in front of Yuan Heir. There was no one else in the classroom at this time. Yuan Heir was still writing her homework. Yuan Heir, give me a kiss. Yuan Heir was speechless and glanced around. There were no other students inside the classroom. A kiss for 200. Yuan Heir's voice was lowered, but it was still heard by Lin Yu in the corner. What's the situation? This girl said what? $200 to give her a kiss? Jiang Che revealed a bad smile. Little fortune hunter. Yuan Heir had now gradually walked into the trap laid by Jiang Che. This scene completely dumbfounded the peeping Lin Yu, and then an intense unwillingness welled up in his eyes. This little lowly is the one he's got his eye on. From the first day he enrolled in school and the first moment he saw Yuan Heir, he considered this petite and cute little lowly as his woman. But now, in front of her own face, it gave him the feeling of being cuckolded. And the thing that made him feel most upset was, kissing Yuan Heir surprisingly only costs $200. Damn, are you that cheap? But the mouthy Lin Yu still secretly touched his pocket. Looking at the only $50 left in his pocket, Lin Yu was a bit devastated. The current him didn't even have the qualifications to give Yuan Heir a kiss. Chapter 25 Yi Mengao kidnapped? Setting off once again for the villainous choice. Well, have you had enough? Yuan Heir pushed Jiang Che away. Her small face flushed, and the corners of her eyes carried a faint tender red color. Lin Yu in the corner of the classroom couldn't hold back at this point. The girl you love is being bullied by other men in front of you. A direct slap on the table. Jiang Che, do you believe I'll tell the teacher if you bully her again? Lin Yu also began to learn Jiang Che's tricks. The rule system inside the school is the best weapon when it comes to not getting your hands dirty. Ah. Yuan Heir panicked and her entire body directly jumped into Jiang Che's arms. How did someone? Aren't all the students gone? Why is anyone still in the classroom? If the matter between himself and Jiang Che got out, the persona he had worked so hard to create would crumble to pieces in an instant. After seeing Yuan Heir's panicked appearance, he was even more certain. Yuan Heir must have some sort of handle that Jiang Che had caught, which made the righteous man feel that he had to do something before he could do anything about it. Yuan Heir, don't be afraid. I know Jiang Che, he's threatening you. Lori burst into tears in an instant, just crying, but not a word. As expected, Lin Yu was even more certain of what he had in mind after seeing the girl cry. As for the conversation about $200 for a kiss just now, it was thrown out of his mind a long time ago. Lin Yu clenched his fists. The original him was about to hit someone, but he forced himself to hold back. Any more fights? I'm sure I'll be expelled myself. Yuan Heir, I'm going to call the teacher. Hearing Lin Yu call himself Yuan Heir, the little lowly got goosebumps all over her body. No way, if you dare to tell the teacher, Yo-Yo and I won't even look at you anymore. Yuan Heir was very good at utilizing her advantage. She naturally saw how much Lin Yu liked her. Lin Yu, an expert who just got off the mountain. Where can he play a high-class green tea like Yuan Heir? In one sentence, he directly teased Lin Yu like a dog. Lin Yu's heart was so stifled. And just then, Zhang Che glanced down at the time on his wristwatch. TSK. Lin Yu, your employer, Missy, has gone far away. Can you afford to be in danger? Zhang Che's words caused Lin Yu's pupils to shrink. How did he know about the fact that he was working as a bodyguard for Yi Mengyao? No. Things seemed to be off from the start. This Zhang Che seemed to know himself very well. How did he know about the secret realm of his cave? And also moved in advance, including the scandalous events at the review meeting? And he's now naming his identity. There seemed to be a large net enveloping towards him in the underworld, and it was only with hindsight that he felt a hint of terror. Who are you? What a fine thought. But it wasn't even his turn to think about it. A phone call came through. Lin Yu picked up the phone. What are you doing? I asked you to protect my daughter. What are you doing? Opposite Yi Changkong's voice was deafening. What's wrong? Yo she. I asked you to protect my daughter and now she's all kidnapped. Did I ask you to come over here to eat? Lin Yu panicked and couldn't care less about the conspiracy. Turned right around and left. Looking at Lin Yu's departing back, the corner of Zhang Che's mouth slightly hooked. Luckily, it didn't interfere with the plot too much because of my own interference. The plot has now progressed to around chapter 30, where Yi Mengyao is kidnapped by a rival company of the Yi family, demanding Yi Changkong to hand over information about a product that the Yi group is secretly developing. Yi's group of companies is engaged in the development of artificial intelligence. A product may cost more than $1 billion to develop. Yi Changkong had also made many enemies, which was why he had hired bodyguards to protect Yi Mengyao. In the original drama, Lin Yu kills and rescues Yi Mengyao, successfully dismantling the defense of Yi Mengyao, a cold-hearted young lady who has built up her heart high. But now, Lin Yu, you'll be a good boy and work for me as a laborer. Zhang Che, what happened to Sister Yao Yao? What happened to her? Has she been kidnapped? Yuan Heir's eyes widened and her whole body was a bit anxious. Plastic sisters have feelings too. Well, that's right. Your golden sister is now kidnapped. In critical condition. Zhang Che revealed a bad smile. He actually wasn't worried about Yi Mengyao's safety at all. After all, she was the identity of the Heaven's Destiny heroine. It was definitely impossible for anything to happen to her. Yuan Heir's face paled slightly. Call the police. The police must have already been called. Otherwise how could Yi Mengyao's her father have called? It was only at this time that Yuan Heir remembered something odd. Why would Uncle Yi call this Lin Yu? What bodyguard? What does it mean? Zhang Che smiled sparingly. Literally, this Lin Yu's identity is the bodyguard Yi Mengyao's father hired for her, responsible for secretly protecting Yi Mengyao's safety. Ha? Just this guy? And a bodyguard? Yuan Heir's small mouth grew slightly. Obviously very hard to believe. Is the threshold for bodyguards so low now? This kind of can also become a bodyguard? Who knows? This is the first time I've seen a bodyguard with such poor business skills. Zhang Che shrugged his shoulders. Zhang Che, what about Sister Yao Yao? That's a kidnapper. Yuan Heir was getting anxious. What else can I do? Wait and see what happens. Yi Mengyao and I have nothing to do with each other. But you courted her. Sister Yao Yao is pretty too, isn't she? What does her being pretty have to do with me? It's not like she's going to give me a kiss or a touch. If you were the one who was kidnapped, I might have come to your rescue. Coldly, Zhang Che came with a love sentence. Like this kind of love words to cheat a little girl. Zhang Che opened his mouth to come. Anyway, he only goes to the kidneys and not to the heart. 1 or 2 love words are not less than a piece of meat. As expected, Yuan Heir's small face slightly blushed for a moment. Humph, you stinking asshole. I'll go if you don't. In fact, Yuan Heir went to follow the police officers and wait for the results. The little girl wasn't capable of much. It's not like she can really go toe-to-toe with the thugs. Zhang Che glanced down at the time again. It was almost time. Yi Mengyao was probably already taken to the place. According to the original storyline, Yi Mengyao was stunned and brought to an abandoned construction site to act as a trading partner. Right now, the police hadn't found where the criminals were located. But Lin Yu, as a son of Qi, would inevitably be the first to find the place. After one guy s all the kidnappers, the cops arrived just in time to completely fake it. Drops. Yi Mengyao in danger. Host triggers villain choice. Option 1, grab Yi Mengyao and save her before Lin Yu does. Receive a good guy card. Choice 2, indifferent. Sit back and watch Lin Yu save Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao's favoritism towards Lin Yu +1. Choice 3, sneak in and reap the benefits. Yi Mengyao's favorability +10, and obtains the divine skill, her heart pass. Chapter 26, Lin Yu, there's old 6. Ha, trigger choice again? Hey, it's still a brainless choice of 3. Zhang Che helplessly rubbed his head. Was this even a choice? According to the plot, those who kidnapped Yi Mengyao had guns in their hands. and Lin Yu's rescue of Yi Mangyao was a disastrous victory, with a shot in the shoulder. In a situation as dangerous as this, Jiang Che certainly wouldn't risk his life to save Yi Mangyao. So Lin Yu, the cannon fodder, was doomed. Rather, it was the rewards of option 3 that caught Jiang Che's eye. Her heartbeat belongs to the god-level skills, and women close contact can use the skills to eavesdrop on their voices. The roll of the range of 50 meters, known as Scum T's sister essential skills, can. Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. That's not a bad skill. Jiang Che looked at the time and felt that it should be about time. Having read the script, he naturally knew where the kidnappers were located. In a rotten building in Newtown Parish. You can even know precisely what building and what floor it is. In one of the floors of the rotten building. Brother Blade, why doesn't this Yi Changkong reply to us? It's been half an hour. The short, fat man frowned. There were 4 kidnappers, led by a scar-faced man who looked fierce and knew from a glance that he had licked blood from a knife. There were cigarette butts all over the place, and these guys didn't know how many cigarettes they had smoked. And on top of the sofa in the center, Yi Mangyao was lying on it, her hands and feet bound. The tips of his hair were slightly disheveled, and his entire body was still unconscious. Blade was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. What the employer wants is Yi Changkong's product information. As long as something is given over from his side, we will release him immediately. That dog is stalling? Trying to wait for the cops? Blade sneered. The police won't be able to find us for a while. I purposely avoided all the surveillance. If the situation is not right, we'll take this woman away as a hostage. These words caused the gazes of several other people to be placed on the unconscious Yi Mangyao. Fatty in particular gulped. This Yi family miss is really ing positive ah. This skin is estimated to be tender out of water ah. Knife brother or we first cool? Fatty greedy are drooling. The kidnapping was too hasty. Directly after the numbness stunned into the sack inside. Even touched did not touch a hand it. Cool you paralyzed. I don't want to ing offend the Yi family to death. Brother Knife cursed angrily. Kidnapping the Yi family's daughter, they took the money. The big deal was to lurk for a while and then leave the country. But if anything happened to Yi Mangyao, there wasn't even any room for maneuver. Yi Changkong only has this one precious daughter. We won't be able to eat anything if he goes crazy. Blade opened his mouth viciously. When a single is over, the commission from the employer's side is $20 million. What kind of beauty won't be available then? Now, be a little more restrained. These words caused the remaining few to withdraw their petty thoughts, then continued to wait. And what they didn't realize was, across from them on a rotten building was sitting a figure. Jiang Che was sitting on top of the rooftop, his legs hiked up and hanging out, even smoking a cigarette, carrying a slab in his right hand. Really nasty. Dog author forces plot to not disgust readers. He had come here a long time ago, and just now his heart spat after hearing the words of Brother Blade. If he were a kidnapper, I would have taken advantage of you first. How can these colorful guys learn how to kidnap someone? He was keenly aware of the cigarettes the group of kidnappers were smoking. Wazoo. Jiang Che glanced down at the cigarette in his hand. Damn. What grade? Smoking the same kind of cigarettes as me. Obscure. Another cigarette burns out. The protagonist, Lin Yu, arrived late at this time. A rotten building that the police couldn't find in a short time. But Lin Yu found it. I have to say, the main character is treated really well. Lin Yu was resourceful for once, and didn't immediately rush out after realizing the tied-up Yi Mangyao, but instead began to wait. Why is Yi Mangyao unconscious? Lin Yu frowned tightly. Yi Mangyao was unconscious. Who is he showing off his great power to? The hero rescuing a beautiful woman is old-fashioned, but it's very practical in any era. Holy, this Lin Yu is such a chicken thief. Is this preparing to wait for Yi Mangyao to wake up and then pretend? However, Jiang Che wasn't in a hurry because he was clear. This Lin Yu kid couldn't help himself anytime soon. You guys stay here and watch. I'm going to go on a big one. Knives covered his stomach and was ready to go. Ha. Brother Blade, take your time. Fatty had a fawning smile on his face. All of you be honest. This woman must not be touched. We know what you said, and we'll never touch it. Knife couldn't hold it in, so he went looking for a place to go to the big one in a hurry. Only after confirming that Blade was gone did Fatty's face reveal a lecherous smile and gave the other two a wink. The three people slowly walked towards the unconscious Yi Mangyao. Beauty, your brother Piggy is coming. Lin Yu instantly couldn't sit still when he saw this. The maiden of your choice is about to be defiled by a few other pieces of trash right in front of you? How could he possibly tolerate that? Straight out of the gate, let her go. As a dark force powerhouse, Lin Yu was a very strong fighter and very fast. Obviously has the stance. In the blink of an eye rushed to and in front of the person. To the fat man's face is a punch. Contains the dark power of the punch horror like this. The fat man's face was directly knocked askew, and his teeth flew out 5 or 6. Collapsed on the ground coughing up blood. It's like a sign of eating a seat. Fatty! The remaining two men exclaimed, and directly copied the iron rod from the ground, and rushed up. Lin Yu was in a great rage. His tiger's body shook, and in the face of the iron rod that swung over his head, his brain completed multiple angles of thought in an instant. A mere iron rod? It can hurt me. I'll hide. No way. No way. Now Yi Mengyao is in a coma. No one will look at me after I've pretended. If I'm seriously injured, when Yao Yao wakes up and sees that I went out of my way to save her, she'll definitely fall in love with me. Lin Yu's CPU was burning, and finally made a decision. Hard against these two sticks. Bang bang. Lin Yu let out a scream. These two blows were so good that he didn't see too much milk. Lin Yu looked miserable after receiving two sticks, but he still had the strength to fight. Once again, he struck out and cleaned up the two minions in 3 or 2 blows. Ha, it's just trash like you guys. You're useless even if you're given a chance. Lin Yu spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and wiped his mouth, his body dripping with pusillanimity. Yo. Lin Yu was ready to see if Yi Mengyao had been poisoned by these people, but suddenly, alarm bells went off in his mind. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out. Chapter 27, Yi Mengyao's Petulance. It was Jiang Che who saved me. You can't do this either. Jiang Che, who was sitting on the opposite floor, had already seen this scene clearly, and his heart burst with slander. This Lin Yu can't do it either. He's just pretending to be a pussy. Can a man act so vigorously? A shot directly hit Lin Yu's shoulder, soaring out a flower of blood as Lin Yu's entire body went numb. At this moment, Blade was holding a pistol and staring viciously at Lin Yu in front of him. Ha! Ancient martial arts expert? Blade's face held a hint of sarcasm. Ancient martial arts were not considered a particularly big secret in this world. Lin Yu covered his chest at this moment and stared at Blade with a pale face. Miscalculated. I shouldn't have been so careless. If I hadn't carried those two sticks hard, I could have dodged the bullets with my own ability. Who are you? Release Yi Mengyao. I've called the police just now. Ha! After that it was a very boring session, putting words in each other's mouths. Knife. Who was the villain? Relied on having a pistol. Didn't even put Lin Yu in his eyes. It turns out that villains die from talking too much, and Lin Yu comes in with I bet you don't have any bullets in your gun. And then the outrageous thing is, Knife's gun was really out of bullets. Lin Yu rushed to let go, and it turned out that Blade was also an ancient martial arts expert, with an early dark force cultivation. The two of them tangled together again, with Lin Yu ultimately winning miserably by virtue of his protagonist's aura. The twists and turns were indeed exciting enough that Jiang Che in the next building even wanted to buy a handful of melons to get high. Ahem. Yo. Lin Yu limped towards Yi Mengyao on the sofa. At this moment, Lin Yu's heart had already started to move itself. He had tried to save Yi Mengyao. He was seriously injured. I'm sure the girl will be incredibly touched when she wakes up, right? Definitely. As long as Yo-Yo would fall in love with herself, the scars on her body are all acceptable. Thinking about it, Lin Yu couldn't help but cough up a large mouthful of blood, looking even more miserable, just as he was fantasizing that he was about to capture the heart of a beauty. Bang! With a dull ringing sound, Lin Yu only felt a stabbing pain in the back of his head. It was followed by a blackout, a flopping collapse, lips slightly opened and closed before passing out. There's Lao Lu. What a lot of crap. Jiang Che weighed the slate in his hand. It still had to be a slate. The sun said, fighting with bricks. Look at your head. Use all your strength. If you can't reach it, use your right hand. Use your left hand. Use your shoes if you can't reach the brick, and then call for death, just to be on the safe side. He took another swing at the fallen Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu's body trembled, and then he became completely immobile. Death is definitely impossible. The son of Qi has a hard life. Jiang Che moved his wrists and walked over to several other kidnappers, checking one by one for any survivors. Ooh-hoo! The fat man who had been knocked out woke up at this moment, looking at Jiang Che with horror in his eyes. He had just woken up to see this teenager huffing a man to death with a slate. Stop beeping. Soon Yi Mengyao will wake up. It's definitely impossible to stay alive. A palm strike directly shattered his throat bone, and soon Piggy was off to the Western Paradise to worship Buddha. After Jiang Che finished mending the knives one by one, he then used a rope to hang the bastard Lin Yu up. After everything was done, the sirens of a police car sounded just outside downstairs. Jiang Che's lips hooked. The timing was just right. In the next second, the slate in his hand directly disappeared out of thin air and was included in his jade pendant space. The murder weapon that knocked Lin Yu's smothering stick definitely couldn't be left behind. Jiang Che got a few more drops of blood on himself. The scene is simply too clear and concise. Lin Yu came to save Yi Mengyao first, as he was tied up because he was outmatched. Then Jiang Che arrived. He fought the criminals and successfully saved Yi Mengyao. Oh! The sleeping Yi Mengyao slowly opened her eyes at this moment. The thing that caught his eye was none other than Jiang Che's back. Yi Mengyao forced herself to endure the headache and her arms propped herself up, looking around the room. How could the smart one not realize what had happened to her? All she could remember was that she hadn't been out of school long before someone covered her mouth from behind and then she lost consciousness. Kidnapped. With all the people collapsing around them, did this man save himself? But why is the back so familiar? Gradually, this back figure gradually overlapped with the familiar figure in her heart. Jiang Che, was it you? Was it you who saved me? At this moment, Jiang Che slowly looked back, his eyes calm and waveless, and even a bit cold, didn't say anything, but Yi Mengyao, who was good at brainstorming, had already fantasized out the reason. To save himself, I went into the dragon's den alone, and made enemies of so many thugs. In an instant, a line of clear tears slid down. Jiang Che, you still like me, right? Ha, it's just to maintain the friendship between the Jiang family and the Yi family, and even if it's an ordinary classmate in danger, I wouldn't see death and save him. Jiang Che's words caused Yi Mengyao's tears to flow even more. I don't believe you. You must still like me. Saying that, Yi Mengyao even directly hugged Jiang Che from behind. Tears wet Jiang Che's thin shirt. Even Yi Mengyao was surprised. Her misogyny got better? Surprisingly, he himself didn't resent the contact with Jiang Che. This realization made Yi Mengyao very happy, but she was too happy too early. Jiang Che knew very well that his persona should be high and cold at this time. If you want to temper this kind of arrogant young lady, this district is not enough for a crematorium. Miss Yi, the police will be here soon. I don't want to have any unnecessary misunderstandings with you. Jiang Che directly tried to break free from Yi Mengyao's embrace, but Yi Mengyao refused to let go. Soon the policemen rushed up one after another, and then it was all goofy. Behind them, after Yi Changkong and his wife saw that Yi Mengyao was safe and sound again, the anxiety on their faces only relaxed, especially Lin Shui. Her face had already turned into a tearful person. Heir, who had followed the police, ran out at this time, and after seeing Yi Mengyao with her arms around Jiang Che, she was in a trance for a moment. An inexplicable sourness spread through her heart, but it was only for a moment, and even Heir herself didn't notice it. It was only at this time that Jiang Che forcefully broke free from Yi Mengyao's embrace. I've finished showing what I should show. It's time for you to make up your own minds next. The scene was too easy to recognize, and at a glance, it was clear that it was Jiang Che who had saved Yi Mengyao. As for Lin Yu who was hanging from the ceiling, not many people cared about him at all, but a kindly police officer dialed the emergency number and an ambulance pulled him away. Yo, what's going on? Are you hurt? Sister Yao Yao, I'm so worried. Heir hugged Yi Mengyao and even cried out, not knowing if she was sincere or not. I'm fine, it was Jiang Che who saved me. Yi Mengyao lightly bit her thin lips, and her slender finger pointed at Jiang Che. There was a hint of shyness in her face. Chapter 28 The Shock of the Crowd. Wang Yanran appears again. The person Jiang Che saved? Everyone's gazes on the scene looked over to Jiang Che's side. The eyes of Mr. and Mrs. Yi Changkong instantly changed. Chul can't thank you enough. Lin Shui ran in front of Jiang Che, holding Jiang Che's hand tightly, her eyes filled with gratitude. Although Lin Shui gave birth to Yi Mengyao, her appearance still looks very young, almost no difference with her own cheap mom. A typical rich wife. Like this kind of noble woman, Jiang Che had hooked up with who knows how many in his previous life by virtue of his skillful tongue, but after being reborn, he learned from his mistakes and decided not to be a chow thief anymore. It's okay, I'd save a normal person. Jiang Che's attitude was just a bit colder, a stance of rejecting people. Lin Shui sighed helplessly, glancing at her own daughter and then at Jiang Che. Daughter, mommy will help you one more time. Xiao Che our family Yao Yao is actually spoiled by us as parents, but actually her nature isn't bad. I'm the one who made her not allowed to fall in love before she graduates. Great motherly love made her ready to carry it all alone. Yi Mengyao cast a grateful glance at her mom. Yi Changkong's eyes that looked at Jiang Che also revealed a complex color. He didn't expect that the one who saved his precious daughter was actually Jiang Che. Xiao Che, in 2 days, our Yi family will definitely personally come to our door to thank you. Yi Changkong also knew Jiang Che still had thoughts about his own daughter, and he could also see that his own daughter actually had thoughts about Jiang Che. Wife, you take Yao Yao to the hospital for a checkup first. I'll stay here with Xiao Che. Yi Changkong pacified his wife and daughter, then came to Jiang Che's side. A few police officers crouched beside Fatty and Knife and the others with stony faces. After all, there were dead people here, 4 at once, and there was even one person holding a firearm. And just then, a familiar silhouette walked out. Why are you here? Jiang Che? Wang Yanyan was somewhat shocked after seeing Jiang Che's figure. At the same time, her cheeks were slightly flushed. Oh, Sister Huma? Jiang Che hooked his lips and smiled. Wang Yanyan was wearing a police uniform today. Her hair was tied up very neatly. She looked valiant. Even her police uniform couldn't suppress the ripples of her chest. What Yanyan sister? Yi Mengyao yelled in a small voice. Her heart was very tasty. Of course she recognized this big fierce sister, the one she had spied in front of the Jiang family villa earlier, the woman who was close to Jiang Che. She's a cop? And the relationship between her and Jiang Che is so good? This caused the jealousy in Yi Mengyao's heart to completely overturn. Daughter, let's go. Lin Shui was too familiar with her own daughter and directly pulled Yi Mengyao away with one hand. Yuan Heir naturally didn't stay here and follow to the hospital. Only when she left, I surveyed Wang Yanyan for a moment, and then looked down at her own flatness. She hates big mean girls. Did you kill all these people? Wang Yanyan frowned and inquired about Jiang Che. What's wrong? Ha, you think I'm stupid? You killed 4 trained kidnappers with your bare hands? And one of them even had a pistol? Wang Yanyan obviously didn't believe it. Jiang Che also sighed at this time. I'm afraid they wouldn't believe it without showing their hands. Swung a punch directly at a stone pillar to the side. Bang dash a dull thud. The pillar made of reinforced concrete was surprisingly hit with a bull-sized fist mark, a few centimeters deep, and spider-web-like cracks all over the pillar. This punch went down and directly stunned the jaws of the others. Ancient martial artist? Jiang Che, you're an ancient martial artist? Ancient martial artists are not a particularly mysterious group in this world, and many people have been soliciting under the banner of ancient martial artists, and many people are miserably cheated every year. Although Wang Yanyan was curious about how Jiang Che had become an ancient martial artist, she quickly suppressed her small thoughts. The face resumed its high spirits. Since it's an ancient martial artist, then that explains it. But after all, a dead person. Jiang Che, you still need to go back to the police station with us and see what the autopsy report says over there. Jiang Che wasn't afraid. The scene had already been cleaned up by him. Coupled with Yi Mengyao's testimony, even if Lin Yu woke up, he wouldn't be able to make much of a fuss. Jiang Che looked extraordinarily subdued when he arrived at the police station. Director Wang Liuyun of the Public Security Bureau came to receive him personally. Ha ha, I didn't expect that you, Jiang Che, would transform into a hero directly? Ever since he left from the Jiang family that night, he had been looking at Jiang Che with more and more favorable eyes, and at this time, Jiang Che had pulled off a heroic deed of saving someone's life. This was simply the perfect son-in-law candidate. After Jiang Che and Wang Liuyun exchanged pleasantries for a while, Wang Yanran arrived. The report is out. Jiang Che, you can leave later. Wang Yanyan pursed her lips. Humph. I didn't think that a little pervert like you would still be a hero to save a girl. You are looking at other girls, aren't you? Che, that Yi Mengyao chick's body is not as good as Ranran's. What do you mean? This is a police station. My dad's still out there. Wang Yanran's eyes were slightly cold as she glared at Jiang Che. Jiang Che sighed softly, and his mood seemed a bit low. Just now when I was struggling with those thugs, they had guns in their hands. If I made a mistake, I'd have been killed. Sister, you mustn't. Hug me, kiss me, comfort my fragile heart? The first half of the words also heard Wang Yanyan some heartache, but the result of the latter words directly broke her whole defense. Sure enough, the nature of a pervert doesn't change. Okay, hugs. Wang Yanyan still had a soft heart. Jiang Che was just a bigger boy in her eyes, but she had clearly underestimated the audacity and courage of a pervert. Deleted. You asshole. Wang Yanyan's face was slightly red and she gritted her teeth, but looking at Jiang Che's departing back, subconsciously, he called out to him again. Jiang Che, don't do such dangerous things in the future. You're lucky this time. Even if you're an ancient martial artist, can you carry a bullet? Typical knife to the heart. Jiang Che smiled sparingly and just waved his hand without turning back. Drool, remember to wipe it. Oh, asshole. You die. The hint of gentleness that Wang Yanyan had managed to bring up instantly dissipated, leaving only the woman's cursing voice. Jiang Che, who was sitting back in the car, had his palms slightly bent in a sort of C shape. That's outrageous. This Wang Yanyan really deserves to be a hot policewoman. Wang Yanyan's feelings for him nowadays are already in an ambiguous state, or she originally had a certain emotional foundation for herself, just separated by a layer of window paper. Lin Yu wanted to get on Wang Yanyan's line. It was probably impossible. Most of this guy's opportunities up front were cut off early by himself. What's more, after such a big incident, Yi Changkong shall not find trouble with Lin Yu? It's still a question of whether he'll be able to stay at Shiraz school. Chapter 29, Divine Technique. Her heart pass. Lin Yu dismissed. Drops. Congratulations to the host for completing the choice of the villain and obtaining the divine skill, her heart passage. Jiang Che pursed his lips and smiled. Here comes the good stuff again. Fusion skills. In the next second, Jiang Che clearly felt the difference. He could hear the hearts of all the opposite sex within 50 meters of him if he wanted to, and as for the hearts of men, he wouldn't be able to hear it. Why else would it be called her heart's passage? Jiang Che rolled down the window. Who happened to be waiting for a traffic light at that moment? A convertible Ferrari was parked side by side with him. The one who drove the car was a hot girl with dyed red hair and a sexy body, and she even whistled a flirty whistle after seeing Jiang Che. How are you, handsome? Jiang Che silently opened her heart pass. Jiang Che, Horrible, more perverted than me. It's true that when a woman is perverted, there's no such thing as a man. Pretty boy, do you want to, tonight? Bye. Jiang Che slipped away with a kick of the gas. Her heart pass was then turned up to maximum. Really? You can't even do this, can you? If that's all it is, I can get off now. I'm so hungry. When can I go home for dinner? My God, it's a Maybach in front of me. I have to stay away from him. I can't even afford to pay for it if it hits me. How can this poor dog licker come after me? It's not even your turn. There were all sorts of things, and Jiang Che's head was spinning from listening to them. Hurriedly, she shut down her heart pass. The Yi family at this time. Yi Mengyao was checked from inside the hospital and there were no major injuries. This was a relief to everyone. At the dinner table, the atmosphere in the Yi family was a bit odd. Yao Yao, your feelings for Jiang Che. How? Yi Changkong was the first to open his mouth. Before, his impression of Jiang Che was nothing more than a dude. Although his daughter is a good match for him, he is a daughter-controlling person. He thinks no one is good enough for his daughter. But now he had a much different impression of Jiang Che. When Jiang Che was mentioned, Yi Mengyao couldn't help but slightly blush in her cheeks. Mom and Dad, I've realized I've fallen for him. Yi Mengyao blushed as she said, and I don't resent his touch. Lin Shui on the side also sighed at this time. Now it's not going to be easy. Yao Yao, you rejected Jiang Che many times before. It might have broken his heart. So my dear, it might be harder for you to regain Jiang Che's favor if you want to. Lin Shui's words caused Yi Mengyao to tighten her thin lips. How could she not know that these days, Jiang Che he is not even willing to have too much contact with himself now. How can he possibly recover him? Not to mention regaining Jiang Che's favor. And there was that policewoman called Wang Yanyan. It was like a thorn in her heart. Whenever she thought of that woman's proud figure, she can't help but feel inferior. My precious daughter it is said that a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. As long as you put down your missy's condescension, you'll definitely be able to gain Jiang Che's favor. What do you think? After hearing her mother's words, Yi Mengyao's expression grew more and more determined. Mom was right. She did always appear in front of Jiang Che as a big lady before. The girl's pink fists clenched up as if firming up some kind of conviction. And just then, a phone call came in. A call from the hospital? After Yi Changkong connected, the words from the opposite side caused him to narrow his eyes slightly, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. This punk, and he's talking about an expert? I think it's just a piece of trash. Yi Changkong was furious and cursed angrily. What's the matter, hubby? What is it? Nothing. It's just that I secretly hired a bodyguard for Yao Yao before, but it turns out that this guy is too useless. He didn't even know when Yao Yao was in danger. He's not useful at all. He was even beaten up by the robbers. Yi Mengyao blinked her big eyes. Bodyguard? When did you hire a bodyguard for me? Dad, how come I don't know? It's that Lin Yu from your class. I spent some contacts to hire him. They all said he's a great expert who can protect your safety. I didn't expect him to be such a loser, just causing trouble. But he can't even protect you. What? Ryan? Dad, what did you invite that guy for? At the mention of Lin Yu, a trace of disgust flashed through Yi Mengyao's eyes. The way this guy looked at himself was incomparably naked. Hey, let's forget about these things for now. Tomorrow I'll go and sack Lin Yu, and those people behind the kidnapping of Yao Yao. Do you really think that I am a soft persimmon? Yi Changkong's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Can make the company to nearly 100 billion market value and listed big boss? Not many are soft persimmons. Ate such a big loss, how can not retaliate back? Jiang Che didn't know that Yi Mengyao was already prepared to chase him backwards. Even if they knew, I'm afraid I'd just laugh. From the beginning to the end, the initiative was in his hands. Dealing with this kind of arrogant young lady, Jiang Che was experienced. Before you treated me with love and disregard, but now I'm making you regret it. Of course, the main reason that could make Yi Mengyao change her mind was still, Jiang Che he's handsome enough. Jiang Che, who had just returned home, was given a big hug by his own mother Sama. The two of them, Zhang Yunli and Zhang Yuan, were naturally incomparably worried about Jiang Che's well-being, especially Zhang Yunli. Hugging Jiang Che, he wailed and cried out. All in their 30s and at this point looking no different than a little schoolgirl. You're the only precious son I have. If anything happens to you, Jiang Che only felt a wave of sweat, wiped the corner of his forehead, and found an excuse to slip away. It's a wonderful thing to have a mother like that. If he hadn't gotten the villain script, he would have thought he had become the hero of a Korean manga. Ahem. One can be perverted, but not born. I don't know how this Lin Yu fellow is doing. Counting the time he should have woken up by now, right? Jiang Che murmured in his mind. Chapter 30, Lin Yu, I cracked At this time, Lin Yu in the hospital had woken up from his coma. There were also two police officers sitting in front of the hospital bed because he was one of the participants in the case. As soon as the two saw that Lin Yu had woken up, they directly asked questions. The result obtained, however, surprised the two policemen, as it was completely different from what Jiang Che had said. However, after consulting their superiors, they directly dismissed Lin Yu's words because there was no conclusive evidence. Mr. Lin, what you're saying is quite empty. There's no evidence that can prove that you saved Miss Yi. When we police arrived at the place, you had already been hanged by the thugs. The eyes of the two police officers looking at Lin Yu at this moment revealed contempt. It wasn't the first time they had seen Lin Yu. Before, when Lin Yu was detained for fighting and brawling, they were also present. Mr. Lin, we know that you were so eager to save people that you even went so far as to get shot, but you really didn't save the people. The police officer's words almost made Lin Yu faint with anger. Who saved me if not me? You guys see how beat up I am? I was ed by old Six afterward. There's old Six. Wait, who saved Yi Mengyao now? You guys tell me who saved Yi Mengyao. Lin Yu's CPU finally spun around. He also understood that there must have been old Six who had shaded himself behind the scenes, topping his heroic rescue. The policeman sighed helplessly. Forgive us for having no comment. The two policemen then both left, leaving Lin Yu alone in the hospital bed. Damn! Which sneak attacked me from behind? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I took 2 sticks and a bullet, and I almost didn't see the Taiwanese. I can't believe I've done it for someone else. He had just dreamed of Yi Mengyao learning that he had risked his life to save her, thus falling completely head over heels in love with him, and that he was holding a beautiful woman. It was simply awesome. But now what? There's nothing left, and you've suffered so much for nothing. Don't let me know who you are. Just as he was getting angry, his cell phone rang. Yi Changkong? Lin Yu seemed to have grabbed some kind of life-saving straw and directly connected the phone. Instead, he was confronted with a torrent of verbal abuse. I asked you to protect Yao Yao. What the hell are you doing? You're still an expert like that? Lin Yu panicked. Uncle Yi, listen to my explanation. I really went to save Yao Yao. You shouted for Yao Yao too? And you went to save Yao Yao. You're going to give away your head. If it was a normal day, if someone dared to speak to Lin Yu in such a tone, he would definitely just throw his face off. But now was different. Yi Changkong had to lick it. What if Yi Changkong didn't let himself be Yi Mengyao's bodyguard anymore? Wouldn't all my plans of picking up girls go down the drain? Uncle Yi, listen to my explanation. Yi Mengyao was actually saved by me. Your bull asterisk 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 ting me. It was clearly someone else. Jiang Che, who saved her. Do you think I'm blind? You don't have to go to school from tomorrow, and I don't want a morally corrupt person to protect my daughter. With that he hung up. Lin Yu's entire body froze. Damn, it's Jiang Che again. After defeating the kidnappers themselves, the old Six who had sneaked up on them was Jiang Che. He even took the honor of replacing himself as the hero who saved Yi Mengyao. The thought that he had sacrificed so much, but in the end, he ended up giving Jiang Che a graft, which made him incomparably irritated. But now there was no time for him to think about it. He had only just integrated into the school, and he hadn't even had the chance to look at so many beautiful girls inside Sherlan's school. Moreover, the secret book and jade pendant that belonged to him were still in Jiang Che's hands. It's simply not a good idea to leave in the dust. Damn Jiang Che, I vow not to be human until I kill you. Lin Yu's fist might crackle. Then it began to think. I need power and background. I need someone to help me get back into Sherez school. As if he had remembered something, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth hooked up slightly. Cure the disease to save the patient. His two masters, one with unique medical skills and the other with unrivaled assassination skills, inherited their mantle themselves. Medical skills are naturally very powerful, and superb medical skills are always the most convenient way to make friends with powerful people. Set up a booth to save lives and make a name for yourself. Soon, a business plan took shape in his mind. Jiang Che, you wait for me. Sooner or later I'll get you killed. The next day, the fact that Jiang Che had saved Yi Mengyao directly spread throughout Sherlan school. The incident was nothing less than a bombshell in everyone's mind. Alarmed by the school, Jiang Che became the perfect boyfriend that almost every girl in the entire Sherlan school fantasized about. Have you heard? Yi Mengyao was kidnapped yesterday. It was Jiang Xiao who saved her. Of course I know. It said that the group of people who kidnapped Yi Mengyao were a team of professional mercenaries from a foreign country, and there were people with guns in their hands. I heard that there are more than a dozen gun-wielding thugs. Jiang Xiao alone broke into the dragon pool and tiger's den to save Yi Mengyao. Think about it, our handsome fried simply boyfriend power burst Yi Mengyao, this woman is also too uneducated. Such a good boy can refuse. And Yi Mengyao? I think it's just a green tea or white lotus flower. People Jiang Che for her to fight a dozen people alone. If it was me, I would have been touched to the shirt off my back that night. How is that possible? One person fighting a dozen people? How is it impossible? I've heard people say that Jiang Che is still an ancient martial arts expert. It's the personal disciple of some hidden master. A legendary cultivation of Huanjing. The more the rumor spread, the more outrageous it became, and it was close to describing Jiang Che as a superman. Jiang Che, have you eaten breakfast yet? This is the breakfast I brought for you. Yi Mengyao's cheeks flushed crimson as she held a steaming breakfast in her hands and arrived in front of Jiang Che. The haughty Missy let go of the pride in her heart. And just in time, Lin Yu entered the class and happened to catch the scene in his eyes. He's here to check out of school, which is what's known as packing up and getting out. At an aristocratic school like the Shiraz school, it was just a matter of the school board members wanting to withdraw an ordinary student from the school. Lin Yu's eyes widened at this moment. Jiang Che, thank you for saving me. This shy appearance of Yi Mengyao truly stunned Lin Yu's eyes. The muscles in his face were quivering like crazy. It was clearly himself who saved Yi Mengyao. Damn, he still had a gunshot wound in his shoulder. If he wasn't a dark force powerhouse, if he wasn't a dark force master, he'd be dead by now. I put my life on the line to save you and you turn around and thank another man? It was a fact he simply could not accept. I've had breakfast, and you don't need to thank me. I told you, I'll save even an ordinary classmate. Jiang Che's attitude is still high and cold. A breakfast is like making me change my mind? Although I do crave your body right now, but craving is craving. I still have to abuse you when I have to. Yi Mengyao bit her lip in death. Jiang Che, he was definitely still angry with himself. I blame myself. Why was I so bad-tempered before? I made things irreparable. But if I had left a little bit of room for maneuver, wouldn't it have led to this kind of result today? The expression on Lin Yu's face couldn't be tensed up, and he felt like his entire body was about to crack. The high and mighty miss. She's become Jiang Che's lickspittle? What is he then? In the dark, he just felt like he had a green hat on his head. Chapter 31, Oh, chick, give the master a rush. Lin Yu's entire body nearly collapsed. Yo, isn't this Lin Yu? Jiang Che didn't pay any attention to Yi Mengyao and turned his gaze towards Lin Yu, a faint smile tickling the corners of his mouth. The other students didn't know the meaning of Jiang Che's smile, but how could Lin Yu still not understand it? It was clearly mocking him. Jiang Che, don't be complacent. Sooner or later I'm going to get back everything that belongs to me. Lin Yu directly let out a vicious sentence, then turned around and left. He'll be back. Jiang Che surveyed Lin Yu's departing back and stroked his chin, his eyes gradually deepening. Now that Lin Yu has been screwed out of the campus by himself, a lot of the on-campus drama won't be triggered, which might make the plot go in an unpredictable direction. But he began to calculate in his heart. This bastard Lin Yu would definitely not be willing. In the original drama, in the early stages, Lin Yu mainly relied on two means of accumulating contacts and improving his self-strength. First, he set up a roadside stall to cure the sick and save people, and ran into a lot of big shots and made friends with powerful people. Second, sneaking off to the underground boxing ring to fight in a black box and quickly improve your strength in life and death combat. Instead, he can be targeted based on those 2 points. You want to cure people? Do you have a license to practice medicine and you save lives? Still want to fight black? I'll just backhand a report and send you to the station. Jiang Che has familiarized himself with many years of online literature, and has made many tweets about the unreasonable plots in many urban cool texts, which naturally came in handy at this time. Wang Zhang, Lu Tai, come over here. After class, Jiang Che directly called Wang Zhang and Lu Tai over. Brother Jiang, what is it? You're really great. You came out of the siege on your own and saved Yi Mengyao all by yourself. Jiang Che glanced at them indifferently. Lu Tai, does your family run a few black boxing rings? Lu Tai smiled somewhat sheepishly. Brother Jiang, where is there any black boxing ring? That's a serious business. Black boxing stadiums are illegal, involving large amounts of gambling and sometimes death. Jiang Che didn't poke him either. Lin Yu, this kid is a dark force ancient martial artist. He may go to your home's boxing ring to fight next. You'll just mess with him directly then. Don't get tough with him, just nauseate him. If it doesn't work, then call the police to mess with him. Also, Lin Yu will probably go out and set up a stall in the next 2 days to cure people. You guys are in charge of fixing him. If he treats people, you call the police and arrest him for practicing medicine illegally. Jiang Che directly taught these two little brothers how to fix Lin Yu by hand. Although these two guys were quite stupid, they were indeed righteous enough, and they hadn't betrayed themselves even after being screwed over so badly by Lin Yu in the original drama. Okay, Jiang Xiao, don't worry, I'm definitely a professional in this area. But Jiang Xiao, is this Lin Yu a dark force powerhouse? What if he makes a move on us? One of my dad's bodyguards from a big client is a dark force master, and one punch can kill a man. Fatty Wang Zhang's face was a little scared. Fatty, are you stupid? Cannot beat us directly, lie down. Lying down, blackmail him, still do not understand? Lu Tai directly cited a 3. The whole person are whole out of experience. Can. Promising. Jiang Che nodded. After Lin Yu's wisdom-lowering aura expired, Wang Zhang and Lu Tai's 2 eyes cleared up. Their stupid gazes were gone, and their smart IQs took over the high ground again. The 2 of them ran off at the top of their lungs. Jiang Che's eyes then became indifferent. If these 2 guys were not bad in terms of efficiency, they can save a lot of energy. They are two moldable talents, proper villainous little brothers. All morning long, Yi Mengyao was looking for all sorts of excuses to court Jiang Che. The usually high and mighty goddess is now a straight-up licking dog. A bipolar reversal. Yi Mengyao, what do you really want? Once you were indifferent to me, now you're pulling this stunt, trying to cheat my feelings again? Jiang Che knew how to fish too well. If he acted high and mighty and didn't give Yi Mengyao a response, this big miss might really be disheartened in the end. But this wasn't the kind of result Jiang Che wanted. Giving her a proper response, Yi Mengyao would then magnify the meaning of her words indefinitely, thus brainstorming madly. Isn't that true of many of our dog-licking brethren? Actually, it's the same for goddesses instead. Jiang Che, I did have a problem with my attitude towards you before. I apologize. I really wasn't thinking of cheating on your feelings. I was young. I didn't know anything. Will you give me another chance? Give me a chance to like you? Yi Mengyao had even directly confessed her feelings. Missy, who had always shied away from relationship issues, she even took the initiative to confess to Jiang Che? This could be a bombshell for all the other students inside the classroom. They couldn't figure out at all why Yi Mengyao, who a month ago was still loving and disliking Jiang Che in every way, was now directly chasing after him backwards. Is this the powerful charm of the hero saving the day? Yuan Heir was lying on the table, her little face turned away, looking out the window. For some reason, this scene made her heart sour. Asshole. What a big asshole. The little loli's mind was all messed up. Yi Mengyao was her closest best friend. The relationship between the two had actually surpassed that of a normal ordinary best friend, and although Yuan Heir didn't say anything, but in her heart, she had already developed a rather hazy feeling towards Yi Mengyao. And on the other side was Jiang Che. This pair of little lilies, before they could bloom they were mercilessly destroyed by Jiang Che, the great demon king. Give you a chance? Jiang Che lightly laughed and shook his head, and his smile seemed to carry a touch of self-deprecation. Yao Yao, do you think that I was chasing you before so just? Really chasing you? What I'm chasing is just that innocent girl from my childhood, the one who would surround me, wear a princess dress, and follow me around calling me Brother Jiang. Only this little girl has grown up and disappeared completely. Jiang Che's voice revealed a kind of relieved frustration. Not a word of his words mentioned Yi Mengyao, but every word was related to Yi Mengyao. Oh, chick, give me a break. Chapter 32 Yi Mengyao's shock. Crashing into the secret between Jiang Che and Yuan Heir? Yi Mengyao froze. The entire spirit of the person collapsed a bit. She didn't expect Jiang Che to say such words. The chase. Is it me from my childhood? Yes, when she was a child. She and Jiang Che both were childhood sweethearts that everyone envied, and she herself often followed Jiang Che around. And those days were so beautiful, too young and innocent. I see, so that's it. Yi Mengyao's heart was flooded with bitterness, her chest was depressed, and she had the feeling that she wanted to cry. It turned out that Jiang Che had liked himself from so early on, but he no longer liked himself now. One wakes up too late. Too late. She wasn't ready to give up. Though, Jiang Che, you've been chasing me for 2 years. Why don't I chase you this time? Give me a chance. The young girl was secretly cheering herself up internally. The news of Yi Mengyao confessing her love to Jiang Che in public quickly spread throughout Shirlan School. It's causing quite a ripple. It broke the hearts of countless boys who had crushes on her into crumbs of dust. At this time, Jiang Che, who was the instigator, was relatively calm and collected. Yuan Heir, do you want to get in the car? Come to my house and tutor me? Jiang Che's handsome face revealed an evil smile as he blocked Yuan Heir in the corner. After abusing Missy on the front foot, it was a blast to plug her little BFF on the back. I don't want to give you lessons. I have to take my mom to the hospital for dialysis tomorrow. You can give me the money up front and I'll owe you for the lessons. Yuan Heir directly hugged her school bag and drilled out from under Jiang Che's armpit. The little loli's body was too petite. She didn't even need to lower her head. Where she stood she wasn't as high as Jiang Che's shoulders. Ha! You still want to whore me out for nothing? How can it be that good? Tomorrow is tomorrow. You'll make up for today's class first. Jiang Che pulled Yuan Heir over as soon as he could and then shoved her into the car. Yuan Heir wasn't in a hurry. After all, she had already gotten used to this guy Jiang Che's touch. Humph. You big asshole. How dare you try to cheat Sister Yao Yao's feelings? Yuan Heir, as an experienced little green tea, she could tell with a glance that Jiang Che was dangling Yi Mengyao today. He was simply a super pervert. Not only did he bully himself, he also wanted to cheat Sister Yao Yao's feelings? Ha! You're still worried about your sister Yao Yao? Aren't you her plastic BFF? Don't pretend to be a white lotus flower either. You're the one pretending. Who am I to discredit the relationship between me and Sister Yao Yao? Jiang Che laughed. What? I'm not better than you? At least I saved Yi Mengyao's life, and she's so grateful to me now that she's even starting to fall back on me. And what have you done for Yi Mengyao? What else can you do besides being a tick that lies on her body and sucks her blood? After telling so many lies, Jiang Che himself believed it. You Wanner bared her small tiger teeth as Jiang Che's every word accurately stepped on her minefield. Humph. You must have had ulterior motives even after saving Sister Yao Yao. Don't pretend to be a good guy. How could a pervert like you reject Yi Mengyao? Yeah, I can't refuse Yi Mengyao. What's wrong? Is it wrong? So angry that he didn't want to talk. You want air although green tea. But in fact the essence is still not bad. Received money she at least do things Tutoring Jiang Che was very serious. Although he had to guard against Jiang Che's salty hands from time to time. Are you even listening? Little Loli was anxious and glared at Jiang Che. He had worked so hard to give him a half-day lecture. But it turned out that the guy didn't seem to be listening to himself at all. Sure, isn't this question easy? Jiang Che took the pen and casually wrote down the answer. Hey, surprisingly, it's right. Have you written the same question before, Jiang Che? No. Humph. I don't believe it. Yuan Air's body was really fragrant and soft, and the physiques possessed by Heaven's Destiny heroines were undoubtedly all incomparably special. After all, the dog author in order to take care of all the readers of the XP. What soft and cute playful loli, arrogant lady, cold-eyed policewoman, overbearing female president what? There should be everything. Since he had loaded the villain script himself, it was only natural to take away everything around the protagonist, not just limited to his opportunities. There's also his woman, the yellow dividing line. The truth was just as Jiang Che expected. As long as the bottom line was breached, then the bottom line will get lower and lower. The source of all the evil was just a kiss. Yuck. You pervert. Yuaner glared at Jiang Che with a death glare, itching to eat him in one bite. At the same time the little girl's heart was overwhelmed with horror. How could it have turned out like this? Her bottom line was breaking down. She was beyond refusing even a kiss at first. And right now, Yi Mengyao's family had already arrived at the gate of the Zhang family villa. Butler Li, Jiang Che saved our family Yao Yao before. Today we came here specifically to thank him. Yi Changkon's attitude was pious. Even if it was a small housekeeper of the Zhang family he lowered his stance. After all, Jiang Che had been kind to his own family, and the Zhang family was also very strong. The richest man in Hangzhou was not just a figure of speech. In fact, they didn't just come this time to give thanks. There were also some other little thoughts in there. Butler Li Ming nodded. Mr. Zhang and the others are at home. You guys come with me. Yi Mengyao followed behind her parents, surveying the Zhang family's villa area. Like this kind of detached villa is very common for her as a big lady. The cost of a building is only a few $100 million. Moreover, he had often come to play when he was a child, playing hide and seek with Jiang Che inside the garden. Those images gradually became visible in the young girl's mind. Without realizing it, the girl's eyes became moist. But just then, her gaze lifted slightly. Then the whole thing was baffled. On the third floor of the villa, in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, two familiar figures. It's Jiang Che, and Yuan Air. Yi Mengyao's entire brain was buzzing. She had never thought Jiang Che would actually be with Yuan Air. Chapter 33, Yi family proposes marriage? Triggering the divine choice again. Yi Mengyao was horrified. Ever since she had recognized her feelings for Jiang Che some time ago, she had been trying to mend the relationship with Jiang Che, and kept cheering himself up. As long as he was sincere enough, he would definitely be able to move Jiang Che again. Yi Mengyao unwillingly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and when she looked over again, she realized that Jiang Che was the only one left in front of the window. Can it be that? Is it because my obsession with Jiang Che is too deep and I'm hallucinating? That must be it. Although Jiang Che seemed to be treating Yuan Air more affectionately lately, she still knew her best friend better. She had already declared her ownership to Jiang Che. How could Yuan Air possibly do this kind of family stealing behind her back? Absolute. No. Ahem. Why are you still pushing me? In the bedroom, Jiang Che sat on a chair, playing with a small butterfly hairpin in his hand. Yuan Air's little face was filled with anxiety. It's over. I'm going to die. Sister Yo-Yo saw it. I'm going to be killed by you. What will she think of me? Sister Yao Yao? Humph. It's all your fault. You abomination. Little Lori directly threw Jiang Che out to take the blame. However, Jiang Che wouldn't spoil her and once again offered up the almighty cell phone. I see that you seem to be pervert. Pervert. Yuan Air already knew Jiang Che better, and although she was a bit angry and helpless, she seemed to have gotten used to Jiang Che's perversion. Soon, familiar voices came from downstairs, and Yi Mengyao's family was climbing with Jiang Che's parents. Jiang Che, what should we do? If Yi Mengyao finds out about me later. Yuan Air was a bit anxious, and was even ready to find a closet to drill straight into. Jiang Che, in a moment, you help me cover up. Yi Mengyao, she's dull and easy to fool. Your words will definitely work. Jiang Che, on the other hand, held his arms over his chest. Why should I help you? You want Heir bared her teeth. Humph. You've taken all the advantage. What's wrong with helping me out? Hey, I paid for all of this. I paid for it, and now you're doing this to me? Please. Brother Jiang Che the little lowly directly pouted and wrapped her arms around Jiang Che. Seriously, I'm afraid no man can resist the pampering of a little lowly. Don't come with me. Wait here. I'll go down first, whether you'll be found or not. It's up to you. Oh, little lowly found a closet to hide in. She actually didn't want to be like this, but Yi Mengyao was now chasing Jiang Che backwards. To be ambiguous with Jiang Che right now would be prying the corner of the wall. Yi Mengyao would definitely have a grudge against herself when she found out. In the living room on the first floor, Yi Mengyao's parents were chatting with Jiang Che's parents. I'm really thankful. If it wasn't for Xiao Che, Yao Yao would have been in danger this time. Where? Our family Che is a man of integrity. Even an ordinary classmate would go to the rescue. Yi Changkong and the others could clearly feel the alienation of the two Jiang Yuan. It seems to be a deliberate line in the sand, especially when Jiang Yunli looked at Yi Mengyao with a wave of inexplicable loathing. It was this girl who had been hanging on to her own son for several years, and Yi Mengyao had long been labeled a green tea whore in her heart. Yi Mengyao lowered her head, not daring to speak. Jiang Che's mom didn't seem to like herself. Elder brother Jiang Yuan, is little Che he not at home? Yi Changkong asked. Oh, Chol he's upstairs studying. Jiang Yuan was just about to continue when a figure slowly walked down the stairs. No need to say thank you. Jiang Che once again changed into that high-strung look and slowly came to the center of the living room. His eyes skimmed over Yi Mengyao and looked at Mr. and Mrs. Yi Changkong. Yet nothing was said, but it was as if everything was said. Xiao Che we didn't just come to thank you this time. Our family Yao Yao likes you very much. You've chased after our Yao Yao before. There's mutual favoritism. If we can become in-laws. Yi mother directly singled out her purpose, which was to come to tie the knot. Jiang Yunli, on the other hand, snorted coldly. Your daughter didn't see my son before. Why are you here to talk about marriage now? Our Jiang family's door is not something you can just walk in. Jiang Yunli also glared viciously at Yi Mengyao, rather like an evil mother-in-law. Yi Mengyao was on the verge of crying out, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward for a while. Yi Mengyao's family of three could be considered a dilemma. Obviously, he was annoyed, but after all, Jiang Che had saved Yi Mengyao, so they had to make peace. Yi Changkong dryly coughed. Things between children. Let them work it out on their own. Don't you think so, Xiao Che? For a moment, all eyes were placed on Jiang Che's body. If Jiang Che opened his mouth at this moment, expressing that he had a crush on Yi Mengyao, it was estimated that Miss Yi would soon become his fiancée. If she refused, I'm afraid Yi Mengyao would be completely desperate. After all, in front of both parents, rejecting her would be equivalent to a direct slap in the face. And girls want faces too. Drops. The Yi family has requested an engagement from the host, triggering the villain's choice. Choice 1, accept with pleasure and become the son-in-law of the Yi family. The host directly gains 100 points of favor from Yi Mengyao, and receives the title mistress. Choice 2, decisively refuse, and facepalm the Yi family and humiliate Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao's favorability -80. Get reward, 3 years of internal strength. Choice 3, race up the acting. My attitude is all up to you to guess. Everyone's favoritism +10. Get the title reward, Lord of the Harem. Once again, the villain choice is triggered. Jiang Che surveyed the three choices. Choice 1 could directly obtain Yi Mengyao's full level of goodwill, but that title reward at the back was too disgusting. Married man, after the host wears this title, Yi Mengyao will be completely dead to you, but at the same time the host will never be able to gain the favor of any other divine fate female host again. Trashy stuff that dogs don't even use. As a qualified pervert, can't you just take a dipper of the weak water? Although Yi Mengyao is very fragrant, the kind that the average person who marries home definitely lives 20 years less. But Jiang Che was no ordinary person. He's not a kid anymore. Chapter 34, Jiang Che's smile gradually perverted. Choice 2, directly reject Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao's favorability was almost directly cleared. This was not the result Jiang Che wanted. He was just fishing. Poor Yi Mengyao. It's not like he really wasn't interested in her. As for him setting people up so high and mighty now, how should it end? Jiang Che had long been prepared. Yi Mengyao's birthday party at the end of the month is a breakthrough. By the time Yi Mengyao is drugged, doesn't that settle it? It could be said that from the very beginning, the dominant power has been in Jiang Che's hands. He had arranged everything. As for the reward for option 3, a title, Master of the Harem, Lord of the Harem, after wearing this title, the host will be granted immunity from the harem, and no matter how wanton the host is, he will be as steady as an old dog, and will never follow Chang's old path. Jiang Che, hey, what do you mean? I'm so eloquent, I have a high IQ. How could I go the same way as Makoto? You're more or less looking down on people. system warmly reminds you that you forgot how you died in your previous life? Jiang Che unexpectedly, unable to retort. Although he died in a car accident in his own past life, it's obvious. The probability is that it was man-made. In his previous life, he overwaved and accidentally waved himself to death. Ahem. You're right, Toon-chan. This title is still good. I choose 3. At this time, inside the house, several people were waiting for Jiang Che's answer, especially Yi Mengyao. Her eyes that looked at Jiang Che carried a humility in them now. Jiang Che directly unleashed her heart passage. Lin Shui, AI. Xiao Che is definitely going to reject Yao Yao with this look. I'm afraid it's going to be hard for Yao Yao to walk out of here. Jiang Yunli, just you little white lotus still want to marry my precious son? Chol rejects her with all due haste. Yi Mengyao, Jiang Che, Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, and they're all here. Please don't reject me anymore. Don't let me hate you. Oh ho, it's no wonder I rejected you. It would have directly reduced my favorability by 80 points. How can a little heart be so fragile? At the same time, Jiang Che also realized that if he rejected Yi Mengyao in public now, I'm afraid that this girl would blacken out. Jiang Che unintentionally glanced at Yi Mengyao, and his 4 eyes met. The eyes were 4 parts complicated, 3 parts sadness, 2 parts hatred, and 1 part love. Old fan charts now. He didn't say anything, just let out a soft sigh, his expression slightly tired. I'm tired. After saying that, Jiang Che turned around and re-entered the upstairs. Jiang Che only used 3 words, but they were just right. Especially Yi Mengyao's eyes brightened a bit in an instant, with a touch of joy in her expression. Jiang Che didn't agree, but didn't reject either. And the way he looked at me just now, so complicated. The kind of look that, though she couldn't understand it, she still saw a point of love in it. For the young girl who was prepared to chase Jiang Che backwards, even the slightest bit of affection would be infinitely magnified by her. Thinking that Jiang Che still likes her, Yi Mengyao's family left the Jiang family. Sit in the car. Yao Yao. The fact that Xiao Che didn't reject you just now means there's still a chance for things to turn around. Lin Shui began to encourage her own daughter again. In fact, her feelings towards Jiang Che were still very good. There was no one more suitable to be his son-in-law than Jiang Che. Moreover, Jiang Che had saved Yao Yao's life. Yi Mengyao nodded her head as if she was a chicken chattering rice. Mom, you're right. Jiang Che, he's definitely still angry with me. I treated him too badly before. Although he hates me, he definitely still has me in his heart. I still have a chance. One of the 4 great illusions of mankind. That he still likes me. Yi Changkong fell silent. His own sweet little cotton girl was starting to fall back on other men. This made him feel bad in his heart. But Jiang Che had saved Yao Yao after all, and had actually gained his approval. Moreover, he always felt that there seemed to be something not quite right in Jiang Che's eyes when he looked at Yao Yao. There was something colorful? It's supposed to be a delusion of one's own, right? Hubby, I don't want Yi Mengyao to marry into our Jiang family. This girl is full of heart. Jiang Yunli looked at Jiang Yuan with worry. At this time, Jiang Yuan also rubbed his forehead helplessly. His own wife was a stupid white sweet. Her emotional intelligence and IQ was almost 0. He could already tell that Yi Mengyao was actually just a simple-minded little girl, not a heartthrob at all. This girl is so simple that everything that is on her mind is written on her face. Honey, you're right. I'm for it, but didn't Chol refuse? Let the children do what the children do. It had to be said that Jiang Yuan was indeed a qualified husband. Humph. I don't care. I just don't like Yi Mengyao. The woman bristled. Girls who want to marry into our Jiang family can be lined up as far as the South Pole. Is she one Yi Mengyao short? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about that daughter of Director Wang, Wan Yen Yen. So pretty and with a delightful personality. There's also that Yuan Heir who often comes to our house these days to tutor Xiao Che in her homework. She's also very cute. She's my favorite. But after mentioning Yuan Heir, Jiang Yunli glanced down at the time. It's almost 10 p.m. How come they haven't finished yet? The corner of Jiang Yunli's mouth curved up as if he had thought of something. Obviously, Yuan Heir should still be in Jiang Che's house right now. Honey, get ready to do it. The corner of Jiang Yuan's mouth twitched. Move what? I'm very rare with this Yuan Heir. We have to create opportunities for our son. Think about it. It's 10 o'clock at night. That little girl will definitely go home later. Let's just keep her. We'll let her stay with our son. And something will happen. Jiang Yunli had a look of anticipation on his face, and even started rubbing his hands together. Jiang Yuan, he couldn't understand this brainwave of his wife's, but he was greatly shocked. But being a wifey, as long as it's something his wife says, he's all for it. Honey, I'll be upstairs in a minute. Hiss. Honey, aren't you going a bit too far? Don't really cause a death. It won't de. Anan. In the 3rd floor bedroom. Jiang Che, did Sister Yao Yao ask about me? Yuan Heir drilled out from inside the closet. The little loli had made a mess inside Jiang Che's closet and was holding a pair of Jiang Che's shorts on her head. Disgusted, the girl picked up Jiang Che's shorts with 2 fingers and threw them out. No! Jiang Che smiled and stared at the little loli in front of him with a slight smile. Chapter 35, I'm going to eat you on air, and Jesus can't stop me. Jiang Che, it's 10 o'clock, I should go. Before you go, you settle the bill first. Lori even got out her calculator and started pressing it. 700 for tutoring, some other miscellaneous expenses, and I wasted so much time trying to give you a lecture. But as she spoke, the little girl couldn't go on. Okay, just give me 1,000. Little loli bit the corner of her lip and glared viciously at Jiang Che. This guy is just getting out of hand. Ha, what's the matter, my little money grubber? How come you're not greedy for money anymore? Jiang Che revealed an evil smile. This Yuan Heir. It was really quite interesting, making one unable to resist the urge to get closer to her. Opening the her heart pass, he eavesdropped on the little secret in Yuan Heir's heart. You don't need that much money. Mom needs more than 5,000 a month for dialysis, plus 10,000 a month for daily life will be enough. Jiang Che, this stinky guy, if it wasn't for the fact that he makes the best money, I wouldn't be tutoring him. Injustice dead pervert. Sooner or later your whole family is going to go bankrupt and hang you stinking asshole from a streetlight. Yuan Heir's heartfelt words made Jiang Che almost laugh out loud. Sure enough, little girls are still little girls after all. That little thought. It's simply ridiculous. Jiang Che pointed out the window. It's after 10 o'clock. Why don't you not go back? Just stay at my house. Jiang Che, you wish. Yuan Heir's small face instantly exploded red. Her face puffed up like an inflated puffer fish. Could she not know what was going on in Jiang Che's mind? This guy's thoughts are all written on his face. And just then, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Are you guys there? Still studying? Jiang Che gave Yuan Heir a silent gesture and then went to open the door. Jiang Yunli walked in with a smile on his face and a plate of freshly cut fruit in his hand. Ha, you haven't left yet. Yuan Heir? Jiang Yunli asked with feigned surprise. Sister, I'll be ready to go in a minute. The girl's voice was sweet. It was as if Yuan Heir had found some kind of life-saving straw. When Yi Mengyao's family was downstairs before, she didn't dare to go downstairs at all. That's why she hid until now. Ha, Yuan Heir, are you ready to go now? Jiang Yunli's face showed a difficult expression. Just now your Uncle Zhang's company had an incident, and all the cars in the garage were taken away, so I can't take you back now. The woman's expression was regretful, but at the same time, she used the corner of her eye to give Jiang Che another frantic sign. Jiang Che, ahem, do you guys feel good about counting on a little girl like this? Yuan Heir blinked her big eyes twice, then shook her head. Sister Ginger, I can take a cab back by myself. Obviously, Yuan Heir didn't want to stay with Jiang Che at all. If she stayed with him for a night, she would definitely have to be eaten up. She was scared of having any excessive contact with Jiang Che. Take a cab? How can you do that? How dangerous is it for a little girl like you to take a taxi at night? And you're so pretty and cute. Jiang Yunli walked forward and took Yuan Heir's small, soft and boneless hand. Just stay at our house. It just so happens that there's a vacant bedroom next door to Che with some girls' pajamas and nightgowns and stuff. Yuan Heir's person was numb and wanted to refuse but couldn't open her mouth. Jiang Yunli called Yuan Heir with every mouthful. Sister Jiang, then, I'll stay here for the night. The girl eventually nodded her head and agreed. After all, it was across the room, and it wasn't like she was sleeping with Jiang Che. Big deal is locking the door yourself at night. Then, Yuan Heir, I'll leave first. Jiang Yunli had absolutely no resistance to a petite and cute little loli like Yuan Heir, and even gave the girl a kiss on her cheeks. I wish I had such a cute daughter. Since I don't have such a lovely daughter, it's almost as good to have a lovely daughter-in-law. After Jiang Yunli left, Yuan Heir glared fiercely at Jiang Che. After picking up his small school bag, he walked out of Jiang Che's bedroom to the next room. When she first went in, the girl was shocked that it said it was a bedroom, but this one bedroom was bigger than even her house. The bedroom was girly, even the walls were pink, and there was an oversized teddy bear doll on the king-sized bed. There was even a pristine white piano in the corner, which was worth a fortune at first glance. This is a girl's room? It seems like it hasn't been lived in for a long time, but it's often cleaned? Yuan Heir blinked her big eyes. It was hard to believe that there were other girls living in Jiang Che's house. It's so big. The girl didn't think much about it and jumped right on top of the big bed. The soft big bed made her whole body and mind relax a lot. Wow, there's an ensuite bathroom inside the bedroom? That's too luxurious, isn't it? The Zhang family villa was even more luxurious than Yi Mengyao's home. The little loli took off her shoes and lay on the bed, wiggling her 2 jade-moist little feet. 10 cute toes beaded in white with a light pink color. I'm going to take a shower first. He. Yuan Heir jumped off the bed and bounced to the bathroom, catching a whole bathtub full of water. The girl's entire body was soaked in the water. only revealing a small head, and playing with the water from time to time. The skin on her body was fair and tender, just like a good suet jade. The girl exudes youthful beauty, full of energy and vitality, with an expression of enjoyment on her face. This kind of life she had only experienced when she was by Yi Mengyao's side. Soon enough, she was showered and came out with only a white towel wrapped around her body. Heir was petite. The bath towel draped over her was about the same as draping a sheet over her, wrapping her up tightly as a dumpling. But just when she had showered and was ready to go to bed, she realized that there was an extra person in the bed. Jiang Che? Chapter 36, Heir's Little Mind. Anti-warlord strikes. Heir man went numb. Jiang Che. How the hell did he get here? He had clearly unlocked the bedroom door before he came in, but now she should be thinking more about her own safety now. A girl has just taken a shower, wrapped in a towel, and is seen by a man. What will happen to her? Jiang Che, how did you get in here? Lori clutched the towel she was wearing. Even her tiny toes curled up, just revealing a small head as she stared at Jiang Che dead in the face. Oh, this bedroom of yours is connected to mine, didn't you know? Jiang Che pointed at the balcony door as he spoke. Nice guy. The balcony door connects directly to both bedrooms. You pervert, hurry up and get out. Jiang Che was only wearing a large pair of pants at this time, and was naked, the body after several rounds of strengthening by the system. It's already close to perfection. The six-pack abs set into the teenager's abdomen like hard stones were not as terrifying as Mr. Bodybuilder, but it contained an explosive and terrifying power inside. Coupled with Jiang Che's handsome face, it was hard for any girl to be able to reject Jiang Che at this moment. Even Heir couldn't help but gulp. Heir, how does this asshole have such a good body? I haven't seen him work out much either. Heir, humph. An asshole is an asshole. No matter how good his body is, it doesn't change the fact that he's an asshole. Heir, what does he want? Jiang Che is definitely trying to bully me. There's no way I'm going to let him have his way. I'll call the police as soon as he gets rough with me. Forget it. I'll just shout it out. But it should be useless even if I do, right? Heir, I seem to know why Jiang Che's mom wants me to stay in this one bedroom. That's what she's after. What a good mom who loves her son. The little lowly's little thought was all overheard by Jiang Che. Jiang Che was satisfied with this her heart pass skill. This skill was simply a divine skill for the mildly perverted Jiang Che. It's more fun to eavesdrop on a girl's heart than to just flirt with her. What's wrong? This is my house. Can't I come in? Jiang Che gave a spontaneous smile. He was still very interested in the little girl Heir. When Heir saw this deadpan look on Jiang Che's face, she realized, Jiang Che, he's a superb pervert. I'm afraid that I'm going to be in trouble tonight. Jiang Che, and I have to take my mom to dialysis tomorrow. Lori was using her watchful eye again. Adorable. Seriously, Heir's cute selling technique had simply been practiced to the point of perfection, and even Jiang Che had slightly softened his heart. Not young, you're 19, you're 1 month older than me. I'm going to call you my sister, right? Sister Heir. Jiang Che's words made Heir tense up. This guy has no shame at all. No, he has no cheek at all. Say, you should be older than Yi Mengyao, right? Why would you call Yi Mengyao sister? Jiang Che asked with some curiosity. What do I need you to care? Heir opened her mouth without any good humor. Heir, I don't want to call Yi Mengyao sister either, but Yi Mengyao thinks I look a lot younger than her. That's why she forced me to call her sister. Jiang Che, good man. So that's how it is. Jiang Che, why do you always have to bully me? I've never messed with you. Why are you so bad? Why don't you go bully others? Why don't you go bully Yi Mengyao? When Heir thought about what she had experienced these days, she felt aggrieved and wanted to cry. But ever since she met Jiang Che, her bottom line was broken again and again. She was already getting scared that she would really fall, that she would be overcome by Jiang Che's sugar-coated attack. She doesn't want this. In the nick of time, Heir seemed to sense something. First her cheeks flushed, but then she breathed a sigh of relief. Saved. Jiang Che, my one is here. It's really coming. Heir had never thanked her aunt so much, because her physique was on the weak side. She had frequent menstrual cramps, so it was all an overwhelming aversion to physiological periods. But at this moment, Auntie saved her life. Heir, thank God. I love you, Auntie. She was indeed scared. How could Jiang Che's big size 45 feet fit into her small size 38 shoes? Jiang Che, looking at Heir drilling into the bathroom in a puff of smoke, Jiang Che leaned on the bed, gently caressing the corner of his forehead, his expression slightly huffy. Dog authors, is this how the main character is treated? I naturally touch the female lead. You give me my period? Why can't you touch the heroine? Because he's the villain. Dog, I'll decapitate your dog's head even if you cross the dimensional wall. Jiang Che spat out a couple sentences. However, he wasn't in a hurry because Heir couldn't escape her anymore. A girl like Yuan Heir may have a heavy heart, but in fact, peeling away the layers of her disguise, she's just a fragile girl. Let me go. I've been in the dark room 4 times. Grandpa Shenhe, let me go. I'll kowtow to you. Yuan Heir soon came out of the bathroom, wearing a pure white nightgown, which apparently did not fit Yuan Heir, more than 1 size larger. Yuan Heir who came out was simply at ease. Yuan Heir, humph. Jiang Che, you dead pervert. Stinking bastard. I'm having my physiological period. What can you do with me? Yuan Heir was in such a good mood that she even began to mock Jiang Che in her heart. Physiology is a talisman for her right now. Even though she was in a flying mood, the expression on her face was terrible because she was in real pain. The girl covered her stomach, her face as ugly as a bitter melon. Jiang Che, my aunt is here. My stomach hurts. Yuan Heir, hiss. It really hurts. Is this the price of getting out of Jiang Che's clutches? I want to cry. After hearing Yuan Heir's heartfelt words, Jiang Che lightly laughed out. See? This is Yuan Heir. What's called green tea? It's called green tea. One thing on the surface, one thing in the heart, an old sow wearing a ferocious mask, one thing after another. Chapter 37 Eavesdropping on Yuan Heir's heart. Top contrast. I don't want you to massage me. I'll just have some hot water. But the girl with unbearable menstrual cramps didn't want to move at all, and although she was quite happy that she had escaped Jiang Che's clutches, it was still difficult. When she used to get menstrual cramps herself, her mom used to rub her tummy. Although Yu Weiwei was once a prostitute and a snob, she was also the gentlest of mothers to Yuan Heir. Jiang Che, who had heard Yuan Heir's heartfelt words, naturally understood that Yuan Heir's happiness was true happiness and her stomach pain was also true pain. Hey, dog author spoiled me. Jiang Che stopped and carried Yuan Heir to the bed, picked up a futon and covered her up, and even went to make her a bowl of brown sugar water. The little loli blinked her big eyes twice. She couldn't figure out how the perverted Jiang Che suddenly became gentle. What do you want, asshole? Even if you were gentle, I wouldn't like you. You're a pervert. But her mouth was too straight. She still took the porcelain bowl and took small sips of the brown sugar water. In his heart, he still kept cursing Jiang Che for being an asshole. The girl was curled up on the end of the bed, a tiny one that looked as if she could be crushed at the drop of a hat. Had enough to drink? Does it still hurt? Jiang Che's soft voice sounded in Yuan Heir's ears. The girl subconsciously shook her head, and it did feel better. Hey! Jiang Che sighed helplessly and covered Yuan Heir with a blanket. What are you thinking? Although I'm a bit perverted, I'm not bloodbath yet. Jiang Che displayed a rare gentleness, causing Yuan Heir to lose her concentration for a moment. Night. Yuan Heir curled up beside Jiang Che, her big beautiful eyes blinking. Jiang Che seemed to be right. After he rubbed himself, his stomach was much more comfortable. Before, when she had menstrual cramps, it was her mom who rubbed her stomach. It was the first time someone else rubbed her stomach, let alone a man. The little girl surveyed Jiang Che's side face and bit her thin lip. Yuan Heir, in fact, if Jiang Che wasn't so bad and didn't bully me in the beginning, I might have really liked him, right? Jiang Che, who had heard Yuan Heir's heartfelt words, almost burst out laughing. He understands girls too well. Girls are just so. If you're willing to be an honest man, then 90% of the girls won't even look at you. But this feels surprisingly good? No man should be able to refuse a girl like Yuan Heir, who was cute with a touch of arrogance. It was almost the same as the female brat, but the character was much cuter than the female brat. To put it bluntly, the family was poor, different from the kind of Miss Yi Mengyao who was born with a golden key. But peel back the layers and she's just a fragile teenager. Jiang Che, someone called me. It must be Sister Yo-Yo. Let go of me. I'll explain to her. In the next second, Yuan Heir put her cell phone through, and covered Jiang Che's mouth in the process. Hello? Wani, where are you? Yi Mengyao's voice made Yuan Heir instantly tense up. Yo-Yo-san, I'm home yet. Oh, Yuan Heir, did you go to Jiang Che's house today to help her with her tutoring? Yi Mengyao asked tentatively. Yuan Heir pondered for a moment. There it goes. Yuan Heir's words made Yi Mengyao fall into an ice cave. She couldn't even hold her cell phone steadily. It was hard to believe that Yuan Heir really had something to do with Jiang Che. The scene you saw at night was real? Yuan Heir then continued to speak. But I left in the afternoon. I was going to go and play with you in the evening, but you didn't seem to be at home. Girl's mouth. Lying ghost. To tell a lie in such a rounded way so lightly is something that ordinary people can't do. Yi Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Yuan Heir's words. The timing was not right. It was already evening when he went to Jiang Che's house. Yuan Heir left in the afternoon. He must have misread it before. Yuan Heir, you can come to my place all weekends from now on. My mom and dad welcome you. No need. Yo-Yo-san, I'll hang up first. Yuan Heir hung up the phone at the speed of light, with a sense of celebration after the robbery. Luckily, Yi Mengyao didn't find out anything, or else I'm afraid the sisterly love would end here. Now Yi Mengyao was being lulled by Jiang Che. Humph, Jiang Che, you pervert. Chapter 38. Yuan Heir's heart was in turmoil. Yuan Heir woke up early. She was often up very early, and she made everything for breakfast in the house on weekdays. Well, Yuan Heir twisted her body twice, herself being held by Jiang Che in a death grip. Damn it, did you use me as a pillow? Pervert, asshole. But although the little loli was cursing Jiang Che in her heart, her little head still unconsciously burrowed towards Jiang Che's warm embrace, like a little milk cat. After all, Jiang Che really had an overwhelming boyfriend power and was able to provide Yuan Heir with a sense of security to a great extent. Without realizing it, Yuan Heir unexpectedly fell asleep again. Jiang Che, I'm going home. After Yuan Heir got dressed, she picked up her small school bag and without even putting on her socks, she was ready to slip away. Jiang Che laughed. What are you laughing at? I told you to be smug. Yuan Heir viciously kicked Jiang Che's calf. The original milky lowly voice became unbearably raspy. Jiang Che wasn't in a hurry. He still quite enjoyed seeing Yuan Heir's jumpy appearance. Regardless of whether Yuan Heir is green tea or not, she does have a pretty cute nature. I'll pay you whatever you want. It was fine if Jiang Che didn't open his mouth, but when he did, he almost made Yuan Heir half dead from anger. You asshole, what do you take me for? A ghost would want your money. Why don't you go to hell? You dead pervert. You deserve to be hung from a streetlight. Saying that, Yuan Heir seemed to have thought of something and pulled out $500 in cash from inside her pocket. It was thrown directly in front of Jiang Che. Here's my whoring money for you. There was a direct wave of anticlimax, but it made Jiang Che want to laugh as he watched. Yuan Heir. It's still pure and lovely. Naturally, Jiang Che wouldn't bother with Yuan Heir. Money or no money, it doesn't matter at all. Because money had lost its meaning for Jiang Che, he still had more than $200 million of pocket money stored in his bank account right now. Then, my golden lady, you can come back to me next time. Jiang Che smiled and took the $500 down. You pervert, you'd be a good duck for the clubhouse. Jiang Che smiled with the same perverted smile. That's natural, with my face value and ability. Even if I go inside the clubhouse, I'm still a duck king level existence. Yuan Heir. She swore that she had never seen anyone so shameless. After the two of them, Yuan Heir and Jiang Che, went downstairs. Zhang Yunli had been waiting for them for a long time. Yuan Heir, Xiao Che, you guys came down, Zhang Yunli surreptitiously sized up Yuan Heir and then laughed out loud. It's done. I've got a great plan for my daughter-in-law. And looking at Yuan Heir's appearance, it seems like she doesn't particularly dislike Xiao Che either. Baby Yuan Heir, come over here. Sister Jiang has asked Auntie Wang to prepare quite a lot of breakfast. Look at this, there's lean meat congee, white congee and brown sugar oatmeal congee. Zhang Yunli's excessive enthusiasm made Yuan Heir a bit overwhelmed. Her impression of Zhang Yunli had changed now. This mother superior clearly wanted to make herself her daughter-in-law, even going out of their way to say something about the family car being taken, but she couldn't hate Zhang Yunli at all. This big sister was really gentle with her, just as gentle as her mom. Sister Jiang, thank you. Yuan Heir lowered her head and took small sips of congee. Zhang Yunli, on the other hand, glanced at Jiang Che and desperately gave him a wink. Go on, go and coax her. What are you doing here? But she could only do nothing. Baby Yuan Heir, this is Sister Zhang's heirloom. Zhang Yunli took out a jade bracelet that looked flawless, and at a glance, he knew it was expensive. This jade bracelet, dedicated to our Jiang family's daughter-in-law, is now yours. Zhang Yunli shoved the jade bracelet into Yuan Heir's hand without a second thought. The little loli desperately shook her head. I can't, Sister Jiang, I don't have anything to do with Jiang Che. I don't want it. But Zhang Yunli's heart is not like this. The little girl is thin-skinned, and it is normal that she is not willing to admit it. Yuan Heir, just take it as a gift from your sister, okay? But Yuan Heir refused to take it no matter what, and in the end, Zhang Yunli could only helplessly take the bracelet back. However, her attitude towards Yuan Heir did not change at all. Of course Yuan Heir couldn't accept Zhang Yunli's bracelet. She was really afraid that her relationship with Jiang Che would progress further. She had already slept with Jiang Che last night, and although nothing had happened, she was really scared. Hey, you kid! Zhang Yunli helplessly rubbed the corner of his forehead, and then his favorability towards Yuan Heir rose even more. There were many girls who wanted to marry into the Jiang family, but girls like Yuan Heir, who had come out of the mud without being stained, were rare nowadays. Jiang Che brought Yuan Heir to the garage. The Jiang family has its own independent underground garage, which is parked with a whole row of cars. The Maybach can only be described as moderate in it, but there was no sports car. With the strength and status of the Jiang family, there was no longer a need to show off their strength with that kind of high-profile sports car. Oh, and talk about the family car being taken away. Clearly lying. Yuan Heir's mouth pouted as she seemed a bit angry. Jiang Che still chose the Maybach. He has a feeling of love for Maybach. This car is stable and low-key. Even if the fight in the car outside cannot see the difference, Don't ask. Asking is the experience of a previous life. Yuan Heir, you're not small in your abilities. You gained my mom's favor so quickly? Jiang Che shoved Yuan Heir into the passenger seat and teasingly laughed. Yuan Heir didn't want to speak and just turned her head away. I don't want to shilly-shally words and be blue. She knew very well that Jiang Che had already left an indelible impression in her heart. Chapter 39. Is this a pulse that humans can have? Baby, what do you think our relationship is now? Lovers? Or just friends? Jiang Che drove while continuously breaking down Yuan Heir's heart defense. Every word he said could send shivers down Yuan Heir's body. It was as if she could now feel countless ants crawling on her body. Jiang Che. Yuan Heir's voice was firm as she looked sideways at Jiang Che. I don't know where I offended you before. You've bullied me enough now, right? Why don't you let me go? I promise I won't scold you in the future. Pervert, shameless, who's in love with you? What are you dreaming about? Jiang Che let out a light laugh. Her heart passage was truly a divine skill as well. What? You're not tired of your little mouth? Can you still blah blah blah? Jiang Che's words made Yuan Heir so angry that she gritted her teeth. Jiang Che, is your head stuffed with yellow waste? Thus, the two of them, Jiang Che and Yuan Heir, tossed and turned all the way to the slum area. Jiang Che met Yu Weiwei again. Mr. Jiang, you're here again? Despite the fact that the woman's body had been riddled with holes from uremia, she always wore a wistful smile on her face. Yu Weiwei glanced at Yuan Heir again, her complexion a little bleak. She had a very sharp eye and naturally saw that Yuan Heir was still clean. Yu Weiwei was torn. On the one hand, she was afraid that Yuan Heir would be bullied if she married into a rich family. On the other hand, she wanted to send her into a rich family to enjoy a better life. Oh, Yuan Heir said you were going to the hospital for dialysis, so I just happened to stop by and take you to the hospital. Jiang Che's words caused Yuan Heir to be slightly stunned. What does this asshole want? Would he be so kind as to take my mom to the hospital? Yu Weiwei, on the other hand, smiled. Then thank you, Mr. Jiang. Yu Weiwei, we won't take his car. I'll take you a taxi. Yuan Heir didn't want to have too much contact with Jiang Che. She was afraid she had really fallen into it. Yu Weiwei was so shrewd that those little thoughts of Yuan Heir's were nothing in front of her, which made the corners of her mouth rise slightly. Why don't you sit down? This is Mr. Jiang's kind offer. Jiang Che didn't look down on Yu Weiwei just because she worked as a prostitute when she was young. In his opinion, this woman was actually worthy of respect. Every good mother should be honored. Yuan Heir, when you came here but you also rode in my car, why are you so double standard? Jiang Che came to Yuan Heir's ear and opened his mouth with a bad smile. As expected, he directly disliked Lori with one sentence and rendered her speechless. And at this time, Hangzhou City Center Hospital, a lot of people were gathered. A young man with a cocky face was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the hospital. There was also a small stand in front of it with a wooden sign with 8 large letters. Ancestral Imperial Doctors, cure all diseases. Who could this person be if not the protagonist? Lin Yu? Only at this time, this son of heaven's destiny didn't seem to be mixing very well. The clothes on his body were in tatters, and his shoes had a big hole in them, revealing his thumbs. Bearded, but still couldn't hide his overwhelming pushiness. How dare you set up a stall in front of the city hospital without a license to practice medicine? This is no longer a business grab, but a naked slap in the face. That's why there were quite a few people milling around in front of the hospital, and there were even some people who took the initiative to go up and inquire about it. Little brother, can you really cure all diseases with this? A hunched-over old man asked tentatively. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth rose. Old man? He liked old men the most, like this kind of old man. Either he himself is a person in a high position, or his son or daughter or something is a person of power and wealth, or not. The old man will definitely have some kind of flowery granddaughter or something. Anyway, you can't lose if you're saved. With his medical skills, even terminal cancer can bring you back from Hades. The words were passed down by word of mouth from the master's father who had taught him the skills of a miracle healer. This is natural. I am the heir to the ghost doctor. There's no disease I can't save or cure in the whole world. Lin Yu then looked up again at the 4 big words of the city hospital and said disdainfully, I'll treat the diseases that hospitals can't cure, and I'll save the people that hospitals can't save. Relieve the world. This is my code of practice. Saying that caused a direct uproar. It's the equivalent of writing directly in the hospital's face and pretending. Perhaps influenced by the protagonist's aura, the people inside the hospital seemed to have all lost their minds, and would only look at Lin Yu pretending to be a pussy, at most verbally arguing with him, but it didn't stop Lin Yu from continuing to pretend to save people. Why is this man so crazy? He can cure what the hospital can't? I don't think he's making a big deal out of it. After all, it's in front of a hospital. I don't believe it. What kind of curses have Chinese medicine gotten now? Some herbs can cure the sick and save lives? No one will believe that. And a ghost doctor? Read too many novels, right? The passers-by of the atmosphere and mockery groups took turns and began to set the mood, causing the corners of Lin Yu's mouth to rise even more. Get out of the way. I'm going to start playing hard to get. Old sir, I see that your face is pale. It seems that you are. Just when Lin Yu was in the middle of pretending, inside the crowd a tall and a short two people started to talk. Wow, monkey, Zhang Xiao is right. This thing even really came to set up a stall? It's really Chinese medicine? What to do? I feel like this Lin Yu really has something. Should we fix him? You don't know what you're talking about. We must fix him. Then let's call the police. Zhang Xiao said. This guy doesn't have a license to practice medicine. We'll sue him every time. Lu Tai directly slapped on Wang Zhang's head. Are you stupid? Of course it is equal to a moment. I've just invited actors. See that old man? That's the one I invited over. What? That old man is an actor you hired over? Wang Zhang was dumbfounded. Of course, you think I'm as stupid as you? Since this bastard is practicing medicine illegally, definitely let him diagnose it first. Then screw him. Ha 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 ha. Both of them laughed, their smiles gradually perverting. And at this moment, Lin Yu had already begun to pretend. After feeling the old man's pulse, Lin Yu instantly widened his eyes. What kind of pulse is this? Why is it so horrible? This kind of pulse. It's unheard of. It's unheard of. Lin Yu thought that he had never seen such a pulse even after following his master for more than 10 years of learning Chinese medicine. Is this the kind of pulse a human can have? Chapter 40, Lin Yu failed to pretend and entered the palace for the second time. Lin Yu's entire body was dumbfounded. This pulse that I felt myself. It's too wrong, isn't it? Lin Yu raised his head and gave a weird look at the old man in front of him who was smiling at him in a heated manner before he lowered his head again to continue checking his pulse, his brows frowning even more tightly. Dare I ask, old sir, your body, something's not quite right. Lin Yu's words directly caused other people around him to hotly debate. Not quite right? What's not right? You've got to be kidding me. This guy's pulse checking seems just like the real thing. The old man opened his mouth and asked, what's wrong with my pulse? Is there a problem? Lin Yu was silent, not knowing how to reply. This was more than problematic. Big problem. To put it mildly, old man, I feel like there are 10,000 alpacas bouncing around in your body. May I ask the old man, can you take off your clothes? Lin Yu's words caused the old man's face to change, coldly rebuking. What do you want? Old man, I'm 80 years old this year. Do you want me to lose my old age? Lin Yu heart a burst of hemp cell batch. This old dang think what? Make it sound like I'm going to do something to you. But now so many people, he can't get angry yet. After all, he is a healer now. You've got the wrong idea, old man. I just wanted to see your... Don't show it. Can I not know what you brats are thinking? How can you be a miracle doctor? You're lying. The old man took the money and started spiking his act straight away. Come and take a look, everyone. This youngster has made such a vulgar request to me. An 80-year-old man. What kind of divine doctor is this? With that said, the old man flung his sleeve in anger, and as a result, a small pink oval ball flew out from inside his sleeve by accident, and buzzed as it landed on the ground. All of a sudden, the atmosphere around them became grave. Ahem, what is this thing? Why did it fall off my body? Lin Yu went numb. Nice guy. He said that when he was checking his pulse, how his pulse was so peculiar. It always felt like something was bouncing around. So it turned out that this old man had hidden a piece of this thing in his arm? This is not strange. Old sir, aren't you going to explain? You tuck this into your arm. Even if Watua comes to check your pulse, he won't be able to diagnose it, okay? Lin Yu sneered, and the old man was obviously a little flustered and embarrassed at this point. Damn, the old man is a piece of... Dock him a chicken leg. Monkey, we can only go on our own. The mission Zhang Xiao gave us must be accomplished. The two of them, Wang Zhang and Lu Tai, talked about it, and it was obvious. It wasn't for no reason that these two guys would be hung up on by Lin Yu in the original drama, because the two of them were really stupid. Luckily, though, Lin Yu wasn't too smart himself. Wang Zhang, Lu Tai and the two of them stood out directly. Hey, you guy, out to be a doctor. Do you have a license to practice medicine? Yeah. Which medical school did you go to? The two of them sang together, confusing Lin Yu, but Lin Yu quickly recognized them. You guys. Wang Zhang didn't give Lin Yu a chance to speak. We're asking you, do you have a medical license or not? If you don't have a license to practice medicine, you are practicing medicine illegally, and if something goes wrong, you'll go to jail. The two opened their mouths righteously, instantly feeling that they had incarnated themselves as ambassadors of justice and had to come out to deliver a wave of justice. Lu Tai also kept giving the old man a squeeze. The old man is also a veteran actor, having run the theater as a drag queen many times before he was called in, all in his 80s, still has a dream of being an actor. Yes, this is a quack doctor. They say old Chinese doctors are old Chinese doctors. Who's so young? It's a good thing I didn't let him treat me. maybe I would have died from his treatment. Lin Yu's entire body was about to be infuriated. His chest was heaving. He wanted to punch this old deng to death. After Wang Zhang and Lu Tai reminded the two of them, many of the workers inside the hospital also agreed. Right, where's your license to practice medicine? Nowadays, no matter Chinese medicine or Western medicine, they all need a license to practice medicine in order to treat the sick and save people's lives. What's your name? Which college did you graduate from? Facing the layers of forced questions, Lin Yu had a headache. Although he was incredibly confident in his medical skills, even a dying patient himself could be forcefully brought back with his heaven-defying medical skills. But he really doesn't have a license to practice medicine. Before his own descent from the mountain, his master hadn't spoken to him. What else do you need to be licensed to practice medicine to cure people? Where's he gonna get a license to practice medicine? Calm down, guys. I know you don't trust me, but please also give me a chance to prove myself. But the others didn't buy Lin Yu's account at all. The melon eaters, they would have liked to get up in arms. How are you going to prove yourself? You're a guy without a medical license. Who dares to let you save lives? If you cure someone to death, do you know how serious the consequences will be? A middle-aged man wearing a white coat and a mask walked out, looking at Lin Yu with anger in his eyes. Having been a doctor for most of his life, Xiao Yang had performed thousands of surgeries and saved countless people. Although he was a Western doctor, he still had quite a lot of respect for Chinese medicine, but he hated the charlatans who swindled under the guise of Chinese medicine. Obviously, Lin Yu was a typical Jianghu cheater in his eyes. Dean Xiao, you're here? Look, President Xiao, this guy is also too crazy to come out as a doctor without a license to practice medicine. Isn't this harming people? Lin Yu also panicked at this time. I can really save people. Even if they're dead, I can bring them back to life. And just then, coincidentally enough, an ambulance came right outside the emergency room. Somebody, there's a patient here who's dying. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth was twisted. It was really sending water to drink when he was thirsty and giving a pillow when he was sleepy. Get out of the way. I'm going to start playing hard to get. Lin Yu didn't care about these people and directly rushed towards the ambulance. He knew very well that these people would not be able to listen to his explanations, and only he could conquer them with his own powerful medical skills. What do you want? Get your ass down here. Where are the guards? Where did the guards go? There's a madman here. Lin Yu clenched his teeth. He couldn't care less now. Scampering directly on top of the ambulance, he casually pulled out. A small cloth bag appeared in his hand, on which were all silver needles. The mastery of the divine doctor protagonist. Acupuncture. A divine doctor protagonist like Lin Yu, with a hand of acupuncture that heals everything, can even cure you of AIDS. But when Lin Yu saw the appearance of the patient in the ambulance, the expression on his face froze. Ahem. Excuse me. Half the guy's arm was crushed. The left side of his brain was shattered. Cerebrospinal fluid was pouring out of his nostrils. His eyeballs were bursting open, and if it wasn't for the adrenaline still hanging on to his breath, he probably would have been kaput a long time ago. His medical skills were indeed very powerful, claiming to be able to live and die, but it wasn't like Nima was a resurrection divine art. Arrest him. This is a madman, a lunatic who ran away from the inside of a mental institution. There were security guards on all sides, looking at Lin Yu for a moment. What kind of treatment is this? I'm afraid I'll be in jail again if this goes on. Chapter 41, Yuan Heir's heartbeat. Lin Yu diagnosed with delusions of grandeur. Damn, what's with the back? Lin Yu cursed. He didn't want to go to the station. After running from the ambulance, he was ready to slip away. Fake it and run. He's getting away. Catch him quick. Get him. Lin Yu snorted coldly. With these guys, how could they be a match for a dark force powerhouse like himself? You want to catch me? That's a bit much to think about. Just as he was about to run away, a voice reached his ears. Yo, isn't this Lin Yu? Zhang Che walked out from the hospital and Yuan Heir followed behind him. When enemies met, they were all red in the eyes. Lin Yu couldn't wait to eat Zhang Che after seeing him. It was this guy. He had been targeting himself from the very beginning. Zhang Che, get out of the way. Get out of my way. Lin Yu raised his hand and wanted to give Zhang Che a punch. He had long looked at this guy with displeasure. Now it was the right time to give him a punch to relieve his hatred. I know that you are at the early stage of dark power, but I'm sorry. I'm already in the middle stage of dark force now. Lin Yu sneered. The fist carried a strong wind sound as it greeted Zhang Che's face. Zhang Che, you've been off the mountain for less than a month and you've broken through a small realm? This is the son of Chi Luck in cool novels. Cultivation in the mountain when the 10 years do not bring rise. The result after entering the city. Strength Gaga sword. But unfortunately, the Taoist is 1 foot taller than the devil. And I am in the late stage of dark power. Without saying a word, Zhang Che directly revolved Taiji and received Lin Yu's punch. Received from chemical scent. Lin Yu had a shocked look on his face. But before he could react, Zhang Che directly gave him a firm elbow strike. Slammed him hard in the face. Bang! Lin Yu flew straight out, coughing up blood nonstop after falling to the ground, his face crooked. Dark power. Late stage? He had shifted from shock to fear. The first time he saw Jiang Che himself, he was still an ordinary person. After that, it was only a week's time before he shifted to an early dark power cultivation level, and now in less than a month, he became a late-stage dark force. It's not that fast on a rocket, is it? But he was too late to think much about it, and was directly dragged away by the arriving security, and it was expected that the police would be arriving soon. But before he was dragged away, Lin Yu stared at Jiang Che in death. It must be a cave secret. This Jiang Che fellow had gotten a heavenly chance inside the cave's secret realm before he transformed. He surpassed himself in such a short period of time. Damn it! These are only mine. He thought that his cultivation talent was outstanding. If he had gotten the chance of the cave, I'm afraid that he would have already reached the great circle of dark power by now. He might even have broken into Huanjing. It was all because of this damned Jiang Che, repeatedly targeting himself, robbing his chances, taking away the credits that belonged to him, and even making a move on the young girl he desired. The secret book of the cave. I will definitely get it back. Lin Yu understood even if he was stupid. On his part, he was being targeted to death by Jiang Che. If he wanted to turn over, one must know the cave secret. Jiang Che, this guy who cultivated the secret book, was able to skyrocket from an ordinary person to the late stage of dark force in a month. A cultivation genius of his own could definitely take off. It's fantasy time. But just when he was the hastily arriving Asur once again escorted Lin Yu to the police car. Jiang Che, thank you. Yuan followed Jiang Che's side and pondered again and again before opening her mouth to Jiang Che with a red face. Just a moment ago, after Jiang Che sent you Wei to the hospital, he even found the best doctors and machines to help treat her. For patients with uremia, the goodness of the dialysis machine is very important. In the past, they had no money. The money that I got from Yi Mengyao was used to treat you Wei. A dialysis is 400 to 500 a month to do at least a dozen times dialysis. There was no money but the worst, but Jiang Che made a big move. Provided the best medical environment and medical facilities. It was Jiang Che's young plot to corrupt himself with material things, and his 9 cows were enough to change his life and his mother's. But even if Yuan Heir knew, she wouldn't be able to help but be moved. Oh, what's going on? You're not just going to fall in love with me, are you? Jiang Che revealed an evil smile and pinched the little lowly's cheeks, infuriating her enough that she wanted to jump up and give Jiang Che a punch in the face. You pervert. There's no way I'd like anyone but you. Then you have to think about it. Your Yao sister is still thinking about how to pursue me. If you're late, you'll be behind Yi Mengyao. Jiang Che's words completely enraged Yuan Heir. Can you die? Jiang Che, why don't you just die? I knew that you bastards still have thoughts about Sister Yao. Jiang Che glanced down at the fried little loli, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. While it's true that Lolita is controllable and not pushable, it's illegal Lolita. The tertiary copper alchemist must die. But Yuaner, this is a real and legitimate Lolia. Hold in the arms of soft and fragrant. Then what pillows are soft? She will also look at miscellaneous fish, general eyes glaring at you. Anyway, for those perverted lowly control, is simply irresistible temptation. The girl lowered her head and sulked alone. I'm so scared. Yi Mengyao, if she knows about the relationship between Jiang Che and I, she will definitely get angry. I don't want to. After Lin Yu entered the palace for the second time, he was not locked up for a long time. He was locked up in the afternoon and released in the evening, except that the police arranged for him to be examined by the relevant psychiatrist. The final conclusion is that Lin Yu suffers from a certain degree of delusion, often fantasizing that he is a miracle doctor, and is keen to cure others. Mother ********. I'm not delusional. You're the one who's delusional. Lin Yu stood in front of the police station and cursed. To think that he, a divine doctor, was diagnosed with paranoia? It's a travesty. I'm lucky I didn't find something wrong with you. As he cursed, Lin Yu began to curse Jiang Che again, but the more he thought about it, the more wrong he became. A straight slap on the thigh. Jiang Che, he's been fixing me from the beginning. Maybe he's already started laying the groundwork while I'm still on the mountain. But how is that possible? It doesn't make any sense. Lin Yu's CPU gradually overloaded. Couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think about it, and now a serious problem was in front of him. Goo. Hungry and sleepy, he now had no shelter but to sleep in a bridge hole. Chapter 42, New Son of Chi-Luk. Little security guard Chen Hao, go away and leave me alone. Jiang Che had just returned home when the family's white ragdoll cat ran up to his feet and kept rubbing against him. This female cat seemed to be in heat recently, always rubbing against his pants leg. Jiang Che wasn't really interested in cats, and directly used his foot to gently move it aside, and the ragdoll cat yelled twice in aggravation, then hid under the table. Shul, you're too rude, aren't you? Are you this rude to girls too? Ginger Yuli trotted over to the table and took the cat under the table into her arms. "You're scaring little boy." Jiang Yuli gently stroked the ragdoll cat with his hand, and the ragdoll cat aggressively rubbed against Jiang Yuli's chest. "Damn, even a cat is so green tea now," Jiang Che cursed in his heart. During dinner, Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yuli both gave Jiang Che a meeting together. As for who was being discussed, that would naturally be Yuan Heir, Xiao Che, Yuan Heir and Yi Mengyao. "What are you going to do?" Jiang Yuli had obviously told Jiang Yuan about what happened between Jiang Che and Yuan Heir, and this was no small matter, especially since the Jiang family was still a $100 billion mansion. Jiang Che frowned. What did he mean? Want to make yourself choose one or the other? Kids make choices. I want it all. As a qualified villain, he would definitely meet many sons of Qi in the future, so naturally, he would meet quite a few heavenly destined heroines. Giving up on any of the female leads, Jiang Che felt like he was burdened with a great sin, but obviously, naturally, he couldn't say these things to his parents for fear of scaring them to death. Jiang Che didn't say anything and directly digressed. "How are things going inside the company now? Shouldn't be too bad, right?" Mentioning the company, Jiang Yuan is a face of pride. "That's for sure. I gave the company this time to a wave of cleaning, replaced a lot of the company's old people, but also promoted some new people. The main thing is, the new product passed the national standard audit, and the effect is very significant. Xiao Che, our company has changed a lot of people. Do you want to try out for the company? This is the right time for you to build up your prestige." Jiang Che directly and decisively refused. "Just kidding. How could he possibly work in a company? Doesn't he smell good when he's honestly a rich kid?" On the other hand, Yuan Heir couldn't sleep. The girl was nestled on top of her crib, a wash-to-white doll bear in her arms and a thin white nightgown. Yuan Heir stared blankly at the night sky outside the window, seemingly in a daze, only blinking when her eyes were dry. Looking like a rag doll, she recalls the present from last night. She was now completely at a loss as to how she should face Jiang Che. If Jiang Che really liked herself, then it was better. But the problem was that she knew very well that Jiang Che was a dead pervert. He was simply craving for his body and wouldn't be serious about himself. But she was gradually falling fast. It's a horrible feeling. It was like a traveler who had fallen into quicksand, struggling desperately, but it can only be swallowed up little by little. This was something she couldn't even think of before. Moreover, Yi Mengyao was also fond of Jiang Che. Although she had always acted as the little ricebug by Yi Mengyao's side, she actually had very deep feelings for Yi Mengyao. "Yo-yo-san, I'm sorry." Thinking about it, Lori actually cried out softly and hugged the doll bear tightly, as if that would give her a sense of security. Crying, the girl fell asleep, hugging the doll and curling up into a small hedgehog, a sleeping position that best reflects a person's uneasiness and helplessness. "Jiang Che, you pervert, don't you bully me, okay?" Obviously, Jiang Che's impression on Yuan Heir had gone deep into her bones, and even her ravings in her dreams, all of them were cursing Jiang Che. Achoo! Jiang Che wiped his nose. "Was someone scolding me last night?" He was a bit surprised himself. He was a late-stage Dark Force ancient martial artist, but he caught a cold? What a wonder of the world! Just as Jiang Che was thinking, the system's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Drops! The system has detected a new son of fortune." Jiang Che frowned. "A new son of Qi has appeared so quickly? Lin Yu, I haven't even screwed him over yet." Drops! The host is a great villain and automatically has the title of great villain. Your probability of encountering a son of Qi or a daughter of Qi will be greatly increased. Well, really, it's a villain. But system, it shouldn't come across that kind of particularly outrageous protagonist, right? If a demon emperor returns, an immortal is born, and a god king is reincarnated, then I'll fight them with my head? Are you kidding me? I'm a martial artist, and you're playing immortal cultivation with me. What's the point? Why don't you just destroy it? Not for the time being. The current world class doesn't have a protagonist of this caliber. You mean you'll do it later? The corner of Jiang Che's mouth twitched. Is it too late to unbundle the system? Hey, forget it, maybe we can play with fairies later. Jiang Che gulped, but soon his perverted expression tightened. Ahem, where is this protagonist? How come I don't see it? Soon he saw a youngster in a security uniform. The little security guard also has a panel of data on his head. Chen Hao, the aura of intelligence reduction is no longer effective. 21 years old, new security guard at Shira School, an heir to the Chen family of ancient martial arts, mastering Taijiquan, and with a mid-stage dark power cultivation level. Little security guard? Jiang Che glanced at this Chen Hao thoughtfully. It was already obvious. The young master of a big family had come out to experience life as a small security guard, and began to pretend to pick up girls and beat their faces in all sorts of ways. All in all, it's one word: awesome. Chen Hao also seemed to notice something at this time, turning his head to look at Jiang Che's car with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. He always felt that someone was looking at him, But just then, a sudden change occurred. A feminine cry came from up ahead. "You guys get out of here, I've called the police. You guys stay away from me." Chen Hao's face changed when he heard the girl's cries, and he directly rushed over. And Jiang Che's eyes were also slightly narrowed as he accelerated directly with a kick of the gas. "You're still trying to act tough? Then you're destined to overthink it." Chapter 43, Let Go of the Girl. "Let me do it." Qin Xiaoqiao was desperate. The few yellow-haired gangsters in front of them were famous gangsters in the surrounding urban areas, and it was said that a lot of girls had been ruined by them, but the news had been suppressed by them. "Hey, little beauty, do you want to enter your brother's embrace? We've been staring at you for a long time. What a great beauty. Follow the brothers. He 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 he." Classic douchebag quotes. Jiang Che instantly understood after seeing this scene. This is afraid that it's another faithful heroine being rescued by a hero. Jiang Che spat out. Drops. The host encounters a bridge of heroes rescuing beauty, triggering a divine choice. Option 1, beat Chen Hao violently. Then join amongst the yellow hairs. Qin Xiaoqiao's favorability -100, and receives the reward NTR medal. Option 2, sit and wait for Chen Hao to save Qin Xiaoqiao. Qin Xiaoqiao's favoritism towards Chen Hao +10, and gain 5 years of internal force. Choice 3, let go of the girl. Qin Xiaoqiao's favorability +20, and receive a reward, divine transfiguration. P.S. The protagonist will only use the disguise technique to rectify the son of Qi. There will not be any disguise in female lead XX. You can rest assured to eat. Ha! Jiang Che looked at option 1 and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Join the yellow hairs? NTR medal. After wearing this medal, the host will unlock 3 forms: yellow-haired teenager, greasy beer-bellied middle-aged man, and mosaic-faced muscular man. And the probability of the host's NTR will be increased by 100%. Holy, 3 fantasy gods. I'm a pervert who feels perverted just listening to it. Choice 1 is definitely out of the question. And as for choice 2, it's even more unlikely. Swish, a bang. Jiang Che directly did a drift, and the Maybach's huge body arced out on the road. The sudden and abrupt change caused the several yellow hairs in Qin Xiaoqiao to be very shocked. After seeing Jiang Che get down from the driver's seat, a few yellow hairs frowned. Although they didn't know Jiang Che, they knew Maybach. People who can afford to drive a Maybach are basically either rich or noble. What do you want, kid? Don't think we're scared of you just because you drive a Maybach. After Qin Xiaoqiao saw Jiang Che, her entire body rekindled hope. Save me, please save me, they're going to violate me. Jiang Che grinned. One step forward with a righteous face. Pointing at the yellow-haired punks, he opened his mouth in a neutral tone. Let go of the girl. With these words, the air instantly fell into an eerie silence, and several yellow-haired punks stared wide-eyed. What is this? Before they had time to react, Jiang Che walked up to Qin Xiaoqiao and swept her into his arms. Qin Xiaoqiao's head directly buzzed and her eyes went blank. What are you looking at? Get lost. Jiang Che's voice was mixed with dark energy, shocking people's hearts. A fear arose in the hearts of several gangsters, and they subconsciously classified Jiang Che as one of the people who could not be offended. You let go of the girl. Only at this time did Chen Hao arrive late, only to see such a scene. In an instant he was furious. Subconsciously, he took Jiang Che as the leader of these punks. So it was straightforward. What are you doing? It's not me. What are you hitting me for? We didn't touch that woman. Go find him. A few yellow hairs suffered from Chen Hao's poisonous hands, and he cleaned up these yellow hairs in 3 or 2 strokes. Jiang Che glanced sideways at Chen Hao and slightly hooked his lips. Glancing down at the girl, she truly deserved to be a divine destiny heroine. Her heart passage opens. Anyway, Jiang Che was in the late stage of dark force, and was not afraid of Chen Hao, a mid-stage dark force son of Qi. Who is this guy? Which asshole is it? But he's really handsome. Wait, isn't he the Jiang Che senior inside the school? How come it's Senior Jiang Che? How could Mr. Jiang Che be such a person? Senior Jiang Che actually hugged me. Oh, am I dreaming? Mr. Jiang Che is so handsome, his body smells so good, and his embrace is so warm. Jiang Che, what the hell? This divine destiny heroine is one of her own little minxes? Ha, isn't that interesting? Jiang Che leaned down and whispered in Qin Xiaoqiao's ear. Hush, it's dangerous here. I'll take you away later. Qin Xiaoqiao nodded stupidly. I told you to let go of that girl. Chen Hao's furious voice came out once again, and he was even ready to go forward and give Jiang Che a punch. Jiang Che only picked up Qin Xiaoqiao by the waist. Chen Hao froze for a moment after seeing Qin Xiaoqiao's face. What a beautiful girl. A glance for 10,000 years, but it was followed by boundless anger. This dog, how dare he touch the girl he's looking at? That's a hell of a thing. Straight away, he took a step in front of Jiang Che, and with a swing of his fist, he was ready to strike. What do you want? Can't I hug my girlfriend? Jiang Che glanced sideways and glanced at Chen Hao. You're ing bolting me. I heard this girl screaming for help. I'd eat if you were her boyfriend. Jiang Che squeezed Qin Xiaoqiao's arm in his arms. You can leave. He's my boyfriend. Qin Xiaoqiao spoke with a red face. Boom! Chen Hao Man froze. He couldn't believe his ears. Just now this young girl was still screaming for help. How now? I know. He must have threatened you, right? I'll help you. Who are you? Can you get lost? Qin Xiaoqiao chided out in a delicate voice. Chen Hao's raised hand froze in midair. Ha, baby, let's go. This guy just knows how to cheat on food and drink. Jiang Che turned around and walked into the front of the car, pulling open the door and shoving the young girl into the passenger seat. There was a thud, and the door was welded shut. With a foot on the gas, he only left Chen Hao with a dumbfounded back. Damn, who the hell are you? That girl. She's 100% hostage. Chen Hao gritted his teeth. The young girl's appearance once again appeared in his mind, and although it was only a glimpse, he had already regarded that girl as his future wife. A girl that beautiful, only she is worthy of her. But it was so hard for his heart to move once, but he lost so completely. Chapter 44, Rebellious Girl Qin Xiaoqiao. 2 levels of contrast. After Jiang Che shoved the young girl into the passenger seat, he went through a few traffic lights and finally parked the car on a sparsely populated roadside. A sideways glance then surveyed the girl twice. I have to say, the girl does look pretty as a Divine Order heroine as well. Dressed in a Sherlan school uniform, with a pair of round-framed glasses, with a high nose and bangs, she was sitting in the passenger seat clutching the corner of her coat tightly, and her cheeks were slightly red, so at a glance, she knew that she was the kind of good girl. But Jiang Che naturally didn't think that this girl was as innocent as she appeared. Just now, because I had to save you, that's why I was more offended. Jiang Che smiled. What's your name, girl? Qin Xiaoqiao lowered her head. Her cheeks were all red and she seemed to be very shy. Qin Xiaoqiao. Qin Xiaoqiao? Jiang Che felt that the name seemed somewhat familiar, and after thinking about it in his mind for a while, he remembered it. Qin Xiaoqiao, the president of Sherlan School's student council. Her parents are both current teachers at Sherlan School. Especially her mother, is even her own English teacher. At the same time, she was also the third-ranked school beauty of Sherlan School. As for the top 2, they were naturally Yi Mengyao and Yu Wan'er. Jiang Che's heart was in a state of flabbergastedness. This kind of school flower, this kind of thing only exists in the world of fiction. Where are there so many school flowers in real life? High school students are busy studying, college students are busy playing games and falling in love. Who will select the school flower for you? Qin Xiaoqiao? Good name. Very nice indeed. Jiang Che laughed out softly, and Qin Xiaoqiao lowered her head. Don't say I'm good. Behave yourself. Who wants to be obedient? I'm tired of hearing that since I was a kid. I hate it when people say I'm a good girl. Jiang Che was slightly stunned. This Qin Xiaoqiao, there's something different. Then he got it with a curl of his lips. Girls like Qin Xiaoqiao, whose parents were both teachers, generally had high, if not very high, expectations of their children. That's why children from this kind of family are more likely to develop a rebellious mentality. And the odds are that Qin Xiaoqiao is like that. Thinking about that English teacher I had. Indeed a menopausal irritating woman with a thieving ass. Oh, I suddenly remembered. You seem to be the president of our school's student council. If I remember correctly, I think your mom was my English teacher, right? Isn't your mom's name Lily Wang? Qin Xiaoqiao raised her eyes, nodded, and said with some surprise, well, my mom is called Lily Wang. It's true. Your mom is a real pain in the ass. She's disgusting the whole class. Jiang Che directly spat on her mom right in front of Qin Xiaoqiao. If it was any other girl, she would probably flip out. But Qin Xiaoqiao was different. Mr. Jiang Che is right. My mom's just annoying and mean-spirited, forcing me to study and practice piano all day long. It's too much. Senior Jiang Che, my mom is actually like this to all students, and she's very strict with me at home. The contrary woman of the table. Hey. Don't mention your mom anymore. It's annoying to think about it. I'm afraid I'm going to curse if I say it again. Spitting on Qin Xiaoqiao's mom in front of her. I guess Jiang Che was the only one who dared to do so. Senior Jiang Che, don't you dare talk about my mom. She's doing it for your own good. My mom, that old hag, is a pain in the ass. What? I'm doing it for your own good? You're just doing it for your own vanity. Jiang Che hooked his lips and smiled. Her heart link was truly a divine skill. What's wrong? Your mom is constantly messing with the minds of us school dregs. Is it not okay for me to spit out a few words? Jiang Che gradually began to pervert, and even unbuckled his seatbelt. Then you can't call my mom an old hag either. Qin Xiaoqiao seemed to be a bit angry and pouted her lips. It appeared somewhat cute. Old hag, old hag, old hag. Jiang Che was a little taut. This rebellious Qin Xiaoqiao. It was really somewhat adorable, which made Jiang Che unable to resist wanting to see another side of her. Well, your mom, she's always messing with my mind, and I'm taking revenge back today. Jiang Che hooked his lips and glanced at Qin Xiaoqiao. Qin Xiaoqiao slightly bit her lip. Senior Jiang Che, you said, what? Use me to get back at Mom? How could you do that, Mr. Jiang Che? But, Mom, you did go a little too far. You won't let me fall in love until I graduate from college. I want to talk now. I'm gonna talk to you now. I'll kill you all. Jiang Che Jie smiled. Xiaoqiao, life and death is hard to predict. The young girl's inner thoughts were so stupid that Jiang Che almost lost his smile. Jiang Che knew too well about a girl like Qin Xiaoqiao. A high-pressure family environment would inevitably cause the child to develop a rebellious mentality. She panicked. Yellow dividing line. Jiang, Senior Jiang Che, I'm leaving first. I'll be late for morning study. Qin Xiaoqiao got out of Jiang Che's car, panicked and ran away clutching her small school bag. Shame on you. Hurry up and sneak away. Xiaoqiao, this is my number. If you miss me, you can call me. Qin Xiaoqiao took the note in Jiang Che's hand and hurriedly got off the bus. When I first got out of the car, my knees gave out and I almost fell. Jiang Che looked at Qin Xiaoqiao's departing back and hooked a bad smile. Hey, Qin Xiaoqiao, see you some other time. Jiang Che's words caused Qin Xiaoqiao's cheeks to blush and she didn't dare to meet Jiang Che's eyes at all. Qin Xiaoqiao directly twisted her head and left. Mr. Jiang Che is so handsome. I like him so much. Jiang Che? Black question mark. Avalanche. Chapter 45, Qin Xiaoqiao, I don't want to be a good girl anymore. A certain grandmaster once said, don't miss a good girl when you meet one, and don't let a bad girl go when you meet one. Although Qin Xiaoqiao wasn't exactly a bad girl, she wasn't any different from a white giveaway, so how could Jiang Che let her go? A girl given for nothing is a real saint. A girl like Qin Xiaoqiao wanted to rebel, but was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Phew! Jiang Che exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He was ready to knock at the door, but he ran away in fear. Although Jiang Che was a bit perverted, he couldn't force himself on people, could he? In the school security room, leader, I will definitely shoulder the profession of security guard, and in the future, I can guarantee, as long as I'm in this position, no one will be able to enter the school. Chen Hao patted his chest, wearing a security uniform. Well, little Chen, you do a good job. The big-bellied leader patted Chen Hao's shoulder and nodded. After Chen Hao walked out from the security room, he didn't know why. Remembered the scene just now again. It was so hard for him to fall in love at first sight with a girl, but he ended up getting into another man's car. Isn't it just a Maybach? I'm the young master of the Guwu Chen family. What kind of luxury car don't I have? Don't look at him as just a small bodyguard right now, but he was actually a hidden dark power mid-stage expert. Just as he was depressed to the core, his eyes happened to catch sight of the school entrance, where a girl in a school uniform walked down from the Maybach in a panic, and even almost all of them had to fall down. Chen Hao's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the girl he had been longing for? Wait. Chen Hao took a look at this appearance of Qin Xiaoqiao, and a terrible thought was born in his heart. They weren't in the car just now. What happened in the car? Just thinking about this possibility made Chen Hao's heart ache to the point of suffocation. No, surely it can't be. That girl is an ice clean, simple-minded girl at a glance. How can she be that kind of girl who doesn't know how to behave? It must be her leg. Yes, it must be the leg. Classmate, class is about to start. Hurry up, Chen Hao urged. Qin Xiaoqiao supported herself on her knees with one hand, her entire breathing disordered. Trotting to the school gates. Classmate, what's your name? You're late. I'm going to record it. Don't worry, I won't report it to the school. Chen Hao walked up to Qin Xiaoqiao, and at the sight of the shy appearance of the girl, the whole person was like a heavy blow. Are you? Qin Xiaoqiao froze, the guy who wanted to heroically save her just now. How did he turn into a school security guard? Ahem, my name is Chen Hao. I'm a security guard at the school now. What's your name, classmate? Although Chen Hao was heartbroken, he still asked patiently. Qin Xiaoqiao slowly spoke. My name is Qin Xiaoqiao. After saying that, he stepped into the middle of the school gate. Qin Xiaoqiao? So beautiful. For a moment, Chen Hao had thought of the name of the child between them. Hey, security, open the door. I want to go in. A lazy voice interrupted Chen Hao's thoughts. Chen Hao turned his head to see that Jiang Che was looking at him with a smile. You're the asshole. Chen Hao glared at Jiang Che with a deadly glare, the anger in his eyes spewing out. That's the ING guy. What are you scolding me for? Quickly open the door and let me in. Jiang Che spoke with a playful smile. Chen Hao clenched his fists in death. Idle people are not allowed to enter. Jiang Che had expected this guy to make things difficult for him, but he wasn't worried. Pulled out his student ID. Here's my student ID. Now can I go in? Jiang Che's words made the corners of Chen Hao's mouth twitch. This damn guy was even a student of Shirlan School? But you're late, and class is in session now. Chen Hao bit the bullet and couldn't let this guy enter the school anyway. There are school rules. but all students inside the school are free to come and go during school hours. Jiang Che opened his mouth with a confident face. Anyway, the main fight a bluff. Randomly pulled a school rule. You don't believe me? Look it up yourself. Anyway, there were so many words of school rules inside a normal school that it could produce a novel. Jiang Che didn't believe that Chen Hao would go through them one by one. Chen Hao really couldn't tense up and glared at Jiang Che with a deadly glare. Can you open the door now? Though reluctant in his heart, he opened the door. Jiang Che strutted across the school gate. Ouch! My back. Jiang Che pressed his waist for a moment. Frowning, whispering to himself, he said, Geez, I'm exhausted, little master. Hey, my back is about to break. Chen Hao's face became pitch black as he gritted his teeth and stared at Jiang Che, itching to kill him immediately. A person like this, if it were his previous self, I would have punched him in the face, but I can't do it now. Although he was the young master of the ancient martial Chen family, he still had to follow the law and could not hit people indiscriminately. Confucianism uses the written word to break the law, and chivalry uses the military to violate the prohibition. The Dragon Kingdom couldn't even count the number of harmonization strength powerhouses it shot every year on one hand. Regardless of what kind of strength martial artist you were, all beings are equal in the face of the American style of jujitsu. Qin Xiaoqiao, who had returned to the classroom's entire face, was slightly better, but her mind was so messed up that she couldn't listen to the first two lessons. Senior Jiang Che, he's a bit bad, and he's so handsome. Humph, old hag, you won't let me fall in love, right? I'll be with Senior Jiang Che after a while, so I'll be mad at you all. No one knows just how much Qin Xiaoqiao's parents are in control of her, especially her mom. Every day, I had to watch her do her homework until late at night. I remember when she was an adolescent, she liked to clip her legs. As a result, she was scolded by her mom, who said she was shameless. And since then Lily Wang got a sofa and lived in her bedroom. Every time you take a test on your own you have to be in the top 10 in your grade or you have to beat your hand. This twisted love terrifies and frightens her, and rebellion has long been ingrained in the young girl's heart. The young girl looked down at the small note that Jiang Che had handed over to her, her eyes gradually firming up. She didn't want to be a good girl anymore. Chapter 46, Yi Mengyao, Wan Heir. Do you like Jiang Che? Jiang Che sat down in the classroom and began to study the skills he had just acquired. Divine Transfiguration. God-level transfiguration can change the host's appearance, height and bone structure. With this skill you can even transfigure yourself into a girl. And the system kindly gives you a matching skill, Master Ventriloquism. Divine Grade Transfiguration. This was not just any ordinary makeup technique. This was already equivalent to a supernormal ability technique. Completely transform your appearance from the inside out. It was no exaggeration to say that Jiang Che, who had fused that skill, as long as he wanted to, he could even turn himself into a woman completely. Of course, Jiang Che wouldn't do that. Being a straight man of steel, if he turned into a woman, then it would be better for him to die. This skill may sound like a bit of a cockamamie, but after all, there's no such thing as too much skill. Let's say you're already 18 centimeters, but you still want to make it past 20. Jiang Che, what are you laughing at? Jiang Che? Just then, a piercing voice entered his ears. Raising her eyes, a middle-aged woman with black-rimmed glasses was pointing at him with the head of a chalk, and the woman was also crossing her arms, looking like a tigress. Wang Lily, her own English teacher and also Qin Xiaoqiao's mother. This year's early 40s, although only 2 or 3 years older than his own mother only. But a day a land. Zhang Yunli looks like a 20-year-old girl. Wang Lily looks like a 50-year-old mom. Jiang Che glanced at Wang Lily. I remembered something happy. Wang Lily frowned. Go home and think about happy things. I'm in the middle of a lesson here. Listen carefully. Jiang Che laughed out softly. Really an old hag. But I still want to say one thing. Your daughter is so beautiful. Wang Lily did not continue to make things difficult for Jiang Che. In her eyes, Jiang Che's kind of scum was completely hopeless, and was just a second-generation fop waiting to die. One's daughter should never marry this kind of dude in the future. Although Lily Wang was rigid, she never dragged her feet. This side of the class bell has just rung, and the topic was stopped halfway through the lecture. I didn't stay in the classroom for a second. Jiang Che, have you eaten yet? This is the breakfast I brought for you. Yi Mengyao continued to walk in front of Jiang Che as usual with an early breakfast, her eyes secretly looking at the teenager in front of her, her heart jumping like a deer. Jiang Che, this is my handmade breakfast. I wrapped the buns myself last night. Can you taste it? Yi Mengyao's eyes showed a touch of begging. When had the 10-fingered young girl personally cooked? But that night Jiang Che's attitude towards the marriage contract gave her a glimmer of hope that she might actually be able to salvage that one true heart of Jiang Che's. She really regretted it. And all this time every night when she went to sleep she remembered what had happened. Jiang Che glanced at her blandly, his heart feeling refreshed. In the face of Yi Mengyao's loving breakfast, Jiang Che didn't reject it. Instead he picked up a xiaolong bao and put it into his mouth. It just so happened that I had just worked my ass off while in the car and was now a little hungry. Yi Mengyao's bun was beautifully wrapped, small and delicate, soft and whistling, emitting heat. Jiang Che took a bite, his eyes slightly converged. It was unexpectedly delicious. He had thought that Yi Mengyao would make dark cuisine. Thanks. Jiang Che was still looking so rejecting, but in fact, he was already feeling good inside. See, that's Missy. This is a woman. When you're desperately chasing her, she's ignoring you. When you don't chase her, she's more active than anyone else, and she's even starting to backpedal. Yi Mengyao lowered her head with a blushing face, gently biting her thin lips. Jiang Che didn't reject her for the first time. Doesn't that mean there's still room for maneuver? Or he still likes himself? Jiang Che, can you accompany me to choose a dress this weekend? The dress to wear at the birthday party. I want you to help me choose it. Yi Mengyao timidly opened her mouth. Jiang Che, you're getting ahead of yourself, aren't you? I don't have time. I still have to have Yuan Heir tutor me during the weekend. Yuan Heir, who was QD, stared wide-eyed at this moment. Hey, why did you bring me along? And you want me to tutor you on the weekends? I'm dead set against going. I won't have an aunt to protect myself next weekend. Yuan Heir. Yi Mengyao bit her lip in death. I don't know why, but the three words Yuan Heir sounded so harsh from Jiang Che's mouth. Oh, Yi Mengyao walked away somewhat forlornly. After returning to her seat, the young girl had a question nagging at the back of her mind. Yuan Heir and Jiang Che, how did they suddenly become so close? Is it just tutoring for learning? She may be stupid and sweet, but it's not like she's really stupid. A woman's sixth sense told her. The relationship between Yuan Heir and Jiang Che should not be as simple as it appears, but she really trusted Yuan Heir too much. After all, this was her good girlfriend. They have to be close enough to use the same straw. Wani baby? Yi Mengyao used her elbow to gently poke the little loli who was working on a question. Sister Yao, what's wrong? Yuan Heir had already guessed what Yi Mengyao wanted to say, but she still pretended to have an innocent face. How do you feel about Jiang Che? What kind of person do you think Jiang Che is? Yi Mengyao asked. What's the point? Big bad, dead pervert, pure and simple asshole. At most, only so much tenderness. But those words obviously couldn't have come out of his own mouth, and there was definitely something wrong with them once they did. Jiang Che he's actually quite gifted in learning. He just doesn't really like to study. Sister Yao, he's really smart. He can learn as soon as I teach him, but he just doesn't want to learn. How could Yi Mengyao outplay Yuan Heir? If Yi Mengyao's EQ was 0, then Yuan Heir's EQ was 100. I just straight up answered the question without a hitch. Yi Mengyao was a bit chagrined. She didn't mean to ask this but she has never been very eloquent. It's her own inability to speak. That's what broke Jiang Che's heart. Yuan Heir, what I want to ask is, do you like Jiang Che? Unable to do anything about it, Yi Mengyao directly hit a straight ball. Yuan Heir's expression instantly froze, her mood completely flustered. Chapter 47 Jiang Che's disguise. Chen Hao who was pitted. Yuan Heir was panicking. Yi Mengyao's words poked at her deepest vulnerability. In an instant, the little girl felt as if her heart had been stripped bare. Sister Yao, how could you think that? How could I possibly like Jiang Che? The smile on Yuan Heir's face was slightly stiff, but then a voice appeared unbidden in the back of her mind. Did she really not like it? Obviously, it was impossible for her to not have feelings for Jiang Che. Even though she hated Jiang Che so much that she wanted to jump up and bite him to death, she had to admit, she did like Jiang Che as well. Oh, Yuan Heir, I'm relieved when you say that. If you like Jiang Che, then I'll quit. Since you don't like Jiang Che, then I will definitely chase after him. Yi Mengyao put up her arms and gave herself a pep talk. Her eyes became more determined, but she didn't see Yuan Heir's disoriented look. At noon, the homeroom teacher Zhu Yong entered the class. I have an announcement for you all. This afternoon a leader from the province is coming to our school for a secret inspection, so you must pay attention. When you meet the kind of person who wears an executive jacket, carries a briefcase, and wears big leather shoes, be sure to keep it in check. Zhu Yong's words caused a sigh of relief from the other students in the class. Formalism again. Even students in an aristocratic school can't escape the clutches of formalism. And after Jiang Che heard those words, he pondered slightly before revealing a jie smile. The divine grade disguise technique that I just got. Doesn't that come in handy? Chen Hao, you little security guard. I'll give you strength first today. In the security room. Do you hear me? This afternoon. Give me some bright eyes. There are big leaders in the province to inspect. Do not speak too much. You know, the big-bellied principal personally came to the security room and communicated with Chen Hao. I understand. Chen Hao nodded his head. In fact, the heart is very contemptuous. What kind of big leader wants to let me, a big master of the middle stage of the dark force, grovel? This is clearly impossible. A dark force powerhouse cannot be insulted. What's more, he still had the behemoth of the ancient martial arts Chen family behind him. But Chen Hao knew. The current self was just a small security guard. It's better to keep a low profile. Little Chen, do a good job. I think highly of you. If you do well, I'll promote you to head of security. The principal began to paint a big picture. Take care, principal. After Chen Hao sent the principal away. Bah, what the are you? Still making me grovel for someone? Do you know who I am? I'm the young master of the ancient martial arts Chen family. My dad is a generation of Tai Chi masters. Chen Hao was holding a bellyful of fire in his heart. The matter of Qin Xiaoqiao being defiled by that dogman in the morning. It's been on his mind for a long time. Just then, another familiar voice rang out. Xiao Chen Ah, what did you say? The ghostly voice directly frightened Chen Hao. Looking up, why is the principal doubling back? School, why are you back again? Have you changed your clothes? Chen Hao rubbed his eyes in some confusion. If he remembered correctly, the principal didn't seem to be wearing this dress just now, right? What? Am I in your way with a change of clothes? Or are you looking at me the wrong way? The principal grunted. No, it's okay. Principal, you say. Chen Hao instantly became somewhat humble. Well, it's just that someone from the Education Bureau called me just now, saying that the provincial leaders aren't coming. The principal paused, and then continued to speak. Recently, there are often some outside vendors inside our school, wearing administrative jackets, carrying briefcases, pretending to be a human-like dog. In fact, they are mixed into our school to sell stationery. These people, you have to keep a close eye on them. You know what? Don't ever drop the ball for me. Chen Hao was a bit confused as he listened, and he only felt that his CPU was a bit overloaded. Just now he said to be more humble in your attitude, and now you're kicking people out? Sure enough, these leaders are pure cerebral palsy. Yes, I'll make sure no one blends in, especially these hawkers. I'll beat up everyone I see. Chen Hao swore and patted his chest. The principal nodded in relief. Not bad. You have a promising future ahead of you. Little Chen, I'll notify the people on the finance side to give you a raise in salary after a while. With that, he patted his ass and walked away. Looking at the departing back of the principal, Chen Hao was a bit smug. This principal is but at least gave me a raise. It was true that Chen Hao was the young master of the Guwu Chen family, but he himself was now working outside after all, and couldn't rely on his family. It was still more important to paychecks and whatnot. Ha ha ha, I'm going to die laughing. Jiang Che found a place where no one was, lifted the divine transfiguration technique, and immediately took off the suit he was wearing and threw it into the jade pendant space. That's right, the principal just now was naturally him in disguise. In terms of messing with people's minds, Jiang Che is a professional. Campus life doesn't seem to be that boring. Bubbling girls on weekdays and occasionally tutoring the son of Qi. It's a lot of fun. AI, how good would it be if this guy Lin Yu was still inside the school? Had I known, I wouldn't have screwed him over so hard. One less source of joy. Jiang Che missed Lin Yu a little. Lin Yu, this fellow, was just purely simple-minded and developed on all fours. It was simply not too easy to deal with. Achoo, damn, I can't believe I'm getting a cold. Lin Yu was gray at the moment, and his clothes were in tatters. Obviously a rather miserable mix. Hell knows what he's been through in the last 2 days. He was about to set up a roadside stand to save people's lives, but whenever he was about to pretend to be a quack, there were always a couple guys in the crowd shouting quackery, and every time, they take the excuse that they do not have a license to practice medicine, and it is hard to fool all the patients to scare away. There are bad people in the crowd. Just as he was having a headache, suddenly there was a commotion in the crowd in front of him. Where's the ambulance? Where did the ambulance go? Someone fainted here. It's over. I forgot to bring my dad's fast-acting heart pills with me when I went out today. Call an ambulance. Lin Yu slowly raised his eyes. The corners of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. But it's time to wait. After going down for so long, it's time to have a chance to pretend. Who is he? He's the heir to the ghost doctor. Wouldn't a heart attack in the district be a handful? Chapter 48. Chen Hao spat at the provincial leader, the principal, who was furious. Shiraz School. Chen Hao was lying in the security room at the entrance of the school, his 2 legs leisurely resting on the table. Smoking cigarettes and swiping through videos of beautiful women is simply beautiful. Damn, these female anchors, they're full of high tech. Chen Hao spat out. He thought of Qin Xiaoqiao again. Like, this kind of girl is the pure natural beauty, beautiful and simple and lovely, dumping those female anchors by 8 streets. But when he thought of Qin Xiaoqiao's appearance when she got down from the Maybach, his heart felt a sharp pain. Damn it, that student who bullied her is called Jiang Che, right? You already have a way to die. Just then, several middle-aged people appeared one after another at the door. Is security there? Open the door. Let us in. Following the sound, Chen Hao's gaze narrowed slightly. executive jackets, big leather shoes, carrying briefcases, and all holding a couple of teacups with water in them. If it was a normal day, Chen Hao might have thought that they were all some kind of leaders or something, but the principal had just reminded himself that such people were not leaders at all, but hawkers who came from outside the school. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Hao clenched his fists and directly opened the window. Hey, who the are you people? Don't you know it's class time? If you're not current teachers or students at the school, get the out of here. He wasn't in a good mood to begin with, and the fact that the girl he fell in love with at first sight was flirting with other men made him feel like he was being green. So naturally, these leaders from the province became Chen Hao's punching bags. The leaders who were scolded by Chen Hao looked at each other with some confusion on their faces. They never expected to be scolded by a security guard? Ha ha ha. Shirlan School is worthy of being a noble school. Even the security guards have such a strong sense of precaution. The safety of this student is indeed guaranteed. One of the leaders at the head of the group smiled slightly awkwardly. Security guy, we're just going to enter the school for a stroll. We communicated with your principal in advance. Why don't you let us in? The leader squinted and smiled, not looking angry. I told you to get lost. Did you hear me? What the hell? Do you really think that any cat or dog can come in? Chen Hao scolded in a stern voice. It can be a cheeky sort of thing. Leaders give you steps you do not go down, but also demolished the leadership of the stage. A few provincial leaders at once taught, face as hard as eating. This little comrade, how do you talk? Don't you even know the minimum respect? Chen Hao disdained. You're a bunch of ing hawkers. I respect Nima. Chen Hao even spat out a mouthful of phlegm, and with the added strength of the dark force, this mouthful of phlegm was not just any phlegm. It was the phlegm from Wang Wei's poem, and it flew out 7 or 8 meters away at once. It snapped and spit in the leader's face with precision. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Where's your principal? I want to see your principal. Leaders cannot tense up. It is really a tiger down by the dog bully. Although these inspection team personnel in the Ministry of Education does not have any particularly large real power, but which school shall not be respectful of them? As a result, today even the school door did not even go in it. Was so humiliated, Naruto cannot bear. Secretary Lin, I'll make the call. Another person on the side hurriedly made the call, and Chen Hao still had a sneer on his face. You hoo-hoo, you're still pretending? Still pretending to call? I'm afraid there's no answer. You people, I'm going to say this to you once more. You apologize to us and open the school gates. This matter will be considered in the past. We won't bother with you. Secretary Lin gritted his teeth and wiped the phlegm off his face with a tissue. A sickening feeling of revulsion came over me. Had this BYD eaten garlic for lunch? Apologize to you? What the hell are you guys asking me to apologize to you? Chen Hao was still arrogant and wanton. Secretary Lin, it's a long time to live. A security guard can bully them. Hello, are you Wang Lijian, the principal of Shirlan School? Our inspection team was stopped by your school's security guards at the school's entrance. Come here quickly. On the other side, Wang Lijian's brows furrowed after he picked up the phone. What's going on? Didn't you talk to the door security ahead of time? What's going on here? But he rushed out with fire and fury. When Chen Hao saw that the other party had actually dialed the phone, his expression became a bit tense. He was arrogant, but he wasn't a fool, and these people didn't seem like they were faking it. If they were ordinary vendors, being targeted so much by themselves would have long since scared away. But these people are still standing here in anger now. You guys, are you really the leaders from above? Chen Hao asked tentatively, but Secretary Lin and the others didn't respond to him at all. And the scene in front of the school caught the attention of many students. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This little security guard is really powerful. These people know at a glance that they are leaders from above. This he dares to dislike? This is really not afraid to die. Not a moment later, Wang Lijian hurried over. Secretary Lin, what's going on? Secretary Lin? What happened? Wang Lijian wiped the sweat on his forehead. He was just a principal. His power was not even as big as the school managers inside the school. Seeing that he had actually called the principal over, Chen Hao looked slightly alarmed and stood up in a hurry. Principal Wang, what brings you here? Principal Wang didn't bother with him, and quickly learned the cause and effect of the incident. Almost died in one breath. Secretary Lin, you guys come in quickly. Chen Hao, what are you doing? Open the door quickly. He couldn't wait to strangle Chen Hao at this moment, but he was a principal after all, and it was impossible for him to lose his temper in public. That's how it is in schools. Usually the principal and vice principal are rarely angry and are all smiles. All the dirty work is done by the head teacher and classroom teachers. Chen Hao hurriedly nodded his head. His head was blank inside until now, completely confused about the situation. I'll be looking for you later. Secretary Lin, this way. Wang Lijian glared at Chen Hao, then nodded his head to the several leaders. Ha, your school security guards are so intimidating, and they call me a peddler? What's the matter? Do you look down on hawkers? Where? Chen Hao clenched his fists and cursed in his heart. Asterisk. Principal. Mud horse. He has no idea what's going on. Is this principal having a stroke? I did exactly what you told me to do, but Chen Hao knew very well that if he didn't do something, I'm afraid this security guard is going to be the end of the line. I can't afford to lose this job. There are so many beautiful women inside the campus waiting for me to pick them up. Chapter 49, Disliking Wang Lili. Qin Xiaoqiao's boldness. Chen Hao was not ultimately dismissed. He still relied on the power of the Guo Chen family, allowing him to remain inside the school as a security guard. But although he was the young master of the Chen family, how could the Chen family have only one young master? Some Chen family members had long felt dissatisfied with him. Damn it, I don't want to go back to the Chen family. Chen Hao clenched his hands tightly. At first, he and his family fell out, so he came out. His father gave him 3 years to come out and make a break for it. If he doesn't get anywhere, he'll have to go back to the family. The family promised to only come out to help him 3 times. As a result, how could Chen Hao not expect that this first help would be used above such a small place? Genuinely, it's a cannon hitting a mosquito. Jiang Che, are you sure you don't want to go pick out a dress with me? Yi Mingyao's large, watery eyes were filled with hope as she tightly clutched a corner of Jiang Che's coat. Jiang Che backhanded the young girl's delicate hand and pushed it away without mercy. Sorry, Wan Heir is going to tutor me in my homework in the afternoon. Go by yourself. Jiang Che said and took Wan Heir's small hand. You Wan Heir? What Wan Heir? Jiang Che, don't talk nonsense, okay? It's all over. Yo-Yo is going to be hostile to me. There's more. I'm not tutoring you. I'm not going. This was indeed the case. Yi Mengyao's face suddenly changed when she heard the sentence Wan Heir that Jiang Che blurted out. Wan Heir, calling so intimately? Yi Mengyao bit her thin lips and looked at Jiang Che. Wan Heir was also in a hurry. Sister Yao Yao, he doesn't want to go with you. I'll go with you, okay? Wan Heir's tricks against Yi Mengyao were simple. Spoiling and being cute. Yi Mengyao quickly fell under the little lowly's sugar-coated bombs. Well, Wan Heir, let's go together. Yi Mengyao pulled Wan Heir and left. Before she left, Wan Heir even turned around and made a face to Jiang Che, as if taunting him. I don't know what's in your mind, you pervert. I'll curse you for the rest of your life. Oh, Jiang Che's eyes flashed with a hint of danger. As a hunter, the prey was already inside the dinner plate, still insanely provoking him without realizing it. It did make him a bit angry. In the office, Xiao, what did you take on this mock exam? You only got 142 in English, and you managed to get 2 questions wrong in reading comprehension? Do you have eyes for nothing? The answers are written on your face. Wang Lili took the paper and criticized the well-behaved young girl in front of her for a while. Qin Xiaoqiao was so scared that her body was like a sieve, lowering her head and not daring to speak. Mom, I was wrong. I'll get better on my next English test. The young girl stammered, on the verge of tears at the admonishment, clutching the corner of her coat. Progress? I want a perfect score. Mom, I will definitely get a perfect score on the next exam. Qin Xiaoqiao nodded her head desperately, but a trace of imperceptible hatred flashed through her lowered eyes. And just then, the office door was opened. A white-clothed figure walked in. Who else could it be if not Jiang Che? Mr. Wang, I forgot to hand in my English homework. This is my English homework. Wang Lili was in the middle of disciplining someone when she looked up at Jiang Che, the displeasure in her eyes written on her face. Meh, you can forget to turn in the homework you copied. Jiang Che didn't refute Wang Lili's words, although his grades in all subjects were now unrivaled. This one assignment was really a copy. No, not only did he copy it, he didn't even write a single word. It was all written for him by Wan Heir. Jiang Che glanced at Qin Xiaoqiao, who had been reprimanded to the point of tears. No wonder this girl would be so rebellious, having run into such a strong, domineering and controlling extreme mother. Not jumping off a building was already considered a good state of mind. Little girl, one-dimensional obedience cannot. Oh, see your brother Jiang give you a sample. Mr. Wang, you're wrong. I didn't copy my homework. I didn't write it at all. Someone else wrote it for me. I didn't touch a word. Jiang Che shrugged his shoulders. A dead pig. Wang Lili was stunned. She had never seen such an arrogant student before. You, who wrote that for you? Get her over here. Jiang Che skimmed his mouth. What? Shouldn't you punish me? A student who made a mistake. Mr. Wang, why are you looking for someone else? Or are you jealous of my background, not daring to offend me? Jiang Che's words caused Qin Xiaoqiao's eyes to whiten on the side. Her red and swollen eyes filled with excitement that Senior Jiang Che had dared to directly stiffen her mother. And it didn't save her face at all. Which is, it's too handsome. This is totally what she wanted to do but was afraid to do. Wang Lili was smoking with anger. Jiang Che was indeed right. Although she looked down on a dude like Jiang Che, she really didn't dare to offend him. After all, his father was the richest man in Hangzhou. and he was the biggest school manager of Shirlan School. The kind of person who can make himself unmarketable in the entire Hangzhou education sector with a single word. Jiang Che, I don't want to argue with you. If you don't want to write, you don't even have to do your homework in the future. I'll see what you'll do in the future when you take the national exams. Wang Lily's words couldn't stimulate Jiang Che a bit at all. Ha ha. Mr. Wang, I don't need to study. My pocket money in a month is more than what you've earned in your life. Study? What's there to learn about learning? Jiang Che was capable of disliking people, and he instantly disliked Wang Lily. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Mom, I'll go back first? Qin Xiaoqiao asked tentatively. Get back. Wang Lily's face was considered clean. People like her. If she loses face in front of outsiders, she's bound to get it back with her own family. Qin Xiaoqiao ran out as if she was relieved, and her eyes flashed with a hint of fascination when she looked at Jiang Che before she left. Jiang Che humiliated Wang Lily for a while longer before strutting out of the office. He was already pissed off at the old woman. What the are you? If I get upset, one word from me will make you unable to hang around in Hangzhou. Jiang Che had just left in front of him, and behind him Wang Lily was furious as she swept the things on the table off the floor. Jiang Che had just walked to the stairway when a warm and soft delicate body jumped into his arms. The refreshing fragrance caused the corners of Jiang Che's lips to hook slightly. A rebellious teenage girl is really enough for nothing. Qin Xiaoqiao gathered her courage and looked up, forgetting Jiang Che in front of her, her eyes revealing hope, and a hint of rebellious wildness. Chapter 50, Trigger Choice. Chen Hao's holding back. Qin Xiaoqiao is too bold, but it was both unexpected and yet reasonable. Drops. Trigger Villain Choice. Option 1, immediately push him away and slap him as a warning. Receive the title, Turtle Slave. Option 2, a shallow kiss. Gain 3 years of internal strength. Option 3, I'm on fire now? Reward, super self-healing factor. Still pick 3. Jiang Che felt that he didn't need to choose anymore. He didn't even need to look at the title when triggering the villain choice in the future. He could just choose 3 directly. Turtle Slave. The men who washed the women's underwear and panties inside the greenhouses in ancient times were the lowest and most humble existence. Every turtle slave aspires to become a real man. After the host wears this title, the host will never be able to rise up. The number 1 choice dogs don't even pick. I choose 3. Super self-healing factor is a good thing as soon as you hear it. The old hag. Old hag. I'll let you lecture me. You don't want me to fall in love. I don't want to. I want to fall in love. Although Qin Xiaoqiao was unable to speak, her heart had been completely disintegrated. The contrasting side of the good girl is not for everyone. Just then, a footstep appeared in the hallway. It startled Qin Xiaoqiao. Jiang. Senior Jiang Che. Someone is coming. Jiang Che hooked his lips and smiled, then came up to Qin Xiaoqiao's ear and used his clothes to cover the young girl's body. Xiaoqiao, come with me. Qin Xiaoqiao nodded in a daze. The two then walked out of the school building one after the other. Jiang Che had just left with his front foot, and Wang Lily came over to receive water with a water cup in her hand. I think I saw Coquette just now. Was it a hallucination? Wang Lily rubbed her eyes and frowned. Jiang, Senior Jiang Che, where are you taking me? Qin Xiaoqiao blushed slightly and asked curiously. Jiang Che came up to the young girl's ear and murmured softly. Subsequently, Qin Xiaoqiao's face instantly exploded red. This is too exciting, isn't it? Why is there an inexplicable anticipation? Damn old hag. Not only will I fall in love, I'll do everything you won't let me do. She's got a great mind, too. It's like, you have 4 bombs and 2 kings in your hand, and your opponent is playing you openly. Qin Xiaoqiao has said it all. TSK. Jiang Che pinched Qin Xiaoqiao's face. Xiaoqiao, I think you hate your mom too, don't you? Want to get back at her? Qin Xiaoqiao wasn't a cutie either. Knew what Jiang Che's mouth meant by revenge. But it's you who earns it anyways, right? Qin Xiaoqiao muttered in a small voice. Jiang Che was slightly embarrassed. It was like fooling a little loli with a lollipop. As a result, they didn't even fall for it and even gave you a backhanded slap. Xiaoqiao, how many chances can you indulge in life? Not to mention that your mom keeps you on such a tight leash? Jiang Che froze Qin Xiaoqiao with one sentence, and her heart was moved. Although I may be at a disadvantage, as long as I can make that old hag feel bad, I'm happy. Not to mention Senior Jiang Che is so handsome. Hey, it's done. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth hooked up in an arc as he led Qin Xiaoqiao towards the school gate. He took the gate on purpose. After all, our little security guard Chen Hao is still watching the door, right? Although Chen Hao in the security room was looking at his cell phone, he was filled with Qin Xiaoqiao's figure. As the young master of the Chen family, his vision is usually very high, and there are very few women who can meet his eyes. But he fell in love with Qin Xiaoqiao at first sight. Just as he was thinking about it, there was a knock on the glass of the security room. Security guard, open the door. A voice entered Chen Hao's ears. Who the hell is your grandpa? Chen Hao was furious before he even raised his head. He's only in his early 20s. Where does he look like a grandpa? As a result, when he looked up, the scene in front of him almost made him have a brain hemorrhage. This guy Jiang Che even had his arm around Qin Xiaoqiao, and the two of them were behaving very intimately. Ha, it's not a grandpa. Then I'm sorry. I called out the wrong uncle. Jiang Che's apology was full of sincerity. Chen Hao's face was pitch black at this time. He cared more about Qin Xiaoqiao than being called a grandpa and uncle. Qin Xiaoqiao, isn't this guy the one who bullied you? How can you hang out with this kind of guy? Qin Xiaoqiao raised her eyes slightly. You, who are you? Chen Hao's expression was as difficult as if he was constipated. Alright, Uncle Security, you open the door. We both went out to do something urgent. Jiang Che looked more anxious. No way. It's the middle of the school day. Students can't leave the school at will. How could Chen Hao let Jiang Che leave school with Qin Xiaoqiao in his arms? After leaving school, hell knows where they'll go. Uncle Security Guard, have you forgotten the school rules of Shirlan School? Students are free to enter and exit the school. Do you really think that a noble school is the same as a normal school? Jiang Che's words caused Chen Hao to fall silent. He had heard these words twice. He really went to look up the school rules of Shirlan School at noon, but gave up decisively when he saw the 500-page handbook of school rules that was comparable to a dictionary. No means no. Don't be uneducated at this young age. Go back to your studies now. Jiang Che was happy to see Chen Hao posing. Turning sideways, she whispered in Qin Xiaoqiao's ear. You quickly say a few words. If you delay for a while, people will be coming around. Qin Xiaoqiao's body trembled. She was enjoying the excitement of rebellion, but if she was really found out by her mother, she would definitely have to receive a scolding and a severe beating. Security uncle, Senior Jiang Che and I really have something to do, so just let us out. Chen Hao. Chapter 51, Qin Xiaoqiao's shyness. Obtaining the super self-healing factor. Chen Hao felt like he had never been so suffocated before. It was obvious that the girl of his choice was right in front of him, but he could only watch her snuggle up to other men. Open the school gates for her and watch her drift away from other men. No. Feeling as if a piece of his heart was missing, Chen Hao hurriedly took off the security uniform he was wearing and sneakily followed him. Jiang, Senior Jiang Che, where are you taking me? Qin Xiaoqiao knowingly asked, and although she was looking forward to it in her heart, she still displayed the appearance of a soft white rabbit. Hush. Jiang Che hooked his lips and smiled, grasping the steering wheel with one hand, in a manner that made Qin Xiaoqiao a little mesmerized. Damn, how to drive away. Chen Hao was a little anxious, and his heart ached as he watched Jiang Che drive Qin Xiaoqiao away. Even though he was a strong person in the middle stage of the dark force, how could he catch up with Maybach on foot? Looking around for a moment, he then set his eyes on the shared bike by the side of the road. So, Chen Hao pedaled his shared bicycle and chased after him. The physique of a dark-strength powerhouse was still very terrifying, and the originally extremely slow shared bicycle was stomped out of the sparks hard by him. Ever seen a 50 miles per hour shared bike? Hey, you've seen it all today. Jiang Che naturally saw Chen Hao, who was in hot pursuit behind him, and almost didn't strain to laugh. Is it okay to chase Maybach in a shared bike? Then a kick of the gas accelerated again. Finally the two of them arrived at the entrance of a 5-star hotel, and Qin Xiaoqiao was a bit stunned. Snuggling beside Jiang Che without saying a word, he followed and walked in. The big eyes kept looking east and west. A luxurious hotel like this. She's never been here before. Wow, this is so luxurious. A 5-star hotel. I'm so nervous. Senior Jiang Che is not only handsome, but also has money. It seems, I really don't lose anything. I'm going to go against that old hag anyway. Although Qin Xiaoqiao hadn't said a word from beginning to end, she was like a chatterbox in her heart, chattering all the time. It didn't take long for the hotel's lobby manager to come face to face. Hello Mr. Jiang, I'm Su Shang, the manager of Grand Hyatt Hotel. Just call me Xiao Su. Manager Su was surprised. As the lobby manager of a 5-star hotel, he certainly knew all the powerful people in Hangzhou like the back of his hand. The son of the richest man in the world is, after all, the son of the richest man in the world, despite his low profile. Hello, a sweet. Jiang Che wrapped his arm around Qin Xiaoqiao and glanced at this lobby manager called Su Shang. Not knowing what was going on, he seemed to feel a hint of a cloudy wind blowing by. Yes, we'll take care of that for you. It just so happens that we have a top suite left in the hotel. Seeing manager Su with such an attitude, Jiang Che couldn't help but feel a little frustrated in his heart. Something like power and status. It smells so good. Jiang Che walked out of the bathroom, wearing only a robe. Drops of water from his hair slid down his handsome face, and the muscular contours of his body had reached a state of perfection. Between juvenile and mature, it directly mesmerized Qin Xiaoqiao, drooling with gluttony. So handsome. These abs, they're too perfect, aren't they? Oh. Drooling, the young girl covered her face, brushed past Jiang Che, and hid in the bathroom. And it was only then that Chen Hao arrived late on a shared bicycle. His last glance was just in time to watch Jiang Che walk into the middle of the hotel with his arm around Qin Xiaoqiao. Damn! Chen Haoyi's entire heart was about to break. What can a man and a woman do when they enter a hotel? What's there to think about? Can I come in? That's my girlfriend that man just had his arm around. Chen Hao opened his mouth in a panic, attempting to fabricate the fact that he was green to gain Manager Su's sympathy. However, Manager Su and the others frowned. Is it possible that Mr. Jiang is also a chow thief? That girl beside Mr. Jiang just now is your girlfriend? Chen Hao nodded his head in a hurry. Right. I'm here to catch an adulterer. Let me in. This damn rich kid snatched my girlfriend. Manager Su sized up Chen Hao. So it was a little trash with no power or influence. Then it's alright. Whoever Mr. Jiang likes, not to mention your girlfriend, even your mom. You have to hold it in for me. Manager Su glared at him. What's more, do you take me for? You're dressed in such rags and you're so ugly. That girl wouldn't look at you unless she was blind. Get the hell out of here. Saying that, the security team's people forcefully pulled Chen Hao away. Qin Xiaoqiao is indeed very beautiful, and after the round frame glasses were taken off, the blocked face value rubbed up. Dressed in a white halter nightgown, the whole thing was flawless. Jiang, Senior Jiang Che. Qin Xiaoqiao lowered her head, her two small hands pinching the hem of her skirt, looking churlish, long hair pouring down, dripping with water droplets. The faint mist of water on her body was still steaming, and she was bare with a pair of jade feet. Her flawless jade legs were natural, just like the most perfect carvings. The corners of Jiang Che's lips rose slightly. Deleted. Dropping. The host has completed the choice of villain. The reward has been issued. The host has acquired the super self-healing factor. P.S. Because of being locked up in a small black room, this chapter deleted 500 words, in order not to be shelved. Some of the later chapters one try to write a little more obscure. Readers' dads forgive me. I believe that the comments section will certainly have a good person inside the right. Ahem. I did not say anything. Slipped away. Chapter 52 Jiang Che's power. Those things in the hotel. Jiang Che was gorgeous. Jiang Che. Senior. Qin Xiaoqiao panicked to clean up. Her hair was still messy. It's already 5 in the afternoon. School will be over soon. If I go home like this, Mom will definitely find out what's wrong with me, and she'll beat me to death. Qin Xiaoqiao at this time only began to fear up, because of their own momentary rebellion. Even as much as she wanted to see her mother furious, Wang Lily was really going to hit her. She could already fantasize about Wang Lily scolding her for being a while whipping her with a chicken duster. Jiang Che, on the other hand, let out a light laugh. What? You're scared? It's only now that you're scared. Isn't it a little too late? Qin Xiaoqiao's small face blushed and lowered her head. But Mom, she'll really beat me to death if she finds out. Qin Xiaoqiao whispered softly. She was rebellious, but all the same she had feared her mother to the bone. Jiang Che laughed lightly. What are you afraid of? That mom and dad of yours are afraid they won't be able to return tonight. Jiang Che's words made Qin Xiaoqiao freeze. What do you mean? Jiang Che then took out his cell phone in front of her and edited a few text messages and sent them out. Then not much time passed before Qin Xiaoqiao's cell phone rang. My mom's phone? Qin Xiaoqiao exclaimed, her small face pale. The matter between myself and Senior Jiang Che won't be exposed, will it? The young girl trembled and picked up the phone. Wang Lily's exasperated voice came from the opposite side. Xiaoqiao, your father and I have some temporary things. The school inside to let us travel to other schools to study for a few days of time. These days we can't go back in the evening. You buy yourself some food. Remember, video call me every night at home on time. After that, Lily Wang blathered on about a whole lot more. Then Mom, I'll hang up now. Well, I'll call you anytime one of these nights. Only after hanging up the phone did Qin Xiaoqiao let out a long breath, gently stroking his chest. Senior Jiang Che, I almost revealed myself just now. What? I kindly helped you support your parents, and you're still relying on me? Jiang Che raised his eyebrows. My mom and dad suddenly went on a business trip. Did you do this? Or what? Could it be you? Jiang Che's family was the biggest school manager of Shilan School, so naturally, what he wanted to do was just a matter of his word. Oh, thank you then. Qin Xiaoqiao lowered her head, a warm current flooding her heart. Senior Jiang Che is really gentle. Your parents are traveling on business, so you're the only one living in your house these days, right? Jiang Che asked with a smile. You're not right. How could Qin Xiaoqiao not understand what Jiang Che was saying? No, I can't. My mom has surveillance in the house. You'll get caught if you come. Qin Xiaoqiao's expression was a bit dark and resentful. She had had enough of this kind of mom for a long time. Install cameras all over the house. Usually those who install surveillance at home are those who have old people and babies at home. But she's already grown up. Lily Wang was so in control of herself that this twisted love was oppressive to the point of suffocation. Jiang Che lowered his eyes. Silent. The current Qin Xiaoqiao is just an inner rebel. Long time in front of her parents coyly, now she has not yet dared to fall out with her parents face to face. It just so happens that both days are weekends. Qin Xiaoqiao, W. Some thrills. Jiang Che didn't care too much about it, as he began to check out the god tier ability he had just obtained. Super self-healing factor. After the host uses this skill, your body's self-healing ability will receive a massive boost, including the ability to redivide some extremely differentiated cells. With this ability, you'll be like an undefeatable strong man. Can. This skill is a life-saving skill as soon as you hear it. I just don't know if it will reach immortality like Deadpool. I don't think that's likely. I'll wait to take some time to test the results. Chen Hao, who was still squatting in front of the hotel, was already confused. When he thought of the scene where Qin Xiaoqiao was bullied by that Jiang Che, his heart kept throbbing. After living for more than 20 years, it's hard to meet a young girl who makes his heart flutter. Surprisingly, no, it wasn't until after 7 in the evening that the two walked out from inside the hotel. Chen Hao, who had been starving for most of the day, was instantly energized, but after seeing Qin Xiaoqiao's appearance, his entire heart exploded. He could not wait to rush up and separate them, but he could only be impotent and furious. Eyes wide open, he watched as Jiang Che brought Qin Xiaoqiao to the car, and the two of them didn't know where they went. But just as he was about to catch up on his shared bike, his cell phone rang. Hey, where the have you been, Chen Hao? Aren't you on duty in the security room? The voice on the other side sounded angry, startling Chen Hao. What's wrong? You hurry back here. The school has been burglarized. The whole building was stolen. That gang of thieves came in through the front door. Where have you been? The words of the school security department made Chen Hao's face sink. He had left too quickly in the afternoon and didn't even say hello. But how could it be such a coincidence? He just left, and then the school was burglarized? That's a hell of a coincidence, isn't it? Chen Hao glanced at his cell phone, then looked at the departing backs of Jiang Che and the others, and in the end, helplessness was written all over his face. He can't afford to lose the job just yet. Chapter 53, Yi Mengyao's Despondency. Lin Yu returns to school? If Qin Xiaoqiao's home didn't have surveillance, Jiang Che might have really taken her to stay in a hotel for 3 days. Senior Jiang Che, the district is ahead. I can get off by myself. Otherwise the other neighbors will definitely tell my mom and dad when they see me. The district where Qin Xiaoqiao lived was a very ordinary residential building, and although the relationship between the neighbors was not great, but coming down from a luxury car by herself, being seen by people would definitely chew on them behind their backs. That's fine. Qin Xiaoqiao's face panicked, picked up her school bag and got out of the car. The young girl ran back to her house in a huff. Jiang Che licked his lips and his eyes slightly narrowed. It made Chen Hao, the son of heaven's destiny, suffer, and it also made that old hag Wang Lily feel bad. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone is really comfortable. As for what kind of girl Qin Xiaoqiao is, it was a real contrast. On the outside she looked like a soft and cute good girl, but in fact, her inner psychology, TSK, Jiang Che once didn't even dare to turn on her heart pass to eavesdrop on her heart. At night, in the Yi family villa, in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, a young girl in a black dress pinched her skirt and twirled around in front of it. One Heir, do you think I look good in this? At this time Yi Mengyao wearing a black evening gown. Long hair was pulled together. The beginning of the size of the body just can be this set of dresses to hold up. Between youth and maturity, black lace gloves more added a few points of the age of maturity. There was no doubt that Yi Mengyao was very beautiful, and as the first female lead she was almost beautiful, almost like a genie. Even Yuan Heir, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. She knew that Yi Mengyao was beautiful, but she had never thought that it would be so beautiful. It caused a small souring of her insides. She didn't even have a party for her birthday, much less such a beautiful gown. But she didn't bother to be jealous of something, because some things were not meant to be hers, let alone, she wasn't unloved. At least her mom had a big piece of cake for her. Sister Yo-Yo, you're so pretty. Yi Mengyao was somewhat fluttered by Yuan Heir's compliments, like a proud white swan, and even danced a ballet in her gown. Yi Mengyao, as the eldest young lady, naturally was good at all kinds of music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Yuan Heir, take a picture for me. I'll send it to Jiang Che later. I don't believe I can't charm him. Yi Mengyao's lips slightly hooked. Upon hearing Jiang Che's name, Yuan Heir's complexion dimmed, but she still picked up her cell phone and took several beautiful pictures of Yi Mengyao in a row. After Yi Mengyao saw the photo, she excitedly held Yuan Heir's face and took a bite at the little loli's cherry lips. Yuan Heir, you shoot so well. I really love you. Saying that, Yi Mengyao sent the photo to Jiang Che. Jiang Che, this is my dress for my birthday party. Do you think it looks good? A man dies for a friend who understands him. A woman pleases herself. And it's obvious. Yi Mengyao had gradually fallen in love with Jiang Che. Jiang Che, don't bother me with such trivial matters. In an instant, the excited expression on Yi Mengyao's face reverted to despondency, biting her thin lips tightly to keep her tears from falling out. Sister Yao Yao, Jiang Che, he's a dead changeling. What does a big man know? He's just a wild boar who can't eat fine chaff and has zero appreciation. Yuan Heir began to comfort Yi Mengyao, but only Yuan Heir herself knew that just now, after seeing Jiang Che's words, a trace of joy actually flashed through her heart, even though she knew Jiang Che was poor Yi Mengyao. In fact, without realizing it, Jiang Che's position in Yuan Heir's heart had also become significant, and she would become either happy or sad because of Jiang Che's words or a decision. Yuan Heir, you're right, Jiang Che is a stinking bore. I'm dressed so beautifully, and he even told me to get lost. Yi Mengyao hugged Yuan Heir. The little heart is traumatized and only baby wannabes posting can ease it a bit. Holy, it's standing. In the face of Yi Mengyao sending over a beautiful photo of an evening gown, it was impossible for him not to react. There were many ways to judge whether a girl was beautiful or not, but Jiang Che chose the most direct one. This little gown, this little body, worthy of being the first heroine, absolute. The expression on Jiang Che's face gradually perverted, and the corners of his mouth had begun to rise, taking on a square root shape. Jiang Che stared at the photo Yi Mengyao sent and licked his upper lip. Who wouldn't be confused by that? However, Jiang Che didn't look at it much. It was just a billion glances. After all, Yi Mengyao had already become the object of his poem. At this time, Lin Yu, the son of Qi Fortune, was not as miserable as he had imagined. After all, it's the son of Qi, so he's hugging his thigh again. Hongzhou Su family, Elder Master Su, how is this acupuncture skill of mine? Although Lin Yu was dressed in rags, he was still imposing, and he branched out again. On the eunuch's chair, an old man with a white beard had a grateful look on his face. Little brother, you are worthy of being the heir of divine Dr. Lin. This hand of medical skill is just like him back then. Back then, divine Dr. Lin relied on this hand of acupuncture to renew my old man's life for more than 10 years. Su Zhentian's words caused an additional look of pride to appear on Lin Yu's face. That's for sure. By the way, my personal abilities are also extremely strong. I wonder if you have a granddaughter that needs protection. Old Mr. Su, no, I only have one son. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth froze. Cough. Forget it then. Which, may I ask Elder Lin, I need to go to school? Can you help me get a school registration for Shirlan School? Lin Yu was still not dead to Yi Mengyao and these girls, thinking of borrowing the power of the Su family, returning back to school, violently beating Jiang Che, reclaiming the chance that belongs to him, and by the way, taking Yi Mengyao and Yuan Heir, the school girls, into his arms again. Shiraz School? That's fine. My son happens to be the head of the Hangzhou Education Bureau. Isn't that a coincidence? I'll talk to him tonight and ask him to broker a deal to get you in. Lin Yu burst out in gratitude. Then thank you, Elder Su. Chapter 54, the Secretary of Education as a backer. Abuse of power. Understand. Early the next morning, Jiang Che had just gone out the door when he encountered the two of them, Yi Mengyao and Yuan Heir. Perhaps Yi Mengyao had been crouching at the door for a long time. Today's teenage girl is in a school uniform, tied in a single ponytail, wearing a pair of small white shoes with bubble socks. This kind of dress looks like the heroine of a Japanese manga school page. Instead, it made Jiang Che's eyes light up. Yi Mengyao's girl's plasticity is very high. This kind of young girl's temptation to men is not at all lower than Yuan Heir's sweet lowly. Jiang Che, well, what a coincidence. Do you want to take my car to school together? Yi Mengyao nervously opened her mouth, and even pulled Yuan Heir aside with her hand, her entire cheeks red and shy. Jiang Che, coincidence? You're blocking my doorstep. You call that a coincidence? Although both the Yi family and Jiang Che lived in the same urban area, they were also close to a kilometer away from each other, and it was clear that the words of this girl Yi Mengyao did not have any credibility at all. No, I'll drive myself. Jiang Che still had such a cold attitude, but Yi Mengyao didn't back down. She was now getting used to Jiang Che's cold face, but she believed her own burning heart will definitely be able to exchange for Jiang Che's return. Of course it's fine for you to drive. Yuan Heir and I will go to school in your car. Yi Mengyao made a cheeky one. A few days ago, she had cried to her mom for help, and she had told her, if she wanted to chase Jiang Che back into her hands, she had to have a thick skin to do so, otherwise there was no hope at all. Yi Mengyao then turned her head and waved her hand at Butler Lee, who was driving. Grandpa Butler, you can go home now. Yuan Heir and I will take Jiang Che's car to school. Old man Butler. Yi Mengyao's sudden commotion also almost flashed Jiang Che's waist. Jiang Che, you won't just stand by and watch the two of us, Yuan Heir and I, walk back to school. Yi Mengyao held Yuan Heir's small hand. A large and small, two beautiful maidens were simply absolute. Not to mention Yi Mangyao also carried a petulant tone in it. Follow me. You two sit in the back. Jiang Che's eyes were filled with dislike. Yi Mangyao was slightly stunned in her heart, but what followed was boundless ecstasy. She hadn't actually expected Jiang Che to actually let herself on the bus. After all, Jiang Che had hated himself so much before. The current Yi Mangyao had already been sickened by Jiang Che's PUA, and any time Jiang Che showed the slightest bit of gentleness, it would be infinitely amplified by her. It eventually became 5 big words. He still likes me. Yi Mangyao didn't dare to talk to Jiang Che too much after she got on the car, for fear that she would say something wrong and cause Jiang Che's resentment. Jiang Che, that dress photo I sent you yesterday, is it really not good? The young girl hesitated for half a day before finally speaking. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth twitched. How could it not look good? Ha! What Miss Yi wants to wear is your own business. What's the point of asking me? Yi Mangyao, so angry. You want Heir, dead pervert. Snubbing my Yao Yao sister again. Yao Yao sister ah. This man is Puayu ah. This guy just wants to cheat away your heart. Wow. The two girls had different little minds. It just went on until we got to the front of the school. Chen Hao is now annoyed that last night, because of his unauthorized absence from his post, he caused the school to be burglarized inside. Although the lost things were basically recovered later, he was still fined 3 months' salary, so to speak. He himself was going to work for nothing for these 3 months. Just makes it hard. He was already penniless after leaving the Chen family, but now he was even worse off. Damn it! If it wasn't for that Jiang Che, could I have left my post without authorization? That girl surnamed Qin is so pretty. It's really a good cabbage that's been overpowered by a pig. Chen Hao's heart throbbed with pain, and right at this moment, the voice of the shadowy spirit rang in his ears again. Uncle Security, open the door, please. Chen Hao dreamed of this voice last night. Looking up, it was indeed Jiang Che. Wait, what happened to the girl he was with? Not Qin Xiaoqiao anymore? Also 2 super beautiful girls? And one of them is a little lowly? Damn, this dog. Jiang Che had already ascended to the top of this Fong Dang execution list in Chen Hao's heart. Ha! Why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Uncle Security, did you not sleep well last night? Jiang Che's words poked the deepest part of Chen Hao's heart. Little, it's not because of you. You took away my favorite wife. I'll be damned if I'm going to sleep soundly. Although he was furious, Chen Hao still gritted his teeth and opened the door. Jiang Che, I didn't expect you to care about security guards. Yi Mangyao opened her mouth to herself, and at the same time, she also gave Chen Hao a fillip. Humph, stinking Jiang Che, caring about the security guards doesn't even care about me. I've been suffering from insomnia lately too, okay? Jiang Che, hard stretch. When Jiang Che returned to the school, he was surprised to find a familiar face in the corridor aisle. Lin Yu, this guy Lin Yu is actually back? Lin Yu naturally noticed Jiang Che's gaze at this time, and his eyes secretly contained indignation. He now couldn't wait to kill this guy Jiang Che, but right now he didn't want any conflict with him. He had to endure. Oh, isn't this Lin Yu? Weren't you expelled from school? How come you're back again? Jiang Che took the initiative to go forward and provoke. In fact, Jiang Che was really a bit curious. Where did this guy get the opportunity from? He was expelled from school, and he even had the chance to return to school? Lin Yu couldn't help but be a little proud at this point. He had used his divine medical skills to save an old family head of the Su family, whose son was the head of Hangzhou's education bureau. Now that he is equivalent to having the secretary as his backing, who dares to fire him? Lin Yu had been suffering since he had come down from the mountain, and now that he had managed to turn around once, how could he not act like a bully? Ha! Jiang Che, I have a saving grace for the Su family's old family head, whose son is the current Hangzhou City Education Bureau chief. Lin Yu's expression was haughty, his hands behind his back, his heart bursting with pleasure. You used to use your status to pressure me? I've got a background now, and it's the Secretary of Education, so I'm asking you if you're afraid? After having someone to back him up, Lin Yu felt that his head didn't hurt anymore, his feet weren't sore anymore, he could walk with a straight back, and he was back to being that arrogant little divine doctor again. Jiang Che looked at Lin Yu in a somewhat dazed manner. So that's how it is. It turned out to be evening the Secretary of Education. Ah, I said how suddenly became so confident, all dare to pretend in front of their own. But, this Lin Yu is really stupid, telling him so squarely that it's the Director of Education who's backing him up? TSK, 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 abuse of power understood. In particular, an existence at the level of the Secretary for Education is usually cautious. After all, there are quite a number of people who have their eyes on his position. People help you through the back door, and you're so high profile and pretentious that you're afraid people won't know that the Secretary of Education is your backstage. But that's just as well. Save yourself the trouble of investigating. I haven't even played my cards yet. Your trump card came out first. Chapter 55, The Director of Education's Downfall. The angry and crying Lin Yu. Sometimes Jiang Che was really quite envious of Lin Yu. Being a protagonist is different, and all kinds of opportunities are flying around. Walking around and saving any old man can be the father of the Secretary of Education. It's like God feeds you. Oh, so you have the Secretary of Education to help you? Then I'm really quite scared. Jiang Che shrugged and put on a scared look. Lin Yu opened his mouth arrogantly after seeing Jiang Che concede. Jiang Che, you'd better return my jade pendant and scroll to me right now, or you're doomed to a miserable end. Jiang Che naturally wouldn't give a damn about him. I'm still really scared. With that, he pulled out a goose-colored jade pendant and waved it in front of him twice, and Lin Yu was directly ready to reach out and grab it. Hey, you can't get it. I'll just show you, just to play with you. Jiang Che's voice madly teased Lin Yu's nerves, but the current Lin Yu wouldn't dare to make a move against Jiang Che, because he knew very well that he couldn't beat him anymore. This guy, he was already a late-stage Dark Force powerhouse, and he had only just stepped into the mid-stage of Dark Force. Jiang Che, do you know who my master is? He is the peak of Huanjing. The day my master comes out will be the day you die. Lin Yu viciously let out a vicious sentence. As a result, a few students on the sidelines couldn't hold back their laughter. Ha ha, you guys are really good at blowing awesome. Still peak Huanjing? Why don't you say your master is a great master? Alright, everyone just ignore him. This guy is just a psychopath. Have you all forgotten about him having a fit at the review meeting earlier? How could that be forgotten? It's the first time in my life I've seen someone who dares to learn how to bark in public. Lin Yu couldn't tense up and was so angry that he gritted his teeth. And right at that moment, a silhouette walked towards Jiang Che. Jiang Che, I've written your homework for you. Yi Mangyao squirmed and came in front of Jiang Che. Lin Yu's gaze was attracted to Yi Mangyao in an instant. His gaze gradually became a bit infatuated while his eyes became a bit mesmerized. So beautiful. Yi Mangyao seemed to have gotten a few more points prettier. Yi Mangyao naturally noticed Lin Yu's eyes as well. Her beautiful eyes knitted tightly. You're the bodyguard my father hired before? Lin Yu was overjoyed. Yi Mangyao actually took the initiative to talk to him? Right. I'm the bodyguard your father hired for you to keep you safe and secret. As a result, Yi Mangyao snorted. I need a punk like you to protect me? What did you do when I was kidnapped before? Lin Yu panicked. Yao, it was me who protected it. I was the one who desperately went to fight the criminals and got shot. This Jiang Che guy is a peach-picking scumbag. Lin Yu explained while looking viciously at Jiang Che, itching to kill him. Yi Mangyao was enraged. Right now her feelings for Jiang Che could not be shaken by anyone. You shut up. You don't take a piss and look at yourself. What a virtue. Yi Mengyao's quality was still to be lowered. Missy doesn't curse, and that kind of dirty, vulgar language is almost impossible to get out of her mouth. Lin Yu's entire body froze. Compared to Jiang Che's loud tirade, Yi Mengyao's humiliation was a sharp and quick knife. Yo-yo, and you deserve to call me Yo-yo? I don't even remember what your name is. And don't look at me like that. Your gaze makes me sick. Although Yi Mangyao hated Lin Yu, she wasn't enough to say such humiliating words. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that this guy had a conflict with Jiang Che, so of course he himself was on Jiang Che's side. At this time, Heir also passed by Lin Yu, and the little loli also cursed in a small voice. Asterisk. You don't even look at yourself. Ugly as a fallen onion. How do you deserve to chase after my sister Yao? Lin Yu. He felt as if he had never been in such pain before, as if the whole world was full of malice towards him. As a result, a son of Qi was so angry that he cried, ran out. After Lin Yu was exasperated and left, the corner of Jiang Che's lips curled up in an arc. This son of Qi's mentality isn't very good, and this smirk of Jiang Che's happened to be seen by Yi Mangyao, and the young girl who was used to self-rating started again. So what if you have a master with peak Huanjing cultivation? Both masters couldn't come out at the moment, and even if they did, I'm not afraid of them. After all, it's not like I don't have a backer. His cheap mom. She's not a normal person. It was inside the capital. The eldest miss of the ancient martial arts Zhang family. Although Zhang Yuli doesn't know any ancient martial arts herself, she's leaning on a behemoth behind her. In the original episode, he himself ended up being punched to death by Rinyu because he messed with him mindlessly. Zhang Yuli was in a state of despair. The Zhang family was furious, and as a result, Lin Yu was almost screwed over, or his master sent him to a foreign country to avoid the wind. Otherwise he would have been karma long ago. Later, Lin Yu returned from his cultivation in a foreign country, bound the war god template, and utilized the Jade Pendant's designated marriage contract to become a dragon son-in-law of a certain hidden family, returning to the Dragon Kingdom to destroy the Zhang family. Anyway, the main hit is one word, canon. When school ended at noon, the two of them, Lu Tai and Wang Zhang, came to Jiang Che to report on the battle situation. Jiang Xiao, this morning when I took advantage of this guy Lin Yu's inattention, I although he sniffed it out, but he still took a sip. Jia jia jia. When Wang Zhangyi smiled, his face was full of fat. Holy, fatty, get away from me. I'll never be able to look at a water glass straight again. Lu Tai looked at Wang Zhan with a disgusted face. But Jiang Xiao, we did what you said 2 days ago, and this guy hasn't been able to fake it. Jiang Che glanced at these two. Although these two guys looked quite brainless, they really were a good hand when it came to fixing people up. Well, I guess you all heard about it this morning, didn't you? Lin Yu says the Secretary of Education got him in. As soon as Jiang Che opened his mouth, Lu Tai understood. Young Jiang, what you mean is, the Director of Education is abusing his power, trying to get him out of office? Jiang Che nodded. This Lu Tai was quite quick to react. He was a material to be a minor villain. Jiang Xiao, it just so happens that I know a few friends who work in the news agency. Now that the internet is so developed, directly exposing him online and spending money to buy hot searches will definitely screw him, and can become the Secretary of Education. More or less a bit of black material. Will certainly use the authority to give people backdoor or something? After all, the human world. It is difficult to avoid. This kind of thing can be ignored. But to the big say. Jiang Che gave Lu Tai a thoughtful look and coughed. Ahem, I didn't say anything. Lu Tai would smile. Jiang Xiao, I've long looked at Lin Yu with disdain. And at this time, Wang Zhang was still in a daze. He had gone a little overboard in the morning when he had straightened out Lin Yu, and now he was a little weak in the kidneys. He couldn't even understand what they were saying, and his brain had stopped spinning. Chapter 56, The Secretary of Education is numb. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Which one of you idiots was in my water glass? Lin Yu was so angry that he directly threw his water cup out. The point was that he had just taken a big sip. The taste was wrong before he noticed it. Up top. The point is, he can't find out who the killer is yet. And it's devastating. Damn. Things have not been going well lately. Yi Mengyao, are you that lowly? I thought you were a clean girl, but I didn't realize that you would also throw yourself at men. Lin Yu was unconvinced. He completely couldn't figure out where exactly he and Jiang Che differed. Doesn't he just have a little bit of stinking money? A little more handsome than himself? What else does he have? The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more angry he got. Yi Mengyao and Yu Weiner. They were both clearly the girls he had his eye on. How did they throw themselves at other men? And at this time, the two of them, Lu Tai and Wang Zhang, also started to get busy. Monkey, how do you think this Lin Yu was able to get on the Su family's good side? Su Shan, he is the director of the Education Bureau. Lin Yu is just an ordinary poor just. I reckon, this Lin Yu should really have some Chinese medicine skills. Have you forgotten what Jiang Xiao said before? This guy Lin Yu will go around saving people's lives and making karmic connections so that we can interrupt his spell casting. This guy should have been kind to the Su family. That's why Su Shan he would give Lin Yu a shortcut. Fatty nodded. Su Shan's bottom isn't clean either. Before I heard from people in the circle that he had a cousin's son who bullied a female student in the same class. In the end he still stepped in and suppressed the matter. We can start from this aspect. Hiss. Playing this big? What are you afraid of? The internet is so developed now. Let's find more private detectives to collect evidence. Let's find someone from the newspaper to report his abuse of private power. Then spend money to buy hot searches. And when the heat rises, then expose him completely. I don't believe we can't kill him. Fatty, you can. Smart on top of taking the high ground again? The fat man hemmed and hawed and scratched the back of his head. I'm all giddy in the head. Lu Tai was speechless. He also just fantasized about peeing on Lin Yu water cup. The result is that Wang Zhang is more outrageous. Admire. Soon, there were articles posted one after another on the internet, reporting that the director of the Hangzhou Education Bureau had abused his personal power to forcefully arrange school registration for those who originally had no school registration. And there was a lot of money spent on a lot of sailors to build momentum. The evidence is listed very clearly. It's Rinwu. This guy Lin Yu had already been expelled, but he ended up being sent back to campus. And digging deeper he could dig out that it was related to the director of education, Su Shan. This was a blast. Hiss. The director of education abused his personal power? Stiffening a person with no school registration into an aristocratic school? I can testify that this matter is true. I'm a student of Shirlan School. That Lin Yu in our class was forced in. He's actually just a gangster outside. Brothers, top it off. More people must see it. Sit back and eat. It's time for the favorite drama of the melon-eating netizens. A big star has been arrested for committing a crime. A netizen has flipped his car by live streaming with goods, and a senior official has fallen. What's going on? Who's been rumoring about me? Inside the Hangzhou Education Bureau, the Su Shan people went numb, but after reading the message clearly, he frowned. Rinyu? Is that the youngster who saved my father's life? A few days ago, when his own father had a sudden heart attack, it was this Lin Yu who made a timely move to save him, and afterward, he gave his father follow-up treatment. His medical skills were unbelievable. It made Su Jintian rise up in love with his talent, and the request made by Lin Yu was also very simple, to let him become a student at Shirlan School. This is as easy as pie for Su Shan, the secretary for education. Although he didn't want to help someone from an unknown source, Lin Yu had after all saved his father, and it was also his father who had asked him to do so in a bitter way, so he still used his connections to send Lin Yu to Shirlan School. As a result, things get reported so quickly? Su Shan frowned, sensing that it was something not simple. No one who can climb to the position of Secretary of Education is simple. Someone is trying to frame me? Could this Lin Yu be? Su Shan thought of Lin Yu in an instant. Could it be that Lin Yu's appearance was not an accident? Including him saving his father was a deliberate act? His own political enemies? It was to make himself reveal his flaws. He thought about it a lot, but the reasoning didn't explain it. Director Su, there is a lot of heat about you on the internet right now. I'm afraid it can't be suppressed in a short period of time. Do you think you should step in and clarify? Su Shan sighed. Of course he knew the seriousness of the problem. Now the network is so developed. Want to escape is certainly impossible, and the other side has sufficient evidence. He did give Lin Yu the shortcut, but so what? Soon after, Su Shan self-recorded a clarification video, complete with copy. It's true that I sent this boy, Lin Yu, to Shirlan School. I recognize that, but he also saved my father's life. If it wasn't for Lin Yu, without Lin Yu, my old father might have died. And I heard that Lin Yu was at school age but had no school to attend, so I was moved to compassion. The winds of the internet have definitely reversed a bit with this teleprompter. My God, so that explains it. If someone saves my father's life, I'm sure I'll return the favor. And I don't see a problem with what Chief Su did. Hey, is that the problem? The problem is that Director Su, he's using his power for personal gain, okay? He could have used other methods to subsidize Lin Yu, so why did he have to do it on a personal basis? I don't believe it anyway. Keep expecting a reversal. In the office, Su Shan gently sipped a mouthful of tea, seemingly not worried at all in general. Wanting to bring him down through such clumsy means? It's too ridiculous. What's more, what he said was the truth. Lin Yu had indeed saved his father. At least in this one case, he didn't lie about a single word. Whoa, this Su Shan is really a tough bone to chew on. Monkey, give him strength. Alright, it just so happens that I have this guy's black information in hand. Before harboring his own nephew who abused his schoolmates, does he really think that no one will know if he hides deep? GGG. Soon, another shocking news story exploded online. Su, the director of the Hangzhou Education Bureau, was harboring his own nephew, and all the sins his nephew had committed have been dug up, having schoolyard bullied other students and even abused a girl from the same school. This news can be considered like a deep water bomb. Chapter 57, Qin Xiaoqiao's Self-Rater. Su Shan's confidence was all shattered overnight. Because of the evidence, people from above quickly sent someone down to detain him. The online opinion is comparable to a flurry of opinion. Father wronged me. These were Su Shan's last words before he was taken away for tea. In fact, he originally did not intend to trip in that muddy water. After all, harboring his nephew to commit a crime with this kind of thing. After all, harboring his nephew's crime is something you'd have to go to jail for if you caught him. But he couldn't resist his old man's bitter pleas, and even once knelt down to beg him. We're all relatives. We can't help him. Then he pitied his son, and I guess now he doesn't even have someone to give him a pension. After the fall of the Su family, Lin Yu, naturally, he got kicked out of school again. The son of a generation of Qi, the mad dragon who descended from the mountain, the personal bodyguard of the school flowers, dropped out of school twice. The time he spent inside the school together didn't even exceed 3 days. Lin Yu is still in the detention center for 5 or 6 days. Damn, this Su family is also a waste. What are you doing for food? And you're still the Secretary of Education? It's simply the garbage of garbage. Mayu started packing up his book bag again, rolled up and ready to roll. Yoo-hoo-hoo, if it isn't Lin Yu, what's going on? Why did you quit school again? As a villain, mocking the protagonist is a given. Jiang Che's voice reappeared. You, Lin Yu's mind exploded. Wait, it was you. You're the one who brought down the Su family, right? Lin Yu wasn't too stupid, but Jiang Che didn't say anything more and just smiled even more wryly. I'll kill you. It was so hard for him to get a big leg, but it turned out that before it was even warmed up, the leg was chopped off, and he was thrown out along with it. The furious Lin Yu's eyes were red with anger, and he couldn't care less. He directly rushed up, swinging his fist and doing it. However, how could he be Jiang Che's opponent nowadays? Whether it was speed or strength, the mid-dark power was far inferior to the late dark power. Jiang Che directly kicked out, not even needing any skill. Bang! Lin Yu was directly kicked out and knocked over a few tables before lying on the ground. Ho ho! Jiang Che, you're finished. You've hit me. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu insanely picked up his cell phone and had the template to dial the police. Police, someone is trying to kill me. He's already about to beat me to death. Come save me, Jiang Che. Well, this mad dragon protagonist has learned from me. But tart, that's not a trick that works for everyone. After putting down his cell phone, Lin Yu let out a loud laugh and pointed at Jiang Che and opened his mouth viciously. How about you can fight? You beat me up like this. Aren't you still going to jail? That kick of yours just now definitely seriously injured me. You're going to jail. Jiang Che didn't bother with him. This Lin Yu was already going crazy. The police came quickly. The person leading the team this time was the same Captain Lee from before. Mr. Jiang, it's good to see you again. Captain Lee nodded his head at Jiang Che. Hey, I'm here. Did Jiang Che beat me up? He beat me to death. I suspect I've broken a few ribs. Lin Yu lay on the ground and wailed in pain, trying to sell misery to get attention. Captain Lee frowned and glanced at Lin Yu lying on the ground. Isn't this the guy I arrested last time? You mean, Mr. Jiang beat you up? Beat you up like this? Captain Lee asked. Yes, he did it. Where's the evidence? Evidence? Can't you see the evidence? I've become like this. Lin Yu spurted out a mouthful of old blood. But still, we need proof. There's surveillance. Look at the camera. Camera. Where's the head? Lin Yu raised his hand and was ready to point at the camera in the classroom. But it turned out that the head of the camera was gone. The scene was incredibly awkward for a while. And witnesses. All these students saw that it was Jiang Che who hit me. Lin Yu cried out frantically, his eyes looking hopefully at the surrounding children. You guys help me testify. It was Jiang Che who hit me. The ones who were asked were basically female classmates. And the girls in Sherlan school are basically starting from middle-class families. And they can't afford to be a little bit interested in poor people like Lin Yu. No, did you see Jiang Che hit someone? I didn't see it either. A couple of the girls shook their heads at each other. Lin Yu completely collapsed. Alright, this student, you come with us to the police station. Captain Lee spoke. Why is it still me? Shouldn't it be Jiang Che who goes to the station? Lin Yu was furious. When he hits, it's him who goes to the station. When he gets hit, he's the one who goes to jail. Is there any law? Jiang Che laughed softly instead, then walked over to Lin Yu, slowly squatted down, patted his shoulder, and murmured softly in his ear. You have to have power and a background to come out. You little punk. Jiang Che's words were tantamount to the last straw that broke the camel's back, and Lin Yu was so angry that he rolled his eyes. Passed out. Forget it, let's get him to the hospital first. The son of Chi Luck, a strong person with dark force cultivation, was directly exasperated by Jiang Che and spat out blood. I guess it's kind of unique. Chapter 58. Distant cousin Guling Fei. Another heroine? In the morning, Jiang Che came out of Qin Xiaoqiao's house, dropped her off at school on the way. Although Qin Xiaoqiao's house was full of surveillance, how could it possibly trap Jiang Che? Qin Xiaoqiao, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, looked very well behaved, staring blankly out of the car. The things that had happened in the past few days were too ridiculous for her, but it was incredibly exciting. She played a good girl for more than 10 years, since childhood by Wang Lily. Almost harsh education, as a child is not allowed to play games, a variety of cram school enrollment full, and even puberty when the unconscious clamping of the legs will be scolded, is not allowed to talk to other boys. Before she met Jiang Che, she was rebellious and didn't dare to rebel against her overbearing and strong parents. But Jiang Che's appearance made her realize how incompetent her own mother really was. She couldn't accept her own mediocrity. That's why she bet everything on herself. Qin Xiaoqiao's family is still an ordinary family after all, not even middle class enough. Parents earn money all their lives. I'm afraid they couldn't even buy him a Maybach. Being a teacher at a school like Sherlan School, even though Lily Wang didn't have a good temper, she really didn't dare to offend the students, but it was just a matter of colorfulness. Yi Mengyao has been in a good mood lately, because her birthday is coming up soon, and there will be a lot of guests coming to celebrate her at the birthday party. Then, he himself would be wearing a beautiful gown, and he would definitely be able to amaze Jiang Che when the time came. The corners of the young girl's lips just couldn't help but rise. Pulling up aside, Yuan Heir smiled and was ready to walk into the school. But soon, the smile on her face froze. Jiang Che? Not far from her, she saw a silhouette coming down from Jiang Che's car, the two of them talking and laughing, and the girl beside him she knew, the president of the student council, Qin Xiaoqiao, the third schoolgirl, a typical good girl. But how could Jiang Che be related to Qin Xiaoqiao? But there was no doubt about it, she was jealous again, and it hurt with a twitch in her heart. So, Jiang Che is so popular with the girls? That policewoman Yan Yan before, and now Qin Xiaoqiao. Yeah, Jiang Che, he's not only handsome, but also very charming. How could he not be liked by girls? Sister Yao Yao, let's hurry up and leave him alone. Yuan Heir also had mixed feelings in her heart and secretly cursed Jiang Che for being a dead pervert. Just know how to hook up with little girls. Yi Mengyao also struggled to turn her head. She really wanted to rush up and question the relationship between Jiang Che and Qin Xiaoqiao, but what did she count as now? It's hard not to rush up and be taunted by Jiang Che? She doesn't want it. Unconsciously, Yi Mengyao's eyes became slightly red, covered with a thin layer of water mist. In the afternoon, Jiang Che returned home. Mother Superior had been waiting at home for a long time. Jiang Yunli was holding a ragdoll cat in her arms, her phoenix eyes sizing up her own son, and the ragdoll cat in her arms also cocked its head and looked at Jiang Che curiously. And Jiang Yuan was also at home, feeding the fish in the tank, and after seeing Jiang Che come back, he also turned around. Shul, where have you been the last few nights? Jiang Che threw his book bag, went to a female classmate's house. Hitting the ball straight and sincere is the way to go. In one fell swoop, the two Jiang Yuli would not be able to get it right. So blunt? Ahem. Shul even if you're not abstinent, you should also consider other little girls. Although Jiang Yuli's face was a bit unnatural, but after all, Yuaner was her hand-picked daughter-in-law, so she definitely couldn't say anything. To be honest, Jiang Yuli felt a little guilty in his heart towards that Yuaner girl. Jiang Yuan coughed twice before speaking. Xiao Che, don't go to other girls' homes all the time. Bring them to our home. I've found out about the girl's background and family, so it's not a good idea, is it? Tell you what, tomorrow your mom and I will move out. Jiang Yuan made a decision after deep thought. Anyway, with the wealth and status of the Jiang family, there were as many top-level villas like this as they wanted. But Chola, you still need to exercise moderation. Don't get anyone killed. That girl is still a child herself. If she gets pregnant. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth twitched. His parents were also worried for their son's happy life. Wow. He didn't bother to say anything. But the conversation went on, and the conversation went elsewhere. Little Che, do you still remember your sister Fei Fei? Jiang Yuli slowly spoke. Jiang Che? What the? I have a sister. Seeing that Jiang Yuli didn't open his mouth, he continued. Gu Lingfei, don't you remember her? Jiang Che desperately retrieved it in his mind before remembering the name of the person. Gu Lingfei. It is some distant relative cousin of his own, although it is a relative. But that blood relationship is basically negligible. Put in the high school biology genetics topic inside at least out to 6 generations away. Mendel came to count a few pieces of draft paper of the kind. The scene is very small in the original episode and is just skimmed over. When I was a child, I lived in the Jiang family villa, and then I went abroad to study, and opened a company abroad, and now I have become the big president of a $10 billion market value company, and the one women's bedroom that Yuan Heir had lived in before was the one that was reserved for Gu Lingfei. Before, Jiang Che had never taken her seriously, but now, the entire person's face went odd. A $10 billion company? A high-strung female president? How does this sound like the persona of a fictional heroine? Chapter 59, Lin Yu was tricked into an underground black boxing ring. Gu Lingfei, coming? Jiang Che opened his mouth and asked. Aha! Fifi, she's going to move the company's headquarters back to the country, so she'll develop in the country from now on. It's done. The next fictional heroine pre-candidate. Mom, do you know anything about Gu Lingfei's recent situation? It's been a while. I'd like to inquire about her. Jiang Yunli cupped his chin. You're asking the right person. I'm Fei Fei's best friend, the kind that talks about everything. Jiang Yunli seemed to be able to use the term sister with any girl of any age. Fifi, her ability is really impressive. It would be great if she could become my daughter-in-law. Ahem. Fei Fei, that girl is indeed a standard daughter-in-law candidate. As so big at a glance no can give birth to children. But Che now already have one Heir baby. I'm torn. Jiang Yunli subconsciously said what was in his heart. I mean, Fifi is half my daughter. Do you know what Gu Lingfei changed the name of her company to? Ling Che Group. Your kid doesn't have a low status in Fei Fei's heart. Fifi, she hasn't been in love, but she's been spouting off to me a lot in the last couple months about a guy trying to chase her. Well, now Jiang Che completely sure, afraid of another protagonist to appear. What kind of protagonist can there be for those who develop abroad? Can there be anything other than the Dragon King Warlord, or could there be? Mom, now that it's so chaotic out there and there are wars going on everywhere, this man chasing after my sister Fei Fei couldn't be some kind of mercenary, right? Jiang Che said jokingly. Jiang Yunli's expression was startled, and he hastily nodded his head. Right. You don't say. You really don't say. It really seems like some kind of mercenary. Jiang Che's heart laughed. The Dragon King's god of war is everywhere. Gu Lingfei has returned to the Dragon Kingdom. It is estimated that this god of war he will be back soon as well. Xiao Che, I'm having the room next to yours cleaned every day. So when Fei Fei arrives, just have her come live in our house directly. Jiang Che, Those little thoughts of Jiang Yunli were almost written on his face, and even Jiang Yuan was silent. When he was working, a little secretary has to be questioned even if she talks to him, but when it comes to his own son, he wants to introduce all the pretty girls to him? That's a bit of a double standard, isn't it? Blue Thin Mushroom. Early the next morning, Jiang Che was numb when he got up. The two of them, Jiang Yunli and Jiang Yuan, really moved out overnight and just left him with a ragdoll cat. Meow meow meow. The cat seemed to be hungry, rubbing its head against Jiang Che's ankle and looking at him with a pair of big blue eyes, as if it was pampering him. Get lost. Jiang Che was no cat lover, even though this ragdoll cat was indeed very beautiful. After eating breakfast, Jiang Che looked down and saw the cat looking at him blearily again. Okay, get you some cat food, okay? Don't get horny on me. Jiang Che shoveled her a bowl of cat food, then left without looking back. Asterisk in hell. I'm a patient. At the hospital's main entrance, Lin Yu, wearing a hospital gown, cursed and opened his mouth. He was kicked by Jiang Che and broke 3 ribs, but Jiang Che didn't do anything about it. Instead, he was hospitalized for a few days, and even the medical bills were paid by a kind policeman. Now he's out of money and has been kicked straight out of the hospital. And at that moment, a fat and a thin figure appeared in front of him. Get the hell out of here. What hospital are you staying in without money? Wang Zheng pointed at Lin Yu with a cross-faced face. The two of them had become professional runners now. Wherever Lin Yu went, they're bound to follow. The main hit one made him hard. Everything is just a mission for Jiang Shao. Lin Yu was now angry at the sight of these two goods. These two were that guy Jiang Che's lapdogs. This is a hospital. It's not run by your family, so who are you to tell me to get out? As a result, Wang Zhan laughed. Ego? Sorry, this Pomeranian hospital is really owned by my family. If you don't believe me, ask the doctors here. A doctor on the side smiled and spoke. You're joking, Mr. Wang. Lin Yu. Why is even God targeting himself? Just go. A hospital can do something like kicking a patient out of the hospital without a shred of medical ethics. Lin Yu snorted coldly. He was different. He was the heir to the ghost doctor and carried a benevolent heart for the relief of the world. Lu Tai also snorted at this time. What? You have medical ethics? How powerful you are, specializing in catching dignitaries out. You want to save people, why not go to the remote mountainous areas as a barefoot doctor? Ask yourself, which of those people you saved were ordinary people? Aren't you still going after people's status? Lu Tai's sentence directly dry-broke Lin Yu's defense. He wanted to explain something. He really wasn't being purposeful, but it can't be explained at all, because whenever he saves someone, the identity of the person he saves is designated as unusual. As for asking him to become a barefoot doctor in a remote mountainous area, how can that be? He was still thinking of picking up girls inside the city. Humph. Lin Yu threw off his face and prepared to leave. And just then, Wang Zheng's words broke his whole defense. You, cannibalistic murderer. You don't know to apologize to me either. Wang Zheng picked his booger, picked out a big pile, directly flexed his fingers and flicked it on Lin Yu's brain. It was still sticky. It was stuck on his brain door and couldn't fall off. Lin Yu had been confused, but soon he thought of something. Vom, son of a, you're the one who put it in my water glass. Vomit. Lin Yu instantly broke the big defense. That morning, it was a lingering nightmare for him. Even thinking back on it now still makes him sick to his stomach. I'll kill you. Lin Yu tried to make a move, but he didn't have the home field advantage and the security guards inside the hospital had electric batons, so he was soon thrown out by the hospital's security staff racking away. Damn it. Lin Yu was lying penniless by a small roadside, feeling like the entire world had thrown him up. But he was, after all, a son of Qi, the kind that God feeds. Soon the next wave of opportunity that belonged to him arrived. Don't you rob me. I'll give you money. Don't beat me up. Lin Yu quickly climbed up, walking inside an alleyway. A middle-aged man in a suit was being brutally beaten by a couple of punks. Let him go. The protagonist knew whether he had it or not, and although he had broken a few ribs, he still thrashed the gang of punks with ease. The middle-aged man also slowly climbed up from the ground at this time, his eyes carefully sizing up Lin Yu in front of him. Thank you, young man. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I'd have been beaten to death by them today. I see you're so good with your hands, but you're not dressed very well. You're not very short of money, are you? The man in the suit's words directly poked the deepest part of Lin Yu's heart. He's really short of money. Jiang Che is relying on the fact that he has a lot of money to be so confident. You can make me rich? Lin Yu asked tentatively. Ha ha, of course. It's a pity that you don't go to the underground boxing ring to fight black boxing with this body. The words of the man in the suit made Lin Yu freeze. Black boxing in an underground ring? Yeah, it's black boxing. Lin Yu frowned. This sound knew it was something illegal and criminal. I won't do anything illegal. $500,000 for winning a fight. If you make a name for yourself, you can win millions of dollars for a single fight. Lin Yu's pupils shrunk violently. This speed of money coming in was too fast. He was moved. Chapter 60 Yi Mengyao Birthday Gift. Sick Little Fan Girl by Jia. 3 days later. Weekend. This weekend was very meaningful for Yi Mengyao. It was set at one of the largest 5-star hotels in Hangzhou, and a lot of people from first-rate and second-rate families came. After all, the Yi family's wealth in Hangzhou was one of the few, and the birthday of the Yi family's daughter was still very grand. Yi Mengyao was wearing a black gown with light makeup. Her skin was fair and smooth, and the whole person looked like a princess coming out of a fairy tale. Almost flawless. Many of the guests were talking. Hiss. This daughter of the Yi family is so beautiful? If only she could be my daughter-in-law. Ha ha, what are you thinking? With your son's demeanor, how can someone look at you? And I've also heard, the son of the Zhang family is also pursuing her, but he has been rejected many times. Even the son of the richest man can't look at her. How can he look at a small family like us? Should I say no? Yi Changkong has indeed cultivated a $1,000 young lady. The kind of nobility in her body is something that a small family like ours doesn't have at all. At this moment, Yi Mengyao was clenching the corner of her coat tightly, her eyes sweeping around the banquet site as if she was looking for a certain person. No way. Didn't he promise me Jiang Che? Is he going to go back on his word? Yi Mengyao was apprehensive in her heart. She was completely unable to get hold of Jiang Che's mind. Jiang Che's attitude towards her now was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Of course, the good in her mouth was just not being mean to her. But soon, her eyes caught sight of a white-clothed boy. Jiang Che. Today's Jiang Che, dressed clean and handsome as well, causing Yi Mengyao's little mind to go haywire in an instant. She had spent so much time with Jiang Che before, and hadn't even thought that Jiang Che would be so handsome when dressed up. Or maybe the previous her had gotten used to Jiang Che's existence and naturally couldn't get Jiang Che's face value. But now that Jiang Che wasn't dumping her, instead, she herself felt that Jiang Che was handsome. Thinking of this, Yi Mengyao couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh in her heart. This is what I call bitchy. Some of the clans that could be named in Hangzhou had basically come. Zhang Yuan went too, and Yi Changkong. Two people also have nothing to talk about, chatting about nothing more than the company above things. Although Jiang Yuli didn't treat Yi Mengyao very well, but after all, it was someone's birthday, so he could only put on a smiling face, and then went to look for Yuaner. Baby Wan Heir. This is a card given to you by Sister Jiang. Password 123,456. There is $10 million inside. Consider it as sister's private money for you. Zhang Yuli pulled Yuaner to the corner of the banquet and came straight up to zoom in. Today's Yuaner dressed is also very beautiful. Also a white dress, but at a glance I know it is the smallest size. Yi Mengyao simple-minded. For her this bosom friend naturally will not gouge and swish, directly letting the professional designer order a set of fitted clothes for Yuan Heir as well, not to mention thinking about whether Yuan Heir would steal her own thunder. No, 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 Sister Ginger, can't have it. Yuan Heir was shocked and had a burning sensation as she touched that one golden bank card. $10 million? Selling her isn't even worth $10 million. Before she kissed Jiang Che it was only $200. If Jiang Che threatened her with this, wouldn't she have to kiss him 50,000 times to pay him back? Yuan Heir was scared, but Kong Yunli seemed determined to give her the card. Wan Heir, my Xiao Che may not have a light heart. You can take this money to buy things, and doesn't your family need money too? Yuan Heir now understands. So it's because Sister Jiang thought that she was being treated by Jiang Che. That's why she's paying for her appeasement? Oh, not to mention that she hasn't been bullied by that dead pervert Jiang Che. Even if she really has been bullied, there's no way she'd want this amount of money. Sister Jiang, I really don't want it. If you force it on me again, I won't call you Sister Jiang from now on. Zhang Yuli sighed. This girl was too stubborn, but her favorability towards Yuaner increased by another point. Baby Wan Heir, in the future, if Xiao Che bullies you, you give your sister the word and I'll help you beat him up. Zhang Yuli wrapped his arms around Yuaner, and his warm and large embrace was suffocating. Yuan Heir, just listen to it, she certainly doesn't take it seriously. Zhang Yuli was definitely incomparably doting on Jiang Che, or else he wouldn't have racked his brain trying to get himself and Jiang Che to live together in the first place. Sister Jiang, I'm leaving first. Zhang Yuli sighed. Such a beautiful and pleasing girl, how come she's not my daughter? She dreamed of a daughter. Jiang Che sat in the corner of the banquet, drinking wine to himself. The eyes skimmed over Yi Mengyao from time to time. This dress was indeed pretty enough, painted with light makeup, but it was hard to hide her natural beauty. This age of the young girl is in the most beautiful age, wearing a black dress, but also set off its mature. It was like a green berry. And soon, several girls appeared one after another around Jiang Che. Mr. Jiang, I'm Bai Jia. do you still recognize me? I'm also a student of Sherlon School, you even helped me before. A girl who looked about the same age as Jiang Che walked up to him and took the initiative to extend her hand, revealing a smile. Baek Jae? Jiang Che raised his eyes and glanced at the girl, a touch of disappointment showing in his eyes. The face is on the low side. Bye-bye. If Yi Mengyao and Yu Weiner's face value is basically at 95 to start with, then this by Jia is at most 85, and the face is painted with thick makeup. The foundation can be scraped off as a meal. Just don't know how the veiled face is like, but it should be a big beauty level when placed outside. The name Baek Jae was a thunderous name to him, even though it was just a flopping minor character in the original plot, but after all, he dared to take such a name. It's hard not to make an impression. At Yi Mengyao's birthday ceremony, there would be a girl from a second-rate family who was jealous of the perfect Yi Mengyao, and subsequently secretly drugged her water cup, wanting to make a fool out of Yi Mengyao, and as a result, things fell apart. Even the entire Bai family suffered from being implicated. But shouldn't you go and drug Yi Mengyao? It's hard to believe. This Bai Jia is her own fangirl? In the script because she was only pursuing Yi Mengyao, and thus became cynical towards Yi Mengyao? Yi Mengyao, who are you to reject brother Jiang Che 3 times? What are you? Brother Jiang Che is mine. I met him first. What gives you the right to take away his heart? Oh ho, guessed it right. It's a sick little fangirl. Wow. Shoo, I'm looking at Yo-Yo. Jiang Che made a silent gesture, and then looked at Yi Mengyao with deep emotion in his eyes. As expected, the expression on Bai Jia's face couldn't be tensed, and she bit her lips in death, following Jiang Che's gaze to Yi Mengyao, the young girl who was so perfect that she was ashamed of herself. The fire of jealousy in Baek Jae's eyes was almost on the verge of spreading. Aren't you the perfect young lady? I drugged you to make you a public spectacle. Damn woman. Jiang Che glanced at her. The good show was finally about to begin. Chapter 61. Yi Mengyao was drugged. Jiang Che, help me. Outside the hotel gates. I'm sorry, sir, you don't have an invitation. You can't come in. For security guards with electric batons stopped one man. You guys let me in. My name is Lin Yu. I've worked as a bodyguard for Yi Mengyao before. Why can't I come to her birthday party this time? Yes, this is of course our little mad dragon again. Lin Yu. A few security guards glanced at each other. Although this guy Lin Yu was dressed very skimpily, but someone who could afford to be a security guard of a 5-star hotel naturally wouldn't do that kind of doggy-eyed thing. After all, they've seen a lot of those big bosses who are worth hundreds of millions of dollars but are wearing cotton coats and sandals. A security guard went in to ventilate the situation, but he soon came out. Mr. Yi said, he does not know this what's surnamed Lin. He is a poor man. Hurry to get out of here. Lin Yu was confused. How could this be? Even if Yi Changkong is no longer good, it's impossible that he wouldn't remember his past love, right? It's really him who saved Yi Mengyao. How come he won't even let himself into the birthday party? You're still not getting out, are you? The security chief drew his electric baton and was ready to go. I'm going. I'll go. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and twisted his head. 5 minutes later, a young man in blue overalls and glasses carrying a ladder tries to enter the hotel. Hey, stop right there. Who are you? I'm the maintenance man here to fix the plumbing. Take off your glasses. Good boy. You again. Hit me. Lin Yu scurried away. 10 minutes later, a man in a suit with a belly and sunglasses tried to enter the hotel pretending to be a hotel executive, only to be stopped again. I'm the manager of the hotel. Don't hit me yet. Don't hit you yet? The security chief was suspicious for a moment. It's you again. Hit me. About half an hour passed in this manner, with Lin Yu going in and out 7 times, finally managed to blend inside the hotel. In one of the restrooms, Lin Yu, who was wearing a woman's cleaning outfit, put down the mop in her hand, straightened her back, and shook her wig. Damn janitor. Dog-eared. However, it was good that he was a dark force powerhouse, and these security guards couldn't even touch a hair on his head. Yi Mengyao, wait for me. Lin Yu's eyes gradually determined. In fact, he did not know why he came to the hotel. It seemed to tend to be an instinct. If one doesn't come to the hotel, I'm sure I'd have lost something important today. Lin Yu once again pretended to be a janitorial staff member and tried to blend into the banquet. And at this time, Yi Mengyao's birthday party was basically nearing its end. Yi Mengyao's eyes stared at Jiang Che from time to time. She wanted to confess to Jiang Che right now in front of so many guests, but she was more afraid of being rejected by Jiang Che, so she was annoyed that it was clearly her birthday party. But Jiang Che hadn't said a word to himself from start to finish, but there were so many other girls eyeing him. You women from small clans aren't as good looking as me, so why should you hook up with Jiang Che? That's right, she's jealous. And just then, a girl walked in front of her, carrying a glass of wine. Happy birthday, Miss Yi. Bai Jia gave a light smile to Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao nodded casually. There were countless thousands of various families, thousands of gold like this who came to get close to her, but she actually didn't recognize any of them. Ha, Eldest Miss Yi is drinking fruit juice? Can't be. You don't drink a little wine on your birthday? Bai Jia said as she poured out some white wine from her own cup and handed it to Yi Mengyao. Ha? Drinking? I don't know how to drink. Yi Mengyao waved her hand repeatedly. She hadn't drank a single sip of wine since she was a child. Bai Jia laughed softly. No way? Miss Yi, today is your birthday party. Don't you want to have a few sips of wine? This wine isn't poisonous. Saying that, Bai Jia took a sip herself, licked her lips, and smiled faintly at Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao was a little shaken. She had never tasted alcohol when she grew up. Now that she was an adult she really wanted to taste it. Then I'll just thank you for the drink. Yi Mengyao smiled, then took the wine cup from Bai Jia's hands and gently took a few sips, her pair of beautiful eyes widening slightly. It's so good. The flavor of this wine feels so much better than the juice. It was then consumed in one drink. Bai Jia's eyes slightly narrowed. This Yi Mengyao was too naive, right? Even thanking herself? It brought a flicker of remorse to her heart, but she quickly shook it off. Miss Yi, you can't be greedy. If you drink too much, you'll get drunk. Bai Jia took the wineglass back from Yi Mengyao without showing any evidence, and this scene was visible in Zhang Che's eyes. As expected, Yi Mengyao's entire head became a little dizzy after drinking not much time. Her face surged with a burst of abnormal scarlet color, and there seemed to be a hot current in her body that she couldn't suppress. Who? Yi Mengyao clenched her fists tightly, biting her thin lips in death. Is this what drinking feels like? The strength of this wine. It's also too big. The simple Yi Mengyao thought she was merely drunk. Sister Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? Yuan Heir noticed Yi Mengyao's abnormality and came over to Yi Mengyao's side, pulled up her hand and asked with concern. Yi Mengyao's eyes gradually became mesmerized as she looked towards Yuan Heir. Sister Yao Yao, your hand is so hot. Do you have a fever? Yi Mengyao shook her head. It's nothing. It's just that I drank too much wine just now and I'm a bit dizzy. I'll go to the bathroom and wash my face. I should be fine. Yuan Heir was not quite at ease and asked. Sister Yao Yao, do you need me to accompany you? No, I'll be fine. Saying that Yi Mengyao walked towards the bathroom alone. Zhang Che didn't know when, but he also left the banquet. Phew, it's hot. Yi Mengyao bit her thin lips in death. She felt as if there was a blazing flame burning inside her entire being, searing her every nerve. In the future, never drink again at this moment. Yi Mengyao hadn't reacted yet, still thinking that she had a drinking problem. What's going on? Phew, so hot? Yi Mengyao felt as if she was about to die, and just then, a familiar figure appeared next to the bathroom sink. Zhang Che, is that you? Chapter 62 Miss Yi, you're an adult. Zhang Che, is that you? Yi Mengyao held back so much that she was on the verge of shedding tears, biting her lip to death, a pair of watery eyes filled with innocence. Zhang Che glanced sideways at Yi Mengyao, and in his heart, there was a pang of slander. Back Che, this woman is so cruel. How many drugs were given to her? Is this the serpentine heart of a woman? That's bad, but luckily I'm the villain and have no morals to speak of. Zhang Che, can I hug you? Zhang Che didn't say anything, but with Yi Mengyao's current state, even if Zhang Che said it, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to listen at all. Zhang Che, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that you were a scum before. I shouldn't have looked down on you either. In fact, I now realize that I really like you so much. Don't go. Don't dislike me, okay? I'm begging you. Yi Mengyao uttered some sparse words in a daze. Zhang Che glanced around, then held Yi Mengyao up by the waist. He couldn't bear a bit, took the elevator closest to the bathroom, ready to lead directly to the top floor. Before leaving, Zhang Che also looked at a corner of the stairway. A cleaning aunt in a cleaning outfit with long hair was looking at him with an angry face. Obviously, this was Lin Yu, and Zhang Che naturally recognized him as well, but he didn't avoid something. After all, what's the point of letting you see me take Yi Mengyao openly? Zhang Che, you drugged Yi Mengyao? Where do you want to take her? Lin Yu angrily rebuked out. Zhang Che naturally didn't bother to explain anything to him, and directly got on the elevator. Before closing the door, he also gave him a gesture. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Yu was furious, but there was nothing he could do at all, because he knew very well that he couldn't beat this Zhang Che guy at all and could only watch him take Yi Mengyao away. Ah. Lin Yu raged a bit in extreme anger. Lin Yu was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Damn! What would happen between the drugged Yi Mengyao and Zhang Che? Is that even something to think about? He's a god-level Chinese medicine practitioner, and before Yi Mengyao and Yuan were so close to Zhang Che, he wasn't even scared, because he could see that the two women were still intact. The cuckolds were not yet wearing knots. But now, if he doesn't make a substantial maneuver, this cuckold is absolutely set to die on top of his head. He then couldn't care less about anything at all and barged straight into the banquet. Yi Changkong, Yao Yao was drugged and taken away by Zhang Che. Lin Yu's words caught the attention of everyone present. and their gazes flickered to him. This one in a janitorial suit with a mop in his hand and a wig. Man! Yi Changkong's gaze also snapped at this moment. What son of a would dare rumor? After his eyes looked at Lin Yu, he was a bit suspicious. Why did this guy look so familiar? It took him a long time to recognize him. This was the loser bodyguard that he had hired for Yo-Yo earlier. How dare he come? What kind of fart are you putting on? Today is my daughter's birthday party, and you're blabbering here, trying to tarnish my daughter's honor and innocence? Yi Changkong was annoyed. Lin Yu hurriedly continued to speak. You guys take a look at the scene. Is there still a figure of Yi Mangyao and Zhang Che? Just now, I really saw Zhang Che hugging Yi Mangyao and walking away. He also gave Yi Mangyao an aphrodisiac. When these words came out, it directly caused the entire room to clamor. And even Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yuli's husband and wife couldn't sit still because it seemed like Zhang Che really left. You brat! Don't try to slander my family's Xiao Che. My Xiao Che is never like that. Zhang Yunli snapped, having to support his son. If one were to say that the most shocked person in the venue, no one was more shocked than Bai Jia, who drugged Yi Mangyao. Her brain was buzzing and she almost sat on her butt. How could Yi Mangyao? How did she run into brother Zhang Che? So wouldn't the two of them have? Baek Jae's heart twisted. Why? But now, the situation seems to be unfavorable for brother Zhang Che, and he must stand up for himself. She then literally stood up. It's me. Just now I made a toast to Yao Yao's sister. Maybe Yao Yao's sister is drunk? That's why I left early. It had to be said that Bai Jie's words directly eased the tense atmosphere of the scene. Finding steps for everyone. Yi Changkong and his wife naturally wouldn't say anything more. Even if Yi Mangyao really had some kind of relationship with Zhang Che. So what? And they're begging for it. However, Lin Yu was very insensitive and continued to speak. You fart. I saw it with my own eyes. You guys can go and call the CCTV. Zhang Che and Yao Yao. They were clearly. Enough. Yi Changkong angrily rebuked. Where's the security? Where did this lunatic come from? Get him out of here. Lin Yu was furious and confused. Damn it. Yi Changkong, your daughter is about to be slept with by another man. You're still pretending to be dead, aren't you? You people have eyes but no pearls. Do you know Yi Mangyao will hate you all if she wakes up? Lin Yu kept screaming, but was quickly kicked out by the security guards. Facing a dozen or so well-trained security guards armed with electric batons, even if he was a dark force powerhouse, he was still a bit intimidated. Yi Changkong's face eased a bit, then he raised his wine cup and spoke to the guests. Just now this man is called Lin Yu. He's a lunatic. Miss Bai is right. My Yao Yao is not capable of drinking. She just got drunk just now. Yi Changkong's words did dispel the doubts of the guests. Chapter 63 Yi Mangyao's Shyness. Crumbling Lin Yu. During the banquet, Yi Changkong couldn't find Yi Mangyao and was a bit anxious. It wouldn't really be drunk, right? Thinking of this, he called Zhang Che over. Chol is Yo-Yo at your place? Uncle Yi. Yi Mangyao got drunk and is now relying on me. Zhang Che was lying on the bed, his tone slightly cooler. Yi Changkong let out a sigh of relief after hearing that it was Zhang Che who took Yi Mangyao away, but his heart soon soured. Zhang Che drugged Yao Yao. Of course he couldn't possibly believe Lin Yu's clumsy lie, but a grown man with a pretty young and drunk girl, how could he not be aware of what would happen? Although Zhang Che had always displayed an attitude of disliking Yi Mangyao, but a beauty in arms. Who can carry it? Xiao Che how is Yao Yao now? Yi Changkong asked with care. Zhang Che opened his mouth without a good mood. Drunk, kept pestering me to tell her a story. Now she's asleep. Yi Changkong, as the ultimate daughter controller, was not at all comfortable handing over Yi Mangyao to Zhang Che, a big man. Where are you guys? I'm on my way. And Lin Shui on the opposite side directly grabbed Yi Changkong's cell phone. Xiao Che our Yao Yao is in your hands she's not capable of drinking. Take care of her a bit more. With that, he hung up at light speed. Yi Changkong was dumbfounded. What are you doing, wife? Yao Yao, she's staying with Zhang Che What if something happens? Lin Shui, on the other hand, glared at him. Don't meddle in young people's matters. This time is a key opportunity for Yao Yao and Zhang Che to get closer. If you intervene from this, Yao Yao might not only not be grateful to you, but will also hate you. Yi Changkong became even more anxious. What if the two of them rubbed shoulders? That's my daughter. Lin Shui, on the other hand, had a winning look. I know that kid Zhang Che. He's a disciplined kid. He won't do anything out of the ordinary. And haven't you ever thought, Yo-Yo, she could have gotten drunk on purpose? Is there even a possibility of that with a wife? Two big smart minds gradually diabolizing. However, their calculations were clearly wrong. Who is Zhang Che? Although Yi Mangyao's birthday party was over, many people could be preoccupied. Let's say Bai Jia, who drugged Yi Mangyao, is remorseful. Others may not know. They all thought Yi Mangyao was just drunk, but she knew very well that Yi Mangyao had been drugged. A man and a woman are alone and the girl is drugged. You don't even have to think about it to know what's going to happen. Yuan Heir was also more nervous at this time. She knew Jiang Che's character too well. Although this guy put on a high-flying appearance on the surface, seemingly uninterested in Yi Mengyao, but he's actually a super dead pervert by nature, and the drunken Yi Mengyao fell into his hands. Do you still need to think? This made her thoughts incomparably tangled, and although Jiang Che had given her a very bad impression, she had to admit, she had actually fallen a little bit in love with Jiang Che. In pervert. Asshole guy. Stinking assholes. The little loli was on the verge of crying out, cursing Jiang Che incessantly in her heart and stomping her feet in anger. Yi Mengyao's 19th birthday was spent in her sleep, slept straight through from midday Saturday to the next morning. Oh, the young girl opened her eyes in a daze. It's so warm inside the comforter. Yi Mengyao slowly opened her eyes, then subconsciously furrowed her brows, but after she fixed her eyes on it, the person was instantly dumbfounded. No way? What the hell happened last night? She just remembers that she had a glass of wine and was so uncomfortable that she went to the bathroom, and nothing after that. Endless fear and dread nearly brought tears to her eyes. However, when she saw the face of the person on the side, she was slightly stunned again. Jiang Che? How could it be Jiang Che? This knowledge greatly calmed Yi Mengyao's originally panicked emotions. Luckily, it's not the others. Even, there was a trace of imperceptible stealing joy in Yi Mengyao's heart, but as long as it was Jiang Che, she feels safe. Just like that, she cowered at Jiang Che's side, secretly surveying the teenager's side face. Very handsome indeed. It reminded her of her own misogyny. Turns out it's not men she hates, it's ugly-looking men. Just as she was floating around, Jiang Che opened his eyes. Yi Mengyao, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Chapter 64, completely blackened Yi Mengyao. Actually, Jiang Che had already woken up a long time ago. With his strength nowadays, a mosquito flapping its wings a dozen meters away can be felt. Not to mention the young girl beside him. Stinky man with a straight face, bullying me while I'm drunk. When I go back I'll tell mom and dad and give you a forced marriage straight away. Hey, Jiang Che, looks like this missy is not bad. It's just that, you still want to force me to marry you? What a joke. Jiang Che simply stopped pretending to be asleep and slowly opened his eyes. Yi Mengyao was looking at Jiang Che's side face, and her heart kept on why-whying. As a result, after realizing that Jiang Che had woken up, the whole person panicked. She didn't build anything last night. Jiang Che frowned with a headache and raised his hand to rub his head, then unintentionally glanced at the young girl beside him. The expression on his face changed from stunned to shocked, disbelieving, and finally shifted to a look of disgust. I have to say that Jiang Che's acting skills have been pulled full circle, and the Oscars are coming to personally award him a small gold medal. Want him to lick Yi Mengyao voluntarily? How can that be? You're chasing me backwards. Maybe I can take you on reluctantly. Yi Mengyao naturally also noticed Jiang Che's eyes, and her heart thumped, but she decided to take the initiative. Yi Mengyao racked her brain to recall those quotes from the overbearing novels she had read in the past. After the soft and cute heroine lost her virginity to the overbearing president. Squirming, he opened his mouth. Jiang Che, you don't have to be responsible for me. Jiang Che almost laughed. Originally did not intend to be responsible for you, right? You're still responsible for me. Responsible for you? What are you thinking? Jiang Che glanced at her with cold eyes, then took his cell phone out. Last night's pivotal moment triggered a system quest that triggered 3 villain choices. Option 1, take a picture of Yi Mengyao to prevent subsequent blackmail. Receive a reward of 10 years of internal strength. Choice 2, you have a dexterous hand. Receive a reward, God's right hand. Choice 3, Missy is sorry. Receive a reward, SSS grade piano technique. It didn't capture the whole body, only Yi Mengyao's stunningly beautiful face. Jiang Che did not intend to shoot the whole body. After all, this thing of cell phones is not 100% confidential, and the matter of Guanxi brother is still fresh in his mind. After all, Yi Mengyao was considered his own person, and Jiang Che wasn't the type of green slave to leak his woman's photos to others. A haughty young lady like Yi Mengyao can just mean it. It's impossible to really ruin her. Jiang Che opened the video from his cell phone and handed it over to Yi Mengyao's face, which still wore a cold steely expression. See for yourself what really happened yesterday. Yi Mengyao froze a bit, blinking her big eyes at herself inside the cell phone. Totally unbelievable. It can't be. It's definitely not me. Yi Mengyao crumbled a bit. Yi Mengyao froze for a full 2 to 3 minutes before she slowed down, biting her lip in death, her mind already blank. Jiang Che, I will be responsible for you. The young girl's expression was somewhat serious, while her eyes also looked towards Jiang Che's upper body. Then he bowed his head nervously. Jiang Che put away his cell phone with a flat face and picked up his white shirt from the bed. You don't need to be responsible for me either. Yi Mengyao froze, controlling it to death to keep her tears from falling out. Jiang Che, can't you forgive me? Stinky Jiang Che. Oh. The simple young girl's emotions were close to breaking down. but the more so, the deeper her obsession with Jiang Che. Do I disgust you that much? Thinking of this, Yi Mengyao's not-so-intelligent head turned out to slowly start running. No, if Jiang Che didn't like himself, he could have rejected himself yesterday. After all, a big man wanting to reject a girl couldn't be simpler. How good would it be to just slam the door and leave? So Jiang Che must still like me. Yi Mengyao seemed to have grabbed some kind of life-saving straw, becoming more and more certain of her thoughts. The corners of her mouth even slightly hooked up. She only had one advantage left now. Deleted. Jiang Che already understood as he looked at Yi Mengyao's bright and moving smile. This Miss Yi, I'm afraid she's blackened out. Brother Yodi, you say that the 4 great things are empty, but you close your eyes tightly. If you open your eyes and look at me, I don't believe that your 2 eyes are empty. Chapter 65 Lin Yu's 9 consecutive victories in the underground boxing ring, to be sold? By the time Yi Mengyao woke up, it was already afternoon. Yi Mengyao slowly leaned against the bed, her eyes slightly narrowed. I don't know what I was thinking. Then a smile flashed in my eyes. Jiang Che, one day I want you to love me. Yi Mengyao picked up the pillow that Jiang Che had pillowed, placed it between her nose and gently sniffed it, then closed her eyes. The grand young lady of the Yi family was completely blackened, and just then, her cell phone rang. The young girl answered her cell phone, and on the other side was Yi Changkong calling. Dad, what is it? Yi Mengyao was slightly hoarse from overusing her voice. Yi Changkong didn't care too much. Yao, didn't you go home last night? Where were you? They were only a little panicked now. After all, as far as they knew, Jiang Che didn't come home last night either. A man and a woman outside. It's going to be a gunfight. Even though Yi Changkong had a very good feeling about Jiang Che, it was her daughter. His own little cabbage had just grown up and was abducted. So how could he, an old father, be calm? Oh, Dad, I'm fine. Jiang Che left yesterday after dropping me off at the hotel. I was a little drunk, so I slept all day. Yi Changkong on the other end of the phone let out a slight sigh of relief after listening to Yi Mengyao's explanation. Luckily, my own cabbage wasn't swept away by a pig. Yi Mengyao had never lied to them when she was so old, and he naturally believed in his own daughter's words. Dad, then I'll hang up first. Oh, I won't go back tonight. I'm going to stay at Heir's house for the night. After blackening, Yi Mengyao naturally learned to deceive. Yesterday when he was at the banquet, Jiang Che triggered the villain's choice. Completing and obtaining 10 years of internal power augmentation and obtaining SSS-ranked piano technique. In a matter of moments, Jiang Che's strength gained a substantial increase. It directly elevated from the late stage of dark power to the great circle of dark power. He had gained a total of 15 years of internal power enhancement before and after, which meant, with his own talent, it would take at least 15 years to reach the dark power great perfection through bitter cultivation. I'm afraid his kid will be hitting the sauce by then. So that means the system dad smells good. The SSS-ranked piano technique was shaped like chicken ribs to Jiang Che, a villain who was just a roughneck. What do you need piano skills for? Jiang Che was satisfied, but one person had a very hard time. Lin Yu was once again inside the underground boxing ring at this time. Ever since he met the man in the suit a few days ago, he'd followed him to the underground boxing ring to fight black. With a strong mid-dark force cultivation as well as the aura of the protagonist, he directly fought all over the field without an opponent. Now he has a brand new name, Yu Huang. A week's worth of 9 consecutive fights, all wins. He has become a rising star in the underground black boxing ring. Only at this moment, this Yu Emperor was in a very low mood. He had already sensed that he had lost something very important. It had been a day and a night. Yi Mengyao must have already lost her body to Jiang Che. Damn Jiang Che, how dare you bully my beloved woman? I'm going to break you into pieces. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly. In his heart he couldn't wait to kill this Jiang Che guy immediately. Yao, I won't dislike you. I know you don't like Jiang Che at all. I'm already working hard to put up a good fight now. Soon I'll be fighting my way to a career that belongs to me. Lin Yu had already begun to fantasize about himself accumulating his raw wealth through the underground boxing ring, and then accumulating connections at an extremely fast pace, eventually completely crushing Jiang Che and standing in front of Yi Mengyao as the victor. In the midst of so many fights, he had vaguely touched the threshold of the late dark power stage. He firmly believed that as long as he crossed into the late stage of dark force, that Jiang Che guy was definitely not his opponent. However, just as he was fantasizing, a voice broke him. It's time for you to come out in the next match. Prepare yourself, tonight you're up against the previous champion, rumored to be an ancient martial artist in the late dark force stage. Lin Yu's complexion was aghast. Late stage dark force? With his current strength against the late dark power stage it would definitely be a great disadvantage. But he wasn't afraid, because he had a feeling. He himself had to face the most critical situation in order to make a critical breakthrough. Breaking and entering has always been his specialty. Okay, I'll take this fight next. The man in the suit was so happy that his mouth couldn't even close. Lin Yu was introduced to him, so he was very clear about Lin Yu's strength. It was just a medium dark force, but he reported to the outside world that it was a late dark force, so Lin Yu definitely couldn't beat that guy across the street. But now he was blowing Lin Yu out of the water. What with rumors like killing a dark power grand circle in one move, and he'll bet $5 million directly on the opposite fighter in a moment, and he'll definitely make a lot of money. In the face of money? What's the point of selling Lin Yu out? And just then, amidst the backstage of the fight, a fat and a thin two people are chatting. Wang Zhang left and right arm around two exposed clothing boxing baby, kowtowing melon seeds. Although Wang Zhang is not very good looking, he can't help that he is rich and powerful. Ha! Monkey, look at that guy, he looks so familiar. Wang Zhang's expression gradually became serious. Lu Tai, who was on the side, also sat up straight and narrowed his eyes slightly. Ryan, we haven't been in the ring for a few days. Lin Yu even blended in? I had thought the ring was going to have another new boxer and was going to come and see, but it's this guy Lin Yu? Lu Tai also nodded. Zhang Xiao really anticipates things like God. Before he said that Lin Yu would set up a stall and he did. Now he said that he would come to the boxing ring to fight black boxing. Surprisingly, it's also so accurate. Lu Tai's level of admiration for Zhang Che in his heart once again rose a notch. So, monkey, should we straighten him out? A perverted smile appeared on Wang Zhang's face. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 66, a world where only Lin Yu is injured. Reached again. How are you going to fix him? Lu Tai touched his chin and asked with some curiosity. He's the last man standing when it comes to screwing people over. After all, this fat master dared to be in Lin Yu's water cup. Anyway, he thought to himself that he couldn't do it. It would have been more like it if it had been a big beautiful woman. Wang Zhang frowned. I haven't thought about it yet. Lu Tai spoke up at this time. Why don't we call the police? Report him for black boxing? As a result, Wang Zhang couldn't tense up and directly kicked over. Asterisk 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 Q. This gym is owned by my family. I'm ing retarded. If my dad finds out about this, he'll kill me. Lu Tai also smiled sardonically, belonging to the two people who could not put together a complete brain. But okay, it's enough to deal with a brain-dead protagonist like Lin Yu. Anyway, we can't let that guy Lin Yu succeed in his pretense. We're just screwing him. Wang Zhang thought for a moment, then revealed a perverted smile. Isn't Lin Yu going to fight against Su Baojun in his next match? As far as I know, Su Baojun is a late-stage Dark Force powerhouse, the last boxing champion, and this Lin Yu is only a mid-stage Dark Force powerhouse, so he definitely can't beat Su Baojun. So let's just let Su Baojun clean him up. Let's just let Su Baojun beat him up and cripple him. Just as Wang Zhang said this, he was slapped by Lu Tai. Zhang Xiao told us to be careful again and again. I think there's a possibility that Su Baojun might get guttered against Lin Yu. We need to make some tough moves to make it work. Go and call Su Baojun over. Wang Zhang waved his hand. Soon, a burly man with a big body walked in with a confident smile on his face. Su Baojun, the champion of the entire Hangzhou underground boxing ring, with a record of 49 wins and 0 losses, was labeled Dabao because of his extremely high win rate. Su Baojun glanced at Wang Zhang and the two of them. His eyes still carried contempt. The late stage of dark power did not put these few dudes in his eyes at all, although he was here to fight, but did not make a living out of it. Wang Zhang and the two naturally didn't say much. It's normal for a master to be arrogant. Su, do you have confidence in the next match against Lin Yu? Su Baojun laughed out loud at his words. With that skinny monkey? What one move kills a dark power grand circle in a second? He's just a rookie in the middle stage of dark strength. I can whoop him to death with a single slap. Lu Tai, on the other hand, shook his head, and then patiently spoke. Brother Su, I know you're confident, but I think this Lin Yu might be a little off. This packet of lime powder you put in your pocket first. In a moment, if you can't beat him, you can put in a dirty trick. Su Baojun's face showed displeasure. Are you guys questioning my strength? Lu Tai gave a compensatory smile, then stuffed the lime powder into Su Baojun's pocket. I'm not questioning you. I'm just looking for stability. Anyway, it's a mixed martial arts fight, so you can use any trick you want. If you waste him in the ring, I'll give you an extra $1 million afterward. Although Su Baojun was displeased, he couldn't help but give just too much. Not to mention it's just a bag of powdered lime. No big deal. Wang Zhang worried in his heart for a moment, then pulled out a small bag of medicinal powder from his pocket, patting the thighs of the sexy boxing babe in his arms. This is an imported aphrodisiac. You'll use the beauty trick to lure that Lin Yu to drink it later. Boxing babe pouted, then wiggled her ass and walked away. Wang Zhang, Lu Tai and the two of them looked at each other with perverted smiles. TSK, 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 the drinks this beauty sends are just delicious. Lin Yu finished the drink in his cup in one go and smacked his lips. That boxing babe's body just now was a nasty explosion. His eyes were falling out of his head from watching it. Naturally, there was no defense for the drinks she sent over. And soon, The match between the two of him and Su Baojun began. The hot-blooded Lin Yu did not feel the slightest bit of fear because his opponent was a late-stage Dark Force powerhouse. The two quickly tangled together, and it was clear, Lin Yu was being pressed, but he was, after all, a son of Qi, and soon, directly made a breakthrough on the prowl. Ha ha, I'm also a late-stage Dark Force powerhouse now. Lin Yu let out a loud laugh, and as he laughed, something went wrong. Aphrodisiac seizure. A stream of heat surged through his body, eventually pooling somewhere. Popped seeds. In a flash, the entire ring was dumbfounded. Even Su Baojun, who was sparring with Lin Yu, was dumbfounded. Nima. Still the first time I've ever seen someone fight themselves in a boxing match and get stood up by themselves. At the same time, the eyes he looked at Lin Yu revealed incomparable dislike. This guy shouldn't be a masochist, right? There were also a number of women who came to watch the fights. Wealthy wives who had nothing better to do and were looking for excitement. Yeah, that small? I was thinking of paying him to sleep with me for a night, but now it seems. What a waste. Lin Yu was confused. He couldn't figure out why he was suddenly like this, but at the same time, an even more intense heat flow surged within his body as well. Asterisk. I've been drugged. Lin Yu's face changed. As a divine doctor, how could he still not know his current situation? Hey, are you still fighting? I think you've made a breakthrough? What kind of internal martial arts are you practicing? Ha ha ha. In the face of Su Baojun's mockery, how could Lin Yu possibly endure it? Straight up storm. And no matter. Let's make it quick. What does it mean to be the main character? It's invincible in the same class. Soon Su Baojun was being pressed. Damn. How did he get so strong? Su Baojun was kicked to the ground, and Lin Yu's fists fell on him like rain. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something in general. Scrambling, he pulled the bag of powdered lime from his pocket and gritted his teeth. God damn it. Man, I'm gonna put some ash in your eyes. Swish. Instantly, the entire ring was filled with white mist. Ah, my eyes. Lin Yu screamed miserably. Su Baojun seized the opportunity and scrambled to get up. Just as he was getting up, he inadvertently saw between Lin Yu's legs, which seemed to be taunting him, causing him to feel inexplicably angry. This was followed directly by a ghost hand. Oh ho ho ho. Lin Yu screamed miserably and fell out of the ring, with one hand over his eyes and the other over his crotch. He looked miserable. In a flash, the entire boxing ring was silent. They had never thought at all that the previous champion would use such underhanded means to gain victory. Spreading lime and pulling out his crotch. Who could resist? But after a few moments of silence, many in the room cheered, because the vast majority of people bet on Su Baojun. After all, Lin Yu was only a rookie, while Su Baojun was a veteran champion, and it's still unrestricted fighting, so it's not like underhanded tactics can't be used. A world where only Lin Yu is injured, reached once again. Chapter 67, Qin Xiaoqiao and Jiang Che's affair discovered? The devastated Qin Xiaoqiao. Puff. Jiang Che laughed out loud. Looking at Lin Yu's miserable appearance in his cell phone was simply pleasing to the mind and body. These two are somewhat capable, although their backgrounds and powers are not too good, and their brains are not very bright, but they do have a hand in organizing people. He was going to develop these two guys into minor villains under his command, specializing in spoofing the sons of Qi. You guys did a good job of just screwing him, but let me remind you that it's better to do some serious business. Lu Tai's family is okay, but Wang Zhang, his family is more or less involved in the gray industry. What casinos and underground boxing are involved? But it's good that you didn't touch the flower, so you have a chance to clear your name. But once you touched the flower, don't talk about whitewashing. Wipe your neck and wait for death. He's a big villain, yes, but it's not like he's cerebral palsy. It's rumored that a few years ago there was a Zongshi-level powerhouse with a cultivation level of astral power who was killed by a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle because of Fanfan. A few years ago, a powerful sect master with a strong cultivation level of Gangjin was killed by a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle because of Fanfan. Jiang Xiaoa, our family is also in the process of whitewashing recently. Don't worry, our family's industry is transforming towards real estate. Wang Zhang's expression also became serious. He already understood that Jiang Xiao was preparing to take himself in as a junior brother. Not that kind of cannon fodder. It moved him to almost cry in pain. Ah, well, you're on your own. After saying that, Jiang Che hung up the phone. But just after he hung up, his cell phone received several messages. Yi Mengyao? Jiang Che was a little curious as to what Yi Mengyao had sent himself. After opening the chat log, the corner of Jiang Che's mouth twitched. Surprisingly, Yi Mengyao's selfie. The young girl was wearing a thin camisole nightgown. You don't want to show these pictures to anyone else. Jiang Che. Ed. Blackening is 10 times stronger. Yi Mengyao has blackened. It's not just 10 times stronger? Seriously, who would have thought? The girl in the photo is the daughter of the Yi family? Jiang Che, General. Yi Mengyao on the other end of the cell phone sat cross-legged on the bed. Holding her cell phone, A pair of stubbornly beautiful eyes containing tears. God knows how much mental construction she actually did before sending these pictures of herself to Jiang Che, but all you get is average reviews? Disobedience. She really wasn't convinced. Yi Mengyao, humph, a man with a bad mouth. After sending this message, the young girl exasperatedly threw her cell phone on the bed, but she was afraid that she would miss the message sent by Jiang Che, and turned her cell phone into vibration mode. What the hell do you want from me, asshole? The young girl was angry and punched up the pillow. The long road of chasing her husband, a long way to go. At least she was now able to feel that Jiang Che's feelings towards herself were not quite the same as before. It was still perfunctory, but at least he was starting to look at himself properly. Into the night. Inside a building in the Chrysanthemum neighborhood. Qin Xiaoqiao. Wang Lili broke into Qin Xiaoqiao's bedroom with a screaming voice. Qin Xiaoqiao, who was writing her homework, trembled. She instinctively trembled at her own mother's voice. In her impression, her own mother never smiled at herself, and her voice was all incredibly sharp. Mom, what is it? The expression on Wang Lili's face was about to twist and distort at this point. Clipped a pair of men's shorts to a rack. Whose is this? Why do we have men's clothes in our house? Your dads are living in the school staff quarters. There are no men's clothes at home at all. Wang Lili's words caused Qin Xiaoqiao's face to change as she stared blankly at the pair of shorts in her hand. It's Jiang Che's. Done. It's completely over. Qin Xiaoqiao's mind went blank. She hadn't thought about it at all. She had already double-checked. Why did Jiang Che still have a pair of shorts here? Mom, I don't know who this is. I really don't know. Qin Xiaoqiao took a bite out of it. Wang Lili gasped and laughed, then pointed to the surveillance on the side. When I was away on business the other day, the power went out at the house every other day. Did you bring that wild man into the house? It had to be said that Lili Wang's intuition was pretty accurate. No, I really didn't. But how could the overbearing Wang Lili listen to Qin Xiaoqiao's words? She directly walked to the young girl's body and made a move to roll up her sleeves. The young girl's skin was so delicate that a gentle squeeze could produce a red mark. But the good thing is, it's been over half a week, and basically all those traces of what once was have disappeared. Wang Lili didn't quite believe it, and then had the desire to go and rip open Qin Xiaoqiao's bodice to check it out. But it was met with violent resistance from the young girl. Wang Lili. Qin Xiaoqiao was furious and directly shouted out her mom's name. Wang Lili froze, and then anger came from her, and she directly slapped her in the face. 5 fingerprints appeared clearly on her face. What did you call me? Qin Xiaoqiao covered her red and swollen face as 2 lines of tears fell, eyes glaring fiercely at her mother, wanting to say something, but still didn't dare to speak. Mother, will you stop pushing me? You're going to drive me to death like this. I've been studying hard since I was a kid to be the good kid you want me to be, but you've never thought about me. Obviously, Qin Xiaoqiao's accusations couldn't do a bit of good. Wang Lili, this mother stereotype has been deeply rooted. Like this, parents in the dragon country is not uncommon. Otherwise every year there will not be so many students cannot stand the pressure to jump off the building to commit suicide. I'm doing it all for your own good. Lili Wang yelled back. Qin Xiaoqiao sobbed and wiped her eyes, not explaining anything. I really don't know who these shorts belong to. You could beat me to death and I wouldn't know. Wang Lili was also angry and turned around and slammed the door. Ha! Qin Xiaoqiao smiled ruefully. Senior Jiang Che, I couldn't rise to the occasion like you after all. This is her mother. Although the heart of all kinds of spit her, scolding her old hag, but if you really let yourself and Wang Lili flip, or cannot step over that hurdle. P.S. I have a friend whose mom is even more outrageous than that. It's given her a whole lot of depression. Art comes from life. Chapter 68 Jiang Che, by Jia. You patted it? Looking at Wang Lili's departing back, Qin Xiaoqiao was sad. Alone. He hid under the covers and began to contact Jiang Che. Jiang Che is her only psychological support now. Once she encounters something unhappy, the first thing she thinks of is definitely Jiang Che. Are you asleep, Mr. Jiang Che? On the other side of the room, Jiang Che was feeding her cat. Because she had been away from home for the whole of the past 2 days, she had forgotten to change the cat's food, and it almost didn't make her starve to death. You're the reincarnation of a starving ghost, aren't you? Can you eat so much? Jiang Che cursed, then flexed his fingers and gently flicked them on her ass. Meow. The ragdoll cat yelped miserably, then dove into the closet. Comfortable. Oh, why did Qin Xiaoqiao think of sending me a message? Jiang Che's eyes narrowed slightly. Missed me? On the other side, after Qin Xiaoqiao saw Jiang Che's reply, a hint of brightness was added to her dark expression. I miss you so much, Mr. Jiang Che. You know what? I just almost got reprimanded by my mom when she found in the house, your pants, and slapped me. It hurt. The girl seemed to be pampering herself. The love she couldn't get from her parents, she could only get it from Jiang Che. Jiang Che froze. Underwear? I said I was missing one. I forgot it at Qin Xiaoqiao's house. This reason sounded a bit far-fetched. After all, he was a dark power Grand Circle powerhouse. How could he be so senile? Well, he did it on purpose. Xiao Xiao, did she hit you? Does it hurt? I'll have the school board dismiss her tomorrow. Jiang Che's words caused Qin Xiaoxiao's heart to suddenly warm up. So it turned out that she was also loved by someone. But after all, Lily Wang had raised her. Senior Jiang Che, no need. After all, it's my mom. Qin Xiaoxiao pulled out a bitter smile. Well, Xiaoxiao, you have to be more confident and tell me if you're being bullied. Jiang Che coaxed up the little girl. It was completely at hand. For a qualified Sea King, to deceive the little girl this kind of love words open mouth. Okay? You can't lose a piece of meat by talking about it anyway. The key is, girls still just love to hear this warm and fuzzy love talk. Although it is said that the warm man ranks behind the dog, this sentence is predicated on the fact that you are in someone's heart. Would have been inferior to a dog. Qin Xiaoxiao shrank under the quilt, moved to tears. Brother Jiang Che, I miss you. How about I let your parents travel for a while longer? The young girl blushed in shame. How could she still not understand Jiang Che's meaning? No, you're bad. Jiang Che on the other side laughed lightly. This Qin Xiaoxiao is too simple-minded. Like this kind of good girl is actually the easiest to get into, while most of them are love brains. Of course, it was impossible for Jiang Che to fall in love with a certain girl. He was a fraternal person. Day 2. Yuan Heir came to Jiang Che's table. Her brows furrowed as she lowered her voice and spoke. Dead pervert, what did you do to my sister Yo-Yo? It was Monday and Yi Mengyao didn't come to school, which caused Yuan Heir's suspicion. Ever since Jiang Che and Yi Mengyao disappeared in unison during Yi Mengyao's birthday banquet on Saturday, it had been 2 days since then, and Yi Mengyao seemed to have disappeared. Even Yuan Heir had thought, was it possible that this guy Jiang Che had secretly locked Yi Mengyao inside some basement? With Jiang Che's level of perversion, it's not like this kind of thing is impossible to do. Jiang Che, the little lowly's bit of mind was all heard by him, which caused a few black lines to flash across Jiang Che's brain. Am I as sick as you think I am? What's wrong? Missing your yo-yo sister? Jiang Che asked with a smile. You say it quickly, don't be a poor talker. Although Yuan Heir knew that Jiang Che's mouth was spitting out any truth, she still wanted to hear whether Yi Mengyao had something going on with Jiang Che or not. Is this your attitude towards asking people? Jiang Che shrugged. Don't say it or don't say it. If you dare to bully Sister Yao Yao, I'll never talk to you again. Yuan Heir puffed out her cheeks and tried to say something more damaging, but after thinking about it, realized that there were very few means by which she could threaten Jiang Che, but her words did have a killing effect on Jiang Che. Yuan Heir was soft and creamy, and no man could resist such a legitimate lowly. Just as the two were chatting, a figure appeared outside the classroom. Jiang Xiao, someone is looking for you. HSS, it's by Jia from class 3? Why is she here to see Jiang Xiao? Jiang Che frowned, and then looked over. There was a girl wearing a school uniform with a single ponytail at the entrance of the classroom, with her hands behind her back, and she looked like the kind of youthful and pretty type of young girl. This asshole Jiang Che, how did he hook up with another 1-inch? Yuan Heir cursed Jiang Che over and over again in her heart. I don't know why, but ever since Jiang Che threatened himself in the data room last time, he seemed to have gotten much more flamboyant. The grove behind the school building. You are? Jiang Che sized up the innocent young girl in front of him. In fact, he knew the identity of this young girl in an instant. By Jia, well, it was the woman who had drugged Yi Mengyao, and a crazy little fangirl of her own. It's even a little mildly sickly, but to be honest, Jiang Che really couldn't associate this youthful young girl in front of him with the heavily made-up woman wearing a sexy gown at the banquet. I'm Bai Jia, have you forgotten? Brother Jiang Che, you even helped me before. Through her heart passage skill, Jiang Che knew what she meant by help. Years ago, when I was still in junior high school, there was a time when Baekjae was followed by a gangster when she came home from school, and it was he who helped her out. Oh, Jiang Che revealed a smile. To what kind of woman? We have to use a different persona. In front of Yuan Heir, the brat, he was the asshole. In front of Yi Mengyao, he himself was a high and cold ascetic male god. In front of Qin Xiaoxiao, he was the warm-hearted senior. And in front of this somewhat sickly young girl. Chapter 69. Just a coward. Are you padded? Jiang Che asked. Bai Jie's brain had almost stopped spinning. She was completely unable to imagine. Such words that were akin to molestation were actually coming out of Jiang Che's mouth. Oh, padded? That night, in order to attract Jiang Che's attention, she did padded 3 layers. However, being directly revealed by Jiang Che was still very shy. Senior Jiang Che, what are you talking about? Jiang Che, on the other hand, let out a light laugh. This woman had really gone to great lengths to be able to gain her heart. See, this is what a girl looks like when she takes the initiative. For this kind of somewhat sickly young girl, Jiang Che could take it completely at will. What are you looking for me for? Jiang Che asked knowingly. Bai Jia hesitated for a moment. Brother Jiang Che, Yao Yao and I are friends. Why didn't she come to school today? Jiang Che almost couldn't tense up. Still a friend? Whose friend drugged someone at a birthday party? This girl was obviously trying to probe herself. Ha, friend? Still really good friends. Drugging Yi Mengyao to make a fool of her at her birthday party? Jiang Che's words caused Bai Jia's small face to turn pale. Jiang Che, brother? You know? The young girl then didn't care about the consequences and directly grabbed Jiang Che's hand, nervously asking, what about Yi Mengyao? I saw you take her away. Between you two. The corner of Jiang Che's lips hooked. He suddenly had some look at the sickly girl going crazy. Yes, just as you thought. A bolt from the blue. After hearing Jiang Che's words, Bai Jia's emotions were already somewhat uncontrollable. Why? It's a trick, isn't it? Brother Jiang Che, I love you too. Is it because I'm not as good looking as Yi Mengyao? Damn. I'll kill you. Sick, he's going to have a breakdown. Jiang Che already possessed extreme strength now, so naturally, he wasn't afraid of Bai Jia going crazy and knifing himself. Not to mention, don't forget he has a title, Master of the Harem. With this title, it's absolutely steady as a rock. What's wrong? You're not jealous? Jiang Che let out a wry smile. As expected, Bai Jia had been confused. She hadn't expected Jiang Che to say such words to herself. In fact, Bai Jia's face value without heavy makeup was still very high, although it was not as perfect as Yi Mengyao and Yu Waner, but her face value was also at the beginning of 90 points, belonging to that kind of level of 1 in a million, and it's still nude makeup. Mr. Jiang doesn't mind, but after all, she was a sickly girl, and if she was really let loose out there, hell if anything would go wrong. Although he himself wasn't afraid of being knifed, Yi Mengyao and the others were ordinary girls, and they are all big women who have become their own women, and it's impossible to let them run into danger. Brother Jiang Che, what do you mean by that? Bai Jia blinked her eyes. Ha! Jiang Che's words caused Bai Jia's mind to be completely messed up. Brother Jiang Che, I have to go to class. The girl ran away in panic. How dare you play a sickly girl with me? You'll run away after a couple of flirtations? Jiang Che spat out. That's what you call sickly? You want to put me in a dark room? Little hot chick. Outside Hangzhou General Hospital. Doctor, please, help me. I feel like I'm about to lose consciousness down there. I've sealed my veins with silver needles. There's still salvation. You guys help me perform a surgery, please. Lin Yu's appearance at this moment was miserable. Limping along, he was thrown out like a dead dog after being hung up in an underground ring. One of the balls was still crushed. If a late Dark Force powerhouse pulls out with all his might, even an iron egg can be pinched and deformed. Not to mention that yours is a meat egg. The fierce dragon came down from the mountain, but turned into a lone testicular mad dragon. It's nice that he's a miracle doctor, but even the most powerful Chinese medicine practitioner can't just save this kind of injury. This is where Western surgery comes into play. Lin Yu's attitude was incomparably humble. One of his balls had already been crushed, and if he didn't administer timely treatment, the other one would most likely be infected as well. Wouldn't he become a eunuch in that case? But he's penniless now, so he has to go begging for a hospital, and this general hospital was the same one he had set up a stall to punch in the face earlier. Several emergency doctors in the emergency department recognized Lin Yu, and they were all surprised. How did the guy who had been incredibly cocky before become so miserable now? But the whole thing is pretty good, and the wicked will be rewarded. But they were emergency doctors after all, and although they were disgusted with Lin Yu in their hearts, they had sworn to Hippocrates that as a doctor they would not see death. At best, switch the sterilized iodophore to alcohol a little while later in the emergency room. Get your ass over here and lay down on this. Lin Yu was on the verge of tears. He was ready to be rejected by the hospital. How could he have thought the hospital would actually save him? It made him think of what that ghost doctor master had said before he went down the mountain. If you want to accumulate contacts quickly, you can't save them unless you are a dignitary. For the first time, it made him begin to question what his master had said. Why does it hurt so much? Don't move. It's sterilizing you. Ow! Lin Yu screamed miserably and directly fainted from the pain. Chapter 70, Lin Yu is $150,000 in debt. Sir, the operation was a success. You're a girl now. These were the first words that Lin Yu heard when he opened his eyes, and his entire body was struck by lightning. Ha ha, I lied to you la. A nurse opened her mouth with a smile. Although she didn't look great, she wasn't ugly either. Otherwise Lin Yu really thought he had seen the devil. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was really incapacitated. As a man, it would be a truly great horror if that thing was gone. If it made him a woman, it would be better to die. Even though he's now become the lone testicle warrior, he's still better than eggless Superman. Mr. Lin, but one of your testicles is now completely necrotic. We removed it for you, and the function of the other one is deteriorating. The hope of recovery is very slim. We recommend that you do a good job of preserving your self-sperm ahead of time. You're still young. Consider IVF in the future. The nurse's words made Lin Yu's brain dizzy. What do you mean? Can't you have children in the future? But he keenly caught the key word that came out of the nurse's mouth. The other one's function is deteriorating. So there's still hope? Lin Yu immediately regained his confidence. Who is he? The heir to the ghost doctor. Ah, a Chinese medicine ability out of this world. As long as the egg wasn't completely scrapped, he had the ability to salvage it. Mister, there's no need to say anymore. I can cure myself. Lin Yu waved his hand. He had now begun to think about which herbs he should mix for himself to nourish his body. The nurse was a little helpless. Sir, when will you settle your surgery bill? Your surgery cost a total of 110,000 yuan plus hospitalization fees. Lin Yu was shocked. 110,000? Aha, do you have health insurance? No. So when do you pay? The nurse asked. Lin Yu was a bit flustered and rummaged around on himself, eventually finding a bank card in a hurry. This is the money he earned from black boxing in the underground boxing ring in the past few days. A total of 9 fights and earned over $6,000. Anyway, he was being used as a gun, and the man in the suit painted a big picture for him, saying something about making more money from fighting after he became a champion. He believed it. It's just over $6,000 for all the work I've done. The capitalists have tears in their eyes when they look at it. This is all the money I have on me. Lin Yu was rather embarrassed. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. My Chinese medicine ability is very strong. I'm from a Chinese medicine family. My family has 9 generations of imperial doctors who have been passed down single-handedly. I can serve as a Chinese medicine consultant in your hospital. Although I don't have a license to practice medicine, I'm really capable. Lin Yu also does not blow himself what ghost Dr. Heir said no one believe. It is better to say that it is a family of traditional Chinese medicine is more reliable. But it was clear that no one believed him at all, either. You're joking, Mr. Lin, you still owe our hospital nearly $100,000 in medical bills. Lin Yu heart that called a suffocating ah. This what hospital? How to care about money ah? Just as Lin Yu was depressed, a bland smile appeared at the corner of the mouth of a man in a suit on the side. Slowly, he walked up to him. Isn't it just the medical bills? I'll pay for your medical bills, brother. Lin Yu looked up, a little confused at the suit, but subconsciously nodded. Give me your cell phone. The man in the suit had a please believe me smile. Confused, Lin Yu handed over his cell phone. The man took the phone and then gave it a whirl. He then smiled and returned the phone to Lin Yu, who looked at his phone's interface in confusion. To the tune of 150,000? Where did all this money come from? Lin Yu's voice trembled a little. He'd never seen so much money before. The man in the suit nodded. Brother, this is your reserve on top of the unbridled borrowing, so you can use it as you wish when you need money urgently in the future. He then patted Lin Yu's shoulder and turned around, leaving no cloud behind. Lin Yu was a bit confused. He always felt as if he was being set up, but he couldn't say what the reason was. He had just down the mountain of the small god doctor on the city's traditional impression of the city is still in more than 10 years ago on the black and white TV. Where has heard of what online lending but getting 150,000 all at once still made him very happy. Nurse, pay up, now I have enough money. Lin Yu grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. The nurse was silent, feeling sympathy for the guy, lying in a hospital bed inexplicably in debt of 150,000, and do not know, this one online lender she has heard of, especially black. Don't look at this only 150,000, a month can be turned over, just ask you afraid? Bai Jia hadn't had the heart to listen to the lessons all morning. And brother Jiang Che had even started to tease himself? This kind of cognition made her heart surge with boundless ecstasy, knowing that the previous Jiang Che had only Yi Mangyao in his heart, and wouldn't even give her a single glance. Sometimes when I watch Jiang Che play soccer, I can secretly pass him a bottle of water and get excited for half a day. Does he like me too, Jiang Che? But that Yi Mangyao, can it be that? Jiang Che wants to have his foot in both boats? This had completely exceeded her perception, and in her perception, Jiang Che was supposed to be the type of person who was very dedicated, but she really wanted Jiang Che's person so badly. Baekjae, why are you so useless? Why do you back down so easily? The girl is secretly annoyed. Giving you a chance. It doesn't work. When Jiang Che saw Yi Mangyao again, the girl had already changed very significantly. It seems to have lost that girlish childishness, and even the dress is a bit on the darker side. He remembered that the Yi Mangyao of the past loved to wear white clothes, either in pale yellow, but now, it had been changed to all black. The original single ponytail was also combed down, long hair pouring down, and the whole person looked through a flavor between youthfulness and maturity. Sister Yao Yao, why are you dressed so pretty? Yuan Air sensed that Yi Mengyao seemed to have changed somewhere, but couldn't say exactly where. Yi Mengyao let out a light smile, then leaned over and kissed Yuan Air's face. She's blacked out, but she's still very fond of this cute and cuddly little lowly BFF. After all, with Yuan Air's face value, which belonged to the kind that killed both men and women, who could refuse a cute little lowly? Sister Yao Yao, where have you been for the past 2 days? Scared me to death. No, I had a few drinks the day of the party and then got an alcohol allergy. That's why I took a few days off. Yuan Air nodded dully. Bastard Jiang Che. What did you say to Sister Yao Yao? Otherwise, Sister Yao Yao couldn't have changed so much. Why don't you go to hell, asshole? Yuan Air wasn't a little cutie. She was very smart. How could she not notice that little subtle change in Yi Mengyao's body? In his heart, he kept denouncing Jiang Che's perversion and asshole. Chapter 71. A large number of reporters poured into the hospital. Yi Mengyao asked Jiang Che out alone. In a restaurant. Jiang Che, let's talk about this between us, okay? Yi Mengyao looked very serious. Talk about what? You're not going to ask me to take responsibility for you, are you? Jiang Che still had a lofty stance, but there was a hint of tenderness revealed in his condescension. After all, you were so condescending to me before. Can I get a little revenge? Of course, Jiang Che couldn't stay high and mighty. After all, he was already his own person. Yi Mengyao's eyes trembled, but then she forced a playful expression and boldly sat beside Jiang Che, wrapping her arms around one of his arms. Let's do it this way. From now on we'll have regular weekly study exchanges. Your grades aren't too good. I'll help you with your homework. You shouldn't refuse, right? Yi Mengyao once again spoke out of turn. Yi Mengyao's little scheme was almost in Jiang Che's face. So what do you want? Jiang Che said knowingly, upholding a philosophy. No initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. Yi Mengyao licked the corner of her lips and moved to Jiang Che's ear. She suddenly realized that Jiang Che seemed a bit cute. Help you with your studies. This was the only way she could think of to get closer to Jiang Che. When Yi Mengyao saw that Jiang Che seemed to want to reject himself, she hurriedly opened her mouth in a hurry. Jiang Che, if you dare to reject me, I'll tell my mom and dad as well as my uncles and aunts, so that they can judge. After all, it's definitely the girl who suffers from this kind of thing. Maybe I even have a baby inside my belly now. Yi Mengyao's small mouth pouted as she began to spill her guts. Jiang Che was speechless. This was the first time he had heard such a request. You, excessive. Jiang Che reddened and glared at Yi Mengyao. Laugh it up. The Oscars are coming to give him an award. He. Hubby, can I call you that? Yi Mengyao thought that she had the upper hand, revealing a touch of Victor's stance as she boldly kissed Jiang Che's face. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. Jiang had already been standing in the atmosphere. Just like that, the agreement with Miss Yi was happily reached. Jiang Che, where are you dragging me to? I don't want to get into your car. You asshole. Yuan Air struggled. She was scared. Jiang Che, you bad guy. One Yao Yao sister is not enough. You still want to touch me? I won't let you touch me even if I'm dead. What should I do? Jiang Che was speechless. What kind of person do you think I am? Is the inside of your head filled with yellow waste? Yuan Air tilted her head and looked at Jiang Che. Isn't it? Jiang Che. Well, you follow me and we'll go visit the patients later. Patient? Yuan Air frowned. Jiang Che snapped his fingers. That's right. It's the patient. Lin Yu, do you remember him? Yuan Air's frown tightened and after searching in her mind for a while, she then shook her head. She didn't have a deep impression of Lin Yu, and had actually only met him a few times. Jiang Che. He was about to go crazy with laughter. Lin Yu, the son of Qi, thought about his little heroines all day long, and after learning Yuaner's name from someone else, he was able to remember people for the rest of his life. As a result, Yuan Air even forgot what his name was. It's which transfer student? Yi Mengyao's bodyguard. Oh, I remember. It's that arrogant guy. Yuan Air nodded. I heard that Lin Yu recently had his balls wasted, so why don't you come with me to visit him? Yuan Air narrowed her eyes slightly. You bad guy, can you be that kind? Jiang Che wrapped his arm around her waist. The little lowly squirmed for a moment but eventually lowered her head. She actually didn't resent Jiang Che's contact. She was just very defiant in her heart. She hated it when Jiang Che bullied her. Baby, be good later. We'll work together to piss him off. Yuan Air. In the middle of the ward, Lin Yu was not in a good mood as a whole. Lying on his bed, another day of missing his balls. As a cool protagonist, having him lose one of his balls was a blow to him. He remembered Yi Mengyao and Yuan Air. These girls were all super beautiful. It was still a question whether he could stand up now. During this time, he had also tried to regulate his body through Chinese medicine, but with little effect. His brother seemed permanently asleep, unable to wake up at all. And even the little movie he'd held onto for years that he'd taken out and watched over and over again didn't mean. Now a bloody reality lay before him. It seemed like he was really going to be wasted, and the feeling made him panic. And just then, there was chattering from outside the hospital room. Zoon do fake do? That guy who set up a stall in front of the hospital last time was actually wasted? Asterisk 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 asterisk, this might make a headline story. Do you remember the former director of education in Hangzhou? It seems like he was the one who got involved with him. Isn't this better? Tomorrow the headlines will be shocker. Lone Eggman actually has this kind of background? I think it's still a little better than the first eunuch after the founding. Outside the door gathered a large group of reporters. For some unscrupulous reporters, out of money, what kind of news they can make up? Black can be made white for you, let alone someone with broken balls. That's right, these reporters were all shouted over by Jiang Che. Lin Yu's 5 senses were very sharp. He panicked in an instant. These people couldn't be rushing towards him, right? Chapter 72, I heard you were finished, so I sent you eggs specially. Lin Yu had obviously guessed correctly. The reporters were all coming for him. Jiang Che spent some money to buy out various reporters. Anyway, just give me a hard blast. With today's journalism, all it takes is money. What the hell doesn't make it to the hot seat? The news of a billionaire searching for a son can catch fire and dominate the charts for days. What's more, this amount of money could only be described as a drop in the bucket for Jiang Che. A whole bunch of reporters rushed into the hospital room. After seeing Lin Yu, their faces all revealed chrysanthemum-like smiles. It gave him a feeling of a tightening of the daisies to watch. You guys don't want to go in there. That's a patient's room. A few small nurses tried to stop them, but they couldn't help the number of journalists was just too high. A bald man at the head came up and moved against Lin Yu, the microphone poking directly into his mouth. May I interview you, please? I heard that you shattered one of your testicles. Is that true? Open screen blitz. Lin Yu had thought that all these people had arrived because they were attracted by his superior medical skills. Even he was ready to pretend. But it turned out to be good. You're here to expose me. There was already a faint sadness about him, but now it's better. Salt in the wound. But where are the paid journalists to leave him alone? May I ask what caused you to shatter your testicles? I heard that you lost a fight with someone. At the risk of interviewing you, how did you feel the moment your balls broke? Lin Yu couldn't stand it, and took the liberty of asking? The most presumptuous one is you. How presumptuous of you. By the way, you seem to have hooked up with the former Secretary of Education before. I wonder what kind of relationship you have with him. Are you still functioning normally after losing one of your balls? Where did your parents go? Lin Yu wanted to interject. My parents died a long time ago, but he couldn't even intervene. Now that sex reassignment surgery is so advanced in this country, may I ask if you have ever considered having sex reassignment surgery? After hearing the anticlimactic speech of a certain reporter, Lin Yu was completely taut. I'll be a nymphopussy. The scene went cold, but only for a few seconds. My mom is already 70 this year, but my mom is old but still has her charm. It's not impossible. Unscrupulous journalists are people without conscience. Their conscience has long been fed to the dogs. What kind of counterintuitive remarks you can hear from their mouths? Lin Yu was completely devastated by the whole thing. You dogs, get the hell out of here. I'll you up. Lin Yu waved his big hand, and the powerful force belonging to a dark force powerhouse burst out. Straight away, a few people were swept away, but he had only just finished his surgery not more than a few days ago, and he had used the power of the dark force without authorization. So, the stitches blew out. Hiss. The sharp pain coming from the localized area made him twitch in pain. Reporters think almost line. Don't really messed up when the time comes one of them can't get away. Click click click. A photo shoot. Lin Yu collapsed and wanted to cry. You guys get lost. Don't take pictures. Lin Yu. Exasperated. The reporters fled until hospital security appeared at the door. Only Lin Yu, who was lying on the bed in a lifeless state, was left. And just then, there was a knock on the door of the hospital room. Get lost. Lin Yu cursed out angrily. But when I pushed, I pulled on the wound again, and it hurt like a dead mother. Jiang Che led Yuan Heir directly in. Lin Yu's eggs didn't hurt anymore when he saw Yuan Heir, and his mood was better. He felt like he was back to being that little crazy dragon again. As for Jiang Che on the side, he had already subconsciously ignored him. Yuan Heir, have you come to see me? Am I dreaming? But the next second, Jiang Che directly interrupted him. It's me who came to see you. Rinyu-san. Jiang Che carried a vegetable basket in his hand and walked over to Lin Yu's bedside, placing it down. It was only at this moment that Lin Yu noticed Jiang Che's figure, and his entire mood instantly hit rock bottom. Damn you! Who told you to come over here? I'm going to kill you. Lin Yu's eyes were on the verge of dripping blood, and his monstrous hatred was almost on the verge of permeating out. He really wanted to kill this damn man. If it wasn't for him, he himself wouldn't have suffered these things at all. Student Lin Yu, I heard you were injured. Can't I just come and see you? You're too ungrateful. Jiang Che opened his mouth with a serious face. Get out of here. will you be that kind? I owe all this suffering to you. Jiang Che sighed, then sat down at the head of Lin Yu's bed, then began to take out the contents of the food basket. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I bought you some as I saw it. Jiang Che took out bananas, cucumbers, and ham sausages one after another from inside the fruit basket. There are also eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, and even quail eggs. Anyway, it's all sorts of eggs, the main one being an innuendo. Lin Yu was confused, and the muscles in his face were twitching. Jiang Che, you're stepping over the line. For Lin Yu, Jiang Che was completely easy to hold. Classmate Lin Yu, I heard that you're finished, so I've come to give you some more eggs. After all, what you eat makes up for what you have. Lin Yu, he cried, this is too much of a bully. Oh, really? It's over. Jiang Che, I'm going to kill you. For some reason, Lin Yu, who had broken an egg, had become much softer, his mental resistance much more fragile than before. Jiang Che was speechless. This Lin Yu also can't How did he cry in anger? Brother, you still have to think outside the box. Isn't it just one egg? Don't you still have one? I won't look down on you even if you're ruined. As he spoke, Jiang Che himself couldn't hold his tongue and covered his mouth. What are you laughing at? Lin Yu couldn't keep his emotions in check. Ahem. I'm not laughing. You're full of. I can clearly see you smiling. You must be looking at it wrong. Ah. Lin Yu's eyes rolled white in anger. Then he looked at Yuan beside Jiang Che. Heir, you can't stay with this dog Jiang Che. He's already having sex with Yi Mengyao. I personally saw him bring Yi Mengyao inside the hotel. He's just a dog. Lin Yu was impotently raging. Heir's eyes darkened slightly after hearing Lin Yu's words. She guessed it yet. With this guy Jiang Che's level of perversion, taking away the drunken Yi Mengyao, there was no way he wouldn't eat her. But somehow, her whole heart throbbed with pain after she heard it, and it felt like it was going to rip open. Chapter 73 Exasperated Lin Yu. Another heroic rescue? Heir knew what Jiang Che wanted to do. He wanted to use himself to make Lin Yu collapse. Although she kept cursing Jiang Che in her heart, she still stood on her tiptoes and kissed Jiang Che's face. Lin Yu, his heart was about to be completely torn out. You guys, Heir, Jiang Che, he's a dog with 2 feet and 2 boats. Heir gave him a sideways glance, a touch of dislike surfacing in her eyes. Then I love him too. Heir's words were tantamount to the last straw that broke the camel's back. Hiccup. Lin Yu was directly infuriated. Jiang Che, this Lin Yu genuinely cannot. Down the mountain of the mad dragon as soon as he was angry, Nima pumped past. This resilience is far less than that of a flunky. I don't know when I'll meet a son of fortune in the flunky stream. When the time comes. GGG. Let's go. Wani, what's the point of leaving it here when the protagonist is pissed off? Taking Lori's little hand, her right hand incidentally took the basket of groceries in front of the hospital bed. Bought so many eggs. It cost him over $200. It couldn't be cheap. After all, these eggs were for Lin Yu. It's not like they're for him to eat. He'd rather feed it to the dogs than to Lin Yu. If he fed it to a dog, he could still bark at himself, but if he fed it to Lin Yu, he might be cursing himself behind his back. You're such a pervert, Heir muttered in a small voice. That's right, I'm the big pervert. Come to my house and I'll make you something good. Heir's entire body exploded and shook off Jiang Che's hand. Who's going to your house? Lori huffed and spoke. Jiang Che gently shrugged his shoulders. Heir was silent. You want to bully me? I advise you to die of this heart, since you have already touched Sister Yao Yao. Naturally you have to be responsible for her. There is no way I would do such a thing as backstabbing my bosom friend. She's scared. Looking at Heir's departing back, Jiang Che licked the corner of his lips. This little thing, you really think you can get away? The Yucho Group's anti-cancer drug recently hit the market, and its market capitalization has risen by more than 10 percentage points within the group. An anti-cancer drug of this caliber is bound to have cooperation with the state. This was equivalent to directly giving the green light all the way to the Yuanshu Group, and Zhang Yuan was also busy during this period of time. This is considered good news for Jiang Che. After all, he is now also considered to have the blessing of national luck. The average protagonist? Even if your luck is good, can you compare it to national luck? This is obviously not possible at all. Jiang Che had done a survey when he had just crossed over not long ago, and some of the companies in his previous life were not available here. His experience wasn't low. He could have copied that and gotten it over. And with his own solid family background, he wouldn't say he would become the richest man in the world, but at least he could be the richest man in the world. But it's simply not necessary, because he's now considered a top-ranking rich kid. Isn't it good to look up to your father? After all, this was a low martial world, and with the time to start a business it would be better to abuse the sons of Qi a little more and raise their strength. He could remember that those two masters of Lin Yu's, the killer master was properly at the cultivation level of the great circle of harmonization power. having struck out many times in the original text. The strength is not a secret, and that divine Dr. Master is more mysterious. The full text does not say how strong his strength is. Let's just say that it is above the Huanjin. Strength to the level of Huanjin. Internal force released. Picking flowers and folding leaves can hurt the enemy. A chopstick in its hands can be compared to a bullet. And above the Huanjin is the Gangjin. Gangjin cultivation is generally called the Zhongshi level powerhouse. Internal energy can be condensed into Gangqi. Gangqi protection can even resist the attack of pistol bullets. But that doesn't mean, in front of a large caliber sniper rifle, everyone is equal. Patriarchs are more well-behaved than one another. It's said that patriarchs don't do it easily. Once they do it and touch the red line, then it's time to turn around. Although there was still a long storyline before his good masters returned to the secular world, Zhang Che had to make preparations in advance. If you can't, ask your mom for a bodyguard or something, preferably a pretty bodyguard. Zhang Yunli was the eldest miss of the Zhang family in the capital, one of the 4 ancient martial arts families in the Dragon Kingdom. There was only one clan master level powerhouse on the surface, but secretly, hell knows how many there are. Otherwise, after he was killed by Lin Yu in the original plot, he wouldn't have been hunted down by the Zhang family in such a sorry state that he even fled abroad. Wait for a trip to the capital one day. See if you can get an expert female bodyguard. He. Zhang Che licked the corners of his mouth. Identity. I don't need it for nothing. In a certain bar in Hangzhou, Brother Chen, I toast to you. A guy with dyed yellow hair tapped Chen Hao's shoulder, his face with a drunken red color, and dazzled a bottle of beer in one breath. There were a lot of minions on the side. Brother Chen, it's said that you don't fight without getting to know each other. I really recognize you as a brother. Chen Hao looked a bit moved. Men are sometimes so simple. The ones in front of them were all punks from the vicinity of Shirlan School, and the yellow-haired one at the head was named Brother Knife, the leader of the punks in the area. At that time, he who was off duty had a small friction with these people, and then fought, and he who had a mid-dark force cultivation directly hung up on the punks, successfully owning some power of his own. And like traditional masters down the mountain stream novels, the protagonist follows the rules and collects his own minions. Brother Chen, why do I feel as if you have something on your mind? Blade patted Chen Hao's shoulder. Chen Hao pondered for a moment, then opened his mouth. I have a girl in mind who was in love with another man and has no feelings for me. Brother Blade immediately became angry. Which brat? How dare he touch the woman my brother has his eyes on? Chen Hao didn't open his mouth. How about this? Brother Blade, how about you guys help me make a play? Chen Hao recalled the previous scene when he met Qin Xiaoqiao for the first time, which was a chance encounter with punks, and then he wanted to stand up for himself, but was cut off by Zhang Che. If there is another heroic rescue, will he or she be able to win back Qin Xiaoqiao's true heart? And by the way, hit that dog guy Zhang Che hard in the face again. Chapter 74. Yi Mengyao turns into a husband protector. Dislikes Wang Lily. Although it was a difficult time, Shiraz school was a noble school after all. Nearly half of the people who get into the school are rich. In fact, for them there is no need to fight tooth and nail to get inwardly rolled. After graduation, I took the TOEFL and went to a foreign institution of higher learning to get a layer of gold. And then I came back to inherit my family's company. But even aristocratic schools have to produce results. So there is also a part of the school inside the civilian students specializing in the test out of the results. Let's say Qin Xiaoqiao and Yuan are this kind of. So it's heavily polarized, with those who playing all day and those who roll all day. But like Yi Mengyao, whose family is rich and whose grades are still exceptionally good, it's a rare case. Of course, Zhang Che is the bug to be accepted. After all, Zhang Che was directly added by the system, and it only took a second for him to grow from a trashy school scum to a super school god. Let's say this model test, Zhang Che directly hit the ground running, accidentally scored 600 points, and directly scurried from the tail of the crane to the top 10 of the class, stunning everyone. Brother Jiang, we said that we would pounce into a dog together, but you secretly boiled your way out. Wang Zhang looked at his 21-point English paper and then looked at Zhang Che's 140-plus score, only to feel a dizzying sensation in his brain. As Zhang Che's lapdog, he was too clear about Zhang Che's grades. Usually the two people's grades together couldn't be higher than someone else's one science test, but now Zhang Che had secretly taken off. Right, Brother Jiang, your test is also too high, right? It'll look like we're losers. Lu Tai was also depressed. He used to be complacent because his grades were so many dozens of points higher than Zhang Che. Hi, it's not high at all, right? It's been this score for so many years. Sometimes look for your own reasons. Did you study hard? Did you listen carefully in class? Zhang Che directly made the two of them even more depressed. Zhang Che, congratulations on such a marked improvement in your grades. Yi Mengyao was also surprised that Zhang Che was able to score more than 600 points on the exam. Mind you, on normal days, he could only score over 100 points on the exam. and it had only been over a month. It's not even that fast on a rocket. As for whether or not this score could have been copied by Zhang Che, she hadn't even thought about it. After all, she had now become Zhang Che's person from the inside out. Not to mention that Zhang Che only scored over 600 points. She wouldn't have suspected it even if he scored 750 points. Meh, what do you have to do with me getting better grades? Zhang Che's attitude was still high and cold. He still preferred this way of getting along with Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao had also gotten used to Zhang Che's smelly face by now, and even smiled and poured herself on. Zhang Che, I knew you were smart. It must have been my counseling of him that did the trick. Words, does knowledge spread through some kind of shortcut? Zhang Che. He was really almost thunderstruck by this woman Yi Mengyao. What's going on inside her little head right now? Naturally, the improvement in my grades has nothing to do with you, so don't come and get involved. It was Yuan Heir's weekly revision help that made this improvement in my grades. Yuan Heir was originally lying on the table, and after seeing Zhang Che's grades skyrocket, she was still a bit complacent. After all, Zhang Che was tutored by her, and she, the teacher, occupies the top spot. But now, Yuan Heir only felt a bit of a chill down her back. Yi Mengyao's complexion dimmed and she looked at Yuan Heir beside herself, her eyes slightly bright. Sister Yao Yao, Zhang Che is actually quite smart. He just didn't learn before. This darn guy must be secretly learning behind his back. I just teach him for 2 hours every week. Even if a special teacher came, it's impossible to teach him so fast, right? Yuan Heir was smart. She didn't directly deny the relationship between herself and Zhang Che. If she said right off the bat, Sister Yao Yao, I don't have a relationship with Zhang Che, wouldn't that be a lie? So she changed the subject to something else. Seeing this, Yi Mengyao didn't continue to ask anything. Zhang Che, how about this? I have good grades too, so in the future, every week, I'll go to your house and tutor you. How about that? Yi Mengyao's words sounded like they were fine, but Zhang Che knew exactly what she meant beyond her words. Yuan Heir's mood was a bit more complicated. On one hand she was afraid of tutoring Zhang Che. On the other hand she didn't want Yi Mengyao to snatch the position of tutor away. It's just so tangled. The three seemed to have formed a subtle shura. But soon, the fix was broken. Jingle bells. The school bell rang. A middle-aged woman walked in, wearing a pair of old eyes and holding a stack of test papers. Who else could it be if not Wang Lily? Wang Lily's expression was clearly a bit displeased. I'm sure you all know the results of this model test, right? Many students inside the class have made progress, and the student who made the most progress, he improved by 119 points, which is nothing short of a miracle. Wang Lily's tone of voice revealed a shade, and it was clear. Zhang Che had made such progress, and in her opinion it was 100% cheating. Are you kidding me? A full 150-point paper, and you damn well improved by 119 points. The one who created such a miracle is naturally our student Zhang Che. If I remember correctly, I think you scored 26 points in English last time. Mr. Zhang, can you share your experience, please? Wang Lily was very vindictive. The last time Zhang Che disliked her in the office, she's been holding a grudge for a long time. Such a garbage scum, cannot even get into a higher education institution, after graduation can only be reduced to the social scum slaughter. Eat in wait for death of the rich second generation, has always been her most despised people. Along with Wang Lily's words, the entire classroom fell silent. They were certainly able to hear that Wang Lily was being conspiratorial, and they whispered. Zhang Che was not in a hurry. Wang Lily, this woman had reached menopause. He only needed to open his mouth. He would be able to lay this woman off. If Wang Lily knew about what happened between herself and Qin Xiaoqiao, what kind of expression would she have? I'm looking forward to it. Mr. Zhang Che, did you hear me? Can you share your learning experience? Wang Lily asked again. As a result, before Zhang Che even opened his mouth, someone couldn't hold it in. Bang! There was a loud slap on the table. Yi Mengyao stood up and stared at Wang Lily with a burning gaze. Teacher Wang, I don't understand why you're targeting Zhang Che so much. I hear you mean. You want to say that Zhang Che cheated to get his grades? Wang Lily was a bit confused and looked at Yi Mengyao. This is her English class rep. I didn't say that. I was just curious. How can a person's grades improve so quickly? I've never seen such a person in my 20 years of teaching. Yi Mengyao sneered. Teacher Wang, after all, aren't you still trying to say that Zhang Che, he is a plagiarist? If I remember correctly, I think you wrote this paper, didn't you? And where did he get the answers? Not to mention that the difficulty of this paper is very high. Even I only scored 138. There shouldn't be many people in the whole school who can score higher than Zhang Che, right? After blackening, Yi Mengyao directly transformed into a husband protector. Very different from the previous good girl. Disliked Wang Lily can't open her mouth. Chapter 75 in front of the whole office teachers. Kissing. Wang Lily was numb with dislike. Yi Mengyao was her hand-picked English class representative. Now you're pushing yourself so hard? But she also really didn't dare to offend Jiang Che, or even Yi Mengyao, who, although she had always claimed to be strict, was actually a softbone. Alright, I didn't say that. Yi Mengyao, you sit down. Of course I know Jiang Che didn't cheat. The other students in the classroom also looked at Wang Lily with a kind of taunting smile. The middle-aged woman was sweating profusely, and every now and then she wiped her forehead, and Yi Mengyao was also secretly glancing at Jiang Che with her eyes, a smile on her lips. He, you foul-mouthed man, I've helped you out this time. You may be happy in your heart, I'll be damned. I've already seen through you. Jiang Che. Bang, a bang. In the office, Wang Lily directly slammed her water cup on the table as she was about to die of anger. That brat. 100% cheating. Who can improve over 100 points in a month? Wang Lily cursed, and just at this time, a young girl walked in, wearing a school uniform, with round frame glasses, fine bangs covering her eyebrows, holding a test paper in her hand, somewhat trembling. Mom, the English grades are in. How many points? Wang Lily frowned after seeing Qin Xiaoqiao and took a sip of water. That's what it was like for her, yet it scared the young girl even more. 139 points. She was speaking with a sobbing voice. The last time she took 142 she had to be scolded by Wang Lily. As expected, Lily Wang froze. How much? Qin Xiaoqiao was shocked. Her body was like a sieve. 139. But mom, I'm ranked second in the whole school for this English score. And there's only one person who even scored 140 points or more. Hearing her daughter's explanation, Wang Lily's face darkened even more. As for who the 140-plus point guy is, what else is there to think about? Pow! A loud slap directly hit Qin Xiaoqiao's face, dazing the girl and knocking off her glasses. Useless. What do you usually learn from your dog? Where have you been memorizing all the words you get up at 5 o'clock every day? Wang Lily's voice was shrill. The thought that her daughter's score wasn't as high as that dude Jiang Che. She was furious. Qin Xiaoqiao just covered her face and kept on sobbing, although this kind of thing was already used to for her. But her heart still couldn't help but throb with pain. She had really tried hard to learn, but she always failed to meet her mother's requirements. Suddenly, she remembered Jiang Che. Whenever she had grievances in her heart, she would always think of him. Wang Lily reprimanded for 10 minutes or so, only stopping when her mouth was dry. Stay here, I'm going out. With that she turned and walked out. It wasn't until after Wang Lily left that the other teachers in the office began to chatter. Hey, this woman Wang Lily is really something. Her daughter's grades are so good and she still beats her? If I had such a well-behaved and cute daughter, I could wake up smiling in my dreams. And just then, the office door was pushed open. A figure walked in. Jiang Che had heard Qin Xiaoqiao's heartfelt voice from a long distance away, and he couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Qin Xiaoqiao is also her own girl now. She's never been the only one to make her cry. What kind of cow or horse is Wang Lily? Even if you're her mom, you can't. Mr. Gang Chul, I miss you so much. I can't hold out much longer. Mom, you're killing me. Just when Qin Xiaoqiao was in a low mood, Jiang Che directly hugged her from behind. Ah, the young girl let out a delicate cry, but after seeing that it was Jiang Che, the tears that she had been holding back were directly unable to be strained. Senior Jiang Che. Ooh. Qin Xiaoqiao jumped into Jiang Che's arms and cried out. Jiang Che didn't say anything more, just gently patted her shoulder. After a while, the young girl seemed to remember. This is an office. As expected, after looking around, all the teachers in the office froze, eyes that screamed incredulity. Jiang Che scanned them. Anyone who dares to say anything, everyone in this office will be laid off. Ahem. You guys go on. I'll give you a break. A young female teacher sitting in the office by the window coughed awkwardly and completely passed it off as invisible. After all, who doesn't know the great name of Mr. Jiang? He does have the power to lay off all of his people. Jiang Che also became more and more perverted, directly attached himself and kissed Qin Xiaoqiao. Senior Jiang Che. Not here. Wow. Our teachers. They're watching. It's over. Lily Wang, you old hag. Piss you off. As for the other teachers in the office, they all lowered their heads, not daring to squeak at all. One can only lament. Youth is beautiful. Xiaoqiao. After a while, we'll show our cards to Wang Lily. How about you live in my house? Straight up conspiring out loud and not treating the teachers in the office like human beings at all. Qin Xiaoqiao's small face shamed to her neck. Her small hand gently pinched the soft flesh around Jiang Che's waist. It's all known. When a young girl lowers her head and doesn't see her toes, she is already the best color on earth, which describes a girl like Qin Xiaoqiao. Just then, the same teacher who let the wind out shouted, "It's bad. The Imperial Army is coming." It made both Jiang Che and Qin Xiaoqiao laugh. Senior Jiang Che. Then I'll slip away first. I'm in. One of the two slipped out the front door and one out the back. Looking at Jiang Che's two departing backs, The young female teacher who was letting off steam had an anti-smile on the corner of her mouth. It's good to be young. That's what youth is. A few of the older teachers also smiled, as if thinking of their own younger days. After Wang Lily came back in a huff, she realized that Qin Xiaoqiao had disappeared. Where did the stinking girl go again? Lily Wang was furious, but the atmosphere in the office was very weird. Why don't you guys talk? Wang Lily looked at her colleagues beside her and asked with a frown. Colleagues are speechless. Your daughter is about to be abducted by the human Zhang Gongzi. They're ready to elope, right? But everyone was unspoken and didn't tell Wang Lily about what had just happened. Even if Zhang Che didn't threaten them, the odds were that they wouldn't leak the information. After all, who hasn't been young? Chapter 76, Qin Xiaoqiao's shyness. Chen Hao's embarrassing appearance. After school, Senior Zhang Che. Is what you said this morning true? Qin Xiaoqiao took the initiative to find Zhang Che. Naturally, it's true. What's the matter? You want to elope with me? Zhang Che raised his hand and gently tickled the tip of the young girl's nose. Ah! The young girl nodded resolutely. She couldn't stand the pressure her mother was putting on her anymore, and she wanted to stay by Senior Zhang Che's side every day now. She could only feel that love in Zhang Che's body that didn't require you to pay the price. Love. Naturally, there's no problem. I don't have anyone at home. You can stay at my place if you want. But I'm scared. My mom is a teacher at the school, and if I live in your house every day, will she make a scene? Bring you trouble? Qin Xiaoqiao was torn in her heart. Ha! See if she dares? I'll lay her off in a minute. No, don't let my mom get laid off. She's actually not easy. Qin Xiaoqiao spoke in a low voice. After all, Lily Wang is her mother, and the grace of her upbringing is greater than heaven, except that her love is too extreme. Ha! Baby, you're so sweet it hurts. Zhang Che gently rubbed the young girl's head. Ah, I love brother Zhang Che so much. I want to stay with him forever. I'll walk you back? No, it's not good to be seen. Come on up you. Zhang Che carried Qin Xiaoqiao to the passenger seat. He completely missed the fact that hundreds of meters away, on the side of the road, in a Bentley, a young girl's face had been slightly distorted. Brother Zhang Che. So, it turns out that you are such a person. Bai Jia had thought that Zhang Che was the type of person who only fell in love with one girl. As a result, now he, more than just a foot in the door? Brother Zhang Che, since you're so affectionate, don't think of rejecting me. A bold idea slowly surfaced in her mind. Hee. Silverbell laughter echoed through the car. Hiss. Is what this guy Chen Hao said accurate or not? Is that Qin Xiaoqiao passing through here or not? In an alley, dozens of punks with tattoos on their arms smoked cigarettes and spat. The leader was none other than Brother Blade. Brother Knife could be considered to have given enough face to Chen Hao as a brother this time, and brought all of his minions over. Fully a dozen men, heavily armed. It's coming. We'll just wait. Knife then turned his gaze to the corner of the alley, where Chen Hao, a small security guard, was squatting on the ground smoking a cigarette and responded to him with a confident gaze. The script they had all rehearsed in advance. And a little while later Qin Xiaoqiao passed by. The punks come out to harass her. Then he jumps right in to save her and capture her heart. It's perfect. But they waited half a day for the result. The pack of cigarettes is almost finished, and there's still no sign of anyone. And just then, Zhang Che's car brushed past them. Zhang Che keenly spotted Chen Hao's figure. And some punks? Why is this guy Chen Hao hanging out with the punks? They seem to be squatting? Zhang Che glanced at Qin Xiaoqiao beside him and instantly understood. All men. Could he not know what this guy Chen Hao was thinking? He then slowly stopped the car as he prepared to accompany Chen Hao in a play. Don't you want to act? I'll let you act it out today. Mr. Zhang Che, it's okay to get off here. It's just that my neighborhood is right in front of me. Zhang Che smiled and helped her open the car door. After the two of them stepped out of the car, Chen Hao was a bit confused. Damn, Qin Xiaoqiao is already so close to him? But as soon as he saw Zhang Che's face, he was furious beyond measure. The young girl that he was so easily attracted to. But this dog man had gotten to her first. Brother Blade, that girl is Qin Xiaoqiao, the girl I like, and the guy next to her. You guys help me waste him. The Blade brothers looked at Chen Hao's voice and saw a man and a woman. The girl was still wearing the uniform of Shilan School. To be honest, when they saw Qin Xiaoqiao, they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It's so beautiful. One of the boys spoke in a lowered voice. Asterisk me. Such a pretty girl? Why don't we try it ourselves? This is the first time I've seen such a pure chick. She's hundreds of times better than those hair salon girls. Brother Blade also swallowed his saliva. What the are you guys thinking? My brother Knife could do something like that to take away my brother's woman? Besides, it's not like you guys haven't seen Chen Hao's fighting strength before. We can't even beat him together. It's part of being colored. Let's play along with him. The man beside him. Let's not fight. Look at the car he's driving. It's a Maybach. License plate number A99999. It's not something we can afford to offend. This Chen Hao. And let us waste that man? It's not like you're the one in jail. The punks still have eyes. It's hard to be a punk these days and learn to read people's minds. Once there was a big brother is to eat the loss of uneducated. See other people's car label is B. Thought it was BYD. He beat them up, but they drove a Bentley. So he got someone to kill him. Qin Xiaoqiao also noticed the abnormality around her, and her delicate body trembled slightly. These dozen or so punks knew at a glance that they weren't too easy to mess with. Senior Jiang Che. Should we call the police? Shall we go first? Jiang Che shielded her behind him, completely unconcerned. Chen Hao, who was hiding in the shadows, was already rubbing his fists. This wave of heroes rescuing beauty. Not only can he capture Qin Xiaoqiao's heart, but he can also beat up Jiang Che. Two birds with one stone. But when Dagger and the others approached, they were confused. Jiang Xiao? The iron rod that Knife Brother was carrying in his hand was also dropped on the ground, and he ran to Jiang Che with a flattering face. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth twitched as he watched. Blade's group of minions all froze. This big brother how not to follow the script to play but what big brother does? They did what he did. They dropped their weapons in droves. You are? Jiang Xiao, you don't recognize me, it's normal. I'm just a small punk. You call me Knife on the line. I work for Lung. Lung works for Kung. Kung is a hired hand in Mr. Wang's family. Jiang Che. This Mr. Wang. Who else could it be but that Wang Zhangai? What a laugh. Wang Zhangai can be called Wang Dongzi. Really is a food chain chant? Brother Knife Brother Dragon Brother Chang Wang Zhang Jiang Che. I'm really laughing at Mr. Jiang. So what are you guys planning to do? Want to come and rob me? Jiang Che opened his mouth. Where? How dare we rob you? It's like this. Blade had told Jiang Che the complete story of what happened, and it was just as Jiang Che had guessed. But Qin Xiaoqiao was confused. Senior Jiang Che. Who is Chen Hao? Why don't I have any impression? While not far away, Chen Hao was a bit anxious. Why are these guys so unreliable? Saying yes to the script. Why don't they follow the script? I told you to teach Jiang Che a lesson. Why are you guys still chatting? Chen Hao was slightly displeased that the level of these punks was still too low, but now he was ready to do it himself. There was a loud bang in the sky, and Chen Hao shone. Tai. What do you punks want in broad daylight? P.S. To explain to everyone, Qin Xiaoqiao and Jiang Che in the same grade. We here in the senior or older than their own age are called seniors. The same grade can also be called seniors, because the name of the senior is easier to draw close to the relationship. Well succeeded in the water 90 words. Chapter 77, Chen Hao entered the bureau. Qin Xiaoqiao mother and daughter breakup. The air was slightly awkward. Chen Hao seemed to be living in his own world, completely unaware of the fact that things had gone over in another direction. Don't worry, beautiful, I'll help you beat up these assholes. With that he rushed towards Blade and the others, directly taking the lead by punching a skinny greenhorn. Took the first kill. He hates guys with dyed green hair. After Blade and the others reacted, they glanced at Jiang Che and then at Chen Hao. It's easy to see what's more important. Brothers, do it. Beat him to death. Just this kid still wants to get his hands on Jiang Xiao's woman. Blade led the charge, picking up the iron bar on the ground and charging forward. Chen Hao was a bit confused. How come even the lines were changed? But the lines were changed. The plot was fine if it wasn't, but he knew very well. Blade and these people were no match for him. A great master of the middle dark force. It's better to keep your hands to yourself to prevent hurting them. He was going to stay his hand, but Blade and the others wouldn't, and a solid iron bar hit him, barely sending him to the Teiyukai. You guys. Before he could speak, the iron rods fell on him like rain. After Chen Hao endured a few sticks, he instantly stormed up. The strong force belonging to a dark force powerhouse burst out, sweeping away a few punks with a single punch. Blood was oozing out of his head, turning his eyes red. You guys deserve to die. You guys are really trying to beat me to death. Chen Hao was about to explode with anger. It's amazing that he's being acted out. How could an ordinary gangster be a match for a dark force powerhouse? The reacting Chen Hao knocked them down in 3 or 2 hits, then took a step towards Jiang Che. Xiao. Jiang Che is no good. You should leave him. Qin Xiaoqiao was originally a bit scared, but after hearing Chen Hao insult Jiang Che, she instantly became angry. Fairies can be scary when they're angry. Running to Chen Hao was overjoyed at the sight. Hero saving beauty really works. The ancients honestly don't deceive me. But the next second, he just felt a pain in his crotch. Qin Xiaoqiao's teasing kick was horrifying as hell. I told you to scold Senior Jiang Che? You dead pervert. I don't even know you. And you're still trying to make up the stupid trick of a hero saving a girl? Chen Hao collapsed a bit, covering his crotch in pain. He fell to the ground. And just then, the police arrived late. Who called the police? 2 police cars came and a team of police officers came down, the leader of which was also an old acquaintance of Jiang Che's. Hey, Huma-chan, long time no see. Wang Yanran looked towards Jiang Che. or to be precise, Qin Xiaoqiao by his side. I'll be damned. Scum. A scum at a young age. What's going to happen later? I should have bitten you off when you were a kid. Wang Yanyan's heartfelt words had truly thundered Zhang Che to the ground. Officer, I'm the one who called the police. Qin Xiaoqiao raised her small hand, and Wang Yanran walked over to her side, taking another look at the young girl. Zhang Che, this dead asshole, has a pretty high vision. All pretty girls, ho, bah, what's the situation? A fight? Here's the thing. Qin Xiaoqiao told Wang Yanyan the whole story. All of you come back to the station with me and take them all away. Sister Huma, do I have to go too? You're going too. Wang Yanran's scalp tingled at Zhang Che's eyes, and she turned away with a red face. As for Chen Hao, already passed out from the pain of the Eni leg tease, even for a dark powerhouse, being kicked in the crotch, it's time to fall. Following Lin Yu, Chen Hao also went in, and takes the lion's share of the blame because he was the one who started the fight against the punks, and the punks dropped their weapons. You went up there and knocked one down with one punch. As for Knives and the others, it's even more dismal because of the suspicion of black power, starting at least 5 years. During the time Qin Xiaoqiao was in the police station, Wang Lili naturally learned the news. That would be pretty bombastic. The woman stormed into the police station in a huff. The moment he saw Qin Xiaoqiao, he almost died of anger. Qin Xiaoqiao, what do you really want? I spent so much money to send you to school, and you didn't study. You're still in jail, right? In her opinion, going to the police is the same as breaking the law, may also leave a record. The future exams will be seriously affected. Her hope was, when Qin Xiaoqiao grew up, she could also become a teacher, or a doctor or something like that. This kind of iron rice bowl would be more fragrant. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she walked over to Qin Xiaoqiao, raising her palm and preparing to slap it down, but it was stopped dead in its tracks by a large hand. You? Wang Lili was even more infuriated after seeing Zhang Che's face. Why was this dude also there? Sure enough, a dude like Zhang Che must often commit crimes and go to the police station. His own daughter definitely needs to keep a distance from him. Qin Xiaoqiao opened her eyes trembling. She was all ready to be beaten. The slap, however, was stopped by Zhang Che. Zhang Che, senior? Zhang Che glanced at Wang Lili. MS. Wang, is this your upbringing as a teacher? Hitting someone without asking what happened? Just kidding. Qin Xiaoqiao had already become his own person. Even he didn't want to bully Qin Xiaoqiao. No one else should even think about it. Zhang Che was actually a possessive person. Or rather, this is the nature of the vast majority of men. Wang Lili was confused and glanced at Zhang Che, then at Qin Xiaoqiao. Good. Qin Xiaoqiao, I said, why have you become rebellious lately? So it's because you're in love. It's still this dude Zhang Che. Didn't I tell you? You can't fall in love until you graduate from college. Wang Lili was about to die of anger. But Qin Xiaoqiao is not a soft persimmon now. After all, just now all sent Chen Hao a teasing leg. Straight away, she raised her eyes, with senior Zhang Che by her side, gave her great courage. She's going to have a showdown with her own mother. Mom, you control too much. You control my studies. You control my life. You even have to master my mind. You're already about to drive me crazy, you know? You and Dad say you love me, but I've never felt a single ounce of love from you. All you've ever given me is pressure. I am not your daughter. I'm just a tool you use to show off. And, senior Zhang Che is also not a dude at all. He's someone I like. You don't understand him at all. The young girl hissed out, tears snapping and falling, but her gaze was unmistakable. Chapter 78, Qin Xiaoqiao suffers from depression? Wang Lili let go. Lili Wang was confused. She had not expected at all that her daughter, who was usually incredibly well behaved, would say such things to herself. Unbelievable dismay showed in his eyes, but soon, it turned to annoyance. Qin Xiaoqiao, how dare she? There are so many cops here. It makes her sound like some kind of a woman of 10 evils. Qin Xiaoqiao, I'm your mom. Can't I still control you? And Zhang Che, he's really not suitable for you. A rich second generation like him. He's just playing around with you. He won't be interested at all. I'm doing this for your own good. You guys are just two worlds, no? Qin Xiaoqiao was silent. Her shoulders were trembling. Her tears snapped and fell to the ground, clenching her pink fists tightly. Senior Zhang Che and her were not destined to be in the same world. And how could she not know that? The girl called Yi Mengya was both pretty and from a good family. But she's already in love with Zhang Che. She coveted the love that Zhang Che gave her and loved the scent of his body, just thinking that she could fall asleep holding him every night. What she actually knew, she was not worthy of Zhang Che at all. Zhang Che couldn't help it. Even if you're lecturing your daughter, why are you stepping on me? Didn't I just abduct your daughter for being a dime a dozen? Why are you like this? With an arm around Qin Xiaoqiao's waist, she glared at Wang Lili. Mr. Wang, you never gave her what she wanted. All you brought her was stress and pain. Do you know? Xiao Xiao has suffered from depression. Zhang Che's words were so shocking that even Qin Xiao Xiao herself was slightly stunned. Then only, Zhang Che pulled out a medical diagnosis from his pocket, which showed, Qin Xiao Xiao, severe depression, and accompanied by suicidal tendencies. Wang Lili looked dumbfounded, and then her hands began to tremble slightly. She was old-fashioned, but not illiterate. Other parents call depression pretentious when it is mentioned, but Lily Wang, after all, is a highly educated person and knows very well, depression is a serious disease that can kill. This Xiao Xiao, when did this happen? Why didn't you tell mom and dad? Lily Wang's voice was trembling, but Qin Xiao Xiao was also very confused at this time. I'm depressed? How come I don't know? Although she was driven to despair by her mom and dad, she should not be depressed, much less have any suicidal tendencies. She was still counting on getting into a higher education institution to completely get rid of the control of her parents. How could she be so fragile to commit suicide? But after all, Qin Xiao Xiao was a scholar, and quickly understood Zhang Che's meaning. This medical diagnosis must have been forged by Zhang Che. The two of them, Xiao Xiao and Zhang Che, are heart to heart and are ready to put on a big show for Wang Lili. The young girl revealed a forlorn look and looked at her mother in despair. I don't talk to you guys? I'll talk to you guys. Will you listen? Mom, you guys keep pushing me to study, and I'm really trying my best, but I still can't live up to your expectations, and I'm tired. Xiao Xiao Wang Lili was anxious. Severe depression is not a joke. She was really afraid that Qin Xiao Xiao would do something stupid. Someone is in a hurry, but don't say who. Mom, you guys are really pushing me too hard. Sometimes when I pass the big river in front of the school, I want to jump in. Don't. Mommy won't force you. Lily Wang shook her head. You won't, and you'll continue to stress me out when I get home, and I'm really close to living enough. My life was already dark, but until I met Senior Zhang Che, he was like a light that shone into my life. After that, Qin Xiao Xiao went wild with her acting skills. Zhang Che's scalp was a little numb from watching. In short, it sings the praises of Zhang Che's goodness, and I can't live without Senior Zhang Che. After 10 or so minutes of passionate speech, he managed to bluff Wang Lili. In fact, if there wasn't that depression diagnosis from Zhang Che, Qin Xiao Xiao saying any more would be useless, and what she would get in return would only be a slap from Wang Lili. Mom, don't push me, okay? It's almost graduation now. With my grades, even if I don't study next, I can still easily get into Qingbei. Mommy won't force you. Let's go home. Wang Lili tried to take Qin Xiao Xiao's hand, but the young girl shook her off as if she had been electrocuted. I don't want to go home. Mom, you'll beat me. In an instant, the police officers in the police station who were originally eating and watching the show narrowed their eyes and the smiles on their faces tightened. Have sat up straight. Domestic violence? Maybe. I'll get one more hit before the end of the day. A rare look of heartache appeared in Wang Lili's eyes, but she didn't regret it, because being strict with her is for her own good. Xiao Xiao, mommy will be looser with you from now on and won't hit you. And at this moment, Zhang Che understood. It was time for himself to appear. Directly pulling over Qin Xiao Xiao's arm, she protected her behind her back, her expression indifferent as she looked at Wang Lili. Mr. Wang, Xiao Xiao will only feel pain when she's with you, but she's happy when she's with me. So for her sake, let Xiao Xiao stay at my home for a while. It's a figure of speech. The two of you, yourself and Qin Xiao Xiao, had been singing a double act for so long, wasn't it for this? Wang Lili's eyes widened. Letting her daughter live in a dude's house? How is this possible? No way. Xiao Xiao, this Zhang Che is a dude. Mom, then I'll just have to die for you. Lily Wang, for the first time, she felt her daughter getting farther and farther away from her. Auntie, Xiao Xiao is also an adult. If you're not willing to let go, I'm afraid that with Xiao Xiao's condition will lead her to commit suicide. Zhang Che, this mouthful of auntie, shouted her almost to a brain hemorrhage. Is this already a clear sign? Wang Lili's entire body completely collapsed. Ghost is your aunt, letting your own good daughter go and live with Zhang Che, this uneducated rich kid? What will happen then? Is there any need to think? No way. You can't live together. Mom, don't force me. Qin Xiaoxiao's voice revealed a resolute emotion. It was a stalemate for about 10 minutes. Wang Lili sat down disheveledly on the ground, and in an instant it was as if she had aged 5 or 6 years. You guys go. Xiao Xiao, why don't your dad and I make you some meals every day and send them over? Zhang Che refused directly. Auntie, no need. Are you kidding? You want to be a light bulb? Not even the door. Qin Xiaoxiao naturally didn't dare to look at her own mother either, but at the same time her heart couldn't hold back her excitement. Great. Am I considered to have eloped with Senior Zhang Che? But does it look like something will happen to Mom in this state? Mom, your love for me is so extreme. I'm scared. Zhang Che held Qin Xiaoxiao and was ready to go home. Lily Wang, Xiao Xiao, Mom won't force you. Come back, okay? Wang Yen Yen, could you Jiang Che? Stinky thing, you're going to bring a woman home? You're hiding a woman in your house? I'll talk to Auntie Jiang and the others later. Chapter 79, Cat witnesses everything. Well done, baby. Extra dinner for you tonight. Jiang Che carried Qin Xiaoqiao into the passenger seat. The young girl showed a touch of shyness. It wasn't your bad idea first? I'm just cooperating with you to act. Senior Jiang Che, let me ask you a question. Qin Xiaoqiao suddenly became serious and even took one of Jiang Che's hands. Any problems wait until we get back home. Jiang Che's car had already driven into the Jiang family villa. And this villa now had no more idle people who would come in addition to Aunt Chen. His cheapskate mom and dad have moved away to create a good environment for him. Welcome to your new home. Jiang Che stopped and picked up Qin Xiaoqiao, causing the young girl to be shy once again. I can walk. Jiang Che carried her directly into the house, and while Qin Xiaoqiao was shy, her big eyes were secretly surveying this big villa. It's really big and luxurious, and you can tell at first glance that it's worth a lot of money. At the same time, it also let her know the naked truth. She and Jiang Che were ultimately people from two worlds. It was impossible for Jiang Che to marry her, even though what her mother said was outrageous. But it was indeed a fact that everything was just a moth to the flame for her alone. As soon as Qin Xiaoqiao thought of Yi Mengyao, she felt a strong sense of inferiority. Like Yi Mengyao kind of beautiful and good academic performance is also very good. Or 1,000 gold miss. Door to door. It's not just talk. Coquette, what are you thinking? Didn't think of anything. Qin Xiaoqiao blushed slightly. Just then, Aunt Chen walked in with a big bag of bought vegetables. She's scheduled to come in and cook for breakfast, lunch and dinner every day. Aunt Chen smiled and retreated after seeing that Jiang Che was staying with a young girl. Auntie Chen, make some congee for dinner. Jiang Che led Qin Xiaoqiao directly upstairs after he finished speaking. This child. Aunt Chen also smiled helplessly. Jiang Che was the one she had watched grow up, so naturally it was impossible for her to say anything more. But she just had some feelings. The child has grown up. Don't worry, Auntie Chen will leave after cooking. Qin Xiaoqiao. Wang Lily returned home disoriented. Lily, where's Coquette? Where did it go? A man with glasses put down the newspaper in his hand and asked with a frown. Wang Lily was silent for half a day, and finally slowly opened her mouth to tell the truth. After saying that, Wang Lily opened her mouth again in excitement. My daughter absolutely can't stay with that Jiang Che. I'll bring her back in a few days. That Jiang Che is an uneducated dude. Looking at his indignant wife, Qin Xiao sighed. Lily, I told you not to let you push your daughter too hard. And now what? Something's wrong. Wasn't that for Xiao Xiao's good? Wan Lily was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. Her Xiao Xiao will be ruined by that Jiang Che. Okay, that's it. If you pick up Xiao Xiao, she's going to make a scene. Qin Xiao put on his glasses and looked a bit old-fashioned because he was a language teacher. What about Xiao Xiao? You're just going to watch that Jiang Che destroy her? So what do you want to do? Isn't it all you're doing? I did it for Xiao Xiao's sake. Take my word for it. The young man shouldn't do anything out of the ordinary. After all, Xiao Xiao is still a clean girl. Qin Xiao apparently didn't know enough about his daughter who was given to him for nothing. I hope. But they're obviously going to have trouble sleeping at night. Chen Hao was bailed out by the Guwu Chen family, but it also used his one chance to borrow the family's power, and he now has one last one left. Damn Jiang Che, I'm going to kill you. He had never wanted to kill someone so much before. To think that he, a great master of the middle stage of the dark force, had been fooled by an ordinary person. His beloved was still defiled by him. It was simply unbearable. If after the 3 chances were used up, the family would force him to return inside the family and undergo bitter training. If he could become a Huanjing powerhouse, then the position of the family head would definitely be secure. However, Chen Hao himself knew very well that he was originally a martial arts genius, stepping into the dark force at the age of 9 and becoming a mid-dark force at the age of 11. However, his martial arts suddenly stagnated at the age of 12, and had been stuck with him for 12 long years. A fortune teller had said that his opportunities lay outside, and once he returned to the family, I'm afraid he'll have trouble refining his martial arts training by an inch for the rest of his life. But fortunately, he still had a real sister, and when he thought of his sister, Chen Hao's irritated mood gradually regained its calm. A genius sister who stepped into Huanjing cultivation at the age of 18. The genius sister helped him buy a lot of time to develop. Chen Hao's goal was also very simple, to seek opportunities in the secular world, to break through the Huanjing cultivation level, or even to step into the realm of the legendary patriarch, then back to the family for a clean slate. Chapter 80 Ancient Martial Arts Chen Family, Chen Ningxuan, an antique door plaque. It was clearly inscribed with one large word, Chen. This character Chen was obviously written by a high-ranking person and contained a certain indefinable aura. Ancient Martial Arts Chen Family. In the Dragon Country belongs to the second-rate ancient martial arts family. Only with the master-level strongman can step into the ranks of the first-class ancient martial arts family. Once Chen Hao became famous at a young age, stepping into the Dark Force at the age of 9, and the middle stage of the Dark Force at the age of 11. He was placed with infinite expectations by the Chen family. My Chen family, Chen Hao, has the qualifications of a grandmaster. However, the creation of people, Chen Hao's cultivation has been stagnant since then, falling from a towering genius to a waste. Instead, it was his own sister who replaced him as a dazzling genius. This Chen Hao, he's getting worse and worse? How come after going out, he keeps causing trouble? An old bearded man cursed and spoke. Ha, I heard it was a fight with a punk. After a disciple of an ancient martial arts family enters the secular world, he actually got into a fight with a punk? It's simply a travesty. More than that, Chen Hao even got himself a job as a security guard after entering the secular world? It's almost laughable. A dark strength cultivation to work as a security guard for someone? Obviously, many people in the Chen family were dissatisfied with Chen Hao. If Chen Hao wasn't the son of the previous family head, with his previous style of doing things, he would have been killed a long time ago. Now that the head of the family has closed his eyes to death in order to break through to the sovereign, it's questionable whether he'll come out alive. But just as these people were talking, a young girl in a white practice uniform walked out. Tall, with a competent ponytail and a frosty face, she was a cold beauty. Chen Ningxuan, Chen Hao's own sister, a genius girl who stepped into the cultivation of Huanjing at the age of 18. Her position in the ancient martial arts Chen family was significant. Second uncle, do you guys think that our family head's lineage is failing? So you guys want to replace it? Chen Ningxuan was carrying a taiji sword on her back, and her entire body seemed to blend in with her surroundings. There were quite a few Huanjing powerhouses in the Chen family. 5 or 6 were still there, but Chen Ningxuan, who was at the early stage of Huanjing, made them pay attention. What's more, Chen Ningxuan was only 18 years old, and as long as she didn't meet with an accident like Chen Hao, she would surely become a grandmaster within 10 years. If Chen Ningxuan was a boy, they wouldn't have dared to have any crooked thoughts at all, but she was a girl after all, and there was no way that the position of the head of the family could be held by a girl. Ningxuan, Chen Hao, he's not that genius anymore, not to mention that the old family master still has a dark disease on his body. The probability of breaking through to the sect master is less than 20%. It's time to make a decision on the family master position. Chen Daoguan, these backbones of the Chen family, did not flinch at this time, and directly stared hard at Chen Ningxuan. A trace of false sweat oozed out from Chen Daoguan's forehead. He was also at the early stage of Huanjin, and he was even a little scared against Chen Ningxuan. This 18-year-old baby doll? Is it possible that Chen Ningxuan's strength has broken through again? In the end, Chen Ningxuan gathered her aura and turned to leave. I'll ask you guys to take care of my brother's matter a bit more. Second uncle, I'm sure he will definitely transform and return. The young girl's eyes were downcast, and she was under a lot of pressure. With her father alive or dead, the pressure was now all on her. Unless she immediately breaks through her astral power cultivation now and becomes a Zhongshe powerhouse, she can only drag on. Brother, I believe you. Thinking back to when she was young, when her brother was a teenage genius, that kind of spiritedness, but now her brother had been reduced to a loser. But she still believed her own brother would never fall silent, and would certainly return one day. Brother, when I break through the middle stage of Huanjing, I will definitely go to the secular world to help you. A fresh breeze blew the tresses of the young girl's hair, and a fallen leaf drifted in front of it. 2 emerald green fingers pinched up the fallen leaves, followed by a violent flick. Swish, the leaves quickly flew towards the trunk of the tree more than 10 meters away. Soft leaves, directly shot through the bull-thick trunk, the air with a touch of solemnity. After Chen Hao got out of the bureau, he was fired from Shilan School. There's no way Shiraz School would let someone with a criminal past be a security guard. So, Chen Hao has once again become a hobo. Damn Jiang Che, one day I'll kill you. Chen Hao blamed Jiang Che for all the misfortune that had befallen him. But it's also true. Qin Xiao Qiao, after I step into Huanjing cultivation and regain control of the Chen family, I will definitely come back to look for you again. Chen Hao clenched his fists, and just then, he suddenly saw a job advertisement. Overseas company Ling Che Group will soon return to China and establish a company in Hangzhou, and is now recruiting temporary security guards. Security? Chen Hao precisely extracted the keywords, and there seemed to be a voice in the underworld that kept inducing him. Security. Must be a security guard. The school's security guards have been fired, so it's okay to work as a security guard for a multinational company. In the hospital, Lin Yu, as Chen Hao's difficult brother, was also having a very hard time right now. He has completely lost contact with his second brother. Why? I'm the heir to the ghost doctor. Why can't even my ghost gate 13 needles work? He's tried a lot of things in the meantime, but he really seems to have not lifting. Mr. Lin, Your epididymis is also shrinking. It's very likely that you won't produce sperm in the near future. We suggest that you go to a sperm bank now to do a little self-sperm preservation. It won't cost much a year. It's only a few $1,000s. It's preserved very well now and will last at least 7 or 8 years without losing its activity. The doctor's words were tantamount to giving Lin Yu another head-on blow. Not only is he not lifting, he's even at risk of infertility. Make fun of. He still has a harem to start. And he's thinking of marrying Missy. He's a master down the mountain theater touring Huadu. And it's only been a little over 2 months. And he's all alone? And infertile? Impossible. Why isn't my acupuncture working? Master has misjudged me. The promised 13 stitches of the ghost gate will cure all the world's diseases. The attending doctor sighed when he saw Lin Yu in this state. This kid was already bewitched. Mr. Lin, the function of your reproductive system has been completely lost. Whether it's Chinese medicine or Western medicine, there's no longer any effect. You'd better look on the bright side. Why don't you look away? I'm only ING 20 this year. Lin Yu's spirit collapsed a bit. He was only 20 this year. He just wanted to pick up girls. What's wrong with him? Mr. Lin, don't get excited. You can go to the sperm bank. If you really wait until your other epididymis also atrophies, then there's no chance at all. Lin Yu was silent. Although he was angry, he had to give it some serious thought. Yes. Chapter 81 Lin Yu's last glimmer of hope severed. Jealous Yi Mangyao. Lin Yu finally bowed to reality. Master passed on to him the legendary medical skills. Life and death can be white bones. Cancer and uremia are not a problem. And there are even a lot of female physiological aspects of the medical skills, massage and so on. But the only thing, there's very little medical science about men's medicine. Regarding men's medicine, there are only tonics in terms of aphrodisiacs. Let him be devastated. Master mistook me. Lin Yu muddledly followed the doctors to the hospital for self-sperm preservation. Since he's no longer lifting, he'll have to have a piercing. Give me 10 years of storage and here's the cost. Save for 10 years. A total of $20,000. This directly emptied Lin Yu's wallet. He had just been tricked into taking out a loan of $150,000 now spent. Doctor, you must save it for me. Lin Yu looked at the test tubes. His speech was trembling. This was his last hope. It reminded him of a phrase he once overheard. Young and unaware of the preciousness of essence. Now ruined. He can only shed empty tears at his children and grandchildren. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Our hospital's sperm storage is professional. And each one will have its own number. Then I'm counting on you. Lin Yu cried. Since shattering one of his balls, his character had become softer and softer from his original fierceness, and now he couldn't move without crying. But in the midst of his grief, a group of men with dragons and tigers tattooed on their arms broke into the hospital. Hey, don't touch. The nurse who was carrying Lin Yu's test tube was touched on the arm by the group of punks. A tremor in the hand. Pop. It shattered with a crunch. But at the same time, it was still Lin Yu's heart that was broken. No. Lin Yu completely tensed up and flung himself to the floor. To his millions of children and grandchildren, the doctor said the quality of his sperm is very poor. This is a batch that barely meets the standard. As his condition worsens in the future, the quality and activity will definitely get worse. But now it's being. Who's Rinyu? The burly man at the head looked tigerish and had a scar at the corner of his eye. Isn't Rinyu here? Asterisk. This kid borrowed $150,000 of our loan. He's not going to run away with the money, is he? Obviously. These people are here to collect a loan. As soon as you take out a loan shark loan, they will come by as if they are dying to get you to pay it back. You guys deserve to die. Lin Yu slowly stood up. Those vials of test tubes had all his hopes poured into them. But now, his hopes were shattered. How can you not be angry? Brother Long, this kid seems to be what's his name? Lin Yu, right? It's still true, You kid, hurry up and pay back the money. You borrowed $150,000 a week ago. It's been a week now. $170,000 with interest. You can leave the principal unpaid and pay back the $20,000 in interest first. I return your mom. Lin Yu Ben was on the verge of exploding with anger and directly stormed out, and couldn't care less about anything at all. Just swung into action. But after feminization, Rinyu seemed to be 7 points weaker in battle as well, and his fists were soft. He was a mid-dark force powerhouse, but he was still no match for these punks, and they're all carrying electric batons. It was as if something like an electric baton was constructed specifically for martial artists. The violent electric current on the electric stick can instantly make the internal force in the body of the dark force expert collapse and turn into a plate of scattered sand. Without the internal force of the dark force is still called dark force? With a mournful scream, Lin Yu was brutally beaten again and again and again. You-hoo, I didn't see it coming. This kid is still an ancient martial arts expert? It's a good thing we brought our electric batons. or else we might not be able to beat him. Lung angrily kicked Lin Yu twice. At this point, Lin Yu had already been beaten to death. Brother Lung, this kid seems to look a bit familiar, doesn't he? Seems like the one egg man that was reported on the news the other day? Yoo-hoo! I didn't realize until you told me. Lone Eggman? That's great. Isn't that Kun's favorite? He. This Lin Yu is a bit strong in nature, but his appearance is quite iconic. Brother Chang should be good for that. Carry him away. After breaking one of his balls, Lin Yu's appearance gradually became more feminine, and his features looked a bit softer, and the knocked out Lin Yu had no idea what he was going to face next. Rise and shine, Lazybones, Jiang Che shouted Qin Xiaoqiao up. Senior Jiang Che. Good morning. The young girl sat on the end of the bed and rubbed her eyes, her hair all a little messy and her eyes a little misty, obviously just waking up. Good morning. After washing up, he took Qin Xiaoqiao and went downstairs. It should be said not to say, with Qin Xiaoqiao such a well-behaved and lovely girl by her side is indeed quite comfortable. No man can reject a beautiful girl who is full of you, and if you do, wait and regret it. Auntie Chen came a long time ago to make breakfast. Jiang Che. I don't quite dare to go back to school now. In the car, Qin Xiaoqiao covered her face, blushing to the root of her neck. My dad, he's my language teacher. Mom also works inside the school. I don't know how to face them. Grandpa Butler, you follow that Maybach in front of you. Yes, ma'am. Yi Mengyao sat in the back seat of the Bentley, biting her thin lips in death. She got up very early today, originally planning to go to the Jiang family villa to give Jiang Che a surprise. Instead, she ended up with a scene that nearly broke her heart. Jiang Che and Qin Xiaoqiao walked out of the villa arm in arm. Yi Mengyao knew very well that Jiang Che's parents had moved out, and the two of them, Jiang Che and Qin Xiaoqiao, were alone for the night. Bad Jiang Che. Stinky Jiang Che. Then what am I? Yi Mengyao was on the verge of tears. Jiang Che. I definitely won't give up. I will prove to you. I'm better and prettier than Qin Xiaoqiao. Chapter 82. Auntie, you're thinking too much. It's already my family Xiaoqiao now. Yi Mengyao's little thoughts were naturally all heard by Jiang Che, but he wasn't worried at all. Even if Yi Mengyao had blackened out, she was actually still the same stupid girl. Even if he flirted with other girls in front of her, she would only cry and get jealous and then start looking at herself for the reason. Yi Mengyao, who was sitting in the classroom, thought for a long time and edited a text message to send it to Jiang Che. Jiang Che, what is your relationship with that Qin Xiaoqiao? Jiang Che laughed out lightly. This Miss Ye's jealousy was too heavy, right? What's it to you? Continuing to make a stink face. The offense is now changing shape anyway. Yi Mengyao was angry, but also aggrieved. Why couldn't this asshole coax himself? All day long, he had a stinky face. This mouthy guy. Yi Mengyao had also realized that there was only one way left to capture Jiang Che's heart, and that was to use her only remaining advantage. Yo-yo-san, what's wrong with you? Yuan Heir beside Yi Mengyao poked her. Yuan Heir wasn't in a very good mood lately. Jiang Che hadn't come to her for a long time. Her heart, it just didn't feel right. Not that she could tell anyway. It's just hard. Yuan Heir, I'll secretly tell you something. You mustn't be shocked. Yo-yo-san, you say. Yi Mengyao sneaked up to the little lowly's ear and murmured softly. Yuan Heir's expression was slightly gloomy. She had already guessed it yet, but she still had to put on a look of immense shock. Her small hand covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widened, and she lowered her voice. Sister Yao Yao, you and Jiang Che, can't be? Yi Mengyao didn't notice that Yuan Heir was different. In her opinion, Yuan Heir was just that cute little girlfriend. Yuan Heir's other side was hidden so deeply that only Jiang Che and Yu Weiwei knew about it. Baby Yuan Heir, what do you think I should do? Now he's still got a stinky face. What should I do? Yuan Heir gritted her teeth as she listened. She knew Jiang Che's character too well. This guy was just Pua Yi Mengyao. He's probably snickering behind his back. But on the other hand, she couldn't help but feel her little heart start to throb. Jiang Che had Yi Mengyao and Qin Xiaoqiao by his side. So what was she? She didn't even know how to face Jiang Che herself now, let alone give Yi Mengyao any ideas. So she simply stopped talking and put her head down and played dead. During English class, Wang Lily's gaze shot a few glances at Jiang Che from time to time. My own daughter followed him home last night. Will you be bullied? It's just hard. Until the end of class. Jiang Che, come out with me for a moment. Wang Lily brought Jiang Che to a corner of the school building. His face was always ironic. Student Jiang Che, last night, my family Chow Chow. Auntie, you're wrong. It's my family Chow Chow now. Jiang Che opened his mouth playfully. He didn't have any good feelings for a selfish and overbearing middle-aged woman like Wang Lily, who dared to hit Qin Xiaoqiao in front of him. I don't even want to hit Qin Xiaoqiao, even though you're Xiaoqiao's mother. It's useless. Wang Lily was nearly infuriated with a brain hemorrhage by Jiang Che's words. When did her daughter become Jiang Che's? However, at the same time, Wang Lily also heard the implication of Jiang Che's words. Jiang Che, My daughter is only 18 this year. You dude will ruin her. At this rate, I'll have to give her a grandchild after graduation, won't I? Auntie, I'm in true love with Xiao Xiao. You're being a dude. What are you trying to say? Wang Lily was about to die of anger, but she didn't dare to get angry and curse. I'm bringing Coquette back today. He. You can give it a try and see if Xiao Xiao is willing to go with you or not. She has to go even if she doesn't. Wang Lily snorted coldly. Are you sure you want to drive her to her death? Wang Lily didn't say anything more to Jiang Che, turned around and left. Hurriedly, he came to the class where Qin Xiaoqiao was. Qin Xiaoqiao, come out here. Wang Lily took Qin Xiaoqiao out as well as she did. She wasn't as calm with Qin Xiaoqiao, and was pulling her out by the ears. Qin Xiaoqiao bit her thin lips all the way, not daring to face her mother at all. Qin Xiaoqiao, you honestly tell me. Wang Lily's face turned blue and her voice carried some trembling. She had planned to deny it in the face of her mother's high-handedness, but she really didn't want to be that good girl who only knew how to keep her head down. She has a mind of her own and people she loves. The young girl raised her head firmly and locked eyes with her own mother. Right, I'm living with Senior Jiang Che. He's very gentle with me. Are you happy? She couldn't believe that such vulgarity could come out of her own daughter's mouth. Where did that sweet daughter of hers go? Anger rose from the bottom of the woman's heart. How did I give birth to a like you? How unashamed you are. The woman raised her hand and was ready to slap the young girl, but Qin Xiaoqiao didn't wimp out at all and lifted her face up. Her eyes were glistening with tears, forcing herself not to let them fall. Lily Wan's slap hovered in midair. Remembering her daughter's severely depressed condition, she still compromised. Xiaoqiao, why don't you go home? Mom and Dad won't force you. Not back. The young girl followed Jiang Che, who had obviously learned the hard way, learning to climb up the pole. Since Lily Wang has conceded, then she's bound to ride the face. Lily Wang, raised more than 10 years of daughter, just ran away with someone, and it is still her most despised dude? Uneducated rich second generation. Xiaoqiao, listen to mom tell you. Don't listen. The girl covered her ears and ran off, leaving Wang Lily alone where she was. A feeling of remorse spread from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 83, Yi Mingyao's evening visit. Qin Xiaoqiao hides in the closet. Senior Jiang Che, you know what? My mom came looking for me during this morning, and she wants to take me home. Qin Xiaoqiao wrapped her arms around one of Jiang Che's arms, and the two of them were like a couple in hot love. Oh, and what did you say? Of course I rejected her righteously. I'm so brave. Coquette is awesome. Jiang Che lost his smile and touched Qin Xiaoqiao's head. For dinner, Aunt Chen made sweet and sour pork. 3 dishes in 1 soup. Aunt Chen's cooking skills were better than those of some 5-star hotel chefs, and she directly conquered the little girl's taste buds. Shortly after the meal, Qin Xiaoqiao went to take a bath, and as the young girl shrank into the tub, she revealed a small head, her cheeks pink from the hot steam, long hair scattered in the water like seaweed. Senior Jiang Che's home. It's really rich. Just this one bathroom alone is more than double the size of even her bedroom. There were 4 bathrooms like this one in the Jiang family villa, although Qin Xiaoqiao hated to admit it, but she did gradually become enamored with this kind of life. After all, it was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Senior Jiang Che said that he likes me. Qin Xiaoqiao tried to cheer herself up, but it wasn't long before the whole person was discouraged again. She really didn't have any confidence. She was just an ordinary girl with an ordinary family background, although she was named the school flower, but she really didn't think she was that pretty. On the contrary, she actually has low self-esteem. A family of 100 billionaire like Jiang Che's is definitely all about being in the right place. Slang, blue, thin and mushrooms. After taking a shower, Qin Xiaoqiao was in a good mood. Senior Jiang Che, do you need me to review your homework for you? And just then, the doorbell from downstairs. The corners of Jiang Che's lips slightly hooked. He didn't even need to look. He knew who had come. Her heart pass can hear the hearts of all women from 50 meters away in the surrounding area. Coquette, someone's coming. Ha, someone is coming? Qin Xiaoqiao instantly panicked. Who else could come to Jiang Che's home? It must be Jiang Che's parents or family members. As an ordinary girl herself, if Jiang Che's parents found out, they'll definitely be ruthless and break them up. Mother Jiang, here's $1 million. Take it and leave my son at once. Qin Xiaoqiao, no. Snowflakes drifting. Jiang Che's head was spinning for a while. What was in this young girl's mind? Don't think anything, just know that I won't lose you. You'll always be the special one in my heart. Although these words were very classical, they had a strange effect on a love-brained teenage girl like Qin Xiaoqiao. Yi Mingyao's heart burst with apprehension, and she clenched her hand in death. The young girl was dressed in a long-sleeved jacket, her long hair simply and naturally pouring down, and she had specifically come to find Jiang Che. She knew very well, Jiang family villa was now not only Jiang Che alone, but also Qin Xiaoqiao. Knock, knock. Yi Mengyao knocked on the door again. Soon the door opened. Jiang Che was wearing only a pair of big pants. His perfect and lean body was on display. It's you? Jiang Che deliberately showed a look of disgust. Then it was ready to close. As a result, Yi Mengyao directly and deftly drilled in, ignoring Jiang Che's eyes. He. Jiang Che, I'm here to tutor you. Yi Mengyao was carrying a small school bag, her eyes full of hope. Ha, do I need you to tutor me? Jiang Che stared with a frown. Yi Mengyao's expression puffed up as she stole a glance inside the living room. There was one other girl's shoes in the shoe cabinet by the doorway, and Qin Xiaoqiao was definitely here. She didn't just come to show her love to Jiang Che this time, but at the same time, she also came to declare war. Jiang Che, if you don't promise me, I'll tell my aunt and uncle about the two of us. Jiang Che was speechless. You've learned to make threats. Chapter 84, The Bright Future Yuweiwei Weaved for Yuan Heir. Urban Village. Night. In a low building. Yuan Heir was sitting by the bedside table writing her homework. A small one, no different from a primary or secondary school student from her back. The little loli was barefoot, her jade-white little feet wiggling, biting the pencil and looking at the full moon outside the window, seemingly pondering over the topic. She certainly wasn't mulling over the title. She was so messed up inside right now. Just during the day, Yi Mengyao told her, she was going to gather her courage. She was going to secretly seduce Jiang Che and then declare war with Qin Xiaoqiao. She even pulled her to discuss what kind of clothes would attract Jiang Che's attention more. She didn't say anything. She just silently accompanied Yi Mengyao and watched as she picked out a beautiful sailor dress. She had to admit that she had changed into her sailor uniform when she saw Yi Mengyao. She soured. Although Yi Mengyao's figure could not be described as exaggerated, and could only be considered to be at the level of an average teenage girl in the middle of the road, it was nevertheless 100,000 miles behind her. Compared to Yi Mengyao, she was a plate of dried bean sprouts. Mediocre. The most important thing was, now that even Yi Mengyao had begun to take the initiative to find Jiang Che, what did that make her? How should I face Yi Mengyao in the future? So annoying. It's all Jiang Che's fault. If he hadn't bullied himself, how could this situation have happened? Her poor Yao Yao sister, brainwashed by someone poor without even realizing it. Yuan Heir, what's wrong with you? Is something bothering you? Yu Weiwei, who was sitting on the rattan chair on the balcony, opened her mouth. Her voice was very gentle, and she could not hear at all that this was a patient with advanced uremia. Although Yuan Heir's home is very small, only 70 to 80 square meters, but it has all the essentials. The balcony not only puts a rattan chair, and even a few pots of flowers. Mom, it's nothing. I'm working on a problem. Lori bristled. You don't look like you're doing a question. Yuan Heir's little mind was no different than transparent in Yu Weiwei's eyes. Where's Jiang Che? How come I haven't seen him lately? Don't you mind him. He's just a womanizer, hooking up with one girl after another. I thought he was some kind of big lover when I saw him chasing after Sister Yao Yao before. Bah! So it's a scumbag. Yuan Heir's cheeks were puffed out in anger and she poked the textbook with the tip of her pen. Yu Weiwei let out a giggle. Aren't all rich people like that? But I think that kid Jiang Che should still be quite good. Maybe he'll be a bit of a womanizer, but he's definitely good to the girls. At least he can let the girls be clothed and fed for the rest of their lives. Yuan Heir realized she just couldn't talk to her as a mom. It was so infuriating. Who wants his food and clothing? I'll be able to live without food and clothing on my own later on. Yuan Heir was like an angry blowfish. Okay, a girl should be less angry. It's not good for her health. A good kid like our Yuan Heir who is pretty and has good grades, even if she doesn't rely on a man, she can still have a good life. Yu Weiwei gently pulled over the withered and broken hair in front of her forehead, with a soft smile on her face at all times. Although she was a prostitute when she was young, woman, but did protect Yuan Heir very well, since the adoption of Yuan Heir, directly after the change of a city to live, much less contact with any miscellaneous men. She could rot to the bone, but not her baby. After Yu Weiwei saw Jiang Che again, she did think about letting Yuan Heir embrace the thigh of the richest man's son, casually fall in love with him for 2 years, and she would be clothed and fed for the rest of her life. But then she thought better of it. After all, it's not easy to live off a man. Yuan Heir, remember when you were little? You loved raising cats and dogs the most. In the future you can become a veterinarian and open a pet store. Raise a whole bunch of cats and dogs and poop all over the place. Ha ha. Not funny? Yu Weiwei looked at Yuan Heir's serious expression and only felt a little embarrassed. Yuan Heir lightly bit her thin lips. Mom, when I make money in the future I'll hire the best doctor for you. Yu Weiwei was also silent, but soon revealed a cloudy smile. The next day, the two of them, Qin Xiaoqiao and Yi Mengyao, stared at each other wide-eyed, neither of them convincing the other, especially Qin Xiaoqiao. She couldn't believe it at all. Shouldn't she be a lady of the Yi family? How could she be like this? Yi Mengyao, on the other hand, lowered her condescending head. Abusive husbands are fun for a while, but chasing husbands is a crematorium. Once she was in love with Zhang Che, but now, the road to chasing a husband is still a slow one. And soon after, Zhang Che walked in with his breakfast and sized up both Yi Mengyao and Qin Xiaoqiao. Qin Xiaoqiao and Yi Mengyao both can be heavenly destiny heroine. Vegetarian face at least in 95 points to start. Are one in a million big beauty, like a rare treasure. After placing the breakfast on the table, his gaze went to Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao, from now on, don't come to me dressed like that. Zhang Che's words caused the blood color on Yi Mengyao's face to gradually disappear. She's a big lady. I've already put myself down like this. Why don't you accept me? Stinky Zhang Che, I'll never like you again. I won't say another word to you even if I jump from the 18th floor. Seeing that Yi Mengyao's emotions were about to collapse. You're dressed like that. If the bad guys see you, it could be dangerous. Zhang Che's tone was serious, leaving Yi Mengyao, who was on the verge of an emotional breakdown, blinking her big eyes twice in confusion. Hey, what's going on? Zhang Che, were you concerned about me just now? Yi Mengyao pressed down the ecstasy in her heart and opened her mouth. Zhang Che pursed his lips slightly. Eat your breakfast. Of course he couldn't hang on to Yi Mengyao all the time. After all, he was also his own person now. It was impossible to abuse her all the time. A proper pampering would work surprisingly well. Yi Mengyao had been hanging on to him before. Couldn't he get some revenge? Zhang Che glanced at the time. You don't have to go to school today. I'll give you guys leave in a while. Oh, Qin Xiaoqiao also lowered her head. As for Yi Mengyao, she had been immersed in a joyful mood, biting the bun in her hand in small bites. Her entire heart was sweet. It's the smell of love. Chapter 85, Two Jealous Women. Miserable Lin Yu. After Auntie Chen made breakfast, she was ready to leave. As a result, he saw Zhang Che leading Qin Xiaoqiao and Yi Mengyao down from upstairs. She wasn't particularly familiar with that girl Qin Xiaoqiao, but she knew Yi Mengyao, the Yi family's $1,000 young lady. This news was explosive, but Aunt Chen still sensibly lowered her head and retreated. Although she was an elder who had watched Zhang Che grow up, she knew better that she was just a servant. Brother Zhang Che, this soy milk is very hot. Let me blow on it for you. Although they were full, Zhang Che hadn't eaten yet. Yi Mengyao felt that she had a lot of words that she wanted to talk to Zhang Che right now. Zhang Che actually took the initiative to care about herself? Still worried that you'll be targeted by the bad guys if you dress revealingly? He must be jealous. Happy oh, asterisk asterisk. Qin Xiaoqiao furrowed her brows, glaring at Yi Mengyao who was blowing soybean milk for Zhang Che, hating her teeth. She had gotten a good look at the true face of this Miss Yi yesterday. Super cheeky. Senior Zhang Che, try this bun. It's fragrant. After saying that, Qin Xiaoqiao even gave Yi Mengyao a provocative glance. Qin Xiaoqiao, humph. Yi Mengyao, just you or Missy? You've been hanging on to Mr. Zhang Che before? No wonder he doesn't like you. Yi Mengyao's hostility towards Qin Xiaoqiao wasn't that deep. After all, she had blackened out, since she already knew that Zhang Che was a womanizer. Since she already knows that Zhang Che is a philanderer, then naturally her mind is not so narrow. What's more, she already knew Zhang Che's heart. Although he often treated himself with a cold face, Zhang Che actually still had her in his heart. That's enough, Zhang Che. Shura, it is said that 3 women make a drama, and these 2 women are getting jealous. Dog system, does this aura of mine work? Didn't we agree that the harem wouldn't be messed up? The system did give a rare answer. Respected host, female hosts have their own thinking, and are not NPCs, they will also be jealous. The Lord of the Harem aura can only guarantee that your female hosts will not be completely sickly, and will not stop at nothing in order to possess you alone. Got it. Anyway, no matter if it was Yi Mengyao or Qin Xiaoqiao, it was still necessary to spoil them. Thinking about it, he misses you on air. Eat from the bowl, look at the pot, think about the field. It's people like Zhang Che who are talking about this. It took another morning of dilly-dallying before Zhang Che drew out his free time. He just felt like his entire body was being hollowed out. I can kind of realize why the ancient emperors all died so early one after another. However, Zhang Che wasn't worried because he had the super self-healing factor as a bug skill. Unrivaled regenerative ability can mean more than just the ability to regenerate wounds. After moving his back, Zhang Che walked over to the vicinity of the cat's litter box and started doing his job as a pooper scooper again. After the ragdoll cat named Little Goody saw Zhang Che, it ran over in a frenzy and started licking Zhang Che's fingers, and even rubbed its butt against Zhang Che's hand. Apparently, this cat is in heat. Go away. Don't flirt with me. If you could turn into a cat lady, I might be able to help you with your itch. Meow meow meow. She rubbed against Zhang Che's fingers and meowed a few times. What the hell? Ask me to send you to be sterilized again, believe it or not? Zhang Che had a headache. This cat didn't know what was wrong with it in the past 2 days. It seemed to have been irritated by itself. then it went into heat the last couple nights. This ragdoll cat was all barking outside. Hearing it gave Jiang Che a headache. Meow, the ragdoll cat flopped down and wagged its tail. Jiang Che really couldn't do anything else with her, so he only took out a cotton swab. He learned this from the internet, where he heard that when female cats are in heat, using cotton swabs can help them. Hangtown, in the middle of a nightclub. No, Lin Yu had his hands and feet cuffed with chains, and in front of him stood a bald man. The big bald head glistened in the light. This bald man was clearly the hitman of Wang Zhang's family, and the second in command of the underground forces in Hangzhou. Kung, nicknamed Bald Headstrong. Kung had a lecherous grin on his face. Let go of me. I'm a dark force powerhouse. My two masters. One is the head of the Ghost Doctor sect, and the other is the 19th ranked assassin in the dark world, with the cultivation of harmonization power grand circle. If you dare to make a move against me again, they will definitely not let you go. Lin Yu was so horrified that he was now numb. In the course of those 2 days, he had experienced things that the average man had never experienced in his life. This caused Lin Yu a lot of pain, thinking that he was the heir of the Ghost Doctor, a great expert in the middle stage of the Dark Force. After going down the mountain, he should have been invincible in the world. But why did he have such a rough experience? Not only was his beloved woman taken away from him, but every time he pretended he couldn't, the fights went straight to the station, and now he's pouting. It felt like a dream to him. As for Lin Yu, ever since he was scrapped, his looks had gotten more and more feminine, and even his hair was now long. It was on the verge of becoming a siren. Even if you are a dark force powerhouse, you want to break free from the chains? It can only be described as delusional. It's really worthy of being an ancient martial arts powerhouse. Kung gulped and an evil smile appeared on his face. Hey, let me conk out. Chapter 86, Gu Lingfei returns to China. Wolf King Su Han. Chen Hao has a new job. He was back in a new security uniform, and this time he had acquired 2 new pieces of equipment, a riot baton and a blast shield. It was as if the word security had been imprinted into his DNA and had become part of his life. Security, keep the peace. It's no exaggeration to say, the days when he wasn't a security guard, Chen Hao couldn't feel anything at all. It was a little more comfortable now, and the corners of his mouth rose inadvertently as he watched the newly established company come and go into a number of pedestrians. If Qin Xiaoqiao was put aside, he was still quite happy, but when he thought of Qin Xiaoqiao lying in that guy Jiang Che's arms every day, his mood instantly became unbeautiful. Humph, Jiang Che, you wait for me. I've now found the reason why my cultivation has stagnated. Soon I'll be able to break through and enter the Huanjin cultivation. At that time, even if you're the son of the richest man, I will be able to kill you silently. Chen Hao's eyes showed a touch of ruthlessness, and just then, a group of company executives walked into the company one after another. President Gu is really capable. It's only just moved the company's headquarters into the Dragon Kingdom and the company's market capitalization has risen by several percentage points. That's true, the market is changing rapidly. Mr. Gu is still very smart in business. Okay, don't use our pig brains to think about Mr. Gu, okay? She has made the company public in 5 years by herself, and she is also a super beautiful woman. She is a woman of honor, and I don't know who could marry such a strong woman. TSK. Chen Hao looked at the backs of the few people who were gradually leaving, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva violently. These people had just spoken for half a day, and he had only extracted 2 keywords from them. Superb woman, Presidentess. In an instant, Chen Hao's entire body became excited. Sure enough, he was born to be a security guard. In the school as a security guard can meet a beautiful schoolgirl. In the company as a security guard can meet a cold female president. Excited, he took a deep breath and clenched his fists. This high-cool female president. He must get his hands on it. And just then, far away in the middle of the ocean. Hey, it's annoying. Why can't I get through to Che's phone? Forget it, let's give him a surprise when I go back. I don't know if Che has grown up yet. What kind of meeting gift to bring him? A tall, stunningly beautiful woman biting her thin lips lightly, wearing a chestnut-colored big wave, a white shirt underneath, a black women's suit draped over the outside, and a pair of half-rimmed silver wire glasses, intertwining sexy and intellectual beauty. Bring a transformer? I almost forgot. We haven't seen each other in 7 or 8 years, and Che isn't that little kid anymore. Gu Lingfei lost her smile and said, counting it should be 19 now, right? Buy him a sports car? But Uncle Jiang doesn't lack money, right? Then buy a limited edition. That's it. The woman snapped her fingers. After cleaning up at the company for a while, Gu Lingfei was ready to leave, and just as she stepped out of the company's front door, a youth hurriedly ran up to her. Fifi, do you really want to go back to Dragon Kingdom? When this young man had just appeared, the group of bodyguards around Gu Lingfei instantly surrounded him, pulling out their pistols. Su Han, Gu Lingfei, as a big beautiful woman, And opening a company in a place like Rice, how could she not have a dozen or so bodyguards with her? Fifi, do you really want to go back to Dragon Kingdom? Then I'll follow you back too. Gu Lingfei's beautiful eyes knitted tightly. Su-han, can you stop pestering me? If this guy hadn't once saved her life, she would have had someone blow him away. Su-han, isn't $200 million enough to repay you for saving my life? Su-han opened his mouth a little flustered. Fifi, that 200 million is what I borrowed from you. I will definitely return it. Fifi, you know I really like you. You don't have to pay back the money. You can get out. Several of Gu Lingfei's bodyguards stepped forward, their pistols directly loaded. Su-han was silent, although he was very capable of fighting. But what was the point of being able to fight? The gun is fast at 7 paces, and the gun is fast and accurate at 7 paces. He could only look at Gu Lingfei's distant back, a hint of infatuation flashing through his eyes. From the moment he first met this woman, had fallen madly in love with her. Fifi, wait for me. Even if you go to the Dragon Kingdom, I will still protect you in secret. I will definitely sensitize you with practical actions. He couldn't help but dial a phone number even as he thought about it. Hello? Lord Wolf King. This is Monkey. Is there a new mission? No, I just have an announcement to make. I'm ready to quit the Wolf King mercenaries. What? Monkey was shocked. Lord Wolf King, are you kidding? Our Wolf-Tooth mercenary corps is flourishing nowadays. And you as Lord Wolf King, it's where our wolf souls lie. So why are you quitting? Su-han let out a long sigh. I'm already tired of this life of fighting and killing every day. I'm ready to go back to the Dragon Kingdom. Not to mention, back then, my Su family's entire family was wiped out. I must inquire about the truth. Monkey, Su-han continued to speak. Alright, wait until I go back. After hanging up the phone, Su-han raised his head and looked towards the other side of the ocean. Following Gu Lingfei back was only one of the reasons. He hadn't forgotten. He was still carrying a blood feud on his own body. Jiang Che was completely unaware that Gu Lingfei had made several phone calls to himself. He saw the call from Gu Lingfei. It was another cross-country call, so he treated it as a scam call and just hung up. It's also easy to increase favorability from girl to girl, chatting and becoming BFFs. Although Qin Xiaoqiao and Yi Mengyao still looked at each other wrong now, they were much better than before. The three of them were sitting inside the living room and were eating. There was the sound of a lock being unlocked just outside the front door. LOL. Shul. In the past 2 days, Zhang Yunli came in with a smile on his face, and as a result, the person went numb when he saw the scene inside the living room. Rubbed his eyes. Was she looking at it wrong? Did she seem to see her own son with 2 girls at breakfast? Must have misread it and started over. Zhang Yunli closed the gate back up, then reopened it for a change. Completely taut. Chul. What is this? Zhang Yunli sized up the 2 girls. She had thought. After herself and Zhang Yuan left the house, she made a love nest for her son and Yuan Heir. So Yuan Heir didn't wait, but some other girl came instead? And there's, in it, Yi Mengyao, the first lady of the Yi family? Zhang Yunli only felt that his brain CPU was not enough. Chapter 87, Yi Mengyao, sorry Yuan Heir. Jiang Che, he said he likes you. Qin Xiaoqiao was a bit confused. She didn't actually know Zhang Yunli. This woman who suddenly barged in looked very young. She should be Jiang Che's sister, right? But I haven't heard Jiang Che say he has a real sister? Yi Mengyao was quick to react. She had already had skin-to-skin contact with Jiang Che now, so she naturally wanted to please this mother-in-law even more. Zhang Yunli didn't treat her well before. Auntie Jiang, I was drunk during my last birthday party. Auntie Jiang, I really like Jiang Che now. Yi Mengyao lowered her head as she spoke, and Qin Xiaoqiao on the other side instantly understood. This beautiful young elder sister is Jiang Che's mother? It's really counterintuitive. She and Jiang Che don't look any different from siblings. Who would have thought that it would be Jiang Che's mother? Auntie, my name is Qin Xiaoqiao. 15 minutes later, only then did Zhang Yunli figure out the cause and effect, only to feel a wave of headache. Jiang Che had been chasing Yi Mengyao hard for several years before, and she thought her own son was some kind of great lover, but it turned out, Yi Mengyao was the most scared. Zhang Yunli hadn't treated her well before, and Jiang Che had only given her a bit of a good face in the past 2 days. Auntie Jiang, I really like Jiang Che's. Yi Mengyao was really putting her posture to the lowest level. The condescension of a young lady had long been ground down by Jiang Che. Zhang Yunli also sighed. She didn't expect, during Yi Mengyao's birthday banquet, her own son had actually taken Yi Mengyao away, and at that time, she had even righteously stood on Jiang Che's side, said his son couldn't have done such a thing. She'd do it again if she had to do it all over again. Yao, it's nothing. Since you like Jiang Che, then naturally auntie can't say anything more. Zhang Yunli did have animosity towards Yi Mengyao before, but now that the other girl was already like that, and looking at her, it seemed like she was still aggrieved here at Jiang Che's place. Yao, give me a hug. if Xiao Che bullies you in the future? Just tell me. After pacifying Yi Mengyao, she looked at Qin Xiaoqiao again. Xiaoqiao, hugs too. Zhang Yunli only felt that he was a bit headstrong. What was his son preparing to do? But she was completely brainless in her favoritism towards Jiang Che. What happened to having more girls around? It shows that her son has charisma. No one else can even envy it. Chul, baby Wan Heir, what are you going to do? Zhang Yunli remembered Yuaner and asked directly. Jiang Che, obviously. This old mom of his has almost zero emotional intelligence. He had only just taken care of Yi Mengyao and Qin Xiaoqiao's cultivation, and you damn well stirred Yuaner into the mix as well. In Zhang Yunli's opinion, Yuan Heir had also been eaten by his own son long ago. Yi Mengyao froze, seemingly somewhat unbelievable in general. Auntie Jiang, the Waner baby you're talking about, is it called Yuan Heir? Do you know Wan Heir baby? Zhang Yunli asked. Jiang Che. He had also expected to use Yi Mengyao to threaten Xiaowaner in this way. Little girl, you also don't want our things to be known by your Yaoyao sister, right? Now it's fizzled out. Wow. Yi Mengyao revealed a bitter smile. Of course, she's my best girlfriend. It was only at this time that Zhang Yunli had some second thoughts. Ahem. Actually, there's nothing between Xiao Che and Yuan Heir. But how could Yi Mengyao believe it at this time? She remembered again the time she came to the Jiang family before and saw that scene. Now it seems, it wasn't a hallucination of his own. It should be real. But, how could her Wan Heir? Obviously, he had already said that he wanted to chase Jiang Che, and Wan Heir knew about it. Why do you still want to be like this? The Yuan Heir in Yi Mengyao's heart was an innocent little lowly. The best girlfriend? How can you be such a prying girlfriend? I'll go first, huh? Shul, you. Take it easy. Zhang Yunli coughed dryly. This mess is better left to his son. Once again, only the three of them, Jiang Che, were left in the large living room. Jiang Che. Yi Mengyao wanted to ask something, but she didn't dare to open her mouth. After all, she hadn't even gotten her own name down yet. Jiang Che had managed to raise her favor a little bit. She didn't want to let the relationship fall back down to the freezing point. Yuan Heir. I didn't touch her, but I like her. Jiang Che's persona has always been very stable. He's cold and hot towards Yi Mengyao. In terms of pulling, no one can pull him yet. Of course, there was another layer of meaning to Jiang Che's words. It was up to Yi Mengyao to comprehend it. Yi Mengyao's heart was sour. Jiang Che said, he likes you, Wan Heir? In other words, even Wan Heir's position in Jiang Che's heart is higher than her own? But the relationship between her and Jiang Che before was clearly the most recent. If she hadn't spoiled all of Jiang Che's love for her, she must be the one who was being spoiled right now. Jiang Che, if you really like Wan Heir, I can help you. Qin Xiaoqiao, who was on the side, was greatly shocked even though she didn't quite understand some of it. She remembered what Yi Mengyao had just said to Zhang Yunli. Wan Heir is my best friend. Is there a sister who screws her best friend like that? Although Jiang Che didn't say it, Yi Mengyao roughly guessed it. He liked Yuan Heir, but Yuan Heir was in the way because she was her best friend, so she decisively rejected Jiang Che. She still knows Wan Heir very well, and is definitely not the kind of person who pries her best friend's corner. But now Jiang Che likes Yuan Heir so much. I'm sorry, Wan Heir. Jiang Che, he said he likes you. Chapter 88, Sister Yao Yao. Don't test me. Can I confess? Hubby, why are you acting so calm? If He Changkong and his wife knew that Xiao Che had eaten his daughter dry, then wouldn't my previous words become a joke? Zhang Yunli and Yi Mengyao's mother, Lin Shui, were BFFs, and she didn't even dare to talk to Lin Shui now. Afraid I'll accidentally slip up. Zhang Yuan's acceptance was relatively strong. Yoo-hoo, this kid is quite impressive. Accomplished what I wanted to do when I was young but didn't dare to do. Zhang Yuan was also an ordinary small beggar when he was young, and step by step he became 100 billionaire, more or less a protagonist. There must have been some confidants and whatnot when he was young, but in the end, he was still eaten to death by Zhang Yunli. It's obviously loaded with a harem template, but it ends up being a pure love fighter. After Zhang Yunli heard Zhang Yuan's words, her beautiful eyes knitted tightly as she raised her hand and pinched his ear with a somewhat fierce expression. What's the matter? You want to get your foot in the door too? Zhang Yuan smiled sarcastically. How could that be? I'm just saying. Just kidding. If he dared to step on 3 boats, his old man, whose cultivation had reached the level of Grand Master, would definitely carry a 40-meter-long sword over to cut him. Then what should we do? The marriage that the Yi family proposed with us earlier. Do we still need to marry? Zhang Yuan frowned helplessly. Union my ass? If Xiao Che and Yi Mengyao get engaged, what do you want the other girls to think? Use your brain, will you? How am I not using my brain? In my opinion, our Xiao Che was probably stimulated when he chased Yi Mengyao before and awakened some extraordinary attribute. This might just be the beginning, but it doesn't matter. Our Jiang family has plenty of money anyway. Let Xiao Che go on his wave. It's best to have more children so that the Jiang family can prosper. Jiang Yunli, She wanted to spit something out, but the words wouldn't open her mouth. Early the next morning, Yi Mengyao and Qin Xiaoqiao, who had taken a 2-day vacation, had returned to school again. It's been quite a rush for a number of people over the past few days. For Yuan Heir, Yi Mengyao and Jiang Che took a vacation at the same time. I'll be damned if I can do good. For Qin Xiaoqiao's parents are even more tormented. These 2 days inside they gave Qin Xiaoqiao played a dozen phone calls. Fortunately Qin Xiaoqiao connected, or they will certainly have to call the police. Although Qin Xiaoqiao said inside the phone call that she was just a guest at Jiang Che's house to help him with his homework. Both Wang Lily and Qin Shou actually knew the outcome, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, they were the ones who had forced their daughters into this situation with their own hands. Wang Lily's heart was filled with remorse. When the time came during class, sneakily called Qin Xiaoqiao again. Qin Xiaoqiao looked at her somewhat haggard mother. Mom, I've had a good 2 days. Jiang Che he's really good to me. Wang Lily looked at her daughter seriously and finally let out a long sigh. Lifting his hand, he gently touched the young girl's cheek. Coquette had this look on her face, and it really didn't look like she was faking it. Xiaoqiao, it was Mom who was wrong before. In the past few days your father and I have thoroughly reviewed our own mistakes. We did go a bit overboard with you in the past. Qin Xiaoqiao's eyes were also slightly moist. Being angry with her parents, is it not torturing herself? Mom, I've met Jiang Che's mom in the past 2 days, and she likes me a lot. Qin Xiaoqiao spoke in a small voice. Hey, Xiaoqiao, you pay more attention to your body. The dude she once despised the most had cheated away the precious daughter she had raised for 18 years. How is this not a great irony? Hey, Mom is old and just wants to see you well. Wang Lily looked at Qin Xiaoqiao with incomparably complicated eyes. Qin Xiaoqiao was already at a disadvantage. After all, she had eloped after Jiang Che for more than a week. They also lied to them about being depressed and were very upset. Wang Lily continued to speak again. Your father's health hasn't been very good lately either, so we're going to all move to the school's teacher's dormitory. Dad is sick? Qin Xiaoqiao was anxious. Hey, it's the same old stuff. It doesn't bother me. Qin Xiaoqiao hesitated for a moment. Mom, why don't I go back with you? The corner of Wang Lily's mouth inadvertently hooked up. For the Qin Shou husband's idea is really good. Her own daughter really eat bitter meat. Hey, that's not necessary. Your father and I have already looked away. Anyway, our daughters have to let go sooner or later when they get older. We actually just want to see more of you while we're still alive. Simple Qin Xiaoqiao was again crippled by her own parents' neglect. Inside the classroom at this time, after a lapse of 2 days, when Yi Mengyao saw Yuan again, more or less with a bit of panic. Well, she came here with a mission. Jiang Che's request is also weird, so perverted to say the least. Sister Yao Yao, have you not been feeling well these past 2 days? Yuan Heir asked knowingly. She actually knew very well in her heart where Yi Mengyao had gone these days, but as Sister Yao Yao's good best friend, she had to ask. Yi Mengyao's eyes fluttered as she looked into the distance with a bit of trepidation. Sister Yao Yao, you shouldn't be again. No thing, these 2 days I came to Auntie. The body is a little not too comfortable. That's why I didn't come to school. Yi Mengyao are a little intolerant. Yuan Heir is her best bosom friend. She is like a brother, so she was prepared to test Yuan Heir's mouth first. Yuan Heir, do you like Jiang Che? When these words came out, Yuan Heir directly froze, as if it was a cat that had its tail stepped on. As much as she didn't want to admit it, but she did like Jiang Che, this stinky man who had been bullying her, the dead pervert. But Yi Mengyao had already been with Jiang Che already. Of course she had to take the initiative to quit. In Yuan Heir's worldview, the term harem did not yet exist. Sister Yao Yao, why are you asking such words again? Of course I don't like Jiang Che. If I liked Jiang Che too, I wouldn't be prying your corner. We're the best of girlfriends. Sister Yo-Yo, don't try it, please. Chapter 89 Jiang Che's excessive demands. Yuan Heir's bowed head. Sister Yao Yao, don't test me. I definitely won't have any more contact with Jiang Che. Yuan Heir screamed in her heart. In her opinion, Yi Mengyao was clearly jealous, knowing that the relationship between herself and Jiang Che had crossed the line somewhat, so she was jealous. My Yao Yao sister, you saw me as your best BFF before, and I sacrificed so much to be your human pillow for 2 or 3 years. Now that your misogyny is over and you've fallen in love with Jiang Che, you're starting to resent me for being the third party? It's fading. It's fading. The feelings are fading. Jiang Che blames you. You pervert. Stinking bastard. Stinking fish. Yi Mengyao glanced at Yuan Heir and felt a pang of frustration in her heart. She really liked Yuan Heir as her little best friend. Cute and cuddly, soft and fragrant. She would definitely like Yuan Heir as well if she were a man. So she didn't blame Jiang Che for being attracted to Yuan Heir, helping Jiang Che chase Yuan Heir. This was the result of her deep thought. But when she thought about the script Jiang Che had given her, he wanted her to break up with Yuan Heir first? Yuan Heir, it's fine if you don't like Jiang Che, otherwise I really don't know how to face you. Yi Mengyao guffawed. then secretly kissed Yuan Heir's delicate face. Yuan Heir's heart was in a state of flux, but her mind had already made up her mind. In the future, she absolutely had to keep a distance from Jiang Che. Sister Yao Yao, don't worry, we're the best of girlfriends. Yuan Heir's eyes gradually became firm. Jiang Che, you bastard, you're lucky to have Yo-Yo. Don't even think about touching me again. Jiang Che, you asshole. By the car door, Yuan Heir desperately pushed Jiang Che away. He glared fiercely at Jiang Che, viciously like a fried milk cat. Jiang Che, you already have Sister Yao Yao. Why are you still holding on to me? Yuan Heir was on the verge of crying. Jiang Che, this asshole, this is not okay. One must make a decision when it's time to make a decision. One can't be so ambiguous with Jiang Che anymore. Otherwise, if He Mengyao knows about it, if He Mengyao found out, the bromance might have to come to an end. Jiang Che, between us, just consider it over, okay? Don't you ever pester me again. Who wouldn't be heartbroken to see the tearful look of the little lowly? But can Jiang Che be an ordinary person? Well, then, I won't pester you. Jiang Che's words caused Yuan Heir to freeze, but then she frowned. That's enough to stop pestering me? How can it be so easy? Does that mean he's lost interest in me? I knew that pervert is a super scumbag who loves the new and forgets the old. Well then, but I have one request. Jiang Che's mouth curled up in a perverted smile. Yuan Heir's heart stopped. She knew that Jiang Che couldn't let her go so simply. What demands? Jiang Che murmured softly in Yuan Heir's ear. Yuan Heir's eyes widened. No way. How about you promise me that I won't even come looking for you in the future? Yuan Heir was silent. Although she liked Jiang Che a little, it was just a hazy feeling. Now she couldn't wait to break off her relationship with Jiang Che, or else she would only fall deeper and deeper into it. Are you serious? The girl raised her watery eyes, tears welling up in her pretty ones, and bit her pink lip dead center. Naturally, it's true. After all, I've spent a lot of effort on you during this period of time. Wouldn't it be a bloody loss for me to get nothing? Without realizing it, the corner of Jiang Che's mouth hooked up. Yuan Heir, this little lowly, clearly already had feelings for herself. Yuan Heir pondered for several minutes before finally nodding heavily. Fine, I promise you, but you can't threaten me with recording frequency or anything, and you can't tell Sister Yo-Yo that after today, don't pester me anymore. It was possible to hear that Yuan Heir's voice was slightly trembling. No problem. Jiang Che took Yuan Heir into his arms and pulled open the door of the Maybach. Yuan Heir had ridden in Jiang Che's car many times, but this time, the mood was especially complicated. Looking out of the window, the girl's mood was incredibly confused. If it was her usual self, I'm sure she wouldn't have agreed. She should have scolded him. Jiang Che glanced at the preoccupied little lowly. Although Yuan Heir was quite scheming, she was still a silly girl in the end. Jiang Che didn't bring Yuan Heir home. Instead, he took her to the middle of a 5-star hotel. Yuan Heir's mood was tense to the extreme, and her entire body tensed up. Jiang Che, I'm at too much of a disadvantage this way. You have to pay me. Yuan Heir clenched her collar. If she simply gave Jiang Che a white whore like this, wouldn't she lose out too much then? Anyway, it's still death anyway. It's better to ask Jiang Che for more money. In the future, Mom's illness will still need a lot of medical expenses. Oh, how much do you want? Jiang Che had taken a good shower and was wearing a loose robe. His mouth was smiling as he surveyed Yuan Heir. Yuan Heir looks smart, but she's actually a little cute. She's on her own ship. You still want to go down? How can I? Yuan Heir was torn for a moment. $200,000. No, 500,000. She remembered that when she first met Jiang Che's mother, Jiang Yuli had given her that card, which was said to have $10 million inside. If she had known that today would come, had she known that this day would come, she would have accepted that $10 million herself. $500,000? Jiang Che looked at Yuan Heir with a playful smile. Yuan Heir's face is worth the price. After all, she's a heaven's mandate heroine, and she's a rare lowly type heroine. You think I'm kidding? And $500,000 to him. It's not really that different from $5. Chapter 90, teaming up to tease Yuan Heir. Little lowly broke down and cried. Outside the hotel, Yi Mengyao glanced at her cell phone and gently closed her eyes, taking a few deep breaths. According to the script Jiang Che gave her, she was in charge of catching the traitor. Jiang Che, you're such an asshole. If you dare to treat Yuan Heir badly, I will definitely bite you to death. The thought of her simple and cute little best friend being tricked and bullied by Jiang Che made her heart ache. And he himself is also responsible for catching the adulterer. This is too cruel to Yuan Heir, isn't it? One is her best BFF and the other is her man. Eldest Missy ended up on Jiang Che's side. Yuan Heir, I'm sorry. Jiang Che, I'm scared. Yuan Heir was really scared. Jiang Che licked the corner of his lips and revealed a smile. I've already given you 3 days off from school. Don't worry about that. Deleted. Yuan Heir has a fever. this chick is so weak, she can't move without a fever. The little face burned red, like a small fireplace, and the comforter was steaming with hot air, wrapped in the scent of a young girl's body. Jiang Che sighed helplessly in his heart. He still had to take care of Yuan Heir. After all, he could not have imagined that Yuan Heir would have a fever. After working most of the night, rubbing alcohol and feeding medicine, the little girl's fever barely subsided. I'm so convinced. Jiang Che leaned on the head of the bed, and after watching Yuan Heir fall into a deep sleep, the whole person helplessly rubbed the corner of his forehead. The next day, Yuan Heir woke up very early. The fever also retreated, but she was still very uncomfortable, nestled in the bed and did not even want to move a finger. The young girl's face went slightly white. Her reason told her she should get up now and immediately draw a line with Jiang Che, but on the other hand, she didn't want to get up. She just wanted to nestle next to Jiang Che, and not move for the rest of her life, because this time, when they went out, they were going to completely draw a line with Jiang Che. Last night, although she was a bit burnt out, Jiang Che did take care of her in every way, just like a mother, ever since she remembered. Besides her mom, Jiang Che was the only one who had ever treated her so well. Now, she was surprised to develop a hint of reluctance, but just then, the door to the hotel was opened. Jiang Che, you guys. Yi Mengyao opened the door stiffly. She was about to start her acting spree. Hearing the familiar voice, Yuan Heir was first slightly stunned, but then her entire mood instantly sank to the bottom. Yo, sis, how did she get here? Between himself and Jiang Che now. Don't. It was only yesterday that she had just sworn with Yi Mengyao that she would never pry her best friend's corner in the future. Yuan Heir desperately curled herself up and locked herself into the bedding, hiding next to Jiang Che, as if this would prevent her from being discovered by Yi Mengyao. Jiang Che, Yuan Heir, why are you guys together? Yi Mengyao covered her mouth and exclaimed. Jiang Che also opened his eyes in a daze, which disturbed my sleep, but soon, he realized, ahem, so it was me who arranged the script. It's fine then, a good show is about to begin. Yi Mengyao is one of those top-notch love brains that has been brainwashed by his PUA and is now blackened. Otherwise how could she have listened to him and done this kind of pitting her bosom friend? As for Yuan Heir, she was jumping around before, always cursing him in her mind for being a pervert. So if she doesn't give him a good beating, Jiang Che is a villain in name only. Yi Mengyao, who let you in? Jiang Che, Yuan Heir, you guys. Yuan Heir, didn't you say yesterday? This is followed by a series of awkward departmental performances, and Yi Mengyao's acting really isn't very good, but it didn't matter. Yuan Heir was now clueless, and some minor flaws couldn't be noticed at all. The whole prying your best friend's wall thing, she's kind of sitting on it, and if there's a crack in the wall, she really wants to drill into it. The spirit is too broken. I can't wait to hide. Sister Yao, I didn't mean to pry you out. The girl couldn't bear the weight and poked out a small head from inside the quilt, teary-eyed, looking as if I could see her. It's people and ghosts who are showing off. Only Yuan Heir is being ignored. Jiang Che wrapped his arm around Yuan Heir's delicate body. Mengyao, you go out first. Yi Mengyao, well, her time as an instrumentalist is up, so please, can you pay for the gig? Yi Mengyao twisted her head and walked away, seemingly huffing a bit. Yuan Heir had already cried until she choked. Sister Yao, it's not what you think. Although she was a small rice bug lying on Yi Mengyao's body, the sisterly feelings between her and Yi Mengyao were definitely real. Looking at Yi Mengyao's departing back, Yuan Heir felt that her only good best friend had also completely left her, thoroughly let out a loud cry. Chapter 91 Great pains to coax Yuan Heir. Yuan Heir was devastated. Although she admitted that she did want to be a millet bug, her feelings for Yi Mengyao were indeed real. Yi Mengyao was her only best friend, but now, her good best friend has completely left her. Her mind was still recalling that look of extreme disappointment in Yi Mengyao's eyes just now. Yo-yo-san, it's not what you think. The little girl was shrinking at the head of the bed. Her mouth was murmuring non-stop, her tears falling like no money, looking very pitiful. Jiang Che leaned against the side of the bed, and the unscrupulous villain that he was looked a little heartbroken. After all, Yuan Heir was abused both physically and mentally. It would be strange if she didn't cry. But baby, you may be without your best friend, but you still have me. In fact, of course Yi Mengyao could not really break with Yuan Heir. Alright, don't cry. Isn't it just Yi Mengyao? I'll help you teach her a lesson when I have time. Get lost. It's all your fault. Yuan Heir desperately broke free from Jiang Che's embrace. The entire group kept their distance from him, their eyes red and swollen like a rabbit. Dead pervert, get the hell out of here. Sister Yo-Yo doesn't want me now either. How am I going to face her from now on? Woo-woo, Sister Yao must really hate me right now. Asshole Jiang Che. If you hadn't brainwashed Yo-Yo, we'd still be good girlfriends now. It was possible to tell that Yuan Heir was really sad right now. Crying all the time made her heart hurt even more. She had never felt so vulnerable. Jiang Che, who possessed the her heart pass, understood that Yuan Heir wasn't pretending this time. She was really quite uncomfortable. He's a man. He hates it when a girl cries. He can't comfort her? Jiang Che helplessly rubbed the corner of his forehead. Look, here's the medicine your sister Yo-Yo bought for you. I'll put it on you. Get out of here. I don't want you smearing me. Yuan Heir directly raised a foot and tried to kick away Jiang Che. But where was she? Jiang Che's opponent? One hand cupped the girl's slender ankle. Jiang Che, you stinking pervert. Ooh. Yuan Heir cried, all hiccups. The heart of the pent-up aggression do not know how long, all like open flood. Crying and crying for a long time. After all, it's still very much a struggle for a large size 45 foot to fit into a small size 38 shoe. What is this medicine? Why is it so cold? The girl stomped her legs and glared at Jiang Che. Jiang Che, from now on we'll pretend that we don't know each other, and you shouldn't come to me. And I don't have the face to see Sister Yao Yao anymore. I'll transfer to another school in a couple of days. Yuan Heir opened her mouth in a serious manner after deep thought. With her grades, even if she didn't have much of a status background, there were plenty of schools willing to take her after she left Shiraz school. Although she hated Jiang Che, she had to say, Jiang Che, as her first man, had given her an incomparably deep impression, and she did like him just a little bit. Oh, you want to transfer? And do you think another school will take you? Jiang Che teasingly opened his mouth. You're on my boat and you still want to get off? How will not take me? Jiang Che, you. Yuan Heir seemed to have thought of something as she viciously glared at Jiang Che. This asshole, does he mean he won't let other schools take me? I don't want to. I don't know how to face Sister Yo-Yo anymore. Dead pervert, oh. Seeing this, Jiang Che gently hooked his lips in a smile. Then he reached out and pinched Yuan Heir's cheeks. Who could refuse a cute and adorable little loli? Don't you touch me. I want to go home. Yuan Heir braced herself to get out of bed, only to flop directly onto the floor, her already reddened knees almost knocking. Jiang Che sighed, then got out of bed and picked her up. I told you yesterday, I gave you 3 days vacation, but my mom still needs me to take care of her. Behave yourself. I'll ask the most professional medical team to get her to the hospital. Advanced uremia isn't untreatable. A kidney replacement can give you more than 10 years of life. Jiang Che's words caused Yuan Heir to freeze. Her beautiful big eyes blinked twice. There were still undried tear marks on her face. She looked dumb and dopey. In short, she was very cute. What? You don't believe me? Yuan Heir lowered her head. How could she not believe it? With Jiang Che's family's wealth, replacing a kidney could only be simpler. In those sadistic novels, what with the president's white moonlight needing a kidney transplant, the sand sculpture hero dug up the heroine's kidney and transplanted it to the white moonlight. In reality, it is simply impossible, because the really rich people have a huge network of relations. There will be no shortage of kidney sources. If you are still worried about finding a suitable kidney, it means you are not rich and powerful enough. Not to mention, what is Lin Yu, the little miracle doctor? For, isn't he just used as a tool? A miracle doctor. It's a shame this isn't used as a tool, man. But Sister Yao Yao, I really don't know how to face her anymore. She'll definitely hate me. Yuan Heir panicked when she thought of the disappointed look in Yi Mengyao's eyes when she was leaving. I think Yi Mengyao shouldn't be that kind of calculating woman. You should just go back and explain to her. Yuan Heir, that's easy for you to say. She's a junior now, a junior who pries her best friend's corner. Baby, your Yao Yao sister is very generous. You know about Qin Xiaoqiao, right? Little Lori nodded in confusion. Of course she knew Qin Xiaoqiao's. Yi Mengyao and Qin Xiaoqiao are also getting along quite well now. Yuan Heir? Jiang Che wasn't prepared to explain anything. He just covered Yuan Heir with a quilt. Take more rest in the next 2 days. Eat more good food to make up for it. Chapter 92. Yuan Heir to live in a villa. Guling Fei calling late at night? This period of time was incomparably torturous for Yi Mengyao. She wasn't in a much better mood than Yuan Heir. Yuan Heir was her closest best friend and Jiang Che was the person she liked. Both of them were very important to her. She didn't even know who to be jealous of anymore. So annoying. Yi Mengyao stomped her foot in anger, and was distracted in class for the past few days. What are you going to do, Yo-Yo-san? On the co-pilot seat, Yuan Heir's eyes looked out of the window and spoke softly. Ha! What do you think? Yuan Heir's eyes widened. Do you think you're an ancient emperor? Jiang Che lightly laughed. With his family conditions, the only son of the richest man in Hangzhou, his mother's Jiang family was even more powerful, and his grandfather was in existence at the ceiling level of combat power in the Dragon Kingdom's ancient martial arts world. Yuan Heir didn't open her mouth anymore. Her feelings became more complicated. Stinky Jiang Che, pervert, I knew you were a scum, king of the sea. The affection you showed to Yao Yao was all a lie. After Yuan Heir returned to school, when she saw Yi Mengyao again, she was embarrassed. Sister Yao Yao, I'm sorry. Yuan Heir lowered her head, her eyes tearful, her small hands clenching the corner of her coat, looking pitiful. Selling out, it was the only thing she could think of. Yi Mengyao's heart was complicated for a while, not knowing how to speak. Heir. Hey, Sister Yao Yao. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Yi Mengyao didn't say anything more. She was now going to pull Heir into her own front. Heir, don't cry. Tell me the truth. Do you like Jiang Che too? The words weren't scripted from Jiang Che. She also wanted to know the truth. If Heir also had feelings for Jiang Che, that was fine. If Heir didn't like Jiang Che, how can a melon twisted by force be sweet? Heir raised her head and glanced at Yi Mengyao. Thinking about it, did he like Jiang Che? Probably. Like it, right? But more than that, it was aggravation. This stinky guy often bullied himself, and he had been threatened by him in all kinds of ways before. It was aggravating to think about it. Sister Yao Yao, I do. I like him a little bit. After Heir finished speaking, she lowered her head, not daring to meet Yi Mengyao's eyes at all. It's over. She's going to lose Sister Yo-Yo completely. Yi Mengyao's expression was complicated for a moment after hearing Yuaner's words, and then she revealed a touch of disappointment. The corners of his lips curled into a smile. Baby Wani, remember what we said before? WH. What? Upon hearing Waner baby's name, Yuaner couldn't believe her ears. We've sworn an oath to enter the same school, marry the same man. Yuaner's face turned red. It was just a joke at first. How come it's true now? At first, it was still Yi Mengyao who took the initiative to propose it, and she agreed to it at that time in order to embrace Yi Mengyao's thigh as a big Buddha. Sure enough, you can't just say that, greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. Oh, so, is Sister Yo-Yo forgiving me? Sister Yao Yao, you're not mad at me anymore? But we said we would be bosom friends for life. Yi Mengyao wrapped her arms around Heir and kissed the little loli on her cheeks with a smile. Heir's heart couldn't help but be flooded with a trace of warmth. Jiang Che is a man of his word. Yu Weiwei was directly received in the middle of the hospital, enjoying the most top-notch medical environment. There were even a few caregivers, and every month, the medical consumption alone was at least around hundreds of thousands of dollars. But this was simply a drop in the bucket for Jiang Che. Chul, you have a heart. Yu Weiwei's face still wore a warm smile. Her smile was infectious. Although her body had been ravaged to the point of being riddled with holes by uremia, Yu Weiwei was definitely one of the most gentle women Jiang Che had ever seen in his 2 lives, and this kind of gentleness had nothing to do with appearances. She may have once worn a false mask of hypocrisy, but her love for Heir was real. Xiao Che, Heir is in your hands. Yu Weiwei was very clear that Jiang Che's help to her was all for Heir's sake. Her vision had always been good, and Jiang Che was indeed a responsible boy. Although he was not worth committing his life to, Heir would definitely not be bullied if she followed him. The main thing is, Heir actually likes him too. Qin Xiaoqiao gave Jiang Che a vacation. You'll have to come to him on weekends from now on. This made Jiang Che somewhat helpless. Xiaoqiao, this girl was still being snubbed back by her parents, but this was harmless to Jiang Che as he had snubbed Heir again. Qin Xiaoqiao and Yi Mengyao still have to go home, but Heir doesn't have to go back. She is just an adoptive mother still received inside the hospital by herself. Heir shouldered the heavy responsibility of tutoring Jiang Che's homework. Auntie Chen, who came to cook at noon, was again and again numb. Why did young Master Jiang Che bring another little girl back? She vaguely remembers that young master. Isn't she quite devoted? But she just lowered her head, and if she still wanted to continue in the Jiang family she would have to pretend she didn't know. Jiang Che, can I sleep next door? Heir blinked her big eyes, trying to budge through. Being able to see that, she already had a psychological shadow over Jiang Che. What do you think? But just then, a phone call came in. Jiang Che's mouth cursed a little. Which one is calling me now? But when he looked down, his brows furrowed slightly. It's her? Gu Lingfei. Chapter 93, going to pick up Gu Lingfei? Wolf King Su Han returned to China. Gu Lingfei, a distant cousin of his own, though a cousin, whose blood ties had long been negligibly thin. I guess it's also a destined heroine. After all, the beautiful president. I know what I'm talking about. Shoo, someone's on the phone. Jiang Che gave Heir a silent gesture. The call was then connected. Chul, why haven't you answered your phone for so long? The voice on the other side of the room carried a slight grumble. Sister Fifi, is something wrong? Oh, Auntie and Uncle should have talked to you before, right? I'm back home now. Can you come to the airport to pick me up? Jiang Che laughed. I'll answer if you ask me to. I'm up half the night picking you up at the airport? Who the hell are you? I'm sorry, Sister Fifi. I'm sleeping at home. Why don't you tell me? I'll get someone to pick you up. Gu Lingfei was silent for a moment, then spoke with a teasing smile. What's the matter, little Che? You're not going to talk about girlfriends, are you? Forgetting about your old sister when you have a girlfriend? I have to say, a woman's intuition can be really accurate sometimes. Okay, I'll take a cab back, okay? But I don't have a place to stay. Help me clean up that room at home. I'll go back to Zhang's house. Gu Lingfei's words caused Zhang Che to be somewhat speechless, and he glanced down at Yuan next to him. It's not embarrassing? But Sister Fifi, you'd better not take a taxi. I'll get a driver to pick you up. Gu Lingfei probability is a heavenly destiny heroine. Just return plus to the country alone taxi. Buff stacked belongs to is. It is not permitted to say that there will be the son of the chiefing pop out. Zhang Che had to eliminate the possibility of this happening. Well, listen to you. After hanging up the phone, Yuan Heir looked at Zhang Che somewhat blankly. At this time, Yuan Heir was wearing a brown bear pajamas. Her hair was messy, and she looked a little frightened. Zhang Che, is someone coming? Zhang Che was on speakerphone, so she could also hear clearly. The voice on the other side seemed to be a mature woman? Well, but you don't need to know that much. Zhang Che couldn't care less. I don't know who bought this bear pajamas for Yuan Heir. It's simply a perfect match for this little loli. It can make people cute out of a face of blood. Hangzhou Airport. Gu Lingfei, who had just gotten off the plane, was sitting in the VIP area of the airport drinking coffee. A stunningly beautiful face was as cold as frost, permeated with a breath of life not to be approached. Yet another imperceptible smirk appeared at the corners of her lips. I haven't seen you for 7 or 8 years, but little Che has gotten a lot stranger to me. When she was young, Gu Lingfei was raised in the Zhang family. She was 5 or 6 years older than Zhang Che, and naturally, she was incomparably doting on this little brother. Except that she went abroad to study for a few years, and during these years, she had also successfully fought her way up to a career of her own. Just as Gu Lingfei was thinking about it, a big-bellied bald man in a suit walked over towards her, his eyes carrying a slight hint of obscenity. But before he could even get to Gu Lingfei's side, a few people dressed in black came to Gu Lingfei's front first. Ms. Gu, I'm young Master Jiang Che's driver. Young Master Jiang Che has something. I've come to take you back. Gu Lingfei slowly nodded her head, then got up and left. Before leaving, the driver and a few bodyguards glanced indifferently at this bald man. The bald man's face was a bit not so good, and he clenched his fists tightly. Originally he wanted a kiss. Not long after Gu Lingfei left, a young figure hurriedly rushed into the VIP lounge. Fifi, where are you? Su Han looked around, but didn't see Gu Lingfei's figure, and only saw a fat man with a greasy figure, and he didn't know why. He looked at this guy with particular displeasure, and always had the urge to punch him in the face. And indeed, he did. Rushing up to the fat man, one hand held him down for dear life. Do you see a pretty woman? As the super soldier king of the Wolf King Mercenary Corps, Su Han naturally had many lives on his hands, and he was also an expert of the Dark Force Great Circle, which almost scared the fat man out of his feces. I don't know. Waste. Su Han chopped his head and gave him a fat beating. The fat man cried, I have nothing against you. Why did you hit me? Su Han, right? Why did you hit him? Su Han couldn't say clearly for a while. You owe me a beating. Obviously, what Jiang Che thought was right. If he hadn't sent someone to pick Gu Lingfei up in advance, the fat man would definitely come to molest Gu Lingfei, and then create an opportunity for Su Han to pretend. But now, it's obviously not going to happen. Su Han, who had beaten up the fat man, walked out of the VIP room and dialed a phone number. Monkey, did you find out where Fifi's company is for me? Since the Wolf King was all the way back to his country, he was bound to bring a few of his good brothers in the mercenary group with him. There's bound to be a hack, there's bound to be a henchman who holds the money, and there's bound to be a pretty girl with a crush on the Wolf King. Anyway, how to make the Wolf King comfortable with his costume? Lord Wolf King, Su Han interrupted the monkey's words. Since I've returned to China, don't address me by my position, just call me Jinda. Boss, Gu Lingfei. The monkey had only just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Su Han again. Su Han coldly said, Gu Lingfei is also something you can call? You have to call sister-in-law. Monkey, sister-in-law's head office has recently moved to Hangzhou, and as far as I know she has connections with the Zhang family in Hangzhou. Su Han was silent for a moment. I have to think of a way to get close to Fei Fei, which allows in order to make her fall in love with me. Monkey, think of a way for me to get close to Fifi. Monkey was silent once again, not knowing why. How the usually resolute and decisive Lord Wolf King seemed to have lost his mind lately. But Su Han's words made him think of a novel he was reading during this recent period of time. Female President's Wolf King Security Guard. Ahem. Boss, I think you can go to Gu sister-in-law's company as a security guard. Start as a security guard and capture her heart little by little. Su Han's eyes lit up with the precise trigger keyword. Security. Monkey, set me up. Boss, you asked me earlier to investigate the news of the Su family's annihilation over 10 years ago, and I have a little clue. Monkey, I've been a bit tired lately. Let's wait for a while for the Su family. Monkey, he had never been so speechless in his life. What returning to the Dragon Kingdom to investigate the destruction of the Su family back then? I'm afraid it's just to return to pick up girls, but he only dared to spit out such words in his heart, not daring to say them in front of Suhan at all. After all, the iron-faced Wolf King's name is not just a figure of speech. Chapter 94, Gu Lingfei breaks defense and stays up all night. Ding dong. Outside the Zhang family's door, Gu Lingfei knocked on the Zhang family's door, and at this moment, above the third floor, Zhang Che got down from his bed. Yuan Heir, on the other hand, buried her head under the covers. Being an ostrich, Gu Lingfei had thought of many kinds of scenarios of meeting Zhang Che, but the reality still shocked her to the core. After opening the door, Zhang Che was only wearing a pair of big flowery pants and shirt. His perfect body was bursting with boyfriend power, and his body still carried a faint fragrance. Although Gu Lingfei had never eaten pork, could she still not have seen a pig run? Zhang Che, you're a stinky brother. I thought you didn't come to pick me up, but you're just hiding a girl here. Humph, having a girlfriend and forgetting my sister. Ah, thanks to me also prepared $500 million worth of supercars as a gift. You are so welcome to me? Hey, let's see which little girl is in Shay's good graces. I think it's that girl from the Yi family, isn't it? I remember that girl from the Yi family and Che are childhood friends. Obviously, Gu Lingfei was 6 or 7 years older than Zhang Che and was only a sibling to Zhang Che. What? Chol, you don't welcome me in? Gu Lingfei's frosty face revealed a smile, like a melted iceberg. This is the high cold female president. Outsiders can only see her high cold, cannot see her tender side. Zhang Che glanced at Gu Lingfei. The female president was really wow. Her body was definitely the most perfect woman he had ever seen. These are ripe, sweet fruits, whose intoxicating fruity scent can be smelled from a distance, waiting to be picked. Pretty police flower Wang Yanyan's body was already explosive enough, but it was still slightly inferior to Gu Lingfei. You little bastard, where are you looking? This kind of look from Zhang Che, Gu Lingfei had seen it in many men's eyes, but she didn't resent Zhang Che. Zhang Che let out a light laugh, then dodged and made a gesture of invitation. Although Gu Lingfei had been fighting outside for 7 or 8 years, as soon as she returned to the Zhang family, she completely relaxed, and after taking off her high heels, she didn't even wear slippers, directly lying on the sofa with a big grin. 2 perfect jade feet piggybacked on top of the wooden coffee table. Hey, silk will be her legs lined with even more slender. A meter of long legs to say for sure is an exaggeration, but at least also have 90 centimeters. The year of the proper leg play. Gu Lingfei didn't have any defenses at all in front of Zhang Che, and she took off her stockings with great generosity, revealing a pair of jade white tender feet, a standard Roman foot type. It was like a pair of works of art. Casually, he tossed the stockings to the side of the couch. Chul, aren't you going to bring your little girlfriend out to meet her? Gu Lingfei had a smile on her lips. She's asleep. Gu Lingfei was clearly still just treating herself as a smelly brother right now. Chul has grown up. He's starting to talk about his girlfriend. Gu Lingfei gave a frustrated sigh. This is really outrageous. Xiao Che has a girlfriend. I'm 7 years older than him and I'm still single? I don't think I'll be eating dog food in the future, right? Zhang Che utilized his eloquence, and all kinds of dirty jokes came out. Who did Chul learn those words from? I remember Chul as an honest boy. He must have been spoiled by his classmates. Gu Lingfei couldn't take it anymore and went straight back to her bedroom. Her bedroom had been a mess, but now it was all cleaned up. The woman looked at the bedroom exactly as she remembered it, and her heart warmed. Straight away he flung himself onto the bed, and even rolled on it as a teenage girl would. Gu Lingfei then changed into another outfit, a pure white robe. It was one that Yi Mangyao had worn, but it was barely wearable on Gu Lingfei's body, although it was a bit on the small side. Gu Lingfei didn't care too much, just be comfortable. Ha, is the piano still here? On a whim, she was ready to play one and sat down at the piano. Soon the soothing sound of the piano echoed through the villa, but just as she was immersed in her piano world, there was a burst of music playing from the next bedroom. What's that noise? Gu Lingfei lost sleep all night. Early the next morning, Gu Lingfei walked to the dining table with large panda eyes, her entire mental state a bit depressed. Apparently, someone was up all night last night. Yuan Heir also lowered her head when she saw Gu Lingfei, not daring to meet her eyes. Dead pervert, stinking Zhang Che, I have no face and no skin now. Yuan Heir only felt that her entire body was tired. Destroy this world. This sister, what's your name? How old are you? Gu Lingfei's entire body was extremely shocked after seeing Yuan Heir. Yuan Heir hurriedly spoke. Sister, my name is Yuan Heir. I'm 19 years old this year. Great guy. Bigger than Chul? It doesn't look like much. Chapter 95, Security Examination. A smorgasbord of sons of Qi. What a cute little girl. After Zhang Che and Yuan Heir left, Gu Lingfei lamented. Yuan Heir's kind of cute looks were born to gain everyone's favor. Just like a cute cat, no matter if it was a man or a woman. They all wanted to jerk it off. It's a unisex one. Oops, how could I forget about this? Gu Lingfei suddenly tapped her head. Yuan Heir is now Jiang Che's girlfriend, and when they first met, as an elder, I forgot to give the girl a red packet. Gu Lingfei was worth billions of dollars, so the red packets in her mouth naturally couldn't just be simple money. Hey, I don't know why, but the thought of last night, she felt a little uncomfortable inside. I can't live next door anymore. I'll move downstairs from now on, otherwise I won't be able to sleep through the whole night from now on. Stinky brother. The director of HR at Ling Che Group has been rather troubled lately. Ling Che Group had just moved into the Dragon Kingdom, and was in a period where all kinds of talents were very scarce. Like any specialized senior technical person, graduates of prestigious universities, master's degree PhD students and so on are being recruited, but not many of them could get into her good graces. It turned out that the number of applicants for the security department exceeded her expectations. The security department is only hiring one person, but there are a ton of people coming in for interviews. The point is, these are generally young people, and each one of them says they're very skilled. Hey, why are young people so uninspired these days? They come to work as security guards when they're in their 20s? 40 years less of a detour? Zhao Yu helplessly rubbed the corner of his forehead, only feeling a bit headstrong. Then we'll just have to sift through it. What? Examination? Chen Hao frowned when he received the notification. You need a test to be a security guard now? Really big company is not the same. The security guards also want a test, but he is not worried. The security guard's test is nothing more than some of the fighting skills and so on, and he is the Taiji Chen family's experts. Some time ago has broken through to become the late stage of the dark power of the great masters. What's more, those people who came to apply for the job were probably some old men, right? He wasn't afraid at all, but when he arrived at the examination location, the person was a bit confused. There are 20 to 30 applicants, of which there are only a few small old men. The rest are all young people, and each looks unruly, nostrils facing the sky. A look of my boss. The sky is the oldest too. Su Han was clearly among them, looking at so many people. He was also somewhat speechless. Why are there so many people? This monkey can't even do his job? Why is there still a test? The security department's professional examiner also frowned. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. I'll start with a roll call. Yi Chen. 2, here. In the crowd, 3 young men stood up in a slightly awkward scene. I called Yi Chen. How come 3 people stood up? The examiner scratched his head. Right? My name is Yi Chen. Just by virtue of you deserve to be called Yi Chen? He. What a laugh. Yi Chen is a name that can be taken by any cat or dog? The 3 of them, Yi Chen, and Yi Dust, who were not convinced by anyone, looked at each other differently and were close to fighting. The key was that the examiner took a look at the list, and there were really 3 Yi Chen, making people speechless. Ahem. You guys wait on the side. Wait for me to finish counting the names, then you'll be divided into groups to compare and contrast. Whoever is strong will end up staying at Ling Che Group as a security guard. And let me remind you, although Ling Che Group is a multinational company, the monthly salary for security guards is only 5,000 each. But it's clear that everyone is not average. So who cares about money? Oil breeds mold, and a beautiful president will breed the son of Qi by her side. Not to mention that in the Dragon Kingdom, there are very few beautiful presidents of Gu Lingfei's level, and the competition is naturally quite fierce. Each and every one of these sons of Qi was higher than the sky, as if they looked down on no one. Soon, the official test began, and the security guard's test was relatively simple. It was to see who could fight. I, Yi Chen, am at the peak level of Ming Jin, and my hand of 8 extreme fist is unrivaled in the world. Who dares to fight with me? How dare a little trash at the peak of Ming Jin clamor? 1 palm from me, Lin Feng, is enough to second you. The corners of the mouths of more than 20 unruly youngsters hooked up in unison, almost forming a beautiful landscape. After the sons of Qi met, then the competition was naturally about whose fists were hard. Damn! Surprisingly, it's a dark force powerhouse? Ha. I've also broken through to become a dark power. You suffer death. What? You've broken through too? I'm not willing to. Humph. I, Qin Feng, have memorized this revenge. I will definitely come back. The speed of elimination was fast, and in no time at all, less than half of the people were left. As for Chen Hao, who was in the late stage of dark power, and Su Han, who was in the great circle of dark power, they naturally advanced without any problems. What a sound battle. I feel like I'm about to touch the threshold of the dark power great circle. The corner of Chen Hao's mouth also involuntarily rose up. Just a bunch of dirt dogs. They don't even have a chance to let me make a second slap. Su Han's strength of dark strength great circle was completely crushing to the others. There was no suspense in the final. It was a battle between the 2 of them, Chen Hao and Su Han. Even the examiner looked dumbfounded. Was this a movie? Why are there so many ancient martial arts experts? And it doesn't look like it's low strength. That said, Are security guards so popular nowadays? So many ancient martial arts masters are applying for jobs as security guards? The point is, security guards don't get paid much. It's only a few $1,000s a month. If a dark strength powerhouse went to work for a random bodyguard company, he would start with at least $100,000 a month. Is it hard to believe that they're out of their minds? Dark power grand circle? Oof. I'm not yet unable to fight. Chen Hao clenched his fists. At this moment, he remembered his once young self, remembered his sister who carried the load alone in Chen's family, and after some memory killing, he felt that he was much stronger and had broken through another small realm, breaking through from the late dark power stage to become the late dark power limit. Bang! Unfortunately, he is also facing the protagonist level Su Han, and there is no use for memory killing. Su Han punched him into the wall, the kind that can't be buckled. Little trash, who do you think you are? Incidentally, a mouthful of old phlegm was spat into Chen Hao's mouth, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Congratulations, Mr. Su Han. You are now a security guard for our Lingche group. These are your colleagues. The examiner pointed to a few old men in security uniforms on the side and smiled at Su Han and opened his mouth. Oh, the Wolf King was a loner. He didn't even want to look at the others. Chen Hao froze and looked at the old men. Why? Didn't you say that the company only recruits one person? Why are there 3 more old men here? Oh, they're all relatives of company executives. Chen Hao broke down a bit. Why? I'm a great expert in the late stage of Dark Force? Still can't compare to a few old men? Su Han revealed a disdainful smile. Hee. If you're a dish, practice more. If you can't afford to play, don't play. Little trash doesn't deserve to talk. You. Chen Hao was directly exasperated and fainted. Plus the fact that the rounds of fighting just now had emptied his physical energy, and he was directly thrown out by the company's people as if he were a dog. Chen Hao, who hasn't worked for 2 days yet, is once again facing the crisis of unemployment. Chapter 96, Breaking Through Huanjin, Meeting Wolf King Su Han. Su Han's killing intent. 30 years of internal strength. Zhang Che looked at the 30 years of internal energy in his system inventory and gently exhaled a few breaths. When he ate Yuan Air before, he naturally triggered the villain's choice. Only that his fire was more rapid in the beginning and he didn't even look at the choice. Then there was an extra 30 years of inner strength, and I kept forgetting to look at it. System, use inner strength. Soon, a pure power surged into his body. Vaguely, it seemed as if a layer of veins had been torn apart by a strong force running through it. Harmonization of strength. Under the 30 years of internal energy poured into him, Zhang Che directly rushed from the dark power great circle to the middle stage of harmonization power. For ancient martial artists, there is a fundamental difference between dark power and harmonization power. Dark power can only operate internal energy in the body and use fists and feet to inflict damage on the enemy. On the other hand, Huanjin is able to release internal force and pick flowers and fold leaves to become concealed weapons. Today's Zhang Che is also considered to have stepped into the ranks of the masters, and when he encounters a little trash like Lin Yu Chen Hao, he will directly hang them, although Lin Yu and the others had been hanging by their own feet. Zhang Che, you pervert, why are you smiling so happily? Stinking pervert. Yuan Air now as soon as she saw Zhang Che she was angry. There was no reason for it. Anyway, she was just furious. Now Yi Mengyao didn't talk to herself as dotingly as before. The previous Yao Yao's sister had favored her alone, and now there was an additional Zhang Che, and now the relationship between the 3 of them was awkward. Yi Mengyao she wasn't awkward but could she not be? Yuan Air was really thin-skinned. There was no comparison to the blackened Yi Mengyao. Luckily, though, she'd formed the habit long ago. Stealing a glance at Yi Mengyao in the back seat, Miss Yi kept looking out of the window, seemingly unconcerned about what was going on inside the car in general. Oops, it's so annoying. I'm jealous too. How could that be? I wouldn't be jealous of Yuan Air. I'm jealous of Zhang Che. Ooh, Yuan Air baby. Don't forget your sister Yo-Yo when you're rich and famous. Miss Ye's heart drama was still quite sufficient. Zhang Che even wanted to laugh a little bit when he heard it. Zhang Che, I'm getting off right in front. I heard that Sister Gu is coming back in the next few days, right? I won't be staying at your house. Yi Mengyao obviously also knew Gu Lingfei and was familiar with her, since Zhang Che had already brought Yuan Air home. It was naturally impossible for her to follow him back. Zhang Che lightly glanced at Yi Mengyao who had left. This Missy is really blackened enough. Zhang Che, you dead pervert. Yuan Air pushed Zhang Che away with force. After Yi Mengyao left, her nature was immediately exposed. In front of Yi Mengyao, she was that soft and cute Yuan Air baby, but in front of Zhang Che, she wouldn't pretend at all. Zhang Che smiled and pinched her little face. Don't you pinch my face greater than over equal to mouth less than over equal to, Zhang Che just pursed his lips. This villain is really enjoyable. This freshly baked Heaven's Destiny heroine is very tasty. I have to try it. Go and deliver it to Jiang Shao. And just then, Gu Lingfei sent him a message. Shul, come pick me up from the office and take me home. Zhang Che was speechless. Was this woman herself legless? What do you do with those long legs? Almost a meter long? You can come back on a bicycle. But spitting on it, Zhang Che was still prepared to take a look at it. Su Han, I don't want you to send it. Get away. Gu Lingfei glared at Su Han in disgust. Why was this guy so shady? Chasing you from Rice to Dragon Kingdom? If she remembered correctly, Su Han seemed to be the leader of a mercenary group, right? What? You don't even want the mercenaries? Just to come after you? Su Han, on the other hand, licked his face. Fifi ah. You didn't get to see me show off my power today. It was really a loss. I hanged hundreds of people who came to apply for the security position all by myself. It was called a scenery ah. Gu Lingfei was speechless and glanced at the several grandparents sitting in front of the security room getting high. What? You beat over 100 bosses. Are you proud? Su Han hurriedly denied. How could that be? Those were all great experts. All of them are dark force martial artists. Gu Lingfei, however, was not willing to get too entangled with him at all. Fifi, look at you as the president of a big company. How come you don't even have a driver? Why don't I come and be your driver? Gu Lingfei didn't say a word. Of course she had her own driver, but she didn't know why. The driver seemed to be in trouble today and couldn't come. That's why she asked Zhang Che to pick herself up and take her home. Su Han ran into Gu Lingfei's cold face and didn't get angry at all. After all, he had once been Gu Lingfei's licking dog for a few years. And right at this moment, a pure black Maybach drove into the entrance of the company. Su Han frowned. Who is this? Just picking on himself to mess up when he was picking up girls. But he remembered that he was a security guard and it was his duty to release the car. Fifi, wait here. I'll go ahead and release the car. Su Han bowed his head like a licking dog. Gu Lingfei's icy face revealed disdain. After the Maybach came in, it docked beside Gu Lingfei and the others. Zhang Che brought Yuan Heir out of the car. Che, you're here. After Gu Lingfei saw Zhang Che, a soft smile appeared on her frosty pretty face. A smile that turned Su Han dumbfounded. He had been Gu Lingfei's licking dog for a few years, and Gu Lingfei had never looked as cold as frost, and had never seen her smile. I didn't realize it would be so moving. But soon, Su Han reacted. Narrowing his eyes, he stared deathly at Zhang Che. Is it a man? The killing chance in his eyes flickered. Daring to steal a woman from him. Wolf King Su Han? You already have a way to die. P.S. More points to urge more. If you can see some ads, send some free power generation for love and so on. The small author will try to add more. Oh, not painting a big picture, Omega. Chapter 97, Su Han messed up in the wind and started licking up Zhang Che? Su Han coldly eyed Zhang Che. You dare to steal a woman from the Wolf King Su Han? You're already on your way to death. He had already arranged nearly 100 ways for this ungrateful guy to die in his mind. And with the cultivation of dark power great perfection, he can kill someone without realizing it. At the same time, his gaze was also attracted by Yuan behind Zhang Che. His pupils shrunk slightly. What a cute little girl. He also didn't have any half resistance at all to this kind of lowly type beauty. And this little lowly has her arm around that guy. Damn it. All the good cabbages have been swept away by pigs. Great. Add another reason to kill him. Zhang Che naturally detected the killing intent from Su Han, and he also sized up this son of Qi. Su Han, the son of the soldier king returning to the stream Qi, the leader of the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps, nicknamed the Wolf King. This time, he returned to the Dragon Kingdom not only to pick up girls, but also to investigate the tragedy of the Su family's annihilation back then. Age, 27. With the cultivation of dark power, after the extreme outbreak, it can rival the strength of half-step Huan Jin. It seemed that this was Gu Lingfei's avid suitor. After the extreme outburst there was only half a step of Huan Jin strength, which was indeed already very impressive. But if I'm in the middle of the Huan Jin stage, how should you deal with me? What kind of Wolf King or 8 King will turn you into a dead wolf in no time? Che, you're finally here. Just in time to go home together. Gu Lingfei's frosty aloofness melted in an instant as she walked towards Zhang Che. This gentle face was a side Su Han had never seen before. Fifi, who is this? Su Han held back his desire to kill and asked with a leathery smile, does it have anything to do with you? Gu Lingfei didn't give Su Han a good face at all. Su Han was as if he had eaten a pile of dog mush on his throat, wanting to speak. Gu Lingfei seems to have thought of something. Su Han is not a good thing. In foreign countries are doing all the dirty work of murder and arson. Once in a foreign country when there are a few guys to pursue their own. I heard that all were secretly killed by him. Su Han, I'm warning you, Che is my brother. If you dare to make a move against him, I guarantee you'll regret it. Gu Lingfei's tone carried a slight chill. She didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards Su Han, but she definitely wouldn't allow Zhang Che to be in any danger. Su Han froze, looking at Zhang Che and then at Gu Lingfei. This is your brother? Gu Lingfei didn't say anything more to Su Han and turned around to sit in the car. If you're not related by blood, you're considered a brother if you're younger than you are, right? Su Han looked at Zhang Che and the corner of his mouth twitched, not expecting. This guy was actually Gu Lingfei's younger brother? So naturally, you're not your own love interest? In an instant, all of Su Han's hostility towards Zhang Che disappeared, and was replaced by a fawning face. It was obvious that Gu Lingfei did favor this brother of hers. Gu Lingfei didn't want to talk to herself, so start with her brother. It'll work, won't it? Ha. What's your name, little brother? My name is Su Han. You can mention my name in Hangzhou from now on. Su Han's face smiled like a chrysanthemum. When he couldn't lick Gu Lingfei, he started licking Zhang Che. Zhang Che's lips curled into a smile. Where was this some kind of wolf king? It's a sheepdog, isn't it? Ha, you want to chase after my sister Fifi? Ha. Su Han revealed a you-know-what smile. After determining that Zhang Che was not his love rival, Su Han's attitude towards Zhang Che made a direct 180-degree turn. Well then, don't you want to chase after my sister Fei Fei? I know sister Fei Fei's habits incredibly well, so perhaps I can give you some advice, so that you can capture her heart as soon as possible. Zhang Che's words made Su Han's eyes go wide. Good man. He only felt like slapping himself a few times. Such a kind and handsome teenager. He had just turned murderous towards him? I'll be damned. You, really willing to help me? That's natural. Zhang Che's heart was about to pull a smile. I didn't expect this Su Han to be so good at fooling. How can you be a mercenary leader with that kind of IQ? We're lucky the organization didn't fold. That's really too much to thank you for, old brother Zhang Che. Please. Su Han held Zhang Che's hand tightly and was close to kneeling down to worship him. Shoo. I see that it's quite difficult for you to chase after sister Fei Fei. Let me give you a tip first. Su Han's eyes lit up. Elder brother Zhang Che. What move? The reason why my sister Fifi doesn't like you is because you can't be flexible. As for how you should be adaptable, this involves a core issue. And this core issue, it's all about you, right? This will need you to realize. But I'm ready to put words into your mouth today. Just do what I tell you to do. Starting with the first and very important point. The window of the Maybach rolled down. Chul, let's go. Don't talk to this guy. Ahem. I'm sorry. That's all for today. My sister Fifi called me home for dinner. Zhang Che grinned and slipped away directly in the middle of his words, leaving behind only Su Han who was messing up in the wind. He hated people who talked half-heartedly, and the point was that there was no place to get mad, which made it very hard for him. Fortunately, Zhang Che and Fei Fei are siblings. I'm not even jealous of her brother, am I? Su Han tried hard to calm his heart, then his eyes gradually became firm. If you want to capture Fifi's heart, Zhang Che is definitely an important breakthrough. Gu Lingfei was doting on Zhang Che, normally the iceberg female president, but repeatedly revealed a smile in front of Zhang Che. If Fei Fei could reveal that kind of smile to herself as well, he was afraid that he could wake up laughing in his dreams. Gu Lingfei, who was driving, was in an irritable mood. Good for you Zhang Che. Do you guys think I don't exist? Humph, the little pervert doesn't even avoid me? I'm sick of it. I'm already sick of dealing with half a day's work, but I have to eat dog food. Sister Fifi, what are you going to eat for lunch? I'll ask Auntie Chen to make it. Zhang Che smiled and opened his mouth. Full. Dog food is full. Gu Lingfei droned out. Chapter 98, a necklace worth $10 million. Yuan Heir's heartwarming moment. Auntie Chen made 4 dishes and 1 soup. Gu Lingfei and Yuan Heir each had their own little thoughts, especially Yuan Heir. She could clearly feel, in the past few days during her time with Zhang Che, she had changed for the worse. It scared her so much that she was really worried that she would completely sink into it. It was obvious that Yuan Heir didn't have a clear perception of her situation. She'd already been on board a long time ago. Ahem. Your name is Yuan Heir, right? After Gu Lingfei finished her meal, her gaze went to Yuan Heir. A hint of softness flooded his heart. Yuan Heir's appearance was just too cute. Anyone who looked at her would want to ruat a hand, touch her head or something like that. To say a word without exaggeration, Yuan Heir is definitely a lowly heroine at the level of 10,000 people's fans when placed inside a Yuri text. But unfortunately, the one she ran into was Zhang Che. Yuan Heir lowered her head. Like a good girl, Gu Lingfei conjured up a delicate box and pulled out a necklace from it. The body is glowing with silver and the pendant is set with a blue crystal gemstone that is carved to perfection. It's... Yuan Heir's eyes widened. Gu Lingfei smiled faintly. A meet and greet gift for you. This is just a small gift. Yuan Heir desperately shook her head. Although she was a poor girl, she had followed Yi Mangyao for several years and still had some eyesight. The necklace was worth a lot of money at a glance, and there was no way she was going to take it. Gee, it's just a little thing, not worth much. With that, she very forcefully put the necklace on Yuan Heir. It is indeed beautiful and goes incredibly well with Yuan Heir. Sister, this is too expensive. I can't take it. Take it. Otherwise, I won't give you a good look every day in the future, Gu Lingfei said, pretending to be angry. You want Heir. Jiang Che didn't say anything. Like you want Heir, this kind of lovely girl was originally a work of art carefully carved out by the heavens. Some exquisite jewelry worn on her body could better set off you want Heir's perfection. Oh yeah, chul. I even got you a present. Gu Lingfei smiled mysteriously at Jiang Che. I had a friend order a limited edition Bugatti Veyron for you, flown in from Istanbul. Jiang Che. To be honest, Jiang Che was completely indifferent to sports cars and whatnot, because with his status today, what kind of sports cars could not be bought? In his previous life, he had lost interest in sports cars. Who really rich people who have nothing to do all day to drive a sports car out to pretend? What about more girls? The sports car has a total of 2 seats, so if there are 2 girls, wouldn't that be awkward? Who do you tell to get lost? Jiang Che cannot see the girl sad, so the car is better to be bigger, preferably to a longer version. Sister Fei Fei. Thank you. Jiang Che hooked his lips and smiled. Despite the gift of this car 100% into the garage to eat dust, but the state or to have. After all, the beauty of the gift. Well, after dinner, Gu Lingfei went upstairs and played the piano for a while. You want Heir, on the other hand, was secretly playing with the necklace around her neck. The young girl's eyes were all light. No girl could refuse a shiny thing, and although you want Heir's heart was quite deep, she was actually still a simple girl by nature. Ha, is it good? Good looking. You want Heir subconsciously nodded her head. Then he glared at Jiang Che fiercely and tucked the necklace under his collar. Jiang Che directly pulled out and fumbled for a while to pull the necklace out from inside you want Heir's clothes. You give it back to me. It was given to me by Sister Gu. You want Heir's face exploded red as her small hands tried to snatch the necklace away. Isn't this necklace beautiful? Do you know how much it costs? You want Heir didn't say anything. She didn't dare to guess. Poseidon's heart. The grand finale of last year's bidding at an overseas auction house. Last sold for $7 million. American knife. You want Heir's face instantly turned white. She thought that this necklace was very expensive, but she didn't even know that it was so expensive. This one necklace was more expensive than her life. I don't want it. Return it to Sister Gu. Jiang Che, however, only laughed, and then put the necklace back on Yuan Heir's neck, and even leaned down to gently kiss her forehead. Yuan Heir, you are more beautiful than this necklace. You deserve it. Yuan Heir lowered her head and blushed to the root of her neck. Dead pervert, stinking asshole, nothing you say love words? Yuck. I don't want to hear that. Do you think I'll forget the things you used to bully me about? Don't even think about corrupting me with sugarcoating. Jiang Che was the one who understood white whoring, and this necklace clearly had nothing to do with him, not to mention that he hadn't bought it, but with just 3 or 2 sentences, he made Yuan Heir very touched, as if he had bought the necklace. Midnight. Phew. Jiang Che leaned against the bed, a hint of depth in his eyes. His entire being seemed to have transcended a certain realm, and for a moment, he felt that he had become a master monk. TSK, 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 it's time to get down to business. Jiang Che wasn't a creature that simply thought only with his lower body. After all, he was still a villain by nature. You guys help me to investigate that new little security guard of Ling Che Group. Su Han, remember not to scare the snakes. The Jiang family's power in Hangzhou City was considered relatively terrifying, so naturally, they had their own intelligence agency. Soon, Jiang Che found out some information about Su Han. After all, Su Han was a foreign mercenary leader before. Back to the Dragon Country is certainly to find the military to report in advance. Otherwise, spy crime to understand. Su Han's identity sounded like it was quite powerful and mysterious, but in the eyes of the truly powerful, it's not worth mentioning at all. Soon, Jiang Che obtained all of Su Han's information one after another. Chapter 99, Extra, The Other Side of Su Han. The Black History of Dog Licking. P.S. Papa Shinha let me go. Su Han was once the eldest young master of the Su family, but then the Su family was tragically wiped out as a result of offending some major power in the capital. As for who destroyed the Su family, you don't have to think about that. It's 100% related to myself. The villain. That's right, it's the Jiang family in the capital. Jiang Che's mom's family, a T0 level ancient martial arts family in the Dragon Kingdom. I'm really convinced that the villains are going to be specially targeted, aren't they? Then none of them are going to be good. Jiang Che cursed. In fact, with his current ability, it wasn't difficult to screw Su Han. After all, Su Han hadn't developed yet. Su Han was only at the Dark Power Great Circle of Strength right now, and the Jiang family in the capital was the top ancient martial arts family in the Dragon Kingdom, not to mention anything else. Jiang Che's grandfather, who was a heavenly strength grandmaster, was a big boss. According to the traditional formula of urban novels, the bitter protagonist can't get revenge without 1,000 chapters, but Jiang Che wasn't ready to simply kill Su Han. Wouldn't it be better to tease him before killing him? Let the two sons of Chi. What does it feel like to hate each other? That's right. He was ready to wreak havoc. Who is Su-han's source of information? Of course it was that good buddy of his, the world's top-ranked super hacker, Monkey. As long as we take down the monkey, it's equivalent to breaking one of Su-han's arms, poking and blinding Su-han's source of information, and the revenge for the extermination of your Su family. Can't I just make it up? I say it was Chen-hao's family that exterminated the Su family. No one will object, right? Monkey has been struggling lately, because someone came to dig him up. A very tempting and high price was offered, trying to make him betray Su-han. In a ramshackle rental house, the pimply-faced young man is lying on his bed with a grease-stained laptop in his lap. There was also a leaking doll next to the bed, and the floor was littered with cigarette butts and rolls of yellowed toilet paper. Damn, do I look like the kind of traitor who betrays Lord Wolf King? You want me to betray the Wolf King with just a few $1 million? You're simply dreaming. Boss Su-han is his hand and foot brother, his favorite family friend. He and Lord Wolf King had been born to die, and although they had never met each other, they had been divine friends for a long time. So how could he betray his brother? Cyber brothers on the internet. Aren't they brothers anymore? Ha, Monkey, your Wolf King Lord has gone to pick up girls, but you don't even have any. Are you willing to do that? Monkey fell silent, glancing at the doll that had leaked at his side with a pang in his heart. Just die. I don't know how you got in touch with me, but there's absolutely no way a monkey, would betray Lord Wolf King. I'll buy you a doll, top quality silicone, automatic heating and constant temperature, giving you an imperial experience. Monkey froze. Just die. There's no way I'll betray Su-han. I've got intelligence simulated robots here. 100% imitation of Sakurakuni Mikami-sensei's top robots, with their own voice packs, and they can handle a lot of housework. Monkey's eyes widened. He had long heard that a foreign technology company had researched this kind of AI beauty robot. He had been longing for it. Righteous father, from now on, you can just call me Little Monkey. What do you want me to do to fix Su-han? I know a lot of Su-han's little secrets. In the face of great temptation, the monkey directly rebelled in a second. It's simple. When the time comes, you just listen to me. Jiang Che naturally didn't reveal his identity. After all, he wasn't a little cutie. No problem. I have quite a few of Su-han's little handles in my hand. I'll send over a few videos to you first as a pitch. These are the videos that I secretly hacked the surveillance and captured. I was going to keep them just in case. Ha. Apparently, this monkey is also a wallflower who falls on both sides of the wind, laughing to death, not treating Su-han as a real brother at all. Well, that's good. Jiang Che's attitude was very high and cold, and he didn't leave himself any leverage at all. The reason he was able to contact this monkey, of course, relied on the system. After all, the other party was a top-notch hacker, and without a system, there's no way to find him. Unico YYDS. That, brother, I have something to tell you. Say, I don't really like Mikami-sensei. Can you replace the intelligent AI robot with Hato-sensei? You can fulfill this wish of mine. I'll definitely look up to you from now on. Jiang Che, the young man has class and has to be a veteran artist, right? Naturally, no problem. Looking at the small video the monkey sent over, Jiang Che clicked on it. All that followed was a feeling of tainted eyes. This Su-han, he's got this kind of fetish? Su-han in the video. In front of him stood an OL uniform similar to Gu Lingfei's, while Su-han was kneeling on the ground with a pleasing face to them, like a dog, and Su-han's mouth was still shouting Fifi. Fifi. Obviously, Su-han was conquered by Gu Lingfei's domineering female presidential temperament, but was hopeless in his pursuit, and could only find a few people with acceptable looks instead. Dig grass. No wonder this monkey would defect to Su-han so easily. If it was me, I would have defected in a second too. The Wolf King Lord that I've followed for years is actually a super big licker? If you can't get Gu Lingfei's man, you'll replace him with a hillbilly version of trashy goods? Jiang Che pulled in a smile. One could tell. This monkey was genuinely mutinous. This kind of thing could be sent to himself. The next few videos are even more powerful. GGG. As for the monkey's promise, that naturally will not be bad for him. This monkey is a talent. Follow up backstabbing Su-han. He'll definitely take the first prize. Achoo. Su-han, who was working the night shift in the security room, suddenly sneezed. He always felt something was wrong, but couldn't put his finger on it. Fifi, I'm gonna make you love me. Thinking about it, the corners of Su-han's mouth couldn't help but quirk up. He had now gained Gu Lingfei's brother's trust. With that Jiang Che's help, when chasing after Fei Fei in the future, it would definitely be able to go much smoother. Although Gu Lingfei was still as cold as frost to him now, he wasn't discouraged, and could even already foresee himself successfully capturing Gu Lingfei's heart in the near future. And then, kneel in front of her and lick her toes. Think about it. I feel excited. I've licked so many pirated stinky feet. but I've never touched a genuine one. It floored his entire being. Chapter 100 Goodbye Chen Hao. May you walk out of half of your life and return as a security guard. Weekend. In the Jiang family villa, Heir, who had just finished breakfast, was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, wearing only a white camisole nightgown, and the super cute bear pajamas that Sister Yao Yao had bought for her had already made a heroic sacrifice. Their two small short legs, a pair of small feet white and tender, toes bead round, like a good work of art. Lori was glowering, and if it weren't for the occasional two blinks of her eyelashes, someone might actually think it was a mannequin doll. I can't go on like this. I'm going to be worn out. Heir could clearly feel that she was on the verge of becoming an invalid. I can't. Sister Yo-Yo, come quickly. She felt that she had to do something. Ever since she parted with Yi Mangyao at noon that day, she hadn't chatted a single word with Yi Mangyao online. She was simply embarrassed. After all, she was the one who pried her best friend's corner. And even though Yao Yao-san seemed to be generous, she still felt ashamed to show her face. After thinking about it again and again, she still sent a message to Yi Mangyao. Yo-Yo, I miss you. Opposite Yi Mangyao replied in seconds. What's wrong? Heir, has Zhang Che bullied you in the past 2 days? Sister Yao Yao, he didn't bully me. I just miss you. Heir, wait a minute. I'll be right there. Just as Heir was secretly asking for assistance from outside the field, Zhang Che walked up to her. Thinking about what? He didn't really use the her heart link skill to eavesdrop on Heir's little thoughts anymore. After all, if he knew everything, it would be a lot less fun. Especially Heir, this little loli. You can never guess what's really going on in her mind. The unknown is the best. I called Sister Yo-Yo over. Heir lowered her head after she finished speaking. Then I'll ask Auntie Chen to cook more for lunch. Zhang Che touched Heir's furry little head. The feeling of jerking Heir was more addictive than jerking a cat or something. Don't touch my head. You won't get taller. Heir started to bare her teeth at Zhang Che, and her two small tiger teeth looked quite lethal. Ha! You're 19 years old. You should have developed long ago. You probably won't be able to break through 5 meters in your life. What's wrong with being a cute, cuddly, legal loli? Zhang Che precisely touched the thunder. Heir most hate people say she is short. What's wrong with me being short now? Who says I can't grow taller? Haven't you ever heard of 23 scurrying and 25 bulging? Zhang Che coughed dryly, looked down and sized up Heir, snickering. I think it's hanging. Zhang Che, you dead pervert. Get lost. Heir felt that she had been unlucky in her 8 lifetimes before she ran into Zhang Che. And she had even gotten on his thieving boat. Zhang Che's mood was soothing as he looked at the little loli who had exploded. After teasing Heir, Zhang Che went out. He's getting ready to pick someone up. As for who? Of course it couldn't be Yi Mangyao, but Qin Xiaoqiao. Qin Xiaoqiao had made a pact with her parents. She was a good girl during the weekdays when she went to school and stayed with her parents, but during the weekends she had to go to her senior Zhang Che. Heir is at home. Yi Mangyao was expected to come over at noon, and so was Qin Xiaoqiao. It is true what they say about money-raising people. Zhang Che drove the Maybach, blowing a small breeze and smoking a cigarette, all the way to the downstairs of Qin Xiaoqiao's neighborhood. The high-grade Maybach was parked downstairs in Qin Xiaoqiao's neighborhood, and as a result, when he just arrived at the security room at the entrance of the neighborhood, he couldn't help himself. Hey, security, open the door. No, that's right, the security guard at the entrance of the neighborhood. Surprisingly, Chen Hao, this goods from the school security guard, was dismissed, went to Gu Lingfei Company as a security guard. The results of the security guard's position by Su Han snatched down after. Surprisingly, Nima again came to Qin Xiaoqiao neighborhood door as a security guard. This guy is on a collision course with the word security, isn't he? You again? The moment Chen Hao saw Zhang Che, his entire body was on fire. How did we run into him again? Master security guard, can you open the door quickly? I'm waiting to pick up my girlfriend. As soon as he heard about his girlfriend, Chen Hao became even more angry. Qin Xiaoqiao was clearly the one he looked at first. The reason why he came to this neighborhood as a security guard. Naturally also for Qin Xiaoqiao, the happiest thing he did every day now was to wait for noon and night every day, when Qin Xiaoqiao went to and from school, to be able to see her secretly. No drive. You're not a homeowner in this neighborhood. You can't be released. Chen Hao also hardened up. He had been crushed by this guy many times, and now he had to be majestic for once. And before Zhang Che could say anything more, a delighted voice came from the distance. Senior Zhang Che. Qin Xiaoqiao naturally recognized Zhang Che's Maybach, not to mention the overbearing license plate of 99,999. Zhang Che also got out of the car and looked at Qin Xiaoqiao. Qin Xiaoqiao was still surrounded by 2 other people, Wan Lily and Qin Shou, and at this moment, seeing her daughter just like that, thrown into Zhang Che's arms, her face was pitch black for a while. Although they had already agreed with their daughters long ago, They couldn't help but feel heartbroken when they saw this scene now. Xiao Xiao, slow down. Qin Xiao Xiao naturally couldn't care less and directly jumped into Jiang Che's arms with her small school bag on her back, hanging onto him like a sloth, constantly sniffing in front of Jiang Che with her little nose. For a young girl who was in hot love, being separated for more than a week was a torture for her. What's more, she knew very well that Jiang Che didn't just have herself as the only girl by his side. There was also Yi Mangyao. That's why she often couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and secretly got jealous under the covers. Wang Lili now see Jiang Che upset, but cannot do anything. After all, their own daughter has depression. Not let her see Jiang Che may do what dangerous things it. Qin Shou pulled Wang Lili's arm. Alright, leave it, let's go home. Lily Wang was furious, but in the end, she would only be impotent and furious. But Chen Hao on one side couldn't sit still. Jiang Che, this guy even came to Qin Xiaoxiao's house to pick up auntie and uncle. Don't you care? Jiang Che is stepping on your faces. Wang Lili frowned and glanced at Chen Hao. She had watched her daughter very closely during this period of time, and had personally picked her up and dropped her off every time she went to and from school. So she naturally knew that this little security guard had non-discriminatory intentions towards her own Xiao Xiao. Forget about Jiang Che abducting Xiao Xiao. What the are you? Just a small security guard. How dare he covet his daughter? What's it to you? Watch your door. Chen Hao. Chapter 101 Guling Fei's Shock. 3 girls? Che is a sea king. Auntie and uncle. I'll pick up Xiao Xiao then. Lily Wang. Qin Shou. Beast. Jin and I aunt is a beast. I Qin Shou all think it is too beast. Chen Hao mood is incomparably complex. Qin Xiaoxiao is clearly the first girl he looked at. How now completely and his own strangers? He's really so upset. Jiang Che looked at Chen Hao, who had a resentful look on his face. It seemed that he had to find a time to waste this guy. Otherwise this guy was following Qin Xiaoxiao's ass. And if he were to have a beastly outburst one day, this was not something he wanted to see. Now he has met 3 sons of Qi. The first Lin Yu is now pretty much as good as wasted. The lone testicle warrior, and the divine doctor of the Yang Commission. There is simply no tools of the crime. And now all day long by the Wang Zhang family beaters abuse. It is estimated that even if the lucky escape, in the future is also a small sufferer. Simply not enough to worry about. Su Han is a big licking dog with a colorful heart. But he dug a huge hole for Su Han and is immediately waiting for him to jump into it. Although he had been immersed in tenderness, these sons of Qi could always be within his grasp. After Jiang Che and the 2 of them left, Wang Lili still had a lot of resentment built up in her heart. She didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards the dude who had abducted her daughter. And just then, quite a few of the neighborhood neighbors who had just been watching around came over. Sister Lily, I can't tell. Xiao Xiao has gotten herself a rich man. That luxury car is worth a lot of money. A favorite thing in the neighborhood is to gossip about other people. What do you mean big money? Let me tell you, the person who drove to pick up Xiao Xiao is definitely a nobleman. His car is worth at least nearly $10 million. And that license plate of his, 5 nines. Money can't even buy a license plate number. Rich and powerful. Hiss. Lily, you and Qin are going to be happy for the rest of your lives. Originally, when Wang Lili heard these people say that her daughter had fallen for big money, she was so angry that she wanted to tear their mouths apart. But listening to their flattery, an eerie hint of satisfaction actually rose in her heart. These neighbors were often shady towards their family on weekdays, but now just because of Jiang Che's appearance, their attitudes had directly reversed 180 degrees. Humph, don't you guys talk nonsense. My family Xiao Xiao and Mr. Jiang are just simple classmates. Xiao Xiao is also just there to help Mr. Jiang tutor his grades. Lily Wang raised her head and got a little high and mighty. Unconsciously, even his impression of Jiang Che was a few points better. And even his address became Jiang Gongzi, so that it seemed to be able to put more gold on his face. And the neighbors are individually not stupid. Tutoring grades? I'm afraid it's tutoring to the bed. I'll be damned. Why don't I have such a beautiful daughter? In the middle of the Jiang family. Sister Yo-Yo. Well, long time no see. I miss you. After Yuan Heir saw Yi Mengyao, it was like seeing a savior. She was moved to tears. Yuan Heir, I miss you too. Yi Mengyao hugged Yuan Heir, and the 2 of them turned back into close and good girlfriends. Yuan Heir, how have you been for a while? Yuan Heir, she just wanted to be a carefree little rice bug, but the price it paid really scared her. Mom has now been received inside the hospital by Jiang Che. She usually goes to the hospital after school to visit her mom, but she still has to stay with Jiang Che at night. Although she was going to suffer old age if she followed Jiang Che, she didn't want to go back inside the slums. That shabby shanty house is called a home only if your mom is there, but without her it's a dumping ground that leaks all day long. A delicate to perfect little lowly like Yuan Heir was born to be rich. The 2 of them, Yi Mengyao and Yuan Heir, were soon giggling and laughing together, and they seemed to have nothing to say to each other. And just then, the door opened. Jiang Che walked in with Qin Xiaoxiao in his arms. In an instant, an awkward atmosphere permeated inside the entire room. But luckily, as long as Jiang Che didn't feel embarrassed, then the ones who were embarrassed would be the others. Moreover, the two of them, Yi Mengyao and Qin Xiaoqiao, had already gotten to know each other a long time ago. But Yuan Heir was a stranger to Qin Xiaoqiao. Jiang Che, is this little sister, Yuan Heir? Qin Xiaoqiao pointed at Yuan Heir and asked tentatively. Yuan Heir, however, was angry. Bastard, pervert, I'll bite and wash you. Oh, although he had cursed Jiang Che all over in his heart, he still put on a good girl's appearance and hesitantly extended his small hand. Sis, hello sis, I'm Yuan Heir, nice to meet you. Qin Xiaoqiao sized up Yuan Heir, and her heart couldn't help but soften. This little sister she'd seen before, a very cute one, and she'd wanted to take her into her arms and rua her before. I never had the chance, but now it seems. Here's your chance. My name is Qin Xiaoqiao. I've long heard of you, the lovely school beauty. Qin Xiaoqiao smiled playfully, then wrapped her arms around Yuan Heir. Interjection of surprise. Don't think that only men are lolicons. Quite a few girls are also defenseless against creatures like Lolitas. Yuan Heir, it's not good not to eat. The two of them, Qin Xiaoqiao and Yi Mengyao, transformed into caring big sisters and began to take care of this lowly sister. Or at least look like sisters. Yuan Heir, even if not in the Yuri text, is still a million people fan level heroine. After all, no one can refuse a cute lowly. Jiang Che simply drank a few mouthfuls of porridge and didn't eat much. He's had his fill. After all, it's a beautiful sight to behold. And just then, Gu Lingfei returned. Chul, what are you eating? It smells so good. You don't even leave some for your sister Fifi. You just know how to steal food for yourself. After Gu Lingfei entered the door, she lowered her head to change her shoes, and when she looked up to the living room on the first floor, the person went numb, blinks twice, unsure. Look again. What the hell is this? Is she blind? Chapter 102, after I get my revenge, I'll go back and treat you to some starch sausage. It took Gu Lingfei half an hour to completely digest the information in her mind. It's too nifty to blow up, isn't it? Phew. Gu Lingfei struggled to calm herself. The little kid who followed his ass as a child and called out to Sister Gu had grown up to become a sea king? Chul, you're not doing this right. Gu Lingfei felt she had to say something. The scum shall not die. But, this is Chul. It's still hard for a clean officer to settle a family matter. Sister Fei, Jiang Che is not at fault. It was me who pestered him. There was no need for Jiang Che to say anything at all. There were naturally people who spoke for him. Yi Mengyao took one of Jiang Che's arms. Jiang Che glanced at her. Still, my Yao Yao baby understands things. Other people are 10 times stronger when they blacken. Yi Mengyao becomes 10 times better after blackening. Gu Lingfei. She then turned her gaze to Yuan Heir. You couldn't also be for nothing, right? It seems so. Yuan Heir baby is so simple and kind. She must have been tricked by Che. Gu Lingfei didn't ask Yuan Heir. She just gently touched her head. Yuan Heir's heart burst with numb cell pies. Sister Gu. Ooh. Jiang Che, you perverted bastard. No one will like you. Although Yuan Heir cursed Jiang Che in her heart, she was still very obedient on the outside and lowered her head with a blushing face. Chul, you guys are still young. You should focus on your studies. It was able to tell that Gu Lingfei was truly persuasive. But sadly, it's doomed to be a lute to a cow. Sister Fifi, I know you're doing this for my own good, but, do you really understand feelings? Jiang Che gave a spontaneous smile. Gu Lingfei, good for you Jiang Che. You little bastard. You don't even think of me as your old sister. Do you? How dare you mock me for not knowing how to feel? I don't think I've ever had a relationship before. The silence was so deafening. She simply couldn't say anything about Jiang Che, so she simply stopped talking. And for some reason, seeing Jiang Che surrounded by so many beautiful girls made her feel a little less comfortable. I don't care. Who cares? Jiang Che, don't call me sister when you go out in the future. I don't have a big scumbag brother like you. Gu Lingfei was pissed off again. This time, she's gotten savvy. Last time, she could hear voices when she slept on the 3rd floor, and this time she's just going to sleep in the guest room on the 1st floor. 3 floors away. She couldn't believe it. Couldn't get a good night's sleep herself. Su-han stayed in the security room smoking a cigarette, his 2 legs resting recklessly on the table. Scattered on the floor were balls of crumpled toilet paper. A small movie was playing on the phone. Damn, what kind of cows and horses are these? Not as pretty as my Fifi at all. Su-han angry directly turned off the phone. And Gu Lingfei compared to these small movies inside all are vulgar powder. One heavenly and one earthly. Fifi, I'm going to make you love me completely. Just as Su-han was masturbating to himself, the cell phone on the desktop lit up. Monkey? Su-han suspiciously opened his cell phone and answered the call. Su-han, boss, the matter you asked me to investigate has yielded results. Monkey's tone seemed particularly agitated. What matter did I ask you to investigate? Su-han frowned. It couldn't be that it was Fifi's matter? Monkey was speechless. Boss, it's about the destruction of your Su family back then. I found the murderer. Su-han's eyes were slightly austere. If it was during the daytime, he would have been a little impatient back in the country. Getting girls was the #1 priority. Pretending was second. And revenge could only come in third. But now he was in sage mode. Monkey, you tell me? Monkey froze. Lord Wolf King, why does your voice sound a bit weak? Su-han was furious. You're the one who's ing vain. Monkey hemmed and hawed and laughed out. He wasn't angry anyway. After all, he had defected. What the other young Master Jan gave was just too much. Money was meaningless to him. The world's top hacker. But that super intelligent AI girlfriend was really giving. And young Master Jiang Che did what he said he would do. The AI girlfriend who said she was going to buy him 2 days ago was mailed to his house this morning. That's sincerity. Unlike Su-han, inviting him to eat a starchy sausage was buckling and swishing. After following Su-han for 4 or 5 years, he didn't even get a mouthful of soup. Monkey, tell me, who were the people who exterminated my Su family in the first place? I will definitely make them pay for their blood. Su-han clenched his fists tightly. The thought of the miserable state of his Su family made him incomparably angry. He ripped his shirt open violently, and on his chest, sniffed a wolf's head, while on his back were tattooed 20 large letters. If a wolf turns back, there must be a reason, either to repay a favor or to take revenge. As for why it's 20 words, that's because it's tattooed with punctuation too. The monkey naturally didn't know that Su-han's side had already entered red temperature mode and started to have a seizure. It's the ancient martial arts Chen family, the one that specializes in internal Taijiquan techniques. Back then, the Su family messed with the Chen family and that's why they were wiped out. But the Chen family's older generation has sealed that part of their history. The Chen family? Su-han's eyes flashed a cold light, violently slamming the table. The huge force directly broke the table, took the monkey by surprise. Well, you Chen family. Su-han rolled up his sleeves. He was a man with a wild and uninhibited character, and revenge never lasted overnight. Where is the ancient martial Chen family? I'm going to exterminate it. Monkey, Lord Wolf King. These are the detailed coordinates of the Gulu Chen clan. Monkey directly labeled the detailed coordinates of the Chen family. 24°2723'N, 111°2633'E. Super hackers, scary as hell. Monkey, have you done any research on the strength of the Chen family? Are there any Wanjing powerhouses? If so, this revenge. It's not impossible to take revenge after a while. Anyway, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Lord Wolf King, do you think that harmonized strength powerhouses are big cabbages? How can a mere Chen family have a harmonized powerhouse? As soon as Su-han heard this, the corners of his mouth once again crooked up, changing back into the killing, arrogant and unruly Wolf King. Ha ha ha, blood revenge will be avenged today. For a brother, he can stab his enemy twice. For a woman, he can stab his brother twice. Monkey, thank you this time. After I get my revenge, I'll treat you to a starch sausage. Monkey, Chapter 103, Su-han's Revenge. Storming Chen Hao. Gu Lingfei was losing sleep again and again and again. If it's a normal snog, so be it, with headphones on. Big deal, you can fall asleep too. Even when she wore earplugs, put on muted headphones, and buried her whole head under the covers, she still couldn't sleep. It was so hard to get to sleep and then, I dreamt it myself. The object of the key dream is still. It was too shameful. Gu Lingfei hastily straightened her clothes. It was simply too shameful. And just then, Jiang Che knocked on the door of the room. The door was not closed, and he came in with a push. Sister Fifi, it's time to eat. What are you doing, sis? Jiang Che frowned and asked. Gu Lingfei, destroy the world. She had never imagined that she would reveal such a lost side of herself in front of Che. Ahem. Chi, you go out first. I'll be fine. Obviously, Gu Lingfei wasn't good at lying. Or rather, she wasn't good at lying in front of Jiang Che. Gu Lingfei, after all, had built a business empire with her own personal strength, and was surely the type of person who spoke of people when she saw them, and spoke of ghosts when she saw them. But she stumbled over even a single lie in front of Jiang Che. Get out of here! Gu Lingfei pushed Jiang Che out forcefully, then her entire body sat down on the ground. It's over. Her big sister image is kind of completely crumbling to pieces. Jiang Che and Gu Lingfei were the only two people at the table. Qin Xiaoqiao was a little lazy, and it was estimated that she would sleep until noon, to say the least, before waking up. And Gu Lingfei, she just drank her porridge with her head down, not daring to look up at Jiang Che at all. It's a weak heart. And just then, Jiang Che spoke. Sister Fifi, last night, was it some kind of beautiful dream? Gu Lingfei was already weak-minded, and at this moment, she was almost not scared to death. It's hard to believe that. Did you sleepwalk in your own sleep last night? Or talked in your sleep? Exposed myself. No, I don't think so. There's a lot of things going on in the company lately. I should have slept quite deeply, right? It's unlikely that I dreamed. Gu Lingfei wiped the sweat from the corner of her forehead. Yes? Jiang Che pursed his lips and smiled. Then, Sister Fei Fei, your dream words last night. Why did you keep calling out my name? Gu Lingfei went numb. Completely screwed. There's not even a hint of a fluke left. Not only did you have that dream last night, but you were talking in your sleep. A social death of epic proportions. Che, don't talk nonsense. I'm sure I'm just talking nonsense. Gu Lingfei's eyes darted around, but they didn't dare to land on Jiang Che's body at all. Her heart messed up. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I really didn't know that you actually like me that much. So Fifi-san? Aha? Jiang Che raised his eyebrows. This Fei Fei sister of his, although she seemed to be a high and cold imperial sister, she was actually a love white. 3 or 2 words would tease her to the point of being a deer in the headlights. Gu Lingfei's heart was in turmoil. Chen Hao was sacked again. Why? I was just stopping him in the first place. That Jiang Che isn't a resident of the neighborhood. Why can't I stop him? Chen Hao hissed and opened his mouth. A fat man in a suit glared at him. You little security guard. Why are you so clueless? Even if you don't know a Maybach, you should know the license plate number, right? 99999 is a license plate number you can stop? It's not the car you're stopping. It's your future. Mister. Jiang got out of the car. You got out of the post. So that means you're fired. The veins on Chen Hao's forehead bulged. He felt as if the whole world was targeting him. From school security, to corporate security, and now community security. Each time I've been a security guard for no more than 1 week and then I've been fired. Damn Jiang Che. I have now reached the cultivation level of Dark Power Grand Circle. When I break through the harmonization power, it will be the day I take your life. That's right. Chen Hao had broken through again. He has also now discovered that security guards are simply a boon to him. After being dismissed from the school, he broke through from the middle stage of dark power to the late stage. After being dismissed from the company, his cultivation broke through from late dark power to full dark power. It was fast becoming his quote-unquote mantra that you can't build something without breaking it. And that's Su Han. Seeing you again. I'm bound to pound you against the wall. How dare that asshole spit old spit in his mouth. He could still remember the mouthful of sticky phlegm with a smoky flavor that mushed down his throat. It was killing him. And right at that moment, a cocky voice came out. Just your ing name is Chen Hao. Ha! Su Han clenched his fists. After the information given by the monkey, it could be known that this Chen Hao was the Chen family's youngest master and one of his enemies. Before preparing to clean up the ancient martial Chen family, let's first beat this Chen Hao violently. Are you? The moment Chen Hao saw Su Han, his entire body also came out in anger. Haters gonna hate each other. Straight away, it's open and shut. Dark power vs dark power. The two of them were using all sorts of tricks at first, which looked fancy, but then, it became a simple physical fight. In the end, what are you doing? Hands in the air. Hey, hey, hey. 2 suspected ancient martial artists have been spotted fighting on the west gate side of the Chrysanthemum district. Fire support. Chen Hao. Su Han. Chapter 104. Chen Hao and Su Han argued about Su Han's tough backstage. Chen Hao and Su Han have entered the bureau. Even if you're the most powerful protagonist, you're still not good enough in front of the national fortune. In the middle of the police station, Chen Hao and Su Han glared at each other. It was as if there was some deep hatred. The several police officers also had an incomparable headache. They usually hated dealing with this kind of fight between ancient martial artists. Ancient martial artists, relying on their strength, often like to compete in private matches and make a mess. Confucianism uses the written word to break the law, and chivalry uses the martial arts to violate prohibitions. The Dragon Kingdom once had a policy of banning martial arts, but it was later repealed. But it also introduced relevant laws, and the regulations that bound ancient martial artists alone amounted to thousands. It was said that decades ago, when the management of ancient martial artists was not particularly strict, the Dragon Kingdom had once organized a martial arts competition. In that session of the martial arts competition, it could be said that the 8 immortals had shown their abilities. In short, it was very outrageous, and the course of the competition was also quite grueling. The kind that movies didn't even dare to make. A total of more than 3,000 people signed up for the tournament, and after the tournament was over, more than 2,500 casualties. Those with broken arms and legs amounted to more than 1,000. Close to 1/3 of the ancient martial artists died. The number of dead Huan Jin powerhouses reached several hundred, and even the Gang Jin masters died quite a bit. Later on, there was no more tournament held. After all, the idea that there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. The title of Martial Dao Quintessence was enough to make even great masters move. However, since that martial arts competition, the crime rate of ancient martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom had dropped significantly, and law and order was much better. I'm gonna get you. Suhan didn't stop even in the police station, and when he saw Chen Hao, he wanted to go over and punch him. Chen Hao felt a bit puzzled. Where did he provoke this guy? Come up here and kill yourself? Shouldn't he be the one trying to get him killed? This guy spit in his own mouth last time. Alright, stop yelling. An ice-cold petulant voice rang out. A silhouette walked out. Wang Yanyan had no favoritism for these high and mighty ancient martial artists, who just knew how to fight all day long and disrupt the social order. The crime rate of ancient martial artists is about 5 times higher than normal people. The police in the Dragon Kingdom generally have a very bad impression of ancient martial artists, especially those who act recklessly on the basis that they have some strength. It's as if you're walking down the street and you see a head of Negroes. The two of them, Suhan and Chen Hao, had a sideways glance, looking at Wang Yanran with a touch of infatuation in their expressions. Wang Yanyan's beautiful eyes were knitted tightly. Again this, nauseating eyes. Why are you fighting amongst yourselves? Mentioned the fight. Chen Hao is a little aggrieved. He rested on the cell door to stand guard. Inexplicably this sneak attack, came a flying kick, almost did not send him to see too much milk. Sir, I have no grudge against this guy. He just came up and hit me. You can call the CCTV. I'm really the victim. He hit me first. Suhan was also incomparably annoyed after hearing Chen Hao's words. You fart. Your Chen family has a vendetta against my Su family for the extermination of our family. This hatred is not shared by all. Not only do I want to beat you up, I'm going to kill you. After Suhan said this, his heart was actually a bit terrified. Chen Hao a young master of the Chen family, already had a cultivation level similar to his own. So was there really no Huanjing powerhouse in his family? The information the monkey had given himself couldn't be wrong, could it? But after a moment's thought, he shook his head firmly. Impossible. Monkey and him over the years, although they have never met each other. But Monkey's help to their wolf-tooth mercenary corps is indeed very great. Once countless times with his godlike hacking ability to help themselves out of danger. Chen Hao was a bit confused, sizing up Su Han in front of him. Are you? I'm Su Han. Your Chen family exterminated my Su family back then. Don't let me find the opportunity, or I'm bound to raise your Chen family. You fart. My Chen family practiced the Taiji way, not even ask about the world. The main fight a cultivation of the body, never destroyed people's whole family. Su Han let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. Do you think I believe it? But you guys wait for me. After I break through the harmonization force, all of you Chen family members will die. Chen Hao also annoyed. On your this IQ, the whole family deserves to be destroyed. I also told you, Yuotsu family is still my Chen family destroyed. What can you do? What can you do? In piss you off. Try one more ing word? Just try it. Piss you off. Slightly. Bang. Just when the two were arguing fiercely, Wang Yanyan slammed the table, while quite a few police officers stood up. Are you kidding me? You can't open your mouth without destroying the entire clan. Sounds like a couple of tough guys. As for the extermination of the entire clan as they said, they would naturally look into it, but the odds were that nothing would come out of it because of what happened decades ago. It's hard to overturn an investigation. What's more, once an ancient martial arts family is involved, it is not protected by ordinary laws and needs to be reported to the Professional Investigation Bureau, which is none of their business. As a final result, Chen Hao was jailed for 7 days for fighting an assault. Su Han is a bit more miserable, facing a 6-month sentence. This is completely unacceptable to Su Han. If he goes to jail, he will definitely lose his job as a security guard, and he is now counting on using his position as a security guard to get close to Gu Lingfei and capture her heart. Looks like I'll just have to use that layer of connections. Obviously, Su Han also has his own connections, and the district police station can't hold him at all. At this point, in a horse farm on the outskirts of Hangzhou, Zhang Che was leading Yuan Heir and the others in horseback riding. Ahem, was really riding a horse. Qin Xiaoqiao and Yuana were both girls by their side now, so it was still necessary to take them to see the world. Privately contracted horse farms like this one start at $1 million for a top horse, specializing in supplying some of the children of the nobility to have fun. After all, the rich people luxury cars and beautiful women to play more. They began to play with the horses, and young Master Jiang directly waved his hand and chartered the entire horse farm. After playing for an entire afternoon until it was dark, Jiang Che and the others were able to enjoy themselves. Jiang Che carried Yuan Heir to the car, and then realized, Monkey actually sent himself a message? Boss, Su Han is out on bail. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes slightly. These sons of Qi have always been under his surveillance. He could be said to be in control of his every move. Naturally, he knew that Su Han and Chen Hao had been in the station because of a fight, but what he didn't expect was, Su Han had come out so quickly? Looks like there's someone behind him, but it's right to think about it. If there was no one behind Su Han, how could he, a foreign mercenary regiment leader, enter the Dragon Kingdom so easily? Chapter 105, Deputy Chief of the Wolverine Mercenary Corps. Rosebud. Boss, according to my investigation, the person behind Suhan is a certain officer in the military district. Jiang Che touched his chin. The people don't fight with the officials. He actually didn't want to offend anyone, but since you dare to stand up for Suhan, don't blame me for pulling you down. He didn't believe that Suhan really stood behind some big shot like an old head. After all, even if Suhan was more powerful, he was just a mercenary leader. It's not even on the same level. So how can it possibly intersect? Monkey, do it yourself. If you can bring down this person behind Suhan, I'll entrust my friend again to special order a smart girlfriend for you, down to lowly and up to imperial sister. Jiang Che had a death grip on the monkey's lifeblood. As a world-class hacker, Monkey is by definition, wanting a woman is an absolute breeze, but he seems to be obsessed with dolls, and you give them to a real person, he'll just get mad at you instead. One has to wonder if some people's fetishes are just wacky. Monkey was thrilled. He couldn't get enough of his new girlfriend over the past 2 days. This intelligent robot was perfect. It even helped him clean, and had no flaws except for the occasional leakage of electricity. Boss, don't worry, that individual behind Suhan isn't particularly high in status. I'll expose him at that time and he'll be gone straight away. The monkey fawned endlessly over Jiang Che. Monkey, don't you ever call me boss again. For what? Monkey wondered a little. I'm afraid my elbow won't open the door. Jiang Che joked. Of course, this world didn't have a jailbait terrier. It could only be considered Jiang Che's self-indulgence. From now on, you can call me Mr. Jiang. Anyway, there are as many people in the world with the surname Jiang, and he also has a system to assist him, so the monkeys won't be able to find him even if he is the world's #1 hacker. If the monkey could be controlled, he would be happy to take him under his wing. If there's an anti-heart, did you really think he'd be kind enough to send Monkey such a smart girlfriend robot? Monkey's address was exposed long ago. Sir Jiang, there's one more thing I need to report to you. Monkey hesitated for half a day before finally speaking. What is it? That the deputy leader of our Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps has returned to the Dragon Kingdom. Vice leader? Jiang Che keenly detected a hint of something wrong. That's right, the deputy leader of the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps, codenamed Rosebud. She is the former Wolf King's own sister. After the former Wolf King died, Suhan then inherited the position of the leader. Rosebud was Suhan's suitor, but Suhan was not interested in her, yet he used her as a tool person. The monkey's words caused the corners of Jiang Che's mouth to press up. Look at that. What a classic episode. I didn't realize that Wolf King Suhan could have his own little fangirl. Monkey, you send me Chance's information first. No problem. P.S. Monkeys only love dolls, not interested in living people. Won't use hacking techniques to spy on the heroine. In Maybach, Jiang Che was sitting on the back seat and Yuan Heir was sleeping heavily while resting on his lap. Drool ran down his pants leg. However, Jiang Che didn't dislike Yuan Heir yet. Jiang Che glanced at the driver who was driving. His eyebrows slightly converged. It was very hard to get a man to be this driver. In a couple of days, I'll let my mom arrange a beautiful bodyguard for me, so I'll be comfortable. Jiang Che, you big asshole, I'll bite you to death. The sleeping Yuan Heir was cursing Jiang Che in a milky voice, so it could be seen that she really did have quite a lot of resentment towards Jiang Che. Jiang Che lost his smile and pinched her cheeks. Yuan Heir had stayed here in Jiang Che for a while and had even developed a little baby fat, full of collagen. Looking people wanted to bite on it. Qin Xiaoqiao was also very sleepy, leaning on Jiang Che's shoulder and dozing off. Yi Mengyao, she was a little more thoughtful, sitting on the passenger seat, glancing at Jiang Che's trio from time to time through the reversing mirror. The jealousy in his heart was knocked over again. People are greedy, just like little kids who get candy and want rag dolls. Those who got Jiang Che will want his love, his favoritism and pampering. But Jiang Che seldom pampered her, and most of his pampering seemed to have gone to Yuan Heir. No can do. Yi Mengyao, Yuan Heir is your best bosom friend. How can you be jealous of Yuan Heir? It's obvious that you're the one who pushed Yuan Heir to Jiang Che on your own initiative. Jiang Che directly shielded Yi Mengyao from this bit of inner drama. Soon enough, the monkey side sent over the information on Rosebud. Jiang Che briefly browsed through this rose. It's very moist, and I, Mr. Jiang, am determined to get it. Although it was rose but she was wearing a black dress. A black battle dress set off her figure. Her small palm-sized face was cold as frost, and her long hair naturally poured down, almost to her thighs there. She had 2 words written all over her face, killer. Anyway, it was cold, cool and pretty, poking Jiang Che's heart. TSK TSK TSK. Suhan ah, don't you not like people? Then, I'll help you bear this pain. Monkey, listen to me. You do this, and then that. Monkey's eyes widened. Then, a second of silence for the once Lord Wolf King. Suhan's backstage collapsed. It collapsed without incident. A lieutenant colonel sergeant in the military district was dismissed from his post and reviewed for abuse of power, and a number of people were uncovered along the way. Anyway, the son of Chi was a tumor-like existence, and the previous Hangzhou Education Bureau director had gone to the police station because he had harbored Lin Yu. The current Su Han was the same. If there was no protagonist aura, a proper pest. Chapter 106 Lin Yu, please shine for me one more time. After getting out of the car, Jiang Che carried Yuan Heir back up. It's cold. Yuan Heir burrowed towards Jiang Che's arms, then opened her eyes in a daze. After seeing that it was Jiang Che, he habitually wrapped his small arms around his neck like a sloth. Qin Xiaoqiao and Yi Mengyao followed left and right into the villa. Yi Mengyao was a little tired in her heart. She remembered the old days, the time when she and Yuan Heir were together. Yuan Heir was clearly older than herself, but she often used the excuse that she was taller than her to grandly become the Yao Yao sister in her words. Now that I think about it, she kinda wants to be shorter too. Then why did Jiang Che pursue himself for so many years before? It couldn't be because Yuan Heir. He's the one who came close to you, isn't it? No way, no way. Jiang Che has been chasing me since middle school. Yi Mengyao began to suffer again. Ever since she followed Jiang Che, she had become sometimes loose and sometimes restrained. The previous arrogance of the Yi family's eldest young lady was completely gone. In fact, Yuan Heir had woken up a long time ago and had been pretending to be asleep. Jiang Che, I'm going to the hospital in 2 days to see my mom. Although Yuan Heir knew that her mother had been picked up by Jiang Che for treatment at a large hospital, she was still a little uneasy. You don't need to talk to me about it. Jiang Che shrugged his shoulders, but when he mentioned Yuan Heir's mother, there was some helplessness in his heart. Uremia is also regarded as half a terminal disease. Even kidney transplantation is estimated to live only a few more years, and need to take long-term medication. His impression of Yu Weiwei was quite good, not to mention being Yuan Heir's only relative. Jiang Che certainly couldn't possibly watch her suffer from UTI. Nowadays, the development of medical science and technology is indeed very powerful, but also take uremia can do nothing, only through hemodialysis or kidney transplantation to extend life. But modern medicine can't do anything about it. But there are people who can. When encountering such a situation, then naturally, it was necessary to call out the lone testicles mad dragon divine Dr. Lin Yu. After all, in the original, it was Lin Yu who used his medical skills along with internal acupuncture, taking a full 3 hours to completely heal Yu Weiwei. As bull as it sounds, that's what the script says. So, Rinyu, please shine for me one more time. Yuan Heir is starving. Don't look at just under 1.5 meters. Dry food is quite fast. A small one. Energy consumption is fast. Recovery is also fast. After a good night's sleep and a good meal, you naturally have the energy to toss and turn. Jiang Che, I've just had my fill. If you dare come over, I'll kick you hard. Yuan Heir glared and raised a small short leg, her bare jade foot, like a little milk cat that raised its paw to slap you. Ha! Boring threats. Sister Yao Yao, help me pull him away. Help me kick him to death. Yuan Heir tried to turn to Yi Mengyao for help, but Yi Mengyao looked away sheepishly. Sister Xiaoqiao, Qin Xiaoqiao, okay, I'm not moving you. I'm talking to you about business. Jiang Che's face gradually became serious. Business? Yuan Heir glanced at Jiang Che suspiciously. This stinky guy didn't even look like someone who could talk business. What kind of business can come out of your mouth? Who'd believe you'd say anything serious? Yuck! Spit in your face. Jiang Che saw that Yuan Heir was a little less than honest and scratched the center of her foot. Giggled Jiang Che, you pervert. Don't tickle my feet. Woo, what's the matter with you? Go ahead. Jiang Che's eyes narrowed slightly as he let go of her little feet. I'm talking about something that has to do with your mom's illness. Once Yu Weiwei was mentioned, the little loli instantly became serious and didn't curse in her heart. My mom's sick. How's it going? Any sign of improvement? She was really scared to hear that her mom's condition had worsened, though she has known for a long time. Uremia can't be cured. You can only slow down the length of your life through dialysis. My dad knows a friend. He is a top Chinese medicine expert in kidney disease. Once the palace imperial physician 108 generations of a single transmission, and will soon be lost, said to be able to cure uremia. Jiang Che didn't blush at all even when he blew up Lin Yu, although it is said that Lin Yu, the protagonist, is a bit unruly and untamed. As the son of the divine doctor's downhill stream of qi, his business ability is naturally nothing to write home about. It was only that with Jiang Che around, he had no chance to show his fists at all. But now, Jiang Che was ready to give Lin Yu a stage to perform on. Yuan Heir froze, blinking up her big eyes, with hope in them, the momentary flash of light. It was like a bright star. Really? Although she knew that Jiang Che's family was very powerful and could definitely find some super powerful divine doctors, but uremia, as one of the current terminal illnesses of mankind, end-stage chronic renal failure, is like when you drink paraquat, your lungs will fibrosis a little bit. It's not easy to stay alive, let alone cure it completely. It's almost impossible. Still, she was willing to believe in hope. Of course it's true. Jiang Che smiled and touched Yuan Heir's head. Don't touch my head. Forget it. Forget it. If you can save my mom, I'll let you touch her. Thanks. Thank you. Let's not worry about whether Jiang Che will do what he says. It's definitely right to say thank you first. Oh, how do you want to thank me? That miracle doctor is very hard to hire. Rumor has it that he can make flesh out of bones. And favors like this, and favors like that can't be measured in money. Yuan Heir bit her thin lips tightly. With her intelligence, she certainly knew what Jiang Che wanted to do. Jiang Che, I'm so tired today. I want to sleep. Yuan Heir directly rolled over and fell back to sleep. Humph. You haven't done anything yet, and you want me to give it for nothing? How can you imagine my mom? You're not a hopeless case, are you? No, 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 no. Chapter 107. Lin Yu became an ingrate, offering to save Yuan Heir's mother. Morning. Jiang Che sent Yuan Heir, Yi Mengyao and Qin Xiaoqiao to school. Senior Jiang Che. You. What school are you going to take? All three girls were crammed into the back seat, and no one dared to go in the passenger seat. They all know a little something in their hearts. The passenger seat is not for everyone. Not to mention the three of them are in such an awkward relationship right now. It's actually enough to maintain a BFF bond with each other, and no one dares to cross the line. Moreover, sitting in the passenger seat, he also had to face Jiang Che's dogpaw that had nowhere to rest. I don't care. With my grades today, you guys are all pretty good, so you can take the test together. Jiang Che is the son of the richest man in the world, and as a rule, rich second generation like this level basically seldom go to school in the country. They all run to some foreign Ivy League colleges and universities, plating a master's degree or doctorate in finance to go home and inherit the family fortune. But he doesn't want to go outside. He's the villain. After Qin Xiaoqiao heard Jiang Che's words, her heart was slightly sweet, and all she could think about was staying by Jiang Che's side all the time. If Jiang Che didn't get good grades and got into a crap school, then she would follow along. Her biggest worry was that Jiang Che would go abroad later. Doesn't want her. Senior Jiang Che, you're the best. Somewhere in the middle of a basement. Holy, Keiko, you're playing with enough flowers. The two of them, Wang Zhang and Lu Tai, looked at Lin Yu, who was tied to the wooden horse stool, and only felt that their eyes were about to go blind. Lin Yu could be described as incomparably miserable at this time, not knowing how much destruction he had experienced. Skinhead smiled and rubbed his shiny head as he trotted over to the two men. Although his brother Chang was the second in command of the underground forces in Hangzhou, in the end, he was just a hitman in Wang Zhang's family. Young master, young Lu, what brings you here? Django was wearing a pair of large pants and had a smile on his face, while Wang Zhang and Lu Tai took 2 steps back. You stay away from me. Kung scratched his head in some embarrassment. Wang Zhang pressed his voice and whispered to him. Chang's eyes went wide. Young master, I can't live without Shaolin. This Shaolin is an ancient martial artist. Okay, okay, okay. In a while you secretly release him and cooperate with us in a play. Although Chang was very reluctant in his heart, he still clenched his teeth. Lin Yu's spirit crumbled a bit. God knows what he's been through all this time. It's a nightmare. He's long since been numb. That Django doesn't even act like a human being. He's getting pouty, waiting for the first opportunity. He'll absolutely escape. Just as Lin Yu was thinking, suddenly the sound of conversation outside the door caught his attention. Have you heard? Zhang Xiao has recently been looking for a miracle doctor who can cure uremia. Why do we need a miracle doctor who can cure uremia? I heard it's that Yuan Heir's mother has uremia, and Zhang Xiao is trying to please the girl. The reason why Yuan Heir was with Zhang Xiao before was because Jiang Che promised to cure her mother, and as a result, her mother's condition has worsened. So if she can't find a doctor, she'll probably go through with it. Doesn't that mean that whoever can save Yuan Heir's mom will be able to gain Yuan Heir's heart? Hiss. Then where does Yuan Heir's mom live? Let's buy something and go visit her. I heard it's in Hangzhou General Hospital, Building 13, Ward 101 on the 7th floor. Lin Yu's eyes instantly lit up. Uremia. Yuan Heir's mom. Inexplicably, his DNA moved, and those keywords together gave him an instinctive rush. When that divine doctor master of his was teaching him, he had naturally taught the means of eradicating uremia, and only needed to utilize the Ghost Gate 13 needles with the assistance of the Dark Power internal force, and within a few hours, he could completely eradicate uremia. Doesn't that mean, as long as he saves Yuan Heir's mother, Then he can win her heart? Yuan Heir's petite and cute appearance appeared in his mind again. From the very beginning of their meeting, it was thoroughly imprinted in the deepest recesses of his heart. Yuan Heir, I will definitely help you. Although Lin Yu had lost one of his balls and was completely incapable of procreating, he was still thinking about women. Lin Yu knew that although he was already ruined, but as long as that divine doctor master of his made a move, he would definitely be able to make a wonderful comeback. All of his hopes in the bottom of his box now rested on Lin Xiaotian. As long as he was cured, even if he only had one egg he could revive his vigor. But what Lin Yu didn't realize was, just outside his door, Wang Zhang and Lu Tai were both holding 2 pieces of white paper to the manuscript, and Wang Zhang also gave Lu Tai a few scowls. Monkey, how was that improv I just did? Okay, let's get out of here. Don't get caught. The two then turned their attention to Django, who was upset. He still had a fondness for Lin Yu, and this had gone on for so long. Suddenly letting him go, he really can't let go. Jiang Che went to visit Yu Weiwei. Yu Weiwei looked pretty good and often sat on the balcony outside the hospital room, fuming. Mr. Jiang, you're here. In front of Yuan Heir, she addressed Jiang Che as Xiao Che, but in private, the title directly became Jiang Gongzi. Yuan Heir she didn't come? No. Jiang Che carried a fruit basket and placed it in front of the bed. Afterwards, he roughly told her about Lin Yu's matter, and Jiang Che wasn't prepared to lie with Yu Weiwei. Jiang Che, he really knew this kind of son of Qi of Lin Yu too well. After this bastard escaped, the first thing he would definitely do was to go find Yuan Heir, and if he couldn't find her, then he would come to Yu Weiwei's side. After all, that's what happened in the original plot. Lin Yu learned that Yuan Heir's mother was suffering from uremia, so he secretly went and cured Yu Weiwei's disease, but Yuan Heir does not know, hanging readers hundreds of chapters, during which Yuan Heir on Lin Yu all sorts of looked down on. After the identity of the rescue exposure of the crowd shocked readers a small wave of pleasure, but it's a shame that up until the time the novel was unicized, Yuan Heir still looked down on Lin Yu. Oh, Mr. Jiang I see. You nodded slightly and didn't say anything. She was just more surprised. Surprisingly, someone could cure UTI? But since it was Duke Jiang who said it, then she naturally had to cooperate with him to put on this good show. Chapter 108, The Strongest Toolman Lin Yu, saving Yu Weiwei with a wonderful hand. Jiang Che and Yu Weiwei chatted for a while and then left. After all, the stage would be handed over to Toolman Lin Yu next. After Jiang Che left, Yu Weiwei started to look out the window again and launched herself into a daze. Whether it was at home or in the hospital, she always liked to look at a certain place and froze, just like when she was a child. Her favorite thing to do was to crouch on the curbstone in front of the orphanage and watch the cars coming and going on the side of the road. Every day, I look forward to a kind heart picking her up. Someone did lead her away later, but it led her astray. But it's a good thing she met her own baby later. Thinking about it, the woman fell asleep. The corners of her lips all slightly curled up, as if she had a good dream. Jiang Che had just walked out of the hospital with his front foot, and Lin Yu had arrived downstairs at the hospital with his back foot. Finally, we've come to the place. Lin Yu just felt like crying. To think that he, a Dark Force level ancient martial artist, had been humiliated like this for more than half a month. It was traumatizing for him for the rest of his life, and a shadow has been cast over his heart. But the good thing was, he had now escaped the devil. After escaping, he could have abused that dead bald guy, but for some reason, he didn't end up killing him. Maybe it's the day-to-day. Don't think about it. Saving people is important right now. Save Yuan Heir's mother first, then gain Yuan Heir's favorability. In fact, Lin Yu didn't know why he must go to save Yuan Heir's mom. It seemed to have been carved out long ago in the underworld. His head was hot. He came over. Lin Yu snapped out a bag of silver needles from his clothes. His mouth quirking, Jingle Bell, a dollar coin was dropped in front of him. Lin Yu, damn, is he being treated like a beggar? Lin Yu was dressed sharply at the moment. A pair of large flowered pants with a big hole rotting behind his ass, and his top was just a white shirt with all sorts of yellowish-brown stains on top of it. Lin Yu, who had completely lost his fertility, had begun to gradually effeminate, and his hair had grown long, but it looked disheveled, like a beggar. Lin Yu looked at the dollar on the ground and was incredibly angry in his heart, but still very honestly bent down and picked it up, wiped it and put it in his pants pocket, then limped into the hospital. For Yu Weiwei, although Lin Yu hadn't seen her before, but after all, she was Yuan Heir's mother, so Lin Yu still dressed up carefully. Looks barely human. I don't know where I stole a doctor's white coat from and draped it over me. Walked into Yu Weiwei's hospital room and had an unimpeded journey. This made Lin Yu somewhat secretly happy that he was quite lucky. Yu Weiwei on the hospital bed was not overly shocked after seeing Lin Yu, but instead looked at Lin Yu with a hint of pity in her expression. Are you the new doctor? Yu Weiwei smiled faintly at Lin Yu. You are Yuan Heir's mom, right? Aha! I am Yuan Heir's friend Lin Yu. On the Chinese medicine kidney disease aspect slightly some knowledge. Ancestor was once the emperor before the imperial physician. To me here the whole 108 generations of single transmission. Yu Weiwei didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, because the words that came out of this Lin Yu's mouth were exactly the same as the script that Jiang Che had given her, without even changing a single word. So much so that Yu Weiwei herself was a bit skeptical. This guy couldn't be an actor hired by Jiang Che, right? But Jiang Che definitely wouldn't harm herself. She was very sure of that, and she was too lazy to think about it that much. After that it's Lin Yu's solo show. He had spent a full 4 hours using various acupuncture techniques and had poured out all his internal energy. It took almost exhaustion to cure this woman of her UTI. That's right, the son of Qi is just so unreasonable. You say he's not powerful. He can even cure a terminal disease like uremia, but you say he's great, right? And yet he can't even cure his own balls. Yu Weiwei was very shocked. The shock in his heart was almost impossible to describe. She was a patient, suffering from UTI, and naturally knew what kind of changes were really happening to her body. Although it was only a few short hours, it seemed to have completely replaced a kidney for her, and she was able to clearly feel her own 2 necrotic kidneys began to be revitalized. It truly reaches the point of raw, brutal and unreasonable miracles. Lin Yu, on the other hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Acupuncture can be done in one sitting, but the follow-up has to be combined with herbal decoctions. This is the prescription. Take it once in the morning, once in the evening, and take it for 3 months for a complete cure. Yu Weiwei's eyes were a little bleak, not knowing what she was thinking, but in the end, she still let out a long, helpless sigh. Mr. Jiang, you've really given me a hard time. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Hey, Auntie, where has Wan Heir gone recently? Lin Yu's goal had always been clear. Saving Yu Weiwei was just a means to an end. Yu Wan'er was his end. Wan Heir has been in school lately. Lin Yu didn't chat much with Yu Weiwei. He had always been a person who did good deeds without leaving a name. Auntie, my name is Lin Yu. Okay, Mr. Lin. After school, Jiang Che took Yu Wan'er to the hospital again. Just a moment ago, Wang Zheng had sent him a video. After Lin Yu escaped from the basement, he went to the hospital and spent a few hours in Yu Weiwei's hospital room. This included the fact that some of Lin Yu's movements had been firmly monitored afterward. Jiang Che naturally knew Lin Yu had already cured Yu Weiwei, and even if he hadn't, I guess he could be cured with some Chinese medicine. The toolman was used up and it was his turn to pick the peach next. Yu Wan'er was going to go to the hospital at noon to see her mom, but because of the delay in the exam, she could only go at night. Wan'er, do you remember the divine doctor I told you about yesterday? Jiang Che held Yu Wan'er's left hand and Yi Mangyao held her right hand. If you look at the back, it really looks like a family of 3. That divine doctor, coming? Yu Wan'er's eyes widened, so much so that she couldn't even help but feel anticipation in her mood. The one who can. The miracle doctor who cured his own mother of uremia. This is natural, and just this morning, he's already given Auntie a full treatment, and the uremia is nearly cured. It just needs to be followed up with a slow convalescence. Yu Wan'er's eyes widened and her cherry mouth opened slightly. You must be lying to me, right? It's only been a day. Even the most powerful divine doctor couldn't have done it, right? She's no cutie pie either. What kind of miracle doctor would it take to do something like this? The corners of Jiang Che's lips hooked. He believed in Lin Yu's ability more than anyone else. As the saying goes, the person who wronged you knows your grievances better than anyone else. Chapter 109, Yu Wan'er's Moving Heart. The upcoming good show. Even Yi Mangyao was slightly surprised. She had naturally heard about Yu Wan'er's mother, and she had also sponsored Yu Wan'er a lot, both explicitly and implicitly. After all, Yu Weiwei was too sick to work, and Yu Wan'er was still in school. So where did Yu Weiwei get the money for her dialysis treatment? She actually willingly raised Yu Wan'er, a cute little rice bug. After all, no one could resist a soft and cute little loli. Jiang Che, has Aunt Yu been cured? Yi Mangyao marveled. Although Yu Wan'er was very skeptical, her slightly trembling little hands were telling how nervous she really was. Jiang Che lowered his head, pinched Yu Wan'er's face, and smiled evilly. You seem like you don't believe it? Are you unwilling to see Auntie Yu heal? Lori was anxious, her eyes wide. I want mommy to get well more than anyone else. What do you know? She was truly afraid that Jiang Che was playing a trick on her, giving her hope and then showing her despair. Several black lines flashed across Jiang Che's forehead who had heard Yu Wan'er's heartfelt words. Is he of this birth? He's a bit of a pervert. But the bottom line is still there alright. Directly on Yu Wan'er's little head and knocked it hard. Ow dash. Yu Wan'er let out a cry of pain. Her head immediately reddened and bulged with a small bag, raising her head and biting her lip as she stared hatefully at Jiang Che. The pain was so great that tears came to his eyes, and they were circling around in his eyes. Sister Yao Yao, Jiang Che bullied me dash. Yi Mengyao, don't talk to me about this kind of thing. Your sister Yo-Yo has no say in front of him. How about this? You want Heir, don't you not trust me? How about we make a bet? If Auntie Yu gets well. Jiang Che leaned over and murmured softly in Yuan Heir's ear. Subsequently, Yuan Heir's face instantly flushed red, just short of having air coming out of her head. Pervert, you perverted lolicon, I'm going to accuse you with Sister Jiang. Yuan Heir had cursed Jiang Che no less than 800 times in her heart for being a pervert, but there was actually some anticipation in my heart. Does it really happen? Miracles? Miracles happen. When Yuan Heir saw her mother again, Yu Weiwei's hospital room was surrounded by many doctors in white coats, holding all kinds of instruments and marveling at all kinds of things. Lori was terrified, thinking that something had happened to Yu Weiwei. Straight to tears. Mom! Mom! The small potato-like height squeezed hard through a human wall of a dozen doctors and nurses. The doctors and nurses were also a bit stunned, and then they made way. Yuan Heir was confused. Tearful eyes looked at Yu Weiwei in front of her. Yu Weiwei's complexion was much better. Before her face was waxen. Now there was more than a hint of redness. And most importantly, Yu Weiwei's kidney dialysis device was removed. Mom, what are you? Yu Weiwei hadn't even opened her mouth yet when the attending doctor on the side walked over. Kid, are you a family member of a patient? Yuan Heir nodded vigorously. Aha! Here's the thing. Your mom's condition has taken a turn for the better. To be precise, it's a miracle. The attending doctor was also excited. He wasn't an actor hired by Jiang Che. He had never been so shocked in his 10 years of being a doctor. You know what? MS. Yu Weiwei's uremia has reached an advanced stage. The toxins have accumulated so badly that she can only live for about a year at most without a kidney transplant. But when we just checked her body we found that her kidney function has actually been revitalized? It was unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have definitely thought it was a replacement kidney. Yuan Heir was overwhelmed by this shocking surprise and blinked her big eyes as if she was trying to digest this heavenly surprise. Are you guys sure? No misdiagnosis? Lori's voice was shaking a little. Of course it's true. And what's more, you can tell by the look on Yu's face. What's more, given Yu's original condition, it is impossible to remove the kidney dialysis device at will. This is a miracle. This is Yu Weiwei's medical report. Yuan Heir took over the pile of medical reports, flipped through them twice, although she could not understand anything, but the tears were flowing. A doctor shouldn't be able to lie. Of course Yuan Heir couldn't believe in miracles. If there was really a god in this world, it would only be her mother. But her mother had uremia. The one who can do this thing. There's only one person. Yuan Heir raised her head and looked at Jiang Che, her eyes red and her little nose all twitchy, looking like a rabbit that had been bullied badly. Thanks, Jiang Che. The girl's voice was as tiny as a mosquito. What? I wasn't listening. Jiang Che lowered his head cheaply and put his ear in front of Yuan Heir. Yuan Heir was made to laugh by Jiang Che's look, and she didn't say thank you anymore. She just stood on her tiptoes and kissed the side of Jiang Che's face. Ha! Jiang Che understood that Yuan Heir, the little loli, was completely eaten up by him. But don't look at Yuan Heir now. She's moved to tears. After a while, she'll still ride your face when she should. Okay, don't cry. You're getting me all snotty and teary. Jiang Che wiped his face with some disgust. Yuan Heir wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Even if you save my mom, it won't change the fact that you're a pervert. Stinking fish. For the sake of saving my mom. Yuck. Stinking bastard. Yu Weiwei's face was clear and she gently wrapped her arms around her daughter. Life and death and whatnot. She has long been indifferent. The only hang-up is Yuan Heir. She actually really do not want to leave Yuan Heir alone in this world. She knew better than anyone what it was like to be an orphan. But it's good now, so I can spend more time with Yuan Heir in the future. On the other hand, Yi Mengyao on the other side also came over to Jiang Che's side, secretly sizing him up. She had once again refreshed her perception of Jiang Che. And right at this moment, Yu Weiwei's attending doctor walked over to Jiang Che. Mr. Jiang, right? I'd like to ask you, what method did you use to cure Yu Weiwei's UTI? As a doctor, I don't believe in miracles. Jiang Che lightly shrugged. Fortunately, he had prepared long ago. Since it's an act, it's natural to act enough. Not to mention the fact that this Lin Yu kid was probably going to arrive soon. And the real fun had just begun. Chapter 110, Fake Divine Doctor Crashes into Real Divine Doctor? Mr. Jiang, what kind of method did you use to cure Yu? The attending physician's remark caught the attention of the others as soon as it was uttered. Jiang Che wasn't in a hurry. After all, he had already hired the actors a long time ago. Come in. Jiang Che's words had only just been finished when an old man with a white beard walked into the hospital room, wearing a white tunic, and the whole person looked like he had a sense of immortalism. With his hands covered, it was obvious at first glance that he was a high-ranking person. The old man walked over to Jiang Che and slightly owed his body. Mr. Jiang, The old man's appearance drew a lot of attention, and the attending physician pointed at the old man and asked, "And this is? My name is Lin Xiaotian. My ancestor was a royal doctor before the emperor, but also the head of the ghost doctor sect. It was Mr. Zhang who asked me to cure this lady's illness." Several doctors were stunned at this statement. They all looked at the old man in front of them with the eyes of a god. As much as they didn't want to admit it, the Dragon Kingdom did have some capable people. After all, there were so many ancient martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom, and naturally, there were many powerful old Chinese doctors. And this old man who was both the former imperial physician and the head of the ghost doctor sect sounded bluffing. They weren't so bad as to question this old man's medical skills. After all, Yu Weiwei's uremia was indeed cured. Facts speak louder than words. This group of doctors have also gone to flatter this old man, and the old man's eloquence is quite good. The ability to fool around is very powerful. The old sow wearing a bra, set after set. Jiang Che nodded. This old man's acting skills were good. That's right, this old man is Wang Zhang. They pulled over from the Hangdian mass actors. As soon as they heard that acting in a scene will give 10,000 yuan, this old man bumbled over. It is said that this old man had acted in many commercials selling fake medicines. What bear-style old formula? Rheumatism and bone disease, cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, and so on, for this kind of pretending to be a miracle doctor. It's easy to pinpoint. Yuan Heir also trotted to this old man. "Old grandpa, thank you for saving my mom." The little lowly was very simple-minded. Her big watery eyes filled with gratitude, but she obviously didn't know. This old man was an actor that Jiang Che had hired over. A few drops of cold sweat oozed from the old man's forehead. Cough cough. The old man doesn't usually save people easily. Saving your mother was only to repay the favor that Mr. Zhang had once done. They say that people live to be old. They are for people. And this old man is obviously quite good at what he does, directly putting all the credit on Jiang Che. Yuan Heir secretly glanced at Jiang Che and blushed as she looked away. Big pervert. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You surely couldn't have been so kind as to save my mom, and would have made some weird over-the-top perverted demands of me. Lori's mind was in turmoil. Yu Weiwei, who was lying on the hospital bed, hadn't said anything. She naturally knew everything, but didn't open her mouth. She had long since seen that the Lin Yu who had come to heal her before was just a tool person. Jiang Che was also far from being as pure and innocent as he appeared to be, and was very dark, but Yu Weiwei didn't care. As long as Jiang Che could be good to Yuan Heir, it would be fine. He had gone through so much effort and even invited actors just to please Yuan Heir. It was enough to be able to see that Mr. Zhang was indeed sincere to Yuan Heir. As for other moral issues, she could only say sorry to that Lin Yu student in her heart. And at that moment outside the ward door, Lin Yu came late. After saving Yu Weiwei, he was ready to go and confess to Yuan Heir. He knew deep down that he couldn't wait any longer now. If it was according to his past character, he would probably take his time and go step by step with Yuan Heir before finally confessing. But now time is short and the task is heavy. If he doesn't confess, he's afraid he won't have a chance. What's with all the doctors? He must have been shocked by my godly medical skills. But soon, Lin Yu's expression became a bit grim as he glanced down at his crotch and reached out to pull it out. Then he was overcome with grief and couldn't help but weep, saying that healers can't heal themselves. To think that he, the heir to the ghost doctor's sect, could cure uremia, but could not cure his own balls. But just as Lin Yu was alone and grieving, a sound in the hospital room attracted his attention. Hiss. Dr. Lin Xiaotian, can you come to our hospital for a while? We can pay you a high fee for your services. Today is really eye-opening. I thought the ancient Chinese medicine only exists in the legend. Today to see really shocking. Lin Yu precisely extracted the keywords. Lin Xiaotian? Isn't this his own grandmaster? And a miracle doctor? Could it be that one's master teacher had entered the secular world to visit him? In an instant, Lin Yu's entire body became agitated. God knows how much he has now suffered this time, how much he has been victimized, and how much he has become an invalid. If it was his own divine doctor master who came, then he would definitely be able to change this miserable situation now. But isn't Master Lin Xiaotian banned from entering and leaving the secular world? It must be that master he had his heart set on his own safety, so he ventured down the mountain. Thinking about this, Lin Yu couldn't help but start moving himself. With that, he pushed open the door. Master, you finally come to see me. But after Lin Yu entered, his entire body froze. After looking around, he didn't even see his master's figure. Instead, that damned Jiang Che was holding Yuan Heir's hand and was also following Yi Mengyao next to him. The doctor's eyes all glanced toward him as well, but only for a second, before they started talking to themselves again. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth twitched in embarrassment. I can't believe no one is talking to me. Yuan Heir, Yao, long time no see. Lin Yu began to take the initiative to set up a close relationship, squeezing in front of the front, revealing a fawning smile. and also smoothly touching the hair, the corners of the mouth with a smile if not a smile, looking out the window. Yuan Heir's beautiful eyes knitted tightly. Who was this savage? And Yi Mangyao had huffed. She had almost forgotten who this guy was, but to come up and open her mouth and call herself Yao Yao? Who are you? No doubt he was ignored again. Ahem. Is Yuan Heir your mom's condition better? Lori rolled her eyes. What's my mom's condition any of your business? Lin Yu froze, then became a bit anxious. Didn't your mom tell you? It was me who saved her. Yuan Heir was directly angry and laughed after hearing this. You saved my mom? Right. Lin Yu clearly hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Who are you? You also don't take a piss and look at yourself. You look like a beggar. Yi Mangyao on the side was also a little righteous indignation. Where is this beggar? It was clearly Master Lin who saved Auntie Yu. And where did you come from? Yi Mangyao pointed at the imposter Lin Xiaotian who was surrounded by a group of doctors. At this time, the imposter's old man was a bit weak, but his aura was sufficient. After all, he was a professional mass actor who had played a variety of divine doctors. The old divine doctor stroked his whitened beard and stepped forward. That's right, it's exactly this MS. You that I saved. And who is your excellency? Ring Yu? Chapter 111. Lin Yu's mind exploded as he was dragged away. Lin Yu sized up the old man in front of him. After a few seconds of silence, the curse came straight out of his mouth. You're a ing asshole. I'm the one who saved the day. You're a songbird. The old man was also wildly acting when he heard this. You kid, do you know what it means to respect the old and love the young? I'm your elder, and I'm the one who saved the day. Not you. Lin Yu was furious and confused. You count as an elder? Impersonating someone else's credit. What the hell do you count as? Yuan Heir couldn't bear to watch and stood out. What kind of thing are you? It's clear that it's Grandpa Lin Xiaotian who saved my mom, so get out of here or I'll call for your arrest. Lin Yu was confused again and again and again and looked up at the old man. Your name is Lin Xiaotian? Well, it's just the old man. How the do you deserve to be called Lin Xiaotian? I'll kick your ass. Lin Yu rushed towards the old man and clutched the old man's collar with both hands, furious and wanting to hit someone. This old undead thing dared to use the same name as his most respected master teacher? The old man hinted at Zhang Che with a frantic look. We agreed to act, but we didn't say we'd get beaten up. I'm 70 years old. I'd have to go to Buddha to be beaten up by this kid. It's not part of the business to get beat up, is it? Gotta add money. The doctors all gathered around as well. You crazy bastard. What do you want to do to Master Lin? Hey. Security room? Building 13, Ward 101 on the 7th floor has a psycho in it. Get over here and get to work. You're the one who's mental. I'm the one who saved the day. The attending doctor couldn't stand to listen. Look at you. How do you look like a doctor? All you can do is curse with your mouth open and shut. You say you're a Chinese doctor. How do you prove it? Lin Yu panicked and pulled out a small cloth parcel from his pocket, and after opening it were 10 or so silver needles. These are the silver needles I use for acupuncture, and the silver needles can prove it. Ha 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 ha. Silver needles? I naturally have them too. Old me. The old man was well equipped, and in one breath he pulled out a dozen small cloth bags, large and small, gold, silver, copper, iron and wood, densely packed with hundreds of needles, to say the least. Lin Yu, I am the true heir to the ancient Chinese medicine. My ancestors. Lin Yu's had only just opened his mouth, and as a result, the old man beat him to it. My ancestor was an imperial physician before the emperor. The ghost doctor sect has been passed down from generation to generation, and it has reached me for exactly 108 generations. Lin Yu, how the hell did you get to be an ex-royal doctor? You're the only one in the ghost doctor's family? And there are exactly 108 generations? You're saying all my words. Lin Yu could be said to be furious, with a wave of gas building up in his chest with nowhere to pour it out. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Hastily, he looked helpfully at Yu Weiwei, who was lying on the hospital bed. Surely you can testify for me, right? I'm the one who saved you. I spent 4 hours trying to save you, and my internal energy was drained. Lin Yu's eyes carried boundless expectations. I saved you. You have to help me testify. Lin Yu cried anxiously all. He had never been so aggravated even when he was pinched and burst one of his balls and lost his fertility. But when Lin Yu looked at Yu Weiwei, ready to let Yu Weiwei personally confirm it for himself, he crumbled and realized. Yu Weiwei didn't know when she actually fell asleep on the hospital bed. Yu Weiwei, if she admitted that it was Lin Yu who saved her, she would directly offend Zhang Che, and indirectly, she would harm Yuan Heir, which was something she could never do. But after all, Lin Yu had saved his life, so he simply pretended to be dead. Why are you still asleep? How can you sleep through the night? Ha! Wake up for me. Unfortunately, you can never wake someone who is pretending to be asleep. You asshole, get off my mom. Yuan Heir was so angry that she wanted to kick Lin Yu twice, but she was stopped by Jiang Che. With you on Heir's short legs, kicking on Lin Yu not only didn't hurt him, but might still be rewarding him. I'll do it. Jiang Che held Yuan Heir in his arms, and then kicked Lin Yu's ass, using all his dark strength to directly send Lin Yu flying. Ah! With a mournful scream, Lin Yu crashed directly into the wall after knocking over a coffee table. Jiang Che, it's you! Lin Yu covered his butt and glared at Jiang Che with a deadly glare. Although his buttocks were in intense pain, it was no match for the hatred he felt towards Jiang Che at this time. He realized that from the beginning to the end it was this guy who was playing himself. I have no grudge against you. Why do you repeatedly target me? But apparently, no one answered his words. Jiang Che cast a sidelong glance at the collapsed Lin Yu. He understood. This bastard had been completely wasted, and was on the verge of a mental breakdown from the repeated blows. It was really unbearable. Didn't they say that the sons of Qi were all very resistant to pressure? This is not good. This is just how long to be played dead. And soon, Lin Yu was forcibly dragged out of the hospital room, cleansed. After Lin Yu was racked away, Yu Weiwei woke up at some point. Mom, why are you awake? Did that damn guy wake you up? Yu pursed her lips slightly and smiled. After that Yuan Heir and Yi Mengyao chatted with Yu Weiwei. Outside the hospital room, young Master Jiang, my name is AI Shouying, just call me Lao AI. Jiang Che, Campeshu? What a name. It's so abstract. However, this old man did have acting skills. Facing the dark power great circle Lin Yu didn't panic at all. He might be able to use him in the future. With that, he transferred another $100,000 to him, which startled the old man. Young Master Jiang, this is too much. You deserve this. Keep it in your stomach and don't say anything about it. Or else. Hey. Young Master Jiang, I get it. AI Shouying has completely lost the appearance of the old god doctor before the immortal style. Looks very lewd. Yu Weiwei's illness was almost cured. She only needed to follow the prescription Lin Yu had grabbed and convalesce a bit more for up to 3 months before she would be cured. After coming out of the hospital, Yuan Heir was in a significantly better mood. Walking with a bounce, 2 ponytails flopped. Jiang Che, thank you. Lori laughed heartily. Humph, pervert. In fact, Yuan Heir knew very well that Jiang Che's favor of saving her mother. I'm afraid she'll never be able to repay it in her lifetime. And what could she offer Jiang Che? It's just one kind of thing. Chapter 112 AI Shouying is actually a generation master? Yi Mengyao's affliction. Outside the hospital. Hey. The white-bearded old man looked at the $100,000 that had arrived in his cell phone account, and the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than even AK. That's right, this old man was naturally the imposter Dr. AI Shouying, although nearly 70 years old, but the body is still very robust. Weekdays the greatest pleasure is to go to the cross store as a mass actor, maybe even peep some popular actresses, and by the way, rub a free box lunch issued by the crew. And just at this time, an indignant voice suddenly appeared behind him. Why are you pretending to be me? You dead old man? It was clearly me who saved that woman. Lin Yu covered his buttocks and limped over to AI Shouying, glaring angrily. The old man put down his cell phone and sized up Lin Yu in front of him. What? You have an opinion? The old man picked his nose and looked like a dead pig. Lin Yu's mind was a bit broken. After being kicked out of the hospital, he had thought of breaking back in to get a statement, but the hospital had blacklisted him and wouldn't let him in at all. He wanted to go and take revenge on Jiang Che, but he knew very well, he was no longer that fellow's match nowadays. From within the kick that Jiang Che had just kicked him with, he sensed a trace of the aura of Huan Jin, the aura that belonged to the higher-ups. Huan Jin crushed Dark Jin. Although Lin Yu was very confident in his current Dark Force Grand Circle strength, he was not so confident that he could rival a Harmonization Force powerhouse. That's right, during the half-month that Lin Yu had been pouting by Brother Chang in the basement, his strength had changed drastically, jumping 2 levels in a row directly from the middle stage of Dark Power to reach the Great Circle of Dark Power. The whole person was much more permeable during that time, but even after the breakthrough, he was still no match for Jiang Che, and that was what devastated him the most. So he could only come to this old man to vent his anger. After all, persimmons have to pick the soft pinch. Looking at AI Shouying's obscene appearance, Lin Yu was so angry in his heart that he wanted to kill someone. You old undead bastard. You followed the Jiang guy to fix me, didn't you? If I don't beat you to crutches today, I won't be called Lin Yu said and swung his fist. Now that no one was around and there was no surveillance, he didn't have much of a problem even if he beat this old man up. Ever since he came down from the mountain, he had been very suffocated, being bullied in all kinds of ways, never having faked a complete pussy. and every time he faked a pussy he was bound to be punched in the face. It's making him himself. Aishoying narrowed his eyes slightly. You kid, bullying me, a 69-year-old comrade, aren't you? You're the bully, and not only am I going to bully you, I'm going to beat the out of you. If he couldn't beat Jiang Che, could he still beat a dead old man? Saying that, he swung his sleeve and was ready to beat him up. Of course, Lin Yu didn't use his dark energy, otherwise if he really killed the old man, he would be in big trouble. Aishoying put away the lewd smile on his face, a hint of coldness in his old eyes, then raised his hand and waved it. A terrifying chi force erupted out, forming an air wave that directly lifted Lin Yu out. It hit the wall hard. Bang! Lin Yu was thrown to the wall again and again and again. It was only him who was the son of Qi. If someone else had come over he would have been thrown to death long ago. Lin Yu was thrown to the ground and climbed up with a trembling body, his eyes looking fearfully at the old man in front of him. Qi energy? Are you? In that instant just now, he felt a pressure from this old man that was even more terrifying than his own masters. That assassin master of his was a Huanjing Grand Circle cultivation, stronger than his master. There's only one possibility. The internal force was transformed into astral energy and erupted from his body. At the very least, he was a sect master with astral energy cultivation. You're a sovereign? But Aishoying didn't pay any attention to him at all, and resumed that look of a lewd old man, picking his nose, and picking out a large pile of boogers and flicking it. With the addition of chi energy, it popped into Lin Yu's mouth with precision. Asterisk. Just like you still ghost Dr. Sectaire? Wash up while you can. That old waste of a man, Lin Xiaotian. Even if he teaches disciples, he will only teach little wastes. Lin Yu heard Aishoying even call his master teacher a waste? There was inexplicably some huffing and puffing in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it at all. This man is a grandmaster. A single finger could crush him. Old pussy, old timer, do you and my master know each other? Lin Yu didn't care. He directly knelt down for him, then start crying misery. Unfortunately, however, Aishoying didn't listen to him at all, and patted his ass and walked away. Master, old timer, please help me, Lin Yu cried out. Once upon a time he thought that he would make his own way after entering the secular world, but reality hit him head on. Aishoying just laughed coldly. Big in ambition but small in intellect, thin in color but thin in guts. Waste. After saying that, he raised his head and left. He naturally couldn't possibly care about Lin Yu's affairs. The most important thing he should do now is, I'm thinking of going to a club to have my feet pinched tonight. I heard that the technician at the club on the east side of the city is good. No, Lin Yu felt as if he had lost something important again. Jiang Che didn't know that a little old man he had casually dragged into the crew was actually a Zhongshi level expert. Leaning against the bed, he glanced at Yi Mengyao beside him. Yi Mengyao, who was seen, lowered her head, looking nervous. The hallowed Miss Yi was pooed by Jiang Che to the point of suffering. Jiang Che sighed slightly in his heart. This kind of girl who suffers from loss is not what he wants. Yo, I think we should talk. The moment these words came out, Yi Mengyao's delicate body was slightly trembling. Ever since the last birthday party, she had been so muddled that she couldn't even recognize herself sometimes, and she was too afraid of being abandoned by Jiang Che. And with more and more girls around Jiang Che, she wanted to be jealous, but there was no qualification to be jealous, because the former her had also rejected Jiang Che many times. Jiang Che, what are you trying to say? Yi Mengyao's voice was slightly trembling. Could it be that Jiang Che was going to kick himself away? Showdown? Of course she was able to tell that Jiang Che liked Juan Air a bit more. In comparison, she really had an incomparably low self-esteem. Chapter 113. Rose came to the Dragon Kingdom and was about to play a big game for Su Han. Jiang Che looked at Yi Mengyao's appearance and felt a bit of secret pleasure in his heart. But you can't go too far, and the tenderness you need to give is still there. After all, it's all about spending time together and giving him babies later. Just like you, Juan Air this kind has its own small temper. Small arrogant nature is more favored. Yao, when I was chasing you before, you rejected me flat out. So why are you coming back to chase me backwards now? Jiang Che prepared to execute Yi Mengyao. The first problem is a fatal one. Yi Mengyao's face blanched slightly and lowered her head. Sure enough, he's here to ask questions. Jiang Che, it's my fault. When you were chasing me before, I really treated you like a brother. But after you stopped chasing me, I realized, I do like you. As she spoke, Yi Mengyao's eyes were tearing up. That's right, I woke up too late. I took the love and care you gave me before for granted. It's me who deserves it, but please don't kick me out, okay? I really know I'm wrong. Yi Mengyao said that she was about to start taking off her clothes. Jiang Che instead gently clutched the young girl's wrist. He was going to start spiking his acting skills. You don't have to spoil yourself like that. The longest road Yi Mengyao had ever traveled in her life was Jiang Che set up. As expected, as soon as Jiang Che's words were spoken, Yi Mengyao froze. her teary eyes blinking twice. Jiang Che put back on the pajama sling that Yi Mengyao had ripped off. As I told you before, what I like is that innocent girl. That cute young girl who follows me around and calls out to Brother Che. Not a big lady with a haughty face who looks down on everyone. Much less the current. You, who's trampling on yourself like this. These words from Jiang Che directly caused Yi Mengyao to freeze. It turns out, Jiang Che doesn't like this kind of himself. The young girl raised her head and happened to see Jiang Che's look of deep affection. And her heart became a deer in the headlights in an instant. Why is Jiang Che talking to himself about this? Does he still like himself? Jiang Che. You? Yi Mengyao looked into Jiang Che's eyes, and inexplicably felt her heart sour. An aggression mixed with self-blame surged into her heart. Then he directly jumped into Jiang Che's arms and wailed, "Oh Jiang Che, I won't be so capricious in the future. Don't you leave me behind." Into the night, an airplane slowly pulled into the middle of Hangzhou Airport. Brother Su-han, I've come to the Dragon Kingdom too. A young girl in a black punchy jacket sat on top of the airplane seat, both hands in her lap, with a proper look on her face. The girl's appearance was very cold, as if it was a piece of ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. Even if she was sitting, she could feel her tall figure, and the black tight fighting pants showed her perfect jade legs to be even more slender. An extremely long head of hair was tied back by a rosebud hairpin, the tips of which fell above the seat, but a slight sadness was imprinted on her small, palm-sized face. That's right, it was Su-han's little fangirl, the sister of the former Wolf King of the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps, Rosebud. According to the information provided to her by the monkey, Brother Su-han had a bad time after returning to the Dragon Kingdom and was being targeted. Almost got locked up in the police station. Mind you, like Su-han, this level of mercenary leader in the Dragon Country can be registered. Once the offense thing, punishment will only be more serious. If the offense isn't serious, it's fine. At most you'll be deported. But if it's serious, it's possible to be taken to jail. Brother Su-han, is that Gu Lingfei really that good? You even threw up the entire wolf's teeth to come to the Dragon Kingdom for her? The young girl was a bit jealous. In this world, other than her own brother, only Brother Su-han was left to treat her the best. Except that her brother Su-han didn't seem to be interested in her, and had been pursuing that Gu Lingfei all along. And he came to the Dragon Kingdom this time for Su-han. What was rather embarrassing, however, was, after Rose got off the plane and walked out of the airport, just get lost. Although she was of dragon blood, she had grown up abroad since she was a child. But fortunately, her Chinese is not that bad, and she can still communicate. Monkey, I'm lost. Rosebud was naturally pampered as the little princess in the Wolf's Teeth Mercenary Corps. Monkey, who was playing around with his AI smart girlfriend, suddenly received the message and cursed in his heart. But after seeing that it was Rose, it became serious. You get up and go charge yourself. Monkey patted the AI robot on the butt, then started talking to Chance. He was now completely invested in Jiang Che's camp, knowing that Jiang Xiao had thoughts about Rosebud and wanted to use Rosebud to deal with Su-han. And he, is also offered a very vicious scheme, directly on the spot to obtain the praise of Jiang Xiao, and sent him 2 AI girlfriends. His original small rented house has now become a large villa. For AI girlfriends, let him live like a god. If you follow Jiang Xiao, you don't have to ask for food or drink. Old Wolf King, I'm sorry. Monkey felt a little too born when he thought about what he was about to do, but couldn't help it. Jiang Xiao gave too much awe. With that, he sent a message over to Chance. Miss Rosebud, I've booked a car for you. It's at the door. He'll take you to the biggest luxury hotel in Hangzhou. Rose was a little surprised. Wolf Teeth Mercenary Corps in the past 2 years of earnings are not very good. Almost cannot afford to pay wages. All rely on that false head of the spirit of the wolf soul to support to go on. The regiment of mercenaries are complaining about. But they live in a luxury hotel? Monkey, then thank Brother Su-han for me. Miss Rosie, you are wrong. Lord Wolf King is barely able to feed himself. How could he have the money to book a hotel for you? It's a good friend of the old Wolf King. He heard that you have come to the Dragon Kingdom and funded to help you. The young girl froze. Her brother's best friend? How come she had never heard her brother mention it? But she didn't think twice about it. After all, her brother was an omnipotent existence in her heart, and having a rich friend in the Dragon Kingdom was naturally not surprising. Only that her brother died in an accident, and then Brother Su-han inherited the throne of the Wolf King. Then you thanked him for me. Monkey, can you help me find where Brother Su-han is? I want to go and see him once. Oh, my lady, the Wolf King is wanted. I don't know where he's hiding. Chapter 114 Rose's Curiosity. Mysterious Duke Jiang? Chance's face is outstanding, beautiful and valiant, and he turns heads. But she's waiting for someone. Monkey said a car would pick her up. Although she really didn't want to trouble others, she was indeed very unfamiliar with the Dragon Kingdom. In case she might get lost, how else could she find Brother Su-han? And just as she was waiting for someone, a young man came up. Hello beautiful girl, my name is Yi Chuan. A small young man in a white shirt walked up to Chance and spoke with a smile, but Chance wasn't willing to ignore him. She hated people with no sense of boundaries like that so much. Yi Chen didn't seem willing to give up, and just then, another unruly young man came next to him. What are you doing? Bullying someone else's little girl. Ha, I think you're looking for a fight. Beauty, I'll beat him up for you. Remember my name is Lin Feng. Rose, as we all know, beautiful women will have randomly refreshed sons of Qi beside them. The two of them, Yi Chen and Lin Feng, fought, indistinguishable from each other. And soon, a luxurious Bentley drove up and the driver opened the window. After double-checking at Chance, he then asked, "May I ask if you are MS?" Chance? The young girl blinked twice, a little confused. She had never been in a luxury car, but she still had the most basic eyesight. Aha, the young girl nodded. I was sent here by Mr. Jiang to fetch you. The driver's words caused Rose to start speculating. This Mr. Jiang, is he his brother's best friend? Since it was her brother's best friend, the worries in her heart were dissipated and she followed in the car. The two who were fighting, Yi Duan and Lin Feng, were dumbfounded and stopped, dumbfounded as they watched Rose leave in her car. For a moment, they felt like they were back at the circus. Chance arrived at the hotel in the chauffeur's car. She was incredibly shocked on this journey. The metropolis of the Dragon Kingdom was so prosperous? Although she was a girl of pure dragon blood, she had been living abroad. This was the first time she had set foot in the middle of the Dragon Kingdom, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Compared to the chaos outside, the Dragon Kingdom could indeed be very safe. What kind of life did Chance used to lead? How happy can the life of a mercenary be? The days of blood on the knife's edge and facing danger almost every day were undoubtedly very cruel to a young girl in her prime. It was also that incredibly dangerous life that created Rose's cold personality. May I ask, who is the Jiang Gongzi you speak of? Rose pressed the question. The driver smiled and spoke. Mr. Jiang is humble and friendly, and he is the son of the richest man in Hangzhou. The son of the richest man? Rose was deeply interested in this mysterious Duke Jiang. Since he was his brother's old friend, he was naturally a person worthy of his respect. It was only after Rose entered the hotel that she realized how luxurious it really was. Miss Rosie, you can stay here for the time being, don't worry about the accommodation and other things. Our Duke Jiang has already taken care of it. Rose didn't say anything. She wasn't stupid. The hotel here was not cheap at first glance. That mysterious Mr. Jiang must be close friends with his brother. Otherwise how could he be so kind to himself? Rose had already started to rip off her own self, but she quickly remembered Su-han. According to what the monkey said, Brother Su-han was having a bad time right now, and after her brother's death, Brother Su-han had become her only family member. No, I'm going to find Brother Su-han. Rose's words had only just reached her lips when the hotel's lobby manager pushed a delivery cart filled with various forms of delicious dishes, all cooked by top chefs. Miss Rosebud, this is from our Duke Jiang specially for your hospitality. 29 culinary masters from all over the world are dedicated to serving you and guaranteeing you the best possible experience. Of course, it's just a little bit of old friendliness on the part of our son. It was a silky smooth little combo that caught Chance directly off guard. Although the young girl didn't say anything, her heart was actually very touched. This kind of meticulous care was like an ugly duckling suddenly getting treated like a white swan. It's impossible not to be moved. Please, help me thank Jiang. Mr. Jiang. What's more, Chance was really hungry, and there was no teenage girl who didn't like food, especially the dessert. It was the first time Rose had felt this princess-like treatment, and she couldn't help but, somewhat covetous. Brother Su-han, wait for me. After I rest for 2 days, I will definitely go back to look for you. The young girl shoved a small piece of cake into her tiny mouth, the sweet cream melting on her tongue. Rose couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly. She had absolutely no resistance to sweets. Ms. Rosebud, enjoy your meal. This entire floor has been chartered by Mr. Jiang. You can walk around as you please. Thanks. The inside of the young girl's mouth was stuffed to the gills. A touch of cuteness belonging to a young girl appeared on her frosty face. For that mysterious Jiang Gongzi started to look forward to it. Jiang Che, good morning. Yi Mengyao was in a good mood. Since she had made friends with Jiang Che yesterday, her entire heart knot had been untied. Jiang Che did not want her. He still had feelings for her, and this knowledge made her very happy. There was also no more of the affliction from before. As long as he didn't make a demon out of himself, Jiang Che didn't hate himself. The current Yi Mengyao thought about her former self, and felt that it was too much, and pawning and standing. Jiang Che nodded, a hint of a smile on his lips. Get up, Wani. Yi Mengyao forcibly lifted the still sleeping little loli by the bedside. Yuana was still in a daze and salivating at the corner of her mouth. Sister Yo-Yo, good morning. A messy hair is called a chicken nest for normal people, but for Lori, messy beauty. Understand? After the three of them simply ate some breakfast, Jiang Che sent them off to school. Jiang Che was now too lazy to go to school. The sons of Qi had been abused and run away, and the Heavenly Destiny heroines had all been collected. So what's the point of going to school? It's called skipping class when poor students don't go to class, but it's called skipping class when rich people do? It's called enriching extracurricular life. Jiang Che had already received a call from Monkey to himself, and that little fangirl of Su Han's, Rosebud, had already returned to China. So I have to spoof it? Moreover, Jiang Che did not lack money. Things that could be solved with money were not called things, yet 99% of the things in this world could be solved with money. Chapter 115, The White Rose Who Was Fooled and Crippled. The seeds of doubt were planted. According to the information given by the monkeys, Rose was the sister of the former Wolf King of the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps. Chance's last name is White. First name Chance. White Chance. Her brother, however, is called by Tianhui, and on the way to an S-class mission in the Mercenary Corps, he didn't know who leaked out the information, and was miserably ambushed, and almost all of the elite forces in the Wolverine mercenaries were killed in action, including by Tianhui himself. Only one, Su Han, managed to escape and was soon elected the new Wolf King by virtue of his superb personal ability. After that, it was a series of brainless operations. After the Wolf King came to power, he vowed to take revenge on the old Wolf King, Bai Huai, and shouted quite loudly, "It's been 5 or 6 years, and almost all of the old group of people have been boiled away by him, but he hasn't succeeded in his revenge. TSK, 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 Suhan ah Suhan, such a good opportunity is delivered to my mouth. If I don't intervene, won't I be too sorry for my name as a villain? And brother Suhan? Soon you will see the true face of this brother Suhan. And now of course he's going to meet Rose. Miss Rosebud, you can't go out yet. Mr. Jiang said you're the sister of an old friend. We can't let any danger happen to you." White Rose wanted to leave the hotel to look for Suhan, but she was stopped by the hotel's manager. "Just kidding, Zhang Xiao, but said that he can't let go to do everything possible to keep her. But it's good. This young girl is quite good at fooling around, feeding her all kinds of food when she's hungry, and wanting to go out and find Suhan when she's full. Even hired a few young ladies to teach her how to play the game." 2 or 3 days down the line, White Rose actually vaguely some signs of internet addict girl. "Mr. Jiang, again, can't I see him once?" Although White Rosebud was very curious about Mr. Jiang in her heart, she couldn't say it on her mouth and remained the same high and mighty girl. And just then, a modest voice came over. "Oh, I guess this is Brother Huai's sister, Rosebud?" White Rose looked over with a sideways glance, then actually blinked her big eyes twice in a somewhat droll manner. "This man looks so young." It felt like he was less than 20 years old at most, with a trace of unfaded teenage boyishness on his face. "About her age, right? How can you call your brother brother?" "Mr. Jiang?" Chance spoke sparingly. She rarely spoke and hated the kind of people who came up and got close, but this one was his brother's best friend, so it wasn't annoying. "There's no need to call me Mr. Jiang, just call me Jiang Che or Brother Jiang." Jiang Che walked to the opposite side of White Rose, found a chair and sat down, sizing up the girl. It should be said not to say, the real person is even more beautiful than in the photo, through a kind of cold temperament. This kind of cold young girl can most stimulate a man's desire to conquer. "Jiang Che, are you and my brother friends?" Just now he called out to Brother Huai. Her brother's original name was Bai Tianhua, something that many people in the Wolfang Mercenary Corps didn't know. Should also be considered a friend. After all, he once saved my life. Brother Huai is 10 years older than me. It's also considered a forgotten friend. But I didn't realize it would be goodbye forever. Jiang Che's acting skills are horrible as hell. The old sow wears a bra, set after set, saying that he is almost convinced. Straight away, the White Rose crippled with neglect, when his own brother was still alive. At the mention of Bai Tianhui, Bai Qianwei lost some of her emotions. Her brother is her last relative in this world. It's fine. I'll be your pillar of support when you live in Dragon Kingdom from now on. Jiang Che's words made Bai Rongwei freeze for a moment. She wanted to retort. Brother Su Han was her pillar, but the words came out of his mouth. "I heard that after Huai's accident, the Wolf King and the Wolf King mercenary group was replaced? Is that so?" Jiang Che asked patiently as he mooched his fingers. Chance was a bit stunned. How did he know so much about what was going on in the Wolfsbane mercenary corps? "Well, it's Brother Su Han who succeeded my brother. How come you know so much about our Wolfang?" White Rose was a little wary. I've been very unconvinced since I heard about Brother Huai's accidental death 2 years ago. How could an accident happen to Brother Huai who was so powerful? Someone definitely killed him. So I've been secretly investigating for the past 2 years. The girl was shocked. Did you find out? I also think that my brother's death was definitely not an accident. It must have been man-made. At the mention of her brother, the icy young girl could no longer be high and mighty. There were more words, too. No, but there's been a little bit of thinking about it, and I think it's going to come out soon. Jiang Che of course would not snap his hat to Su-han right off the bat. Rose would definitely not believe it, so there had to be a gradual process. Jiang Che, brother, please help me investigate the real culprit back then, okay? When White Rose was excited, her two small hands directly pulled up Jiang Che's arm. Jiang Che was old and horny, so naturally he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to mooch. Two large hands held Chance's hand tightly in a serious grip. Don't worry about this. Brother Huai's business is my business. As Brother Huai's sister, you are also considered half of my Jiang Che's godsister. I have to find out the person who killed Brother Huai back then. Rose's face was a little less than normal, and her two small hands were firmly held by Jiang Che. It was the first time she'd ever been held by a man's hand, other than her own brother. Jiang Che was cool. This chick's small hands were rather rough and had quite a few calluses, as anyone who played with guns all year round would know. By the way, I've asked someone to investigate that Su-han from your Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps has recently returned to the Dragon Kingdom, right? You investigated Brother Su-han? Rose's beautiful eyes knitted slightly, looking at Jiang Che a burst of egg pain. This little fangirl is not a love brain, right? Don't be like the female lead in some cerebral palsy romance novels, where the male lead ripped out her kidneys and wiped out her entire family, and in the end forgave the male lead, and the two of them lived together shamelessly. That's set up. Jiang Che cast a sidelong glance at the young girl, his voice somewhat on the cold side. I'm just suspecting him. As far as I know, he was the only one in the entire squad who came back alive after Huai's death back then, so I'm certainly qualified to suspect him. Even if it was you, I'd be just as suspicious. What's more, the one who saved me was Huai, not anyone else. Rose was so admonished by Jiang Che that she didn't say anything because she couldn't refute it. Oh Chance, you have to know one thing. The easiest way to judge a case is to see who is the biggest beneficiary of it. Su-han, I will continue to investigate, and this guy is not as good as you think. Jiang Che began to dig in. The girl instinctively wanted to retort, but couldn't say anything else. In her young mind, she had already begun to have doubts about Su-han. According to what Jiang Che said, Su-han was indeed the biggest beneficiary after his brother's death, inheriting the Wolf King's position. Is it really Brother Su-han? No, it's absolutely impossible. Brother Su-han is so good to me, and he's like a brother to my brother. How could he possibly have killed my brother? But once the seed of doubt is created, it takes root and the charge is naturally established. Chapter 116, Dating White Rose, Teenage Springtime. Jiang Che had not only dug up a corner, but he was also prepared to throw a pot of dirty water on Su-han. Since White Rose liked Su-han so much, what if she knew about all that black history of Su-han? But don't forget, Jiang Che still has those little videos that the monkey gave him in his hand. Su-han's taste made even Jiang Che a bit shocked, because he couldn't chase Gu Lingfei, so he found some other ordinary women wearing the same clothes as Gu Lingfei, and then knelt down to be a licking dog. Jiang Che's eyes were a bit zapped when he watched those videos. TSK, Su-han, the son of Chi Lux's tastes are a bit on the heavy side. If White Rose saw this ghostly appearance of Su-han, I wonder how she would feel. GGG. Jiang Che was already laughing in his heart. Jiang Che, brother, there is absolutely no way that Brother Su-han is my brother's murderer. I'm very sure. The young girl looked at Jiang Che with a serious face. The usually high-strung and unimaginable trippy girl's words gradually increased at this time. P.S. 3 No girls, no mouth, no heart, no expression. Refers to those dull girls who are silent and lack expression. Oh, you don't know a person by his or her face. Oh, never define a person too soon. Jiang Che smiled as he walked over to White Rose and patted the young girl's shoulder. Been cooped up in the hotel for the past few days, haven't you? I'll take you out for a stroll. Jiang Che was an absolute master of time management, with daytime matters during the day and nighttime tasks at night. Strolling? White Rose glanced at Jiang Che and blinked twice. The concept of dating had never existed in her past. Look at the way you're dressed. You don't look like a teenage girl, do you? You look like a cold-blooded killer. Jiang Che touched the young girl's head, and White Rose subconsciously shrunk her neck like a wary kitten. What does he want? As expected, as long as Rose's brother and Su-han were not mentioned, this chick's words instantly became much less. Jiang Che was not in a hurry. Anyway, Su-han was still working as a security guard in Gu Lingfei's company, being supervised by his own people all the time, almost 24 hours on duty, very dedicated. So, Lord Wolf, I'll take your little fangirl. You're welcome. It was the first time for White Rose to come into the middle of such a large and top-notch shopping mall. He couldn't help but be a bit formal, looking around vigilantly, and this appearance made Jiang Che laugh. The waitresses in the clothes store followed. Although they didn't know Jiang Che, they still had the most basic eyesight. In this kind of high-class place, even a beggar cannot be offended. Jiang Che glanced at these shopkeepers, and several of them walked away knowingly. That's a nice dress. Girls, don't always dress in such dark colors. A young girl of your age should be more lively. Jiang Che took many clothes for Rose, almost treating the girl as a mannequin. A clothes rack. Jiang Che actually didn't even need to bring Rosie out for shopping. Like him, this kind of luxury aristocrat clothes are handmade to order. There are professional people who come to the door to measure the size, and then do a good job to send it over. But after all, Rose is a lonely young girl, so it's good to bring her out to see the world. Although Rose never spoke, it was obvious from her expression. She really quite liked these pretty clothes, and was happy to be used as a coat rack. This dress is so beautiful. I love it. Waiter, put this dress away. I'll take it. Rose. Jiang Che didn't make that kind of behavior of waving his hand and buying all the other clothes for me except for these ones. That kind of pure he's rich, yes, but it's not like he's cerebral palsy. Only those protagonists would do that. Jiang Che, who possessed the her heart past divine skill, was practically a godsend when it came to picking up girls, especially young girls like White Rosebud who didn't really like to talk. White Rose was indeed a contrasting woman. Although before, she had always been dressed so cold and frosty, in a tight black fighting suit with her hair tied up in a bundle, but she's surprisingly fond of Lolita's princess dresses? Hiss, little girl, this is too pretty for you, isn't it? I've been selling clothes for so many years. You're the prettiest girl I've ever seen. This dress matches you perfectly. Jiang Che sized up the girl in front of him, and his heart was a little tickled. Dressed in a blue and white Lolita pleated dress with a pair of little white shoes on her feet, clean white silk wrapped her perfect legs. The hairstyle had also been rearranged, with long hair pouring down and a small pale pink bowler hat. The whole person looked like a little princess. White Rose combed and dressed up, simply as beautiful as heavenly fairies, and Yi Mangyao belonged to the same echelon of heavenly destiny heroines. Their face values were both very top-notch existences. I don't know if that guy Su Han is a young committee or not, following such a pretty little fangirl around him. How can he hold back from eating her? Rose is so pretty, like a little princess. A compliment from Jiang Che caused the young girl to lower her head. He knew White Rose's nature too well, lacking love, insecure, not having seen much of the world, and still very simple-minded. A girl like that is straight up smashing. A little bit of casual coaxing with sweet words will quickly gain her favor. Money was just a string of numbers to Jiang Che. When she came out from inside the shopping mall, White Rose originally, this high-cold three-less girl had already been dressed up as a little princess by Jiang Che. The young girl's face is so high that she walks around with an almost 100% turnaround rate. Brother Jiang Che, thank you for the new clothes you bought me. The high-strung girl took the initiative to speak. Before, when calling Jiang Che's brother, he would hesitate. But now, it's so nice to be called. No need to thank me. You're Huai's own sister. So naturally you're my god sister. And of course a beautiful girl like you should dress nicely. Look at your little hands. All calloused. You must have suffered a lot in the past. Little Rose's hands are a bit calloused, so she'll have to take care of them in the future. It was the second time for White Rose to have her hand touched by Jiang Che, but Rose didn't particularly resent it. For the first time since the death of her own brother, she felt loved and cared for, although brother Su Han was also very good to her. It was not a favor, it was just a kind of brother taking care of his sister, but from Jiang Che, she felt favor. Chapter 117, Su Han who was crippled by neglect. Rose was shy, being teased by Mr. Jiang to the point of shyness. Although she didn't show it, Jiang Che was able to hear her heart. This little iceberg is going to melt. Although Jiang Che was a villain, he still preferred this gradual process. The one after that took chance on a trip to the amusement park. He had thought that a young girl like Rose, who had been a mercenary and had seen the dangers of life and death, would be interested in the thrill rides. The result, the girl dragged him on a merry-go-round all afternoon. Brother Jiang Che, thank you, I'm so happy. Jiang Che had left an indelible impression in Little Rose's mind after only one day. Little Rose, I know Huai's death has hit you hard, but don't be discouraged. You still have me. Jiang Che, who was a PUA master, started to brainwash the simple young girl again. He used the cage called Love to cage Rose as his prey step by step, gradually replacing Su Han's position in the girl's heart. Rose didn't say anything. Jiang Che could actually A up at this point, but he didn't, and just gently hooked the young girl's agitated nose with his finger. Taking the young girl's small hand, he kissed her gently on the back of it. Rose retracted her small hand as if she had been electrocuted, her mind going blank. It was me who was rude. I heard that kissing hands is very popular in foreign countries. Jiang Che smiled slightly. Take chance to death. No, it's okay. All the time she was being driven back to the hotel, Chance's little head was spinning. Her previous life was all war and strife. Very cruel, even in the Wolf Fong mercenary corps. No one would show her such favor because she was the sister of the old Wolf King. She still had to rely on herself if she wanted to live. However, she felt pampered today, and that feeling was very different from the love that her own brother had for her, making her unable to help but begin to look forward to the next time she and Jiang Che would meet again. Achoo! In the security room, Su-han sneezed violently. For some reason, he always had a panicky feeling, as if something in him was slipping away. Suddenly, he thought of that Rosebud sister of his. In fact, for this Rosebud's younger sister, he wasn't without feelings, but before he had been pursuing Gu Lingfei. If he let Gu Lingfei know about Rosebud's existence, then he would be completely out of luck. Not to mention, the previous Rosebud had always been the little sister, but now that I think about it, Rose does seem beautiful. Rosebud, wait for me. After Brother Han chases Gu Lingfei, he'll leave the Dragon Kingdom, and then he'll chase you again. Unfortunately, the ideal is rich and the reality is bony. Not only could he not chase Gu Lingfei, even his little fangirl was about to be snubbed by Jiang Che. After sending Rose back to the hotel, Jiang Che went to pick up Heir from school. Humph, Jiang Che, you skipped classes all day. You deserve to be a scum. Heir's opinion of Jiang Che was quite strong. It was an inexplicable stereotype. It's like the arrogant female brat looks at any man as a mongrel and wants to stomp them down hard. Ha, mister, you've been tutoring me every day, haven't you? You're the one who raised my grades. Heir was starting to get a little smug. Two small hands wrapped around her chest and she smiled out proudly. Humph, you've got a conscience. But soon, Heir couldn't laugh anymore as her little nose sniffed, narrowing his eyes slightly. Stinky Jiang Che, you smell like other girls. If it's not Yao Yao and Sister Chow Chow, who is it? Jiang Che lost some of his laughter. This girl is a dog's nose, right? You have no right to ask. Heir. However, it was clear that her flailing claws were unable to cause any harm to Jiang Che at all. Jiang Che drove to Gu Lingfei's company to pick up Gu Lingfei from her home to visit Su-han, the son of Qi Luck. In the meantime, Su-han, who was sitting in the security room with nothing to do, frowned after seeing the Maybach with the license plate number 99999, mentally cursed that dog Dado, but soon he remembered. This seems to be Gu Lingfei's brother Jiang Che's car. In an instant, he was thrilled. If you want to gain Gu Lingfei's favor, it's definitely feasible to start with this younger brother of hers, Jiang Che. And if Jiang Che was happy, and said a few good words about him beside Gu Lingfei, wouldn't that be a good thing? Moreover, Jiang Che also said that he was going to teach himself the secret of pursuing Gu Lingfei, so he hurriedly piled up a smile and ran to Jiang Che's car. Hey, I've been waiting for you for many days. You've finally come. After Jiang Che got out of the car, Su-han trotted over with a fawning face. Oh, you are? Jiang Che asked, pretending to be puzzled. The corner of Su-han's mouth twitched. This guy even didn't recognize himself? A touch of sulkiness surged to his heart. He was Wolf King Su-han, not an NPC on the street. But soon his irritation dissipated. This was after all Gu Lingfei's younger brother. He had to please him. I'm Su-han. Have you forgotten about me? You even said earlier that you would teach me the secret to wooing Fifi. Oh, so it's you. Jiang Che nodded with a look of realization. Old brother Jiang Che, can you help me? Older brother? Jiang Che's voice lengthened. Oh Wolf King, I'm glad you're talking to me, but the way you address me, I dislike it. The corners of Su-han's mouth twitched as he cursed Jiang Che in his heart. This dog, how dare he try to take advantage of himself. But for Fifi, he endured it. When I marry Fifi and become your brother-in-law, I'll let you hear voices at the door every day. Ahem, buddy Jiang Che, you say, how should I pursue Fifi? Jiang Che smiled. Not bad, a little smarter than Lin Yu. Old brother Su, actually, my sister Fei Fei often mentioned your name to me before. Su-han's eyes lit up after hearing Jiang Che's words. Is that true? Is it true that Fifi often mentions my name to you? Well, but do you know why sister Fifi never liked you? For what? Because you look so savage. You give the appearance of a savage from a mountain of corpses. Su-han was still a bit huffy when he heard Jiang Che's first sentence, but his heart was much more relieved when he heard the latter one. Oh, who is he? The Wolf King. Su-han. Killing and decisive is synonymous with him. Naturally, he is a fierce man who has fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Jiang Che, brother, you're not a bad judge of character, so to tell you the truth, I'm actually. Su-han was just about to pretend, when Jiang Che interrupted him. That's why sister Fifi doesn't like you. Girls nowadays, most of them don't like that kind of savage muscle man anymore. You should be a bit more flexible. Let's say, be more feminine. Su-han froze. Jiang Che took out his cell phone and played a video for him. Have a peach so cool. Su-han. P.S. I wish you all a prosperous 2024 and a happy family. Oh, asterisk asterisk. Chapter 118, May there be no canned yellow peaches in heaven. Suhan looked frozen. He hadn't expected Jiang Che to show himself such a disgusting video at all. Have a peach. It's so cool. I'm eating mud. Who is he? Suhan? Iron Wolf King. His hands have been stained with not 1,000 but 800 lives, and he once used a sniper rifle to kill the head of a rebel organization from 800 miles away with pinpoint accuracy. He hated this kind of pussy. If this kind of pussy stood in front of him, he would definitely slap him to death. Brother Jiang, what do you mean by showing me this? Suhan frowned. Old brother Suhan, you don't understand, do you? Nowadays, a lot of girls like this kind of fresh meat. The iron-blooded tough guy set has long been outdated. Jiang Che only felt guilty. He knew very well. In fact, 90% of the girls are indifferent to this kind of sissy. Little fresh meat is not equal to sissy. The vast majority of girls are normal in their orientation. And who doesn't like a guy with an explosive boyfriend? But in order to snub Suhan, Jiang Che could only bear this sin. May there be no canned yellow peaches in heaven. Suhan froze, glancing at the one on his cell phone and looking up at Jiang Che. What do you mean? Fifi likes this kind of fresh meat? Ahem. Probably. Jiang Che rubbed his nose and forced himself not to laugh. This. Suhan only felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. That's impossible. But he thought about it left and right. And in the end, he couldn't come to a valid conclusion. Because Gu Lingfei really had no feelings for him. Moreover, when he pursued Gu Lingfei when he was previously in the rice country, Gu Lingfei's reason for rejecting him was that he was too coarse and barbaric. Hardly. Is that really true? Suhan scratched his head and glanced at the cell phone eating a can of yellow peaches, only to feel a burst of head. You're not going to look like him, are you? Then ran to Fifi. Little Fifi, I'm cockblast. No, it's little Chili. Suhan only felt a chill down his spine. How could he, the Iron Blood Wolf King, be so sissy? Suhan old brother, you have to think clearly. Fifi's sister is a domineering and high-cold person. If you are also high-cold and domineering, just like two magnets, the same pole repels each other. This is the only way you can pursue Sister Fifi. Suhan. He was fooled and crippled. There was a moment of complexity in his eyes before he finally seemed to make a decision against his ancestors. Bottoms up brothers. Jiang. Brother Jiang. Does this solution really work? Why do I feel that it's a bit less reliable? Don't worry. Am I familiar with Sister Fei Fei or are you familiar with her? Don't worry and be bold. Suhan nodded resolutely. Aha. Achoo. Gu Lingfei, who was burying her head in work in the company, suddenly sneezed and covered her nose with one hand, huffing and puffing, the broken hair in front of her forehead scattering down. The whole person reveals a sense of seduction of ascetic cold president. Who's cursing me behind my back? It was only when there were no outsiders that Gu Lingfei's little girl side was revealed. In front of outsiders, she would always be that high-flying ascetic female president. And just then, the office door was opened. Gu Lingfei frowned. Little Li, I told you so, didn't I? Knock before you come in. There's no next time. Or you can get the hell out. Oh, Sister Fifi, are you going to tell me to get lost? Jiang Che's voice rang out. Che, what brings you here? Sister Fifi, can't I come? The corner of Jiang Che's lips hooked as Gu Lingfei had this look of an ascetic president. The ability to maximize a man's desire to conquer. The words he had just said to Suhan about pursuing Gu Lingfei were actually all bull asterisk. What kind of sissy can capture Gu Lingfei's heart? Not at all. Like this kind of female president. If you, an outsider, want to pry her heart, the only way to do it is to be stronger than her, so that you can conquer her. But unfortunately, Jiang Che didn't need to conquer Gu Lingfei's heart at all. He was already in Fifi's heart _. Who dash? The woman lifted her arms and stretched, her collar buttons all taut. While Gu Lingfei didn't notice it, Jiang Che gently licked his lips. And just then, the long overdue villain choice triggers again. Drops. Gu Lingfei is physically and mentally exhausted. Triggering the villain's choice. Choice 1, rub her shoulders. Gu Lingfei's favorability +10. Host gets prop scapegoat doll. Choice 2, give her a massage. Gu Lingfei's favorability +20. Host gains prop mind control. Choice 3, help her relax. Host receives the reward harmonization power great perfection puppet *1. Jiang Che's eyes lit up. He was a person who liked to do multiple choice questions. Especially the multiple choice questions. This time the choices are clearly multiple choice. Just pick all the ABCs. Sister Fei Fei. A girl can't be that tired. Let me help you with a massage? Jiang Che walked over to Gu Lingfei's table and placed one hand on top of the woman's shoulder. Vaguely one could still smell the faint fragrance of warmth emanating from Gu Lingfei's body. Like a ripe berry. Gu Lingfei was slightly shocked. You still no massage? Slightly. Well then, it just so happens that my shoulders are a little sore. so come and squeeze them for me. GGG. Jiang Che didn't lie. His massage skills were indeed quite good. Why don't you come out yet? This stinking Jiang Che. Yuan Air sat in the car, cursing Jiang Che all the time in her heart. How could she not know what this guy Jiang Che was thinking about Gu Lingfei these days? Stinky fish. Pervert. I should have stomped you. Go be sisters with Renwu. Just as the little lowly kept cursing Jiang Che in her heart, the two of them, Jiang Che and Gu Lingfei, walked out from the company. Fifi, do you want me to take you back? Su Han licked the dog and ran over. Get out. Gu Lingfei was simply too lazy to take a look at this guy. He would inevitably come on every day after he got off work. It felt the same as Nima punching the clock. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Han had once saved her life, she would have already told this bastard to get lost. Ha. Fifi, I'll definitely show you a brand new me tomorrow. Su Han took a few steps back and spoke very confidently to Gu Lingfei. Gu Lingfei's beautiful eyes knitted tightly. This guy, what the hell is he up to? Jiang Che, avalanche. I hope that Su Han's outfit tomorrow doesn't scare Gu Lingfei. Chapter 119 Godly Choice. Gu Lingfei's escape. After coming out from inside the company, Gu Lingfei hadn't dared to look at Jiang Che. Jiang Che, this brat, from whom did you learn to massage? But it's really good. My shoulders feel better. Just like that. It wasn't until the evening meal that Gu Lingfei calmed herself down. Gu Lingfei was just about to sit down at the table when she couldn't hold herself together, eating a mouthful of dog food. Since she returned to the Dragon Kingdom from overseas, she hadn't gained much weight, but she had eaten her fill of dog food. Yuan Air gave Jiang Che a wink after seeing Gu Lingfei arrive, and her small hand pinched Jiang Che's waist. Oh, greater than over equal to mouth less than over equal to, oh. Sister Fifi, Yuan Air and I are already full. Sister, you seem to have something on your mind that you want to talk about? Ahem. Che, I feel compelled to have a private chat with you. Gu Lingfei glanced at Yuan Air, and it was clear. There were some words that Yuan Air couldn't hear. Yuan Air, Sigma, struggling desperately. Sister Fifi, is there anything that Yuan Air can't hear? Jiang Che smiled sparingly and spoke softly. Gu Lingfei's words reached her mouth, but she couldn't open it at all. 1,000 words were finally reduced to a single sentence. Che, I don't sleep well in the Jiang family, so I'm going to move to the company. It was obvious that Gu Lingfei was ready to escape. Not only was she unable to sleep in the Jiang family, but her feelings for Jiang Che were now gradually turning sour, and she had to snuff out the beginnings of this in advance. Sister Fifi, that won't do. If my mom finds out about my poor hospitality, she'll definitely scold me. Sister Fei, you're so good to me. I'm sure you don't want to see me being scolded by my mom, right? Gu Lingfei, the high-flying female president, who is a powerful force in the business world and never treats her enemies softly, is an extremely sensible woman. But after running into Jiang Che, all of her reasoning and decisiveness turned into bubbles. Good night, my dear godsister. He knew very well how Gu Lingfei felt about himself, so as long as he didn't die, Su Han didn't have half a chance of getting to the top, and this iron-blooded Wolf King was doomed to not be able to chase Gu Lingfei from the start. Su Han, who had gotten off work, went straight to the supermarket, bought a ton of male makeup and some very disgusting clothes, then fled like a fugitive to her rental house. Damn, do we really have to wear this kind of clothes? Like I, the Iron-Blood Wolf King, have to pretend to be a sissy one day? Su Han's instinct was to refuse. What was the difference between wearing this kind of clothes and women's clothes for him? I'll put up with it for Fifi. Su Han gritted his teeth and began to put on his new clothes. Ha, even if this kind of girly clothes are worn on me, it still can't hide my valor. Su Han looked at himself in the mirror, wearing a pink and white jacket with a white bunny ear on his head, but his eyes were quite sharp, as if he wanted to kill. It's as hot as some 2-meter-tall guy with black sweaty hair all over his stomach cozying up to a second-generation Lolita and calling you Oniai-chan in a dainty way. Oh yeah, and makeup. Damn it. Su Han began to ponder over the makeup technique, and even stayed up all night. Drops. Congratulations to the host for completing the choice of villain, and obtaining the rewards, Scapegoat Doll, Mind Control, and Harmonization Power Great Perfection Puppet. Jiang Che was physically and mentally exhausted and began to count his rewards. Yuan Air had a fever again just now. Curled up in the quilt, her body was slightly hot, like a small stove. Her spirit was very depressed, and her dull hair was down. This little girl's constitution is very weak. Come to an ant and a stomachache and fever. Make Jiang Che a little helpless, dizzy most of the night, only to put her to sleep. Naturally, there wasn't much else in the mood. It seemed that in the future, he must use the system to help Yuan Air improve her strength a little. It wasn't just Yuan Air. The strength of his other women had to be raised before he could do so. Scapegoat Doll can withstand 3 fatal injuries for the host, and immediately teleport the host back to the teleportation anchor point after it takes effect. The teleportation anchor point can be set in advance. Ignoring distance, mind control, can forcibly control a person whose cultivation level is lower than that of the Big Dipper, and there is a certain probability of failing to control the Sons of Chi. The three things the villain chose to give this time are pretty useful, especially a scapegoat doll that can withstand 3 attacks and is free to set a teleportation anchor point. That's a bit more humane, and is truly 3 lives. As for mind control, Jiang Che already had a candidate in mind. Anyway, it's impossible to give it to the Sons of Chi. Probability of being charged equals probability of 0. Anyone who has ever played a game raffle knows that a 3-letter game is to be named here. As for the final harmonization power great perfection puppet, this was still fine. Jiang Che himself didn't need it because he himself was at the harmonization power cultivation level, so he was going to leave it to Gu Lingfei. After all, this guy was followed by a Su Han behind his ass. A precaution was still very necessary. The system was also very considerate. The puppet's identity background and all that had been arranged, and being female, it's very Ness. Jiang Che, you big bad guy, I'll bite you to death. You just know how to bully me. I'll kick your ass. You pervert. Jiang Che. The sleeping Yuan Heir was still venting her dissatisfaction with Jiang Che, her little short legs stomping around. Well, when the system comes out with a reward, he'll be the first to promote Yuan Heir into an ancient martial artist. Chapter 120, Hurry back to Gotham. Batman says he won't beat you up. The next day, Jiang Che drove Gu Lingfei to the company. After all, he was still ready to see Su Han's jokes. According to Monkey, Su Han had spent nearly $1,000 last night on a lot of men's cosmetics and new clothes. Jiang Che then understood that this Su Han had completely fallen into his trap. Actually, Jiang Che was very shocked when he heard the news. He had never thought that this bastard Su Han would actually listen to himself. In fact, Jiang Che really just casually said that he himself didn't think that Su Han would really be stupid enough to pretend to be a sissy. Che, what are you laughing at? Gu Lingfei's beautiful eyes on the co-pilot's seat were slightly knitted. She always felt that Jiang Che's smile was somewhat unkind. Nothing. I remembered something happy. Pleasure? Gu Lingfei pondered for a moment, then lowered her head with a red face. This brat. He might be thinking of someone's girl again. This is outrageous. When she thought of the charming scene with Jiang Che in the office yesterday afternoon, Gu Lingfei couldn't help but blush. Jiang Che now rarely went to use her heart pass to eavesdrop on the voices of the heart. It was fine to listen to it occasionally for entertainment, but to eavesdrop on it all the time, it would take away a lot of the fun. By the way, Fifi-san, didn't you even fall in love when you were in Myoku? Jiang Che asked knowingly. Yesterday, Jiang Che had exerted his god's right hand and had naturally probed for some information. Gu Lingfei's red face. Of course she knew the meaning of Jiang Che's words. Yesterday she didn't know what was going on. She was so confused. No talk. Been busy with work. Oh, then Fifi-san, why don't you consider me? Went up. He went up. Gu Lingfei's heart became a mess in an instant. And, Chul, how can this be? She clearly has always seen Jiang Che as her younger brother, even though there is no blood relationship. But, not to mention, there are already so many girls around Chul. You brat. You even tease your sister, don't you? If you keep this up I'm going to tell Sister Ginger and have your mom beat you up real bad. Jiang Che laughed. Sister Fei Fei, do you think my mother is standing by me? Or is she standing for you? Jiang Yuli couldn't wait to let himself take Gu Lingfei and give her a little granddaughter or grandson or something to add to his family. Gu Lingfei. Silence all the way to the office. As a result, just after arriving at the company's entrance, Jiang Che couldn't hold his breath, seeing Su Han in front of the security room. What kind of look is this? Pink coat, pink hat with 2 long rabbit ears on it, and pink makeup painted on his rigid face. Hot damn. Fifi. Su Han completely ignored the surprised gazes of passers-by and jogged to the Maybach's car, squelching his voice, trying to sound cute. What is this? Gu Lingfei's eyes widened, and she only felt creeped out for a moment. She surprisingly didn't even recognize Su Han. And Jiang Che. How could he let go of this great opportunity to screw Su Han? Once again, he pulled out his cell phone and turned on the video function. Boy Kirik, prepare to be baptized by Netstorm. GGG. You're Su Han? Gu Lingfei's eyes widened, although it was very abstract, but she finally recognized Su Han. Fifi, it's me. I'm Chill. Gu Lingfei. Jiang Che. I'm guilty. I'm ambushed. Please don't torture me like this. Jiang Che only felt that he was full of sin. What the hell had he gotten out of it? And Gu Lingfei was covered in goosebumps. What are you, dressed like this? Gu Lingfei asked, but her words became concern in Su Han's ears. Fifi cares about me. Sure enough, Jiang Che is worthy of being Fei Fei's brother. It's just awesome. Before Fei Fei never cared about her. It was all about letting herself roll. Fifi, I know you don't like savages, so I'm specially dressed like this. So can you talk to me more? Stacked words. Disgusting heart. Gu Lingfei couldn't feel anything in her body. Chow. Xiao Che, I'm leaving first. Fifi, don't worry about going to work. With me, a super fierce man, no one will be able to harm a single hair on your head. Su-han also gestured his muscles. Gu Lingfei had a vicious chill. Are you sick? Dismissed. When she returned to the company, immediately contacted the people in the office to fire this disgusting guy Su-han. Su-han, this dress like this at the company gate, in case the customers of the company are scared what to do. After Gu Lingfei left, Su-han gripped down his pink rabbit ear hat. Brother Jiang, why do I feel as if Fifi is more disgusted with me? Jiang Che, on the other hand, patted his shoulder. You don't understand this, do you? Do you understand the desire to escape? Didn't my sister Fifi say you were sick just now? Look, she's even starting to care about your health. Su-han frowned. Brother Jiang, why does that sound so much like cursing? Look, you're not familiar with my sister Fei Fei at all. Sister Fei Fei is just a nice mouth and a tofu's heart. She's even asked you if you're sick. What more do you want? So it's like this dash. Su-han nodded to himself. Looks like I still have some standing in Fifi's heart. She's already starting to care about me. Jiang Che, Avalanche, you hurry back to Gotham. Batman says he won't beat you. After leaving, Jiang Che glanced over his cell phone. The ghostly appearance of Su-han just now had all been captured by him, and sent it to the monkey. Monkey, help me edit it and post it online. Then by the hot search. I want to make Su-han famous. Monkey had now completely become Jiang Che's little brother, and naturally knew Jiang Che's identity as the son of the richest man in the world, and worked even harder. Don't worry, young Master Jiang, my monkey is absolutely concerned about an efficiency. I can make Su-han on fire in one day. Hacker is actually just one of his monkey's identities. Besides being a hacker, he is also a top doggy, known as the king of doggies. I don't know how many celebrities have been secretly filmed in the dark using their hacking skills, regardless of whether it's within or outside of Dragon. Which star doesn't feel chills when hearing his monkey reputation, hype and all that is naturally left over from his play? Monkey's execution ability was quick, and it didn't take long for Su-han's video to explode online. Chapter 121, Jiang Che prying corner. Su-han entered the bureau again. Su-han was on fire. His effeminate dress and the effeminate tone of voice were all edited and posted online. Spent a lot of money on traffic and soon had over 1 million views. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My eyes are going blind. What is this? Fifi, I'm chilla, I Lua Bean. Fast to make me overnight meal out of disgust. This Nima also tutu pussy, right? Oh my eyes, is this a man? Dressed like this pussy. A performance artist? What an abstraction. I know this guy. He's a security guard for Ling Che Group. I saw him just now when I was passing by Ling Che Group. I almost thought he was a pervert at that time. Digging grass, and it's a ING security guard? This kind of security guard can protect the out of you? Give me the address. I'm going to this dead pussy offline. The public opinion on the internet was overwhelming, and it even rushed to the official website of Ling Che Group. However, fortunately, Gu Lingfei had long been looking at Su-han, but after all, Su-han had saved her life before she chose to turn a blind eye. But now, it's the perfect opportunity to fire him. And so, Su-han lost his job. He was fired. Why? Why did I get fired? Fifi, I'm chill. Su-han reluctantly squatted in front of the company for a long time, trying to salvage a piece of Gu Lingfei's heart. And just then, a hoarse voice came from the doorway of the security room. Where did that ING pussy go? I'll kill him. Silly batch. A pussy like that and you're still here as a security guard? I'll give you a smothering stick first. Where? Brothers joined me in beating him. Su-han was dumbfounded as dozens of strong men directly surrounded him. I'm not a sissy. Su-han pulled off the rabbit ear cap on his head, but he's already ruffled feathers, just like the woman who shouted just turned 18 this year across the internet, making people want to beat him up. Only Su-han was more miserable. He was beaten up by a group of people offline. Enough. Su-han was brutally beaten for 2 minutes before he rose up in anger. Who is he? The Iron Wolf King, dressed like this pussy just to woo Fifi. He had hated this pussy before, and ended up living like he hated it the most. But that doesn't make him a pussy. Can be thrashed by you guys. Su-han was furious, and his cultivation of dark power great perfection was instantly displayed. One man directly stormed dozens of strong men. The group was dumbfounded. They hadn't thought at all that this dead sissy could fight so well. Su-han looked at the wounded scattered on the ground. The corner of his mouth inadvertently hooked up. A group of waste. A dark force powerhouse cannot be insulted. Just as he was about to get the corners of his mouth crooked to a degree, the police car pulled up. Hands up. You're suspected of intentionally injuring someone. Raise your hands immediately. Report. This is the entrance to the Ling Che Group. There are ancient martial artists harming civilians. Request reinforcements immediately. Su-han. Thus, Su-han was once again detained into the police station. It was rather unfortunate that Soo-han himself didn't realize that he had already made a name for himself online. At this time, in the middle of the hotel, White Rose was sitting on the sofa, playing with her cell phone. She had been trying to get stronger when she was in the Wolf's Teeth Mercenaries, so her insights were very short, not even compared to the girls in the village. A little addicted to smartphones now. Soo-han, brother? Suddenly, Chance swiped on a video. It was the way Soo-han wore a sissy outfit and was courting Gu Lingfei with a mouthful of fei-fei. It looked like a licking dog. There's no mistake, this is brother Soo-han. But why is he dressed like this? The young girl covered her small mouth, her cool little face filled with shock. At the same time the eyes held such a hint of dislike. In her impression, brother Soo-han was synonymous with killing and being a tough guy. How could you possibly be dressed like that? White Rose got flustered and got off the sofa. Obviously, although she was suspicious of Soo-han, she still had some feelings for him. Just then, the door to the room was opened. Oh, where are you going to go, Rose? Jiang Che walked in with a smile. After Rose saw Jiang Che, it was as if she had seen a lifesaver. Hastily jogging to Jiang Che's body, he pulled up his arm and handed the cell phone to him. Brother Jiang Che. Chance wanted to say something, but the words came out of his mouth but he didn't say anything else. She actually wanted to meet brother Soo-han. She hadn't forgotten. She came to the Dragon Kingdom for brother Soo-han, but she was actually quite good at reading people's words. Brother Jiang Che didn't seem to like Soo-han. Brother, Rose, be good. Jiang Che reached out and wrapped his hand around Chance's slender waist. After a few days of bonding, Chance was now completely off guard with him. Little Rose, I know what you want to ask. You don't need to ask about Soo-han's things in the future. Some of his things you'd better not know as well. Jiang Che's large hand played with her long, silky hair. Chance's hair was really long. It wasn't waist length anymore. It was about to cover her little ass. Brother Jiang Che, what exactly do you know? Is it something I can't know? The young girl clutched Jiang Che's hand with a somewhat determined expression. Just a moment ago, she had seen Soo-han's blown-up sissy look. It directly subverted her perception of Soo-han. Do you really want to know? When I was investigating Soo-han, I found out a lot of his black history. I advise you not to know these things. Jiang Che looked serious. This little rosebud has completely fallen into the pit he's laid out yet. He asked the monkey to use hacking technology to deliberately push those videos spoofing Soo-han to Rose, which was the first step. Brother Jiang Che, what else do you know? I know that you've been investigating brother Soo-han recently, and I want to understand a more comprehensive Soo-han. In the end, Rose didn't even call her brother anymore and directly called Soo-han by his first name. Jiang Che's lips hooked. Soo-han's black history of licking women's stinky feet. Isn't this going to come in handy? Although Soo-han was now in the station again, it was obvious. This kid must still have a way to come out. I guess when Soo-han comes out next time, his favorite girl, Rosebud, is about to turning against him. Rose, some of the information in my hand, once I take it out, it might subvert your perception of Soo-han. Chapter 122 Soo-han, so I'm also a part of your play? Rose froze. What did brother Jiang Che mean? Could it be that Soo-han's black history was really that bad? But how is that possible? In her impression, Soo-han had always been synonymous with irony, leading the Wolf-Tooth mercenary corps back to the top. And although he had always avoided his feelings, he had still taken very good care of himself. Once when he was in the Wolf-Tooth mercenary corps, Soo-han had saved himself many times, though a little less convinced. The young girl nodded resolutely. Brother Jiang Che, I want to know everything. The corner of Jiang Che's lips slightly hooked. So simple to take the bait. This little rosebud was too easy to fool, wasn't she? He'd taken her on just one date and she'd dropped her defenses against herself. Then you should be prepared. Jiang Che sighed helplessly. Soo-han, this is not what I want to show her. Oh, she had to see. It's just annoying. Jiang Che then took his cell phone out and tapped on those videos that the monkeys had sent him. Many of them are coded. After all, cannot stain the eyes of the little girl, right? Just make a fool out of Soo-han. This is the video I found when I was investigating Soo-han and unintentionally hacked inside his cell phone. Take a look for yourself. Jiang Che handed the cell phone to the young girl. At first the young girl was still puzzled. How did Soo-han in the video kneel on the ground? Soo-han was a tough guy who didn't kneel to the sky or to the ground in her impression. It should be that his knee was injured. As expected, soon, Soo-han in the video stood up, but with a slight fawning look on his face. But soon, a mature woman in uniform appeared in the video, dressed in a way that bore a 9-point resemblance to Gu Lingfei, but her face value was worlds apart. On your knees, did I tell you to get up? The woman's petulant voice rang out. Soo-han directly flopped down on his knees, and it seemed that it had all formed a muscle memory in general. Fee-fee, fee-fee. Although he knelt down, Soo-han became even more agitated. Rose looked stunned. Was this still the top-notch brother Soo-han he remembered? Of course, there's even more explosive content to follow. A lot of it was coded. And little Rose dropped her phone halfway through, the whole thing very much in shock. These things were still too far ahead of their time for Rose, a young girl. No way. Although she now had a hint of dislike towards Soo-han, but after all, she had called Soo-han her brother for 6 or 7 years before, and it was impossible to say that the emotions and bonds were gone. How is it impossible? As you can see, the titular Wolf King is kneeling on the ground to lick a woman's stinky feet, without any dignity. This is the brother Soo-han you've been longing for. To be honest, it's precisely because I've found out this information that I'm continuing to track down Soo-han. This guy's not what he seems. That's why I suspect that he's the one who assassinated Bai Tianhui. Rose's heart was in turmoil, and Soo-han's impression in her mind fell directly to the bottom. Coupled with Jiang Che's earlier provocation, the dumbfounded young girl's heart was already convinced. No, it's impossible, right? How could brother Soo-han, how could he be so humble as to kneel in front of a woman? Who exactly is that woman? That woman seems a bit like Gu Lingfei? Is it her? It turns out that his obsession with Gu Lingfei is so deep that he can't get the real her. He went so far as to lick up a pirated product. The provocation was almost over, and the young girl was in a most empty mood at that moment. Like a lost maiden, gently breaking free from Jiang Che's embrace, he took 2 steps back. Jiang Che wasn't angry. You seem to have feelings for Soo-han, right? Rose was a bit flustered after hearing Jiang Che's words. No. You can't fool me. Jiang Che gently smiled. But Soo-han doesn't have any feelings for you. He's probably just using you. What he really likes is other women. Rose was a little taut. No, it won't happen. Soo-han, he's not that kind of person. Then don't you want to know? You and Gu Lingfei, who is more important in Soo-han's heart? Jiang Che's words directly provoked the young girl's heartstrings. Although her feelings for Soo-han had faded quite a bit by now, young girls were always unconvinced, especially when it came to climbing up against another woman. Jiang Che had no intention of letting the girl make her own choice anyway. It's time for his favorite part of screwing up again. I'll notify Monkey and ask him to create news that you and Gu Lingfei were kidnapped at the same time, and he can only choose to release one. So take a guess who he'll release? The corners of Jiang Che's mouth hooked up slightly. He was now equivalent to having shown his cards. That is, he wanted to mess with Soo-han. As for how he met the monkey, he's now a close friend of the former Wolf King. Why? Is it strange to know a monkey? The reason why he was able to snub White Rose so much was without the monkey's counsel in it. This guy's sincerity had been pulled straight through since his defection. And this was indeed a talent that would help him straighten out the other sons of Qi in the future. In the face of Jiang Che's words, Rose didn't open her mouth. In fact, she also wanted to know, in Soo-han's heart, whether it was his own godsister, who had been together for 7 or 8 years, or Gu Lingfei, his sweetheart. That was important. Come on, my little princess. Let's take you somewhere else to play today. Jiang Che digressed. Jiang Che was also a bit speechless regarding Soo-han's sudden entry into the bureau. In his plan, Soo-han wasn't supposed to be in jail right now. After all, he dug a lot of giant holes for this guy to jump into. And you can't wait to go to the station? After Soo-han was imprisoned in the bureau last time, no one dared to help him now because he used his connections once, resulting in them being uprooted. Soo-han wants to leave the bureau again is really a bit difficult. Hey, woohoo for me, the nice guy. Jiang Che sighed. He hadn't thought one day he would even be kind enough to fish the son of Qi out of prison. What a mess. I'd become Soo-han's friend? It was mainly because Jiang Gongzi was compassionate and could make a profit. With Jiang Che's ability, it wasn't difficult to get Soo-han out of the police station. Chapter 123, The Lowly Puppet of Chemical Strength. You want Heir jealousy. Jiang Che took Rosebud out for a whole day. His heart was happy. The first time he went out on a date with little Rose, he captured her favor. Anyway, the girl Rose was no longer the high-strung, non-speaking girl in front of him, and had completely opened her heart to him. Looking at the girl who was sleeping on her knees, Jiang Che gently touched her face. In fact, this was Rose's true character. According to the original plot of Dog Blood, the dog author must have created an icy cold and beautiful female assassin, but loyal to the Wolf King Soo-han. Isn't it just for that weird XP? The innocence of a teenage girl should be sacrificed in order to fulfill that weird XP? He, Jiang Che, couldn't do that. What's the point of having a girl's face all day? So he had given Chance infinite pampering over the last few days, the equivalent of taking a direct cannon to the young girl's heart. She was beginning to grow to love herself. After dropping Rose off at the hotel, it was only then that Jiang Che suddenly remembered that he still had a system reward that he hadn't claimed. Huanjing Great Perfection Puppet. Extraction. When Jiang Che saw this puppet, his entire body froze slightly. He was completely unable to connect the little lowly in front of him, who wasn't even as tall as Yuan Heir, to a Huanjing powerhouse. A coat of silver hair, pupils with a faint purple color, tied a pair of very cute double ponytails, Fine white skin is tender as milk. Agar nose slightly straight. Pink lips delicate like a piece of jelly. Face exquisite and flawless. The beautiful violet eyes were filled with serenity and seclusion. And her crooked head was looking at Jiang Che in front of her. Winter. Humanoid motorized puppet. Huanjing cultivation. Can grow. Jiang Che. Ahem. Is this the puppet of the harmonization power great circle? I'll check it first to see if there's any damage anywhere. Dog system, you don't want to cheat. Jiang Che picked up Donger, and honestly, the touch was exactly the same as in real life. What is your need, master? Hiss. This milky master really shouted into Jiang Che's heart. The system didn't screw him over. Winter's child is indeed original, very well made and everything, and even has its own little mind. It's just more adorable. It just doesn't like to talk much. Well, Winter, from now on you'll be responsible for staying by my side and keeping me safe. Jiang Che changed the little puppet into a new outfit and even tied a beautiful bow on her hairpin. It's so pretty, if only the eyes could chip a little, but this little Winter child is really well behaved. He was originally going to distribute this puppet to Gu Lingfei as a bodyguard, but now it seems he needed protection more than Sister Fei Fei. Yes, master, what a good boy. Jiang Che couldn't help but stroke his head again. It was the fact that he couldn't hear Donger's heart with her heart pass that made Jiang Che feel a little helpless in his heart. A puppet was a puppet after all. Stinking Jiang Che, you dead pervert. Yuan Heir's mood was incomparably devastated after she saw Donger by Jiang Che's side. Where did this dead pervert abduct the little girl from again? And also with silver hair and purple eyes. Pretty as if she was a beautiful girl who came out of an anime. This is the bodyguard I hired. Yuan Heir didn't say anything and just glanced at Jiang Che. Do you think I believe it? Little thing. How dare you question what I say? For Yuan Heir, Jiang Che directly took the family law. Su Han, you can go out now. Su Han was bailed out. Su Han, who had been bailed out, was still a bit confused, and after he had used his contacts to be bailed out last time, the person who had helped him had collapsed. There shouldn't be anyone coming to help themselves in a short time. Who on earth could that be? And just then, he overheard a conversation between two junior police officers. Why did Jiang Xiao bail him out? Who knows? I guess it has something to do with Jiang Xiao. Su Han froze. It was Jiang Xiao who bailed himself out? The last name is Jiang. People? In an instant he thought of Jiang Che. Did Jiang Che help himself out? In an instant, Su Han's heart was flooded with infinite gratitude, and he was almost on the verge of tears. It's true, there is still true love in the world. Jiang. He had never really had Jiang Che in his sights before, and had only treated him as a tool to use. But now, he really recognized Jiang Che. This name Jiang. He shouted with conviction. Brother Jiang, I, Su Han, will remember this favor. After I chase Fifi, I'll treat you to a starch sausage. He then got up and went to Ling Che group again. After all, he had to continue working as a security guard, but just as he arrived at the door of the security room, he was simply blown away. And a lot of hidden paparazzi and journalists are swarming around. After all, recently this Su Han is a big news. Are on fire on the hot search. Was the net explosion for 2 whole days? Froze without saying a word. Very calm. May I ask if you are MS? Su Han, why don't you wear your previous pink battlesuit anymore? A lot of people on the internet are calling you a pussy now. How do you feel about that? Su Han, crazy crazy crazy. Asterisk 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 off. You're the ING lady. I'm a pure man. How could a group of ordinary paparazzi stop Su Han, who was at the full circle of dark power? They quickly let him escape. Su Han didn't really care that he was cyberbombed. He didn't go online much anyway. As long as I don't go online, you guys can't netbomb me. He cared more about Gu Lingfei than Netflix. Security was the closest thing he had to Gu Lingfei, and he didn't want to lose that job. And just then, a call came over his cell phone. Is that a monkey calling? Su Han frowned. Just in time. Let the monkey help him figure out what to do to chase Gu Lingfei. When he answered, Monkey sounded panicked. Something big is wrong. Temperance, what is it that makes you so flustered? Su Han was calm, not changing his color as Tarzan crumbled in front of him. Boss Wolf King, it's Gu Lingfei and Miss Rosebud. Both of them have been captured by the kidnappers. Su Han, Chapter 124, Su Han's Choice. Rose was completely chilled. Su Han froze. Gu Lingfei was kidnapped by thugs along with Rose? How is this possible? Gu Lingfei was in the Ling Che group in the Dragon Kingdom, while Rose was in the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Regiment far away in the Rice Kingdom, 100,000 miles away from each other. Monkey, if you make any more jokes for me, watch out, I'll rip your head off. Monkey, male gobies. Fortunately, he has long seen Su Han's true face clearly and abandoned his darkness. Otherwise he must still be following Su Han's ass and eating starch sausage now. Lord Wolf King, I didn't lie to you. After Miss Rosebud heard that you returned to the Dragon Kingdom, She also took the initiative to resign from her position as the deputy leader of the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps and followed you back to the Dragon Kingdom, and as a result, she is now being kidnapped. Monkey was not in a hurry. After all, he was the one who had offered Jiang Che this vicious ploy. Although Su-han often scolded himself, he did have a great deal of trust in himself, and before that, he even beautifully called it some kind of test, kanima, an examination. Chance came to the Dragon Kingdom? Su-han's heart was flabbergasted. How could this girl return to her country? How can Rose go back to China? I haven't gotten Gu Lingfei yet. What if she goes back to China to look for me if Fei Fei finds out? Su-han, in a fit of anger, said all the words in his heart. Although he also quite liked White Rose, he also had to distinguish between the main and secondary. Gu Lingfei was the big heroine he recognized. Big heroine, little heroine. What Su-han didn't know was that the entire call between him and the monkey was synchronized and shared to Jiang Che's side, and was heard clearly by White Rose herself. Rose was slightly stunned. Su-han was treating her as a burden? A liability that prevented him from pursuing Gu Lingfei? An undisguised bitterness pooled at the tip of the young girl's heart. She really was still no match for Gu Lingfei. Jail big. This is not the time to talk about this. The problem now is, Gu Lingfei and MS Rose are all captured by the thugs. The other party demanded $1 million ransom and is only willing to release one. What should we do? Then you go and get it together. Su-han was a bit flustered, listening to the monkey's words. It wasn't like it was fake. Is it hard to be really kidnapped? Monkey, I want to talk to the thugs. Su-han still had a little bit of intelligence, but unfortunately it was only a little bit. No problem, Lord Wolf King. You must save Miss Rosebud. Miss Rosebud is the old Wolf King's own sister. Monkey directly began to pressure Su-han, and the actors and stuff had already been hired a long time ago. After all, the monkeys were really quite good at their business. Are you Su-han? I have 2 women on my hands. One is Gu Lingfei and the other is Bai Rangwei. I'll only give you one chance to choose. You have the power to save one. The other. Ha. Just don't blame us. Who are you guys? Su-han was a little emotionally broken. He understood. This must be someone he had offended in the past coming to pick a fight. After all, having been a mercenary for so many years before, he had long since lost track of how many people he had offended. That's out of your hands. You just need to make a choice. Either way, we let one person go, and what happens to the other? Ha. You know. Su-han was silent for a moment. I need to listen to their voices and make sure they are still safe. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth quirked as he snapped his fingers. Soon Gu Lingfei's voice rang out. Don't, help, dying dash. That's right, it was Gu Lingfei's voice, the original, which Jiang Che secretly recorded. You let go of Fifi, I'll bail Fifi out. You let her go. As soon as Su-han heard Gu Lingfei shouting for help, his heart shattered into crumbs of ash, and whatever sense he had was all gone. For White Rose didn't even ask and directly chose Gu Lingfei. On the other hand, the little Rosebud who was snuggled in Jiang Che's arms had a slight tremor in her figure, although she was now no longer in love with Su-han. But after all, they had spent 7 or 8 years together. 7 or 8 years together. But that voice of brother Su-han was not even close to a Gu Lingfei. The feeling of disappointment. It's hard to put into words. Oh, Su-han, are you preparing to give up on Rosie? There was a hint of playfulness in Jiang Che's voice. Su-han was a bit flustered for a moment. Suddenly, he thought of the monkey. Monkey, help me find out the kidnapper's address. I'll go rescue them myself. But how could Su-han know that his good friend Monkey had already been bribed by Jiang Che a long time ago? Monkey spoke with a difficult expression on his face. Boss Wolf King, I can't find out. Waste, what do I need you for? Su-han was impotent and furious, and across the phone he split the monkey and scolded him. Monkey, alright, you guys will never find me. You can only choose one of Gu Lingfei and Rose. I'll only give you 1 minute to choose. If not, I'll give you both. GGG. Obviously, Su-han hesitated. Jiang Che was ready to continue putting pressure on Su-han, murmured something softly in Rose's ear. The young girl pondered for a moment, then made her decision. Brother Su-han, save me. They're bullying me. Save me. Woo. Little Rose's acting is truly top-notch. Su-han was completely flustered. Rose, on one side was Gu Lingfei, and on the other side was Bai Qiangwei. He actually wanted to save Gu Lingfei, but Qiangwei was Bai Tianhuai's sister. He couldn't possibly stand by and watch her fall into the fire. 10, 9, 8. Jiang Che continued to up the pressure. It's going to drive Su-han crazy. Although White Rose was already very disappointed in Su-han, she still wanted to awaken the little bit of feelings that Su-han had in his heart for her, and cried out loudly, "Release Chance!" Su-han was just about to open his mouth and say, "Release Rosie." Jiang Che sighed, then continued to release Gu Lingfei's voice pack. "Help!" Gu Lingfei's voice directly and completely overwhelmed Su-han. "Release Fei Fei, quickly release Gu Lingfei. In the last second, Su-han chose Gu Lingfei, and at the same time, Rosebud's little face instantly lost its blood color. Snuggling into Jiang Che's arms, her shoulders were trembling slightly. She had thought Su-han would at least miss her brother's face and save her, but the facts gave her a hard slap in the face. The past 6 or 7 years she spent with Su-han, and her own brother's single-handed promotion of Su-han, were all no match for a woman. And to think, it's ridiculous. Chapter 125, White Rose's Tilting Heart. Scrapping Su-han. After Su-han made his choice, his entire pupils were dilated and he broke out in a cold sweat. He gave up on Rose. Changwei was his godsister and also Huai's own sister. If he let Bai Tianhua know that he gave up Changwei for Gu Lingfei, he would definitely crawl out of the dirt and strangle him. Su-han only felt as if something had completely left him. Okay, I chose Fifi, so let her go. Jiang Che didn't continue talking to him before hanging up. He still had to give him a big gift himself. Rose opened her little mouth and began to cry out at the top of her lungs. Help, brother, save me. With that, Jiang Che hung up the phone. Throw the phone away. See, you and Huai are nothing more than tools to Su-han. Both of you together are no better for him than a woman. Jiang Che's words caused Rose to fall into complete silence. A few tears slipped from the corners of the young girl's cool eyes. She wasn't crying for Su-han, just because. She was unwilling. She felt unwilling for her brother and herself, and had the feeling that she had raised a white-eyed wolf. Jiang Che glanced at White Rose. At this moment, the little Rose was incredibly vulnerable. But is he, Jiang Che, the kind of person to take advantage of the situation? You're a good judge of character. No. After Su-han made his choice, his heart ached dramatically, especially after hearing Rose's screams. His heart broke hearing them, and he didn't need to think to know what kind of torture the girl would go through next. He really regretted it, but regret was of no use. Just who is it? Don't let me catch you or I will slaughter your entire family. The Wolf King was furious. He was really furious. When the Wolf King is angry, he will spill blood and bleed half a meter. Rose, you wait. Brother Su-han will definitely take revenge for you. Those who bullied you, I won't spare a single one of them. Su-han's eyes were wide with tears of blood. That's right, it's real tears of blood. His eyes are all reddened. If it's Jiang Che here more or less handing him a bottle of eye drops. Bang! A loud sound erupted from Su-han's body. A strong chi energy rushed through the 100 points of his limbs. Huan Jin. Su-han broke through the shackles of Dark Jin and stepped into the early stage of Huan Jin. But he was not half as happy. The thought that Rose was being bullied by a bunch of assholes made him so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Obviously, Rose was not as miserably tortured as Su-han thought, much less in pain. They were even asleep. And even when they were asleep the corners of their lips were tinged with a slight sweetness, curled up on the bed like a little hedgehog. This is a manifestation of extreme insecurity. Winter. Jiang Che called in Donger who was standing at the door. Donger had almost become Duke Zhang's full-time little secretary now. Master, is something wrong? Don't look at Donger as a puppet, but she also has a flesh and blood body, which is much more advanced than those AI girlfriends sent to the monkeys. You go to Ling Che Group and work as a bodyguard beside Sister Fei Fei for a few days. If you encounter Su-han, I'll just waste his internal energy. Su-han was definitely going to look for Gu Lingfei next, so he could just directly wait for the rabbit. The day when White Rose and Su-han broke up was the day when tender death Su-han would die. Yes, Master. Winter nodded, and with that, she was ready to leave. Slow down. Be safe. Jiang Che laughed to himself after he finished speaking, intentionally or unintentionally flirting with girls. It had almost become a passive skill of his, and Donger was just a puppet. How could she possibly tease? It's not like it has any feelings of its own. Expecting Winter to have feelings? It's about as outrageous as an artificial retard being born with a mind of his own. Are you, Jiang Che, hired to protect me? The corners of Gu Lingfei's mouth twitched as she looked at the silver-haired girl in front of her who only came up to her chest. Could you asshole Jiang Che? Where did you trick the little girl again? Hello? I was hired by my master to protect you. Winter's voice was grandmotherly and sounded like she would let someone take her into their arms. Gu Lingfei had a headache and took the little girl into her arms, presumably because Jiang Che himself didn't have time and wanted her to help take care of his little girlfriend. What an asshole. And just at that moment, the sound of a heated argument came from outside Gu Lingfei's office door. Who are you? You can't enter our Mr. Gu's office. Where's security? Security, quickly come. Someone is trying to break into Mr. Gu's office. A bunch of you. Gu Lingfei has been kidnapped and you guys are still staying here? Are you guys? The noisy sounds caused Gu Lingfei's beautiful eyes to knit tightly. Then he picked up Winter and walked out of the office. In the lobby, Su-han was in a standoff with a group of security guards and staff. After seeing Gu Lingfei, his eyes lit up. Fifi, are you okay? Su-han didn't care. He directly rushed to Gu Lingfei's front. His speed was so fast that the security guards and whatnot couldn't stop him. After seeing Su-han, Gu Lingfei's eyes showed a touch of dislike. Before she just had no feelings for Su-han. It wasn't enough to be disliked. But now, oh, as for Donger, who was held in Gu Lingfei's arms, her eyes slightly narrowed after seeing Su-han. Jiang Che's order, abolish Su-han. Chapter 126, Su-han was wasted. White Rose became suspicious. Fifi, Su-han's entire body breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Gu Lingfei unharmed. But just as he was about to walk up to Gu Lingfei to shush her, Donger, who had been held in Gu Lingfei's arms, stepped in. The master gave her the task of scrapping Su-han. For a puppet like Donger, the master's orders were greater than the heavens. The little loli directly broke free from Gu Lingfei's arms, and then headed towards Su-han with a kick over. The small short legs were wrapped in powerful chi. The average Lolita who kicks you in the face, you'll just take her as a reward and maybe even get kicked upright. But a kick from a Huanjing great perfection powerhouse, it's not so pretty. One kick, not to mention standing. If it was an ordinary person, a piece of the east and a piece of the west. Su-han looked at the oncoming whip kick and alarm bells rang in his heart. He who had been a mercenary for many years abroad naturally had a very strong sense of danger. But the suffocating thing is, Donger's speed was too fast. Even if he sensed the danger ahead of time, he simply couldn't dodge it, and could only allow himself to be kicked away. After a miserable scream, Su-han flew backwards, and at the same time, Donger dodged to Su-han's body and slapped a palm down on his belly. The strong chi instantly poured into Su-han's dantian, destroying all the veins in his body. Swish! The girl who had done all this rejoined Gu Lingfei's side. From the beginning to the end, Donger's speed was very swift, just like an agile little cheetah. Bang! Su-han fell to the ground, his face revealing a look of fear. He could clearly perceive that his dantian was destroyed. He was wasted? He hadn't even reacted yet. How had he been wasted? He had just entered the Huanjing cultivation level this morning, and he hadn't even pretended to be a bit more than that yet. He's just been wasted? A breath was held in his chest, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out directly. Put, who are you? Su-han stared at Donger in death. Although this silver-haired, purple-pupiled girl was really pretty, it made him feel a sense of deadly fear. Anyone who can defeat him in one move is at least at the late stage of Huanjing or even Huanjing great perfection. This kind of person, it would be absolutely very simple to take his life. Winter, of course, would not open her mouth. Her words were very few. Compared to the girl, White Rose, Donger was the true meaning of a three-dimensional girl. Gu Lingfei was surprised. This little girl's stance, wasn't it too scary? Now she was really convinced. This little lowly named Donger was the bodyguard Jiang Che had hired for himself. For a while, Gu Lingfei's heart was a little pleased. What are you doing here? Get lost. Gu Lingfei glared at Su-han. For this guy she had no good feelings at all right now. His previous effeminate dress had caused a very big impact on the company's reputation, and indirectly caused Ling Che Group to suffer from internet explosions for the past 2 days. Fifi, I'm here to save you. Weren't you kidnapped? Although it was heartbreaking to have his martial arts skills abolished, women came first for Su-han. You're the one who's been kidnapped. Get the hell out of here. Gu Lingfei didn't want to see Su-han at all, and the other people in the company rushed to Su-han together to frame him away. Without his internal energy, Su-han was equivalent to a waste, and was dragged away like a dead dog. No, Su-han's entire body was emotionally devastated. He didn't understand what the problem was at all. He himself was somehow wasted, and Fifi said she wasn't kidnapped? How is that possible? He had clearly made a choice just now. On the phone. He didn't know how much mental construction he had done to give up Rosebud and thus save Gu Lingfei. But why did it turn out this way? He doesn't understand. Looking at the little follower Rosebud who was following behind him, Jiang Che sighed. Oops, now there's another fling. Jiang Che began to count up his sins. The sins were full. Well, brother Jiang Che. Good morning. Good morning. Rose lowered her head, looking very well behaved. Good morning. Jiang Che slightly hooked his lips. Don't stay in a hotel from now on. Stay at my house. Jiang Che brought little Rose to the chair next to the dining table with extremely gentle movements. Since Rose had followed him, it was only natural to bring him home. Anyway, the Jiang family villa was big enough, with more than 20 guest rooms on 5 floors. Gotta get a bigger bed though. The biggest bed in the house was only 2.5 meters wide, and he could already clearly feel the narrowness of the bed now. He had to get a 5-meter wide super king-sized bed, or else he would feel a little uncomfortable sleeping. Well, Rose was nervous and said much less. By the way, recently I've been investigating what happened to Bai Tianhui back then, and I've discovered something. It's really likely that Su-han had a direct cause with your brother's death. Rose's eyes widened slightly. My brother, was it Su-han who killed him? The young girl's voice was tinged with a slight tremor. We don't know yet, but there will be results soon. Even if Su-han didn't kill Hui, he definitely can't be separated from him. Jiang Che's words caused a flash of ice in Rose's eyes. If it was before, When someone said that it was Su-han who killed her brother, Rose would not have believed such nonsense at all. But now, not only had Rose become completely in Jiang Che's shape, she was even more disappointed in Su-han, and a casual flick of her tongue could make it break with Su-han. P.S. The old author will not miss the female, rest assured. And Chen Hao's sister, Lin Yupei's marriage object, cat lady. What? You do not forget on the line. The plot did not come to it. I have tried to control it. Chapter 127, Bringing Chance Home. Shura. At this time, in Yi Mingyao's house, Heir, are you telling the truth? Jiang Che has another girl by his side? Yi Mingyao's eyes widened as she looked at Heir in front of her. Heir was wearing a white halter nightgown, sitting on the bed with a pair of short bare legs. Yao sister, I definitely didn't lie to you. That's a very cute little silver-haired girl, pretty as if she came out of an anime. Heir nodded her head firmly. Is that as pretty as us? Yi Mengyao was a little anxious. Heir gently bit her thin lips. How's this? There wasn't much she could recall, only that the little silver-haired girl was soft and cuddly and looked dull and droll, especially the pair of violet eyes, which were obviously very pretty but lacked a trace of divinity, as if she were a rag doll. She doesn't cry when she's bullied, much less laugh, and her eyes are always dull. Sister Yao, that girl is called Donger. She's a bit prettier than me, but not as pretty as you. Sister Yao. Heir's words made Yi Mengyao slightly nervous. Heir, I think we have to go and take a look. Tomorrow we'll stay in the Jiang family. We definitely can't let the other girls get away with anything. Heir, she's really afraid of Jiang Che. She's not going to fight for favor. She can't even avoid it. Jiang Che had a rare moment of leisure. The three sons of Qi he had encountered now were basically all ate up by him. After Lin Yu was imposed by his own credit last time, his mentality collapsed greatly, and his whole mind was twisted. So he even took the initiative to go back to find Brother Chang to renew his relationship? Can you believe that? When Jiang Che heard Wang Zhang and the others speak this news, Jiang Che was all incomparably shocked. Dare I say that Lin Yu has been abused by Bald Headstrong and has developed feelings for him? However, this also showed that this guy Lin Yu had been completely wasted and his mindset had completely collapsed. Su-han had also been reduced to an invalid, and the one person who was still a threat to Jiang Che was that Chen Hao. He had originally prepared for Su-han to go to the ancient martial Chen family to pick a fight, but it turned out that this bastard was just too much of a waste. As soon as he heard Gu Lingfei's name, it was as if the entire person had lost his mind, and even the hatred of extermination could be thrown out of his mind. This is the Dragon King. Women are bigger than everything. Chance, this will be your home from now on. Jiang Che directly brought Rosebud back to the villa, and the little girl was a little hesitant to hold Jiang Che's hand. The large Jiang family villa was like a palace for her. Like the Jiang family villa not counting the pool and garden, the floor area alone reaches thousands of square meters. A proper mansion. Jiang Che stood in front of his house, rubbing his chin. A mansion like this one would have to be a bit more prosperous nah. Vivian, from now on, live in the Dragon Kingdom, I'll help you get your identity right. I know you've lost a lot before, but you still have me. Jiang Che rubbed the young girl's face. Rose didn't retort, just blushed and lowered her head. Jiang Che then took her into the villa, showing her around little by little. The large Jiang family villa was like a palace for Rose. Heir and Yi Mengyao directly gave Jiang Che a surprise attack at night. When they saw the white rose by Jiang Che's side, both of them were dumbfounded. Heir, didn't you say that Jiang Che was accompanied by a young girl with silver hair? What's going on here? Yi Mengyao's beautiful eyes knitted tightly as she and Heir nibbled on their ears and talked in whispers. Yao sister, I don't know. The one who was with me yesterday was that silver-haired dwarf. Heir is actually about the same height as Donger, but Heir has dorky hair. That handful of dorky hair directly makes the little girl's height break through to 1.5 meters. Heir glared at Jiang Che and then secretly glanced at White Rose. Where did you get the girl again? I told you what you're doing these days. You're not coming to school again. Heir kept cursing Jiang Che in her heart. Jiang Che's philandering made her very panicky. It was impossible for her to not have feelings for Jiang Che, but it was precisely because of her feelings that she was jealous and jealous. Hello, you guys, my name is Rose White. Rose mustered up the courage to hold out her small hand. She rarely spoke in general, especially to strangers. Yi Mengyao's entire body was speechless, and finally gave a soft sigh. What can we do? We can only accept the fact that it is so. Of course, more explosions are yet to come. The three girls had managed to rub it in, but it turned out that in the evening, Gu Lingfei led Donger back again. In a flash, an awkward atmosphere filled the entire villa, especially Rose. The moment she saw Gu Lingfei, the whole mood went bad. She did know this woman. Before, when she was still Su-han's little fangirl, the woman Su-han was madly pursuing was her. It was also because of this woman that she had completely seen Su-han's true colors. And now, why did she appear here? Can it be that? She's going to come and steal Jiang Che's brother from herself? An inexplicable sense of panic pervaded the mind. The atmosphere suddenly turned scorching. Chapter 128 Monkey madly humiliates Su-han. Complete break. Ahem. That's Gu Lingfei. My god sister. Jiang Che introduced himself to Rose. Although the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Jiang Che didn't feel embarrassed. His skin was super thick. At this moment, Gu Lingfei was holding Donger. Winter is a tiny one and very soft and cuddly. Although they were both Lolitas like Yuan Heir, there was a very different gap between them. If we talk about face value alone, Yuan Heir is absolutely flawless. Her face value is given at least 95 points. Donger is a puppet, obediently and coquettishly do not speak. You let her do what she does, absolutely will not say a word of no. The face value is also at least in the 90 points or so, but Nao Kuni people are generally white hair control. Silver hair and purple pupils directly increase the score, okay? Anyway, having said all that, he loves both Yuan Heir and Dong Heir. Oh, White Rose nodded. So, Gu Lingfei is brother Jiang Che's godsister then that would explain why brother Jiang Che had been targeting Su-han. After all, no brother would want to see his sister being pursued by a mercenary, right? Little Rosebud had now begun to learn how to cheat herself, and didn't even need Jiang Che to explain. She had found a good reason for Jiang Che on her own. Chul, this girl is? Gu Lingfei only felt that she was a bit headstrong. She hadn't seen her for just 7 or 8 years. What strange attributes had Jiang Che's smelly younger brother awakened in the end? Master. Just then, Donger, who was in Gu Lingfei's arms, struggled and jumped down from her arms, running to Jiang Che's front. Master. In a flash, Jiang Che felt himself being watched by several pairs of eyes with hostile intent. Yi Mengyao, Master? Yuan Heir, I'm going to call the police. Hello, is that the police, uncle? There's a big pervert here. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth twitched. Then he touched Donger's head. Donger is the bodyguard my mom hired. A Wanjing powerhouse. She's only been maintaining this height because she practiced some kind of special technique. In fact, she's already an adult. Jiang Che didn't lie. The puppet mannequin. He didn't even have an age. Anyway, the system gave Donger's background introduction as a 20-year-old legitimate young Luo. Inside a certain rental house, Su-han leaned against the bed in rags. The floor was all covered with cigarette butts, and there was a mess everywhere. How similar is his current situation to that of the monkeys back then? Monkey was also living in a Thai rental house a month ago that was a mess and the only doll was leaking. And once upon a time, Su-han lived in a big villa. As a result, the poles are now reversed. He, the Wolf King, had fallen on hard times. Not only was his cultivation wasted, but he was also poor. His good friend Monkey, on the other hand, is living in a big villa, surrounded by many AI intelligent girlfriend housekeepers. Mixing it up. Right, Monkey must have a solution. Big deal. I'll rejoin the Wolf's Teeth Mercenary Corps now. Continue to be my Wolf King. Although he didn't have the powerful cultivation of the ancient martial arts, with his instincts on the battlefield, he was also still the fearful Wolf King Su-han. Thinking about it, he called the monkey. The monkey on the other side was annoyed. Malagasy, who's bothering me again? Jiang Gongzi usually texted him. There must be someone else who could contact him by phone. Monkey, I'm Su-han. When Su-han heard that the monkey dared to insult himself, he felt a bit huffy in his heart that this monkey was so bold. Don't even think about eating starchy sausage from now on. After hearing that it was Su-han, the monkey's heart flashed with a hint of contempt. Lord Wolf King, eating poop If it wasn't for the sake of Jiang Shao, he would have spit fenugreek and disliked Su-han's face with a rap. Lord Wolf, I've been very busy with a lot of things lately. Su-han frowned. What can you be busy with? Busy with my girlfriend's birthday. Monkey spoke very honestly. Girlfriend? Isn't your girlfriend an inflatable doll? Where does an inflatable doll get a birthday? Su-han was obviously more familiar with monkeys. Monkey didn't say anything, but just glanced faintly at the string on the back of the neck of his AI smart girlfriend in his arms. Production date. His girlfriend. A year old yet. Lord Wolf King, what is your business? Monkey's voice had long since lost its respect, and he was even a bit disgusted with Su-han. I'm going to go back and rejoin the Wolf Tooth Mercenary Corps as my Wolf King. Su-han was filled with bravado as he uttered these words, but the monkey's next words directly broke his head of cold water. Lord Wolf King, after you left, the Wolf Tooth Mercenary Corps disbanded. Su-han's eyes widened. How is it possible? How is it possible for Wolf Fong to disband? Where is your wolf soul spirit? Why did you disband? The monkey is also a little annoyed. This stink is moist himself, and still want to come to dominate him? Su-han, you still have the nerve to mention the wolf soul spirit? Since you became the Wolf King, have the brothers lived a good day with you? With an income of $300 a month, who the hell would go with you to play with their lives? And, you voluntarily gave up on MS. Rose is the old Wolf King's own sister. Do you know what she'll go through after being taken away by the kidnappers? What do you think you are? Are you qualified to talk about the wolf soul? Is there anyone else in your head besides Guling Fei? You're just Gogiba. Who are you to mention the spirit of the wolf soul? Can the spirit of the wolf soul be food? All day stepping on a horse and buying me starch sausage. Eat your grandma's leg. Stinky. Don't think I don't know about all your black history. Getting a few fakes to act as Guling Fei? You even kneeled down and licked women's feet? I've sent all those videos of you to the brothers of Wolf Fong. Being able to tell. The monkey had quite a strong preconception of Su-han. The monkey's words made Su-han's entire body confused. Not only regretting, but more annoyed. How dare the monkey insult himself? And he dared to pry into his little secret? To reveal all those things about himself? Monkeys. But now, he can't do anything about the monkey. But the monkey didn't give Su-han a chance at all. And after scolding him, his entire body was too much more comfortable. Directly hung up the phone at the speed of light, completely cutting off one of Su-han's paths. Hey, scolding and then run really Nima Kula. This Su-han, but also Nemo Wolf King, properly a vermin. After Monkey scolded Su-han a few times, he was ready to go on to his girlfriend's first birthday. Right, there's still young Master Jeong to be informed first. Isn't it a bit too early to break up with Su-han? On the other hand, Su-han, on the other side, the whole person was already so angry that he was smashing things. Chapter 129, Yo, haven't seen you for a few days. Sister Yenran, you've pulled a cross ah. Zhang Che got up early. Ever since he had been promoted to become a Huanjin powerhouse, Zhang Che's comprehensive strength had reached a terrifying level. Huanjin powerhouse plus super self-healing factor plus various ancient martial arts skills. Although he was only in the middle stage of Huanjing now, there was already no enemy below the zone sure. Oh, Monkey and Su-han broke up? Zhang Che glanced at the message that the monkey had sent to him, and the corner of his lips curled up slightly. This Su-han has been considered completely wasted, reduced to an invalid. However, although Su-han was ruined, this bastard was after all a former wolf king. In case if he was allowed to blacken, it wouldn't be good to make a move on the little girl by his side. So, he came up with another diabolical plan. Hey, Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang was very excited after receiving Zhang Che's call. These days, Zhang Xiao rarely contacted himself, making him think for a moment that he was about to be abandoned. Young Jiang, do you have any assignments? Go through fire and water. Zhang Che also didn't talk nonsense with him. This guy is some kind of international mercenary, but now wasted. Living in room 101 of Unit 2 of Building 13 of the Moon Community. You take people to catch him away. I remember there is a bald guy under you who is quite fond of men, right? Wang Zhang looked at Su-han's photo and narrowed his eyes slightly. Where did this unlucky guy come from? If you offend Mr. Jiang, how can it end well? No problem. Lu Tai and I will bring someone to get him. Take more men and be sure to proceed with caution. Ha. Don't worry about that. This time I'll bring Brother Broken Army with me. Can't an ancient martial artist in the late stage of Dark Force beat him? Zhang Che didn't say anything more. Su-han was now completely ruined, and his luck was all gone. This time, I'm afraid it's hard to escape in Jie. Bro broker, it's just up ahead. The international mercenary leader that Zhang Xiao said. That international mercenary leader is in the rental house in front. Let's be careful later. The two of them, Wang Zhang and Lu Tai, were accompanied by a dozen or so people, the leader of which was Su Baojun, the same fighter king who had faced off against Lin Yu in the underground ring before. Don't worry guys, I'm well prepared this time. A full 2 pounds of lime powder, with chili powder and itching powder mixed in. Su Baojun skillfully put on a mask and glasses for himself, and pulled out a bag from his pocket, majoring in a specialty. Ever since he had shaded Lin Yu with lime powder last time, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. The rules of the entire Hangzhou underground boxing ring are in disarray. What with lime powder, chili powder, itching powder, anything goes. But luckily, even going into the new season, he, Su Baojun, is still the best in boxing. Ha. The bald guy beside Wang Zhang touched his shiny bald head. He looked at that Su-han's picture. A little handsome, very much to his liking. Inside the rental house, Su-han couldn't sit still for some reason. He was suddenly very anxious. It was as if there was some kind of Jia difficulty about to befall him. As a wolf king he naturally had the ability of special sensibility, an ability that had saved his life countless times. Damn, who the hell is secretly screwing with me? Su-han was a bit emotionally broken. Ever since he came to the Dragon Kingdom, everything had gone wrong for him. He had been in the police station twice, and he had even been wasted. And the person who wasted him seemed to have a very close relationship with Gu Lingfei, which was what broke him the most. His favorite person, but sent him into a bottomless pit. And his godsister Rose was also abused. Don't let me find out who was secretly targeting me, or I'll kill you. But all of a sudden, Su-han's heart throbbed violently, and the whole person sat up directly from the bed. Someone's going to do it to themselves? Bang! There was a loud sound, and immediately after that, the door of Su-han's room was kicked open. How could a wooden door withstand a kick from a dark force powerhouse? Who? Su-han snapped his head up, his eyes widening in anger. Swish Su Baojun was not reasonable at all. As soon as he raised his hand, a large amount of lime powder was thrown towards Su-han. Lime powder mixed with chili powder and itching powder directly came into close contact with Su-han's angry eyes. Su-han screamed miserably and covered his eyes. Su Bailuan has already practiced a set of silky smooth moves. Lime powder catch, ghost hand hollow. Oh ho 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 ho. Up to this point, Su-han once again followed in Lin Yu's footsteps and directly fainted from the pain. Brother Chang, on the other hand, had a look of heartache on his face. AI, baby, the pain is in your body, but the pain is in my heart. With that, he got someone to carry Su-han away. Once you enter his bald head's basement, even a dark power Grand Circle powerhouse won't be able to get out. Jiang Che's stretch Maybach has arrived. The lengthened Maybach is just solid and atmospheric to drive, and there's so much space inside that you can fit at least 7 or 8 people in it. After having Donger, Jiang Che directly freed his hands, driving and all by Donger, and Donger also did not need to avoid suspicion. What's the word for it? That car, please stop, check for a DUI. Sitting in the back seat of the Jiang Che slightly narrowed his eyes. Who dares to stop the car? It was a bit of a heifer in an airplane, but when he saw the person who stopped the car, his whole body froze slightly. Oh, Wang Yanyan, how is she? After the car window opened, Wang Yanyan walked over to the car window. Jiang Che, got a new car? But when she looked inside the car, the corner of her mouth twitched. Wait, this girl in the car? Where's the driver's license? Winter's identity and whatnot had already been worked out long ago, and her driver's license and ID card were naturally available. The little loli silently took out both her ID card and driver's license and handed them to Wang Yanyan. Jiang Donger, 20 years old? You're 20 years old? Wang Yanyan had never been so shocked before. This little girl doesn't even look like she's 20 years old alright. Jiang Che, on the other hand, smiled bashfully. Alright, Sister Ran, don't worry, I'm a good student. I definitely won't do anything illegal or criminal. He then started sizing up Wang Yanyan. It seems that even if Lin Yu is wasted, his original plot will still go on. In the middle of Lin Yu's script, around chapter 100, Wang Yanyan's family will encounter a crisis. Wang Yanyan's father, Wang Liuyun, will be falsely accused of embezzlement and bribery and thus be dismissed from his post to check out. And Wang Yanyan will come from the police station to the traffic police. Now it seems, without Lin Yu, Wang Yanyan, the pretty policewoman, has fallen out of favor. Chapter 130, Lin Yu's blackening. Sad Su-han. Yo, I haven't seen you for a few days. Sister Ran, why have you fallen off the wagon? Jiang Che's eyes teasingly looked at the woman in front of him. Wang Yanran's beautiful eyes knitted tightly after hearing Jiang Che's words. Humph. I'm tired of being a criminal police officer. Can't I come and experience being a traffic cop? Wang Yanyan was still arrogant, unwilling to tell the truth even in the face of Jiang Che. Proudly, she hadn't bothered to use such means to gain Jiang Che's sympathy. Jiang Che just glanced at her thoughtfully. Compared to the criminal police, traffic police was a fat job, and many police officers would rather be traffic police than criminal police. But if you don't become a criminal police officer, it will be difficult for you to climb up the ladder. Let Wang Yanyan retire to the traffic police estimate or look at the face of Wang Liuyun. Sister Ran, if there's nothing else then I'll leave. I still have to send Heir and the girls to school. Jiang Che was well aware of Wang Yanyan's character, too proud to accept any charity aid. Humph, stinking scum. Wang Yanran's pretty face floated past a hint of sulking. This Jiang Che is also too scummy, right? Do you believe that I will call the police to arrest you? The hint of irritation. In fact, she didn't know where it came from, but she was angry anyway. After seeing Jiang Che's Maybach slowly drive away, Wang Yanran stomped her foot in anger. Jiang Che, that woman, does it have anything to do with you? Yi Mengyao hesitantly opened her mouth. She certainly had an impression of this woman, and it was very impressive. Previously, when she was downstairs at Zhang's house, she had seen the image of Jiang Che and this woman being close, which made Yi Mengyao at that time feel very inferior for a while, although she hadn't seen her for quite a long time now. Yi Mengyao had always still considered her as her love rival in her heart. Yuan Heir on the side also perked up her little ears. She hated this big mean sister. Oh, a childhood friend. Humph, you don't want to talk about it. Yuan Heir skimmed her small mouth. She had already seen clearly the pissiness of Jiang Che. This dog man, 1,000,000% was looking at this big cow police flower. Yuan Heir glanced down at her flatness, and her heart felt as if a knife had been inserted into it. The average teenage girl can see her toes when she looks down is already a great mockery. However, she is even more miserable. Not only can she see her toes, but she can even see her navel, making her cry without tears. What? Heir, you're not jealous, are you? Who would be jealous of you? You greasy man, stay away from me. Heir glared viciously at Jiang Che. Lori's temper varies. She was docile and coquettish in the morning and now she's angry. Greasy? What's greasy about me? I'm juvenile alright. I just turned 18 last year. Chatting all the way. They soon arrived at the school gates. Longer version of manhwa are worth tens of millions of dollars. Limited to 50 units worldwide. Are generally acting as a modified presidential car? Or some of the West's super rich can only afford to buy. Parking in front of the school directly sparked a lot of discussion among students. Shirlan School was an aristocratic school, yes, but the vast majority of the students were still from middle-class families, and it wasn't rare to see rich second-generation kids like in the true sense of the word. Hiss. Whose car is this again? This extended Maybach is too arrogant, isn't it? And it's a limited edition. The Herpelman top of the line landed at least $20 million. My whole family's assets put together is not as expensive as this car. I see that license plate number. It should be Mr. Zhang's car, right? After all, a license plate with 5 nines is not something that just anyone can have. When Yi Mengyao pulled Yuaner out of the car, the crowd stopped talking. Yi de schoolgirl, ah, then it's not surprising, ah. After all, Yi Mengyao's family is also really rich. A proper rich white beauty, the object of countless people's pursuit. But now, I've heard that she's been chased by Mr. Jiang. It has broken the hearts of countless young boys and girls. Yuaner followed behind Yi Mengyao and didn't feel inferior. This was the supreme realization of a small rice bug. Why should I feel inferior when I'm a millet bug with my skills? You guys don't have a chance to be friends with Sister Yo-Yo yet. Jiang Che didn't get out of the car. He was too lazy to go to school. Winter, pull over to the side of the road. I'll test the tremor-proofing effect of this Maybach. The extended Maybach is explosion-proof and weighs 5 tons, so thick that even a Category 7 typhoon would have a hard time shaking this behemoth. The secrecy effect is also very good. Even if you put your face on the car window, cannot see anything inside the car. From outside the car, want to talk to the people inside the car, need to open the window to do so. Even if the people in the car got into a fight, you can't see a single movement from the outside. Oh, Winter was good enough to pull over to the side of the road. No. Upon waking up, Suhan realized that he was tied up on top of a wooden chair. Both hands were bound by purple rope in a death grip, and in front of him stood 2 men. That's right, 2. One was Django with a shiny bald head and a perverted grin at the corner of his mouth, and beside him, naturally, it was Lin Yu, who had completely changed his appearance at this time. The entire person's face was very feminine, and even his hair was left above his shoulders, braiding a wolf's tail at the back of his head, and the entire person's eyes had revealed a hint of sickness and shade, and were not as arrogant as before. After experiencing a heavy blow, Lin Yu has already had a mental breakdown. Otherwise it would not have been possible to take the initiative to come back to find Bald Strong to renew their relationship. What do you want? Let me tell you. I'm Wolf King Suhan of the Wolf Tooth Mercenary Corps. If you dare to make a move against me, my men won't let you go. Suhan struggled desperately, but how could he break free when both of his hands were bound by death? Jia, Wolf Fong? I heard that you were a great expert with a harmonized power cultivation before, right? Lin Yu walked towards Suhan step by step. The corner of his mouth revealed an icy smile, looking at Suhan's chrysanthemums. What do you want? No. Under panic, Suhan erupted the last trace of his potential as a protagonist. Straight away, he broke free of the rope and instinctively tried to make a move on Chang and Lin Yu. But while Suhan was wasted, Lin Yu was still the same Dark Force Grand Circle expert, only that he had been abused mentally and was now obeying Chang's orders. It was as if he had Stockholm Syndrome. Bang! How could Suhan without his dark energy be a match for Lin Yu? It was straight up dumbfounded. Don't come over here, you guys. No. Suhan's miserable scream was very miserable. Chapter 131, triggering the choice again. Saving Yanran Wang? Zhang Che sat in the back seat of the Maybach, and Donger sat in the driver's seat. The whole group stared blankly up at the car window. A sparrow flew to the window, took a poop, and flew away. Lori blinked her big eyes twice and turned on the windshield wipers, flushing the fresh pile of poop away, and was simply too good to be true. Zhang Che stroked his chin as he was looking over Lin Yu's script in the rummage system. He had met 3 sons of Qi now, but only Lin Yu possessed the script, which meant Lin Yu was one of the more special amongst these sons of Qi. According to the original plot, Wang Yanyan's father, Wang Liuyun, is the director of the Public Security Department, and because of the recent occurrence of several vicious serial killings in Hangzhou, he was already under a lot of pressure, and was planted by his political rivals. Corruption and bribery, direct dismissal and investigation, followed up by Lin Yu to help them get through the hard times. But now that Lin Yu is gone, without its protagonist aura, It is estimated that it will be difficult for Wang Yanran's family to climb up. Of course, Zhang Che was now watching from God's perspective, and this planting was completely full of loopholes. Nothing more than a deputy director wants to progress. Find someone to plant Wan Liyun embezzlement, and sent a calligraphy and painting, said to copy the fake calligraphy and painting. Who knows that the scroll is 2 layers? The deeper scroll is a master of millions of dollars worth of authentic paintings. So Wang Liyun was planted. The front foot people just left. The back foot was reported. This is the kind of plot that would appear in a novel. Who can be the head of the Public Security Bureau isn't walking on thin ice. Drops. Heavenly Destiny heroine Wang Yanyan's family has fallen. Host triggers the choice of villain. Choice 1, regardless. Wang Yanyan loses her heroine's aura. Reward, 30 years of inner strength. Option 2, bring down Deputy Director Qilu. Reward, Super Butler Team. Choice 3, help Wang Liyun turn over. Wang Yanyan's favoritism plus 10. Reward, Facial Residence Water Remedy. Zhang Che? I can't believe I triggered the choice again? And looking at the system choices. Are you trying to make me the good old boy? Zhang Che's brows slightly narrowed. The first option was a bit tantalizing. Directly rewarding 30 years of internal energy. If he chose the first one, under the irrigation of 30 years of internal energy, there was a high possibility of directly breaking through to become a Zhongshe powerhouse. But it was clear that he wasn't going to choose that option. He actually didn't lack strength. After all, he was already in the middle stage of harmonization power. So ordinary small trash was no longer in his eyes. Even if some old monsters at the Zhongshe level came, he only needed to bring out his background. Which sect master wouldn't be afraid? Whoever dares to touch him. His Grandmaster Grandpa, who is at the level of Grandmaster, will definitely come over with a 40-meter long machete to chop people up. True, 40 meters big knife. And there's no conflict between option 2 and option 3. I'll take the second and third. It's mostly the second and third rewards that are so appealing. Super Butler Team, 100 people in total, with the highest level of butler experience, including servants, gardeners, asset managers, and all of them are women with a face value of over 80 points. This team of housekeepers would be very good. It just so happened that Zhang Che's home was rather cool, although he himself had quite a few girls now. But after all, the home was really too big. 5 floors, almost as big as a palace. It was indeed very cool. He had long wanted to hire some butler servants or something, but those servants were still outsiders after all. Now the system directly gave a team, and all of them were female puppets with a face value of over 80 points, which was simply beautiful. The water of youthfulness prescription, the essence extracted from a variety of rare Chinese medicinal herbs and blended according to strict ratios, is a prescription that will keep you young forever after taking it. TSK, 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 good stuff. What kind of face water? Face elixir, life extension elixir, disease removing elixir. These are all old actors in cool texts, but shouldn't things like these be owned by the protagonist? I didn't realize that I could have this kind of treatment as a villain. Zhang Che moved his muscles and said he'd do it. This deputy director Qilu, since he will make things planted Wang Liyun, then this guy is definitely not a good person. Directly let the monkey to check. Quasi can find out something. Monkey, don't worry, Zhang Xiao. I can definitely get to the bottom of this Qilu. I can find out anything he ate last night for him. Monkey is very confident. His hacking skills, even if you look at the world, is to keep 5 to compete. Monkeys are quick and efficient. In just over 2 hours, he had already found out all those black histories of Deputy Director Qilu. Actually, a deputy director like Qilu, the level of secrecy is not that high. It's still quite easy for monkeys to check on him. Young Master Jiang, this is some of Qilu's dark information. This old man hides quite deep early years to support a few female college students, and then because there is a female college student pregnant to threaten him, it was secretly dealt with by him. And I also found out that he planted evidence to frame Public Security Director Wang Liyun, and found some chat records and recordings. Please take a look. You can question the monkey's aesthetics and orientation, but you can never question his business skills. Talents like these must be kept firmly in hand. However, Zhang Che wasn't worried that the monkey would backstab him. He had long ago used his system to detect the monkey's loyalty. With a loyalty score of 100 out of 100, the monkey had already reached 90, and had reached a point where betrayal was absolutely impossible. Monkey, good job. In the future, if the intelligent robots are updated, I'll let you know. A monkey's hobby is simply dolls, and if you can fulfill that need, he will die for you. Hey, young Master Jiang, or you understand me. After getting the item, Zhang Che didn't go to Wang Yanyan for the first time. Anyway, now that she had the initiative, now Wang Yanyan was probably worrying about her father all day, but unable to do anything about it. Zhang Che was prepared to hang her for a few days first, and wait until the Wang Liyun matter was about to come to an end. He'll bring out the stuff himself and do a shocking reversal. My sister Yanyan, For your sake, I've sacrificed my chance to become a sect master. You're not going to give me. You're going to give me 3 babies to repay me? Jiang Che gently licked his lips. After returning to the villa, Chance was wearing a white halter nightgown and was playing a game on his back, wiggling his bare calves. The young girl's shoulder is also lying on a white ragdoll cat. The kitten is also looking at the cell phone, tail wagging twice from time to time. One person and one cat scene is very cozy. Brother Jiang Che? Rose was so happy after seeing Jiang Che that she stopped playing with her cell phone and sat up directly from the bed. Meow dash. The little muppet lying on the girl's shoulder gave a scream and rolled down to the bottom of the bed. Rosie's pretty face showed a trace of apology before she trotted over to Jiang Che. He jumped into Jiang Che's arms. Chapter 132, by Jie and Qin Xiaoqiao became BFFs? Various side conversations. Brother Jiang Che. Under Jiang Che's careful care, White Rosebud had already shed her original coldness and arrogance and turned into a good girl. At least in front of Jiang Che, she would be willing to show her girlish side, but in front of outsiders, her words were still few. I've just gotten someone to get you an identity and apply for your residency in the Dragon Kingdom. After all, Rose didn't have the nationality of the Dragon Kingdom, and had only come to the Dragon Kingdom briefly as a tourist. Little Rose will definitely have to live in the Dragon Kingdom for a long time in the future, and she still needs to get her identity and all that. The young girl's eyes widened slightly. Identity. Brother Jiang Che was going to give himself an identity. Followed Su Han in foreign countries. For a little commission all kinds of hither and thither. Ate the upper and lower meals. Out of the house. The identity of the whole rely on their own fabrication. But since she had followed Brother Jiang Che, she had settled down and didn't have to be afraid every day. Brother Jiang Che. Thank you. Jiang Che gently smiled and touched the young girl's head. It's okay. I'll always take care of you for why. At the mention of bye-bye why, Bai Qiangwei's emotions were all slightly lost. Her own brother. He'll never come back. She wasn't particularly sad, though, because she was happy now that she was alive and had rediscovered what she could rely on for the rest of her life, and she thought that her brother would be able to rest in peace in his grave. Brother Jiang Che, the cause of my brother's death. The young girl hesitantly spoke. Jiang Che also started to act up. Although Su Han was now ruined, the last pot of still had to be held on his head. There's some clues now. I can't be sure, but your brother's death is definitely related to Su Han. What? You're asking me if it's okay to consume dead people? Jiang Che he received the white rosebud right, but he was able to let this young girl enjoy glory and wealth and live a happy life for the rest of her life. The only suffering Rosebud suffered from now on might be during the birth of the baby. Isn't this much better than following Su Han around and ending up as an icy female wolf king? Aha! Rose's eyes narrowed slightly. She was basically unconditionally convinced of Jiang Che's words now. Su Han, my brother has been so good to you, saved your life many times, but you've returned the favor. I'll kill you. Jiang Che smiled blandly after hearing Rose's heartfelt words. Rose and Su Han had completely broken up. In order to kill and execute, he was prepared to let White Rose personally send Su Han on his way. Jiang Che gently swept the young girl into his arms. Meow meow dash. The little white ragdoll was beside Jiang Che's pants leg, rubbing against his ankle, obviously in heat again. Go away. Jiang Che glared at the cat. Ever since this female cat went into heat, he was the one who helped her with a cotton swab every day. It caused this cat to look at herself in a less favorable way now. Meow. Goody dug into the cupboard with some aggression. In the midst of the Shiraz school, Cat, have you been in love lately? A young girl with a single ponytail came up to Qin Xiaoqiao and opened her mouth with a smile. Qin Xiaoqiao's face changed slightly. No, Xiaobai, don't talk nonsense. My mom is so strict. How dare I fall in love? The young girl's heart began to beat a drum. Could it be that her relationship with Senior Jiang Che had been discovered? Qin Xiaoqiao, Sigma, degree winky face. That's right. This Bai who struck up a conversation with Qin Xiaoqiao was no one else. It was Bai Jie. That Bai Jie who drugged Yi Mangyao at her birthday party. Humph. Xiaoqiao, are we still good girlfriends or not? You even lied to me about this kind of thing. I saw you and Jiang Che talking and laughing with each other last week. Baekjae spoke in mock anger. Ha? White. You saw it all? Qin Xiaoqiao's eyes were filled with shock and a feeling of social death. Of course. Aren't you going to talk to me about it? Xiaoqiao, why don't you secretly tell me about it? What kind of person is Jiang Che? When Jiang Che was mentioned, the young girl's face carried a hint of infatuation. Qin Xiaoqiao was very naive and didn't notice that something was wrong with Bai Jie. She still thought it was just normal gossip between girlfriends. Senior Jiang Che is actually very gentle. He's just a little badass once in a while. You know, I'm dating Senior Jiang Che. My mom and dad and the girls all know about it, but they don't dare to say anything at all. Bai Jie skimmed her lips. You don't look at Jiang Che's background. Do your parents dare to offend Jiang Che? But she couldn't say anything now. She was just Qin Xiaoqiao's good best friend. After that, Qin Xiaoqiao seemed to have opened her box. saying everything. Of course, Qin Xiaoqiao didn't say that there were other girls around Zhang Che. Ah, Zhang Che he. So scary? Bai Jia covered her small mouth and stared wide-eyed, but her eyes revealed a trace of imperceptible joy. Hush, Xiao Bai, don't say this to the outside. If Senior Zhang Che finds out, I'll be in deep. Don't worry, I definitely won't say anything outside. Bai Jia hooked her lips in a smile. By the way, should we go out shopping together during the weekend? Qin Xiaoqiao shook her head repeatedly. I can't. During the weekend I'm going to tutor Senior Zhang Che. Baekje felt a sourness in her heart, saying that she was going to tutor. She just smiled and didn't say anything. Have a boyfriend and forget your girlfriends? Baekje spoke in mock anger. No, I really went to tutor Senior Zhang Che in his homework. Qin Xiaoqiao was a little anxious. Bai Jia was in the same class as her, and although she had always been quite a high-strung person before, she was now her best girlfriend. Xiaoqiao, but I've heard that Zhang Che has other girls around him. Is he true to you? Why don't you ask him out? I'll help you keep an eye on him. Bai Jia's words made Qin Xiaoqiao feel helpless in her heart. Zhang Che was indeed very philandering. He didn't just have herself by his side, he also had Yuan Heir, Yi Mengyao and even more girls in the future. But she had no right to be jealous, because she loves Zhang Che. Xiao Bai, you shouldn't ask about these things. Baekje's face darkened, but then he reappeared with a helpless smile and spat out his little tongue. Xiaoqiao, Zhang Che has so many girls around him, won't you be jealous? Baekje tries to dig up something. As Zhang Che's sickly little fangirl, she naturally came to Qin Xiaoqiao's side in order to find out news about Zhang Che. Otherwise, she, the eldest miss of the Bai family, how could she be best friends with a girl from an ordinary family like Qin Xiaoqiao? Chapter 133, Zhang Yunli's Ecstasy. Beginning to look forward to having grandchildren, Qin Xiaoqiao eventually confessed to Bai Jia. After all, during this time, Baekje had been considered her confidant. Noi, that's it. I really love Senior Zhang Che, and since Senior Zhang Che is so outstanding, there are many girls who like him. It should also be a normal thing. Qin Xiaoqiao had now begun to learn to find reasons for Zhang Che on her own. Where can you find a girl like that? Bai Jia was silent. After hearing Qin Xiaoqiao's words, even she was truly thunderstruck. Alright, Xiao Bai, you mustn't say anything, otherwise I'll be screwed. Qin Xiaoqiao folded her hands together, her face showing a prayerful expression. She had very few friends, other than Yi Mengyao and Yuan Heir. Only Bai Jia was left. Bai Jia smiled faintly. Unla, Xiao, am I the kind of person who sells out her girlfriends? I'll go first. After Qin Xiaoqiao left, Bai Jia's eyes instantly changed and the smile on her face gradually dissipated. In its place was a slightly sickly smile. So brother Zhang Che is actually such a person. That's good. The young girl giggled out. Her voice was like a silver bell. She used to only dare to watch Senior Zhang Che from afar, secretly crushed on him, and didn't even dare to write a love letter. Her feelings for Zhang Che could even be traced back to her elementary school days. However, she had never dared to come forward to express her feelings until Zhang Che went after Yi Mengyao, and the feelings she had for Zhang Che in her heart gradually twisted and even started to become a bit sick. Is it true that if I'm pretty enough, you'll fall for me? Bai Jia is really pretty. Her face value is not much lower than Yi Mengyao, only that she has been intentionally trying to pretend to be mature before, with all kinds of heavy makeup, and as a result, it will instead cover up her original face value. Weekend. Zhang Che went along to pick up Qin Xiaoqiao. The stretch Maybach, which seats 5, is a bit cramped at this point, especially Qin Xiaoqiao. Her entire body was confused. It had only been a week since she had seen Senior Zhang Che. How come there were 2 more beautiful girls by his side? That's a bit of a quick update. Coquette, this is White Rose, a year older than you. The one driving the car is Donger. Don't look at her as a tiny one. She's actually an ancient martial artist who has reached the full circle of Huanjing. Qin Xiaoqiao blinked her eyes twice. She didn't have much interest in ancient martial artists or anything, but this silver-haired little loli was really cute. Dinner was a busy time for Auntie Chen, but fortunately, Auntie Chen had once furthered her education at the Old East for 2 years, so she wasn't too frazzled, but she was indeed shocked. Were these all young Master Zhang Che's confidants? Gulp. She didn't dare to guess. She was just an ordinary servant. Young Master Zhang Che, dinner is ready. I'll leave first. Auntie Chen was now unwilling to stay here for a second longer, fearing that she would become a lightbulb and delay young Master Zhang Che's pleasure. Aunt Chen, take care. Zhang Che's lips pursed slightly. The table was sumptuous, with 8 courses and 3 soups, the main one extravagant. Even Donger was sitting on the dining table, although Donger was a small puppet without autonomous consciousness, but after all, she was also a body of flesh and blood, and would even come to her aunt just like a normal teenage girl. So naturally, she needed to eat. Winter's arms were sprawled with the little muppet. The kitten was nibbling on a small dried fish in a well-behaved manner, and the whole table was in a peaceful atmosphere. Of course, it's only peaceful on the surface, but once you turn on the her heart pass, TSK, TSK, TSK. They're all plastic sisters. Aunt Chen had just left the Jiang family's front door when she ran into two familiar people head-on. Jiang, Master Jiang, MS. Jiang. Jiang Yunli pursed her lips and smiled after seeing Aunt Chen. Did you just finish cooking, Sister Chen? It just so happens that we haven't come to see Xiao Che for quite a long time. Let's go in and have dinner together. A thin layer of sweat oozed from Aunt Chen's forehead. Are you kidding me? Going in for dinner? Aren't you going in there to be a light bulb? Ahem. Sister Jiang, why don't you guys not go in? Young master, they're having dinner. Precise extraction of keywords. They. Zhang Yuan was smart enough to take his wife's arm. Go back. Come back when you're free. But the gossip in Jiang Yunli's heart surged out. Will you be a grandmother yourself already? She rubbed her hands together in excitement at the thought of some possibility. Sister Chen, you secretly told me that Xiao Che is having dinner with some girls? Aunt Chen was speechless for a while and didn't say anything, just shook her head. Jiang Yunli, Jiang Yuan, not to mention, that's pretty blown up. So, won't I be a grandmother soon? Jiang Yunli's brain circuit is so strange that it's already fast-forwarding to hugging his grandchildren. Jiang Yuan had a headache for a while and pinched his wife's face. Wife, don't dream. You should think about what these girls of Che's should do in the future. Jiang Yunli crossed his arms. Humph, my son is naturally a dragon among men. But it's too early for that. I'm going back now to get some gifts for my daughters-in-law. Jiang Yuan, that's not what I'm talking about. Haven't you thought about Jiang Che's future emotional problems? But he was now in unconditional submission to his wife's decision. The two made it to the gate and turned around and turned back. Jiang Che chewed a shrimp in his mouth and looked out the gate, giving a helpless laugh. He had just heard it. His own mother-sama's heartfelt words were quite outrageous. Senior Jiang Che, what's wrong? Qin Xiaoqiao asked with a crooked head. Nothing. Jiang Che smiled and shook his head. I can't tell you guys. My mother superior wants you to get pregnant and have babies, right? Chapter 134, Wang Yanyan's Choice. Jiang Che spent the entire weekend in the wilderness. Hey, the house is still short of servants. Jiang Che sighed softly as he remembered again the villain choice that the system had triggered earlier, helping Yanyan Wang's family through a difficult time. The reward for choice 2 was a super butler team, which included a top-notch chef and gardener, which was a bit more tempting to Jiang Che. Get up! Jiang Che woke up the two of them, Donger and Yuaner. Winter was fine, having woken up long ago. Yuan Heir, who was forced to wake up, became grumpy, her dull hairs standing up in anger. Not awake, not at all. I want to sleep. The cat fluttered as if scratching its paws. Jiang Che did like seeing Yuan Heir's rowdy appearance. You stinking mongrel, the guy whose head is filled with nothing but color scraps every day. But Duke Jiang blocked her mouth with just one sentence. I saved your mom. Poor Yuan Heir immediately couldn't say anything. Ever since Jiang Che saved her mom, he had wrapped her up in this sentence I don't know how many times. This was even more horrible than moral kidnapping. Between the noise, the other girls woke up. It's time to brush your teeth and eat. The mood was all good. Only Yuan Heir was sulking alone. Yuan Heir, don't be angry. Jiang Che, he didn't do it on purpose either. Yi Mengyao swept over Yuan Heir's small hand and began to try to comfort this little bosom friend of hers. Yuan Heir glanced at Yi Mengyao. Her favorite Yao sister had already been pretty much brainwashed by that stinky guy Jiang Che. The old Yo-Yo-san was clearly not like this. What a proud girl she was. But now, all of Miss Ye's condescension seemed to have disappeared, at least in front of Jiang Che. Yi Mengyao took the initiative to put down all her pride. Sister Yao Yao, I'm not angry. Qin Xiaoqiao on the side also came over, her small hand gently rubbing on the little lowly's head. You still say you're not angry? We'll all be sisters from now on. Yuan Heir has once again become the group's favorite. The king's house. Yan Wang has been in a troubled mood lately because her father is about to face close to 10 years in prison. Dad, someone is definitely trying to set you up. It must be that deputy director Qilu. He's been messing with you openly and secretly. Wang Yanyan looked at Wang Liun, who was dismissed and investigated, and her nose was slightly sour. On the side, Wang Yanran's mother, Yang Xiao, was also filled with sadness. It's fine. Isn't it like walking on thin ice in officialdom? If you don't pay attention, you may fall into the abyss. Wang Liun's face penetrated a trace of helplessness. Of course he knew that he was wrongly accused, but there was nothing he could do. Yang Xiao's face was guilty. Old Wang, it's all my fault. If I hadn't accepted that one painting, you wouldn't have been caught in the act. She is now called a regret. She is not highly educated. See it as a painting and accept it. Who would have thought that the painting is a hidden mystery? Honey, it's okay. At this point, Wang Liun has no way out, because someone is determined to mess with him. not only Qilu alone. After all, a deputy director who wanted to get to the top wasn't that bold to screw him. Dad, I'm going to flip you. There's still a chance. Wang Yanyan was very unwilling in her heart. As Wang Liun's daughter, she was very clear about her father's character. He was a very upright person, literally climbed step by step from a poor kid to the position of director of public security, without ever coveting a penny. This is such a clear stream, but he was framed. That he's corrupt? However, Wang Yanyan could only be anxious and did absolutely nothing. Ran, you can stay in the traffic police detachment. Although it's a little bit hard to be a traffic cop, the treatment is still quite good. Wang Liun had already begun to pave the way back for Wang Yanyan. No way. Dad, I must investigate clearly. Someone must have planted evidence to frame you. I'm going to investigate that Qilu. Wang Liun pulled his daughter over as soon as he could. Do as you're told, Ran. Dad, I'm going to ask Uncle Jiang for help. You and Uncle Jiang are close friends. He'll definitely help you. Wang Liun, however, just shook his head with a bitter smile. There's no need. His relationship with the Jiang family was not that good. Ran, that kid Jiang Che is quite nice. You can try to date him. Wang Liun is very clear. His daughter is beautiful enough. If there is no backing, with her hot temperament in the future, 100% to suffer. If you can climb on the Jiang family, this thy words. If you can climb the Jiang family's leg, then your wife and daughter's future will definitely be much better. Dad, Wang Yanyan was ashamed and angry. What a time. How could her father even think of setting herself up with Jiang Che? Her parents weren't clear about Jiang Che's character, but she was too clear. Jiang Che is a super sea king. Jiang Che was no longer the simple teenager he remembered. Sometimes she was very surprised why Jiang Che had changed so much. When I held Jiang Che's hand when I was little, his face would turn red. How did it become like this now? Dad, stop it. I'll find a way to find evidence to help you. You didn't take a bribe at all. Wang Yanyan pulled up her father's arm, her eyes gradually firming up. She would definitely do it. Wang Liun looked at his own daughter's appearance and felt a heartache in his heart. He knew his daughter's character too well. If he really went in with his daughter's character of defying the heavens and the earth, if she didn't have a backer, what would she do if she offended someone? Chapter 135, Helping Wang Yanyan. Yanyan's heartwarming moment. Jiang Che hadn't thought that he hadn't even gone to look for Wang Yanyan yet. This woman had actually taken the initiative to come to him? Yo, Yanyan-san, come in and chat. Jiang Che shot a glance at Wang Yanran in front of him and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Wang Yanyan's body is truly explosive. You brat, where are you looking? Wang Yanyan was a criminal police officer before, and she captured people's facial expressions quite carefully, and Jiang Che kept staring at her to watch. It made her a little uncomfortable. Ahem, Sister Yanyan, what's the matter with you? Jiang Che understood that Wang Yanyan was 80% about Wang Liun. Wang Yanran rationalized her thoughts. Brother Jiang Che, something happened to my father. Jiang Che spoke in mock surprise. Did something happen to uncle? Well, my father was framed for embezzlement and bribery, but you know my father's character. There's no way he would do such a thing. So, Sister Yanran, you don't think you want our family to come out and fish for your father, do you? Wang Yanyan stopped talking as she thought about it. It seemed like Jiang Che's family was really the only one strong enough. Sister Yanran, you know, our Jiang family is from the business world. Business and politics should not be mixed. Jiang Che's words caused Wang Yanran to lower her head. How could she not know? Jiang Che, it's me who's in a hurry. Wang Yanyan's mood was a bit low, but well, it's not impossible to help. Wang Yanran raised her eyes just in time to meet Jiang Che's iffy smile. What do you mean? Hey, Sister Yanyan, don't say it at the door. Let's go in and talk. Jiang Che invited Wang Yanran into his home. White Rose was upstairs catching up with the drama, and inside the first floor hall there was only one person, Donger, sitting on the floor and was feeding her cat, looking like a well-behaved mess. Jiang Che, is that girl really 20 years old? Wang Yanran asked as she pointed at Donger. She couldn't believe it. Such a petite and soft silver-haired girl was already 20 years old? Of course, isn't her identity clear? A young girl adopted by the ancient martial arts Jiang family, registered with the ancient martial arts department as a Huanjing Great Perfection powerhouse. Alright, Sister Yanran, let's forget about Donger for now and talk about Uncle Wang's business first. Jiang Che took Wang Yanyan and sat on the sofa. An hour or so later, it was only then that Jiang Che talked to Wang Yanyan. Jiang Che, where did you get all these things? Looking at those videos in her cell phone, Wang Yanyan was shocked. The evidence of the crime of Qi Lu, the deputy director of public security. Where did Jiang Che get it? I've been with that deputy director Qi Lu before, so I have some evidence of his crimes in my hands. It's definitely not a problem to bring down Qi Lu. As long as Qi Lu is down, Uncle Wang's things will be much better. As for how it came about, you don't think I'm going to dig up dark information about Qi Lu just for you, do you? The corners of Jiang Che's mouth were slightly hooked, and his entire person looked like a clothed beast. Yuan Yinyan was furious, but there was nothing she could do. This little pervert. He's 5 years older than him and he has the nerve to make a move on himself. Jiang Che, can you give me these things? Wang Yinyan opened her mouth tentatively. Of course. Jiang Che was quick. I can't believe it's so cool. Wang Yanran was a bit surprised. She thought Jiang Che would make things difficult for her. Alright, Sister Yanyan, the things are all in this flash drive. Bringing down Qilu is definitely not a problem, as well as the backers behind Qilu. Once they go down, the rest of the things do not need me to say more, right? Thanks. Thank you. Wang Yanyan looked like she was seriously saying thank you, while there was also a touch of shyness under her eyes, which made Jiang Che want to laugh a little. Dropping. Congratulations to the host for completing the choice of villain. Reward, Super Butler Team. Facial Lotion Remedy. After hearing the system's prompt, the corners of Jiang Che's lips hooked up slightly. It's just perfect. With the housekeeper team, in the future in the villa, there is no need to avoid suspicion. And in the future, if he wants to engage in a company or start a business, this team can serve for himself. He directly as a shirker, sitting and waiting to collect money can be. And there's also that resident water remedy, which is a super rare item. Chapter 136 Super Housekeeping Team, Condensed Autumn. Jiang Che began to count up the results of his battle. Super Butler Team. Use. The system wasn't fancy at all, and Jiang Che hadn't been using it for long before there was a knock on the door outside the gates. Jiang Che hooked his lips in a smile and directly trotted to the door. As soon as I opened the door, great guy, a gust of fragrant air. Hello owner, we are your housekeeping team, specializing in your dietary life and all your needs. Nearly 100 women of all shapes and sizes stood in the doorway, creating a very bright sight. The woman at the head had the highest face value, wearing a black OL uniform with big waves, extremely long thighs, and stepping on a pair of hateful sky highs. Master, my name is Long Ningqiu. Don't call me master, just call me young master. Jiang Che waved his hand. Before, when Donger called him master, he was mistaken for a pervert, and he was no pervert. This condensing Autumn and Donger were the same. They were both real-life puppets, and they couldn't hear their hearts with her heart pass. You'll be known as Autumn from now on. Lang Ningqiu shook off her big waves and smiled lightly. Sure understands. Condensing Autumn then began to introduce the butler team. Young master, I am the chief butler. Commercial talents. These dozens of all are elite types who are proficient in various businesses, and can help you manage finances, make investments, start up negotiations and the like. Although they are all puppets, they are really beautiful, and each one of them is still very different from the other, and there is no face blindness at all, and each one of them can give you a deep impression like your first love. Then he pointed to another group of young girls. These are all household-type maids. They can take care of the housework, go out shopping, all the household chores they can do. Lang Ningqiu glanced at the young girls, then raised her hand and snapped her fingers. The little maids bent down and bowed in unison. Good day young master. Jiang Che. What a grand. Ahem. It's the scene that's so grand. Is that what you're testing the cadres with? But although the girls were beautiful, Jiang Che's tastes were also spoiled nowadays. And among so many beauties, only Condensing Autumn's face value exceeded 90 points, and the rest of the teenage girls were basically out of 80 points. A dozen pretty girls to keep in the house as maids. Eye candy. Ahem. Shiora. You take those other commercial girls to invest. There's more than $200 million in this card. Take it as your starting capital. If there's not enough money then ask me for it. Jiang Che was still very confident in the system. The talents in the system. How can an investment fail? And even if the investment fails, it's just a spill for him. He lacks everything. Only money. Lang Ningqiu didn't say anything more and directly took the bank card from Jiang Che. The snow-white wrist flicked across Jiang Che's wrist. Young master, do you have any other needs? Ahem. Nothing. In fact, every puppet had its own set of thinking. Only Donger was the more special one. Her thinking was just blank, dull and didn't speak. She looked like a retarded loli in general. A trace of regret appeared on Lang Ningqiu's pretty face before she led a group of beauties out. Going to be a full-time laborer for young Master Jiang. No matter if it's starting a company or managing money, Jiang Che just needs to sit back and wait to collect the money. After a dozen more maids were added to the house, the originally large Jiang family villa became a bit more crowded in an instant. But luckily, the Jiang family was big enough. The villa alone has 5 floors, each of which is large. Luckily, though, the first floor could still accommodate so many people with a simple cleanup. After all, home is all about space. After Chance caught up on the afternoon's drama, the person was straight up dumbfounded when he came downstairs. There were suddenly a lot more maids in the originally cool villa. Jiang Che, on the other hand, walked to Rosa's side and gently kissed her lips. The house is too cold. I hired servants. Oh, the simple young girl lowered her head. For the current her, Whatever Jiang Che said was correct. What's more, these little maids were all quite pretty, but not as pretty as herself. Ha, you're not jealous, are you? Jiang Che's words caused Rose to blush even more, and without acknowledging or refuting, she just lowered her head. Evening, Jiang Che, I don't want to live here anymore. I want to go home. As soon as Heir entered, she directly directed a mouthful of output at Jiang Che. Dull hairs stood up in anger. Yi Mengyao picked up Yuaner, and the moment she entered her eyes she also felt blown away. Jiang Che, your dash. Jiang Che gently rubbed his head. This is the housemaid that my father hired for me. After all, the house is so big that there are many things that need to be handled by someone. I can't possibly hire a manservant, right? Jiang Che directly put the blame on his old man. Father, please shine for me one more time. In the suburbs, Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yuli both managed to find the time to have a candlelight dinner. Achoo! Jiang Yuan sniffled and sneezed violently. Why do I feel like someone is counting on me? Jiang Yuan wiped his nose and frowned. Jiang Yuli covered her mouth and laughed out. Who would count on you? You're lucky if you don't count on others. Jiang Yuan then sighed softly. It's been a headache lately. Wang Yi is after all my sworn brother. There's no way I can just stand by and watch him get framed. Jiang Yuli also frowned slightly. Do you need my help? Jiang Yuan shook his head. None of the ancient martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom are allowed to interfere in politics. And even though the Jiang family is powerful, they are being watched by many people. But I have a way now. The man's gaze grew deeper. Chapter 137, in ancient times, there was Sun Quan's persuasion, but now there is Ling Fei's persuasion. Auntie Chen, young master, you don't need to say anything. I'll resign tomorrow. It just so happens that my daughter will be back soon. Then I'll be able to enjoy my life. Aunt Chen was very perceptive, and after seeing how many maiden servants Jiang Che had hired, she realized it was time for her to run away, presumably because young Master Jiang resented being a light bulb. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes slightly. As far as he could remember, Aunt Chen did have a daughter who seemed to be quite good looking, but Jiang Che wasn't some colorful basket case who hadn't seen a woman before. Aunt Chen, you're preparing for early retirement. Jiang Che snickered. Aunt Chen, on the other hand, smiled and shook her head. It's just that there are some emotions. Young master, you've grown up. She had watched Jiang Che grow from a little doll to the teenager he was today, and it felt like watching her own child. After all, after staying in the Jiang family for so long, there must be some reluctance. Auntie Chen, you don't really need to leave in a hurry. Sometimes it's okay for you to buy groceries. Aunt Chen was pleasantly surprised. Really? That's good. People can't stay idle when they're old. Jiang Che, I just said that, and you really believed me? Of course, Jiang Che wouldn't say anything. Auntie Chen was also definitely a shrewd person, and there were some things that could naturally be understood without being said. The Jiang family was obviously much more lively at night. The lights are bright, there are beautiful women everywhere. Even the maid serving the dishes put outside the face value is enough to hang many big school flowers. And at this time, outside the Jiang family's door, Cho, just send it here. Gu Lingfei nodded to the female secretary driving. Mr. Gu, you slow down. Gu Lingfei's beautiful eyes knitted slightly as she got out of the car and walked to the Jiang family estate. What's with the lights? Gu Lingfei pushed open the door, and then her entire body froze as if she were a wooden chicken. Jiang Che, the eye is full of maids, and each with their own specialties. Mr. Gu, would you like something to drink? A small maid with a double ponytail smiled and carried a tray in front of her in style. No need. You guys are. Oh, Sister Fifi, you're here. Jiang Che walked down from the second floor with Donger in his arms, with a smirk if any at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Che, Gu Lingfei threw the bag in her hand onto the sofa and huffed a bit. She was rarely angry at Jiang Che, but now, he's getting out of line. Gu Lingfei took a few deep breaths before slowly speaking. Che, color is the first difficult hurdle for teenagers. If you are tempted by beauty, not only will it empty your body, it will also corrode your will and consume your energy. I've never said anything about you before, but you need to be moderate, you know. It was able to be seen that Gu Lingfei was angry. She was really angry. The appearance of a serious and stern face made Jiang Che want to laugh a little, but her words were interrupted by Jiang Che before she could even open her mouth. Sister Fifi, you shop for abstinence too, don't you? It's one set of little quitting quotes after another. Love it, love it. Gu Lingfei, are you even listening to me? Gu Lingfei clenched her fists in anger. Sister Fifi, these are the servants my old man found for me. After all, the house is so big, it won't be cold with more people. Once again, he dumped the pot on Jiang Yuan. Isn't Pro Daddy for dumping and popping gold coins? Gu Lingfei's beautiful eyes glared at Jiang Che, but it was clear that it was impossible to go and confront Jiang Yuan. After all, this kind of thing, couldn't pull down the face to open her mouth. Sister Fifi, you don't want me to hire some ugly maid or manservant, do you? Look, How eye-catching. Gu Lingfei. In the face of Jiang Chei's sophistry, she was surprisingly speechless. Jiang Chei, you should restrain yourself. Sister Fifi, these are really ordinary maids, with a super beauty like you around. I can be interested in these mediocre girls? Jiang Chei only used one sentence and directly hit Gu Lingfei, who lost her armor. You, what are you talking about? Gu Lingfei looked a little flustered. Her hands didn't know where to put them, and she walked away hastily. Looking at Gu Lingfei's wretched appearance, the corners of Jiang Chei's lips hooked up slightly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Gu Lingfei was such a high-strung female president in front of outsiders. White undershirt, black women's blazer, hip-hugging pants with high vis, and a pair of hateful highs, with a big wave and half-rimmed gold-rimmed glasses. It's super chopped up, but in front of Jiang Chei, all the high spirits were gone. Prescription for a face-lifting potion. This is a good thing. Jiang Chei roughly skimmed through the recipe and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The formula of the potion is extremely complex, involving more than 200 kinds of precious herbs, and the ratio of the extract is also very strict. A little less may lead to the total lack of efficacy. Apparently, this stuff isn't mass-produced and can only be given to self-sufficiency. Let's produce a little bit. Get 10 copies out of the way first. Jiang Chei directly sent the prescription to his little housekeeper. Long Ning Qiu. Should not say, this has a henchman is comfortable. There is no need to do everything personally. Into the night. Wang Yanyan returned home early after work. Wang Liyun is still under investigation for dismissal. But if nothing else, I'm afraid it's going to be planted. Dad, I'm home. Wang Yanyan's mood was very excited. She came with hope this time, and her hope, naturally, it was the evidence given by Jiang Chei. A piece of evidence that could bring down Vice Hall Qilu and the backers behind him. Wang Liyun can be said to have grayed his head within a few days, and the whole person seems to have aged 5 years. Ran is back? What's so happy? Seeing his daughter reveal a smile, the sadness on Wang Liyun's face gradually dissipated. Dad, you're saved. Wang Liluck laughed. What do you mean I'm saved? I'm still alive here. Wang Yanyan playfully spat out her little tongue. Dang 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 dang. Look at what this is. Wang Yanyan took the flash drive out of her hand. Chapter 138, White Rose, Suhan. I'll make you pay for your life. After watching the video data in Wang Yanran's hands, both Wang Liyun and Li Mei fell silent. Especially Wang Liyun. His eyes narrowed slightly. Ran, who gave you these things? Wang Yanyan naturally did not cover up. Is Jiang Chei minions? I went to find Jiang Chei brother yesterday, which had thought that Jiang Chei originally and that Qilu have grudges. Hands with a bunch of his black material. I spent a lot of words before from his place to the video information. Chul gave you this? Wang Liyun frowned slightly, but in an instant he understood. It must have been done by his own sworn brother, Zhang Yuan. The moment he thought of this possibility, Wang Liyun's heart involuntarily trembled a little. Ever since he was framed, all of his close friends have been avoiding him like snakes and scorpions, but his sworn brother was able to pull himself together at a time like this. As for why Jiang Chei should be the good guy, it was easier to explain. She wants to set up Chul with her daughter. Just in time. He means that too. Self-raiders are the most deadly. Ran, I've said it before, Chul is a good boy. And even though you're 5 years older than him, you're pretty enough aren't you? Wang Yanyan was a bit ashamed. What good boy? Y'all don't get it. That brat is a super sea king. Ha ha. Daughter, you're still shy? Li Mei on the side also laughed out softly. With the importance of this information, can easily bring down the deputy Hall Qilu, even with the people behind him to follow the bad luck. In fact, Wang Liyun understands very well that the reason why he can be planted so easily, to put it bluntly, is the person behind him and the person behind Qilu game. Only his backer in the game lost a chip, so Wang Liyun became a victim. But the appearance of this information was enough to turn his pawn over. Ha ha. Ran, when this storm is over, let's go to the Jiang family together, and I'll personally come to the house to thank you. The White family in Hangzhou. Is what you're saying true? Jiang Chei really did get a lot of, in the Jiang family, servants? Baekjae's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Ever since learning that Jiang Chei was a super sea king, Bai Jie's entire mood had been agitated. As a little fangirl who was infatuated with Jiang Chei to the point of being almost sickly petite, she doesn't care that Jiang Chei is sentimental. She is afraid that Jiang Chei is devoted. Amorous words. There's still a chance that he might be, but if Jiang Chei only loved one person, she doesn't stand a chance. Miss, the Jiang family has at least a dozen maids. The private investigators had even managed to sneak in some pictures of the maids, and although they were far away, they were still able to look at them pretty much the same way. You go down and find someone to make me a maid outfit of the same style. Baekjae's eyes were lowered, and she clutched a necklace tightly in her palm. Thoughts drifted far away. As a child, she hadn't been claimed back by the Bai family in Hangzhou, She wasn't yet the eldest young lady of the Bai family, bullied by many of her classmates. Her childhood was all dim until a beam of light shone into the darkness. Thinking about it, the young girl's eyes gradually changed flavor, and opened her cell phone, on which there were many pictures that she had secretly taken, each one of which was so appropriate, and each one of which was of the same person. Most of them are side photos, but Jiang Che is one of those 360-degree dead-angle handsome. Bai Jia gently licked her delicate lips. Jiang Che, brother, achoo. Jiang Che, who had just woken up, inexplicably sneezed. With his current cultivation level of Huanjing, he shouldn't be able to catch a cold. I guess it's Qin Xiaoqiao who misses me, or it could be Su Han or Lin Yu who misses me. Jiang Che was smiling happily. The moment he mentioned the son of Qi, he wanted to laugh. These few sons of Qi were considered to have been completely nullified by themselves. The whole thing is almost done. It's time to send them to hell. Su Han and Shen Hao naturally didn't need to say much, directly tenderizing death. As for that Lin Yu, Jiang Che wasn't prepared to kill him for the time being. After all, Lin Yu was the protagonist of Schoolgirl's personal dragon. So if Lin Yu died, what would happen if the plot changed? Holding Rinwa's script in your hand gathers up all the opportunities that may come his way in the future. From the matter of Wang Yanyan's father being targeted, it was clear that Lin Yu hadn't interfered much with the plot, even if he wasn't present. What should have happened in the script would still happen, but what if he dies? Jiang Che didn't want to gamble that Lin Yu would continue to provide value to him even if he was ruined. After sending the two of them, Yuaner and Yi Mengyao, to school, Jiang Che called Rosie over. Su Han had been tortured pretty much all this time, and he was ready to send him on his way. Brother Jiang Che, what is your business? Chance was wearing only a pink nightgown, with extremely long hair pouring down almost to Chance's thighs, and a nerdy hair sticking out of her head in a somewhat silly fashion. Nothing, just talking about your brother. There was a hint of seriousness on Jiang Che's face, and he didn't make a move on Rose. My brother, did you find evidence of Su Han's crime, brother Jiang Che? Rose asked eagerly. Jiang Che, it's a little hard to strain. It seemed that little Rose had already labeled Su Han as a criminal in her heart. Jiang Che knew it when he provoked the relationship between the two. Once the seed of suspicion was planted, it was simply impossible for it to disappear again. What I suspected before was right. It was Su Han who killed Bai Tianhui. Now that Jiang Che didn't even call Hui brother, his current status in Rose's heart was probably on the verge of surpassing that of Bai Tianhui, his own brother. Rose's eyes narrowed slightly as an austere atmosphere erupted from her heart. She wasn't an ordinary teenage girl. She was someone who had been born and raised in the Wolf's Teeth mercenary corps for several years. Naturally, his hands are stained with human life. Only this cold and arrogant little beauty was sensitized by Jiang Che. Su Han, I want you to pay for your life. P.S. The previous article was revised. I saw that some readers said there were too many maids in the house. I changed it to a dozen. These are just vases, not a harem, but the author's writing is diluted. So I hope you readers will spray it lightly. Dog's head begging for mercy. Chapter 139 Rose Su Han Duel. The end of Su Han. It's natural to do the whole show. Even though Chance trusted himself unconditionally now, the proof that was needed was still there. At that time, maybe Rose could stab Su Han in the heart a few more times. These are the videos that I spent a great deal of money to recover. Take a look for yourself. Su Han is a dog who eats his heart out. Jiang Che acted furiously and took his cell phone out. There are a couple of graphic videos in there. I don't know what angle it was taken from, but it seemed to be a transaction with someone. Damned by Tianhui. You've been sitting on the Wolf King's throne long enough, haven't you? Where am I? Su Han. Worse than you? I'll make a deal with you guys. At that time, I'll introduce Bai Wangwei into the predetermined ambush location, and you guys will help me get rid of him. There's also a daytime Hui video after that. In the video, the white day Hui fell to the ground. His body was all stained red, but he trembled and picked up his cell phone. His mouth was still spitting blood. Sister, if you can see this video, remember to stay away from Su Han. He is a stinking turtle grandson who eats out of the house. Hurry up and stay away from Su Han. I have a good friend in the Dragon Kingdom. You can go and join him. And, sister, brother, love you. Halfway through his sentence, White Day Hui head tilted and cagged. No. Rose cried into tears. Her whole body was emotionally devastated. That feeling of watching her brother fade away in front of her was really heartbreaking. Jiang Che was silent, only gently taking the young girl into his arms. The daytime Hui in the video was him pretending to be him. He possessed the divine technique of transfiguration, which allowed him to transfigure himself into anyone. So he directed himself into this one video. He had learned about some of Bai Tianhui's past from the monkeys, and after the disguise, it's almost a 100% restoration. Rose can't even recognize it. It was cheating on an ignorant young girl, but at least, he gave Chance a result. A false truth. A doting brother still thinking about how to protect his sister at the end of his life. Actually, this wasn't exactly planting evidence on him to frame Su-han. He did investigate the real cause of death of Bai Tianhui, who died in order to save Su-han, and asked Su-han to take good care of his sister before he died. But how did Su-han do it? Ooh-hoo! Rose cried for 10 minutes before clenching her fists. Her hatred for Su-han reached unprecedented heights. I'm going to kill him. Rose's eyes revealed a murderous intent. Jiang Che, on the other hand, gently hugged the young girl. He changed his mind. Originally, he was prepared to let Rosie get Su-han killed with his own hands, but he still changed that thought now. After all, Rose is her own person now. She should live happily. There is no need to dirty her hands because of a Su-han. My little princess, I'm going to take care of you for the rest of your life for Bai Tianhui. Just watch how I get Su-han killed. Jiang Che held over the young girl's delicate little hand and gently rubbed it, his attitude extremely gentle. Rose's heart was instantly wrapped in love. Her eyes were red and teary. She looked so pitiful. Jiang Che gently kissed him. Go, take you to see Su-han's doom. Yes. In the middle of Django's underground teaching room, Su-han had completely given up resisting. He was now wasted. He probably couldn't even beat an ordinary person, let alone Lin Yu, who was at the Dark Power Grand Circle level. Django, Kung, don't. Ringo, Ringo. Lin Yu's eyes instantly glared at him. What did you call me? Sister Lin. Sister Lin, don't. Wow. Su-han cried out. Ghosts know what kind of miserable experience he actually went through these days. It is not a human being to suffer at all. Let's put it this way. He used to have bad hemorrhoids and now they are all gone. He is the king of the Iron Blood Wolf, the clanking hard man who bleeds without tears, the ruthless man who wipes his ass with sandpaper, only to be pouted to the point of crying in pain. And right at this moment, Chang received a message, and then his entire gaze slightly narrowed. Shaolin, get ready to go. Go organize the clothes on Su-han. Someone is coming. Let's go first. Lin Yu glanced sideways at Chang and nodded. The titular downhill berserker dragon had been completely bent by Chang, and it's clear that Rin Yu is still the same trickster zero. It was only after seeing Chang brother Lin Yu and the two of them leave that Su-han breathed a long sigh of relief, leaving behind tears of agonizing pain. Ta-da-da-da. Just then, a footstep came from outside. Su-han's entire mood dropped to the bottom with it. Again? However, when he saw the visitor at the door, his entire body was first slightly stunned, but randomly, he was incomparably ecstatic. Jiang Che. Blah blah blah. Brother Jiang, save me. Brother Jiang, save me. Su-han's hands and feet were bound to the wooden horsechair, and his entire body was only wearing a large pair of pants. Hair's a mess. Rosie, who was following behind Jiang Che, was first slightly stunned after seeing Su-han. He obviously hadn't thought that Su-han would be reduced to such a miserable state. But then there was an overwhelming sense of relief. Su-han. Damn it. Brother Jiang. Save me. Su-han, in the moment he saw Jiang Che, his eyes can no longer tolerate other people. He was moved to cry. I did not think that there is still true love in the world. Jiang Che couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Su-han is really stupid, being made to look like this. He didn't even know who was targeting him when he was dying. Brother Jiang. What are you laughing at? Su-han keenly sensed that something wasn't quite right, and it was only then that he realized the white rose behind Jiang Che. Rose? What are you doing here? Didn't you get? The young girl laughed out coldly, glancing sideways at Su-han. Are you trying to say that I wasn't abused? Su-han shook his head repeatedly. No, my mind is a bit messed up right now. Rose, why are you with Jiang? Poor Su-han hadn't figured out what the problem was until now. Let's not talk about that much first. Save me out first. The Dragon Kingdom can't stay. Rose, I'll take you out of the Dragon Kingdom. Let's go back to Wolf's Teeth employment. The mention of the Wolf Tooth Mercenary Corps Rose was heartbreaking. It was her brother's life's work, but it was stolen away by Su-han, the villain. You goddamned. What qualifications do you have to mention Wolf's Teeth? You assassinated my brother. What qualifications do you have to mention the spirit of the wolf soul? I've been dying to kill you this whole time. It had to be said that little Rose was usually as obedient as a kitten when she was in Jiang Che's arms, but at this moment, facing Su-han was displaying his monstrous hatred, and Su-han was directly confused. Chance, Sister Rose? What are you talking about? Chapter 140, Su-han's mind explodes. Rose's killing intent. P.S. Good news, the author won the resurrection match. Bad news, the front of the drive content overhaul. 300,000 words changed into 270,000 words, close to 30 hours without sleep. Then I changed the paper is even more painful. But the plot did not change. I try to make the front of the plot change this period of time to make the smooth some of the readers come back. Sorry, our readers are interested in rereading. Where there is not smooth, give me mark on the line. I will directly change. Rose. Sister Rose. What are you talking about? Su-han's entire body seemed to be in disbelief of what Rosie had said. Did you kill by who yourself? How is that possible? Others don't know. He was well aware of the reasons. The Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps had a mole in the first place, working inside and outside to create a trap against Bai Tianhua, who died trying to save him. He had also been investigating the cause of Huai's death in the first place during this time. So how could it be possible that he had killed Bai Tianhua himself? It's simply not possible. Sister Rose, what are you talking about? It's impossible for me to have gotten Brother Huai killed. Brother Huai knows me well and has even saved my life repeatedly. How could I possibly assassinate Brother Huai? But how could Rose believe Su-Han's bull ********? He, shameless person like you. Thanks to me calling you Brother Su-Han for 6 years. It's really disgusting to think about it now. At the same time, the young girl's gaze also looked at Su-Han, and in her eyes was an undisguised hatred and revulsion. I didn't realize that Lord Wolf King of the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps even has this kind of fetish. Little Rose dislikes people without mercy. Chance was usually obedient and coquettish, with a cold demeanor, but her coldness had been tempered by Jiang Che's blazing, love-sensitized. For the current Rose, only Jiang Che was her only one. Lord Wolf King actually likes men? Su-Han's face suddenly changed after hearing Rosie's words. Rose, it's not like that. I wouldn't like a man. I was coerced. Su-Han struggled to twist, but it was of no use at all. The wooden horse chair seemed to have some kind of mortise and tenon structure, deadlocked him, and moving it gave him a feeling of tightening his chrysanthemums. But soon, he once again turned his gaze toward Jiang Che. Brother Jiang, take me away quickly. We'll talk about these things later. But how could Jiang Che let him go? He came here this time just to tenderize Su-Han's death. Let him die. Su-Han froze. He looked at Rosebud, who had a look of hatred on her face, and then looked at Jiang Che, who had a smile at the corner of his mouth. He's even a cutie. Surely it's time to understand. Everything is a trick of this Jiang Che. In a trance, he thought of a week or so ago, when this guy Jiang Che told him, Gu Lingfei liked sissies, and at that time, he believed it. Now it seems, this is a huge hole that Jiang Che dug for himself. Jiang Che, is it all you're doing? Su-Han directly roared out, but after the destruction of Chang, his voice was already hoarse. Sister Rose, I didn't kill Brother Huai. I was kidnapped here. You have to believe me. This dog man is definitely approaching you with intentions. The young girl's face turned slightly cold. Who allowed you to insult Brother Jiang Che? Shut up. Su-Han stopped talking for a moment. Rose's voice was too strong. Once upon a time Su-Han had found a woman to play Gu Lingfei, his high and cold female president lord, and he was tamed like a puppy. The key was, he himself was happy with it. At this moment, hearing the word shut up from Rose, the attributes originating from inside the DNA directly moved. Ha, looks like all those videos are true. You don't just like men, but you like being a dog licker too. What are you still calling the Wolf King? Why don't you just call yourself the Dog King? When Rose was in the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps before, she rarely contacted the internet, so she was all cold. But hearing Jiang Che, he had already seen those flowery worlds on the internet, and had learned quite a few new words and ways of disliking people. And at this moment, Jiang Che also directly swept over the young girl's slender waist, looking at Su-Han with a teasing look at the corner of his mouth. Su-Han, you're right. It's me who's screwing you. I've had my eyes on you from the moment you just returned to the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Che also stopped pretending and directly showed his cards. Su-Han's eyes widened. Why? Why are you doing this? I haven't offended you, right? Su-Han's voice all sounded more miserable. Ha, you assassinated Bai Tianhua. Do you really think everyone doesn't know about it? Jiang Che's voice was righteous. Listening to Su-Han were a bit different. I killed Huai. How come I, the murderer, didn't know? It really wasn't me. I must have been framed. Chance don't believe what he said. But White Rosebud just stood behind Jiang Che, her gaze dead set on him, a pair of pink fists clenched up tightly, her eyes carrying extreme hatred. What about this video? Can you still weasel your way out of this? The young girl took out her cell phone and clicked on the video that Jiang Che had sent her. It was the video of Su-Han plotting to kill Bai Tianhua. Damned Bai Tianhua, you've been sitting on the Wolf King's throne long enough, haven't you? Where am I? Su-Han, worse than you? I'll make a deal with you guys. At that time, I'll introduce Bai Wangwei into the predetermined ambush location, and you guys will help me get rid of him. It's not audio, it's video. Su-Han's entire body was nifty, looking dumbfounded. The person in this, is it yourself? But how is that possible? But the self in the video was exactly the same as himself in both voice and appearance altogether. Meanwhile, a terrible idea was born. Can it be that you really killed Bai Tianhua? You have dual personalities? Did another personality awaken and kill him? It seemed the only possibility. No, I don't believe it. This can never be true. Su-Han swayed like crazy. Even the little wooden horse chair cackled and swayed. Chance, it wasn't me. It was my other personality that did it. I may be suffering from schizophrenia. That's right, I suffer from schizophrenia. Those licking women's feet and killing Hwai were all done by my other personality. Suhan seemed to have grabbed some kind of life-saving straw and directly dumped the pot on his non-existent second personality. Ha! Suhan, I want you to pay for your life. Rose's eyes grew cold. What schizophrenic second personality? He only needed to know that it was Suhan who killed his brother. That's enough. The hatred of killing a brother is not shared. Swish! A bang! A sharp dagger appeared out of thin air in the young girl's hand, and she charged towards Suhan. The speed was so fast that Zhang Che, whose cultivation was as high as Huan Jin, didn't even react. Ahem. Well, it was him who didn't want to react. The dagger straightly failed to enter where Suhan's heart was. Suhan's entire eyes went wide, as if he hadn't even thought that Rosie had actually made a move on herself. Vi. Chapter 141. Suhan, who was infuriated to death. A big explosion. Suhan's eyes were wide open, as if he was in complete disbelief. Rose would actually kill herself. No, it's not supposed to be like that. Rose is Hwai's sister, so naturally she is his Suhan's godsister. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something in general. Previously, some kidnappers had kidnapped Chance and Gu Lingfei, and they had chosen Gu Lingfei, thus causing Chance to be abused by the others. Rose must be resenting herself. Definitely. Wei, I didn't do it on purpose. I had my reasons for choosing Ling Fei in the first place, but the current Rosebud and the Rosebud sister in Suhan's impression were already very different. Ha, you think I care about that? You murderer! A murderer who killed my brother. Rose's hand was trembling as she gripped the dagger. Mercenary by birth, she had naturally killed many people, but the ones she killed were enemies on the battlefield. We were all in a relationship of death and death, and she was now stabbing a dagger into Suhan's heart. The young girl let go and took a few trembling steps back. Her dagger was precisely inserted into Suhan's heart, who didn't have much longer to live. No. Ahem. No. I didn't kill Brother Hwai. It must have been my alter ego. Wei. Why? Suhan was all a bit delirious, coughing up blood in his mouth. Zhang Che stood out at this moment and walked over to Rosebud, pulling out a tissue to wipe her blood-stained hands. Get your hands dirty. Kill this scum. Dirty your hands. Rose lowered her head with a red face. Just now was the first time she had killed someone with a knife with her own hands. Of course she felt incomparable fear, and the person she killed was still Suhan. After all, after spending so many years together, it was impossible for Rose to not have feelings for Suhan. Good girl. Why don't you go out and calm down in the car outside? I'll take care of things here. Zhang Che gently touched Rosebud's head, causing the already terrified young girl to become much quieter. Then he left without looking back, not even glancing at Suhan again. You. Suhan's eyes widened as he tried to say something, but there was a sharp dagger stuck in his chest, and he can only try to keep himself calm in order to prevent losing too much blood. Zhang Che walked to the door and closed it, then walked towards Suhan. Suhan, TSK, condescendingly looking down on Suhan in front of him. Wolf King, is this it? Suhan looked at Zhang Che's gesture and understood. Everything is clear. You're responsible for everything. Alright, it's just a dying man. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Zhang Che glanced at Suhan. This guy has been stabbed in the heart and he's still alive that long? Obviously. He still has a backhand. Yes, his heart grows on the right side. How outrageous. The protagonist's heavenly father is really doing everything to protect the protagonist. Zhang Che sighed. But today, even if your heart grows on your ass, it's useless. Zhang Che, there's no grievance or enmity between us. I didn't kill Bai Tianhui either, and I don't know why Bai Tianhui died. Suhan felt that he had grasped the point. The reason why Zhang Che and Rose hated himself was, they thought they had killed Bai Tianhui. Ha, of course I know it wasn't you who killed Bai Hui. Zhang Che used his own practical actions to prove the saying, the person who wronged you knows your grievances better than you do. Suhan froze. You're the one who screwed up. You're the one who killed Bai Tianhui, and then planted the evidence on me. Why? There's nothing between us. I've never even seen you before. Why are you targeting me? Suhan's brain had gone down, but he knew. All of his misfortunes were inseparable from this Zhang Che. Ha, hate on me. That's right. The source of all your misfortunes is because of me. Monkey, you remember? It's been turned by me. Suhan's pupils shrank. Impossible. Monkey and I are like brothers. Oh, like brothers? You wouldn't even buy him a starchy sausage. So he went straight to me. He sent me all those videos of your black history. Zhang Che was prepared to let Suhan be an understanding ghost. What? You're telling me that villains die from talking too much? That's just without adequate preparation. The current Suhan, all his backhanders were all gone. In front of him, the villain. This bastard can't even have a chance to be reborn once. Zhang Che continued to speak again, and with every word, It made Suhan's emotions crumble a few points. By the way, the kidnapping of Rose and Gu Lingfei was also planned by me, in order to make little Rose completely disappointed in you. You know what? When Rosie first came to the Dragon Kingdom, it was for you. That mouthful of brother Suhan shouted so much that I was jealous. But now, little Rosebud is my woman, and your cultivation. I also found someone to waste it. Jiang Che understands how to kill and kill. You, Rosie, Sister Rosebud, you birth. Suhan's entire eyes were staring blankly. His face was incredibly pale due to the loss of blood, and for a moment, he seemed to be unable to accept this horrifying fact in general. Oh yeah, there's also Gu Lingfei, who you've been pining for. It's not like there's a real sibling between me and her. Oh, don't you like to touch Sister Fei Fei's feet? I'll secretly tell you, Sister Fei Fei's jade feet are indeed flawless. Even her feet are fragrant, and they are also very ticklish. Even if I acted excessively, Gu Lingfei would only pout. She wouldn't even bother to scold me, much less reject me. These last few sentences of Jiang Che directly broke Suhan's defense. The defense is completely broken. You poof. A mouthful of scarlet old blood spurted out of his mouth. When the Wolf King is angry, blood is spilled. He didn't know if the others splashed 5 steps, but Suhan, the Wolf King, did do it, and it was more than 5 steps. Blood is spattered all over the ceiling. I'll kill you. Suhan's eyes were blood red, and there was no longer any lyceum. His cultivation, his men, his god-sister, his inner woman, all gone because of this Jiang Che. Suhan furiously sprayed a few more mouthfuls of blood, then his head lolled. Pissed off. Jiang Che. Drops. The host has successfully killed the son of luck. Suhan. Rating, S, a competent villain. Obtain epic treasure chest. Carrying Big Dipper puppet *1. Life extension pill, 1 bottle. Oh, yeah, sure enough a big bang. Chapter 142, Godly Chef. You want Heir who is too straight talking. Jiang Che looked at Suhan's corpse, and the corners of his mouth gradually became crooked. This Suhan's death was worth it. Exploding so many things. It also showed him one thing, that his system didn't just have one function of triggering choices. There would also be a large wave of rewards after killing the Sons of Qi. A comprehensive judgment would be made based on the rating of the reward as well as the rank of the Sons of Qi, and the reward would be given at the end. The worse the Son of Qi was screwed over by himself, the higher the rating level of the reward and the better the things he would get. Really is the big bad. Jiang Che sighed helplessly. As unscrupulous as it may sound, to reward. So sons of the Heir, I'm gonna get my ass kicked. Carry along Big Dipper puppet, a carry-along puppet with the ancient martial arts cultivation of a grandmaster, stored in the puppet ring on weekdays. With a wave of Jiang Che's hand, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe appeared in front of him, carrying a looming fury. The cultivation level of a grandmaster, when looking at the entire ancient martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom, was a top-level expert. In the event that a grandmaster didn't make a move, the grandmaster realm would already be an invincible existence. That's good, so you don't have to worry about some ungrateful old monster coming to you. Then, with a thought, Jiang Che had the puppet incorporated into the puppet ring. It's really an on-the-go bodyguard, and it's especially convenient to have on hand. A cute little lowly puppet like Donger could only be described as a special case. After all, you can't keep giving away your wife, right? Life enhancement pills. 1 bottle contains 20 life enhancement pills, each of which can extend your life by 10 years and can be used indefinitely. This is definitely a good thing now. And with unlimited stacking, wouldn't you be able to live forever? It's a long life. It is painful for a person to live a long life in poverty. But what if one is rich and powerful, surrounded by concubines and not having to worry about longevity? I'm afraid that no one would be able to refuse to create an everlasting family. It doesn't seem too far away. Of course, there's one last reward, epic treasure chest. It's time to open the blind box again. There is a strict distinction between the grades of treasure chests. Fine, excellent, epic, legendary, extreme, supreme. What are we waiting for here? Just drive. A burst of light erupted. Drops. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS ranked kitchen god skill. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth twitched slightly as he thought he had exploded something good. It turned out to be a chef's skill, but it's better than nothing. Anyway, there are so many Sons of Qi, the leaks will never be cut. Jiang Che raised his hand and waved it, putting Suhan's corpse into the jade pendant space. The scene was treated afterwards. With his status, he wouldn't be in too much trouble even if he killed someone. But after all, being careful was a good thing. After gathering Suhan, Jiang Che walked out. When he got in the car, White Rose was waiting in the car for a long time. Brother Jiang Che, The young girl was obviously not in a particularly good mood, and flung herself into Jiang Che's arms, vigorously sniffing the scent of Jiang Che's body with her little nose. For the current her, Only Jiang Che could provide her with a sense of security. It's fine, just follow me in the Dragon Kingdom from now on. Let bygones be bygones. Jiang Che patted the young girl's shoulder, then leaned down and gently kissed the young girl's forehead. Evening. Jiang Che understood the benefits of the SSS-ranked kitchen god skill. It is said that in order to conquer a girl, you must first conquer her stomach. Jiang Che, who was the god of cookery, directly made 4 dishes and 1 soup. It made you want air salivate. Jiang Che, did you really do this? The little loli sat on Jiang Che's lap, looking at the dishes on the table that emitted a tantalizing aroma and swallowing hard. She was surprised. When did Jiang Che even know how to cook? And the cooking is still so good. Just by smelling it, she felt herself filled with great happiness. If I didn't do it, could it have been you? You want air blew up, but was just about to get angry. Guh, a hungry sound came from her belly, and the girl's face instantly exploded in red, her small hands covering her stomach as she looked viciously at Jiang Che. Even if it smells good, it doesn't always taste good. The haughty you want air directly turned her head away, her small mouth averted. Jiang Che didn't say anything. You said oh. In a minute we'll be done eating. Don't clamor for it. Big deal. I'll eat chips at night. I'd starve to death and jump off the stairs. I won't take a bite of your food. You pervert. Get off me and get down. I'm not eating. Yuan Air stirred up her short legs. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. If she stays for a long time, she will be really hungry by then. She was terrified of hunger. The feeling of hunger was horrible. If she was starving herself in a while, she would definitely eat for a bite. Bow down to this asshole Jiang Che. Jiang Che naturally ignored Yuan Air, hugged her and started to clip the food. Hiss. So delicious. Rose caught a piece of onion-blasted beef and put it into her mouth, and her whole eyes went wide. The moment he entered the mouth, the scent ran into his tongue. It was an extremely strong sense of happiness, which was no longer simply physical satisfaction, and had even risen to the psychological. Brother Jiang Che, try a bite too. It's really delicious. Rose picked up a piece and brought it into Jiang Che's mouth. Jiang Che nodded. This SSS-ranked kitchen god skill did have its own benefits. It was simply a divine skill for picking up girls. What's more, with so many women around him, with divine cooking skills, one can always cook for one's girls. Although he is a villain, he is not a heartless person. All are his own women. The ones who should be spoiled should still be spoiled. It smells good. Jiang Che gently licked the corners of his mouth after he finished eating. The girl's stomach rumbled hungrily, gluttonous drool dripping from the corners of her mouth. You let go of me, you asshole. You did it on purpose. Yuan Air licked the corner of her lips indisputably. There was the taste of food left on it. She was even hungrier. Donger, on the other hand, didn't squeak and kept eating in silence. She had the biggest appetite and her stomach seemed like a bottomless pit, like some kind of dull-haired king. Don't leave some for me Jiang Che you bad guy, you bullied me while Sister Yao Yao was away. Whoa, stinking mongrel fish, your food temptation won't work on me. I'm so hungry. Poor Yuan Air was about to cry in a hurry. Jiang Che glanced down at Yuan Air. His mouth was too big for his body. Cute and tight Still, he picked up a piece of lamb and brought it to her mouth. I'm not eating. Yuan Air was arrogant again. You little glutton. Sure you don't want to eat? Pride destroys life. Greedy cat. This familiar title caused Yuan Air's face to change and she glared viciously at Jiang Che. But still, the mouth was too big to eat the piece of lamb in one bite. You're the glutton. You're the little glutton. You pervert. But after the mutton entered her mouth, Yuan Air's entire body froze. The flavor. It's so delicious, isn't it? Chapter 143, Yuan Air, it's so fragrant. It smells so good Yuan Air was hand-fed by Jiang Che. Jiang Che, when did your cooking skills become so good? Lori's big beautiful eyes fluttered in confusion. I thought you didn't eat? Who said just now? You wouldn't eat a bite of my food even if you jumped off the building and fell to your death? Why does it really smell good now? You force-fed it to me. I don't want it. The girl struggled twice and bounced down from Jiang Che's arms. Her small belly was bulging and looked like she was 3 months pregnant, making people look inexplicably guilty. Although her mouth was saying this, Yuan Air gently licked her pink lips with a feeling that she hadn't finished yet. Stinking Jiang Che, so good at cooking, you've been hiding it all along. You just know how to bully me. You big pig. Jiang Che glanced bashfully at Yuan Air. He was now completely immune to Yuan Air's tirade. Is it good? Winter? The named Donger slowly raised her head and blinked her eyes twice. The corners of the little Donger's mouth were covered in grease stains from eating, and her 2 cheeks were stuffed to the brim like a hoarder's hamster. Master, it's delicious. Jiang Che nodded with some satisfaction. With this handful of cooking skills, pick up girls in the future. 100 come, 100 go. and just then, the door was opened. Hiss! What's that smell? So fragrant? Gu Lingfei, who had just gotten off work, was already hungry, and now she was even hungrier. Let's see what kind of goodies you're having. Gu Lingfei didn't even have time to take off her high heels and hurriedly ran towards Zhang Che. Ah! A cry of pain rang out, and Gu Lingfei was unsuspecting. Broke her foot. Although she had broken her foot, this could not stop Gu Lingfei's desire for food at all. Limping towards the table, looking very strong. Ha! How come it's gone? The woman's face went white, and with it came the sound of gurgling belly hunger. Although it was eaten clean, there was still some soup left, and the woman reached out a finger and dipped it into the soup, then put it in her mouth. Ah! Shul! Who made this? Is there another cook like this in the house? Make sure you pay a lot of money to keep her here. I did it. Ha! You did that? Gu Lingfei's face showed surprise. Sister Fifi, are you hungry? I'll make you a bowl of fried rice if you're hungry. Oh, it's okay. Gu Lingfei was a bit clouded. In her impression, Xiao Che didn't know how to cook? Sister Fifi, you've broken your foot. Gu Lingfei waved her hand repeatedly. It's fine, but Zhang Che directly held him above the sofa by the waist. Gu Lingfei blushed, but didn't struggle much. The woman's legs were perfectly shaped, but the redness and swelling at the ankles added a touch of brokenness to that perfection. And just then, Gu Lingfei's face instantly reddened with embarrassment, wanting to find a crack in the ground. Sister Fifi, I'm going to make you a bowl of fried rice. Zhang Che lowered Gu Lingfei's ankle, looking at Zhang Che's back as he left. Gu Lingfei's heart missed half a beat. Che, this stupid kid, actually cares about me now? He doesn't do this to all the other girls, does he? Blah blah blah, how could I think that? Soon there was a rich aroma coming from the kitchen. That's the flavor. Gu Lingfei's eyes widened and her mouth involuntarily watered. It smelled so good. The flavor reminded her of her mom's fried rice when she was a child, but now she could no longer taste it. Gu Lingfei began to wolf down her food. What kind of lady? What cold president? At this moment all gone. 1 minute later. Hiccup dash. Gu Lingfei finished the whole bowl of fried rice in just a minute. She has a small mouth but she can eat so well. It has potential. Chul, this cooking skill of yours, why didn't you bring it out earlier? Gu Lingfei was full and had a satisfied look on her face. Sister Fifi, you'd better take a look at your feet first. They're swollen like this. Only after Zhang Che's reminder did Gu Lingfei notice. The ankle she had just broken and fallen on was already red and swollen. But it just so happens, I also know a little bit about orthopedic medicine. With that, he reached out and swept over one of Gu Lingfei's jade legs. He was telling the truth. As an ancient martial artist, if he didn't know how to set bones, wouldn't he be laughed out of the room? Don't. I'll go to the hospital myself tomorrow. Gu Lingfei's eyes widened. She's got the most ticklish feet ever. Sister Fifi, orthopedics doesn't hurt. You don't want a sore foot, 'cause you can't go to the office tomorrow, right? Gu Lingfei. The next day, Zhang Che then received a message from Long Ning Chiu. Master, our team has set up a company that specializes in investing and managing other subsidiaries. You are the chairman behind the scenes. Please also name the company. Zhang Che. He hates taking names and such. His own old man Zhang Yuan's company is called Yuchu Group. Gu Lingfei's company is called Ling Che Group. Now it was his turn to name the company. It couldn't just be called Zhang Che Group, could it? But this little problem was not difficult for him at all. Autumn, the company name will be Strong Group. Right. Master. By the way, Master, there is one more thing. We have extracted the formula for the face residing potion you gave us earlier. Zhang Che was slightly surprised. Oh, so soon? We prepared a total of 180 raw materials for extraction, but in the end only 10 were successfully extracted, and the raw materials consumed a total of close to $2 million. Well, an average of 200,000 for a resident potion is about as good as picking it up for nothing, so send the stuff over. It didn't take long for Condensing Autumn to come over, carrying an exquisite safe. After opening it, 10 bottles of delicate extracts lay quietly inside. After Zhang Che took a look at it, he knew there was no problem. Afterwards, his gaze then went to Yuan Heir, who was jerking off the cat, and a perverted smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Face potion. It can permanently freeze the user's face at the moment of taking the potion. For a lowly type girl like Yuan Heir, as long as she drinks a bottle, she won't be able to break through 5 meters in this life, and can only be a good lowly for the rest of her life. Of course, Yuan Heir herself doesn't have much room to develop anymore. Yuan Heir, who was hugging her cat, only felt a chill on her back as she seemed to be targeted by some great terror. Yuan Heir, come over here and con a good thing for you. Yuan Heir. Chapter 144, Shending Shuang out. Going to retreat in the opening? Hiccup. You, what did you give me to drink? What is this? Yuan Heir looked at the bottle of green glass bottle, and her heart burst with fear. You're not going to poison me, are you? I get it. This must be a mysterious little potion for aphrodisiacs. Jiang Che, you asshole. It could also be the legendary long-term birth control pill. Won't this kind of thing do harm to my body? The little loli's inner drama was great, but Jiang Che directly snapped at her head. This stuff will keep you young forever. You can't even thank me enough. From now on, you'll be a good little 5'5" loli. GGG. Yuan air froze. What youth forever in front of her was subconsciously filtered out, and she accurately extracted the second half of the sentence. In the future, I won't be able to grow any taller? Did Jiang Che feed him a potion that inhibits his height? You asshole. I'll kick your ass. I want to grow taller. I'll kick you to death. You dead pervert. Stinking mongrel. Perverted lolicon. I curse you for the rest of your life. Oh, Yuan Air was a bit devastated. She was still counting on the secondary development to scurry a bit. She wasn't asking for much, breaking 5 feet 5 inches, as long as she didn't have to be a little southern potato, but now it seemed. Guess it's out of the question. Jiang Che held down Yuaner's small head with one hand. You're still selling yourself short after getting a bargain. You don't know how many people in the world are begging for this bottle of potion. The efficacy of the resident potion is comparable to a miracle drug. This is youth forever. If takes sell out, a bottle of face potion bid tens of billions of dollars will have a large number of people to grab it. Resistance is futile. Jiang Che directly picked Yuan Air up in one arm, personally dressed her and carried her to the car. The girl sat in the passenger seat, her heart depressed, looking at Jiang Che's side face. Jiang Che, why are you so perverted? Oh, thanks for the compliment. Yuan Air. After sending Yuan Air to school, Jiang Che then contacted Wang Zhang and the others and directly threw Su Han's corpse to them. Jiang, brother Jiang, this guy is dead? The faces of the two men blanched slightly, although they were not good people, but when they saw with their own eyes a corpse in a miserable state of death in front of them, they were still very fearful. You two get him out of here. Pour the body into cement and throw it in the ocean. Don't worry about this. We will definitely not leave any handles. Wang Zheng patted his chest and said. Jiang Che wasn't worried because Su Han was a black man. His identity was that of a foreign mercenary leader, a proper terrorist. The reason he was able to enter the Dragon Kingdom before, it was because he had connections in the military region, but now his connections have also fallen. Even if it ends up on Jiang Che's head, it's no big deal. Do you really think that his background is something to eat? He was just testing these two men. If they couldn't even handle a dead man, what's the point of having them? Jiang Che then contacted the monkey again. Young Master Jiang, is there anything else you need? Su Han is dead. You've done a good job. I've entrusted someone to send over 2 more upgraded AI robot girlfriends to you. If you have any needs, just mention them to me. Monkey was overjoyed. This Mr. Jiang was simply his regenerative parent. As for the death of Su Han, just die. Stupid thing, alive waste of air, dead waste of land, absolutely waste of soft money goods. Well, Su Han is dead. Next you help me investigate Chen Hao. Chen Hao, the youngest master of the ancient martial Chen family. Jiang Xiao. There's no problem. Jiang Che still had more trust in the monkey's ability. After all, it is the protagonist of one of the golden fingers of Su Han. Well, business ability and so on is certainly the top of the industry. Jiang Che hadn't paid attention to Chen Hao for a long time, but this son of Qi is mixing it up quite well. He had become a security chief, and even his cultivation had already broken through to the peak dark power grand circle limit, just one step away from half-step harmonization power, and within that short month, he had changed jobs 5 times. He's working as a security guard in front of a newly established company. I'm working as a security guard in front of a newly established company called something like Strong Group. At this rate, in less than 3 months, I'll be able to break through harmonization power. In 5 years at most I'll be able to step into the realm of a grandmaster. At that time I'll be able to return to the Chen family, and at that time it will be the time of your death. Jiang Che. Chen Hao clenched his fists in death. During this period of time, he dreamt of Qin Xiaoqiao every day, the girl he fell in love with at first sight. Other girls were even more beautiful. He's never been so moved. He knew he was hopelessly in love with that girl. Xiaoqiao. Sooner or later, I'll reveal the true colors of this asshole Jiang Che one day. I don't mind that you're dirty. Even though you were bullied by Jiang Che, you'll always be the cleanest girl in my heart. The moment he thought of the scene where Qin Xiaoqiao jumped into Jiang Che's arms with a smile, he hated his teeth, and he couldn't wait to immediately transform into a great master right now to slap this guy Jiang Che to death. But he could only fantasize about it. And at this moment, in the middle of the ancient martial Chen family, a young girl in white practice clothes sat cross-legged on a mat, her long hair pouring down and scattering on the ground, and a current of air seemed to surge through her entire body, the soft tresses of her hair even beginning to move without wind. The young girl's eyes were lightly closed, but her face was cold, like an iceberg that would not melt for 10,000 years. After a long time, the girl gently exhaled a cloudy breath. Slowly, he opened his eyes. It's the middle stage of Huanjing, but it's a few days later than expected. Chen Ningxuan, Chen Hao's own sister, a genius girl who stepped into the cultivation of Huanjing at the age of only 18. The first thing Chen Ningxuan did when she broke through the middle stage of Huanjing was take a bath. The young girl was fully clothed and calmly walked into the bathtub. Every inch of her skin was flawless, just like a good sheep's fat white jade, and her body was of perfect proportions, especially for girls who practiced ancient martial arts. Their skin was more delicate than the average girl, and their long seaweed-like hair flowed in the bathtub. I wonder how my brother is doing now. When she thought of her brother, Chen Hao, Chen Ningxuan's brows became more than a touch sad. Brother, I've now cultivated into the middle stage of harmonization power. I'll come into the secular world to help you. What she had once said. Once she broke through to the middle stage of Huanjing, she would enter the secular world and help her brother. Soon enough, Chen Ningxuan took a good bath, and with the internal power steaming within her body, the water droplets on the tips of her hair were dried in a matter of moments. After putting on her clothes and just getting ready to go out, a little maid came panicking to meet her. Miss, there's great joy. What is it? Chen Ningxuan's beautiful eyes were slightly open. What happy event? Could it be that his own father had succeeded in breaking through to the sovereign? Miss, do you still remember the piece of paper you were betrothed to when you were a child? That ye family's waste of a young master. The clan elders just heard that you've come out of the gate and said that they're going to take you to withdraw from the marriage. Chapter 145, Retreating Streaming Protagonist Yi Liangchen. Super pretentious system? A marriage contract? Chen Ningxuan changed into a plain dress. Her long hair was tied together and she stood with her hands in the air. Her whole temperament permeated with a sense of dust. Well, do you remember that young master of the Yi family? That trashy young master. Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen? Chen Ningxuan nodded slightly after hearing the words. Yi Liangchen was the eldest young master of the ancient martial Yi family, and this Yi Liangchen and her have a paper marriage contract, belongs to the kind of doll's marriage. Chen Ningxuan, of course. It is impossible to recognize this marriage contract. Can marry her Chen Ningxuan's man. The man who can marry her must be stronger than her. And this Yi Liangchen grew up as a waste. Eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. His mind was not at all focused on ancient martial arts cultivation. His father used a lot of resources. To build up this waste of money to the late Dark Force stage. So many resources. Even if it's piled on top of a pig, you could pile up a Huanjin. But a couple years ago, this guy got very sick and then became a little cutie, with the IQ of a 7-year-old, and I'm told he needs to be assisted to go to the bathroom. Well, this engagement. Back off. Chen Ningxuan clearly did not take the marriage contract seriously. Although the Guwu Yi family was once a top Guwu family, that had long since become a thing of the past. What? Ningxuan, are you really ready to withdraw from the marriage? Chen Daoguan was very pleased, including some of the other clan elders. Well, I'm going to make a trip to the secular world once I'm done withdrawing. Another clan elder, Chen Shou Chong, frowned. To the secular world? Well, I've already touched the barrier of the late stage of Huanjing, and I estimate that I'll be able to ascend to the great circle of Huanjing within a year or two. And if I want to break through the gang and step into the Zhongshe realm, I must enter the world. Chen Daoguan and Chen Hanschong both nodded slightly. Chen Ningxuan's strength was obvious to all, although she was a woman. But the future achievement of a grandmaster was definitely a nail in the coffin, and even had the chance to touch the threshold of a grandmaster. It was naturally impossible to let Chen Ningxuan marry a loser. Ningxuan, feel free to do this. In a moment we'll go and return the marriage contract. In the middle of the ancient martial Yi family. Red pants. I'm going to take the leather straps off your pants and make them into a slingshot for the glass in your house. A young man with drool at the corners of his mouth was tugging at a little maid who wouldn't let go. Young Master Yi, let go of me. The little maid was also bold and kicked Yi Liangchen's body in a hasty escape. Just when the maid hadn't been gone for long, the dementedness on Yi Liangchen's face converged, and was replaced by calmness. Dog-eyed goods. Yi Liangchen wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and the size and cuteness from before. It was like a different person. Holding back for 3 years. It's really a tiger falling down and being bullied by a dog. Once upon a time, he was a playboy. Because his cultivation qualification was just too trashy, so he simply swung for the fences. Eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. That's why he was looked down upon by Chen Ningxuan, to the point where he was now in a situation where he withdrew from the marriage. But, he also has his own golden touch. Invincible pretending system. You can become stronger by pretending. His system had been loading for 3 whole years, and just now, the system loaded successfully. After pretending to be crazy for 3 years, he, Yi Liangchen, will finally transform into a dragon. Soon there were panicked voices at the door. Young Master Yi, the ancient martial Chen family is here. They're coming to withdraw from the marriage. Yi Liangchen frowned. Withdrawing from the marriage? What do you mean? He remembered very clearly. He had a marriage contract, and the object of the contract was a talented beauty queen. But now they're coming to back out of the marriage? Is it because you look down on me? Yi Liangchen? Think I'm a loser? Lead the way. The domestic servant who broke through the door was slightly stunned after seeing Yi Liangchen in this state. Young master, you've recovered from your dementia? Aha! Yi Liangchen nodded his head slightly. There was no need to endure any longer. His own Yi family had been bullied over his head, and with his system now successfully loaded, he couldn't endure a bit now, desperate to pretend, and get stronger. Soon, Yi Liangchen arrived at the front hall. Master, the eldest young master, his illness. Well, an old man was in tears after seeing Yi Liangchen, who had recovered as usual. Chen, you're finally cured. I heard that the ancient martial Chen family is withdrawing from the marriage. Is there such a thing? Yi Liangchen interrupted him, his gaze looking at Chen Ningxuan, his eyes flashing with amazement. Although this Chen Ningxuan was going to come and withdraw herself from the marriage, ruthlessly slapping their Yi family's face, it had to be said. This young girl was truly beautiful and stunningly beautiful. The moment Yi Liangchen saw Chen Ningxuan, in his heart, he had classified her as one of his harem. This high and mighty woman. He had to get it himself. Chen Ningxuan naturally noticed Yi Liangchen's gaze and instinctively felt disgust. This was followed by the familiar face-punching session. The Chen family withdrew from the marriage. Conflict intensified. The Chen family and Yi family sword tensions rose. Finally, Yi Liangchen shouted out the phrase 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth. And that classic 3-year engagement. The two families eventually parted on bad terms. Looking at Chen Ningxuan's departing back, Yi Liangchen's eyes gradually deepened. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully pretending to be a bully. Reward, 10 days of internal strength. Ness. The corners of Yi Liangchen's mouth began to rise without him realizing it. Although he was only at the late stage of dark power right now, he could gain cultivation just by pretending. Just by moving his lips, he could become stronger. One can gain 10 days of internal strength by pretending to be a pussy. If one pretends to be a pussy 100 times a day, wouldn't that be worth 3 years of hard work? Cultivate? What's the point of practicing? Why don't you pretend to be a little bit more? Yi Liangchen then noticed the gazes of the surrounding Yi family members, and the corner of his mouth hooked up once again, posing in a very flirty manner. Chen Ningxuan. It's nothing more than that in my opinion. After 3 years, one hand will suppress her. But the flesh on Yi Liangchen's father's face trembled as he reached out and touched Yi Liangchen's face. My son, you're just getting over your dementia. Why are you crazy again? Yi Jing cried in old face. Who was Chen Ningxuan? A genius girl who entered the Wanjing cultivation at the age of 18. And you're competing with her for a 3-year contract? In 3 years people are expected to be patriarchs. This is not a little cutie. What is it? The other Yi family members are also looking at him with a look at him. Drops. Host fails to pretend to be a man of honor, and receives a punishment, 10 days of reduced internal strength. Yi Liangchen. Wait a minute. How can a failed attempt to play the role of a pimp reduce your internal strength? I've just wasted a lot of effort. I didn't do it for nothing? This is the legendary Pretend Not to Be? Chapter 146. Beck Jay wants to start digging? After Chen Ningxuan withdrew from the marriage, she packed her bags and prepared to enter the secular world. As for Yi Liangchen's withdrawal just now as well as the 3-year contract, she didn't take it to heart at all. And the opponents she shook off were doomed to only look up at her back until they were out of sight from afar. Brother. Seems to have gone to Hangzhou? For her, wherever her brother is, she goes wherever he is. Oh, the ancient martial Chen family has withdrawn from the ancient martial Yi family? Jiang Che looked at the information that the monkey had passed over to him and stroked his chin, keenly sensing that something was wrong. After all, he's a villain now. Things like miracle healer, flunky, withdrawal, stoicism, and you already have a way to take your life are all key words. After understanding it in detail, the corners of Jiang Che's mouth were even more suppressed. Chen Ningxuan, the genius girl of the Chen family, was actually Chen Hao's younger sister? And Chen Ningxuan's withdrawal target was the Yi family's youngest, Yi Liangchen. After hearing about Yi Liangchen's deeds, there was no need to even think about it. This was definitely a new son of Qi. And a 3-year engagement? 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west? It's almost like I'm about to pull a laugh. Monkey, I'll give you a task. Keep an eye on this Yi Liangchen. Once he does something, report it all back to me. During this period of time he had also seen the monkey's terrifying ability. This thing was completely a god on the network, casually invading the major surveillance and would not be caught. Perhaps this monkey was also a more alternative son of Qi. It was only that the monkey was now completely loyal to him, with a loyalty level of almost 95, which already belonged to the level of till death do us part. Sometimes trust between men is so simple. Trust is all given to each other. He's not like Su-han. Buckle swishing. Jiang Che hadn't paid a lot of money to place so many AI intelligent girlfriends for the monkeys, costing more than $30 million. But sadly, the last thing he needs is money. Sir Jiang, don't worry about that. I've got my eye on Yi Lianchen. I can tell you what color he pulls. Jiang Che. Sometimes loyalty is too much. Maybe it's not a good thing. Outside the Jiang family villa, an uninvited guest arrived. Bai Jie got down from the car, wearing a black and white maid outfit, with a clear face, not as heavily made up as before. Miss, I think, it's not worth it for you to do this. Driving the car was a middle-aged woman, and Wang, who had been following Bai Jie ever since the girl entered the Bai family. Very clear about his own young lady's feelings towards Jiang Che. It was definitely proper true love, and had even become a bit morbid, often spying and following Jiang Che. It's okay. The young girl's eyes were downcast, unsure of what she was thinking. Ever since she learned that Jiang Che's family had hired a dozen or so young maids, she had been a bit pressed. That's right. She was going to wear this maid outfit and sneak into Jiang Che's house, and then something wonderful would happen. Aunt Wang sighed helplessly. In her opinion, this behavior of her own young lady was really very dangerous. Jiang Che was the son of a top-tier noble family, while the Bai family was only a second-rate family, but it's just a self-inflicted insult. Jiang Che was hugging Donner and jerking the cat. This ragdoll cat has recently come out of estrus and has settled down quite a bit and seems to be much better behaved. Oh, it looks like we're going to have guests in the house. Jiang Che's thin lips pursed, but he possessed a divine skill like her heart pass. Although it was upstairs, a young girl's heartbeat was heard from a distance of a few dozen meters. How do I get in? I won't be discovered if I climb up through the railing, right? Oops, why is this maid's outfit so bad? It's all scratched up? Soon, Jiang Che knew who the owner of this heartfelt voice was. Baek Jae, that sickly little fangirl of his own. Dude, no school at all? You're skipping school and going over the wall for nothing? Jiang Che shook his head helplessly. The Jiang family villa fence was so high, if a random person could just roll in, would it still be called a mansion? But people were coming to give it up for nothing, so Duke Jiang naturally couldn't afford to let her get hurt. A little maid was then called and a few words of explanation were given. Yes, master. Soon the door to the villa opened. That's right, the gate opened right up. You can't get in over the wall, so you'll have to think about digging a hole in the ground. Baek Jae looked down at her small, white, jade hands, ready to dig. True, digging in, but the next moment it was dumbfounded. Ha, the gate was opened? Baek Jae, who was crouching in the bushes ready to dig in, froze, and there didn't seem to be any guards? This is a great opportunity. So the young girl slipped right in, lifting her skirts. As a result, he bumped into a small maid head-on, and Baek Jae subconsciously lowered his head. But surprisingly, the maid didn't seem to notice the difference in her, because she was wearing the same maid outfit. The young girl's heart snickered, and then her guts gradually grew, and she slipped into the villa after the two maids. Every now and then, he glanced twice at the decorations around him and sniffed the air gently. She smelled a familiar scent. It was the smell of brother Jiang Che's body. But soon, she was dumbfounded. Bai Jie's thoughts were completely confused, and at the same time, she was completely dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Jiang Che to have such a side. Hey, that little maid, stop. The corners of Jiang Che's lips hooked up slightly as he directly named them. Baek Jae's head lowered even harder. His whole body panicked. I'm really afraid that I've been found out and that Jiang Che will kick me out. Come here. Jiang Che hooked his finger, and although Bai Jie was incredibly nervous in her heart, she still walked over obediently. From now on, you'll be responsible for taking care of Donger. You'll be Donger's personal maid. Got it? Bai Jie lowered her head and unintentionally glanced at the silver-haired, purple-eyed, extremely talented young Luo, and in that moment, she was a little jealous. How can this girl be so cute and pretty, when she didn't know? Just how many more girls did brother Jiang Che have around him? Yi Mengyao, Yuan Heir, Qin Xiaoqiao. Now there's another winter? But luckily, although she was extremely jealous, she should be thankful that Jiang Che was amorous rather than devoted, because if Jiang Che is devoted, she definitely doesn't stand a chance. And now, she still has a chance. All she needed to do now was to cook the raw rice with Jiang Che. Although this tactic might sound a bit shameless, what Bai Jie didn't know was, this little thought of hers was all heard by Jiang Che. What's wrong with you? Well, I was high on you. Chapter 147, Engaged to Wan Yinyan? The crowd was shocked. Night. For Baek Jae it was beyond torturous. She was assigned to the night shift with the task of standing at the Jiang Che's bedroom door. Bai Jie loves Jiang Che like crazy, and if Jiang Che is still like he was before, he only focused on being Yi Mengyao's licking dog, thus preventing Bai Jie from seeing a glimmer of hope. This girl is definitely going dark. But unfortunately, under Jiang Che's operation, The sickly little fangirl had begun to develop in the direction of a demented girl. How am I worse than them? I'm not ugly. The girl stood in the doorway with an indignant look on her face. Glancing at the time, it's already early in the morning. It's 2 o'clock. The entire person was first a bit shocked, but then there was a flash of intense joy. Early the next morning, Zhang Che pulled open the bedroom door, and Xiao Baijie, who was leaning cross-legged in front of the door and sleeping, was directly awakened. Instinctively, she lowered her head, fearing she'd been discovered despite wearing a gag. She was still thinking about how she could secretly climb into Zhang Che's bed, but she didn't want to be discovered and thrown out. Zhang Che laughed out softly. He doesn't initiate either. He's waiting for the girl to initiate herself. He had also greeted Rose and the girls last night. Just treat Baekjae as an ordinary subordinate. Baijie's heart was already a mess. So much so that Zhang Che didn't dare to open her heart pass. Oh, keep your head up. Zhang Che raised his hand and gently cupped Baijie's chin. Why are you still wearing a mask? Ugly looking? Zhang Che's words made Baijie's petite body tremble. She had sneaked in. She shouldn't have been discovered, right? Ha, if you're good, I might let you sleep with me. Zhang Che lowered Baijie's chin, then turned around and left. Only Baekjae was left alone, frozen in place. She thought that her face value wasn't low, only that she had always had an inferiority complex, and she couldn't compare to Yi Mangyao's kind of naturally rich young lady. Wait, Baijie was just about to take off her mask, but Zhang Che had already walked down the stairs. On the side, Rose passed by her and glanced at Baekjae. She was a trained mercenary no matter what, and even though she had been pampered by Zhang Che for a month now and had almost become an invalid, her instincts were still there. This woman, she secretly likes brother Zhang Che too. Oops, annoying. Wang Liuyun has been very happy lately, because he brought down Qi Lu and the people behind him, and managed to climb another half a level from the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Wang Yanran was also very happy because she was the one who had wasted a lot of effort to get the evidence to bring down Qi Lu from Zhang Che. Ran, I told your uncle Jiang and auntie Jiang that I treat them to a meal later. This is a huge favor. It's a huge favor. I don't think it's going to be easy to pay them back in the future. Wang Liuyun sighed softly, then his gaze went to his own daughter. Well, it's a bit hard to repay this favor, but if I marry my daughter into your family, how would you react? Wang Yanran blushed slightly, but still nodded. After all, their family did owe Zhang Che a heavenly favor. The meal wasn't large, just in a small restaurant. Both Zhang Yunli and Zhang Yuan were actually a bit confused. They really didn't do anything. Then he turned his gaze to Zhang Che, who was at the side. Son, did you make this? Zhang Che shrugged. Or else it could still be you guys? Wang Yanyan had wasted an unknown amount of effort in softening up to her in the first place. On the side, the two Wang Liuyun couples also revealed a smile and poked Wang Yanran who was beside them. When they came out today, they specially made Wang Yanyan change into a light purple tight dress, and her hairstyle was changed from a dry ponytail to big waves. The entire person exuded an imperial aura and had a beautiful figure, almost on the verge of mesmerizing Zhang Che's eyes. Hey, Yan Yan is so pretty. She must be kidnapped to be her daughter-in-law. With this ass and body, I'm sure you'll be able to make babies. Zhang Yunli was even more monkey-shine than Zhang Che, and was already fast-forwarding to holding his grandchildren. Wang Liuyun coughed dryly. Xiao Che I have to thank you this time. If not for your help, I would have definitely planted this time. Uncle Wang, a show of hands, whether it's you or Yan Yan, I'm going to help. After that, it was all sorts of thanksgiving, and the conversation came to Zhang Che and Wang Yanran. Shul, what do you think of my family Ran? Wang Liuyun had a pile of drunkenness on his face. Zhang Che's eyes looked towards Wang Yanran, his thin lips slightly hooked. Today's Yanran's sister is very beautiful. Can it not be beautiful? Purple tight dress and then with big waves. My sister said that purple color is very charming. Zhang Che simply couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. Wang Liuyun bright. There is a play. Wang Yanran's beautiful eyes slightly glared at Zhang Che. Her emotions were already in disarray. She should tell her parents. Zhang Che was actually a super sea king with 3 or 4 beautiful girls by his side, but on the other hand, she didn't want her parents to know. Just so annoying. Since Xiao Che is also interested in Ran. Why don't we make a marriage contract first? We'll get married later. Wang Liuyun's words startled the others, especially Wang Yanyan. Her entire body froze. And Zhang Che to get married or something. That's too fast, isn't it? Although there had been some close encounters between her and Zhang Che, but to fast forward directly to marriage, that's too hasty. I have no problem with that. I'm for it with both hands and feet. Zhang Yunli directly raised his hand. Wife. Zhang Yuan tugged on his wife's hand and gave her a wink. With so many women around your own son, you get him a marriage contract. What will the other girls do? Ahem. I think it's better to ask Shul about this kind of big thing, the pressure was given to Jiang Che. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth twitched slightly. Engaged again? We still don't have a clue about Yi Mengyao's engagement last time. Another Wang Yanran? I just want to be an honest and decent villain and flirt with more girls. Why do I have to get married? A competent veteran captain is never docked in just one port. Chapter 148, Chen Ningxuang's entry into the world. Bai Jie, who took the initiative to give it away for nothing. It doesn't matter what the engagement is. Wait until after I graduate from college. Asking is dragging. Stall until the end of time. Until the universe falls apart. Until you're pregnant with 5 children. With his own progress? When he graduated, Wang Yanyan would not say 5 children. The second child should definitely be pregnant. Wang Liuyun and his wife nodded slightly, but to be honest, there was still a bit of pressure in their hearts. After all, his own daughter was 5 years older than Jiang Che, and when Jiang Che graduated, his daughter would be almost 30 years old. Would Jiang Che dislike Yanyan for being old? But any more worries would have to be kept in the pit of my stomach. After chatting until the end of the meal, Jiang Che drove Wang Yanran back home. And you just agreed to get married? What about your little girlfriends? On the passenger seat, Wang Yanyan asked, what else can I do? Of course it's a kick after all. I still have to marry you. Sister Yanran. Jiang Che's words caused Wang Yanran's beautiful eyes to huff slightly. What did you kids say? A kick? What she hated most was the kind of stinky men who played with a girl's mind and body. You know that it's impossible for me to leave them behind. So you're still asking me such boring questions? Jiang Che shrugged his shoulders. Wang Yanyan frowned. Then what you mean is, you're guilty of bigamy. What bigamy? As long as I don't get a license, that's fine. You can only condemn me from the moral high ground at most. GGG. With that, Jiang Che parked the Maybach on the side of the road and pulled on the handbrake. Her eyes went to the woman in the passenger seat. Sister Yanyan, this tight purple dress you're wearing today was chosen by Auntie, right? Wang Yanyan's shoulders shook. No, that's right. What do you want? Sister Yanran, have you ever heard of a song? Sister says that the color purple has a lot of charm. I think what you're wearing today is very charming. Huma Wang. Pervert. Good night. Huma-chan. You go have a good night with the ghost. Wang Yanyan cursed without any good humor, and then hurried away with her bag. Jiang Che touched the tip of his nose and gently licked the corner of his lips. Tee-hee-hee-hee. A cell phone rang, and a glance at the caller ID showed that it was from Monkey. Young Master Jiang. I'm here to report. Today Chen Ningxuang of the ancient martial Chen family has left the Chen family. And the target. It's Hangchang where you're sitting. And there's also the Yi family's youngest master, Yi Liangchen. He seems to be preparing to come to Hangzhou as well. And he has done quite a lot in the last 2 days. And especially likes to pretend. Jiang Che smiled after listening to the monkey's words. Obviously, this Chen Ningxuang is one of the golden fingers of the protagonist Chen Hao. After all, as a loser protagonist. It's not too much to ask for help from a genius and absolutely beautiful sister, right? The only thing that made Jiang Che feel strange was, Chen Ningxuang was actually Chen Hao's real sister, instead of a god sister. If it's a god sister, hey. And this Yi Liangchen was more outrageous. After leaving the secular world, this bastard has been pretending all the time. It belongs to the kind of, there are conditions inevitably have to pretend. There are no conditions to create conditions also have to pretend. In short, just one sentence. You can't live without pretending. Originally I thought you were loaded with Yendi's withdrawal template, but I didn't realize that. You're still a licking dog. Obviously, after this Yi Liangchen was withdrawn by Chen Ningxuang, he still can't forget about Chen Ningxuang, and this is chasing him to Hangzhou. Then I can't help it. I'm determined to win this Chen Ningxuang. A young man was lying on the bed in the security room humming a little tune, with a live feed of a sexy anchor woman playing on top of his cell phone. Obviously, this is the little security guard Chen Hao. Chen Hao had been in a very good mood recently. Not only had he found a stable job, but he had also managed to break through the dark power and reach the level of half-step Huanjing. Most of all, the clan elders sent him a message. That genius sister of his, Chen Ningxuang, the initiation came to him, a strong person in the middle stage of harmonization power, entering the world to come to himself. This is a complete right-hand man for him. When that time came, he could help himself bring down Jiang Che, and wipe out his former shame. The thought of Jiang Che, he hated it. This goddamned asshole. He had lived for 25 years and had never had a heartbeat. It was so hard to have a heartbeat. Surprisingly, it made him lose so completely. It's like, you fell in love at first sight with a goddess when you were young, but before you could woo her, a yellow-haired teenager picked her up in a ghost fire. The heartache was breathtaking, but suddenly, he seemed to detect a hint of something strange. Instinctively, he felt a bad feeling, but couldn't tell what was wrong. Damn Jiang Che, dare to touch the woman I have my eye on. You already have a way of getting killed. There was absolutely no problem with being in a bad mood and cursing Jiang Che. Come here, and serve me in my dressing. Jiang Che hooked his finger at Baekje. The schemer must also win the day by half a sun even if he enters the game with his body. Ahem. Wrong. High-end hunters always make their entrance as prey. Baekje lowered her head after hearing Jiang Che's words, and at the same time, a strong sense of anticipation flickered in her eyes, and a certain sense of leaping forward. However, Jiang Che still overestimated her. Sister, can you do it? You've got a pretty BT mind, but you've got less guts than anyone else? Even Qin Xiaoqiao had more guts than her, and Yi Mengyao after blackening was 10 times better. But, he was still thinking too soon. Sure enough, some things can't be judged too early. Baekje borrowed courage from her other realm self. And the other side. There was also panic in the White family in Hangzhou. Where's Jay? Where did Jay go? A middle-aged man's face was tinged with sullen anger. His eyebrows were all furrowed in a deadly frown. By family master, Miss Shi. She went to stay at her classmate's house for the night. The White Dragon was a bit angry. Male or female classmate? Auntie Wang spoke with a trembling voice. Female classmate. How could she say it was a male classmate? Otherwise, I'm sure I'd have to eat my own words. The White Dragon breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that it was a female classmate. That's all I have now. Xiaojia is a daughter now, and I absolutely won't allow a single problem to occur with her again. But he obviously didn't know that his precious daughter had volunteered for nothing. Chapter 149, Chen Ningxuan. Eyes above the ground. Early the next morning. It was already late when Baekje woke up, and Jiang Che had already left a long time ago. Subconsciously, he touched his face and sighed in relief when he felt that the mask was still intact on his face. But then she curled up under the covers, and when she was sure that no one else was around, she clutched the corner of the covers tightly with both hands and inhaled hard, as if craving some kind of scent. If she was only secretly in love with Jiang Che before, then she loved him even more now. There is no greater fulfillment for a sickly obsessive girl than that. But fortunately, with his mask on, brother Jiang Che didn't recognize him. Of course, it's just young Master John's bad taste not to take off the mask. And just then, the bedroom door was opened. In came a young little maid, came in and cleaned up before going out, seemingly without looking at her at all. Baekje breathed a sigh of relief. She was going to continue to wear a mask and work here as a maid. This was the only way she could reach brother Jiang Che so far. As for the White family's side and schooling, she wasn't going to bother with it. After all, she was claimed back by the White family when she was in her teens, and didn't really have much of a sense of belonging to the White family. The girl twisted her head to look at the sheets, then blushed and folded them to hide them. Hey, one more affair. Jiang Che sat in the back of the car and rubbed his head helplessly throughout. He already had quite a few girls around him now. Yuan Heir, Yi Mengyao, Qin Xiaoqiao, Dong Heir, Bai Rangwei, and now a Bai Jie? That said, Bai Jie and Bai Rose both have the last name Bai, so they shouldn't be related, right? Jiang Che stroked his chin. Moreover, under Jiang Che's careful recollection, Bai Jie and Rose's two people's appearance really did have a 3-point resemblance, but the two men are worlds apart. But it should be said or not, Baekje does deserve her name and has not disgraced her predecessor. Though Baekje was the one who took the initiative to fall back and it wasn't even some kind of heavenly destined heroine or anything like that. But Jiang Che didn't dislike her and took it directly. And now, he was ready to meet the genius girl Chen Ningxuan, who was new to the secular world, and her licking dog Yi Liangchen. In the middle of a crossover store in Hangzhou, Chen Ningxuan came around in circles, and there were filming sheds everywhere. She was lost. How could she have known that there were so many rules and regulations in the secular world before she entered it? There wasn't even much money in my pocket, and I lost my cell phone and everything. To think that she, a one-time mid-physicalization force ancient martial artist, had gotten mixed up to such a state? However, Chen Ningxuan was, after all, a stunning beauty, wearing a white practice uniform standing in the crowd. That was also the existence of a crane, long hair to the waist, carrying a Tai Chi sword. It's beautiful. Many people around her looked at her with wide eyes and gulped. Which big star's drama makeup is this? This is too beautiful, isn't it? And just then, a middle-aged director ran out in a great panic. Damn, it's been scheduled for a morning shoot. Where is everyone now? After the director circled around, his eyes rested on Chen Ningxuan in the crowd. The entire person's pupils shrunk violently, and a flash of amazement erupted in his eyes. It's so beautiful. It was simply beautiful and fit the casting image in my mind perfectly, and I squeezed in thinking about it. This girl, would you like to come to our theater to film? Chen Ningxuan's cold eyes cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged director in front of him, and the mighty pressure of a Huanjing powerhouse poured out, nearly scaring the piss out of him. However, Director Wang still braced himself to look at Chen Ningxuan. Girl, you're so beautiful. Do you want to consider joining our crew and becoming a big star? We're short of actors right now. How about you come and be the lead actor? The young woman glanced slightly sideways. A playwright? In the Chen family, she had grown up with nothing but cultivation, and the entire Chen family didn't even have a computer, let alone a smartphone, only an old television. Chen Ningxuan frowned slightly. She still had to go find her brother. She wasn't interested in acting or anything, and right at this moment, Chen Ningxuan's stomach suddenly rang. Guh. Chen Ningxuan's eyebrows frowned slightly. She didn't feel embarrassed, she was just a little hungry. Director Wang is also a human being. What's your name, girl? How about coming to our theater group to try out for a role? Our theater group packs boxed lunches, and the salary is paid on a daily basis. Chen Ningxuan's eyes slightly converged, and her pink lips slightly opened and closed. The word role was spat out. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment, and just then, a leisurely voice rang out. Director Wang, you're a big director. How did you end up like this? Can't even hire an actor anymore? Wang Guan frowned, but when he followed the sound, he was surprised, and then his face turned into a chrysanthemum smile. Young Master Jiang, what brings you here? Zhang Che glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him. This Director Wang is indeed a senior director. In the entire Dragon Kingdom can be ranked in the top 5. Zhang Che naturally has some impression. At the time of his 18th bar mitzvah, this old boy even came over to give him a toast. Director Wang naturally recognizes Zhang Che as the son of the richest man in Hangzhou. After all, they are all mixed in Hangzhou. The basic eyesight or to have. Young Jiang, what brings you here? But Zhang Che didn't even bother to give a damn about him anymore, and his gaze went to Chen Ningxuan. Should not say, Chen Ningxuan is indeed quite beautiful. Absolute classical beauty, especially that a white practice clothes. Eyes cool, seems to look at anyone as if looking at the garbage. If you change into Chinese clothes, absolutely instantly transformed into a fairy airy high cool female immortal. It was like the little dragon lady in the Divine Eagles, and it was still the version of the Divine Sister, but it was even more beautiful than her. Her long hair was flowing like an immortal, and she carried a sense of spirituality of the empty valley and the cold. Have to say, Zhang Che was a bit greedy. This woman was poking him XP, and naturally, Chen Ningxuan also noticed Zhang Che's gaze, her brows knit tighter, instinctively feeling a sense of disgust, but with that comes curiosity. Who is this man? Why do I feel a sense of oppression from him? Is he also an ancient martial artist? The cultivation level might even be higher than mine? Chen Ningxuan narrowed her eyes slightly, also sizing up Zhang Che. She was a little surprised at Zhang Che's age. His age didn't look similar to her own. Could his cultivation be even higher than her own? Doesn't that mean his cultivation talent is above his own? In an instant, a strong battle spirit surged up in the young girl's heart. Ever since she started practicing ancient martial arts at a young age, she had always regarded herself as a genius, only being overshadowed by her brother Chen Hao when she was young. But then her brother Chen Hao was wasted, so she has a strong pride in her heart. And now, someone is even more talented than her? Chapter 150, a genius girl with Hua Jin? Go to the police station as usual. Zhang Che possessed of her heart passage divine skill, and Chen Ningxuan's little mind was nothing in front of him. Although this woman looked cool and aloof, she was actually quite a good raider. With a teenage genius like this, all you have to do is be better than her, and she'll move. Just like the female CEOs in many flunky text novels, the female CEOs are all like a flower of the high ridge, and you flunky have been a licking dog in someone else's house for 2 or 3 years, and it turns out that they don't even like your cavalier demeanor. People only like tough guys. Who are you? Chen Ningxuan had already taken an interest in Zhang Che and took the initiative to walk up to him. I'm a passerby. Chen Ningxuan. Zhang Che shrugged. He couldn't say, I'm here to find you? I'm going to sleep with you, then cuckold Yi Liangchen, and piss off your own brother Chen Hao in the process? That said, it's 100% going to be a beating. Zhang Che then turned his gaze to the shivering Wang guide who was hiding at the side. Your crew is short of actors, right? The king's guide nodded tremblingly. I think this girl is quite good, very suitable for costume drama. Zhang Che certainly knew Chen Ningxuan's curiosity about herself, and her competitive spirit rose. Director Wang blinked his eyes twice and instantly understood that Mr. Zhang was 100% in love with this girl and wanted to make her a big star? This kind of thing is all too common within the entertainment industry. Rich people look at a certain starlet, and then spend money to make it famous. The big star who is usually in the limelight has been reduced to his plaything. A lot of rich people like to play this game. However, Director Wang obviously guessed wrong. Zhang Che just wanted to see what Chen Ningxuan looked like when she changed into her Chinese dress. It's absolutely wow. But Chen Ningxuan was obviously not interested in acting or anything. She was still staring at Zhang Che with a burning gaze, as if she wanted to see a hole in him. You're an ancient martial artist? The girl spared a word. You guess? Zhang Che revealed a teasing smile, since he knew what Chen Ningxuan wanted. Then the initiative came to him. Chen Ningxuang's eyes were as light as water as she stepped out, and directed a light palm at Jiang Che. It contained a strand of dark energy that was as terrifying as it was. You thought Jiang Che would take the initiative to reveal his cultivation, so as to attract Chen Ningxuang's attention? Wrong. Jiang Che was directly sent flying, and others around them have looked on in awe. Ancient martial artists? This petite-looking girl was actually an ancient martial artist? Ancient martial artists in the Dragon Country is not a secret. Even ordinary people know the ancient martial artists, only seldom see them on weekdays. And there is even a patriarchal level of strong man opened a short video account, has already solicited more than 50 million fans. Chen Ningxuang was shocked. She didn't understand why this light slap of hers had sent this man flying out. She just wanted to test this Duke Jiang. How could this be possible? Is it hard to believe that one's perception is wrong? Is this man actually an ordinary person? She was a bit scared. Although the force of her own palm was very light to her, she was an ancient martial artist in the middle stage of Huanjing. With this slap of hers, not to mention an ordinary person, even a dark force powerhouse would have to drink a pot of water. Call the police. Quickly call the police. There are ancient martial artists beating up people here. Director Wang's face changed. This is the Nima young Master Jiang. If something goes wrong on your own turf, it's a big deal. Although he was prestigious in the entertainment industry, he was a fart in front of real capital. Jiang Xiao could remember his name. It's enough for him to take it out and brag about his power. He never expected that this one woman would be so fierce that she would dare to make a move against Jiang Xiao. After Chen Ningxuang froze for a moment, she seemed to want to explain something, but it was difficult for the words to come out of her mouth. An apology welled up in her heart as she looked at the fallen teenager. Running to Jiang Che, he squatted down in front of him, and a faint fragrance came to his face. Jiang Che also climbed up the pole and smoothly touched Chen Ningxuang's snowy tender little hands, presumably soaking in medicinal baths all year round. Ahem! Chen Ningxuang's face flushed slightly, but she still forced herself to resist the urge to shake it off. I got you. You're the one who hit me dash. Chen Ningxuang. It didn't take long for the police uncle and the sisters came. Coincidentally, the person leading the group was still Wang Yanyan. After Wang Liyun resumed his position, Wang Yanyan naturally also transferred back to the original position from the original traffic police detachment. What's going on? What happened? I'm an innocent passerby. Innocently knocked to the ground by her, Jiang Che pointed at Chen Ningxuang, who was already confused. Huma Wang. Wang Yanyan naturally wouldn't believe Jiang Che's one-sided story. Glancing at the heavenly beautiful Chen Ningxuang and slightly glaring at Jiang Che, she knew all too well what this brat was up to. Look at him. He doesn't look like a wounded man. You brat. You must be playing some kind of weird play I don't know about again. You said you'd marry me. It's only been 3 days and you've got a new target. In fact, what Jiang Che really wanted to say was that not only did he have a new target, but he had taken down another Kahakuja in these 3 days. But those words are certainly not to be spoken. Wang Yanyan walked up to Chen Ningxuang, her face carrying a touch of coldness. Chen Ningxuang was obviously flustered. How could she think of this as a girl who had just come down from the mountain? She's going to put herself in the station straight away with a casual slap? But her character is just cold, not good with words, and when she encounters this kind of scene she directly turns into another mute. Then from his pocket he pulled out a small book. Here are my papers. After Wang Yanyan received the documents, a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. An ancient martial artist in the middle stage of Huanjing? After one's strength breaks through the harmonization power, one must be registered if they want to enter the secular world. Just like Donger, she is also registered. Otherwise wouldn't it be easy to get messed up? But then came the shock. You're a strong person in the middle stage of harmonization power. How dare you take the initiative to attack an unarmed man? Do you want to kill him? What exactly did he offend you? Wang Yanyan was inexplicably a little angry in her heart, although she knew that Jiang Che knew a little bit about punching and kicking, but this was the middle stage of Huanjing. A palm down. It would be a miracle if Jiang Che didn't die. Inexplicably, she was surprisingly a little backed up, hands in the air. Wang Yanyan directly took out the handcuffs and then handcuffed Chen Ningxuang, a beautiful, high-strung woman, cuffed to a silver bracelet and forced. Have you ever seen such a scene? Jiang Che sort of saw that things were slightly beyond his expectations, but it was good to grind down Chen Ningxuang's arrogance. P.S. Ahem. Today's birthday, ask for a birthday wish, Sigma. Chapter 151, The Jiang Family's Anger. Grandmaster Jiang Yunhuang. Chen Ningxuang was a bit flustered. She had never thought, she had just entered the secular world, not even half a day ago, that she would end up in the police station for hitting someone? The whole time she was in the police car, she was skeptical. That's impossible. Her hunch had never guessed wrong. That Jiang Che couldn't have been slapped away by himself. She had felt a wisp of pressure from that man's body. It would be right to be at least a Huan Jin level ancient martial artist. Wang Yanran, who was sitting next to Chen Ningxuang, glanced at her with cold eyes. Why did you strike out to hurt someone? Chen Ningxuang was silent for a moment. I sensed the aura of a Huanjing powerhouse from him, stirring up my battle intent. That's why I made a move against her. A harmonization powerhouse? You think I'm a little cutie, do you? How could Jiang Che be a Huanjing powerhouse? There's a limit to how much you can make up lies. You know you can kill someone with a slap on the wrist. That's premeditated murder on your part. The more Wang Yanran thought about it, the angrier she got. She had just finalized her marriage in front of Jiang Che's parents 2 days ago. If something happened to Jiang Che, wouldn't she become a widow before she was even married? Although Wang Yanyan herself didn't want to admit it. But well, she had already taken herself as Jiang Che's future wife in her heart. After all, since childhood, apart from Jiang Che, no other man has been able to enter his heart. In the face of Wang Yanran's accusations, Chen Ningxuang kept her head down. She understood. She was in trouble, but she wasn't sure why that Jiang Che couldn't handle a slap from herself. Her sixth sense had never been wrong. Jiang Che could never be an ordinary person's. Soon, it was time to arrive at the police station. Miss Chen, find a place to sit down. I've already reported it to the Ancient Martial Artist Administration. Let's wait for the diagnosis to come down from Jiang Che's side first. Wang Yanyan invited Chen Ningxuang into the police station. Well, it was an escort. Chen Ningxuang, a Huanjin powerhouse and a resounding genius girl in the entire ancient martial arts circle, was at this moment escorted into the bureau by another woman without a single thing she could do about it. In the face of the police, Chen Ningxuang naturally did not dare to make any small moves. After all, even if it was a harmonization powerhouse, after all, even if he can dodge a pistol bullet, what about a submachine gun? What about rifles? Sniper rifle? Decades of experience had taught all ancient martial artists that they should never try to fight against the state with their personal power, or else they would end up with a piece of the East and a piece of the West, a chopstick for you and a chopstick for me. At this very moment, Jiang Che was already lying on the hospital bed, seriously injured. Well, slightly injured. No injuries. Although he used his physical body to harden his palm, it didn't cause any substantial damage to him. It was similar to scratching an itch. You know, he can still have the super self-healing factor, an unbelievable ability, which is said to be the same as Deadpool. What kind of concept is this? The regeneration of broken limbs was commonplace for Deadpool. Even when his head was thrust through and his body was cut into countless pieces, he was able to recover in the end. Jiang Che certainly couldn't possibly experiment with his own body, but this self-healing ability was also absolutely terrifying, and belonged to the life-saving skills in the bottom of the box. Jiang Che was hospitalized. The news reached the ears of both Zhang Yunli and Zhang Yuan, and all of a sudden, it was as if a dynamite barrel had been ignited. Jiang Che was their only son. He loved him so much on weekdays, and now he was being beaten up? Zhang Yunli directly dragged Zhang Yuan to the hospital. Upon seeing Jiang Che lying on the bed, the young mother instantly broke down in tears and jogged to Jiang Che's bed. She gently gave Jiang Che a big hug. Her motherly love was so full that it was about to overflow. Jiang Che. Zhang Yunli whimpered for a moment, then wiped the tear stains from the corner of her eyes, her unpowdered face pearly, which reminded Jiang Che of certain manga with excellent drawing quality in Kimchi country. Son, did you hurt anywhere? Does it hurt? The woman's voice was soft. Jiang Che's eyes gently converged. Mentioning Chen Ningxuang made his heart itch a little. Meeting for the first time with that kind of lofty appearance, he seemed to have left everything in the world out of his eyes. This kind of woman, she should be given a good beating by Shibuya. Son, who hurt you? Tell mommy, I'll back you up. After determining that Jiang Che was not in any serious condition, Zhang Yunli breathed a sigh of relief. But what followed was incomparable anger. She's actually quite short-tempered, despite being an emotionally unavailable human wife who's well protected by her family. Her old man was the ceiling of combat power in the Dragon Kingdom's ancient martial arts world, a heavily strength Grand Master. Zhang Yuan, who was on the side, took his wife's hand and spoke slowly. I just found out. It's the eldest miss of the ancient martial Chen family, Chen Ningxuang. Zhang Yunli frowned slightly. Ancient martial arts Chen family? Is that the Chen family that practices Taijiquan? Just a second-rate ancient martial arts family like them would dare to make a move against my son? She was so angry that she couldn't wait to immediately tear down that what's-her-name Chen village. With that thought, she dialed a phone number. Called. Daughter, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? How could you even think of calling me? I'm almost buried in the earth. I can't stand it. The voice of the person across the table was neutral. Your grandson was beaten up. He's been hospitalized. Emperor Jiangyun's entire body froze for a moment, and then incomparable anger welled up in his heart. But he still lowered his voice and asked, how is the situation with Chur? Zhang Yunli glanced at Jiang Che, who was lying intact on the hospital bed, seriously injured. There was silence on the other side for a dozen seconds. Then he spoke and asked, who moved? Chen Ningxuang of the ancient martial Chen family. Good. On the other side, Jiang Yunhuang, who had hung up the phone, put it down, his pale eyes tumbling with rage. He then spoke to another old man on the side. Shulu, the people from the ancient martial Chen clan have injured Sure. You look after it. The hunched, bow-backed old man nodded. Aha, right. Why don't I make a trip to Hangzhou and check on Yunli and Xiao Che on the way? At this time, Chen Ningxuang in the police station does not know that because of their own momentary action, they are going to let the whole Chen family suffer a catastrophe. But her whole being was distracted. Why? I have palpitations? Chen Ningxuang sat in the interrogation room, working hard on her Taiji Nigong, trying to regulate the panic within her heart. But it didn't work at all. Normally, she was able to settle down and cultivate in a second. But now, she couldn't quiet her mind even after reciting the meditation incantation a dozen times. Of course, she wasn't the only one who was panicking. There was also that real brother of hers, Chen Hao. As a son of Qi, Chen Hao's sixth sense was naturally surprisingly sensitive. Was lying in the security room, watching a beautiful woman live and doing her ancestral craft work. As a result, all of a sudden Erdi stopped giving. At the same time an inexplicable sense of panic surged up. Heir, what happened? Chapter 152, Done for. I'm surrounded by beautiful women? Ancient martial arts Chen family. Boom! With a deafening sound, the Chen family's wooden plaque was directly severed from the center. The word Chan is split in two. In front of the Chen family village, there stood only an old man with a hunched spine, white hair, and it looked like it was already a sign of eating a seat. Who dares to force their way into our Chen village? Soon, the two top pillars of the ancient martial Chen family, Chen Daoguan and Chen Shouchong, rushed out, their bodies wrapped in terrifying internal force and their attitudes were arrogant. But after seeing the old man, his face suddenly changed. There's nothing left of the aura. Patriarch? As Wanjing powerhouses, they naturally had eyesight. Daring to single-handedly barge into the Chen family village must be a tough character. Not to mention that the internal energy around this old man had almost materialized, forming a layer of terrifying astral protection. A proper patriarch. Why would a patriarch come inside the Chen clan village? And it still looked like they came with hostile intentions. Lord Patriarch, why have you come to our Chen clan village? Chen Daoguan. Two people instantly shriveled up. They momentarily thought of waking up the family master who was close to death, but thought better of it, in the face of a Zhongsher-level powerhouse, and most likely a Zhongsher great circle of terrifying existences. Even if the family master really breaks into the Zhongsher, it is not useful. Jiang Shulu's face remained cold. Your Chen family is so powerful. You even dare to beat up our Jiang family. This sentence directly Chen Daoguan and Chen Shouchong, two people dry confused, looked at each other. What does this mean? Is it possible that you were too much of a guy last night? Too much? Causing insanity? The Kangs? Is it the Jiang family that you remember? The top family in the Dragon Kingdom's ancient martial arts world. The Jiang family in the capital with a heavenly strength grandmaster? How is that possible? Ahem. So it's the sovereign lord of the Jiang family from the capital. I wonder what our Chen family has done. Invited you guys? Could Lord Patriarch be mistaken? Our Chen clan village has always been straightforward. You guys always know Chen Ningxuang, right? The old man's sentence directly shut up the two Chen Daoguan. Ningxuang, offended your Jiang family? Jiang Shulu nodded. Chen Ningxuang injured our family head's grandson. You should know very well who our family head is, right? Chen Daoguan and Chen Shouchang's hearts instantly went cold. Completely finished. The current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Yunhuang, a top-notch powerhouse at the heavenly strength grandmaster level, was the martial arts champion of the first and only competition, director of the Dragon Kingdom's ancient martial artist administration, beating up his grandson. It's not as simple as touching a tiger's ass anymore. This is a tiger's mouth. Looking for death. Chen Ningxuang, you're even better than your brother. Can you really do whatever you want with your power? How about now? We've pissed off the Jiang family. Maybe the whole Chen family will take a pill. Patriarch Sama, look, is there a possibility of reconciliation here? Chen Daoguan asked with a trembling voice. If there was no possibility of reconciliation, he would change his name right now and directly break away from the ancient martial Chen family. Taking his mother's name, he will henceforth be known as Ai Daoguan. Chen Shouchang's old eyes are also a turn. A man should be able to bend and stretch. Jiang Shulu did not rush to open his mouth. With his power of the great perfection of the sovereign master, it was only a matter of minutes before he wanted to slaughter the Chen family village. If it was a few decades ago he would have directly made a move to slaughter the village. But now it's a society with the rule of law. Not to mention the fact that the head of the family is also the director of the ancient martial artist administration. Given young master's condition, if anything happens to young master, no one in your entire Chen village can escape. I'll be staying here for the next few days. Chen Daoguan, Chen Shouchong. All they could do now was pray that nothing serious happened to the mysterious young master. Or else, my life will be over. Woo woo, brother Jiang Che. Qin Xiaoqiao didn't even go to class after hearing the news that Jiang Che had been beaten into the hospital. She came in her car. The young girl's heart and eyes are full of Jiang Che's figure. This girl is also really in love with Jiang Che. Jiang Yuan tugged on Jiang Yunli's coat in the hospital room. Wife, we should go. But Jiang Yunli clearly did not intend to leave. His arms wrapped around his chest, both arms holding up the huge size of his chest. This kind of heaven-defying figure that only existed in Korean manga. It was displayed to the fullest on this mother-sama's body. Jiang Yuan was helpless. He went out to smoke a pack of cigarettes first. Ha, what's with the crying? I'm not hurt. To be honest, facing a girl who was full of herself and would cry for you, Jiang Che couldn't possibly be indifferent. Your bull asterisk 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 ting me. I heard that the one who beat you up was a very powerful ancient martial artist. Qin Xiaoqiao raised her head from Jiang Che's arms with a tearful look. Jiang Che didn't explain anything either. He just gently touched Qin Xiaoqiao's head. Soon, Rose and Donger also came. Rose also jumped into Jiang Che's arms, while Donger was more docile and sat at the head of the bed. This really confused Jiang Yunli. When did these two little girls come out again? Rose and Winter she didn't recognize at all. She was still stuck in the old version of Yuaner, Qin Xiaoqiao, and Yi Mingyao's foursome, not realizing that Jiang Che had already updated multiple versions long ago. But then, Yuan Heir and Yi Mengyao both walked into the hospital room as well. The originally empty ward became crowded all of a sudden. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jiang Yunli counted with a trembling voice. Right, there's also Wan Yanyan who's engaged to be married. That makes 6. It's too nifty to blow up, isn't it? But while Jiang Yunli was shocked, she instead began to look forward to it. How good is a girl? The more the better. The more grandchildren she would give herself when the time came. She was more stressed out lately. A few of her good sisters already had people holding grandchildren. Sometimes that's where a woman's inexplicable desire to climb the ladder comes from. However, Jiang Yunli still missed someone. Che, what's wrong with you? Che, Gu Lingfei burst into the hospital room in a panic. She was originally having a meeting inside the company, and rushed over halfway through the meeting, although she often spat on Jiang Che for being a philanderer. In fact, she still very much favored this godbrother. As a result, the entire ward formed a beautiful landscape. Lolita, teenage girls, and royalty are all available. Jiang Che was somewhat helpless. It's over. I'm surrounded by beautiful women? Chapter 153, Yuan Heir? The family law will be served. Gu Lingfei let out a sigh of relief after making sure that Jiang Che was not in danger. It was only then that he noticed what was going on in the hospital room, and was not a little embarrassed. That's a lot of girls, isn't it? And she had basically seen all of these girls. Every single one of them had a relationship with Jiang Che. Naturally the impression was very deep. At the same time, her heart couldn't help but start to flood with a hint of sourness. She thought she would be the first to come, but she didn't expect to be the last. Ahem. Fifi, don't you have something going on inside the company? Why are you here? Jiang Yunli smiled and walked over to Gu Lingfei, taking her hands in his. She was naturally smart. Her own son had raised so many girls inside the Jiang family villa. Could Gu Lingfei not know? So, she had a bold idea. She already had 6 daughters-in-law, so one more wasn't too many. Why don't we just do it without a second thought, and make Fifi his daughter-in-law as well, and directly add to the family? Sister Jiang, something happened to Che, so naturally I had to come. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Gu Lingfei walked out with Jiang Yunli and the two of them to confer, but her face was able to visibly show some blushing. Young Master Jiang is surrounded by girls. On the left was Qin Xiaoqiao, on the right was Bai Qiangwei, and there was also a donger sitting beside the bed. Jiang Che, are you okay? Yi Mengyao and Jiang Che had spent so much time together. If they were in private, naturally they wouldn't be too restrained, but the problem now was, there were all girls around, and essentially, these are her love interests. As for Yuan Heir, stinky Jiang Che, let you bully me? Now you're being beaten up, right? He. The heavens, the earth, which hero gave me this bad breath? Let you be a womanizer? Letting you fool around with so many girls? I should have made you into a Yangwei. Humph. They say that good people don't pay for their lives. Woe is them. Dead perverts. Obviously, Yuan Heir was very different from the other girls. Her little mind was all about spitting on Jiang Che. But actually, underneath the curses, one could still hear her concern for Jiang Che. Only that this little loli would always be tongue-tied, and wanting her to actively admit that she was in love with Jiang Che. I'm afraid it's even harder than climbing up to the sky. Yuan Heir, come here. Jiang Che naturally wouldn't let Yuan Heir off the hook. This chick belonged to the kind of person who didn't fight for 3 days and went up to the house. Yuan Heir's face changed slightly. Could it be that all the bad words he had just cursed him in his heart had been heard by this guy? How is that possible? It must be this dead pervert trying to bully himself again. So Heir was dragged over. Allowing Heir to struggle in every way was useless. As the first female lead Jiang Che had ever met, Heir's status in Jiang Che's heart was truly extraordinary. As for Jiang Che's favoritism towards Heir, the other girls naturally all knew it well, but no one was jealous or anything, because Heir was indeed cute, the kind of cute that made them all want to hold in their arms and pet their heads. As the group's favorite, isn't it normal to be favored? Heir, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Afternoon. Heir was already lying asleep on the hospital bed, with crystallized drool dripping from the corners of her mouth. Successfully skipped school for a day. It's just a shame. That's a bit of a serious price to pay for skipping class. Yao. Rose, you take Heir back to the Jiang family in a while. I have some things to take care of. Yi Mengyao gently nodded, a slight hint of exhaustion showing between her brows. Okay. Heir slept soundly. Even after Yi Mengyao dressed her, she was not awakened, just like a little pig that had slept through the night. Yi Mengyao, the great lady of the Yi family, had even started serving other people? Compared to Yi Mengyao, Heir was conversely more like $1,000 lady. Only Dong remained by Jiang Che's side. He was going to prepare to go and take a look at Chen Ningxuan, estimating that this talented girl might not have a good time next. As far as he knew, that mother superior of his had already passed word to the Jiang family in the capital. With his grumpy grandfather's character, it wasn't even impossible to exterminate the Chen family, but this was not what he wanted. After all, he was still preparing to take Chen Ningxuan. For a high-strung girl like this, you can just teach her a lesson. There's no need to really destroy the Chen family. Just as he was about to leave the ward, he felt a terrifying palpitating sensation come over him, as if there was some great terror ahead. But soon, he knew who it was. Shul. A childish old man pushed open the door of the hospital room and walked in with a nervous face. Behind him was his mother, Jiang Yunli, and some other members of the Jiang family. The person at the head was naturally the current head of the Jiang family, Emperor Jiang Yun. The name sounds like a dangling presence. Although Jiang Yunhuang was already in his 70s, you couldn't tell that he was in his 70s at all. Instead, he looked like someone in his 50s or 60s, and he wasn't hunched over like the other old men. Being close to 1 meter 9, he walked with a strong wind. This is a true master, the kind that can beat you into a pulp with one punch. Shul, are you okay? Emperor Jiangyun walked up to Jiang Che, his expression trembling. Do I look like I'm not okay to you? Jiang Che said breathlessly. Chapter 154, Chen Ningxuan's Fear. Having beaten up the Grand Master's grandson himself? Jiang Yunhuang is a tall man of 9 meters. Sitting on the sofa can collapse the sofa. Of course he knew that Jiang Che didn't have any major problems, and a quick glance would make it clear. He also did not pursue Jiang Yunli for misrepresenting the military. After all, does a serious injury really matter? As long as he didn't die, he had a way to save Jiang Che's life. The question is, how dare someone make a move on his own grandson? It's really a case of the old man hanging himself, and he's tired of living. But soon enough, Emperor Jiang Yun detected a hint of something wrong. Shul, you've become a harmonization power? Emperor Jiang Yun was shocked. In his impression, Jiang Che shouldn't have any cultivation. After all, Jiang Che was his grandson. He had measured Jiang Che's bones when he was born. His meridians were severely occluded. His internal energy was almost difficult to operate, and he was unable to set foot in cultivation for life. It was difficult to become a Huanjing powerhouse even after decades of cultivation. And last year when Jiang Che had his bar mitzvah, he was still an ordinary person. How now? Jiang Che nodded. Well, I stepped into the Huanjing cultivation, currently being in the middle stage of Huanjing. Jiang Yunhuang narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing Jiang Che up from head to toe, and pulled up one of Jiang Che's arms with his large hand. Then the eyes got even stranger. Damn, that's strange. The meridians are still occluded. A proper waste of cultivation. How is it possible to become a middle-stage harmonization power within a year? The old man had begun to doubt life. Jiang Che didn't open his mouth, because this grandpa of his was indeed right. He was indeed a waste of cultivation, simply not the piece of material to practice ancient martial arts. Before and after gleaned from the system here almost 100 years of internal force, only just managed to break through to the middle stage of Huanjing. That's why he never cultivated. It would be better to have that cultivation effort than to pick up more girls, swinging for the fences the whole time and feeding off the system. And Jiang Yunli on the side was also confused. Her son was actually a Huanjing powerhouse? Why didn't her mom know that? Grandpa, I happened to meet a gray-haired old man on the road last year, and he dragged me around and insisted that I was an ancient martial arts genius that comes along once in 1,000 years. He wanted to take me as his disciple. Emperor Jiang Yun froze, the corners of his mouth twitching madly as he glanced at his grandson. Who in their right mind would say that Chul's cultivation talent is good? To put it bluntly, even dogs shake their heads when they see it. He was tempted to say, "You're not going to run into a scam, are you? $10 a book of martial arts secrets?" But the facts were right in front of him, and there was no room for disbelief. It would be bizarre if Jiang Che was indeed a solid harmonization powerhouse. Outer Master. As a heavenly strength Grand Master, you should know the identity of that master of mine, right? After he met me, I can often dream of him teaching me some martial arts mastery. After hearing Jiang Che's words, Zhang Yuan's eyes went wide. Granting power in a dream? Enlightenment? Why does this sound so fantastical? He, a heavenly strength Grand Master, was a bit flustered, and his brain had begun to work frantically, thinking about what kind of god was this, but in the end, one could only dryly cough twice. Cough cough. Everyone has their own opportunities. Sure, you've met a worldly superior. In the future you'll definitely be able to reach the peak of the martial arts path. I can't tell you that I don't know, can I? A few more pleasantries followed. Shul, what are you going to do about the ancient martial Chen family and that Chen Ningxuan? Emperor Jiang Yun asked patiently. Ancient martial arts Chen family? I think the word ancient martial can be removed. Jiang Che spoke blandly, and Jiang Yunhuan understood in seconds. As the director of the Ancient Martial Artist Administration, I naturally have this power to revoke the special status of all ancient martial artists in the Chen family, and the Chen family members after that are strictly prohibited from practicing ancient martial arts. Without the added layer of status of an ancient martial artist, the Chen family would only decline. If it was him from a few decades ago, that arrogant young man who had stepped into the Grand Master realm in his 30s, he would definitely have bloodied the Chen clan village with his greatsword. But now as the rule of law society, the Great Master is indeed very scary, comparable to the existence of humanoid tanks, a body of astral hardness, and can even resist the assassination of sniper rifles. But can you be hard over the Katyusha rockets? Chen Ningxuan, let her come to me as a maid. Jiang Che had decided the fate of Chen Ningxuan, a talented young girl, with a single light sentence. Zhang Yunhuang frowned slightly. That girl doll was at the middle stage of Huanjing cultivation. Could his own grandson suppress her? He also came from a teenager. Naturally he knew what Jiang Che had in mind. At one time he was also a flamboyant man, known as the amorous patriarch, but then he suffered retribution, with a dozen or so aunts, but ultimately only a son and a daughter at his knees, so he naturally loved Jiang Che, his grandson, immensely. Okay, I'll bring you this girl doll. Chen Ningxuan was under tremendous pressure at this time. She always felt as if her heart was clutched hard by something, and her whole body was incredibly nervous and panicked, but she didn't know what she was panicking about. And just then, she heard a conversation coming from outside the police station. What seems to be the chief? But soon she understood. The young girl's entire head was dizzy after seeing the Zhang Yunhuan Fu, that terrifying sense of oppression. Even if she was a mid-stage Huanjing ancient martial artist could only tremble. Are you Chen Ningxuan? Zhang Yunhuang stood in front of Chen Ningxuan as if he was a small wall of mountains. He didn't hide his Grand Master cultivation at all, and the terrifying intimidation all pressed down on this young girl who was only 19 years old. That's right, I'm Chen Ningxuan. Although Chen Ningxuan was very intimidated, she still straightened her back and stood up against the enormous pressure. This kind of terrifying pressure was far more powerful than his own father who was at the peak of the harmonization force by countless times. Sovereign? No, no, no. She had seen sect master powerhouses before, and sect master powerhouses weren't so strong that they would put so much pressure on themselves. That would be the Grand Master? Although she was bragged about when she was in the Qin clan, possessing the talent of heavenly strength, but when she truly encountered a great master, she would still be incomparably fearful. Ha, there's some guts. No wonder he dared to make a move on my grandson. Emperor Jiangyun's words caused Chen Ningxuan to freeze for a moment. His grandson, is he the one who was knocked away by himself? Mr. Jian? In an instant, fear flooded her mind. Even if she tried, she couldn't control the fear in her heart anymore. She was lonely and cool, yes, but she's still scared, especially if she had injured the grandson of a Grand Master. Then the Chen family would definitely be implicated. Her father and her brother would all be implicated because of her actions. She had never been so scared since she was born. Chapter 155, Chen Ningxuan's condescension. Lord Patriarch, I hurt your grandson? Chen Ningxuan still didn't bow her head despite the immense pressure and fear. She was very confident in her own talent. As long as she gave herself time, she would become a grandmaster in 3 to 5 years at most, and within 15 years she would definitely break through the cultivation level of a grandmaster. Zhang Yunhuang snorted coldly. This female doll is also somewhat attractive. Giving Chul as a personal maid is still qualified enough. Naturally, but I'm not one to help my relatives. According to the CCTV and the witnesses at the scene, it was you who took the initiative to injure my grandson, and my Chul even took the initiative to relieve you, but you didn't take the favor. Chen Ningxuan fell silent because what Zhang Yunhuan said was indeed all true. I didn't know he was an ordinary person. I thought he was an ancient martial artist as well. Emperor Jiangyan slightly narrowed his eyes. He understood. Why did my own Shul receive a slap from her again? So it's just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Wanting to forcefully abduct this girl doll to her side. He really gets it. The old know-it-all king. Ha! What? You look down on ordinary people, don't you? According to Article 121 of the Ancient Martial Artist Regulations enacted 4 years ago, as the director of the Ancient Martial Artist Administration, Jiang Yunhuang, although he was essentially a big roughneck, he hadn't studied much over the years and spoke with an official tone. But this set had a strange effect on Chen Ningxuang. Patriarch Jiang, I want to know, will the ancient martial Chen clan be implicated because of my faults? The icy young girl is starting to get scared. I've already sent a Grandmaster Grand Circle ancient martial artist to slaughter the Chen clan village. When these words came out, Chen Ningxuang's small face instantly turned pale. Slaughter Chen village? Why? Because I accidentally hurt your grandson? You're going to massacre the entire Chen village? Hundreds of lives in the Chen village? And his own father is still in seclusion at home. Don't, Master Patriarch. All the faults were committed by me alone. It has nothing to do with the people of the Chen village. I'll take the blame. They're all innocent. It was obvious that Chen Ningxuang's heart had been completely messed up. Humph. As a disciple of an ancient martial arts family, committing a mistake in the secular world naturally adopts the mechanism of guilt by association. You wouldn't be unaware of this, would you? Just a look from Jiang Yunhuang caused Chen Ningxuang's heart to chill. The pressure of a grandmaster. It's terrifying. Please also, raise your hand. I am willing to die as a thank you for my sins. Please also spare the Chen family. A hint of determination flashed in Chen Ningxuang's eyes. For the sake of her father, her brother, and the entire Chen family, she was willing to sacrifice herself. Whether or not to forgive you, that depends on my grandson's words. If Chu doesn't forgive you, then I will slaughter the entire Chen clan village tomorrow. Don't. All of Chen Ningxuang's high spirits dissipated into thin air, and she realized that she had to gain that Duke Zhang's understanding. Otherwise, the entire Chen family will be slaughtered. Cruel, but this was the bloody reality, because standing in front of him was a heavenly strength grandmaster. Even if they resurrected all the old ancestors in their Chen family's ancestral tomb, they were still no match for him. Where is Mr. Jiang? I'll personally go and ask for his understanding. Emperor Jiangyan nodded slightly. He had done what he needed to do. Suppress this girl doll's high spirits and threaten her with the lives of the entire village of the Chen family. Then send it to Chul. Under this kind of intimidation, even if she was arrogant, she could only obey obediently. He was actually scaring Chen Ningxuang. After all, although the Jiang family was powerful, but slaughtering a village of several hundred people at once they were caught in the act, it wouldn't be good. A society governed by the rule of law is still governed by the law. Chen Ningxuang was bailed out of the station, but her stress was not relieved in the slightest. She didn't dare to make sure she could gain the understanding of that Jiang Gongzi. After all, Duke Jiang hadn't taken the initiative to make a move on her, and had even only spoken to her. He made a move to injure someone himself. Everyone must be furious. In case he doesn't forgive himself, what should we do? When she thought of the hundreds of people in the Chen family village all being mercilessly slaughtered, their blood flowing into rivers, her heart felt as if it was twisted by a knife. No way. Never allow this to happen. Even if he sacrificed more, the worst thing he could do was to serve tea and water as a maid to that Duke Jiang. He absolutely had to gain his understanding. Soon, she was just before being taken to the hospital room. Shul, I brought you people. Jiang Yunhuang walked like a tiger and pushed Chen Ningxuang to Jiang Che's bedside. I've already ordered people to take control of the Chen family village. Sure, if there's anything you're not satisfied with, speak directly to Grandmaster Y. I guarantee that not even a single dog will survive in the Chen village. Saying that, the old man turned around and left, and before leaving, he also glanced thoughtfully at Donger by Jiang Che's bedside. Jiang Che and Chen Ningxuang were the only two people left in the large ward. There was also Donger sitting on the edge of the bed, except that Donger was too well behaved and didn't speak or move, as if she was an invisible person. But her long silver hair was impossible to ignore. Jiang Che lay on the hospital bed and glanced at Chen Ningxuang. This girl was indeed very beautiful, cool and solitary, seemingly not putting anyone in her eyes, even after seeing herself. Although the surface was lowly, her heart was still so lonely and cold. You still have the nerve to come over here after injuring me? Chen Ningxuang. She didn't want to come over either, but if she didn't come herself, the entire Chen family will be lost. The young girl owed her body slightly. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. It was my mistake. I hope you can forgive me. Jiang Che laughed lightly, his expression arrogant. Is this your attitude of begging? A high and mighty look? He then gave Winter a wink. Donger immediately understood, and the aura of Huanjing great perfection burst out from her body. but she only gave Chen Ningxuang a flat look before she immediately sat down by Jiang Che's bedside again. So good. Duke Jiang stroked Donger's little head as if he was jerking a cat. But Chen Ningxuang's heart set off shock waves. Huan Jin de Yuan? How is that possible? It wasn't that she was surprised at the cultivation level of Huanjing great perfection. After all, she would be able to arrive at this realm in a year or two at most. What really shocked her was the age of the young girl. Is this little girl 5 feet 5 inches? And she looks so small. She's probably 4 or 5 years younger than myself. How can she be at the full circle of Huanjing cultivation? This was nothing less than a fatal blow to the self-proclaimed genius girl. Jiang, Sir Jiang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken the initiative to make a move on you. Please, forgive me. Chapter 156. Chen Ningxuang bowed her head, reaping the benefits of a personal maid. Chen Ningxuang's arrogance seemed to have completely disappeared. She was truly being suppressed with a major breakdown in her mindset. A harmonization power Grand Circle powerhouse who was so much younger than herself, but had willingly become this Jiang Che's consort. Then what is he? Jiang Che indifferently glanced at Chen Ningxuang. This woman was simply the ultimate that kind of cool and solitary feeling. One couldn't help but want to crush all of her condescension into mud. I heard someone say, "You're from the Guwu Chen family, right?" Chen Ningxuang nodded. What she was most afraid of right now was Jiang Che mentioning the Chen family. How many people live in the Chen village? Jiang Che's words made the girl even more alarmed. What was the point of asking how many people she had? Can it be that he's not going to spare any of them? Counting me. 327. Chen Ningxuang's voice was shaking. It was hard to imagine. She, an ancient martial artist in the middle stage of harmonization strength, would actually feel afraid. 327 people? It's a shame. Don't. You can't do this. Chen Ningxuang was in a hurry. Are you ordering me? Jiang Che's cold eyes swept over Chen Ningxuang, causing her to instinctively feel a trace of fear. No, I don't dare. It's me who did the wrong thing. I'll take all the blame alone, okay? As long as you're willing to spare the Chen family, I'm willing to die in thanks for my sins. Jiang Che was speechless for a while in his heart. Who asked you to die for your sins? Such a beautiful and pretty little maid is rare for me, and I'll die for it if I don't move. Don't you know what your strengths are? Jiang Che once again sized up Chen Ningxuang in front of him, keeping long hair, wearing a white practice clothes, 3,000 green silk pouring down. Should have been cool face at this time slightly woeful, forehead can even see strands of broken hair. The body aspect well, because of the years of practicing ancient martial arts, is very plump and straight. Then Yi Mengya Qin Xiaoqiao they are a little more voluptuous, but the distance from Wang Yanyan still has a distance. Chen Ningxuang immediately raised her head. Her heart was very nervous. She was afraid that Jiang Che would be unhappy, and then the Chen family would suffer. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid that she would involve the entire Chen family. Chen Ningxuang, you don't want the Chen family to be exterminated either, do you? Don't want to. Chen Ningxuang was a blank sheet of paper. Jiang Che had hinted so obviously, and she still hadn't heard anything wrong. I'll thank you with my death, but please spare the Chen family. Jiang Che, however, directly reached out and took Chen Ningxuang's small hand. You. The young girl's hand shrank back like an electric shock, staring at Jiang Che with a wary expression, while a touch of shame and indignation was still on her face. Denizen, what do you want? Jiang Che just glanced at her with his eyes and extended his finger. 3, 2. Chen Ningxuang understood. Although she didn't understand the affairs of men and women, she wasn't stupid either. From today, you'll be my personal maid, responsible for taking care of my food and clothing. Chen Ningxuang, a valet? No way. A Wanjing powerhouse can't be insulted. There's no way I'm going to be your personal maid. All of her loneliness had been crushed to pieces by Jiang Yunhuang, a great master, and if it was before, if she had faced a denizen like Jiang Che who dared to insult her, she would have slapped him to death long ago. Jiang, young master Jiang, there are other options. Do you have a choice? Jiang Che's voice grew cold. I heard you have another brother who entered the secular world? Jiang Che once again offered a big move. Come out, Chen Hao. As expected, when Chen Hao was mentioned, Chen Ningxuang's face changed. Brother. Chen Ningxuang recognized the reality. The young girl's body also emitted a faint fragrance, different from Yuan Heir's milky scent as well as the body scent of other young girls. Hers was an incense fragrance. Obviously, Chen Ningxuang meditated and practiced for years, and in order to calm her mind, she would naturally burn some incense. You're a bad boy. Although she was flustered, Chen Ningxuang could only force herself to endure the humiliation. And let's not even talk about Jiang Che's grandpa who was a great master. Even this silver-haired girl in front of herself she couldn't beat. I promise you, become your personal maid, but I want to make 3 demands from you. How dare you make demands with me? Believe it or not, I'll make the Chen village turn into a Chen mound? As expected, Jiang Che came down with this flurry of threats. Chen Ningxuan was completely dumbfounded. When had she, a proud daughter of heaven, ever endured such bullying? But the tenacious her didn't shed a tear. Facing Jiang Che, this super devil, Chen Ningxuan was frantically chanting the clear heart mantra in her mind. Alright, come home with me, and from now on you'll be in charge of helping to clothe and feed me Frosty. Chen Ningxuan, when she heard that last frosty voice, completely tensed up, but now Jiang Che was powerful, so if she tore her face off, her father, her brother, and her family will all suffer, so she had to endure the humiliation. Chen Ningxuan, you have to endure the humiliation. With your qualifications, you will be able to step into the Grandmaster realm in 10 years at the earliest. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, then you'll be able to wipe out your former shame. I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, brother. It's Frosty who has harmed you. Although Chen Ningxuan pretended to be submissive on the outside, in reality, she had already begun to plan on the inside. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Che had the feeling of wanting to laugh after hearing Chen Ningxuan's heartfelt words. Still thinking about revenge? 10 years from now you'll probably have 3 children. Still thinking about revenge? Winter, let's go. Jiang Che got down from the hospital bed and was completely fine. It was only then that Chen Ningxuan noticed that there was also this donger. The mood instantly hit rock bottom again. With such a girl who was even more heavenly than her own natural talent by Jiang Che's side, was there any possibility for him to go against the odds? After 10 years this young girl called Donger must have grown to what extent? Grand Master? Or an even more terrifying realm? She simply couldn't dare to imagine. Just thinking about this possibility, she just felt her eyes darken, as if she had already seen a desperate and bitter future. What are you waiting for? Follow me up and go open the car door for me. Jiang Che directly began to make use of this little servant girl that he had just received. Facing Jiang Che, even if Chen Ningxuan's mind was lonely and cold, she could be made to lose her bearings by him. Denizen, Deng Tu Z. Chapter 157, the family head is out of the gate. The family head knelt down. In the middle of the ancient martial Chen family, Chen Daoguan and Chen Shouchong had gathered with a group of Chen family members, and in front of them was set a huge table with elbows, large pieces of braised meat, and all sorts of delicacies. At the table, a lean and stooped, skinny old man was taking a big, dry bite of his meal, a pig's trotter in his left hand and an elbow in his right. The plates on the table were piled up a meter high. The rest of the Chen family could only watch from the sidelines. Patriarch, Master Patriarch, you've already eaten 27 elbows and 42 pig's feet. All the pigs in our Qin village are about to be killed. The corners of Chen Daoguan's mouth twitched madly. This old man had been entertaining people since they came last night. And the result? This old den kept eating and named pig's feet and elbows in sauce. All 12 pigs they raised in Chen village were killed. Even the 2-month-old piglets were not spared and made into roasted suckling pigs. Kang Shulo raised his head and wiped the corners of his grease-covered mouth. It seems like you guys don't seem to be welcoming me much. Chen Daoguan, Chen Shouchong, cough cough cough, how can that be? Our Chen clan village is the most hospitable. You as our Chen clan village's honored guest, we definitely welcome you warmly. Then cut the crap. Serve me 2 more roast suckling pigs. It can't be helped. Who made him a patriarch? If this one wanted to slaughter the Chen family village, it could only be said that it was just a snap of the fingers. And just then, somewhere in the Chen family ancestral hall, a wild and reckless smile suddenly came from the area. Ha 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 ha, I've finally stepped into the realm of the sovereign. Immediately afterwards something seemed to explode. Bang! The door was kicked straight out and a figure stepped out. Where's the Chen family? Daoguan? Shouchong? Where are you? Chen Tianqing was a bit puzzled as to where all the people had gone. Family, Lord Family Master, the elders are over at the main hall. There's an uninvited guest from the Chen clan village. A butcher with a pig-killing knife in his hand looked as if he had seen his savior after seeing the patriarch. And so, with a flurry of additions, he managed to make Chen Tianqing angry. Do you really think that my ancient martial Chen family has no one? They all dare to bully us. Chen Tianqing clenched his fists. Of course he wouldn't think that the other party was a Zongshi. After all, which Zongshi would come to their Chen clan village looking for trouble when he had nothing better to do? But I've already stepped into the realm of the Grandmaster, and the Chen family village will surely become a first-class ancient martial arts family. Chen Tianqing had already begun to look forward to it in his heart. With a patriarch of his own in place, the status of the Chen family village in the ancient martial arts world was bound to be taken to the next level. Let me see who dares to bully the heads of our Chen family members. Chen Tianqing stood with his arms folded and kicked open the door. At the same time, the gazes of all the Chen family members all converged on him, especially Chen Daoguan and Chen Shouchong, who as Huanjing powerhouses naturally sensed that Chen Tianqing had successfully broken through. Breaking through to become a gang grandmaster made them ecstatic. The existence of a grandmaster. It was enough for an ancient martial arts family to step into the first-class level. But soon, they panicked. The family head elder had only just broken through the Zhongshe realm, while this old man in front of him was obviously of a much higher cultivation level, and was estimated to be at least all late Zhongshe or even a Zhongshe Grand Circle. Don't do it. Don't start a fight with him, Mr. Head of the house. The two of them scowled madly at Chen Tiansheng. However, it was clear that Chen Tiansheng, who had first entered the Zhongshe realm, was incomparably confident and arrogant, and did not put anyone in his eyes at all. His eyes fell straight on Jiang Shulu, who was nibbling on an elbow. Ha. Your Excellency is really bold, daring to break into my Chen clan village single-handedly. I wonder who gave you the courage. With that said, Chen Tiansheng's astral energy breath burst out, and the violent internal energy flowed from his body, forming a solid layer of astral body protection. This was the patriarch, who could condense astral energy to protect his body, and could even withstand pistol and even submachine gun fire at close range, with only large-caliber armor-piercing bullets posing a threat to him. Jiang Shulu didn't bother with him, still eating the elbow on his own, biting off close to 1/5 of the elbow's meat in one bite, wolfing it down into his stomach. Chen Tiansheng didn't know why, but he actually looked hungry directly, and his stomach growled indisputably. The atmosphere just stood there for about a minute. Only then did Jiang Shulu slowly raise his head, his cloudy old eyes staring faintly at Chen Tiansheng. The moment he saw Jiang Shulu's face, Chen Tiansheng's entire body was shocked. Jiang, Elder Jiang. Obviously, Chen Tiansheng knew him, and from the expression, it's little Chen. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Chen Tiansheng sweated coldly while his eyes glanced at Chen Daoguan and Chen Shouchong beside him. That look seems to say again, why don't you two talk to me? This is a nigh unimaginable powerhouse of a Zhongshe Great Circle. Am I not riding a tiger now? Chen Daoguan and Chen Shouchong both eyes are also very helpless, and barbecue has the family. Put. A bang. Chen Tiansheng's kneeling was very simple. What sect master can't be insulted? It's all bull ********. He's just broken through the master realm. He doesn't want to die yet. Elder Jiang, why do you have time to come to our Qin village? Jiang Shulu ignored him and continued to eat meat and drink wine by himself. Chen Daoguan and Chen Shouchong secretly told Chen Tiansheng the cause and effect of everything, and Chen Tiansheng's entire body froze. That precious daughter of his, she beat up the grandson of Jiang Yunhuang? A wave of cool air instantly rose from the soles of his feet and instantly rushed to the sky. Although he hadn't actually met Jiang Yunhuang, the name of the martial Dao Kaiser resounded throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom's ancient martial arts world. Grandmaster. It was an existence that was hard to reach even in his own generation. Frosty, you've really made a big mistake this time. Chen Tiansheng's heart was dripping blood. It's better if eunuch Jiang was fine. If anything happened to eunuch Jiang, I'm afraid the entire Qin village will be finished. Jiang, Elder Jiang. Frosty definitely didn't mean to injure Mr. Jiang. There must be a misunderstanding. Oh, you mean my young master took the initiative to find trouble? Dare not dare. Chen Tiansheng's head was buried low. He had never imagined that he had just broken through the realm of martial grandmaster, and as a result, he would have to kneel down and bow down to others, but kneeling to Elder Jiang. No shame. After all, he is a strong person of the great circle of the sovereign master. Jiang Shulu burped and patted his stomach. There's not much going on with my young master, but you, the Chen family, have bullied and humiliated the people of my Jiang family. This is an indisputable fact, and the culprit, Chen Ningxuang, has volunteered to be my young master's maid. Chapter 158. Chen Ningxuang was exasperated and cried in a stunning moment. The other side. Chen Ningxuang extremely reluctantly followed Jiang Che back to the Jiang family villa, and the moment she stepped into the Jiang family home, her entire body froze. This man is really a womanizer. A crimson cloud drifted up her face. Meanwhile, Bai Jia, who was hidden among the maids, naturally noticed this new girl beside Jiang Che. Again? How did Jiang Che? Why did he bring another girl? No, it can't be, can it? Jealousy rose again in Bai Jia's heart. She had still far underestimated the extent of Jiang Che's brothers' philandering. Jiang Che unintentionally glanced over Baek Jae. This little girl was wearing a black mask that looked like some doll-loving masked sister, but much more beautiful. Just then, White Rose came down from upstairs. Brother Jiang Che, Sister Yao Yao and Sister Wan Heir are both asleep. Who is this? This is Chen Ningxuang, the woman who injured me before, and in order to atone for her sins, she offered to stay by my side as a personal maid. Jiang Che was extremely thick-skinned, and he had forcibly abducted the person to his side even with fear. In his mouth, it became Chen Ningxuang's initiative. As expected, Chen Ningxuang's face darkened, wanting to say something, but the words reached his mouth but he forced himself to hold them back. She didn't dare to offend Jiang Che for fear that he would become angry and then take action against the Chen family. Chen Ningxuang, you have to hold back. This disciple of the previous insults to you that you have endured. It's not so bad now this point. The naive young girl was still dreaming of lying in wait. White Rose indifferently looked at Chen Ningxuang in front of her. She already understood Jiang Che's intentions. After all, it had been almost a month or so since she had followed brother Jiang Che, and the young girl's three views had already been completely reshaped once more. From now on, Chen Ningxuang will be responsible for taking care of my dressing and washing. Jiang Che's words caused Bai Jia among the maids to tremble. Wasn't this robbing her of her mission? So then she stepped forward. Jiang, young master Jiang Che, what about me? Bai Jia began to suffer a bit. Ever since that day, she had fallen even more madly in love with Jiang Che. You wouldn't need to do this kind of tiring work. For Bai Jia, this little obsessive girl, Jiang Che naturally wouldn't fail. Beach. The girl lowered her head, her expression shy and with a hint of snickering at the same time. Jiang Che then glanced at Chen Ningxuang behind him, looking up and down at this cold system beauty. Chen Ningxuang's coldness was solitary coldness, carrying an unrivaled sense of pride. In fact, like Gu Lingfei and Bai Rangwei, they were all quite high and cold, but they couldn't show it in front of Jiang Che, and their high and coldness was only shown to outsiders. And Jiang Che, he's got a taste for it. You take this dress. Jiang Che found a white ancient Chinese dress from the system, and the almighty system came in handy once again. Changing clothes? Chen Ningxuan looked at the extremely well-made hanbok in her hands and was slightly stunned. What does this denizen want to do? Jiang Che sized up Chen Ningxuang. He had long wanted to see Chen Ningxuang in a Chinese dress. Chen Ningxuang belongs to the classical high and cold system of beauty. Put in the cultivation world high and low is also a female fairy. So wear hanfu absolutely beautiful enough. Change into this dress. After all, you are my maid. You can't wear a piece of clothing that's so rustic that it's not worth it, right? You bastard. What do you mean by dirt? That's a practice outfit. What do you know? Chen Ningxuang was as angry as she could be on the inside, but on the surface, she still put on a docile demeanor. Actually, she kinda wanted to try this one hanbok, too. Mr. Jiang, where is the changing room? I'll go change. The young girl was still naive enough to ask Jiang Che where the locker room was. Oh, you come with me. With that, Jiang Che brought Chen Ningxuang to a bedroom. Mr. Jiang, you can go out now. Chen Ningxuan lowered her head and was looking at the hanfu in her hands, marveling at the fact that there were such exquisite clothes. No, I'm not going out. Jiang Che's words caused Chen Ningxuan to freeze, but then his face changed and a huff appeared in his eyes. You're a bad boy. Jiang Gongzi was a bit helpless. Chen Ningxuan had a mouthful of denizens, and Yu Weiner had a left sentence of dead perverts and a right sentence of stinking mongrels. Is he that bad? You're joking. Mr. Jiang, I'm just your maid. There's no need for you to insult me like this. But she was interrupted by Jiang Che before she could finish her words. Do you believe that one word from me will turn the Chen village into the Chen mound? In an instant, Chen Ningxuan's body condensed a terrifying aura that seemed to carry a slight killing aura. But soon, the aura dissipated and was replaced by a pounding feeling of powerlessness. She had no choice but to be bullied. Well, okay. When Chen Ningxuan turned back, she lowered her eyes and vaguely seemed to drop small pearls. As the proud daughter of the ancient martial Chen family, when had she ever been bullied like this? And just at this moment when she turned around, Jiang Che's eyes lit up. He was awestruck. Chapter 159, Jiang Che, I want to eat imported shrimp. Chen Ningxuan was indeed very beautiful, especially after putting on this Chinese dress. Clothes fluttering, revealing a kind of classical beauty. The skin is fair and flawless, like top-quality sheep's fat jade. The shoulder is also draped with a layer of hidden light veil. 3,000 green silk pouring down. Between looking back suddenly, it is even more attractive to infinite reverie. Especially the little tear stains hanging from the corner of her eyes, which makes people's animal blood boil. Jiang Che nodded, facing such Chen Ningxuan. He was willing to call a fairy sister. Why are you crying? Jiang Che walked to Chen Ningxuan's front and gently touched the young girl's hair, his thin lips slightly hooked. Chen Ningxuan was already cold and arrogant and lonely, and under the addition of this plain Chinese dress, the whole person's temperament appeared even more dusty. An icy fairy like this. Hey, know it all. Is it okay now? Even if Chen Ningxuan had more anger in her heart, she had nowhere to vent it. After all, the teenager in front of her held the lives of hundreds of people up and down her family. After this period of contact, she could also see that this Jiang Che was a proper scum of the second generation, without any cultivation at all, and she must have misperceived herself before. The thought that she, a proud daughter of heaven, a 19-year-old mid-range Huanjing ancient martial artist, was forcibly forced to change her clothes in front of her face by a loser. She was so ashamed that she wanted to end herself. It was simple for her to kill this denizen with a single slap, but she didn't dare at all. Not bad. From now on, my underwear and stuff. You'll wash all my underwear. Saying that, Jiang Che then rummaged through the closet and threw out several pairs of unwashed underwear and shirts. throwing them all in front of Chen Ningxuang, as well as a pair of black underwear directly onto her head. Hand wash. Oh, Chen Ningxuang. Harpies, how dare you bully me? How dare you ask me to wash your dirty clothes? Shameless. The little fairy had cursed Jiang Che over and over again countless times in her heart, but she still bowed to reality. And Bai Jia, who happened to be passing by outside the door, had her eyes slightly converged when she saw Chen Ningxuang, who was holding Jiang Che's underwear and still looking disgusted. You don't want to give me I won't mind brother Jiang Che. Looking at Chen Ningxuang's departing back, Jiang Che let out a light laugh. Why hadn't he revealed his cultivation in front of Chen Ningxuang? He was well aware of Chen Ningxuang's character. Her eyes were high. If he let her know that he was actually a middle-stage Huanjing martial artist like her, then her opinion of herself would definitely change. This wasn't what Jiang Che wanted. A genius beauty was forced to be a maid for a loser. That's an exciting script to think about, isn't it? Seeing Chen Ningxuang's not-so-reluctant face, despising himself as a little loser but unable to do anything about it, Jiang Che only felt a wave of relief in his heart. In the evening, Jiang Che personally cooked, ready to give this new little maid a long look. The exquisite four-course meal on the table looked very appetizing. This was a dish made by SSS-ranked god of cookery skills. Both the color and flavor were top-notch, and his teenage girls were all voracious eaters. Jiang Che could confidently open his mouth. No girl could resist the temptation of food. The dining table was pretty much already seated, with Jiang Che, Bai Rongwei, and Donger all sitting together. As much as Baekje wanted to sit at the table, eating meant taking off her mask. She was in a somewhat awkward position and could only forcefully hold back the hunger in her belly. Smells good. A petite figure walked down from upstairs, wearing a white halter nightgown. The halter on the left shoulder also slipped down, inadvertently leaking out a large area of spring light. Wearing a pair of bare slippers on top of the two small feet, his hair was disheveled and his whole body was very uninspired, even down to his dorky hair. Yuan Heir had obviously just woken up from her sleep, or rather, sleep was forcibly awakened by the aroma of food. Lori cocked her head, rubbing her right eye with one hand, the other slightly open. I'll have one too. Yuan Heir was in a daze and very skillfully sat on Jiang Che's lap. Where's Yo-Yo? Jiang Che also just smiled bashfully. It seemed that Yuan Heir had already completely gotten used to him, and although she had a hard mouth on weekdays, she actually only had a hard mouth left. Oh, Yo-Yo-san is still sleeping. Ah, the sleepy, stupid little girl nestled in Jiang Che's arms, her mouth wide open, waiting to be fed. Ha, think I'm a babysitter? Jiang Che lightly laughed and shook his head, picking up a spoon and starting to feed the little pet. The other girls all had different minds. White Rosebud naturally wouldn't have any animosity towards Yuan Heir, and Dong Heir was even more so. Only Bai Jia clenched her fists in death, the fire of jealousy rising in her heart. She's sour. And Chen Ningxuang, who had been left out to dry, also froze. She still hadn't expected. This Jiang Che was so extravagant and asshole. There was also that talented young girl called Donger, all of which must have been forcefully abducted by this guy. Denizen, the day I break through to the Grand Master will be the day of vengeance. Scum is really a scum. It was my poor eyesight in the first place. I mistook you for a genius. Drinking in the forest, extravagant to the extreme. Chen Ningxuang was similar to Yuan Heir. There were only a few curse words back and forth, and they only dared to secretly curse in their hearts, not daring to speak out at all. I'm full. Yuan Heir quickly lost her sleepiness. Her small face flushed red and she struggled to escape from Jiang Che's arms. Ha! Jiang Che let out a soft laugh. Then he turned his gaze to Chen Ningxuang. I'm not full yet. Frosty, you feed me. Chen Ningxuang, can't you eat on your own, with arms and legs? You want me to feed you? Why don't you die? But, no matter how angry she was in her heart, she could only endure it. Jiang, young Master Jiang, I'm not very good at taking care of people. Jiang Che smiled gently. It's okay if you can't take care of it. Just learn it, right? If you can't learn, I'll just have to tell the Chen family to pay attention in their next life. Chen Ningxuan's small hands trembled violently. The unwillingness and pain in her heart all turned into fear. Yuan Heir naturally also noticed this very young lady in Chinese dress, and a strong jealousy also surged in her heart. Humph, bastard, bringing girls back again? Why are you so born? Yuan Heir's little face was as angry as a puffer fish and she twisted her head and went upstairs. The smart girl seemed to be missing a tendon when it came to her feelings, and she herself probably didn't realize it. Jiang Che doted on her in a way that other girls couldn't envy. What are you looking at? Hurry up and feed me. I want to eat that Longjing shrimp. Give me a piece. Who told you to feed me with chopsticks? Chen Ningxuang. Chapter 160 dropping. Congratulations to the host for pretending to be poor. What? Something happened to Frost? Chen Hao, who was in the security room of the Strong Shang group, suddenly received a call from his old father, who was initially very excited when he heard Chen Tianxing say that he had broken through to his own master, but soon after, we heard the bad news. Her own sister, Frost, entered the secular world and beat up the grandson of the Grand Master of the Zhang family, offending the entire Zhang family. That's right, how are you have to be careful. Your sister, she offended the grandson of a great grandmaster, and now she's been taken in as a maid by that Mr. Jiang. After hearing his father's words, Chunhao's entire body became so angry that his scalp went numb, and the anger in his heart was hard to hide. Father, where is Frosty? I'm going to free her. That what's his name? Mr. Jiang. I know he's a playboy at first glance. How can he push Frosty into the fire? But Chen Tiancheng was scared like a sieve after hearing Chen Hao's words. Son, I'm not telling you this so you can go and avenge Frost's death. Be honest with me. Go back to the Chen village right now. Behind that Mr. Jiang is the Jiang family. That's a superb ancient martial arts family. You've heard of the martial arts leader, Jiang Yunhuang, haven't you? Chen Hao was silent. He's a bit brainless, but he's not stupid. A heavenly strength level grandmaster to their Chen clan village. For the Chen village, a grandmaster at the Tianjin level would be a crushing force. Even if he was angry, he wouldn't be able to enter the grandmaster realm in one night. Frost child she. How could she offend that kind of existence? That Mr. Jiang. Who the hell is he? But soon, a figure that made him grit his teeth came to his mind. Jiang Che. That Jiang Che seems to be quite powerful in Hangzhou, as if he's the son of the richest man in the world. This Mr. What's his name Jiang wouldn't be, is he? Father, is that Duke Jiang called Jiang Che? When these words came out, Chen Tiancheng froze, and then was pleasantly surprised. How are you familiar with that Mr. Jiang? See if you can ask for a favor? Chen Hao. His face was so hard to see that it was as unpleasant as if he had eaten a piece of familiar? Familiar for the moment. This asshole who robbed his own sweetheart, and now he's taking his sister as his maid? Chen Tiancheng on the phone was silent for a moment when he saw Chen Hao not speaking. How you don't have a grudge against that Mr. Jiang as well, do you? Chen Hao proceeded to be silent, and then he directly hung up the phone. His face was terribly gloomy, and then he swept all the things on the table in anger. Jiang Che, mud horse, isn't it enough to rob Xiao Xiao? Now you even want to rob my sister? He was well aware of just how much of an asshole this Jiang Che fellow was. After having Qin Xiao Xiao, he still went to hook up with Yi Mangyao and Yuan Heir. If he stayed around this guy for a long time, she'll be eaten to death. No way. I'm going to save Frost Child. I absolutely cannot see Frost Child fall into the hands of this dog Jiang Che. Chen Hao panicked. He hadn't even been this angry when he had watched Qin Xiaoqiao being carried into the hotel by Jiang Che. It's his sister. The birth. A real birth. However, soon after, he also developed a sense of powerlessness. Jiang Che's power was too great. Originally, he thought that Jiang Che was just an ordinary rich second generation, but as a result, Nima now told him, behind Jiang Che stood the superb Buddha of the Jiang family in the capital, and the Grand Master was his grandfather? What's the point of playing with yourself? But it was not in his character to sit back and wait. No, Chen Hao's mind collapsed, and at the same time, the chi energy inside his body also became furious. Boom! The strong internal force rushed through his limbs and bones, and he broke through the barrier of Huanjing, completely stepping into the ranks of Huanjing from half-step Huanjing. But he wasn't half as happy about it. A forlorn look appeared on his face. So what if it's Huanjin? Isn't it still at the mercy of others? And in the meantime, a suburb outside Hangzhou, a young man stood with his arms folded, looking up at a 45-degree angle at the sky, while beside him, 4 or 5 punks with sticks had already fallen. You guys go. Yi Liangchen, never leave my name when I do good deeds. Drops. Congratulations to the host for pretending to be profound and gaining 5 days of internal strength. Next to them were a shivering mother and daughter. A middle-aged woman holding a small toddler with a crocheted hair. Benefactor. You're a good man. The mother and daughter had obviously just come out of the village, but they had encountered a robbery, which happened to be bumped into by Yi Liangchen, and it was only natural for him, the pretender, to come and play the game. After all, he was bound to the strongest pretend system, so as long as he pretended, he could become stronger, and a day without pretending would be unbearable. There's no need to say more words of thanks. Yi Liangchen shot a glance at the mother and daughter in front of him. The woman's age is a bit too big. This little tit is only 4 or 5 years old. It would be nice if it was 14 or 15 years old. Recognize a god sister and play foster or something. Benefactor. A look of difficulty passed over the middle-aged woman's face. Anything? Do you have any money on you? We need to go into the city to find our baby's father and we've lost all our money. We can't even afford to eat. Yi Liangchen thought for a moment, then took out his only remaining $1,024 from his pocket and gave them all to the mother and daughter. You take. It's just a little bit of money for me. The mother and daughter looked at each other breathlessly. This money, there is zero in whole. And this young man in front of them doesn't look like a rich man, right? benefactor, do you have any more on you? This money, I'm afraid it's not enough for the journey. Yi Liangchen, damn, I should have known better than to play hard to get. Drops. The host pretended to be a poor man and gained a reward, 1 second of internal strength. Yi Liangchen, ahem, I'll go first. Yi Liangchen directly slipped away at light speed. Hey, no money now, I can only rely on my legs, but still my body is strong enough. But just then, Yi Liangchen received a phone call. His expression quickly became strange. What? The ancient martial Chen family actually offended the Zhang family in the capital? Frosty even beat up the young master of the Zhang family? Father, is there anything wrong with Frostchild? Yi Liangchen was in a hurry. Although he was publicly withdrawn by Chen Ningxuang and ruthlessly slapped him in the face, he still had a thieving heart towards Chen Ningxuang. After all, as the protagonist, apart from pretending, there's only women left. Ryakan, what do you want to do? Chen Ningxuang has already withdrawn from our Yi family and is riding on our Yi family's head too. You don't still have any thoughts about her, do you? Opposite Ye's father's tone was tinged with anger. Father, this naturally won't be. What I mean is the agreement after 3 years. If Chen Ningxuang has an accident, then wouldn't the pact in my mouth become an empty one? By the way, Father, I've broken through a realm yesterday, reaching the peak limit of the middle dark power stage. Yi Liangchen's voice was slightly cowering. He didn't know how many pussies he had faked in the past 2 days, slowly accumulating them. Only then did he break through a small realm. It was a bit on the slow side, but he was sure himself to take off soon. Opposite Ye's father wasn't too happy. He was about to give up on his scrappy son. Chen Ningxuang is now Prince John's maid. You'd better not mess with them, you know. Mr. John? Yi Liangchen's eyes were filled with disdain. He had naturally heard about this young master of the Zhang family from his elders, a guy who was even more wasted than himself, just relying on the fact that he had an excellent family history. But he wasn't afraid at all. As long as he gave himself enough time, a great master was just a snap of his fingers. Chapter 161, What Mr. John? That's my white dragon's virtuous son-in-law. Yi Liangchen pondered over what his own father had just said, and his fists couldn't help but secretly clench. Even though Chen Ningxuang has withdrawn from my marriage, she's still the woman I've set my eyes on. A woman who has been loved by a lion. How could she possibly look at a loser? Drop. The host has faked it that no one is watching. It is judged as a failure to fake, and the punishment is a reduction in internal strength for 5 days. Yi Liangchen. Stinking system, you stepping horse is it? If not to see that you still have some use, I would have kicked you. Yi Liangchen secretly cursed the system in his heart. He had only one thought in his head now, and that was, pretend. Still pretending. In the past 3 days since he had bound the pretend system, he could be said to be pretending like the wind and was always with him. In just 3 days, he had harvested more than a month's worth of internal energy, allowing him to enhance his strength a bit. It's true that sometimes you get penalized for loading up and missing, but the overall payoff is pretty high. It was more than 10 times more efficient than smothering oneself in cultivation. As long as one pretended enough, breaking through to the Grand Master was all just a matter of time. But he was still a little depressed in his heart. After all, after so many days of pretending, his inspiration had dried up a little. Morning, in the middle of the Zhang family villa. Frost, change my clothes for me. Zhang Che lay on the bed and directly called out his personal little maid. Chen Ningxuang's small face was covered in frost, and she squirmed as she walked into the bedroom. Oh, why are you so haggard, Frost? Zhang Che teased this fairy sister playfully. Chen Ningxuang wore this Chinese dress indeed worthy of the word fairy, like a fairy who fell into the mortal world. You, Chen Ningxuang spoke with hatred as she glanced at Yuaner, who was still asleep, and in her heart, she had already cursed Zhang Che countless times. All right, Frosty, wait on me to wash up. Zhang Che put on a grandpa's demeanor. Where had the genius Miss Chen family ever served anyone else? Not to mention a strange man. It was not without some hand-wringing and at the same time full of dislike. If eyes could kill, Zhang Che would probably have died countless times. All right, you're so hairy. You can't even wait on people. What's the use of having you? Zhang Che's words caused Chen Ningxuang's mind to bleed out. Asshole, miscellaneous repairs. Why don't I find someone else if I can't serve you? How old are you to be a man and you need to be waited on? Why don't you go home to your mom for milk? Zhang Che was in a great mood. A genius young miss like Chen Ningxuang. You should just suppress her hard. After Zhang Che left, Chen Ningxuang's eyes were red. Unconsciously, Chen Ningxuang, who has always been cold and noble, began to secretly drop small pearls again. The White family has been looking crazy lately. Their only Missy had disappeared for over a whole week, and the one who was most flustered was definitely Bai Jie's father, Bai Tianlong. What? Xiao Jie went to work as a maid in the Zhang family? After hearing Auntie Wang's words, White Dragon's entire body was confused. Aunt Wang spoke helplessly. Master, indeed, I think you should be able to see Mrs. feelings for Mr. Jiang, that's why she took it upon herself to go to the Jiang family, and she didn't let me say anything. White Dragon was flustered in his heart. Of course he is clear about his daughter's feelings for Jiang Che. The bedroom is plastered with secretly taken photos of Jiang Che, properly a little obsessive girl, but he's also helpless. What is the status of the Bai family? What is Jiang Che's status? The 4 big words door to door are never just words. His daughter and Jiang Che's son are not destined to be together, although Bai Jie is indeed very beautiful, but people are surely just playing around, and behind their backs, they might be laughing at their Bai family's lack of self-importance. After all, high society circles were always messy, as he well knew. Told you to keep an eye on the lady. Is that how you watch? White Dragon was so angry that the consequences were so severe that Auntie Wang was fired by him on the spot. Master, calm down. I've gotten someone to do some research on the Jiang family's son. He's surrounded by many girls. There's even a poor schoolgirl from Shirlan school. This Mr. Jiang seems to come and go as he pleases. Auntie Wang panicked. She had obviously done her research. White Dragon was even angrier in his heart when he heard this. That doesn't work either. That's even more proof that Jiang Che is just playing around. There's no way he'll take charge. But Auntie Wang's next sentence directly blocked the mouth of the White Dragon. There's also the Yi family's eldest miss, Yi Mengyao. She also often stays at the Jiang family villa with other girls. White Dragon, Yi Mengyao of the Yi family. He naturally recognized it, and because of that, he was even more shocked. The Yi family and the Jiang family were both top-tier big families in Hangzhou, and the daughter of the Yi family, Yi Mengyao, was a real golden young lady. How is this possible? By family master. That's why I think that what Miss Bai did is completely fine. If Miss can gain the favor of Duke Jiang, our Bai family will be able to climb up the ladder. Bai Tianlong blared fiercely at Aunt Wang. Am I Bai Tianlong the kind of person who sells his daughters? I only have one daughter left. Aunt Wang panicked in her heart. Family master, Jiang Che, the White Dragon interrupted her with a cold snort. What Jiang Che? That's my White Dragon's virtuous son-in-law. Auntie Wang. What they didn't realize was, Kahakuja had already been eaten without even a crumb left. Frosty, be good. I'll take you to meet a familiar face today. Jiang Che took Chen Ningxuang's small hand. Now the close proximity caused goosebumps to rise on Chen Ningxuang's body. Compared to Yi Mengyao, she was the true misogynist. Having practiced for a long time in the Chen family, she hated any kind of contact with other men. And once there was excessive contact it would give her goosebumps. Acquaintance. Acquaintance? That's right. Someone you know very well. Jiang Che snapped his fingers, his smile gradually BT. I haven't seen Chen Hao for a long time, and I heard that this kid has become a security guard in front of his own company. It should be the great uncle now. After all, Chen Ningxuang is completely unable to run away now. Chen Ningxuang is the next Yuaner. Of course, she's definitely not as favored as one Heir. Chapter 162 Crumbling Chen Hao. Crumbling Chen Ningxuang. Chen Hao was in an irritable mood. Ever since he found out that his sister was forced to serve as Jiang Che's maid, he was so anxious that he couldn't sleep all night. The last time he was so anxious was the night he witnessed Qin Xiaoqiao being taken to the hotel by Jiang Che. And now, it's his own sister. Damn birth, dog thing, if you dare to make a move on Frosty, I will behead you in the future. Chen Hao clenched his fists, and just then, a long-lost voice came through. Hey, security man, open the door. Thanks. Chen Hao instantly froze. This voice, as if it was the whisper of a demon, it entered his ears, evoking his most painful memories. A sideways glance was in order. Although he didn't recognize the extended Maybach, he recognized the 99,999 license plate number. The entire Hangzhou city except Jiang Che. Who else dares to use such a powerful license plate number? Jiang Che. This dog. Sure enough, the car window soon opened, revealing a smiling face of Jiang Che as well as a mouthful of large white teeth. Yo, how come it's you again? Changed places to become a security guard? Jiang Che was very self-conscious. Chen Hao gritted his teeth. Not allowed to enter. Strong group doesn't allow idle people to enter. Jiang Che was too familiar with Chen Hao's pissiness. Oh, not letting me in? My company, I, the boss, am still not qualified to come in? Chen Hao gasped. You're the owner of this company? Do you think I would believe that? And right at this moment, Chen Ningxuang, who was sitting in the back seat, had frozen. Brother? The girl tried to poke her head out, but shrunk back in the next second. Looking out from the car glass, sure enough, it was his own brother, Chen Hao. She hadn't seen her brother in a very long time and naturally missed him terribly. And very few people other than her father and brother had been able to get inside the heart of this high-strung young girl. No, I can't go out and recognize my brother. Jiang Che will definitely use my brother as a weapon to threaten me. I've already brought a lot of misfortune to the Chen family. I can't drag my brother down anymore. Chen Ningxuang was scared to death. As for Chen Hao, on the one hand, He wanted to ask about his sister's situation, but on the other hand, he didn't dare to open his mouth. Do you think I'll believe you? The Strong Shang Group is a company that was just established not long ago. How can a student like you have your own company? Ever since Chen Hao had learned from his own father that Zhang Che was backed by the ancient martial Jiang family, and that there was a grand master standing behind him, he didn't even dare to speak too recklessly with Zhang Che now. But still, it's a frantic trial on the brink of death. Naturally, Zhang Che didn't say anything more, but just made a call to his super housekeeper, Long Ning Qiu. Soon, Lang Ning Qiu hurried down from the office building of the Strong Group. Zhang Che had previously obtained a butler team from the system, with 100 people, 70 to 80 of which were business-oriented elite teams, and after founding the Strong Shang Group, it was directly equivalent to taking over the top echelon of this company, and would never betray it. And condensing Autumn is the team's chief steward. Boss, welcome to the company inspection. Lang Ningqiu wearing a professional OL clothing, perfect black silk will be its legs lined with the best, big waves with gold half-rimmed glasses, is simply a boy killer. She was followed by a large group of men and women. Of course, the vast majority of them were women with high face value, and almost all of the top executives of the Changqing Group were Zhang Che's people. Hello boss. The scene was very shocking and directly confused Chen Hao. Zhang Che, this dog, he really knows how to enjoy himself. There are so many beauties in the company. Are they all his? It's too much to ask. Well, Autumn, I'm just here to inspect the company. Zhang Che nodded, then gave Chen Ningxuan behind him a wink. Chen Ningxuan, I don't want you to see me as a maid. I don't want my brother to see me as a maid of honor. Don't! Chen Ningxuan had completely panicked in her heart, and it was at this moment that Zhang Che triggered the long-awaited villain choice. Dropping. Host triggers villain choice. Choice 1, humiliate Chen Hao in front of Chen Ningxuan. Get reward, 10 years of internal strength. Option 2, humiliate Chen Ningxuan in front of Chen Hao. Get a reward, harmonization secret book. Option 3, take care of Chen Ningxuan's fragile heart and get off alone. Reward, Chen Ningxuan's used anti-towel. Jiang Che, long-lost system. He recently this period of time obsessed with beauty, has been about to forget that he still has a system plug in it. Jiang Che had already made a choice in his heart just by hitting his eyes once. Multiple choice is his favorite, and choice 1 and choice 2 don't conflict, especially with the choice 2 bonus. The secret of harmony? Is this the rhythm of cultivating immortality? After all, the secret of the combined cultivation knew that it was a powerful technique as soon as he heard it. By that time, won't I be able to step into the ranks of the heavenly strength grandmaster overnight even in my sleep? Definitely pick the first 2 options. And as for the third, Chen Ningxuan's used anti-towel? I'm a bit of a mild pervert, but I'm not perverted enough to be interested in a woman's anti-napkin, am I? Frosty, come down with me. Zhang Che directly got out of the car, and then opened the rear seat door, forcefully dragged Chen Ningxuan out of the car. Chen Ningxuan was an ancient martial arts expert in the middle stage of Huanjing, but she was as well behaved as a lamb. Ever since she injured Zhang Che last time and dragged the entire Chen family village into it, she didn't dare to use her internal force at all when facing Zhang Che now, even when being bullied and humiliated. I had to grit my teeth and endure it. Frost? Chen Hao's pupils suddenly shrunk after seeing Chen Ningxuan. Although Chen Ningxuan had changed into a Chinese dress, how could he, as his own brother, not recognize her? Brother, Chen Ningxuan lowered her head, her entire body shamed and angry. Oh, do you guys know each other? Frost, this can't be your brother, right? Zhang Che put on an appearance of not knowing anything, and the Oscars came to award him a small gold medal. Chen Ningxuan was about to explode with anger after hearing this. How could she not understand that by now? Zhang Che was doing it on purpose, deliberately pulling himself to meet his brother, the person he said he was familiar with before, his brother Chen Hao, and now this denizen is acting like he doesn't know anything. Asshole. Dong Tu, what do you want? I've already agreed to your request to be your personal maid. What else do you want? Chen Ningxuan was in a crushed mood. Of course, there was someone else who was even more devastated than her, and that was Chen Hao. Chapter 163, Chen Hao, you let go of my sister. Zhang Che's appearance caused quite a few staff members of the Strong Group to be very startled, although 70% of the company's executives were Zhang Che's people. But after all, a huge corporate enterprise, there are still quite a few employees. These ordinary employees hadn't seen Zhang Che before, and in their minds, the company's CEO, Condensation Autumn, was the company's boss. As a result, who would have thought? The boss behind the company is such a young and overly aggressive teenager? Although the Strong Group has just started, but it is obvious. The company's team has a lot of powerful presence. All kinds of investment and finance play thieves. As long as the investment, the entire Strong Group can be said to be thriving, especially a lot of male employees. They for the company's beautiful president of the condensation of autumn is naturally incredibly familiar with this unattainable goddess they dare not dream of. But the always cold and indifferent Lang Ningqiu was so respectful and humble to this teenager? The goddess of their hearts was another man's licking dog, which truly broke their hearts. Of course, what they didn't know was, not only Lang Ningqiu, but all the beautiful executives of the entire Qiangxing group, all of them are Jiang Che's people. It was useless even if they had a crush, because these girls were only loyal to Jiang Che. Chen Hao's entire mood collapsed the moment he saw his sister. Jiang Che, you let go of my sister. Although he had already done a lot of mental construction before, knowing that Frosty had already been forcibly taken away as a maid by this dog Jiang Che, but now when he actually saw it with his own eyes, the heart still jerked. He was Chen Ningxuang's own brother, so naturally he wouldn't have any other thoughts about Chen Ningxuang. After all, it wasn't like he played the orthopedic thing. But just ask, which brother wouldn't be outraged to see his sister being abducted by a yellow hair with his own eyes? Especially this yellow hair was the person he hated the most. Oh, is Frosty your sister? Jiang Che opened his mouth in mock amazement, but then he swept over Chen Ningxuang's small hand, and his strong force caused Chen Ningxuang to feel a slight pain. A pair of beautiful eyes crinkled tightly. You're hurting me, squirming and struggling, while still very much in shock inside. Why is this dengue so strong? It's hard to believe. He's a bodybuilder? But Jiang Che preferred to see this angry but powerless look on her face, and secretly murmured in her ear. Think about the Qin village. Think about Chen Hao in front of you, and think about your father. Chen Ningxuang instantly stopped struggling. You'll get what's coming to you. You bastard. You'll be damned. Jiang Che just wrapped Chen Ningxuang's waist and looked at Chen Hao, his eyes carrying an evil smile that seemed to be showing off. You-hoo. I didn't expect brother Chen Hao to be a great uncle. Out of respect. The veins on Chen Hao's forehead trembled madly when he heard the words great uncle. I'm Nima's brother-in-law. You're a dog. Get your doggy paws off of Frosty now. Chen Hao naturally wasn't stupid. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the reluctance on Chen Ningxuang's face. This girl was clearly being coerced by Jiang Che, but no one on the scene dared to say anything, including Chen Hao. If it was in the past, he would have definitely fought Jiang Che without saying a word and put his life on the line. But now, since knowing that behind Jiang Che stood the Jiang family, there was a grandmaster's external grandfather. His temper has also become honest. His character has become meek, and he has also learned to hold back. Jiang Che, Frost is my sister. Let go of her. If there's anything you want to do, come at me. Chen Hao lowered his voice and desperately clenched his fists. Great uncle ah. Chen Hao's eyes were dancing madly. Don't call me great uncle. I'm not your great uncle. Jiang Che continued to speak. Why not? Frost is now my personal maid. I guess she will soon be my woman. Won't you become my great uncle by then? Jiang Che was the one who knew how to mess with people's mentality, and all of a sudden, he made both Chen Ningxuang and Chen Hao's mentality all fall apart. Denizen, you've bullied me too much. Believe it or not, I'll die with you. I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, brother. I really can't take the bullying from this denizen anymore. Chen Ningxuang was truly infuriated, and a terrifying internal force rose up from her body, carrying layers of strong wind, wanting to die with Jiang Che. And just then, Jiang Che's devilish voice came from her ears. This is how you want to die with me? I'm afraid you don't know our family's methods of taking revenge on people. Skinning and cramping are the lowest level. Have you heard of the punishment of being put in a frying pan or being branded by a cannon? At that time, the Chen family is afraid that it will be difficult for them to seek death. Sure enough, the moment Jiang Che scared her, she immediately became honest again. It sounded horrible, and while she knew the Kangs might not really be that brutal, she didn't dare to bet on it. A line of clear tears slipped from the corner of her slightly red eyes. She was wrong from the very beginning. Shouldn't have taken it upon herself to enter the secular world. You guys, let go of my sister. How could Chen Hao watch his sister being bullied? Straight out of the gate, his brain was already dominated by hatred, and he couldn't hold back a bit more. Winter. In the next second, a petite silver figure blocked in front of Chen Hao, expressionless, but with an even more terrifying aura emanating from her body. Chen Hao immediately lost his voice. Huanjing great perfection? His mentality also collapsed. A genius beauty girl with a great round of harmonization power. She's working as a bodyguard for a loser? He had still far underestimated the terror of the Jiang family. Jiang Che is cool. This evil person when it is really beautiful ah. Only after about 2 minutes did Jiang Che let go of Chen Ningxuang. And at this moment, Chen Hao could only stare at Jiang Che with impotent fury. That kind of eyes seemed to want to kill. TSK, 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 rage? I love it when you're this impotent rage. Jiang Che then seemed to think of something in general. Before he played a small game with Su Han. White Rose and Gu Lingfei between the two choose a small game. Then Su Han initiative to give up Rose. And now, Chen Hao also has a crush and a sister. Only Chen Hao's is the real sister. The playful young Master Jiang wanted to play the game again. Chapter 164, Chen Ningxuan's bowed head. Painful Chen Hao. Chen Hao, as I recall, you still seem to have a crush on Qin Xiaoqiao, right? Mentioning Qin Xiaoqiao, Chen Hao's mind broke down even more. This birth, what a pot to piss in. He had managed to get out of the haze of losing Xiaoqiao, and now he was being forcefully pulled by Jiang Che to reminisce. You're a dog. Straw nympho. Seeing that Chen Hao didn't speak, Jiang Che continued to speak again. I know you like Xiaoqiao. How about this? If you agree that Frost is my woman, I will immediately break up with Xiaoqiao. Won't you have a chance then? Jiang Che revealed a bad smile. Naturally, he was just saying it off the top of his head. How could he give up on Xiaoqiao? The girls around him, even if he had a bad temper, he wouldn't abandon them, let alone a girl like Qin Xiaoqiao whose heart and eyes are full of him. Although Jiang Che was a bit horny and a little perverted, he didn't think he was scum. He just wanted to make every pretty girl feel loved. As expected, this word, directly to Chen Hao dry silence. As long as he admits that Frost is Jiang Che's woman, he'll break up with Xiaoqiao? Can it be that this dog Jiang Che is tired of playing with Qin Xiaoqiao? For a moment, he faltered. Although Qin Xiaoqiao was already in a relationship with Jiang Che, this was after all the first girl he had ever liked, so he definitely couldn't forget it. And as Frosty has now become Jiang Che's side maid, and as their Chen family is not Jiang Che's opponent at all, Frosty will sooner or later fall into Jiang Che's poisonous hands. It would be better to. But soon, Chen Hao was shocked by his own thoughts, shaking his head violently. How could he have such a born idea? Frosty was his own sister. How could he possibly push his sister into the abyss for a girl he had a crush on? Jiang Che, you let go of Frosty. Don't even think about making a move on Frosty. Jiang Che gently raised his eyebrows. He didn't see it. This Chen Hao was quite principled. A little better than that what's-his-name Wolf King Su-han. Although Chen Hao was also a licking dog, he hadn't risen to that level of brainlessness. Brother, you don't need to worry about me. I'm willing to be a maid for Mr. Jiang. Little Frosty's words were clearly unconvincing, and anyone who wasn't stupid could see the reluctance on Chen Ningxuan's face. Frost, Jiang Che, I beg you. I don't like Qin Xiaoqiao anymore. I know you have a problem with me liking Qin Xiaoqiao, but don't touch my sister, okay? Chen Hao's not-so-smart CPU actually started to turn. He and Jiang Che had no grievances. The only beef was that they both liked Qin Xiaoqiao. The reason why this dog Jiang Che was targeting himself was definitely because of Qin Xiaoqiao. I give up, okay? Stop messing with me, will you? Don't touch my sister. Ha, you really believe what I say? Xiaoqiao loves me to the bone. If I don't want her, she'll be very sad. And Frost, I like her a lot too. Look, this Chinese dress is what I picked out for her. How beautiful is it? Jiang Che's smile was so BT that it made Chen Hao's mind collapse. This dog thing. You, Jiang Che, you'll get what's coming to you. But Jiang Che was no longer going to pay attention to him. Chen Hao, you're also considered my great uncle. Don't worry, the job of security guard will definitely be kept for you. And I'll let the finance department raise your salary by 100. Is that enough? Chen Hao was on the verge of vomiting blood from Jiang Che's anger. Who the hell wants to work inside your company? If I remember correctly, it seems that you signed a half-year contract when you came to work for the Strong Group, right? If you jump ship after less than half a year, you need to pay a high amount of liquidated damages. Chen Hao's mind completely collapsed. One could only watch with bated breath as Jiang Che slowly walked into the company with Chen Ningxuan in his arms. Frost, why don't you smile? All day long you have a stony face. How nice is it to smile? Jiang Che teased. Chen Ningxuan's body plate was quite hard. Her facial expression was even colder than Frost. She dared to be angry but dared not say anything. Look at me. I know how to take care of my great uncle, and I even gave him $100 raise in his salary. Chen Ningxuan's voice was slightly trembling. If you want me, just say so. I'm not capable of resisting you anyway. And Jiang Che just smiled sparingly. My genius missy. Ha, are you looking down on me as a cultivation loser? How does it feel to have a genius young lady forced to serve as a maid to a cultivation wastrel? Chen Ningxuan. Disgraceful bad taste. Her heart had already panicked a long time ago, and she already knew what Jiang Che wanted. He wanted to crush his pride. It's only a matter of time before your innocence is tarnished, and the feeling of waiting for the lynching is the most painful of all. Damn asshole, I will never bow down to you, even if you take my innocence. I will. I'll hate you to death. The day I break through to the Grandmaster, you'll be dead. But obviously, Chen Ningxuan could only rage impotently and furiously right now. Baby, you're so cute when you're angry. After Jiang Che entered the company, there was a large group of beautiful women of different shapes and colors surrounding him. Hello Mr. Jiang, do you need me to report on my work? Mr. Jiang, 20 to 30 beauties from the top management of Qianxin Group all gathered beside Jiang Che. and this is still the top management within the company. There are still some who are on business trips. The executives of the Changxing Group are a notorious group of beautiful women, as almost all of the company's executives are beautiful women. Some of the company's shareholders who came in through late-stage financing were also a bit confused. They knew the company had a top boss, but they didn't realize that this top boss was so young. It looked like he was only 18 or 19 at most, and the most cynical thing was, these beautiful executives were usually cold to everyone, and they were hardly ever seen smiling. But this iceberg all melted after seeing this teenager. Jiang Che had his left arm around Chen Ningxuang and his right arm around Long Ningqiu, surrounded by a bevy of beautiful women. He listened to them report on their work problems. Ahem. Anyway, after listening for most of the day, Jiang Che was in a state of ecstasy, and what they were saying, he forgot all about it. Okay. You guys are in charge of the investment. I just need to be your strong backer. Jiang Che smiled and kissed the Long Ningqiu beside him. Although Lang Ningqiu was a puppet produced by the system, they were no different from normal people, except that they were always loyal to Jiang Che. The company is well managed by them. Just the investment stock securities department. This month's time has earned him tens of millions of dollars. Although these tens of millions of dollars are dispensable for Jiang Che now, but what about later? What's more, these are still the strongest hitters, and there will be no complaints about 996 every day. The salary of the top management is usually very high, but the top management of others are Jiang Che's own people, and the money goes round and comes back to Jiang Che's hands. As for the average employee at the bottom, their salaries are completely negligible to what the company earns. Jiang Che belongs to the old capitalists. Chapter 165 A bodyguard of the Great Circle of Zhongzhi? Chen Hao was scared less. Brother-in-law, goodbye. You have to work well here. If you do well, I'll promote you to head of security. When he was about to leave, Jiang Che still didn't forget to taunt Chen Hao. One hand wrapped around Chen Ningxuang's willow waist, while the other waved goodbye to Chen Hao. Infused with great depth of feeling, Chen Hao's forehead veins rippled. Boss, you're welcome to come back next time. Lang Ningqiu's vegetal hand gently brushed past Jiang Che's arm with a touch of teasing, looking at Jiang Che with some fire. Who can resist the teasing of a high-flying royalty wearing half-rimmed gold-rimmed glasses? Jiang Che pondered slightly for a moment, then glanced at Chen Hao in the doorway. Hey, although these girls were all puppets of their own systems, they were all just weak girls with no hands after all. Not to mention the fact that these girls are going to give him a steady stream of money, so to speak. It's still important to keep them safe, but it was hard to beat Jiang Che. Soon, a black-clothed middle-aged man came down from Jiang Che's car, wearing a pair of sunglasses. The whole person's aura was very scary, and 3 big words were clearly written on his face when he stood there. I'm strong. This was naturally the super puppet that Jiang Che's system had gifted him earlier, a puppet with the cultivation of a grandmaster. As expected, the golem instantly attracted the attention of the others as soon as it made its appearance. Boss! The puppet walked up to Jiang Che and bowed slightly, the entire person looking very humble. The most shocked ones were Chen Ningxuang and Chen Hao. It was because the puppet didn't hide its cultivation. This kind of pressure was only a little harder for the others, but for them, it was enough to crush them. Grandmaster, great perfection? Chen Hao's eyes were all glazed over and his legs and stomach were shaking. An ancient martial artist with the cultivation of a grandmaster. He's actually bowing down to this Jiang Che? Jiang Che patted the puppet's shoulder, then pointed in Chen Hao's direction. Jiang Yi, from now on, you'll be responsible for being a security guard at the strong group. Staying with my great uncle, you'll be responsible for protecting Chor and the others. Jiang Yi nodded. Yes, boss. With that, he took a step towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao, don't you come over here. Don't! Although Jiang Yi had restrained his aura, just now they had felt that terrifying pressure very clearly, definitely at the level of a grandmaster's cultivation. Chen Hao raised his head and looked at the black-clothed strong man who had already stood in front of him, and was so scared that his little legs and stomach went weak. If it wasn't for the last shred of dignity of the son of Qi supporting him, I'm afraid that he would have already paralyzed on the ground. Hello? Jiang Yi extended his big hand and took the initiative to shake hands with Chen Hao. You, hello? Chen Hao extended his hand with a face of fear. If it was usual, a strong person with the cultivation of a patriarchal grandmaster taking the initiative to shake hands with him, this was something he could brag about for half of his life. But now, all he felt was fear. Just after shaking hands, Chen Hao's legs went completely soft and he sat down on the ground, while Jiang Yi even helped him up very sweetly. This security did not reassure him, and he felt like he was about to rest in peace. Jiang Che, on the other hand, smiled and patted Chen Ningxuang's shoulder. Look, big brother-in-law has a new colleague. They are getting along right happy. Chen Hao, Chen Ningxuang. Chen Ningxuang didn't know how she was brought back to the car by Jiang Che, but she only felt a chill through her body. She had still far underestimated the power of the Jiang family. She hadn't expected at all that the Zhang family would arrange a super powerhouse with a Zhongshe Great Circle as a bodyguard for Zhang Che. A strong person of the Great Circle of Zhongshe is also a rare existence in the ancient martial arts world in the Dragon Kingdom, and an ancient martial arts family that possesses a Great Circle of Zhongshe has already stepped into the ranks of the top families. How can you be a bodyguard for a dude? Then the Zhang family's true strength. How horrible will it be? She shuddered to think that there was any hope of escaping her clutches then? All she felt was a blackness in her eyes and a darkness in her future. What's wrong, Frosty? Are you scared? If you obediently become my woman, maybe if I'm happy, I'll allocate some cultivation resources to you, so that becoming a grandmaster in 3 to 5 years isn't a dream. You're dead in the water. I can't die loving you anyway. Oh, that's not necessarily true. Haven't you ever heard of love over time? Chen Ningxuan was very pure and couldn't understand Zhang Che's flirty words at all. I couldn't fall in love with you even if I was your maid for 10 years. What? You're going to be my maid for 10 years? Zhang Che raised his eyebrows. Chen Ningxuan. Zhang Che laughed out when he saw Chen Ningxuan get defeated. It was naturally impossible for him to use strong-arm tactics against Chen Ningxuan, which was too low level in his opinion. Rapists are lowly beings to be pouted over in prison. Drops. Congratulations to the host for completing Choice 1 and Choice 2. Reward, secret method of harmonization. 10 years of internal strength. This 10-year internal force Zhang Che did not use it. After all, if he used it now, he would at least break through to the late stage of harmonization power or even the great perfection of harmonization power. At that time, he would not be able to hide the matter of hiding his cultivation. In case Chen Ningxuan's heart of Muqian was guilty after realizing that she was a genius and started licking herself backwards, the fun was directly halved. As for this harmonization secret method, it's kind of awesome. Secret method of combination, the top secret method of joint cultivation. When using this secret method, it can subconsciously change the physical quality and cultivation qualifications, which is very beneficial to both parties and has the effect of cleansing the marrow. It's good if you can strengthen your physique. Go back and give Yuan Heir a try. The first thing Zhang Che thought of when he got something good now was Yuan Heir. After all, Yuan Heir is a small one, not even 1 meter 5. Her body bones are very weak. She will have a stomach ache when she has an ant, and she will have a fever when she blows some cool wind. What's going on here? For Yuan Heir's sake, and also for his own sake, he must ruthlessly strengthen Yuan Heir's body. At this time, in the middle of the school, Yuan Heir, who was working on the topic, sneezed violently, then sniffled her little nose, and her pair of willow eyebrows knitted up slightly. Who's chanting about me? It must be that stinking bastard Zhang Che, the stinking dead pervert. All day and all night he thinks about how to bully me. The little lowly clenched her teeth in death. The thought of that bastard calf Zhang Che made her teeth itch with hatred. This miserable life was almost enough for her. But on the other hand, she coveted Zhang Che's gentleness and his cooking skills. During these 10 years, only Yi Mangyao and Zhang Che were the only two who had truly entered her heart. It's like there are two little people in the little girl's head, bickering every day. Bad guy, making you such a womanizer. Yuan Heir ruthlessly poked through an eraser with her pen, as if venting her heart's dissatisfaction. Chapter 166 Lin used two masters. Yuan Heir became Zhang Che's experiment. As expected, the secret method was indeed powerful, and this thing was truly capable of changing a person's physique. It can even change one's cultivation qualifications. Let's say Yuan Heir, her physique has directly gained a part of the enhancement, although it has only been strengthened a little bit. But what if it accumulates over time? It was estimated that in a month's time at the most, Yuan Heir's physical fitness would become much stronger. You won't catch a cold or fever with a little cool air, and you won't get menstrual cramps. Zhang Che stretched his back, and his entire body was much more refreshed. The effect of the combined cultivation secret method was indeed remarkable, and he could even feel that his qualifications had improved. System, use 10 years of inner strength. Now that Chen Ningxuan isn't around, I'll sneak a breakthrough first. Another 10 years of internal energy was poured into his body, directly forcing Zhang Che's cultivation from manhwa gene to late Huan gene stage. 10 years of inner strength and you've broken through a small realm? This caused Zhang Che to be very hurt. My Nima cultivation qualifications are so pulled down. No wonder Zhang Yunhuan was so shocked when he saw that he was at the middle stage of Huanjing cultivation. It took almost 140 years of internal energy before and after to push him to the late stage of Huanjing. If this was placed on an average person's body, the grave grass would have changed a dozen times. Since my cultivation qualifications are so poor, I can only expend more energy. Use your energy to improve your cultivation qualifications. Moreover, this set of Gongfu also had a very powerful ability. As long as he operated the Gongfu on his own, there was no possibility for the girls to get pregnant. Night. Chen Hao was in a devastated mood. Brother, Grandpa Patriarch, why don't you beat me up? Don't torture me. In Chen Hao's opinion, The black-clothed sect master in front of him was sent by Jiang Che to mess with his mind. What a dog! Not only did he take away his beloved girl, but he also forcibly abducted his own sister. And now he even sent out a terrifying big shot with the cultivation of a Zhongshe Great Circle to supervise him at all times. Jiang Yi just sat in the security room. The whole person seemed like a statue, but it was about to crush Chen Hao. Master, why don't you say something? I'll beat you up or scold you. Chen Hao cried and was scared to tears. Although he had stepped into the cultivation level of Huanjing, he was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper in front of the Grandmaster Grand Circle of Patriarchs. Before today, Chen Hao was very happy. After all, this free little security guard was really comfortable. But now, he can't even sleep anymore. Unlike Chen Hao's collapse, Lin Yu was now living a very good little life. Kung, Su, he, Lin Yu's entire spirit had completely collapsed, having been taught very well by Chang. Dead. The bald man's eyes carried a touch of desolation. He had personally followed young Master Wang to dispose of Su Han's body. It pained him beyond measure. Ooh-hoo, Kobayashi, you're all I have now. Chang cries and hugs Rinyu, and the two are. Lin Yu, on the other hand, had grown a long hair, and his facial lines were softer than before, with a feminine brow. Did Jiang Che kill Su? Shh, you don't say things like that, Kobayashi. You're all I've got. You mustn't go looking for trouble. Let's live a good life together. Strong pulled on Lin Yu's arm. After a while, I'll send you to Thailand, kingdom over there, and then I'll ask someone to do a perfect set of surgeries for you, so that you'll be completely changed. Lin Yu's expression narrowed slightly as well, his eyes growing sickly as he smiled and nodded. For a certain moment just now, it seemed to occur to him that he still had two masters, but now he only had hatred for these two masters of his, and the reason why he had ended up in this miserable situation now had nothing to do with his two masters. He vaguely remembers that when he first started learning the art of medicine, Lin Xiaotian told him, Ghost Healer Sect, no one will be saved unless they are a dignitary. Using medicine to bring in the world's powerful is one of the quickest ways to do so. Even Lin Xiaotian had taught him hundreds of ways on how to waste a man, but had not taught himself how to heal a wasted man. The healer cannot heal himself. The reason why he was so miserable was because those two masters of his didn't teach him well. At this point, Long Ridge Mountain, Brother Xiaotian, why has this heart of mine been jittery ever since Xiaoyu entered the world? The black-robed woman spoke in a hoarse voice, wearing a black mask, but with a head full of gray hair and arms full of wrinkled skin. One look and you know it's an old woman. Lin Xiaotian sighed softly. Next month will be almost the same. The 10-year period has come and gone. We can re-enter the world. Unintentionally he caught a glimpse of the black-robed woman's face and the corner of his mouth twitched. Zhou Xueme, more than 20 years ago, he inadvertently recognized a woman. At first was a quite beautiful woman, but suffered from premature aging disease. More than 20 years of age, skin sagging, looks as 60 or 70 years old granny general. He devoted his life's medical skills only to alleviate her premature aging syndrome a little, wanting to cure her completely. The only way to cure her completely is to get the legendary resurrection pill. Brother Xiaotian, nothing will happen to Xiaoyu, right? Zhou Xueme asked. This naturally won't be. I once had someone tell Lin Yu's fortune, fated to have this calamity, but it's not fatal. As long as you get through it, it'll be like a carp entering the Dragon's Gate, completely transformed. Lin Xiaotian was clearly incomparably confident when he mentioned Lin Yu. With those abilities he had taught Lin Yu, it was definitely enough. Let's pack up now, and I'll report to the Ancient Martial Artist Administration tomorrow. Saying that, Lin Xiaotian seemed to remember something. The anger in his body rose up, and the terrifying internal force shook the leaves around him to the point of clattering. Zhou Xueme's eyes flashed with a hint of adoration. The realm of the sovereign. Humph, AI showing. I lost to you in the match 10 years ago, but now, I've already stepped into the mid-sect master realm. I can suppress you with one hand. Lin Xiaotian let out a loud laugh. Chapter 167, Chen Tiancheng, that's my virtuous son-in-law whom I've never met. Yuan Heir's physical fitness has been significantly improved. Let's put it this way. Yuan Heir used to run for up to 15 minutes and then she couldn't. But now, physical fitness is much better. Small shoes have been replaced with sports shoes. A breath of running for half an hour can be carried. Not only Yuan Heir, but all the other girls had their physical qualities strengthened. How was it? You weren't treated badly, were you? Eating and drinking well. Your body is stronger now. Jiang Che smiled evilly. Yuan Heir was so infuriated that she couldn't even speak properly, puffing out her cheeks and glaring at Jiang Che. But at the same time her heart was quite strange, because recently her body did change a lot. Originally her body was really weak. She caught a cold when the cool wind blew, and she also had a fever easily, especially when she came to have her period. Pains were very strong, but these past few days these problems have gotten so much better. But there was no way she was going to admit that Jiang Che had secretly helped her. Humph, stinking mongrel, dead pervert. After waking up to the daily bickering, Jiang Che naturally didn't bother with her about anything. Good morning, brother Jiang Che. The noise of the quarrel woke up the white rosebud on the side. Rosebud got up and also rubbed her eyes, freely stretched her waist, her beautiful curves were emphasized. It was like a half-ripe fruit, green but with a little sweetness, if you use one word to describe it, pure desire. Jiang Che smiled and touched White Rose's head. The mood was great, but someone else was in a bad mood, because his washing and dressing were all done by Chen Ningxuang, the little maid. Frost, why are you upset again? It's easy for a girl to get old when she's angry. Chen Ningxuang, denizen, isn't it still because of you why I'm angry? If you hadn't bullied me, would I have gotten angry? Whoa whoa. Without realizing it, Chen Ningxuang dropped her little pearls again. As the genius young miss of the ancient martial Chen family, her nature was as cold as frost, and she hardly ever shed any tears. But since being brought back to the Jiang family by Jiang Che, she often secretly wiped her tears in the middle of the night. None of your business. Chen Ningxuang raised her hand and pushed away Jiang Che's big hand. Her heart was aggrieved. Ha, guess what, the current ancient martial Chen family. What's the situation? Jiang Che inexplicably smiled, holding Chen Ningxuang's soft and boneless little hand as he sat on top of the sofa. Chen Ningxuang's heart thumped. What do you mean by that? Why did this denizen suddenly mention the Chen family? This is what do you mean? TSK, 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 you've given me a personal maid. Guess how your father and your family reacted? Wanna know? Jiang Che smiled and opened his mouth, seemingly expounding on a rare and ordinary matter. I'm telling you, you've made a name for yourself now. You're the pride of the entire Chen village. You know that? Just because you became my personal maid, I made the entire Chen clan a first-class ancient martial arts family, and amongst the first-class families, everyone will have to weigh their options before touching the Chen village. Everyone has to think twice before touching the Chen village. Chen Ningxuang bit her lip in death. Even her long eyelashes were fluttering slightly. You're talking nonsense. The reason why my Chen family was able to step into a first-class family is because of my father. My father Chen Tianchang stepped into the realm of the sovereign master, and the Chen family village was naturally promoted to a first-class family. Jiang Che let out a loud laugh after hearing this. You think it's just based on your father? How much persuasion can a person who just stepped into the Zong master's shoes have? He then pulled out the almighty cell phone, tapped on a video. The subject in the video was clearly none other than Chen Ningxuang's father, Chen Tianchang, as well as Chen Daoguan and Chen Shouchong, a group of Chen family elders. There seemed to be other families drinking with them. Elder brother Chen, congratulations on stepping into the Big Dipper. Chen Tianshan waved his hand. Brother Yang, you're a veteran grandmaster. You're killing me for saying that. No. This patriarch of yours isn't like the other patriarchs. You clan master. No one dares to mess with That's. How so? Chen Tianqing narrowed his eyes slightly. Elder brother Chen? Don't you know yet? Your daughter, Chen Ningxuang, has climbed into a relationship with the Jiang family. Climbing up? Cut. Do you want me to be more blunt? Your daughter Chen Ningxuang became the personal maid of Mr. Jiang. Isn't that a relationship? Chen Tianqing's face was instantly pitch black. Who in the hell passed this out? Make it sound like he's selling his daughter. Chen Tianshan waved his hand. A personal maid is just. No. This is different. Your daughter is so beautiful. If she can get into Mr. John's bed, if she can get into Mr. John's bed and conceive an heir, who will dare to mess with your Chen family in the future? Chen Tianqing's eyes gradually changed as well, but he quickly shook his head. My family's frost child has the talent of heavenly strength, definitely a future grandmaster. He was interrupted by the others beside him before he could finish his sentence. Heavenly strength? What's the point? It takes at least 30 years to become a grandmaster. Will you even live to see it? Not to mention, being highly qualified doesn't necessarily mean you can cultivate into a grandmaster. Then Chen Daoguan also poked Chen Tiancheng with his elbow. Family head, you are an old man. You and I are in our 60s this year. By the time Frosty becomes a grandmaster, the grass on our graves will have changed several times. Chen Tiancheng swallowed his saliva and breathed a little sharply. His cultivation had been stuck at the peak of Huanjing for most of his life, and it was not easy for him to break through to become a Zong master. But as a result, just after he broke through, he encountered the Jiang family's super Zong master, and directly knelt down. No need to think, patriarchs were also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and he was surely the lowest class of existence amongst the patriarchs. But, if his daughter became the woman of the young master of the Jiang family and conceived a son, the status of the Guwu Chen family would skyrocket. He didn't show any fear even if he faced other sect masters with higher cultivation levels. Just thinking about that awesome image, the corners of Chen Tianqing's mouth couldn't help but quirk up. Nodding slowly, my home frost child looks stunning. Has the face of the sunken fish falling geese, closed moon shy flowers. I think that Mr. Jiang will also find it difficult to hold on to the heir, and it will only be a matter of time before he conceives the heir. Chen Tianqing's appearance was a bipolar reversal. Just now he had a reluctant face, but now he had changed his face. He, old brother Chen. My young family's boudoir also has a girl of the age of 28. Can you contact that Mr. Jiang? Chen Tianqing's face changed and glared at him. What Duke Jiang? That's my virtuous son-in-law whom I've never met. Yang Su. Chapter 168. I won't allow such a powerful person to exist in Hangzhou. Well, your father has said. I'm a virtuous son-in-law that your Chen family has never met. Frost, I can see. I'm very loved by your parents and relatives. Jiang Che laughed very happily. And at this time Chen Ningxuan people have been stupid. Inside the mind recalling the picture just now, the heart only felt a twinge of pain, but didn't resent them because she didn't deserve it. TSK, 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 Frosty, what have you considered? Consider what? Chen Ningxuan still couldn't get used to Jiang Che's touch. The touch of a strange man made her feel fearful and revolted. Having a baby. Your father wants you to give me a son. But personally I don't like sons. I like girls. Of course, it would be nice if you could give me a couple of twins. Jiang Che's words caused Chen Ningxuang's heart to be overwhelmed with fear. So much so that it made her breath catch in her throat as she looked incredulously at the teenager in front of her. No way. I won't give you a child even if I die. She was afraid. Before this, she had stayed by Jiang Che's side with a spirit of fearless sacrifice, and she knew very well, sooner or later, Jiang Che would forcefully take over her innocence. But she wasn't afraid. She'd just take a bite out of the dog. But Jiang Che even wanted her to get pregnant and have a baby? This was different. If she gave birth to Jiang Che's child, then the rest of her life would be completely bound to this asshole. The thought of a scenario where she was carrying a big belly. She was trembling with fear. Don't. You don't. Chen Ningxuan ran away in a panic, even losing one of her shoes. So gutsy? Jiang Che was naturally in no hurry. Chen Ningxuan had long since been unable to run away. The cat had to tease the mouse before eating it. Baek Jie, who was mixed in with the team of maids, was already a bit pressed. She had just heard very clearly that brother Jiang Che was actually trying to get that Chen Ningxuan pregnant. Pregnant. Her emotions surged with excitement at the mere thought of the word. If she was pregnant with Jiang Che's brother's baby, she would have one more unbreakable link with him, and it was even possible that motherhood would make Jiang Che's brother fall in love with her. To be honest, by Jia. Ever since she entered the Jiang family she's had an inferiority complex, because every girl here had a higher status than her. Yuan Heir didn't need to be mentioned. Jiang Che's favoritism towards her drove her crazy with jealousy, but there was nothing she could do about it. Yi Mengyao, White Rose, Qin Xiaoqiao, Donger. I'm afraid that their positions in Jiang Che's heart were all much higher than this little maid of hers. At one time, she was madly infatuated with Jiang Che, but after getting Jiang Che's person as she wished, she became a bit greedy. She wanted to be loved by brother Jiang Che. Jiang Che, on the other hand, glanced at Xiao Baijie. All of the girl's thoughts were all heard by him. It's a bit scary. This Baek Jie is no longer your average obsessed woman. After leaving the Jiang family, Jiang Che went to find those two little followers of his, Lu Tai and Wang Zhang. Jiang Xiao, do you have any orders? Go through fire and water. As Jiang Che's first batch of juniors, they were naturally incomparably loyal. Oh, this one is? Jiang Che pointed at a burly man behind them who looked very imposing. Wang Zhang hurriedly smiled and spoke. Jiang Xiao, this is the previous king of our family's boxing ring, Su Baojun, currently at a half-step Huanjin cultivation level. He is also considered a superb expert. These two only knew that Jiang Che was the son of the richest man in the world, and were obviously not aware of another layer of his background. Greetings, young Jiang. Su Baojun stood with his arms folded, not dropping his head just because Jiang Che was the son of the richest man. A powerhouse of chemistry is not to be insulted, and a half-step chemistry is considered chemistry. And Jiang Che just glanced sideways at this strong man. This guy must be pretty fierce at drinking and shopping, right? And he had inadvertently unleashed his late-stage Huanjing strength. Put. With a crisp ringing sound, Jiang Che had just released his cultivation aura not even a second ago. Su Baojun directly knelt down. Mr. Jiang, if you have any orders, just tell me later. I, Xiao Su, will sacrifice my life for you, Jiang Che. It's so heartfelt, but there's nothing wrong with that. It's all about living a long life. Listen up you three, now the target has shifted. There's a guy called Yi Liangchen from the ancient martial Yi family. Once you find him, you can start fixing him. This guy likes to pretend the most. I won't allow such a powerful person to exist in Hangzhou. Lu Tai and Wang Zhang both know very well. Before the Lin Yu and Su Han or, now Yi Liangchen, as long as it is the Jiang less named people, can be the old crime. Don't worry, Jiang Xiao, as long as we two brothers are around, This what's-her-name Liangchen guy will never be able to fake it. Wang Zheng patted his chest with a confident expression. Now their whole living trio has been the first model. He and Lu Tai, two people, are responsible for the whole living. Su Baojun is the force-bearer in the small team, responsible for the bottom of the pocket. Well, if you do a good job, you'll be heavily rewarded. Jiang Che nodded slightly. Lu Tai and Wang Zhang, they were different from Monkey. Monkey liked dolls, but these two were both very powerful in terms of wealth and family. They definitely wouldn't like dolls. But to them, Jiang Che's verbal promise was more important than any money. After Jiang Che left, the two of them, Wang Zhang and Lu Tai, looked down at Su Baojun, who was still kneeling on the ground. Jun, why are you kneeling down? Didn't you say that a Huanjing powerhouse cannot be insulted? Su Baojun was silent. He was now incomparably shocked inside. He simply did not expect that this Duke Jiang was a powerful existence whose cultivation had reached the late stage of Huanjing. Young Wang, this Mr. Jiang is this year. How old is he? Wang Zhang scratched his head. Jiang Xiao just had his 18th bar mitzvah last year. This year 19-inch. The corner of Su Bailuan's mouth twitched. A 19-year-old late-stage Huanjin? What kind of concept was this? He could say with great confidence that Jiang Che was 100% backed by a huge ancient martial arts family behind him, and it was definitely impossible to compare him to a trashy casual cultivator like him. As a result, his attitude towards Jiang Che became even more humble. If anything, before he had met Jiang Che, he was still that condescending harmonization powerhouse. So now, just call me Xiao Su. Alright, we've got a new mission, to ruthlessly fix this Yi Liangchen. Su Baojun also stood out, picked up a pebble on the side of the road, and with a fierce pinch, easily pinched it into mustard powder. Young Wang, leave it to me. Even if it's 2 iron eggs, I can crush it for him. Wang Zhang revealed a lewd smile. Just in time. My family's hitman's picking classroom is recently short of people inside. And at this point, Yi Liangchen, who had just stepped into downtown Hangzhou, suddenly developed a feeling of tightening his chrysanthemums. Chapter 169. Yi Liangchen's chest breaks boulders? Unbreakable by sword and spear? Walk by and don't miss it. Ancient martial artist performing chest breaking. Just ask you if you're awesome? On a square in Hangzhou, an unruly-looking young man was yelling, and around him, there were quite a few people surrounding him. In the middle of the Dragon Kingdom, although ancient martial artists were not a mysterious group, they were still very rare to ordinary people, especially what harmonized power astral power. It's even more of a veil of mystery over them. Every year, there are hundreds of thousands of cases of defrauding ordinary people by disguising themselves as ancient martial arts masters, and an industrial chain has even been formed in certain places. Once in the north of Burma there is a special park is responsible for pretending to be ancient martial artists to fraud. The result is that there is a domestic veteran patriarch was swindled more than 10 million. Pension are cheated. Patriarch in a rage bravely broke into the north of Burma. Straight up end of a park. The master of this kind of strong person already does not belong to the category of human beings. With the astral body protection, General Pistol submachine gun is difficult to hurt it a little bit, only to use a sniper rifle or rocket launcher to produce a threat to it. This old brother who performs chest breaking in the street is naturally the little prince of pretending. Yi Liangchen is also. His inspiration to pretend had dried up a bit lately, but that didn't matter. You have to pretend when you have the conditions, and you have to pretend when you don't have the conditions to create the conditions. I know, you guys must have thought I hired a trustee, so I decided to play it big. Yi Liangchen looked at the growing number of people around him, and the corners of his mouth rose up to the back of his head. I'm lying here with a boulder on my chest so you can swing a sledgehammer at my chest all you want. Yi Liangchen was very confident, even though he was a cultivation loser and the Yi family had spent so many resources on him. Nowadays, he was only in the middle stage of dark strength, but the Yi family is a body refiner, and their unique secret, the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, is no joke. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully pretending to be a man. 3 days of internal strength. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully pretending to be a man. 1 day of internal strength. The more people who watched him pretend, the more rewards he received, and in this short while, he had gained about 3 more years of internal energy, but he still couldn't break through the bottleneck of the late dark power stage, so there is still a need to proceed with the pretense. You guys try it. I'll just lie here. I'll let you pound me. If you break it, it's on me. But apparently, no one dared to actually whack it. Do you think we're stupid? What if you blackmail us? That's right. That's right. If this hammer goes down, if you lie on the ground, who are we going to talk to? It's not like this hasn't happened before. Yi Liangchen, you've been given a chance and you're not using it, are you? Seeing that the rewards were getting smaller and smaller, even the system was starting to decide that he had failed in his pretense and deducted a lot of his internal energy backwards. Yi Liangchen was a bit anxious. A random slab from the side of the road greeted his head. Bang! A bang! The slate broke with a sound. while Yi Liangchen's brain was intact. See, I'm a real kung fu fighter, and if you still don't believe me, I'll continue. He picked up a couple more slabs and thumped. The crowd of spectators was also growing, and there were even people who had begun to use their cell phones to start a live broadcast. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully pretending on air. Shocking 10,000 people and gaining 100 days of internal strength. Dropping. Congratulations to the host for successfully pretending on air and shocking 5,000 people. What? Yi Liangchen's eyes snapped to life. Live broadcast pretending? Why didn't he think of that? If you shock 10,000 people, you get 100 days of internal energy. So what if 1,000,000 people watch yourself live? Wouldn't it take off? So he pretended even more vigorously. Now you believe me, don't you? I'm a disciple from an ancient martial arts family, and I've already cultivated my golden bell mask to Mahayana, making me invulnerable to swords and spears. Feel free to attack me. Under Yi Liangchen's encouragement, there were soon bold people who started to try it. Bang bang bang. How much strength can an ordinary person have? How could they possibly shake an ancient martial artist? The boulders were broken into several pieces, and Yi Liangchen was still alive and kicking. With a live audience plus a webcast, that reward was terrifying. In just over an hour, he had gained close to 10 years of internal energy, but was a bit drained in the later stages, so he was prepared to play a little bigger. After all, there was a very limited amount of pretense value available on each person, but it also gave him a new type of route to pretend. Webcast. One could completely use the method of webcasting to pretend to be a saint in front of people, shocking millions of people at a time. It was estimated that one would be able to step into the midst of the realm of the great master in a few years at most. All of you together, ravage me to your heart's content. Yi Liangchen was lying on top of a wooden board, with a large piece of green stone weighing hundreds of pounds placed on his chest. This good's main hit is sincere and honest. Who performs the chest breaks a big stone with Nima lapis lazuli? Ah, this thing is bang bang hard. Other people are using props that specialize in performing, the kind that breaks when knocked. As a result, Yi Liangchen is very direct. He won't play with you. Yi Liangchen performed for more than half an hour more and harvested close to 20 years of internal energy. 90% of them were obtained through the live broadcast, and such a massive amount of internal energy had managed to make his cultivation complete a huge breakthrough. He had broken through from the late dark power stage to the peak limit of the late dark power stage, and was only one step away from becoming a strong person at the early stage of the dark power grand completion. Ha 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 ha, I've mastered the technique of the pretending system. Tonight I'll open a live broadcast and manifest myself in front of people. Soon I'll be able to break through the cultivation of harmonization power. At this rate, in at most a year's time, I'll be able to step into the realm of the sovereign, and at that time, I'll directly take Chen Ningxuan, tread on the ancient martial Jiang family. When he thought of Chen Ningxuan's cold as ice look, he couldn't resist a pang of cockiness. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth poor. But just at that moment, a beaten voice entered his ears. You say you're impervious to knives and guns? Why don't I quite believe that? That's right, the three brothers, Wang Zhang, Lu Tai, and Su Baojun, felt the scene at fire speed, and they had only just arrived when they felt a strong forced aura coming over them. Yi Liangchen, for some reason, suddenly had a feeling that his chrysanthemums were tightening, but that didn't stop him from playing hard to get. One hand wiped the ends of his hair and spoke with great confidence. That's natural. My golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt have already crossed over into the realm of Mahayana, and are invulnerable to swords and spears. Wang Zhang looked Yi Liangchen up and down, and finally his eyes went to Yi Liangchen's butt. Swords and spears? I don't think so. A knife can't always break your defense, but a gun certainly can. And Su Baojun directly stood out. Chest breaking? Can I try no? When Yi Liangchen saw Su Baojun's big and thick appearance, he started to be afraid in his heart, but once he started to pretend. But once you start, you absolutely can't stop. Or if you miss out on pretending, you will definitely be punished. You do it. The plank that Yi Liangchen was lying on, the people next to him helped move the lapis lazuli to his chest. Su Baojun looked at Wang Zhang beside him, and that look seemed to say again, do you want to go easy on him? Don't kill him. While Wang Zhang shook his head, this guy is resistant to beating at first glance. He can't be beaten. Su Baojun hand in hod, picked up the sledgehammer and walked towards Yi Liangchen. Chapter 170, Bulletproofness is your lie. Bang! Small hammer 40, big hammer 80. Su Bailuan's hammer directly hit the unmatched damage. The terrifying force directly smashed out sparks from the hammer, and the huge lapis lazuli was instantly split into pieces. Aha! Yi Liangchen tumbled down from the lapis lazuli, his chest flopped, and even dented at his sternum, presumably breaking a few ribs to say the least. His eyes were about to burst out, and a fishy sweetness was at his throat, but he forced himself to endure it. Blood can be shed, heads can be broken, but pretending can't be broken. Everyone thought he was going to karma, and someone had even started to call the emergency services. But surprisingly he stood up again, trembling. Bam! A passerby who was preparing to call the police dropped his cell phone on the ground in response. Yi Liangshan's heart was bitter. Even though he had harvested close to 5 years of internal power rewards in this wave, but it was something he had traded his life for. That hammered down just now. He felt as if he had seen a Teiyukai. A district fatal wound. Not enough to worry about. Wang Zhang, Lu Tai, Su Brejan. What a load. Seeing that you're in pretty good shape, do you want to do it again? Su Brejan asked. No need. I've run out of the stone. Let's talk about it later. Yi Liangshan hurriedly waved his hand. Are you kidding me? One more time? Can you save your life? That's fine. You said you're impervious to swords and spears. Can we try this one out? Yi Liangshan. Aminos, can I refuse? But it's clear that he's been racked up to a high degree, with hundreds of people on the floor and over 100,000 in the booth watching him live. I'm going to risk my life to keep pretending. Wang Zhan laughed. You said that you practiced iron cloth shirt, and that your crotch would be invulnerable to knives and spears after the Mahayana. So I would like to challenge you. Yi Liangshan. I went to Nima. He did practice the golden bell shroud and the iron cloth shirt. The iron cloth shirt can shrink into the abdomen after the multiplication, but he is just blowing the power. Crotch before and after can be covered Dora. His mother hadn't even been pregnant with him when his father had his cowl broken from the front for making a date with. What? You're not afraid, are you? Lu Tai arched his fire and said. And the rest of the eating crowd around them were also watching the fun. A sigh of relief. Drops. Host fails to pretend to be a bully, but gets grassed on. Failed to pretend in public. Punishment, reduction of internal strength by 200 days. Asterisk. The dog system. It's okay for them to pressure me, but you still pressure me? To be honest, if there hadn't been a live broadcast, he probably would have backed out. The big deal was that he was docked some cultivation, but the live broadcast his fame has already played out. If he retreats now, if he backs out now, how can he still play live in the future? What do the netizens think? What do friends think? What does Goose think? So, gritting his teeth, he was a strong man of the late stage of the dark power, or a body refining. An ordinary person, even if he kicked himself in the crotch, he should be able to carry it. Of those three, it was probably just the burly guy who was pretending to be a pig in a poke. Come on, my iron cloth shirt. It's still more than enough to deal with ordinary people. Yi Liangshan directly took a horse stance. His sweatpants slightly protruded, and he looked quite a bit stronger. That's what you said. The golden bell shield and the iron cloth shirt are invulnerable to swords and spears, and Tai Zi and I are just two ordinary people. Let's see if we can break your cover door. Lu Tai touched a 2-meter-long red tasseled gun from the ground. What do you want? Yi Liangshan was in a hurry. In hell, how can you even use a weapon? Didn't you say that swords and spears are invulnerable? Not to mention, this gun head is a wax gun head. Yi Liangshan. He was scared, and suddenly didn't feel much like pretending. What? You're not scared yet, are you? If you can't do it, say so before it's too late. Drops. Host failure to pretend. Who says I can't? But you're still going to have to unload your gun in case something goes wrong. Lu Tai shrugged and unloaded the head of the gun, leaving only a wooden pole. Yi Liangshan was relieved to see this, and his heart was much more solid. Patting his thighs, he took a firmer horse stance and worked on sitting in an anal retracting motion. The internal energy in his body focused on his crotch, as if that would make him feel somewhat secure. GGG. Lu Tai held a wooden stick and went around behind Yi Liangshan, while Wang Zheng stood in front of him with a big smile on his face. The people around them were wide-eyed. This didn't look like an act. A kick is thrown and a stick is stabbed. Yi Liangshan's face instantly suffocated into a pig's liver color, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. Yi Liangshan almost turned into Yi Burgundy, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the second round of attacks came. Lu Tai was very hardworking, and the second stick poked through Yi Liangshan's sweatpants. Puffing. Swords and spears are obviously a lie, and were directly punctured in public. True, puncture, but Yi Liangshan was still holding on strongly. But he had no more chances to give Wang Zhang and the others a third round, and stood up trembling. Ahem, how's that? How about my iron cloth shirt? Lu Tai raised the wooden stick in his hand, which was bloodstained, and waved it in front of Yi Liangshan. Why are you having an ant? Su Baojun also stood out. If you can't hold on, don't hold on. Let's send you to the hospital. We'll pay for your medical expenses and so on. You guys. Yi Liangshan pointed at the three people in front of him and was on the verge of crying. He's been at the end of his rope for a long time. Put. A mouthful of old blood sprayed out, and the entire person completely passed out. Drops. More than 100,000 people watched the host's failure to pretend at the same time, penalizing the reduction of internal strength by 10 years. The unconscious Yi Liangshan twitched twice more. At this time, Jiang Che had just left the examination room, although he didn't need to study anymore. Yuan Heir and the girls all had to go to school. Jiang Che also stopped by to experience one of the few student days, what it's like to be a school teacher. This time he didn't press the score, he was in the category of being on fire. Get it right, you can get an amazing grade. Just after leaving the exam room, he received a photo sent by Wang Zhang's two men. The photo was a miserable photo of Yi Liangchen. The scene was incomparably tragic. The back of his ass had been dyed red, and the whole person was like a dead dog. You guys pay attention. This man is the eldest son of the Guwu Yi family. Although the Guwu Yi family is a second-rate Guwu family, there are also Huanjing powerhouses present. When Jiang Che said this, Wang Zhang's three faces instantly stiffened. That's the end of a beautiful day. But if the people from the family behind Yi Liangchen dare to come to trouble you, just report my name directly. And Huanjing powerhouses usually don't enter the world. For his own little brother, Jiang Che naturally didn't begrudge them a handful of protection. Not to mention that this trio was definitely talented. Alright, I'm hanging up. This Yi Liangchen, you guys can handle it yourselves. That what's-his-name brother Chang should like him quite a bit. Jiang Che directly hung up the phone. Qin Xiaoqiao ran towards Jiang Che head-on, and the current her didn't care at all about the gazes of the other students and teachers. Directly pouncing into Jiang Che's arms, his two legs wrapped around Jiang Che's waist like a small sloth. She was about to miss Jiang Che to death this time. Wang Lily, who had just finished invigilating the exam, saw this scene and the corners of her mouth were also twitching madly. What a scandal! She felt as if she had been tricked. Qin Xiaoqiao's appearance. Where does it look like depression? But even if she knew that Qin Xiaoqiao's depression was fake now, there's nothing she can do about it. Because Xiaoqiao had already had sex with Jiang Che, the raw rice was already cooked. And, ever since Xiaoqiao and Jiang Che got together, she, an ordinary English teacher, jumped 3 levels in a row within 2 months. A leap to the head of teaching. Even the principal had to be polite to her. It greatly satisfied her vanity. Apparently, after White Dragon and Chen Tiancheng, Lily Wang has also become one of them. What dude? That's my wise son-in-law. Chapter 171. Donger breaks through to become a zongsher? Chen Ningxuang's shock. Did you miss me? Jiang Che picked up Qin Xiaoqiao. Think. This amounts to a direct sitch between the two. It led to a lot of talk among the other students. No. Senior sister Xiaoqiao actually really has a relationship between her and Jiang Che? My 2-year-long crush instantly fizzled out. More than that? Mr. Jiang doesn't just have a relationship with Qin Xiaoqiao. There's also Yuaner. Schoolmarm Yu often gets off Jiang Che's car as well. Then Yi Mengyao was chasing after him before. Jiang Xiao wouldn't have a foot in 3 boats, right? Birth. The birth of a horse. He's got all the top 3 girls from Shirlan school? Yi Mengyao, a high and cold lady. A proper rich white beauty. Catching up with it will make her struggle for 10,000 less lifetimes. The dream girl of many male students, but only to be fantasized about in their dreams. Yuan Heir, a cute and soft lowly with an average family background. This makes a lot of boys aspire to it. After all, Missy can't be chased, but the poor schoolgirl always has some hope, right? Qin Xiaoqiao, also the school flower. At a first love white moonlight face let countless young boys for the heart. Almost 90% of the male students in the entire school have crushes on them, and the remaining 10% either have a crush or are male tongue. But they were all taken down by Jiang Che alone. Jiang Che directly ascended to the top of the "this Fong is to be punished" ranking list. Come on, so many people are watching. You don't know how to be ashamed. Jiang Che was extremely thick-skinned and wasn't afraid of shame at all. But Qin Xiaoqiao did shock him a bit. Whatever. The young girl only realized at this moment that she was a little overexcited, surrounded by students, and could only awkwardly bury her little head into Jiang Che's arms. Just as Jiang Che was about to take her to the car, Yi Mengyao walked over holding Yuaner's hand. Ha! Yao sister, Sister Wan Heir. After seeing Yi Mengyao and Yuaner, Qin Xiaoqiao broke away from Jiang Che's arms at the speed of light and slipped into the car. Yi Mengyao naturally didn't say anything more, just gently pursed her lips and smiled. Her position in Jiang Che's heart was now getting higher and higher. Of course, she was holding Wan Heir as a super nuclear weapon. Yuan Heir is favored, then she's naturally favored. It's true what she said at the beginning, don't forget each other. Only Yuan Heir's little face was filled with reluctance. But still, he followed and got into the car. Humph, Jiang Che is quite rare. Ha, you actually came to take the exam? I thought you had given up on yourself. Jiang Che lightly stroked the corner of his forehead. This female brat is just a pain in the ass. After punishing her so many times, she just won't learn. She would tussle with herself at every opportunity, but once she took out the family law, she'd wimp out faster than anyone else. Then I can't give up on myself. This exam is a joint exam. If I don't go to the exam, wouldn't I be letting you, Mr. You, down for all the hard work you've done in promoting and teaching me before? Jiang Che teased. Yuan Heir's face changed. The little loli that was once as pure as a piece of white paper had already been completely dyed black by Jiang Che's big dye vat. Humph. Greasy mouth. Let's see how much you can get on the test this time. Yuan Heir turned her head away. It wasn't that Yuan Heir intentionally used this way to attract Jiang Che's attention, but it was just her nature to do so. Jiang Che possessed the skill of her heart's passage, so Yuan Heir definitely couldn't pretend. This little girl, as soon as she saw Jiang Che, the first words in her heart were either dead pervert or stinking fish. The innate female brat saint body. There's no one else. Just like that, all the way to Zhang's house with a mix-up. Yuan Heir has recently improved her physical fitness quite a lot. Before running for half an hour her feet were rubbed raw, but now running for more than an hour in one breath doesn't feel any pain. She was naturally less fearful of Jiang Che. Night. Winter broke through, accompanied by a terrifying aura. The internal energy in Donger's body instantly surged dozens of times, holding open the originally narrow meridians like a long dragon. The internal energy instantly filled her limbs and bones, and it gradually materialized. It flowed out from her body and condensed a layer of silver-white astral energy on the surface of her body. The realm of the sovereign. Concentrate your breath into the astral deities. Although she had broken through to become a Zongshi, Donger was still expressionless, with no sadness or joy visible on her face, and would only blink her eyes when she saw Jiang Che. Jiang Che looked at the well-behaved and cute Donger indifferently and gently touched her head. Donger shrunk her neck like a kitten, but her eyes narrowed comfortably. What a good boy, behaving so well that people don't want to hurt her. The system is really messing things up. Such a cute little girl is on the side of a soulless puppet, and to act as a bodyguard? Who the hell would want to do that? Being a wife doesn't even make her work. Jiang Che had just tried applying a gong method to cultivate Donger to see if he could improve Donger's qualifications a bit. After all, Donger's attribute bar clearly had the 3 big words growable written on it. It turned out to work surprisingly well. Donger's cultivation qualifications were horrifyingly incomparable, or at least too much stronger than him. The villain. Overnight, her qualifications had improved a bit, and her cultivation had gained refinement, and what was originally a great circle of Huanjing had directly broken through, become a patriarch. The commotion created by Donger's cultivation breakthrough wasn't small, but it didn't wake up Yuaner, Yi Mengyao, Qin Xiaoqiao, Rosie and the rest of them. The girls are sleeping through the night. Donger still didn't say anything, and lay down on the bed obediently, with the quilt covering her body, only revealing a small head, her eyes blinking as she looked at Jiang Che. For her, a puppet without a soul, Jiang Che was the only one in her world. Donger was a puppet of the system, unable to break through on her own, wanting her to grow stronger. One still needs one's own help. As for the way to help, it's also very simple. For Jiang Che it's just a 1-2 punch. Although Donger's breakthrough didn't wake up Yuaner and the others, one person was startled without any surprise. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, and Chen Ningxuan was still meditating cross-legged and cultivating. Ever since she was forced by Jiang Che to become a maid, she had been frantically cultivating day and night, and was known as the first person in the inner scroll. It's going to roll or die. Just roll it to death. She didn't want to remain a slave to this asshole Jiang Che, but all of a sudden, her pupils widened and her eyes were full of unbelief. Patriarch. Patriarch? Chapter 172, a misstep in the past. Looking back to a daughter's body. Patriarch? Who broke through to the clan? There was absolutely no way that wisp of pressure could be wrong just now, and it even caused her, a mid-stage harmonization force powerhouse, to feel fear. But she thought about it left and right, and eventually a petite silver figure came to her head. It's her? Is that the girl called Winter? Chen Ningxuan's mood sank to the bottom in an instant. How could she have never imagined that that girl would become a patriarch? How is it possible? How could it be so fast? How on earth did she break through? She had originally thought that Donger's talent was already terrifying enough. A harmonization strength great circle so young. This kind of talent shamed even her. But now, she only felt scared. A patriarch so young? This can't be found in the thousands of years of ancient martial arts history of the entire Dragon Kingdom, right? A Zongshi was not the same as a Huanjin. To step into a Zongshi required not only talent, but also one's own sense of martial arts. She really didn't dare to imagine a patriarch so young. How terrifying would it be? Will she break through to Grand Master in a few years? Realizing the martial domain shouldn't be a difficult task for such a talented girl. It shouldn't be difficult for such a talented girl, right? Would she be able to peek into the realm of martial arts above heavenly strength? Chen Ningxuan was chilled through her body. She had thought that the biggest card of the ancient martial Jiang family was Jiang Yunhuang, the heavenly strength Grand Master, but now it seems, she was so wrong. This young girl called Donger was the Jiang family's most terrifying card. No, I'm going to check it out. When the young girl thought of this, she stood on her tiptoes and walked towards Jiang Che's bedroom. It turned out well. I met a fellow traveler. Your Baekje narrowed her eyes slightly. She had been eavesdropping at the door for hours. Ha, so you're also a prude and pretending to be high-strung. Aren't you here to spy on brother Jiang Che as well? Baekjae revealed a teasing smile, and it was clear. She misunderstood. Chen Ningxuang, isn't this embarrassing? At this time, in the middle of the ancient martial Yi family master, something has happened to the young master. An old man burst into the room in a hurry, stumbling and nearly falling over. What is it? A middle-aged man slowly stood up, his brows furrowed. Lord Family Master, young Master Liangchen, he's been beaten up. With that, he handed out his cell phone and sent it to Yi Jing. Beaten? Who dares to hit my Yi Jing's heir? Yi Jing took the phone, but after seeing the image on it, the corners of his mouth twitched madly. Above is a live stream of Yi Liangchen. 10 minutes later, Yi Jing was so angry that he almost dropped his cell phone. Adverse son, a rebellious son, how could I have given birth to such a stupid son? The old butler also cried. Master, you don't know, the other families are laughing at our Yi family, saying that young Master Liang Chen is crazy and has become a clown, and that our Yi family is about to become the laughingstock of everyone. Yi Jing slammed the table. Where's Chen? Bring him back at once. Don't embarrass me. Nowadays, this era of ancient martial artists live broadcast is not a rare thing. Labeled up ancient martial artists instead of traffic. But which of those ancient martial artists live streamed by others is not full of force? And Yi Liangchen? Like a clown performing a chest-breaking act? And it had been broken. A wooden stick rammed straight through, and it hurt him to look at it. And you let someone kick you in the crotch in order to perform the iron cloth shirt? Don't you know how I wasted my old father in the first place? Yi Jing was so angry that his balls hurt. Call this rebellious son back to me at once, and I'll whip him myself. As you wish, master of the house. What the ancient martial Yi clan didn't know was that young Master Liang Chen, who had disgraced them, was now locked up in a small black room. It can be a dark future. You, don't come over. Get the hell away from me. Yi Liangchen's hands and feet were tied up and tied to a tiger bench. His appearance looked miserable. The mouth was still wailing. In front of him, there was only Chang, who was also holding a small leather whip in his hand, with an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Good girl, let me Kong. Yi Liangchen struggled in horror. Get away from me. Don't touch me. You pervert. Kong sighed. He's been lonely lately. His Kobayashi went on a trip to Thailand, China and needed to have a sex change operation. With the bond of love between him and Shaolin that was stronger than gold, I'm sure he'll be there to accompany him. But he's needed here in Hangzhou. But this Yi Liangchen is pretty good too. Look at you. Your ass is bleeding. I'm in a lot of pain. Yi Liangchen. Drops. The host has feigned bitterness and received a reward of 10 days of internal strength. Yi Liangchen couldn't help himself. You're the one who's bitter. Your whole family is bitter. Ah. With a mournful scream, Yi Liangchen only felt his eyes go black. Congratulations. The surgery was a success and you are now a girl. A nurse stood in front of Lin Yu and spoke with a smile. And lying on the hospital bed, Lin Yu's eyes slightly knitted. It seemed like he had heard this sentence before. Oh, it was the time in the hospital. The time when one of his balls was pinched. But that didn't matter anymore. She was a girl now. Once you make a mistake, you'll look back on your daughter's body. This time has gone by really fast. In this short period of half a year, I actually went from a man to a woman? The corner of Lin Yu's mouth curled up into a self-deprecating color. She's also thought a lot about the reason she ended up in such a situation after she followed Kung. Who is the main murderer? That was definitely Jiang Che. Including now, she had a strong hatred for Jiang Che. But, is it really all his fault? Lin Yu lowered his head and gently clenched his fists. The strong internal force in his body flowed. The terrifying internal force even penetrated through the meridians. The internal force is externalized. And the Wanjing cultivation. That's right. Ever since he got one of his balls shattered, his cultivation speed skyrocketed. Especially after the sex change operation. His cultivation directly broke through the shackles and became a Wanjing powerhouse. That thing was like a barrier liability for her. Growing there caused serious blockages to his meridians. It was much better now that it had been cut, and the flow of internal energy was smoother, and the speed of cultivation was more than 3 times faster than before. As for taking revenge on Jiang Che again, she's tired and doesn't want revenge. She just wants to have a good life with Kung. Although she hated Jiang Che very much, after all, her favorite brother Chang was Jiang Che's little brother, so if she made an enemy of Jiang Che, brother Chang might be in a dilemma left and right. And soon, Lin Yu received a call from Kung. Ah Lin, I heard you're done with your surgery? Zhang Xiao's great justice has sent me another superb one. Let me tell you, this is said to be the young master of an ancient martial arts family. Lin Yu's gaze narrowed slightly. This was similar to his own experience. How similar is it? Chapter 173, 745 Terrifying score. Measuring Donger's cultivation. Weekends are boring and tedious for Jiang Che. Jiang Che, wake up quickly. The grades are out. Yi Mengyao excitedly tugged on Jiang Che's arm, forcing him to wake up. You chick, you owe me a beating, don't you? Jiang Che casually slapped Yi Mengyao's body. Oh, Yi Mengyao hummed softly, her eyes slightly reddened and seemed to contain tears, looking as if she had a look of pity. Jiang Che's force was still very large. After all, he was a Huanjing powerhouse even if he didn't use internal force. A slap on Yi Mengyao's body, the little girl wouldn't be able to carry it. Jiang Che was helpless, although Yi Mengyao had been dangling herself before, but after all, now that she had become her own woman, she definitely still had to be favored. Yi Mengyao had been a rich girl since she was a child. When had she ever eaten someone's slap? Okay, don't cry. Yi Mengyao lightly bit her thin lips. Although it hurt, her heart was still warm. Since that birthday party, she could clearly feel the change in Jiang Che's attitude towards herself, only that he was a bit more flamboyant. Sometimes Yi Mengyao was a bit regretful. If she hadn't been so arrogant before, Jiang Che should only belong to herself. But now, Jiang Che has more and more girls around him. Jiang Che, the grades are out. Do you know how many points you scored? After it didn't hurt, Yi Mengyao remembered the main thing, and then took her cell phone out. Jiang Che just gave her a faint look. What grades he owns he certainly knows. And this time he did not press the score at all in the joint examination, and he was on fire. With the added power of the all-knowledge skills, even a pig can come in and get an extremely high score. True to the saying, I'm on, I can do it. I'm afraid the score won't be less than 740. At the mention of her grades, Yi Mengyao became a little excited, reaching out to run her messy, broken hair in front of her forehead to one side. The beautiful body is hidden, and the unique youthfulness of a young girl comes out. You know what? You scored 745 on the test. The school group is blowing up. Yi Mengyao shook Jiang Che's arm with one hand, except for the language reading comprehension, which was deducted 3 points, and the essay, which was deducted 2 points, and only scored 145 points. All the rest of the subjects scored full marks. Calm down. I took the test, not you. Yi Mengyao bit her thin lips, thinking about the person she once was. It was really funny that she would use Jiang Che's poor grades as a reason to reject his confession. As a result, other people's Jiang Che's results far exceeded her own, and she became a clown instead. Jiang Che, when I rejected you before, calling you a school dud, you must have thought of me as a clown, right? Yi Mengyao lowered her head. Jiang Che's thin lips slightly hooked. Indeed, at that time, you were indeed a clown in my eyes. Yi Mengyao, it's over. I've lost my face, and at this moment, Yuan Heir also woke up. In fact, she woke up a long time ago, but it was too warm inside the comforter. Of course, there was another main reason. She didn't dare to be the first to wake up. She still understands the truth of the gun to the head. Humph, I kind of figured out that you've been pretending all along before, disguising yourself as a scum. Yuan Heir is still the original female brat. Yi Mengyao and Qin Xiaoqiao both naturally didn't say much. After all, they had both tutored for Jiang Che and knew that Jiang Che had actually been pressing his scores, but they didn't expect Jiang Che's grades were so horrible. Jiang Che calmly got off the bed. Frost, change my clothes for me. He was now used to making Chen Ningxuan. Soon, Chen Ningxuan walked into the bedroom. She'd been at the door all last night. And her eyes were still fluttering as she entered. Denizen, you'll get what's coming to you sooner or later. At the same time he saw the girl he wanted to see. Winter, as expected, she felt an unfathomable pressure from Donger's body. Of course, unfathomable was only for her. Jiang Che could still measured Donger's cultivation. Patriarch? In an instant, Chen Ningxuan's breathing became a bit heavy. This girl had actually stepped into the realm of the sovereign? What? Haven't seen a patriarch before? Oh right, your Qin clan village really didn't have a patriarch before. Jiang Che teased. It's not right. How could this Donger suddenly become a Zongshi? This is completely out of character, isn't it? I've touched this girl's root bone before, although it's a bit stronger than mine. It's not as if she stepped into the realm of a Zongshi at this young age. Chen Ningxuan had even begun to doubt herself. Do you want to know how Donger became a grandmaster? I'll secretly tell you. It was with my help. Jiang Che revealed a bad smile. Chen Ningxuan narrowed her eyes. Just you? You're a scrapper. Ordinary person. How could you possibly help someone become a grandmaster? You need someone to believe you even if you brag, right? Jiang Che just shrugged his shoulders and walked to the bedside, picking up Donger with one hand. The little loli was very light, estimated to weigh only 70 pounds or so. This amount of weight was as light as a feather for Jiang Che. Donger, tell her how you were promoted to the rank of sovereign. Donger was really good, blinking her eyes twice before turning her gaze to Chen Ningxuan and opening her mouth very seriously. It was my master who used a secret method to enhance my root bones and inner strength, and then I became a patriarch. Winter had the longest sentence ever uttered. Chen Ningxuan, the secret method? It could also enhance a girl's root bones? Although her ancient martial Chen family wasn't as powerful as the Zhang family, it was after all once a top ancient martial family, one of the originating families of Taijiquan. There were also top grandmasters in their ancestry, and there were many ancient books in their family, only that they have fallen out of favor nowadays. She, Chen Ningxuang, had read many ancient books since she was a child, and had never even heard of any feats that could enhance a girl's root bones. Such a thing as root bone was innate, and if you wanted to improve it at a later stage, you couldn't even think about it unless you encountered some precious heavenly materials and treasures. Do you think I'm stupid? You still want to improve your bones? You denizens are just bullying me in different ways. Jiang Che laughed. Hey, you really guessed right. I am just changing my mind to bully you. Chapter 174 Yi Lianchen violently beats brother Chang? Lin Yu returned in anger. Jiang Che's score shocked many people, especially in school. This can't be possible? How could Jiang Che he get such a score? What makes English a perfect score? Lily Wang sat in her office with her brows furrowed. Although her impression of Jiang Che had changed quite a bit, she actually still hadn't been able to change the inherent impression of Jiang Che being a bad student in her bones. After all, in her eyes, poor grades equals uneducated equals bad student. Sister Lily, we've looked at student Jiang Che's grades. There's nothing wrong with them. His grades have progressed very quickly in the past few months. A young female teacher chimed in. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts, with Jiang Che's status, even if he did get the exam papers in advance and blatantly cheated, who would dare to speak up? Teacher Lily, your daughter Xiao Xiao has always been so close to Jiang Che and the two of them before. Could it be that Xiao Xiao tutored Mr. Zhang's grades so that Mr. Zhang's grades improved? The corner of Wang Lily's mouth twitched. Goddamn tutoring grades. Let's see how it goes before we kiss ass, shall we? Jiang Che scored 745 points, his own daughter 702 points, and even only ranked in the third place. That what you Wainer are a few points higher than Qin Xiao Xiao, but it's time to say no. This ass kissing is so comfortable for her. Humph, this is natural. I'm Jiang Che's English teacher. Before Jiang Che just didn't study. In fact, he's very smart. Now with my family Xiao Xiao helped introduce her to the right path. Her grades naturally rubbed up. Wan Lily's such shameless words had already made the other teachers in the office speechless to the extreme. But yet, they can't say anything. Who let their family not have a beautiful and lovely daughter? In front of a bus station in Hangzhou, two figures walked down from the car. One was an old man in a Zhongshan suit, white hair and hands, looking mysterious in temperament, and beside him was an old crone wearing a mask and hood. 10 years on the mountain, and now I'm entering the secular world again. It's a big change. Lin Xiaotian looked at the vehicles coming and going on Hangzhou City. Everywhere is a prosperous. A burst of emotion in his heart. 10 years ago, he had initially stepped into the realm of Zhongshe, and his heart was high and proud, believing that with his Zhongshe's cultivation as well as his ghostly medical skills he would certainly be able to traverse the ancient martial arts world. He wants to travel the world with his sword, challenge all kinds of masters, punch the Nanshan elderly home and kick the Beihai kindergarten. He had heard that each of the 18 martial arts monks of the Shaolin sect was a Huanjin great perfection powerhouse, and that even the patriarchs would have to temporarily avoid their sticks when they joined forces. So he was ready to kick the Shaolin sect, but he had a momentary lapse of judgment. He rushed into the Shaolin school with 2 kitchen knives. The police station. Then there was no more. Being forcibly banished from the secular world and confined for 10 years. I don't know what's happened to my bad disciple now. Lin Xiaotian remembered Lin Yu. This disciple but inherited his mantle of 90%, the remaining 1% well, the remaining 10% is naturally his private secret. After all, he does not want to teach the disciple starving master. He was still counting on Lin Yu to give him his old age. Zhou Xuemei's eyes on the side were tightly wrinkled. She wanted to kill someone. Ever since she suffered from progeria, she was incomparably sick of other people's gazes, and even more sick of appearing in other people's line of sight. But for the sake of Xiao Yu, she was willing to make a trip down the mountain, because she had always been in a state of uncertainty lately, as if something big would happen to Lin Yu. Why would she, a hallowed Huanjing great perfection powerhouse, the 19th strongest in the killer ranking, be a master to Lin Yu? The reason was simple, and that reason is known only to her. She had once had a child, but had been forced to part with it when it was first born because of the sensitivity of being an assassin. Until she met Lin Yu, she felt an inexplicable affinity, so she ghostly followed along on the mountain. And then this is 10 years. Even if it is not biological, it is almost the same as biological. Brother Xiaotian, let's go find Xiao Yu together. For some reason, I've been getting more and more uneasy in my heart lately. Lin Xiaotian, on the other hand, waved his hand indifferently. What's the point of panicking? This brat Lin Yu has his own chicken karma. I feel like this time is an opportunity for a fish to enter the dragon gate. Lin Xiaotian's expression was very confident, but it was obvious. It was unlikely that a fish would enter the Dragon Gate, but the Steel Gate was possible. Zhou Xuemei was still uneasy. Brother Xiaotian, then let's split up first. I'm going to look for Xiao Yu alone. Lin Xiaotian nodded, his head full of unconcern. Make yourself at home. He's got a personal vendetta. More than 10 years ago, when he had initially stepped into the realm of his own sure, he kicked around, kicking 9 houses in a row with ease. That is, until he kicked off to a martial arts school called New Concept Unlimited Mixed Martial Arts Gym and met an old guy named Ai Shoying. This guy was also at the early stage of the clan, but he lost miserably and shattered one of his balls. But fortunately he was the head of the Ghost Doctor sect, and a hand of the mastery of the 3-turn soul rejuvenation needle directly saved his balls. This kind of crushing mastery, he hadn't even taught Lin Yua. Ai Shoying, the blood revenge from 10 years ago will be avenged today. Lin Xiaotian's body gradually condensed a layer of terrifying qi. The killing qi was on the verge of materializing, terrifying as it was. Zhou Xuemei's intuition was spot on. Lin Yu was indeed quite miserable now that he had all but completed a sex change operation to become a woman. But again, her guess wasn't really right, because Rin Yu wasn't in a lot of pain. Instead, he's quite happy, especially after a complete gender reassignment surgery. And although his temperament is still a bit grim, he's at least found true love. But at this moment, Lin Yu was furious. Oh, Shaolin, you have to do something for me. Brother Chang leaned on his crutches, covering his large faceplate swollen into a pig's head, complaining to Lin Yu in front of him. What happened? Lin Yu clenched his fists slightly, his expression much more introspective. At one time, he would have been infuriated to the point of vomiting blood just because of Jiang Che's words, but now, his personality was as if he had changed into a different person. His temperament was gloomy and cold with introversion. Brother Chang cried out, "It's that guy called Yi Liangchen. I told you about it 2 days ago. As a result, this guy took advantage of my inattention. He escaped and almost beat me to death. To think that he, a gangster, the second in command of the entire Hangzhou underground world, would be beaten up by a single person?" Lin Yu's gaze flickered with a ray of anger. A dark force martial artist, right? I'll make him pay. He was angry, really angry. For Kung, he's even willing to undergo a sex change operation. It's a bit twisted and heavy-handed, but it's a different kind of deep love. And Yi Liangchen, who had just escaped from life, once again felt his chrysanthemums tighten. Chapter 175, A Midnight Visit from Mother Superior. Yi Liangchen, is it? I'll take revenge for you. Lin Yu clenched his fists in death. Kobayashi. No, no, no. Let's just symbolically punish him. This Yi Liangchen is just a little wildcat. Let's punish him and he'll be good. Chang was a little nostalgic about Yi Liangchen. This little Yi student's body was still quite sturdy and he liked it. Good. I'll get him back. And the other side. Yi Liangchen, who had survived after Jie, covered his butt with one hand and limped alone. Shameful. What extreme shamefulness. When had he ever been so down and out as a young master of the Yi family? In the past 2 days, he had been humiliated by a man. He wanted to die now. Drops. Your 349 loved ones witnessed your failure to pretend, and it is ruled a complete failure to pretend, with a penalty of 20 years of reduced internal strength. Drops. The host receives the title, Trickster Zero. Trickster Zero, after having this title, everyone's first impression of you will label you as male Kiri. Yi Liangchen. Hugo system. Are you the enemy sent here to disgust me? He was devastated, but even more devastated came immediately afterward. A terrifying suction force was like an old ox drinking water, draining the internal energy in his body in a matter of moments. No, don't. My inner strength, my cultivation. Soon, his cultivation plummeted. When he hadn't bound the strongest pretender system, his cultivation was at the late dark power stage. As a result, after going round and round, tired of pretending to be half a day's worth of pussy, his cultivation has now retreated to the early stage of dark power instead. No. Yi Liangchen collapsed on the side of the road. He was completely weak, about to be sucked dry, practiced hard for more than 10 years, and as a result, he was directly knocked back after 1 day of pretending to be a leak. The heart is also very desperate and the future is gray. No way. I can't give up yet. I have to keep pretending. It's already like this anyway. Only by pretending can I become stronger. I'm going to go live. I'm going to pretend to be a pussy. Big deal. I'll wear a mask and act tough. Yi Liangchen is worthy of the existence of being able to endure for 3 years. Is able to endure, is simply a physically disabled labor model, completely explains what is called blood can flow, head can be broken, pretending cannot be broken. And just then, a small couple passed by him, pointing at him for a moment. Baby, let me tell you, this guy's a tomboy at first glance. Well, that's what I thought. Yi Liangchen, you're the ones who are male. I'm the one who's straight. A pang of hunger hit his stomach. He was hungry. but a touch of his pockets. All his money had been given to the mother and daughter, and he ended up being nasty and pretending to be poor, and it was hard. Excuse me, I just heard you say you were hungry. I just happen to have a loaf of bread here for you. I'm not hungry yet. Here, please. A fat man in a black shirt walked towards Yi Lianchen and touched his bald head. Are you? Yi Lianchen had a frown. The bald fat man patted his chest and performed a self-Jie Xiao. My name is Jie. They all call me Jie. Yi Lianchen narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that things were a little less simple. No, I'll go first. Ever since he experienced what happened to Kung, he was now incredibly afraid of this kind of bald guy. Apparently, his just acquired title Trickster Zero was starting to come into play. Uing pervert. Who the hell would want to go to the same school as you? Yuan Heir started jumping on her feet again double time. 3 days without whipping. The upper room still uncovered the tiles. They had just talked about grades again, and then the inevitable conversation about which school to get into. With their grades, the top schools are casual. Sister Yao Yao, Sister Chow Chow, let's pass the national exam together to get away from this pervert. The little girl tried to pull in both Yi Mangyao and Qin Xiaoqiao to fight against Great Demon King Zhang Che together. However, she had clearly overestimated her position in the minds of the two women. Qin Xiaoqiao, Yi Mangyao, _ White Rosebud didn't really feel anything because wherever Zhang Che went to school, she followed. Brother Zhang Che was now her only dependence. If she hadn't met Brother Zhang Che, she simply didn't dare to imagine what she would have become. If there was one who was the most panicked in her heart, it was naturally Beck Jie. As soon as she talked about her grades, she got a little scared. Although her grades were quite good and she was a schoolteacher, she was still a long way from being a top schoolteacher. What's more, in these few years, she had spent the vast majority of her time crushing on Zhang Che, and if Zhang Che wanted to enter a top-tier academy, what should she do then? She knew very well that there were originally 2 worlds between herself and Zhang Che, and she had prepared for so long. She had abandoned a lot before she climbed up to Zhang Che's side. Definitely can't just give up on her previous achievements. Her current score is only 600 or so. If she wants to make herself worthy of Zhang Che, she had to raise her score to 700 within 3 months. This miracle, she had to perform. Beck Jie's eyes grew firm. Zhang Che's gaze went to Bai Jie, and the girl who was being watched instantly lowered her head. When she was with Zhang Che, she didn't dare to remove her mask at all. In fact, she pretty much knew in her heart that Zhang Che had probably recognized herself long ago. After all, what can a mask cover? Nothing more than her cheap dignity. Zhang Che was naturally aware of these small thoughts of Bai Jie. This girl was complicated and contradictory. Her love was twisted and humble. She was crazy in love, jealous, and even dared to drug Yi Mangyao at her birthday party, but was very timid in front of herself. In fact, Xiao Baijie still hadn't completely seen the true face of this big bad wolf of his. It was completely unnecessary for her to do all this. Zhang Che wasn't so bad as to commit that kind of behavior of starting and stopping. He was a beast, but a principled one. And just then, the villa's doorbell rang. Frosty, get the door. Hey, there are so many maids I do not make use of. Specifically let you Chen Ningxuan work. Just ask you hard, not difficult? Chen Ningxuan was also reluctant, but what could she do? Now he is a prisoner. One can only dutifully go to the door. The gate had only just opened when a gentle voice rang out. Son, did you miss me? Zhang Yunli's face was wearing a smile and he was only halfway through his words, but after seeing Chen Ningxuan, his face instantly changed, and his smile all but disappeared. She didn't feel half as good about the woman who had beaten her son. Chapter 176 Evil Mother-in-Law Zhang Yunli. Chen Ningxuan was exasperated and cried. Zhang Yunli glared viciously at Chen Ningxuan. Then he crossed over to her and walked straight towards the house, with Zhang Yuan following beside him. As a result, after entering the villa, the two were directly dumbfounded. Zhang Yunli's eyes went wide with disbelief as he looked towards Zhang Che with what seemed to be a question in his eyes. She was shocked. What's going on here? Ahem. There aren't enough people at home, and before, Auntie Chen was too busy to cook alone. That's why I hired so many servants. Even with Zhang Che's thick skin, he was somewhat embarrassed at this time. Zhang Yunli and Zhang Yuan were both silent for a moment afterward. Son, you still need to exercise some moderation. Zhang Yunli spoke in a serious tone, although she wanted to hold grandchildren, but she also did not want to see her son's kidneys weak at a young age. Chen Ningxuan, who was on the side, muttered in a small voice, Humph, denizen, sooner or later, I will vainly kill you one day. As a result, this sentence of hers was heard by Zhang Yunli. Instant anger. Without saying a word directly, he threw a slap on Chen Ningxuan's face. There was a soft pop. Chen Ningxuan, as a Huanjing powerhouse, could naturally dodge it, but she didn't dare to do so. What did you say? Is my son something you can talk about? Don't look at Zhang Yunli's usual appearance of a gentle young woman, but as the golden young lady of the Zhang family in the capital, Could she be a soft touch? Chen Ningxuan didn't dare to say anything, she just covered her face. Lowering her head, she began to drop her little pearls, and she became even more desperate, being bullied by Jiang Che in various ways, and now being slapped by her mother. It's really suffocating. Can't tell the difference. Jiang Yuan hurriedly pulled away Jiang Yunli. Alright, wife, don't be angry. This scene, however, happened to be seen by Yuan Heir, and the little lowly's face turned slightly white. It seems that in the future, in front of Jiang Yunli's sister, she can't say anything bad about Jiang Che, or else she'll turn into an evil mother-in-law in seconds. And so, the female brat who had just been bickering with Jiang Che directly turned into a good girl in seconds. What are you doing here? Jiang Che gently rubbed the corner of his forehead. Jiang Yunli smiled out with a cheeky smile. Son, I heard that you got a strange encounter? Become a harmonization powerhouse? The woman's eyes filled with light. Aha, that's right. Jiang Che nodded. AI, my son would have wanted you to be an ordinary person. Jiang Yunli was somewhat helpless. As the heir of the Jiang family, even if Jiang Che's bones were poor, even if Jiang Yunhuan piled up resources, I'm afraid that he could even pile Jiang Che up to Huanjing, but Jiang Yunli didn't want his son to fight and kill all day. Ooh, you've suffered, son. The main reason why Jiang Yunli didn't want his son to cultivate ancient martial arts was because he was worried about his son suffering. After all, his cultivation roots were so poor, then it was necessary to put in more effort than others. But the world is unpredictable, and Chen Ningxuan, who was on the side, was directly struck by lightning. The whole thing froze. What did she hear? Jiang Che was actually an ancient martial artist with Huanjing cultivation? How is this possible? Isn't he a scrapper? During these days, she had naturally secretly touched Jiang Che's root and bone qualifications. Her meridians were severely occluded, and her root and bone were many times worse than her own. A proper loser. She was confused, but stayed silent. Jiang Che quickly understood why his parents had made a special trip. When Emperor Jiang Yun went back, he directly bragged about it, saying that his grandson was actually not a cultivation loser, but a top genius. Having already stepped into the Huanjing cultivation level, the group of old men from the Jiang family were clamoring to see themselves. Just leaves people helpless. That's fine. It doesn't matter if we go to the capital tomorrow. As it happened, he was still preparing to send some local specialties to this foreign master of his. Previously, after killing Su Han, a bottle of life enhancement pills was exploded with 20 pills in it, and one pill increased his lifespan by 10 years. And the last time Jiang Yunhuang came over, he could already tell that even though this great master looked hardened, he actually didn't have much more lifespan left. After all, it was only an ancient martial artist. Even a grand master wouldn't increase his lifespan by much. It was no different from an ordinary person. Only the physical quality is better. Moreover, Jiang Yunhuang still had a dark disease on his body, and although the life enhancement pill was very precious, but Jiang Che wasn't stingy, and with the villain system, in the future, it would be possible for him to bring his entire family and his woman to live a long life. By the way, Mom and Dad, take these 2 bottles of potion. You can beautify your face. For his own family, Jiang Che naturally wouldn't be stingy and directly took out the face resident potion. However, he didn't say that this stuff could make youth last forever. After all, it was too much effort to explain, and they probably wouldn't believe it. Oh, for Jiang Che, both of them were very pained and took it and drank it. After seeing the 2 drink the resident potion, Jiang Che nodded. After that, they chatted for a while, and Jiang Yunli recognized his youngest daughters-in-law one by one. Yuan Heir, hugs, you're still so cute. Jiang Yunli picked Yuana up and inadvertently kissed the little lowly's cheeks. Sister Jiang, still called sister? Isn't it time to change your name to Mom? Jiang Yunli had dreamed of having such a soft and cute daughter. Yuan Heir blushed and lowered her head. Obviously, she couldn't open this mouth yet. If she knew that she had been stinking up Jiang Che all day in private, then she'd definitely be screwed. White Rose, right? What a great name. This is our Jiang family's ancestral jade bracelet, specially passed down to our daughter-in-law. Yao Yao Ah. Although there were some misunderstandings before, Mom still believes that you are a good girl. This is our Jiang family's ancestral jadeite jade bracelet, specially passed down to our daughter-in-law. Chow Chow. Mom loves delightful girls like you. This is our Jiang family's ancestral gold bracelet, specially passed down to our daughter-in-law. The protagonist's mother gave Yuan Heir a bracelet earlier. See chapter 38 for details. Jiang Yunli is obviously prepared. Jade bracelet, jadeite bracelet, gold bracelet, a variety of bracelets. The main one diversified management. Even Donger had obtained a dark red onyx bracelet. The dark red onyx bracelet stayed on the little girl's wrist and matched her pale skin just perfectly. Little Winter looked down, blinking twice at the bracelet on her arm, as if trying to comprehend why such a thing was being worn on her arm. Without realizing it, he also gently poked the bracelet with his little hand, the dark red agate glistening with a beautiful luster. just as beautiful as those violet eyes of Donger. Oh son, is there any room left in the house? You see tonight. The corners of Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched as he hurriedly pulled away his daughter-in-law. Son, tomorrow I'll drive over and take you to the capital. We'll leave first. He was afraid that his wife would pull the plug on him, slipped right off at light speed. The girls breathed a sigh of relief when the two left. Qin Xiaoqiao and the girls were all very excited. Hadn't they gained their mother-in-law's approval? But two girls were having a hard time. By Jie and Chen Ningxuang. Chapter 177, Baekjae being honest. Baekjae is having a hard time. Except for himself. All the girls who had a relationship with Jiang Che were given bracelets. Although the bracelet wasn't particularly valuable, it was an affirmation from her mother-in-law, the Lord. And of all the girls, she's the only one who doesn't have a bracelet. It was so hard that she wanted to cry. Although she had taken the initiative to climb into Jiang Che's bed, the feeling of being ignored was really hard. But just as she was alone in her grief, a figure stood in front of her and took both of her small hands in his. What? Why didn't you come forward just now when my mom was handing out bracelets to her daughter-in-law? Don't you want to enter our Jiang family? As soon as Jiang Che said this, Bai Jie snapped her head up, and even though she was wearing a mask, her shocked eyes were hard to hide. Jiang Che sighed helplessly. Oops, he actually wanted to continue playing tricks like the masked sister, but I guess at this rate, Baekjae the girl might be about to be played out. Sneaking around and dropping little pearls under the covers? Let's just forget it. We can bully whatever we want before, but it's already our own woman, so there's no point in messing with her like that. Jiang Che's large hand was gently placed on Bai Jie's ear, caressing over the young girl's hair. Baekjae seemed to realize something and lowered her head. Jiang Che reached out a hand and gently removed the girl's mask, revealing a pretty face of pure lust, her eyes still red and gently biting her own thin lips. Baekjae's heart was trembling with the feeling of being publicly executed. Her fervent yet humble love is exposed in front of Jiang Che, and she knows that her love for him is twisted and ugly. After all, what girl would secretly follow a boy for 6 years? Stealing photos of Jiang Che, a 128GB memory USB flash drive can't even store them. This kind of love can already be called a demented woman. Oh, Baekjae? Jiang Che pretended to exclaim. The other girls in the room also had their gazes over. Qin Xiaoqiao's eyes carried a slight shock, and her small mouth was slightly open. Ja, I can't believe it's you? Qin Xiaoqiao's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She never expected. This little maid was actually her own little best friend that she had just recognized not long ago. She said so. Why would this Bai Jie suddenly become good friends with her and often ask herself about Jiang Che's news on the side? So, her target is senior Jiang Che. This hurt the little girl a bit. Not so much because of jealousy. After all, if she was jealous, she would have died of acid by now. Ooh, she's been cheated out of her feelings. What friends and girlfriends? It's all fake. Jiang Che, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. Behind her back, Baekjae's love was bold and sickly, but when it really came to Jiang Che, but she was very inferior again. How could Jiang Che be angry? Gently ruffling the broken hair in front of the young girl's forehead. If you like me, why do you have to hide it? You don't have to love me if loving me makes you tired. After Bai Jie heard Jiang Che's words, she hastily shook her head. Love, how could she not? She's crazy about it. It's the only light in her life. Very well then, welcome to the midst of the family. Jiang Che gently hugged Bai Jie, and then introduced him to Yi Mengyao and Yuaner and the girls. Yuaner narrowed her eyes, her back teeth gritted, and sneaked up to Yi Mengyao's ear. Yao Yao, did you see that? Jiang Che, this dead pervert's means of flirting with girls is too scary. That's how you were fooled by him in the first place. After the evil granny left, Heir instantly transformed from a good girl to a female brat again. Yi Mengyao gently bit her thin lips. She had actually known for a long time that she had been pooed by Jiang Che in the first place, but she was willing to do so. Baekjae's heart was so excited that it felt like a dream. Although she didn't get her mother-in-law's approval, she got Jiang Che's love as she wished for, and this great sense of joy made her almost overwhelmed. There's no need to wear a mask anymore. Of course, if you want, I can continue to play my little game of I run, you chase. Bai Jie's entire body jumped directly into Jiang Che's arms, somewhat restless. It's very tough, is it? The demented woman's attribute completely unblocked? Ahem, that won't be necessary. He's an ascetic god. How can he be pushed back by an obsessed woman? Bai Jie lowered her head, her small face flushed. Jiang Che's her heart pass had long since blocked Bai Jie. Jiang Che, the things your mother said just now, is it true? Chen Ningxuang thought about it for a long time, but she still took the initiative to stand out, her pair of beautiful eyes gazing at Jiang Che's pupils. What really? Jiang Che asked, pretending to be puzzled. Are you a Huanjing cultivator? Ha, do I look like a Huanjing powerhouse to you? Didn't you say that I'm a scrapper? Jiang Che laughed teasingly. Of course, you can test me out like you did last time. I'm sure I won't say anything if you take a shot at me. When the time comes to go to the Qin village to eat the banquet, the big deal is that I'll pay more with my share. Chen Ningxuang. She was practically gnashing her teeth. But yet, he could only stare dryly. This guy in front of him was obviously just a teenager, but he was incomparably exasperating. Pissed off. Her liver hurt. Humph. Scum. Besides threatening me with your family, what else can you do? Chen Ningxuan blared fiercely at Jiang Che. She abhorred this man's shameless behavior to the extreme. Why shouldn't I use my rights if I have them? That's a funny thing to say. Jiang Che revealed a contemptuous smile. Then he turned his gaze to the young girl's slightly reddened face. Ha, getting slapped by my mom hurt quite a bit, didn't it? To be in charge of you? You shameless denizens. I will never give in to you. Chen Ningxuan's proud little temper came up. Her chest heaved, and her tears unconsciously fell. It was really too bullying. She was a Wanjing martial artist, but every day she had to stay in front of a loser, help him wash and change his clothes, and from time to time she had to face his humiliation. I wonder if one night this guy will have an animalistic fit. He'll want her innocence, and he won't even be able to raise a hand to resist, and face bullying from his mother. Too suffocating. The more you think about it, the more sad Chen Ningxuang's heart is, and the heart aches with a twitch. But the great demon king Jiang Che was still unwilling to let her go. Chapter 178, Life Enhancement Pill? Emperor Jiang Yun was shocked. Early the next morning, Jiang Yunli and his wife then hurriedly rushed to the villa to pick Jiang Che up on the way to the capital. Jiang Che got dressed and followed along. Son, reveal to mom how you practiced to become a harmonization powerhouse? It must have suffered, right? As the Jiang Yunli was the Jiang family's eldest young lady, and even the daughter of a great master, if she was willing, becoming an ancient martial arts expert is not a difficult task. But, she was too delicate since she was a child. A needle was too painful. She couldn't stand a little bit of suffering, so naturally she wouldn't go through so much effort to practice ancient martial arts. So she was also unwilling to see Jiang Che suffer. Ahem. Actually, there wasn't much suffering. I was dreaming of an expert passing on my skills. He taught me a secret method. When Jiang Che said this, both Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuan froze for a moment, but then it was speechless. The truth is out. They can sort of see why their son has so many girls around him, and why he has suddenly become so scum. But the two didn't care. They didn't care how many women Jiang Che had or how strong he was. They only cared about Jiang Che, their only son. Ahem. Son. Ah. Will this one Gong Fu have any drawbacks? Will it cause damage to your body or a girl's body? Jiang Yuli asked seriously. No, don't worry about that. In about 2 hours or so, Jiang Che arrived at the Jiang family in the capital. The power of the Jiang family in the capital was huge. Clearly a terrifying ancient martial arts family, but it was rooted in the secular world. A huge plaque at the entrance had the word Jiang written on it in large letters, and below the plaque, there was a small golden plaque, Martial Arts Champion. No, one in the world. Those 8 words that are so wild they have no boundaries. This is not a self-appointment by the Jiang family, but a great achievement fought down by that foreign grandfather of his, Jiang Yunhuang. Once upon a time, the Dragon Kingdom held a martial arts competition after its founding, and tens of thousands of ancient martial artists across the country competed to participate in the registration. But in the end, it was Jiang Yunhuang who came out on top, taking down 4 veteran grandmasters with the strength of a novice grandmaster and taking this world's #1. Since then, it had established the Jiang family's powerful position in the Dragon Kingdom's ancient martial arts world. Soon, Jiang Che met Jiang Yunhuang and the others. There were still quite a lot of people in the Jiang family. After all, Jiang Yunhuang had married a dozen aunts. Could it not be lively? And basically, they're all ancient martial artists. Ha ha. Daughter, Shul, you finally arrived. Jiang Yunhuang laughed out loud with a very unrestrained smile, while this old man directly subconsciously ignored Jiang Yuan. As an old father, he couldn't say anything good about the guy who had abducted his daughter. Jiang Yuan also just laughed helplessly. The Jiang Yuan who was usually powerful in the business world had directly turned into a little sheep at this time. Shulu, let me tell you, she has been passed on by a master and is now in the middle stage of Huanjing. Wait a minute? Late stage? Emperor Jiang Yun's eyes widened in disbelief at his own perception. How long has it been? A week or 2 at the most? Several other old men from the Jiang clan had also come over, pinching and squeezing Jiang Che's arms and legs in amazement. Hiss. Impossible? How could this kind of wasted qualification step into the harmonization power cultivation? Brother Yun, are you sure that it's what Xiao Che said, that there's a high-level person who passes on the power in his dreams? Is it hard to believe that this is a great master above heavenly strength? A few childish old ladies also walked out, and the Jiang family was instantly lively. Above heavenly strength? It's hard to believe. It's that great expert who was a god of martial arts. It shouldn't exist now, obviously. As old men who had lived for 60 or 70 years, they still had a slight understanding of some of the secret stories, but it doesn't matter. as long as I know that my grandson can cultivate haha. Emperor Jiangyun let out a loud laugh and patted Jiang Chei's shoulder with his big hand. I'll see who else dares to taunt my Jiang family for not having any successors. At the age of 19, at the late stage of Huanjin, it's not impossible to break through the shackles of Tianjin and ask for the martial god in the future. Those old guys, when there's time, I'm bound to hit you hard in the face. Jiang Yunhuang could be considered to have pulled Jiang Chei to show off to the Jiang family members one by one. Jiang Chei then glanced at Jiang Yunhuang. Having the system, he naturally saw that Jiang Yunhuang's lifespan was limited, and he was afraid that he could still hold out for 5 or 8 years at most. As a villain, it's only natural to work for the good of your family. Outer Master, are you dying? As soon as Jiang Chei opened his mouth, he directly coaxed a great filial piety from the hall, but fortunately there were no other people around. Jiang Yunhuang glared at Jiang Chei. Good you brat, cursing me to death aren't you? What a filial death. The old man's beard trembled in anger, and he couldn't wait to slap Jiang Chei against the southern wall. You can't fool me. This elixir was imparted to me by that master of mine. It can increase your life by 10 years. Jiang Chei was a bit helpless. I'm a villain who also has a ring old grandpa? The aura on Jiang Yunhuang's body instantly changed, and he narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked towards the white pill in Jiang Chei's hand. The refreshing medicinal fragrance invaded his internal organs and even awakened some of the depleted functions in his body from a long distance away. He froze. Chul. He had lived for 70 years. What heavenly treasures hadn't he seen? But now he was still shocked until his scalp went numb. He was naturally knowledgeable, though he hadn't seen it before. But every cell in his body was screaming. This is a good thing. To eat it. This is the life enhancement pill. It can add 10 years to one's life. Longevity enhancement pill? It can increase one's lifespan by 10 years? He was completely shocked. As if remembering something, his heart instantly thrilled. But soon, he still held back the joy in his heart and opened his mouth very seriously. Chul, this is too precious. I can't have it. I can't use this. And something like the longevity enhancement pill will lose its potency very quickly after it is taken out of the pill bottle. Jiang Chei hooked up the corners of his mouth. Outer Master, you don't want to see this precious elixir scrapped, do you? Emperor Jiangyun only felt unable to cry or laugh. What kind of divine grandson had he gotten himself into? That's fine, but I'm not going to use this elixir myself. Can I give it to someone else? Chul, the old man asked, seemingly prayerfully. The others? Your own grandmother, my married wife, doesn't have long to live. I want to use this elixir to save her life. Jiang Chei. It was evident that this foreign master of his was also a man of temperament, with no more than a few years left in his own lifespan, and he still thinks about his wife? Unable to do so, he took out the entire bottle of life enhancement pills in his pocket. Although the life enhancement pill was very rare, Jiang Chei wasn't stingy because this kind of thing, there would be as many as one wanted in the future. A treasure chest will pop up for every Sons of Qi killed, and the life enhancement elixir is the guaranteed reward for each treasure chest. When he killed Su Han, his overall evaluation was S rank, and he received an epic treasure chest, inside which was guaranteed to be 20 life enhancement pills, each of which could increase his life by 10 years. And on top of the epic treasure chests, there's the legendary, extreme, and supreme. The guaranteed life-enhancing elixir is definitely more, and the increased lifespan is definitely longer, and the system life-enhancing elixir can be stacked indefinitely without decaying. So, he really doesn't lack longevity, right? Just pit the protagonist. The harder he pits, the better the stuff pops. Chapter 179 Above Heavenly Strength? It is Tongshan. P.S. Brothers, no way to be watched. Again by the small black house. It is estimated that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow can be released. Is being submitted for review. Today the first chapter. This time the content of the change is less. The previous plot did not change. Brothers later update the content of the Catch to See. This is the second time the small black house. Emperor Jiangyun was stunned. The corners of his mouth twitched madly as he looked at the Jiang Chei in front of him with a pang in his heart. You don't think so? It can't be that this damn bottle is full of some kind of longevity-enhancing elixir, can it? Chul, where did you get all this? Emperor Jiangyun's throat was slightly dry, and he could tell from Jiang Chei's expression. I'm afraid that this is all a life enhancement pill. Jiang Chei opened the jade bottle, and instantly a terrifying medicinal fragrance came out from it, and just smelling it gave one a feeling of being transformed. Jiang Chei poured out a pill and sent it to Jiang Yunhuang before putting the jade bottle away. These life-enhancing pills were all given to me by that master who taught me kung fu in a dream. Things that can't be explained are just thrown all over the so-called mysterious old grandpa. Emperor Jiangyun was silent for a moment. His heart was already very shocked. What kind of god is this master of his grandson? The ability to transmit power in a dream is so outrageous. He had never even heard of it, and he was also able to come up with a super elixir that could help people prolong their lives. This is definitely a mysterious to the extreme worldly master. Okay, don't Don't look like you've never seen the world. This longevity-enhancing elixir, hurry up and take it away. This kind of thing will come again later. The corners of Jiang Che's lips were slightly hooked. I like to see this look of you guys who haven't seen the world. Hearing this, Jiang Yunhuang's hands trembled as he took these 2 tiny pills from Jiang Che's hands, not even daring to utilize any of his inner strength for fear of accidentally breaking this little gadget. You try it first. How is the potency of the elixir? The old man nodded and didn't say anything more to push the issue. After all, he really didn't have much time left to live. As for whether his grandson would poison him, this was completely out of his consideration. The moment the elixir entered his mouth, it instantly dissolved into pure medicinal power and dissipated, filling his limbs and bones, and a vitality that was hard to describe flowed back into his body. The first thing that started was the heart. His aged heart gradually regained its activity, and more vitality flowed out of the heart, slowly spreading throughout his body. Even quite a few of his previous dark illnesses healed themselves. A head of white hair also slowly turned gray. The wrinkles on his forehead dissipated a bit, and his cloudy old eyes glowed anew. This is too horrible. Jiang Yunhuang looked at his arm. He didn't even need to look in the mirror, he understood. He had definitely gotten a lot younger. He was the owner of this body, and no one knew his current physical condition better than he did. Soon, the medicine ran out. Emperor Jiangyun's gaze was incomparably serious as he looked towards Jiang Che. Heir, this longevity enhancement pill matter. Have you revealed it to anyone else? Jiang Che shook his head. He naturally couldn't disclose it with other people. The life enhancement pill was too anticlimactic. Although the Jiang family's power was great, but it wasn't so great that it could overshadow the sky. After all, it was a society with the rule of law. That's fine. Don't tell anyone about this life enhancement pill. If anyone really asks, just say that this elixir can strengthen the body and cure dark diseases. Do not say that it is a rejuvenation. After all, Jiang Yunhuan was also an old grandmaster and was very cautious. If this thing got out, it would be difficult for the Jiang clan to protect him as well. This is natural. I'm definitely careful. Jiang Che nodded his head gently. Heir, it seems that this master you worshipped is indeed a worldly master. I'm afraid that his cultivation is above the heavenly strength. Perhaps it really is that passing spirit powerhouse that can do all of this. Jiang Che had gotten new knowledge. Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Hua Jin, Gang Jin, Tian Jin, Tong Shin. It turns out that there are realms above the heavenly strength, but it doesn't matter. You can be as strong as you want. I have a system anyway. Shul, you must not show this life enhancement pill to anyone else. To be honest, if you weren't my grandson, I'd be considering killing someone to get away with it. Jiang Yunhuang laughed and patted Jiang Che's shoulder, completely lacking the feeling of a great master. With that, he prepared to take Jiang Che out. Yun, why do you seem to have gotten a bit younger? Another patriarch of the Jiang clan, Jiang Gingchong, walked out. This one, like Jiang Shulu, was a patriarch great circle powerhouse, one of the clan elders of the Jiang clan. Emperor Jiang Yun had just taken the life enhancement pill and was in a good mood. Spirits are glowing, naturally looking young. The corners of several Jiang family members' mouths twitched, and Jiang Yunhuang smiled. It's nothing, it's just that my cultivation has just been refined, and the dark illnesses in my body have gotten better, so I naturally look younger. He then walked away at a brisk pace. Soon it was time to come to a very cleanly cleaned bedroom. Purel, look what goodies I brought you. In the bedroom, there was only an old crone who was so old that her hair was white, lying on the bed, and the whole person was permeated with a sense of decay, obviously already very old. The old man opened his eyes and looked at Emperor Jiangyun with tenderness in his eyes. Yun. Soon after, she turned her gaze to Jiang Che at the side. Is it Che? My eyes aren't very good. It's a little hard to see. Jiang Che nodded lightly. He had heard of this grandmother of his. It is Jiang Yunhuang's married wife, 15 years older than Jiang Yunhuang. This grandfather of his own was also in ant control when he was young. There is indeed true love for each other. Only sadly, too old to face the pain of life and death. Chul, come here, let grandma take a look. The old woman slowly stretched out her pale and withered hand, looking at Jiang Che with tenderness in her eyes. Grandma! Jiang Che walked up to the old man with humility on his face. Jiang Yunhuang stood on the side. Excited are a little rubbing hands. With this one life enhancement pills, pure children will be saved. He has had many women, but he is extremely attached to this married wife. Just like Zhu Yuanzhang, there were quite a few harems, but there was only one wife, Empress Ma. At the time when he was at his lowest ebb, both his parents were dead. He was also returned from his marriage, and his cultivation was abolished. At that time, he was beyond despair, but this gentle aunt appeared, gave him hope and care. So he'd rather not use the life enhancement pill himself, and use it for her as well. Chapter 180, The Terrifying Underpinnings of the Jiang Family. Emperor Jiangyun made a great feast. Take this elixir. It can strengthen your body. Zhang Yunhuang very carefully took out the longevity-enhancing elixir from his pocket. His heart was so excited, but even if it was his married wife, he didn't even tell the exact efficacy of the elixir. It just means that the elixir is for strengthening the body. After all, returning to old age, which sounds too unbelievable. Although he knew, behind his grandson stood a super powerhouse of the martial way of the gods, there was still a need to be cautious. Lin Chun sighed helplessly. You old man, I'm almost gone, and you still won't let me live in peace. Zhang Yunhuang's old eyes were slightly reddened. What's the point of walking away? Just eat this pill. With that, he personally picked up the old person on the bed and sent the elixir in his hand into her mouth. It's no use. I'm almost 90. I won't live long. But she was only halfway through saying this when her entire body froze. The moment the life enhancement pill was ingested, it directly turned into pure medicinal power that surged into the old man's body. The life enhancement pill was consumed extremely quickly, and the lifespan that a life enhancement pill could increase was only 10 years, while Lin Chun, an old man, was now almost 90, and the two of them were also old enough to have children. The life enhancement pill can increase not only the lifespan, but also restore the damage caused by the failure of human organs, and realize the real reverse growth. The wrinkles on the old man's face dissipated for a few minutes. His mental state was also much better, and the deathly aura that had originally shrouded his body also dissipated. It was still a pale face, but it was so much better than it had been a few minutes ago. Lin Chun looked at her hand incredulously, shocked beyond words. Am I young for this? After Zhang Yunhuang saw that the life enhancement pill was really effective on Lin Chun, a pair of old eyes directly flashed with tears and gently hugged his wife. By the way, he also helped her to take her pulse seriously, and then he was incomparably surprised. Her wife had really recovered and regained her vitality. Plural, can you get out of bed and walk around a bit now? Lin Chun nodded slightly and was assisted out of bed. After seeing out of bed, Zhang Yunhuang, a great master, directly cried out, wiping his tearful eyes. There was a complete lack of the previous thunder and lightning. In the presence of this wife of his, he will always be the little child. Zhang Che stood by the bedside with some emotions in his heart. His mood was unexpectedly good. Oh, that's right, Chun Heir. That elixir you had just now was given to you by Chur. Let me tell you, Cheir's ancient martial arts talent is much stronger than mine, and now he's worshipped a powerful master. Zhang Yunhuang excitedly pointed at Zhang Che. Lin Chun's gaze once again looked at Zhang Che, her eyes similar to the vast majority of grandmothers, filled with softness. Cheir, this old woman of mine, I've taken a lot of trouble from you. Lin Chun smiled to herself, being able to see that as Zhang Yunhuang's married wife, Lin Chun was definitely an incomparably gentle woman in her youth. Grandma, it's all in the family. Zhang Che pursed his lips. After a few pleasantries, a few people walked out. Zhang Che's words were a bit stiff. He wasn't suited to be a good grandson. He was more suited to be a supervillain. Soon, Lin Chun surprised all of the Zhang family. Mistress, are you ready? Mother? Master Lin, what are you? Soon, many of the Zhang family's subordinates came up, and after seeing this appearance of Lin Chun, they were all shocked by it. Some of Emperor Zhang Yun's concubines also had joy on their faces. Of course, no one was more shocked than Zhang Yunli. Mom, how are you? Kang Yunli ran over crying. The two of them, Zhang Yunhuang and Lin Chun, were considered to have gotten sons in their old age. Zhang Yunhuang had reached the realm of Grand Master in his cultivation at a young age. Just as in many metaphysical novels, the higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to have an heir. Lin Chun was also in advanced maternal age, giving birth to Kang Yunli in her 40s. Zhang Yunli learned from the two old men that the person who helped his mother was actually his own precious son. The whole thing was instantly agitated. Pulling Zhang Che over, he fiercely kissed him on the face, leaving a splash of colorful red lip prints. Baby son, Mom loves you Zhang Che. Leathery lifted his wrist and wiped the drool from his face. Afterwards, Zhang Yunli bragged as if he was pulling Zhang Che to show off to the entire Zhang family, and Zhang Che instantly became the mascot of the entire Zhang family. Just kinda helpless. I'm a villain, not a mascot. Emperor Zhang Yun was in a good mood and spoke with energy. The smile on his face was unbroken and he even giggled from time to time. I'm in a good mood today, so I called Yunwu and the others over. Let's have a big feast at the Zhang family. With a wave of Zhang Yunhuang's big hand, the terrifying chi force wrapped in sound could almost travel several miles away. He then dragged Zhang Che to go and chat about nothing more than knowledge of ancient martial arts. Zhang Che was a complete layman with regards to ancient martial arts, and although he was already a late-stage Huanjing ancient martial artist, he was actually still a budding one. Ming Jin, Dark Jin, and Huan Jin. Huan Jin can release the internal force in the body and act on external objects, picking flowers and folding leaves to injure the enemy. And behind the Huan Jin is the Gang Jin, which is also known as the Zongshi. and can condense a layer of protective astral aura on the surface of one's body, which is very hard and scientifically belongs to a special kind of human body's force field. The astral chi could easily withstand pistol bullets, and some veteran masters could even withstand rifles and even submachine guns, but you still have to mail it when it comes to large caliber armor-piercing rounds. The Grand Master is even more terrifying, needing to step out of his own martial path and comprehend the martial domain. Within the martial domain are all astral deities. Sniper rifles can't even hurt them, not even armor-piercing bullets. Generally speaking, a Grand Master is invincible, unless he encounters some large-scale thermal weapons, such as rockets. In short, the Archons are not yet able to fight off human thermal weapons. It was said that in the Republic of China, there were more than 20 Grand Masters in the Dragon Kingdom, and at least 100 Grand Masters from every sect under the sun combined, with as many as 1,000 Huanjing powerhouses. However, in front of the national hatred, all the great sects came down to the mountains with a mood of dying as if they were at home, and it was also from that time, Dragon Kingdom's ancient martial arts began to go into decline, with the powerful and their legacies almost severed. The vast majority of ancient martial artists with Taoist heritage, they all died out. After all, no matter how strong an ancient martial artist was, they're still just humans after all, and even a Grand Master can't defend himself against human thermal weapons. Shul, remember, keep a low profile, especially now that you have a treasure in your hands. You must not be known by others. Emperor Jiang Yun had once again reminded Jiang Che that it was obvious. This Grandmaster was also a Go King when he was young. Jiang Che just nodded lightly. The Ginger family is still quite large. Although Emperor Jiang Yun's heirs are few, there are many collateral members of the Jiang family. And this time Jiang Che had completely seen the true strength of the ancient martial Jiang family, which could only be called terrifying. No wonder in the original plot, Lin Yu was forced to flee abroad for decades of obscene development after killing himself. The villain. And let's not talk about Jiang Yunhuang, the Great Master. The Jiang family's own master powerhouse has a full 6, of which Jiang Shilo and Jiang Jingchong too are master grandmasters. Not to mention that Jiang Yumawang's wives had quite a few big backgrounds in existence, like some hidden family or something. Who wouldn't be scared of that? P.S. First chapter. I'm afraid I'm out of luck today, but it's not a big problem. I'll slowly make up for it after the new year. I've been in the dark house twice in a row within a month. There is no one else. Chapter 181, Son of Luck. Jiang Ruoxu. P.S. Good news. The author and Out of the Small Dark Room resumed updating, but the content direction has not changed. The old readers can rebrush once again. The content of the deletion of a lot of new readers. Some new readers cannot read the previous text. Then send some quality paragraph comment. Download over the all don't hide it. The former planted trees after the cool. This is a great merit. Understand the applause. The Ginger family is very lively, and Jiang Che, as a great contributor to the Jiang family, was naturally the object of focused attention. Ha ha ha. I'm a happy old man today. Let's drink one for the grandparents and grandchildren. Jiang Yunhuang pulled Jiang Che and raised his glass, ready to not get drunk. The other branches of the Jiang clan also cast their gazes over, as well as quite a few of the old antiquities of the hidden families, who were sizing up Jiang Che. In their impression, wasn't this young son of the Jiang family a wastrel? How is it possible to suddenly leap to become a late-stage Huanjin martial artist, and cured the Kong family's main mother of her dark disease? All the signs point to, this Jiang Che is definitely not as simple as he usually seems. A 19-year-old late-stage Huanjin, an existence that could definitely ask for a grandmaster in the future. This caused them to be stunned in their hearts. Extraordinary. The future Jiang family is absolutely extraordinary. It's very likely that 3 great masters will come out of one family. One door, 3 days of strength, scalp numb, and Jiang Yunhuang now has an official identity. In the next 50 years, I'm afraid the entire ancient martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom will be headed by the Jiang family. A few old men with white beards sat on top of the banquet table and talked. After Jiang Che drank a few glasses of wine, he returned to his seat. He wasn't a protagonist, and wasn't good at this kind of public pretending and showing his saintliness in front of people. Being a major villain makes him perfect for backstabbing. Yo, Yunwu, you guys are here? Soon, there were a few new people in the Ginger family. A stout-looking middle-aged man, followed by a middle-aged beautiful woman and a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Father, I heard that mother she's getting better? Jiang Yunwu was very excited. Well, Chul has found a precious elixir that can cure a dark disease. Your mother is in good shape now. War, you're here? Lin Chun walked out from behind Jiang Yunhuang on his crutches. Mom! Jiang Yunwu excitedly ran to Lin Chun's face and flung himself down on his knees. After that, there was another bout of pleasantries, and then inevitably, they talked about Jiang Che. Jiang Che was helpless. He really didn't want to pretend. Ha ha ha. I knew there was no way that Cheer could be a loser. Every male in our Jiang family is a pride of heaven. Jiang Yunwu crossed his arms and laughed. looking like a fool. Come on, let's not say anything. Let's drink first. Jiang Che had just drank a few cups of spirits, and now he was being dragged by Jiang Yunwu to pour a few more cups of wine. He wasn't drunk, and he didn't use his inner strength to force out the alcohol. If this much alcohol could get him drunk, then what made him a driver for the leader in his previous life? It's all about blocking drinks. Jiang Che wasn't drunk, but Jiang Yunwu's face was slightly flushed. The large hand slapped hard on Jiang Che's shoulder, like a small mountain, and the large hand hooked on top of Jiang Che's shoulder. Ha ha. I've known since I was a kid that your brat was extraordinary. Now it's true that you've given me a surprise. He then turned his head to look at his wife and son behind him, pointing his big finger at the 14 or 15-year-old teenager. Ruaksu, did you see that? Your brother. He's already a late-stage Huanjing powerhouse now. His cultivation is about to catch up with mine. Poof. The teenager had his hands in his pockets, a center parting, and a slight look of disdain in his eyes. For this teenager, Jiang Che naturally noticed him early on. There's no way not to pay attention. This little brat has 4 big golden letters over his head. Sons of Qi and Fortune. That's right, this cousin of his was actually a son of Qi. And looking at the brightness of his aura, I'm afraid that his level of Qi is not low. It was higher than Lingyu, Chen Hao, Su Han, and the rest of them. Jiang Ruaksu, age, 14, the heir to the Jiang family of ancient martial arts, with a mid-cultivation level of Huanjing, a dark and cold personality, extremely arrogant, middle-aged and childish, with extremely high talent and good luck. Well, the original is a genius flow of the son of luck. So, after seeing Jiang Ruaksu's root and bone talent, he had to admit, a 14-year-old middle-stage Huanjin, is there any justice in this? No wonder the system rated him as having extremely high root and bone talent. His little maid, Chen Ningxuang, was a mid-stage harmonization power at the age of 19 when she stepped into the middle stage of the harmonization power, and just like that, she was proud as hell. It was definitely this Jiang Ruaksu who had taken away all of his own roots and bones and luck. Otherwise, how could he have pulled across his cultivation talent so much? If he had this Jiang Ruaksu's roots and bones, and paired it with the 100 years of internal power boost obtained from the system, I'm afraid that he would have taken off long ago. Although the Jiang family now only has one Grand Master, Jiang Yunhuang, but Jiang Ruaksu's name has already shaken the entire Dragon Kingdom ancient martial arts world. Proper Cliff First Genius, as long as he does not die, as long as he doesn't die. Stepping into a Grand Master in the future is definitely a nail in the coffin, and now that he himself had become a so-called genius in people's mouths, by word of mouth, it was estimated that soon the ancient martial arts world would have the saying of a 3-day strength in one discipline. But well, my stupido doubtfire, come and feel the pain. GGG. Jiang Ruaksu's brows clustered. Why did he have a feeling that his chrysanthemums were tightening? The teenager turned his gaze to Jiang Che, his brows frowning even tighter. Why am I getting palpitations? Late stage Huanjin? When I'm 19 years old, I'll be better than you. I'll definitely enter the realm of the master. Jiang Ruaksu secretly clenched his fists. He was incomparably proud of himself. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom ancient martial arts world, he couldn't find a second one whose cultivation speed was faster than his. The corners of the teenager's mouth turned up without a second thought. Looking at the teenager with such a proud and confident appearance, Jiang Che was rather speechless. I should have known I would have brought winter here. A little lowly of the Zhongshe realm. Just ask you if you're afraid? After all, although Donger had already reached adulthood, the ID card showed that she was 20 years old, but the little girl's appearance was a bit juvenile, and just by looking at her appearance, no different from a middle school student, definitely makes this cousin of his skeptical, and it was at that moment that the long-lost system popped up. Drops. Host meets proud son of Qi. Triggers villain choice. Option 1, beat the son of Qi severely while he is young. Reward a bottle of marrow cleansing elixir. Option 2, strike a hard blow to the Taoist heart of the son of Qi. Reward a box of vermilion fruit. Choice 3, make Jiang Ruaksu completely convinced. Reward 10 bad luck cards. Yoo-hoo-hoo, how's that for triggering the villain choice? Ha, seeing this choice, Jiang Che wasn't even a bit too nice. Isn't it obvious that I'm going to kick his ass? After so many previous villain choices, Jiang Che had long since familiarized himself with the system's routine, which was able to support multiple choices, and these 3 options. Apparently all of them are available. As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Che Jia laughed out. Chapter 182, My name is Data Monster. I have big fists. Don't be offended. Oh, Ruaksu is truly worthy of being a teenage genius. At only 14 years old, he has already stepped into the middle stage of Huanjing. Jiang Che smiled and walked towards Jiang Ruaksu. Jiang Ruaksu instinctively took 2 steps back. He didn't feel good about this cousin of his at all. He had heard before that this guy was a loser. Although he wouldn't discriminate against losers, because if that was the case, the entire ancient martial arts world was all losers except for himself. What he really looked down on was Jiang Che's uneducated all day long, wasting a large amount of time on women. It was simply too stupid. Unlike him, a combination of talent and hard work. What kind of woman? I can't even look at myself. There are so many beautifully dressed girls in my class that I don't even look at them. A bunch of demonic ES or just a bunch of red-pink skeletons. What else can attract them except those two piles of meat on their chests? Ruaksu, your brother is now at the late stage of Huanjing, so he definitely has a lot more cultivation experience than you, so you should ask him for more advice. It will definitely be beneficial to your future cultivation. Jiang Yunwu gently patted Jiang Ruaksu's shoulder, and the corners of Jiang Ruaksu's mouth twitched slightly. Although Jiang Che was one realm higher than his cultivation, to be honest, he didn't think that Jiang Che was qualified to teach himself, and if there was really a match, he would be able to defeat Jiang Che even if he crossed a small realm. Such was his confidence as the pride of heaven. Jiang Che, on the other hand, rubbed his chin, and actually thought about it carefully. He was still a bit confused. He had read Lin Yu's script. According to Lin Yu's original script, after getting himself killed, he was hunted down by the Jiang family, and then ran away to a foreign country, where he practiced hard for more than 10 years before returning home to take revenge and exterminate the Jiang family. But in Lin Yu's script, there was no Jiang Ruaksu. If there really was Jiang Ruaksu, with this little brat's potential, a decade or so is estimated to have reached Grandmaster long ago, and it's even possible to break through Grandmaster to reach a higher realm. That little punk Lin Yu won't be able to get his revenge in this lifetime. Could it be that each son of Qi is an independent existence? But Jiang Che didn't dwell too much on such trivial matters. Lin Yu was completely wasted now anyway. He hooked a smile and turned his gaze to Jiang Ruaksu. Come, let cousin see how strong you are? I'll suppress my cultivation to the same realm as you. Let's have a contest. Jiang Che's words caused Jiang Ruaksu to frown. He was the pride of heaven. How could he allow someone to suppress a realm to fight against him? Still with his hands in his pockets, he shrugged off his center parting. You don't need to suppress your realm. I'm confident enough in my strength that even across a realm, you're still no match for me. Ha! Jiang Che was a bit speechless. This little old brother wasn't very old and quite capable of pretending? For this Jiang Ruaksu, of course he couldn't possibly mess with him like fixing Lin Yu. After all, they were all family members. If he really wasted Jiang Ruaksu, or directly killed him, wouldn't that be bull *********? Jiang Yuan's lineage now had just two male offspring, one being himself and the other being Jiang Ruaksu. He himself was a grandson. Jiang Ruaksu was the real grandson, the one who was going to be the head of the Jiang family in the future. If he himself killed or disabled Jiang Ruaksu, then the fun would be great. But, you can't get away with a capital offense, but you can't get away with a living one. Jiang Che could already see that this little brat who couldn't move his mouth crookedly already had the vague beginnings of a protagonist of Long Aotian. Definitely can't let this kid become the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. He needs to be snuffed out from the hatchling stage. Jiang Che instantly felt magnificent. No good. He's crooked again. Quick, tear his mouth off. That's right. Jiang Ruaksu did crook his mouth. Step by step, he walked towards and made an inviting gesture towards Jiang Che. Brother, you don't have to suppress your inner strength. I can crush you just the same. With that, he made an arching bow. Immediately after that, he made a move directly at Jiang Che. His body was filled with majestic internal energy, and his internal energy flowed across the surface of his body. Jiang Che's eyes slightly converged. This kid does have the capital to be proud of, although he is only in the middle stage of Huanjing, but the internal force in his body can already form a layer of light astral energy, which is the embryonic form of astral energy. Only it was a far cry from real astral energy. If the astral protection of a Zoneshur was a bulletproof vest, then this one of his was a newspaper shell casing, which could be broken at the slightest poke. In the face of Jiang Ruaksu's attack, Jiang Che didn't move and was very calm. Bang! Jiang Ruaksu's eyes went wide, facing Jiang Che who was one realm above him. Although he was confident, he didn't dare to be arrogant. This was his full strength strike. Jiang Che, why don't you avoid it? He knew very well that even a late-stage Huanjin powerhouse would be seriously injured if he took a slap from his full strength. He wanted to retract his palm, but it was too late. This palm blasted solidly at Jiang Che's chest. Shul. Jiang Yuli was a little anxious. In her impression, her own baby son is a little brittle. As a child feeding him milk choking to cry all night baby son. When Chen Ningxuan had cursed Jiang Che in the first place, she had all been directly slapped by her. Proper child control. Honey, don't go. Our dad is here. How could anything go wrong? Jiang Yuan pulled over Jiang Yunli. But, Jiang Yunhuang, on the other hand, nodded slightly. It's fine. This kid has a thick blood bar. Apparently, Jiang Yunhuan was also an old denizen who kept up with the trends of the times, and although he was a grand master, he would still occasionally play computer games. Didn't you eat? Jiang Che laughed out contemptuously and glanced at Jiang Ruoxu, who had been shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. In front of him, you're a body refiner? You guess? Jiang Che hooked his lips in a smile. I'm refining a chicken body? Emperor Jiang Yun was right. I simply have a thicker blood bar, but don't forget, he still has the same type of super self-healing factor as Deadpool, not to mention resisting a slap. Even if you slap him through the chest, it still won't matter. Not to mention that his physical qualities had already been strengthened by the system a few times. Oh my foolish brother, if you only possess this kind of strength, where did you get the courage to cross the ranks and fight me? Jiang Che lifted his hand and forcefully hit Jiang Ruoxu's head with a thumping blow. Almost instantly, a large bag bulged on the teenager's head. I'll fight you. Although Jiang Ruoxu liked to act like a bully and always put on a high and mighty demeanor, he was actually essentially, he was still a brat, the kind that gets angry when provoked. Now that I've pressed my cultivation to the same realm as you, not to mention whether you can defeat me or not, if you can touch the corner of my coat, I'll count you as a winner. The system mission. Not only do we have to beat him up, but we also have to break his heart, so that this kid will be completely convinced. My name is Dada Monster. I have big fists. Don't be offended. Chapter 183, The Violently Beaten Jiang Ruoxu. You, stinky cousin was very angry and the consequences were dire. Jiang Ruoxu was directly on fire. The internal force in his body was running wildly, and the strongest person who had reached Huanjing, the use of chi energy had already reached a state where he could even hurt people with his internal energy right through the air. When has the proud Jiang Ruoxu been so angry? The force in his hands also became more and more severe, and the fist power seemed like it could be transformed into a sharp blade. But even such a powerful attack couldn't touch a single corner of Jiang Che's coat. Jiang Che had stance. He had previously stolen the bastard's cave chance when he was pranking Lin Yu, stealing the spatial jade pendant inside as well as the secret manual of body techniques, treading snow without trace. Now, this kung fu comes in handy. Treading snow without trace is indeed quite powerful, even in the lightness of the existence of the top. Otherwise it is impossible to be placed by Lin Xiaotian in the cave's secret realm, but it is a pity. Lin Yu's little bit of chance was all taken away by himself first. Swish! Strong fist wind whistled. The space was shaking with chi energy. Jiang Ruoxu also fought with real fire. After all, his impression of Jiang Che was still stuck on the scrappy dude, and now he was suddenly told that the person he originally despised was even more powerful than him. This instantly stirred his good nature. The other people around the Jiang family have also commented on it. The Jiang family is an ancient martial arts family. Basically the entire family is a martial arts practitioner. Even the underlings who do odd jobs are all dark force starting cultivation. This young master wouldn't have gotten really angry, would he? Is this really a mid-stage harmonization power cultivation? Why do I feel that young Master Ruoxu's is actually more terrifying than many late-stage Huanjing powerhouses? Our Jiang family's young master has the appearance of a grandmaster. He's definitely properly a future grandmaster. Young Master Jiang Che isn't bad either. Our Jiang family is truly full of talents. When the two young masters grow up and pick up the banner, who else will be able to stop the rise of our Jiang family? The corners of Jiang Ruoxu's mouth inadvertently quirked up as he heard the flattery of the people around him. Bang! The corners of his mouth had only just crooked up when Jiang Che's sandbag-sized fist blasted into his face, which could be described as unrelenting. It didn't even give him a chance to croak. Did I tell you to be crooked? I hate people with crooked mouths. Jiang Che shook his wrist and looked contemptuously at the teenager who had already been blinded by his punch. How dare you hit me in the face? My mom hasn't even hit me in the face. The brat is fuming. Jiang Ruoxu is actually a little kid who hasn't even grown his hair, and with his heavenly talent, he has never had the chance to hit others. How can others have the chance to hit him? Anxious? In terms of messing with people's minds, Jiang Che was definitely an expert. A proud son of heaven like Jiang Ruoxu was spoiled on weekdays, and his parents probably don't want to beat him up, so this cousin of mine will take your place. I'll teach this little brat a lesson. How dare you bully me? Jiang Ruoxu once again stormed out, swinging his fist and drying out, but it was obvious. His fists couldn't create any killing power against Jiang Che. Without even being able to touch the corner of his clothes, Jiang Che just dodged. He disappeared into Jiang Ruoxu's field of vision. His speed was too fast, and at that moment, the eyes of the other people around them went straight. This stance, it's indeed something, and it's not the Jiang family's own technique. Emperor Jiang Yun nodded slightly, although he was very calm, but the corners of his mouth could no longer suppress a smile. The fight between his two grandsons, no matter who won, he had a light on his face. Ahem. My grandson has a high-ranking person behind him, and this technique was imparted to him by that person. Emperor Jiang Yun's words caused some of the other clans to be confused. A tall man? The one who can be called a high-ranking person by Jiang Yunhuang. Who could it be? You know, the cultivation level of this martial supreme is the existence of the heavenly strength grand circle. Looking at the entire dragon country is the top ancient martial arts powerhouse. To be able to be called by him as a high-level person, could it be the legendary Tianjin? But how is that possible? Zhang Yunhuang smiled in a mysterious manner. This is my grandson's own chance, but I would advise you not to bother my grandson. If you anger me, at most you will only destroy your entire family, but if you anger the one behind Shul, I'm afraid I'll be unable to live or die. Pulling the tiger's skin off the ground. Although these were all speculations by Emperor Zhang Yun, he was certain there was definitely a superpower standing behind his own grandson, an existence that even he had to be in awe of. That kind of existence, I'm afraid it's long since been untouched by the world. Hiss. The people from the other clans looked at each other for a few moments, their eyes full of incredulity. Isn't this equivalent to indirectly recognizing the existence of that so-called God-transcending powerhouse? And just then, Lin Chun walked out on his crutches. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked toward Zhang Che on the martial arts stage, treading snow without a trace. This is the top light skill, treading snow without a trace, which is said to have been lost. But I didn't expect it to reappear today? Emperor Zhang Yun's gaze looked towards Lin Chun. He naturally believed in the words of this married wife of his, because Lin Chun's life was rather mysterious. As well as being $1,000 lady from an ancient martial arts sect, her vision far exceeded that of a big old man like him. Even this kind of lost top light skill has, it seems that Chuer really has encountered the world outside the high people. After all, the world is so big. Grandmasters are also definitely not the limit of ancient martial arts, and it may be possible that the legendary powerhouses who warped the heavens and weft the earth, and whose martial arts paths are godlike, really do exist. Lin Chun's words were tantamount to directly situating the news that Zhang Che had a big brother behind him. At this time on the martial arts stage, the little brat Zhang Ruoxu was on the verge of breaking down. He had been treated like a monkey by Zhang Che for about 10 minutes. No matter how hard he fought, he couldn't even touch Zhang Che by the slightest bit. Zhang Che's previous remark was very correct. He really couldn't even touch the corner of someone's coat. I defy you. Zhang Ruoxu was incapable of going berserk, especially after hearing the murmurs of the people around him, which embarrassed him to the extreme. Pretending to fake a leak. Embarrassing enough to pick out 3 rooms with your toes. Okay, don't be impotent and raging. Zhang Che moved his muscles twice and leaked out a perverted smile. Zhang Ruoxu's Dao heart had already been pretty much crushed by him, so it was time to brutally beat him up next, to completely convince him. GGG. Zhang Ruoxu couldn't help but winces when he saw that Zhang Che wasn't hiding anymore and even turned towards him, especially after he saw the perverted smile at the corner of Zhang Che's mouth. A creepy feeling came over him. You. Bang. Zhang Che directly held him down and punched him. Chapter 184, Zhang Ruoxu's Ring Granny? Perfect marrow cleansing pill. My dear uncle, I think children just need to be beaten, or they'll easily go astray. Ruoxu's cultivation talent is indeed high, but his heart is not. In vain his heart is so restless. He must be cleaned up, don't you think so? Zhang Che rode on Zhang Ruoxu's body, holding down the teenager's head with one hand and thrashing him, while grinning a mouthful of large white teeth towards Zhang Yunwu. Zhang Yunwu. The corners of his mouth kept twitching as he looked at his own son who was being violently beaten. He seriously doubted. Did his own son have some kind of personal conflict with Chul? Now people have come to take personal revenge. Zhang Che punched someone, and the other Zhang family members didn't dare to squeak, especially Zhang Yunhuang. He even Gai laughed out, as if the one who was punched was not his own grandson. His grandson violently beat up his own grandson, and he simply watched the whole thing. Even Zhang Yunli couldn't stand to watch, tugging on Zhang Yuan's coat at his side. Hubby, isn't our son a bit excessive? Zhang Yuan is a bit helpless. You still know that you have gone too far? Our son is about to beat that kid to death. About 10 minutes later. Brother, I was wrong. Don't hit me. Zhang Ruoxu was completely convinced and was beaten alive. Where did you go wrong? Zhang Che stopped his fist. I was wrong. I don't know what I was wrong about. That's not knowing what's wrong. It seems you still don't know what you're wrong about. Zhang Che thumped 2 more punches. He didn't hold back at all. That punch went down. Zhang Ruoxu's mouth was distorted. Fine. You're still distorting your mouth even though you didn't listen to advice, right? Zhang Ruoxu, didn't you do this? Is there any justice? Is there any law? The little life of the son of Qi is hard. If it's so simple to be killed by himself, then don't mix up. Not to mention, there's still Zhang Yunhuang, the great master, at the scene. I shouldn't have pretended. I was wrong. Don't hit me in the face. It'll disfigure me. Zhang Che naturally didn't listen to him and instead continued to greet him in the face. Zhang Ruoxu was about to collapse. Master, are you there? Come and help me. I'm going to be beaten to death. Zhang Ruoxu's gaze went to an ancient ring on his finger. trying to awaken a certain old grandfather from it. That's right, Jiang Che's ring old grandpa was a fake, but Jiang Ruoxu, the pride of heaven, really has a ring old grandpa. Or maybe it's the ring granny. Soon, the ancient ring glowed with a dark light, and a quiet and languid voice entered his ears. He didn't want to kill you, he just wanted to beat you up. Jiang Ruoxu, I've got a mama's boy, I don't know if I should say. Master, you're so powerful, help me, don't beep, I'm going to sleep, wake me up when you're a master. Master, no. After returning to reality, Jiang Ruoxu was completely convinced. Brother, I know, from now on, I will never pretend to be a pussy, never be proud and arrogant, and never have a crooked mouth again. You let me go. Jiang Ruoxu, the son of Qi, tried countless times before realizing what the problem was. He should not have been arrogant, let alone crooked-mouthed and pretentious. Not bad. You know what you're doing. Jiang Che lifted Jiang Ruoxu up and slowly got up to leave. And at this time, Jiang Ruoxu's appearance was already incomparably miserable, a face swollen into a pig's head. Although Jiang Ruoxu pleaded repeatedly not to be hit in the face, Jiang Che's every punch was directed towards his face. This kid, Jiang Ruoxu, was completely overcome and looked at Jiang Che with fear in his eyes. Dropping. Congratulations to the host for completing the villain choice. Receive the reward. 1 bottle of marrow cleansing potion, 20 pills. 1 box of vermilion fruit, 16 pills. 10 cards of bad luck. Jiang Che's thin lips hooked up slightly. The reward had arrived. It seemed that this kid was completely convinced. Sure enough, fists are the easiest way to convince people. Marrow cleansing pill can cleanse the marrow and bones, expand the human body's meridians and dantian, and greatly enhance one's cultivation qualifications, but can only be used once. Vermilion fruit, a top-quality heavenly treasure that can quickly replenish internal energy, recommended for refining elixir. Bad luck card, the host can fix a bad luck card for a certain person, and the user will have bad luck for 24 hours. The user is bound to step on dog poop, without paper, instant noodles without seasoning packets, and sodas without easy open containers, peeing on a shoe, spilling soup on a crotch, farting out, wiping buttocks and breaking paper, is relentless. These first 2 rewards are pretty good, but this third one is a bit more speechless. That's a bit of a scary effect for a bad luck card. That just sounds desperate. But well, I like it. Brother, don't beat me up. I'm convinced, okay? I've realized my mistake, and I'll never make the same mistake again. Jiang Ruoxu's state of mind collapsed. When had he ever been beaten so fat in his entire life? The so-called talented young man, even his father rarely beat him, holding him in his hands for fear of dropping and in his mouth for fear of melting. But now he was being beaten so violently. He just wanted to cry now. Don't worry about that. I'm your dropping cousin. How could I possibly harm you? Jiang Che narrowed his eyes and hemmed out a laugh. But this kind of amiable smile was completely terrifying to the extreme in Jiang Ruoxu's eyes. I beat you just now to revitalize your blood. Come on. This is a meeting gift for you. Jiang Che pulled out a marrow cleansing pill that he had just obtained. To tell the truth, he was a bit intolerant of seeing this kid get beaten up so badly by himself. And how could this kid explode? Just by beating him up. He obtained a bottle of marrow cleansing elixir and a box of vermilion fruits as well as the bad luck card. Draw one out and give it to him as a small compensation. What is this? Jiang Ruoxu's brows tightened as he stared dead at the marrow cleansing pill in Jiang Che's hand. This can't be a potion to poison yourself, can it? Oh, my god, is there any justice? This table pot of his own is a nifty birth, isn't it? The corners of Jiang Ruoxu's mouth all twitched, and after Jiang Yunhuang saw the pills in Jiang Che's hands, the corners of his mouth widened into a smile. Of course he knew his grandson was going to take another goodie, but he also did not envy, much less jealous of something. He saw only the thriving Jiang family. Brother, spare my life. But just as Jiang Ruoxu had barely opened his mouth with these words, an urgent sound suddenly came from his ring. Quickly, this is good stuff. Take it. Jiang Ruoxu? Not. Master, didn't you fall into a deep sleep? Why are you suddenly awake again? Are you kidding me? I'll tell you, this is a perfect marrow cleansing elixir. It can cleanse the marrow and bones, raising your already top-notch root and bone qualifications to excellent or even perfect. You absolutely must take it. It was able to be seen that this ring grandmother of Jiang Ruoxu was in a hurry. P.S. Happy Lunar New Year. Readers, have a good year and make a fortune in 2024. Chapter 185, Tuning Up Little Old Me. Jiang Ruoxu was surprised. Marrow cleansing pill? It can enhance my qualifications? That's right. This marrow cleansing elixir is a top-notch elixir that can cleanse the marrow and bones. It is a medicine that is 3 times poisonous, and normal elixirs will have side effects after being taken. But this is a perfect marrow cleansing elixir, and will not cause damage to the body after using it. but this perfect alchemy method and technique has long been lost. Where did your brother get this perfect marrow cleansing elixir? It was able to be seen that Jiang Ruox's ring old lady was filled with doubts in her heart. Master, I really don't want anything from him. He was a man with a backbone. Just now Jiang Che kept violently beating himself up, causing him to lose face. Now he couldn't possibly want to lick his face and accept his gifts? Isn't this a joke? Pride would not allow him to do such a thing. You inferior disciple. Do you understand the gold content of the perfect marrow cleansing pill anymore? You must get it. Jiang Ruox's heart was quite broken. He felt that his root and bone talent was already good enough. Why did he still need to take pills to enhance his potential? What's more, this elixir was still given by Jiang Che, so if he took it directly, it would look like he was fishing. Jiang Che glanced at the kid and frowned slightly. This kid was absent-minded. Could it be that he was talking to someone? But then his gaze was drawn to the ancient ring on Jiang Ruox's finger. Oh, a ring? There's not going to be any ring, Gramps. Of course, it was just his guess. This ring was old at first glance. Who in their right mind would wear this? Let alone a 14 or 15-year-old kid. Even if there wasn't a ring, old grandpa, it would definitely be similar to Lin Yu's jade pendant, which belonged to a kind of golden finger. Oh, by the looks of you, you're not going to accept it, are you? When Jiang Che saw that Jiang Ruoxu was ready to reach out, he went ahead and put back the pills he was originally going to send out. You didn't want it when I gave it to you. Now you want it. I'm still not giving it to you. As expected, Jiang Ruoxu's face instantly darkened. He was just about to put down his dignity and take the initiative to accept Jiang Che's gift, but it turned out that the other person took the item back instead. Nima, is there any reason to take back what you gave away? He realized, this cousin is really here to mess with his mind. Jiang Ruoxu put his hands in his pockets and skimmed his head. Who wants to accept your elixir? He's the pride of heaven, an absolute proper genius. No one. The arrogant pusillanimity revealed in his bones made him inadvertently want to crook his mouth again, but in the next second the corners of his mouth returned to their normal state. He was afraid of being punched. Are you stupid? Accept this perfect marrow cleansing pill. With this perfect marrow cleansing pill, the medicinal baths I had planned for you can be waived. This one marrow cleansing pill can save you 5 years of struggle. Although your current qualifications are strong, it's still very difficult to break through the shackles of heavenly strength. But with this marrow cleansing pill, you can 100% reach the heaven-breaking stage, or even the realm of the passing god. Ginger Wakefield's ring granny is back on the stress. Straight away, Jiang Ruoxu broke his defense. If I had known, I wouldn't have pretended. How about accepting the gift honestly? Now it's a dilemma. Brother, I want it. Jiang Ruoxu lowered his head and extended his hand. The embarrassment was like taking off your pants in public and then spiral spraying. Oh, looks like you're torn. Didn't you not want it just now? Jiang Che's eyes inadvertently glanced at the ring on Jiang Ruoxu's hand, and he felt that he had guessed pretty much everything. Jiang Ruoxu had a high probability of really having a ring, old grandpa, or else he couldn't have suddenly changed his words just now. He still knew more about his stupid and middle-aged brother, and trying to get this guy to voluntarily give in. It's harder than climbing up to heaven. There must be someone high up behind him, or a system that is helping to support him. Jiang Che thought a lot, and he had to say, he did have the intuition of a great villain, and he guessed correctly at once. Ruoxu, it seems like you're quite knowledgeable, even recognizing the marrow cleansing pill. As soon as Jiang Ruoxu heard Jiang Che's bragging, he was instantly satisfied in his heart. That's for sure. I still recognize something like the marrow cleansing pill. In fact, he didn't recognize any marrow cleansing pills at all, but in order to act like an omniscient person, inadvertently, the corners of his mouth lifted up again. Obviously, he had been set up by Jiang Che. From the moment he opened his mouth with these words, Jiang Che could be certain that there was a high probability that there was a ring old grandpa behind this little old brother of his. Little old me is overly stupid and simple like a recent college graduate. I told you to be crooked. You still have a crooked mouth, don't you? Jiang Che threw another punch at Jiang Ruoxu's face. Completely out of character. Should I say no? It does feel pretty good to violently beat up little old me. Without realizing it, Jiang Che's finger gently pinched twice on Jiang Ruoxu's ring. The ring flashed a red light for a split second. Unable to be housed. One must know that Jiang Che had a spatial jade pendant, and anything he touched could be included in the spatial jade pendant, but he was unable to include Jiang Ruoxu's ring. If it was only 80% before, then now he could be 100% certain that Jiang Ruoxu definitely had an old grandpa by his side. Jiang Che gave Jiang Ruoxu another fat beating, then clapped his hands. The marrow cleansing pill was refined by my master. It can cleanse the marrow and bones, drastically improving one's roots and qualifications, but before using it, one needs to revitalize the muscles, bones and flesh first, so I was just revitalizing you. Jiang Che grinned, finding a grand excuse for his violent beating of his little old brother, and at the same time positively admitting that, there was indeed a big brother behind himself. Even Jiang Ruoxu, who had been beaten to a pig's head, began to doubt his life, holding the marrow-cleansing pill in his hand. Could it be that what his cousin said was true? The reason he beat himself up was actually to help him? And the grandmother in the ring was speechless, but said nothing. Goddamned activating blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Other people couldn't tell. Can she not see it? This teenager simply wanted to fatally beat up his own disciple. At the same time, however, she began to contemplate what Jiang Che had just said. His master. He was able to make a perfect quality marrow-cleansing elixir? Then his master. His cultivation level is at the heaven-breaking stage at the very least, and he might even step into the half-step passing God stage, or even the true God realm. If there really was a passing God realm powerhouse in existence, then it could definitely help himself get out of the predicament he was in today. She had actually given up a long time ago, preparing to live on in the soul-nurturing ring, but Jiang Che's appearance, let her see hope. P.S. There will not be that kind of crazy change map condom plot. The author has integrity. The follow-up may have other subsidiary maps, but at most 1 or 2. 80% of the content is still urban. This point you relax. Chapter 186 Winter's Appearance. The little old man who was struck to the point of collapse. Jiang Che came to the Jiang family in the capital to do only 2 things. Fair. Fair. It's still fair. Ahem. Crosstalk. The first thing, the 2 of them, Zhang Yunhuang and Lin Pure, were given the life enhancement pill. Second thing, beat up Jiang Ruoxu violently and then returned home with a full load. Before he left, Jiang Che also left 3 vermilion fruits for Zhang Yunhuang. This is vermilion fruit? Emperor Jiang Yun's eyes widened when he saw Jiang Che take out 3 red, strange fruits. Chul, this is still from that master of yours? Emperor Jiang Yun was well aware of the efficacy of the vermilion fruit, a rare fruit that was now on the verge of extinction. This kind of fruit not only enhances cultivation, but also improves the physique and has many effects. Well, it's from my master. Take it. Chul. This. Emperor Jiang Yun only felt a little helpless. What if his own grandson was too heaven-defying? As a Grand Master he had never been an umbrella for his juniors, and it could be said that with one person he had protected the entire Jiang family for 100 years without collapsing. But now, his grandson has brought him a splashy surprise. Heir, with you and Ruoxu and the Jiang family's offspring, I have no regrets even if I die. When it was time to leave, the person Jiang Che had been calling out for hours arrived late. Winter, come for a hug. Jiang Che directly took Donger into his arms and gave the little girl a kiss on her cheeks. The moment this silver-haired, purple-eyed little loli appeared, she directly caught the attention of everyone in the room. After all, this little girl's looks were really cute, and that long silver hair was too dazzling. It was impossible not to notice him. Of course, compared to Donger's beauty, it was her cultivation that made people's jaws drop. Zhongshu realm. Zhang Yunhuang was the most shocked. Last time when he visited Jiang Che in Hangzhou, he had seen this silver-haired girl once. At that time, Donger was at the cultivation level of the Great Circle of Harmonization Power, but this was only more than half a month ago. How did she become a Zhongshu? Of course, the one who was hit the hardest was Jiang Ruoxu. The little bugger's mouth was firmly open, as if his worldview had been shocked. How is it possible? How could there be such a young gang master? The teenager's gaze was dead set on Donger. Of course, minion. He was not a fan of Donger's super high face value. In the world of martial arts nerds, face value was the cheapest thing. This young girl called Donger looks clearly smaller than himself. Some of those female students in his class are 6 or 7 meters tall. This little girl looks like she's only 5 meters tall at most. Younger than himself, but was a genuine Zhongshu powerhouse. He was hit hard. Jiang Che, on the other hand, was holding Donger, smiling at Jiang Ruoxu. The corners of his mouth inadvertently quirked up. He understood the double standard. Little hollow, although your talent is quite strong, you're not actually considered a top-notch powerhouse. Understand? Stimulated by Jiang Che, little old me immediately couldn't hold it together and ran away crying. As for the rest of them, although they were very shocked, they didn't say anything. Ahem. Although Donger looks a bit young, she's actually 20 years old. Jiang Che spoke the truth, but the others clearly didn't believe him, and the looks they gave him seemed to be filled with mockery. Oh, do you think we're stupid? This little girl could be 20 years old and I'd eat a straight-up meal of, and it's still fresh. In the evening, the Jiang family's old mansion. A mournful scream rang out, and Jiang Ruoxu jumped out of the wooden barrel of the medicinal bath with a plop, and although he was still bruised and swollen, he was much better than when he was swollen into a pig's head in the afternoon. Jiang Che, don't you wait for me to become a grandmaster. When I'm stronger than you, I'll definitely kick your ass. The little kid is in pain. Although his mouth kept cursing Jiang Che, he still very honestly ate down that perfect marrow cleansing pill. The marrow cleansing pill combined with the medicinal bath. plus being brutally beaten up. That kind of taste was simply awesome, causing Jiang Ruoxu to wail in pain. His ring grandmother, on the other hand, had fallen into a deep sleep in the afternoon due to lack of energy. I guess I won't know the next time I wake up. Ooh-hoo. It hurts me. Wow. You wait for me. Sooner or later I'll take your head off and kick it as a ball. What genius. Strip him of the trappings of genius. That's a little pussy brat. And the only way to keep him honest is with the sole of a shoe and a big slap. However, pain was accompanied by gain. The medicinal effect of the marrow cleansing pill was still very powerful. A layer of blackened dirt appeared on Jiang Ruoxu's body surface, and at the same time, his qualifications were also improved accordingly. Boom! The little brat's cultivation had broken through, directly advancing from the middle stage of Huanjing to the late stage of Huanjing. Heaven's pride like Jiang Ruoxu and Chen Ningxuan, breaking through their cultivation levels were both directly popping from mid to late stage. Only people like Chen Hao and Yi Liangchen, whose qualifications were pulling them down, would have countless small realms like peak limit of the middle stage of dark power. A mid-dark strength stage hated to divide 18 tiny realms, and one was left feeling rather speechless. Cultivation breakthrough? Jiang Ruoxu's brows clustered, not feeling happy about his breakthrough because the marrow cleansing pill that Jiang Che had given himself was actually really a super treasure. Now his cultivation speed had increased by an entire notch. For the sake of your sincerity, I'll spare you, but you dared to beat up a future martial arts powerhouse. A capital offense can be spared. A living crime cannot be escaped. But soon, Jiang Ruoxu was depressed again. He thought of the little girl in Jiang Che's arms during the day, who had unexpectedly reached the realm of a zongsher at a young age. Even if she was malnourished and slow to develop, she was still the same age as herself, right? How can it be a grandmaster? No way. I must surpass you, and must surpass you too. Jiang Ruoxu began to roll up. Let's set a small goal first, to break through the realm of the sovereign within a year. Muah. Winter, you did well today. Jiang Che kissed Donger's little face. The little girl, being an appetizer, her little face had already been fed by Jiang Che with some baby fat. It was indeed very cute. The little loli blinked her eyes twice and tilted her head to look at Jiang Che. Her eyes seemed to carry a trace of confusion. She was still unable to understand why her master was praising her. And even more so, she was unable to understand the love that Jiang Che was giving her. Jiang Che didn't say anything more when he saw that Donger was a bit confused. He just gently touched the little girl's little head. Winter was heartbreakingly good, especially when you locked eyes with her. The girl's eyes are empty, like a mannequin doll. Sometimes Jiang Che wondered if Donger would also give herself a response one day after he had given her so much love. Although Donger and Yuana were both the same type of loli, even their heights were similar. Their personalities were indeed two extremes. One is an unbelievably obedient trippy girl who is able to arouse a man's protectiveness to a great extent. The other is a cute, arrogant female brat that can stir up a man's desire to destroy to a great extent. Chapter 187, Follow me, Mr. Jiang, and you'll be rewarded. Returning to the Jiang family villa, Jiang Che's entire body was much more comfortable. It's better to stay in your own home. Young master, do you need some water? As soon as they entered the door, the little maids surrounded them with all sorts of hush-hush. And even though these were all puppets in Jiang Che's system, just tell me if they were nurturing or not. Jiang Che glanced at the corner of the villa. Chen Ningxuan was fiddling with some flowers and plants, looking very relaxed. These 2 days Jiang Che was not at home. She was quite relaxed. There was also no need to see Jiang Che's smelly face, and there was no need to go through the trouble of serving him. When she thought of Jiang Che, this asshole, she was incomparably stifled in anger. This shameful man. Even bathing and changing had to be done while he went to serve himself close to his body. It was simply shameless, completely breaking all her previous shame. Frosty, come over here and put my shoes on for me. Jiang Che slightly hooked his finger at Chen Ningxuan. He was itching in his heart after not bullying this proud daughter of heaven for a few days. Chen Ningxuan, why don't you die out there? The beautiful day ended with meeting Jiang Che. In fact, this time in the Jiang family villa, she is still very comfortable. After all, in the past in the ancient martial arts Chen family lived in the old wooden house. When has she seen this kind of top-class big villa? If there was no Jiang Che in the house, then everything would be perfect. But unfortunately, Jiang Che is back now. Hiss, you're a little rusty after a few days of not serving anyone, aren't you? Jiang Che cast a sidelong glance at the person squatting in front of him, Chen Ningxuan, who was helping him change his shoes. Chen Ningxuan was exasperated to the point of gnashing her teeth. But there was nothing she could do about it. She was not just living for herself anymore. She was carrying the lives of several hundred members of the Chen family on her back, and she could not be as capricious as before. Nor did she have the qualifications to be capricious. If it was before, for a wasteful dude like Jiang Che, she might have directly slapped him, but now she could only endure the humiliation. You bastard! Sooner or later, I will kill you. Looking at Jiang Che's departing back, Hatred once again surged in Chen Ningxuang's pair of beautiful eyes. Although Jiang Che didn't like bullying girls, but a haughty and proud daughter of heaven like Chen Ningxuang really set him on fire. Of course, if he wants Chen Ningxuang to change his opinion of himself is also very simple. Directly expose the cultivation is not on the line, but seriously, he kinda liked the way Chen Ningxuang looked at the trash. Like a rich young lady being knocked out by a yellow-haired gangster and brought to the inside of a small darkroom with no human presence. But Mr. Jiang is not a little yellow hair. After teasing Chen Ningxuang for a bit, Jiang Che then turned his gaze to the two of them, Bai Jia and Bai Rangwei. Bai Jia didn't wear a mask much anymore since Jiang Che pointed it out, except that she was still wearing a maid's outfit. It was only that her maid outfit basically had to be changed every 3 days, but fortunately Jiang Che's family was so big that he didn't lack money at all. Mainly because Jiang Che had an inexplicable preference for maid outfits. Brother Jiang Che. White Rose directly jumped into Jiang Che's arms. Jiang Che gently kissed the young girl, wanting to enter the girl's heart the most convenient path. There was only one. Jiang Che had taken this shortcut and had now successfully captured this girl's heart. When they first met, they were still a cold and arrogant little iceberg. But this iceberg was now melted by Jiang Che's hot and steamy love. Jie, come here too. Jiang Che greeted by Jia, a girl who, originally, she had the attributes of a demented girl plus a sickly girl, but now that the sickly girl was directly ate out by Jiang Che, only the demented girl was left. But even though this little girl was astringent and oozing oil inside, she was still very restrained in front of Jiang Che. Baekje lowered his head and walked over as well, tugging gently on the corner of his coat, the corners of his mouth rising up in an undisguised manner. Jiang Che cupped Bai Jie's chin with his left hand, while his right hand cupped Bai Chanwei's chin, then slightly hooking his lips. Such a comparison. These two girls were really similar in appearance. Someone said, "Do the two of you look alike?" Jiang Che's words caused both Bai Jia and Bai Rosie to freeze. The two of them then glanced at each other, slightly furrowing their brows, which was fine without looking, after Jiang Che made such a point. Surprisingly, there was a slight resemblance. Bai Jia blinked twice. I don't make it hey. I was an orphan until I was 8, and spent my life in an orphanage. It wasn't until after 8 that the Beck family claimed them back. At that time, she had just entered the White House, and she was very unfamiliar and scared, until she met Jiang Che, the boy standing under the sun, dispelled the haze in her heart, and since then she fell in love with Jiang Che, and has loved him ever since. White Rosebud also spoke up. My brother and I have been living overseas since we were young, and we haven't heard of any sisters? Although both Rose White and Baekje were 19 years old, Baekje was born about 1 month before Rose. Both girls were quite confused, but it was hard to beat Jiang Che. But don't forget, he has monkeys. So he pulled out his cell phone and called the monkey directly over. Monkey has been having a good time lately too. Under Jiang Che's operation, he had been completely cleansed. The infamous monkey, once the world's third hacker, had joined Jiang Che's company and become a security consultant. Monkey's prestige in the hacker world is really high. He once designed a super virus Monkey Daoguan. As long as the computer in the virus, it will pop up countless monkeys to the screen in front of the person crazy output, and then the computer screen a little bit of whitened flour, until the whole computer is ruined. The computer was declared obsolete. It's Mr. John. Monkey has now also moved back to the Dragon Kingdom from overseas, and even has his own independent office. And the once small beggar has now put on a suit and looks human, but his eyes are still obscene that cannot be concealed, and he still loves robots so much. Monkey, here's an assignment for you. Investigate the eldest Miss Bai Jia of the Bai family in Hangzhou. I suspect that Rose White is the bloodline of the Bai family in Hangzhou. Monkey immediately nodded his head. Don't worry, Jiang Xiao. At most 1 week, I promise to find out the truth for you. Evening. Yuan Heir and Yi Mengyao both came. Of course, it was Yi Mengyao who forced Yuan Heir to come over. Come on, give me a hug. Jiang Che was still so doting on Yuan Heir, although this little lowly probably didn't know how many times she had cursed him in her heart. Yuan Heir soft and fragrant, the ultimate lesser lowly babies, coupled with the female brat attribute. Some perverted lowly control straight call away dead. Stinking mongrel, if it weren't for Sister Yao Yao, I wouldn't want to come to your place. Don't bite my face I 1/4 OE. Oh, I 1/4 OE you stinking man. Jiang Che was now accustomed to Yuan Heir's tirades against herself and took them in stride. One hand embraced Yuan Heir, the other hand pinched the young girl's face. Soft and whirling feel good. Yuan Heir bared her teeth in anger. Lowly control steamed gooseheart. Go to hell. Alright, they're all my girls now. It's impossible to treat you all poorly, and I'll designate that you'll have a good time. Jiang Che's words made Yuan Heir's face change. Good fruit to eat. This sound tells me that it's not a good word Yuan Heir instantly became quite honest. She was actually still afraid of Jiang Che pulling out the family law. It would be her who would suffer when the time came. And Jiang Che did pull out. Only what was pulled out wasn't the family law. Instead, they were 3 crimson fruits, and once they were taken out, a faint fragrance of warmth wafted throughout the house, and Chen Ningxuang, who was sulking, instantly raised her head, her eyes burning towards these 3 fruits in Zhang Che's hands. You go? P.S. I've been traveling to relatives today, so I'll just do 1 shift. From tomorrow onwards, 3 more, to make up for all the chapters of these days, including the previous into the small dark room break. Chapter 188 Greedy Chen Ningxuang, giving the 2 girls a blood identification. That's right, Zhang Che took out the good fruits gifted by the system. The Zhuguo effect was really good. It was definitely an extremely rare heavenly treasure. Ancient martial artists could enhance their cultivation and improve their cultivation qualifications after taking it, while ordinary people would strengthen their physical qualities and even prolong their lives after eating it. Previously, when he left the Zhang family in the capital, Zhang Che had given Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yuli 1 each, and now, Yuan Heir and the others naturally had a share for everyone. After all, after this chick followed herself, it's also considered to be rather bitter. What kind of fruit is this? Yuan Heir stroked her chin, carefully scrutinizing the vermilion fruit in Zhang Che's hand. This kind of crimson fruit she had never seen before, but the strong fragrance emanating from the fruit made Lori's mouth involuntarily secrete saliva. I want to take a bite. Ha, just eat it, it won't hurt you. Zhang Che pinched Yuan Heir's little face, and then distributed the other few fruits to the 3 girls. Yi Mengyao, Bai Rongwei, and Bai Jia, took one out himself. Yuan Heir cupped the zhugui in her small hands and looked at it for half a day, trying to parse out what kind of fruit it was with her clever brain, but it was obvious. How could she possibly recognize zhugua? Click! Yuan Heir opened her small cherry mouth wide and bit down hard on the vermilion fruit. Instantly the juice splashed everywhere. Although the girl's mouth was small, she was very capable of eating. This point Zhang Che knew very well. It was not difficult to swallow an egg in 1 mouthful, let alone a fruit. Well, good times. Yuan Heir's eyes instantly widened. In the vast majority of cases, Yuan Heir was actually quite simple. Her joys and sorrows were written on her face. Sister Yao Yao, you guys quickly taste it. This fruit is really delicious. Yi Mengyao shrugged her shoulders and ate in small bites. Missy ate in a more civilized manner. After all, she was a rich girl raised from a young age. This kind of noble girl's manners had been imprinted into her bones. Bring it on you. Zhang Che saw that Yuan Heir was eating happily and directly grabbed the food from the tiger's mouth. Heir, it should be a cat's mouth snatching food. Yuan Heir's half-eaten good fruit was snatched by Zhang Che and then bit down. Yuan Heir was furious, but at the same time her little face flushed a little. That's something I've eaten. Zhang Che's thin lips slightly hooked, then he threw his zhugui into the girl's arms. It's not like I don't mind you, and I'm not missing out on your spit anyway. You don't mind me. I dislike you. Yuan Heir was so angry with Zhang Che that she stomped her feet. She felt that Zhang Che was just fated to come over and attack her. Just a random sentence could make her so angry that her heart and liver hurt. When Yi Mengyao saw Yuan Heir and Zhang Che in this happy-go-lucky look, a pair of beautiful eyes darkened slightly, and an inexplicable hard feeling surged in her heart. The girl who was pampered in Zhang Che's arms should originally be herself. The more she thought, the more she hated the person she once was. She and Zhang Che were clearly the real childhood sweethearts, and she should have Zhang Che's love all to herself. But unfortunately, all of this was messed up by herself. Yo, thinking about something? Zhang Che, who possessed the her heart pass, was naturally able to hear Yi Mengyao's heart, and with regards to Yi Mengyao's small mind, Zhang Che could only spoil it a little more. 4 Juju? Chen Ningxuan looked numb. She hadn't expected it at all. Zhang Che would even have a top-tier heavenly treasure like the vermilion fruit. She had only read about such a top-tier heavenly treasure as the vermilion fruit from ancient books, but how could Zhang Che possibly have it? But soon, she shook her head with a bitter smile. Zhang Che was backed by the Zhang family in the capital, so it shouldn't be particularly difficult to get the zhugua. But Zhang Che actually took out 4 at once, and they were all given to Yuan Heir and the girls. Vermilion fruits were a complete waste when given to ordinary people. If she could get one for herself, she didn't dare to imagine. Zhang Che hugged Yuan Heir, his eyes smiling as he looked at Chen Ningxuang in the corner. Baby, I still have a box of this kind of fruit here. If you want to eat it, I'll give it to you directly as a fruit to eat. When my woman, this kind of good fruit directly let you step on the box to eat. Although Zhang Che was talking to Yuan Heir, every word was addressed to Chen Ningxuang, and naturally, Chen Ningxuang knew the meaning of Zhang Che's words, and viciously glared at Zhang Che. Denizen, you think you can make me bow down to you with the zhugua? You've got to give up on that. I'll never bow down to you in my life. Chen Ningxuang swallowed her saliva and twisted her head to leave. He just kind of liked seeing Chen Ningxuang in this defense-breaking state. All of her condescension so far had been basically crushed pretty much by herself. For now, It was just a matter of relying on the identity of a genius girl to look down on herself as a cultivation wastrel. If she were to see that the scum she despised was actually higher in cultivation than her, would her mind break? Jiang Che really wanted to take a look. Just know how to bully girls. Yuan Heir was being dishonest again, her little mouth disliking Jiang Che twice every now and then. Jiang Che took out his cell phone and fiddled with it for a while. Yuan Heir frowned slightly. What do you want? Jiang Che grinned. I just gave you a 3-day vacation at school. You don't have to go to school for the next 3 days. Yuan Heir, isn't that barbecue now? Sister Yao Yao, let's go. But it was obvious that her Yao Yao sister had already been on the same side as Jiang Che a long time ago. Early the next morning, Jiang Che seemed to have remembered something when he saw the two of White Rose and Bai Jie. Slammed his thighs. I tramadol really have. Directly do paternity test is not on the line? Gaga fast. He then reached out a hand. Chance, Jay, give me some of your fur. White Rosebud cocked her head, somewhat not understanding brother Jiang Che's words, and Bai Jie was even more outrageous, speaking with a red face. Brother Jiang Che, I don't have any hair. Jiang Che's face darkened. I'm talking about the hair. I'm going to use the hair to do a blood test on you guys. This is faster. Really? What's this Baekje chick's head filled with all day long? Sure enough, when a girl is astringent, there's nothing for a man to do. After getting the hair of the two men, they had it sent for identification. In fact, there was absolutely no need for Jiang Che to go and do a blood identification for the two. But this let-do was both responsible for the two girls and responsible for himself. Ahem. As for why you gave yourself the responsibility? After all, sisters know it all. Chapter 189. Yi Liangchen's live broadcast was pouted and failed to pretend again. Jiang Che was teasing while Yi Liangchen was pretending. Yi Liangchen, who had just escaped from Brother Chang, still had palpitations, but in order to become stronger, he had to keep pretending without stopping. He's now renting a house and turning on the live feed to pretend. He had gotten a bad reputation the last time he live-streamed getting his ass blown off, so now he live-streams with a mask on. Guys, I'm going to show you how to break a cobblestone with your bare hands. Saying that Yi Liangchen was holding a rather large-sized pebble, estimated to weigh 20 to 30 pounds at least. The hardness of cobblestone is also considered to be at the top of the list of all stones, and the number of people in his live room was hefty tens of thousands. Asterisk. This piece of pebble must weigh tens of pounds, right? A large stone more than 10 centimeters thick. How can you split it with your bare hands? I don't know if you're new upstairs. This anchor is not ordinary. Should be a master. Only play real. Just bare hands broke a wrench it. It's awesome. Zundu? Actually, it's not that difficult, as long as after stepping into the dark power, it's simple to make this kind of thing. And Yi Liangchen's mouth was inadvertently crooked at this moment. These netizens were a bunch of unseen lookalikes, and although his current cultivation level was only at the late stage of dark power, he could easily fool these netizens with his own meal of fooling around. I'm an ancient martial arts disciple from an ancient martial arts family. Please don't compare me to those claptrap guys. Yi Liangchen stood with his hands behind his back. All of them dodged away. I'm going to start pretending. The so-called dark power is actually a way of utilizing power. Ancient martial artists have been practicing for over 10 years. They've already mastered the power to a very precise degree. Let's say it's like this dash. Saying that, Yi Liangchen stored up his chi for a punch and directly blasted on top of the cobblestone. Boom! The originally huge cobblestone was directly blown into countless pieces of broken stone by his punch, and Yi Liangchen opened his mouth in a very pretentious manner. This punch, 20 years of power. Who can block it? Drops. Congratulations to the host for pretending to be awesome in front of 50,000 viewers and gaining 10 years of internal strength. After hearing the system's prompt, the corners of Yi Liangchen's mouth inadvertently quirked up. Sure enough, live broadcasting was the most correct way to open one's strongest pretentious system. On a normal day, pretending to be a pussy on your own can only be watched by dozens of people. But on the internet, relying on the live broadcast to be able to have tens of thousands of people watch themselves pretend to be a pussy, the speed of enhancement was absolutely horrifying. After that, Yi Liangchen started to pretend again, with the demeanor of a tall man, one after another. He gained a few more years of internal energy and directly broke through to the late dark power stage. From the peak of the late dark power stage, he stepped into the great perfection of dark power. It's not easy, obviously. Yi Liangchen was a real dude. His cultivation qualifications were much worse than Jiang Che's. This was a real loser. At the time of obtaining the system, his cultivation level was at the late stage of dark power, and after going around for half a day, rising and falling, the cultivation process was a bumpy one. After stepping into the dark strength great circle, Yi Liangchen also had a smile on his face and gradually became more confident. Pretending to be a tiger is also a good idea. System, I love you. It's a great deal of money to be able to gain fame by pretending to be a pussy. and to improve your strength, plus the rewards from your water friends. But just when Yi Lianchen was having fun pretending, suddenly the door of the rental house was kicked open by someone forcefully. Boom! The sound. The gate was kicked right in. Several figures scurried in. Damn! That's the kid. I've got you, Kobayashi. That's the guy who hit me. Obviously, the only ones who could have a grudge against Yi Lianchen were Chang and Lin Yu. Both of them were wearing masks at this point and were wrapped very tightly. Lin Yu had a long wolf-tail hairstyle that looked quite sharp, and even though he was wearing a mask, he could feel that feminine aura emanating from him through the mask. Who are you? Yi Lianchen said angrily, staring angrily at the two people in front of him, but soon he started to get scared. He didn't know Lin Yu, but he did know Kung. This is the guy who. He brought him into the dark room, and the memories in the dark room. For him, it's a horrible nightmare, even if he becomes a grandmaster, even if he becomes a great master. You, what do you want? Trespassing. I'm an ancient martial artist of dark power great perfection. Don't force my hand. Yi Lianchen rolled up his sleeves. At this time, the tens of thousands of water friends in the live broadcast room had already begun to eat melon in droves. Oh, is this some kind of new script? Ha ha. You don't say. This anchor is quite a program effect. Also got the crowd actor? And he's got a good look. So I'm impressed. Although I knew it was scripted in advance, I really wanted to watch it. Obviously, the people in the live broadcast room thought that the appearance of Chang and Lin Yu was Yi Lianchen's whole script. After all, many anchors nowadays would play the script thing. But soon, they didn't think so anymore. What do we want? GGG. Chang took a step forward and stared at Yi Lianchen with a deadly stare. You who? Still live? It's just as well that we're both wearing headgear. Xiaoling, you go and control him. Lin Yu was now Chang's man, so naturally he didn't say much. Do you know that I'm a dark power grand circle powerhouse? Before Yi Lianchen could finish his words, Lin Yu's fist smashed over, directly blasting his eye socket with a punch. Django then followed suit. Your harmonization power? Yi Lianchen was alarmed. This harmonization strength powerhouse couldn't be a fighter hired by that dead bald guy, right? He only had the cultivation of dark power great circle now. He was no match for a harmonization powerhouse. If you can't beat them, you slip. Although you are a harmonized powerhouse, with my dark power grand circle strength, if you want to leave, you can't stop me. But the next second, drops. The host played a lousy pussy, failed to play the pussy in public, and gained a punishment of 5 years of reduced internal strength. Drop. The host's internal energy is insufficient. His realm has fallen to the late dark power stage. Yi Lianchen. The system, mud blood. Goddamn thing. If Yi Lianchen was a dark power great perfection, with the protagonist's aura there might still be hope to escape from Lin Yu and the others. But now, there's not a shred of hope left. What are you guys doing? I'm still live. Like a lot of games, the game automatically enters a special CG episode after the female character loses. Dropping. The host failed to pretend to be a bully. 100,000 people watched you being humiliated, and even the system felt shame for you, gaining a bludgeoning punishment, becoming 5 centimeters shorter and reducing your internal strength by 20 years. Yi Lianchen. He was on the verge of despair. Before the live broadcast failed to pretend, the realm fell to the early stage of the dark power. He could not easily rely on pretending to slowly come up. Now it's wasted again. Once and for all, the realm had fallen to the middle stage of dark power, and it continues to decrease. Chapter 190. Lin Yu's chi is cut off. Another big explosion. Yi Lianchen was publicly humiliated by both Lin Yu and Chang. The entire water friends inside the live broadcast room were about to explode. Who just said script? This nigga ain't a script, right? It's so damn hot. I'd call it a good job if it was scripted, and I'd call it a great job if it wasn't scripted. I'm yet going to puke. I'm straight. The number of people in the live broadcast room quickly skyrocketed to hundreds of thousands of people. The more people, the more Yi Lianchen was punished. His cultivation was almost sucked dry by the system. It's already fallen to the early stages of dark power. It's about to be drained. However, fortunately, the supertubes made a timely move to seal off the live broadcast, and also preserved Yi Lianchen's last shred of dignity. Kung, let's take him back first. There's a good chance someone called the police just now. And Chang waved his hand. Don't worry about that. We don't commit rape. At most we can only be sentenced to an indecent assault and insult. Not a big crime. Spend a little bit of money to get rid of it. Your brother Chang has been traveling for so many years. His grasp of the law is so precise. Shaolin, you still need to learn more. Yi Lianchen, who had already been pouting and fainted, involuntarily trembled again, and seemed to have dreamed of something horrible in his unconsciousness. Obviously, Yi Lianchen was able to escape from Brother Chang's transfer classroom last time completely because of the traitorous luck, and this time, Brother Chang was accompanied by one of the strongest bodyguards, Lin Yu, so I'm afraid that Yi Lianshan is really hard to escape in Jie. Of course, with Chan's ability. I can't say that in a few months Yi Lianshan would be like Lin Yu, completely subservient to Brother Chang. Lin Yu was happy that she had a new sister, but her master would suffer old age. Ah, AI showing. You're as despicable and shameless as ever. Lin Xiaotian covered his crotch, the flesh on an old face churning haphazardly, clearly in pain to a degree. In front of him, there was an old man with an unusually lewd smile. If Jiang Che were here, he would be able to realize. This old man was no one else, but the one who had impersonated Lin Yu, the old man who had cured Yuan Heir's mother's uremia. Surprisingly, it was a patriarch, the promised match. Why did you use such a nasty and despicable tactic? AI Shouying picked his nose. Asterisk 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 it's the same as that disciple of yours, worthy of being a master and disciple. Lin Xiaotian froze. You've seen Yor? Where is Yor? AI Shouying, on the other hand, stroked his beard. That disciple of yours. He suffered from old age. He was already incapacitated when I saw him, and I guess one of his balls was crushed. But don't worry, your apprentice is much better off than you. After all, I crushed two of yours. Lin Xiaotian was enraged. How dare you make a move against my disciple? Bullying the small with the big, despicable and shameless. AI Shouying wasn't going to do much explaining. He naturally knew the identity of that Jiang Gongzi, being the young master of the Jiang family in the capital. It wasn't me who laid hands on your disciple. It was Mr. Jiang who did it to your disciple. And he got someone to make your disciple suffer. It was so miserable. Mr. Jiang? Oof. I don't care about any eunuch. I will definitely avenge my disciple's death. The astral energy in Lin Xiaotian's body rioted. He only had one disciple in his life like Lin Yu. If Lin Yu died, then his ghost doctor sect would have no more heirs. Ha! Still thinking of avenging your disciple? Do you know what kind of status Mr. Jiang has? The son-in-law of the Jiang family in the capital. You should be familiar with the Jiang family in the capital, right? The Jiang family in the capital? Lin Xiaotian's face instantly changed. He had stepped into the realm of a zone master more than 10 years ago. So how could he not be aware of what kind of existence the Jiang family in the capital was? The Jiang family has the existence of a great master. What? Not talking anymore? Come with me to the Jiang family in the capital. With that, Ai Shouying suddenly stormed up and moved against the heavily damaged Lin Xiaotian. Humph, do you know that I, Lin Xiaotian, had another nickname when I was young, named Iron Leg Waterdrift. You and I are in the same realm. How can it be so simple to capture me? With that, Lin Xiaotian turned around and rose up into the air, performing lightweight skills, flew away. As Lin Yu's master, a top-notch stance like treading snow without trace was what he had put into the secret room of the cave. So how could he not know it himself? Ai Shouying looked at Lin Xiaotian who flew away, laughed softly, and didn't intend to chase after him. He knew this bastard too well. Hearing the name of the Jiang family in the capital, I'm afraid he'll be scared out of his wits. That's true. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaotian revealed his head from inside a lake. Damn Ai Shouying, how dare you waste me? Lin Xiaotian could no longer feel the existence of his two balls down there. Decades ago in his duel with Ai Shouying, he had one of his balls crushed, and now 10 years later in the revenge battle, he had been crushed one more. What despair this is, Lin Yu, you damn sinful disciple. It's not good for you to offend anyone. How dare you offend the Jiang family in the capital? Obviously, Lin Yu's character and Lin Xiaotian were carved from the inside of the same mold. Obviously he had taken the initiative to seek revenge on Ai Shouying, and when he failed, he had to pin all the misfortunes that had befallen him on other people. Thinking for a moment, Lin Xiaotian directly ripped a rag from his own arm and then threw it on the ground. Bad disciple Lin Yu, from now on, I unilaterally declare, you will be expelled from the Ghost Doctor sect, and there will be no more relations between you and me. Drops. Lin Yu, the son of luck, has lost his luck. Overall rating, S+, a scary villain. Receive rewards: legendary treasure chest, 1 bottle of advanced life enhancement pill, SSS medical skill. Oh, that's okay? Jiang Che, who was jerking off his cat at home, had a flash of light in front of his eyes. Lin Yu's severed chi fortune could even be considered a reward? He had originally thought that he needed to kill the son of Chi to obtain a reward. As it turned out, that didn't seem to be the case now, but with the baby, Jiang Che was still quite pleasant. Lin Yu was now completely wasted. He had lost his protagonist's aura. He was completely out of threat. So what could be done about letting him live? And to be precise, Lin Yu could now be considered one of his own men. Through Kung, he could get a firm grip on Lin Yu. Thinking about it, this brother Chang is also quite good. A proper talent. In the future, when we meet other sons of fortune, maybe we can send him to be trained under brother Chang to see if he can be used for us. When he thought of this, Jiang Che laughed out. Chapter 191, Using a Face-Residing Potion for Gu Lingfei? Jiang Che wasn't a murderous person either. After all, Lin Yu had completely lost his threat to him, so what was the point of letting him off the hook? In fact, Lin Yu, this guy, in addition to liking to get high, open mouth and shut up is that you already have a way to take death, has not really done anything bad. Lin Yu is worthy of being the protagonist of the original book. He can explode, much better than Su Han. Jiang Che began to count up the system rewards. Legendary Treasure Chest, Advanced Life Enhancement Pill, SSS Chinese Medicine Skills. Legendary Treasure Chests go without saying. Ordinary Treasure Chest, Fine Treasure Chest, Excellent Treasure Chest, Epic Treasure Chest, Legendary Treasure Chest, Ultimate Treasure Chest, Supreme Treasure Chest. The Epic Treasure Chest that had exploded after exasperating Su Han before had opened the SSS ranked Kitchen God skill, and the current Legendary Treasure Chest was sure to open an even better treasure. As for the Advanced Life Enhancement Pill, this thing is a guaranteed reward. Advanced Life Enhancement Pill, one can increase lifespan by 30 years. 20 pills in one bottle. The effect will not decay and can be stacked. With the Advanced Life Enhancement Pill, this is equivalent to directly gaining an additional 600 years of life expectancy. According to common sense, a treasure like the Life Enhancement Pill, there must be a limit. The first time you increase your life expectancy by 30 years, the second time you take it, the effect might be diminished. But the system rewarded Life Enhancement Pill was too heavenly. It could be used in unlimited stacks. How was it different from eternal life? The thought of immortality. Jiang Che couldn't help but feel good in his heart. Longevity without money or power would only cause pain. But what if he could bring his entire family along with him? He then looked above the last reward. SSS Grade Chinese Medicine Skill. Obviously this was little divine Dr. Lin Yu's specialty. But now, this skill had gone to Jiang Che. Fusion skills. For the skills, Jiang Che is naturally not to be denied. After all, more skills do not pressure the body. In an instant, Jiang Che's mind sprang out of thin air with many skills related to Chinese medicine, including some massage, acupuncture, dispensing medicines, taking pulse. He knew them all very well, and was better than many old Chinese doctors. Ha, I've become a little miracle doctor? Jiang Che shrugged, and at the same time, he understood why Lin Yu's medical skills were so terrifying that he could even cure uremia, because the skills that belonged exclusively to the Sons of Qi were just too counterintuitive. Acupuncture paired with internal power enhancement could basically be said to cure all diseases, and Jiang Che, who had just received a reward, naturally, his hands were also a bit itchy, and so, he turned his gaze to Yuan Heir. The little girl was sitting on the sofa, eating chips and watching TV, wiggling her two little bare feet, looking very laid back. And beside Yuan Heir, sitting on the left and right were Yi Mengyao and Bai Rangwei. Come, let me, an old Chinese doctor, take your pulse. I'm an old Chinese doctor who specializes in curing misery. Jiang Che hooked his lips in a smile. Horny bastard, it's never going to end, is it? Yuan Heir directly threw the potato chips in her hand towards Jiang Che, but how could it possibly hit Jiang Che, who was in the late stage of harmonization power? Didn't you say take your pulse? What are you touching my feet for? Yuan Heir stomped her short legs. You don't know that, do you? There's a pulse in your feet too. Yuan Heir, Yi Mengyao and Rosebud. These girls also giggled out, and for a while, the room was filled with laughter, as well as milky tirades. Jiang Che also did diagnose Yuan Heir. Why is this little girl so short? It's entirely due to congenital factors. Jiang Che originally thought that Yuan Heir was malnourished, but now it seems that Yu Wei still raised this little loli quite well. But this was just right. If Yuan Heir was a bit taller, she wouldn't have that flavor. And at that moment, the door of the Jiang family villa was opened. Gu Lingfei is off duty. The woman glanced around the room, then skimmed her head. She could manage to be immune to such scenes now. Sister Fifi, something nice for you. Jiang Che pulled out the big baby from his pocket. Resident potion. Although Gu Lingfei wasn't his woman yet, but it wasn't far from taking this imperial sister. In fact, Jiang Che wanted Gu Lingfei to take some initiative on her own. Che, I wouldn't want anything from you. What kind of goodies haven't you Sister Fei Fei seen? Jiang Che pursed his lips and smiled. Oh, is it? A good thing that can make youth last forever. Have you seen it? Jiang Che's words caused Gu Lingfei to freeze, along with Chen Ningxuan who was scrubbing the floor. As for Yuan Heir and Yi Mengyao, they weren't much shocked. After all, Jiang Che had already given it to them. Che, have you read too many novels? Where is there anything that makes you stay young forever? Gu Lingfei obviously didn't believe it. However, Jiang Che didn't explain anything and just took out the resident potion. It was then sent to Gu Lingfei. Sister Fei Fei, how beautiful are you now? Your beauty should be frozen in this moment forever. As he said that, he also very ambiguously extended his hand and ruffled Gu Lingfei's hair. Gu Lingfei took 2 steps back. Her face instantly flushed red. This outwardly cold and arrogant president was like a simple little girl in front of Jiang Che. As for Jiang Che, he also took the opportunity to forcefully pry Gu Lingfei's lips open and fed her the resident potion in his hand. Well, did you feel anything? The effects of the potion will not only keep youthfulness alive, but will also have a beautifying effect. This. Gu Lingfei touched her cheeks with some incredulity. This feeling was strange, although it wasn't explicitly stated, but she was clearly able to feel that her appearance had stopped aging. Is it true that youth lasts forever? Once she thought of this possibility, Gu Lingfei still couldn't hold back the joy in her heart. She is 27 years old, in the prime of a woman's life and at her most beautiful, like a fruit on a tree that is ripe, just waiting to be picked. Loving beauty is a woman's nature, and even Gu Lingfei, the high-flying president, would not be an exception. That's right, Sister Fifi, this is a treasure that I got at great cost. It can freeze your appearance in this moment forever. You should be able to feel it, right? Jiang Che's words directly messed up Gu Lingfei's heart. But what about them? Heir and Yao Yao. They've already used it, and as my women, I'll keep them young forever. Jiang Che pointed at Yi Mengyao and White Rosebud girls. Yu Waner, Yi Mengyao, Qin Xiaoqiao, Bai Qiangwei and Bai Jiat, they had all already taken the resident pill. Then why did you give it to me? Gu Lingfei's heart was directly in turmoil. She extracted the key words with precision. Being my woman, can't it be that Che has thoughts about himself? But I'm your sister, even though I'm not related by blood. Chapter 192 Legendary Grade Divine Skill, Stealth. The daughter of Qi who crossed over to a cat. Sister Yao Yao. Sister Rose. Sister Bai. Let's go. Ignore this dead pervert. Yuan Heir was furious and dragged a few girls upstairs. She had to admit, jealous of herself. Although she often stunk at Jiang Che for being a big asshole, and was often taught a hard lesson by Jiang Che, it really came down to this. She was still in love with Jiang Che. Only how could a haughty female brat admit what was inside her? Every time she saw Jiang Che picking up other girls, the jealousy in her heart spilled over. Yuan Heir, you're not jealous, are you? Little Lori was like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, instantly exploding. Who would be jealous of him? He's just a big pig's hoof. I wouldn't be jealous. I'm just angry. This stinky mongrel force-fed me this resident potion the other day. I won't be able to grow any taller in the future. Yuan Heir's appearance even amused Beck J. Yi Mengyao hooked her lips and smiled, then scrutinized the little bosom friend in front of her. In fact, Yuan Heir was the most favored one. Being in the midst of blessings and not knowing the blessings, of course, she wasn't so jealous of anything. After all, Yuan Heir was really cute. Couldn't stand it. Unable to stand it anymore, Yi Mengyao Mua kissed Yuan Heir's cheeks. As for Chen Ningxuang, the heart had froze in its tracks. What did she just hear? A potion that can make youth last forever? Does that really exist? At night, in front of a white piano, Jiang Che's hands slowly lowered from above the keys. The faint sound of the zither still seemed to echo through the room. Che, you play the piano so well? And it seems like I haven't heard this one piece before. Jiang Che hooked his lips and smiled. Sister Fei Fei, this tune is called Dream Wedding. I arranged it myself. He also made a cameo as a copyist. And his current piano skill was terrifying. That SSS-ranked piano skill he had previously acquired he hadn't been able to use yet. Now it's straight out of the box. The effect was remarkable. But Gu Lingfei, who had taken the grade 10 piano certificate at the age of 12 and had even held her own personal piano recital, was shocked by Jiang Che. A dream wedding? Did you arrange the music yourself? Che, Gu Lingfei was shocked. That's right. I'm the one who arranged the music myself. This is the wedding I dreamed of. And that bride in my dream well. Jiang Che didn't say any more and just glanced at Gu Lingfei. I'll give you a chance to fantasize for yourself. As expected, Gu Lingfei's face instantly turned red. I can't believe Chul dreamed of marrying me. Married? That's ridiculous, isn't it? I've always just thought of him as a younger brother, but Che is really good. This one piano piece is definitely up to the standard of international piano masters. Jiang Che only wanted to laugh after hearing Gu Lingfei's words. An amateur is still an amateur after all. His piano is SSS Divine Piano Art. Sister Fifi, if you want, I can play a song for you every morning. Chul. I'm going to sleep first. Then, bye. Gu Lingfei's heart was in complete disarray as she fled in haste. Good night, Sister Fifi. Jiang Che just teased Gu Lingfei and didn't follow up with anything. Looking at Gu Lingfei's hastily fleeing back, he wanted to get into Fei Fei. Actually, if he was willing, totally could have taken Gu Lingfei right now, but that would be too boring. He wanted Gu Lingfei to completely fall in love with himself. And again, bye. Only after Jiang Che went out did Gu Lingfei let out a sigh of relief. But the face was flushed even more. Che, surprisingly, he really likes me? but she has so many girls. Someone might not be able to sleep tonight. No way? Is my qualification that bad? These 3 marrow cleansing pills. No effect at all? Jiang Che put the Yuan Heir and Yi Mengyao girls to sleep and helped Dong Heir cultivate for a while. It wasn't until the latter part of the night that he was alone on top of the rooftop. He had eaten several vermilion fruits and had swallowed 2 or 3 marrow cleansing pills, but his cultivation qualifications were still so diluted. It seems unlikely that trying to jam a bug is going to work. Jiang Che was rather helpless, because the system's rewards are basically direct internal force infusion. If the same are rewarded 10 years of internal force, cultivation talent is good and cultivation talent is poor is naturally a world of difference. If 10 years of internal strength was added to Jiang Ruoxu's body, maybe this little brat could step directly into a grandmaster, but if it was added to himself, it would merely be a breakthrough from the late stage of Huanjing to become the great perfection of Huanjing. It seems that we can only slowly fix the sons of Qi. Oh, right. Almost forgot. There's still a legendary treasure chest in the system that hasn't been opened. Turn it on. Jiang Che actually does not have any overly strong desire for the lottery. Perhaps he is used to being sanctioned by the game card draw. The probability of the lottery shipment is basically 0. In the long run, it's natural to be indifferent to sweepstakes and whatnot. But the system is clearly different. There was a direct burst of intense golden light that shone so brightly that Jiang Che's eyes were about to be unable to open. Drops. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary skill, Stealth. Jiang Che? This skill can be invisibility. Isn't that a must-have skill for old Shibuya? Ribbon's 3 greatest skills, invisibility, hypnosis, and walking through walls. And in the meantime maybe a little bit of weird play. Ahem. I'm a decent man. Although Jiang Che was saying this, the corners of his upturned mouth simply couldn't be suppressed. Question. Who hasn't fantasized about invisibility? Jiang Che tried. And the next second, he disappeared from the spot. GGG. This skill is really powerful, which can be called a must-have skill for fighting. He then turned his attention to the cat sleeping on the edge of the balcony. Playfully, he secretly turned on his stealth and then took a step towards her. The cat's sixth sense was very accurate, and she soon woke up from her sleep, flicking her little tail to look around. But there wasn't even a single hair around. But it made the little muppet even more fearful and uneasy. Even his hair exploded, until Jiang Che stood in front of her. This little ragdoll hadn't been able to spot Jiang Che's figure, and only felt that something seemed to be approaching her. And it was at this moment that Jiang Che unlocked his stealthy state. Meow dash. The cat jumped up a meter or so in shock, its fur exploding. Suddenly a big living person appeared in front of her out of nowhere. Could she not be shocked? Being scared, he scurried around, and ended up accidentally, directly hit the flower pot, screamed miserably, and did not move. The 4 short legs were twitching. Jiang Che. Are you kidding me? You're not scared? Jiang Che touched his nose in some embarrassment. If cats could talk, I guess it would definitely come with a sentence. I'm not a human, but you're a real dog. But Jiang Che didn't care much about it. But soon, he wasn't calm anymore. His headache. Chapter 193, Su Mian, the daughter of luck. Cat lady's prophecy? Jiang Che? Where is this heartbeat coming from? He felt a little strange to know. Now that this point in time had reached the latter part of the night, Yuan Heir and the others had long since fallen asleep. Even Dong Heir had gone to sleep. Where did this female voice come from? Can't it be that Baekje is spying on me again? That's not right. Didn't I feed her? Jiang Che stroked his chin and began to think. But soon, that heartbeat sounded again. Hiss. My head hurts. Where is this? What's so big? Such a big chair? Wait. Why are my hands hairy? Jiang Che. No way. I scare you a little, and I scare the hell out of a traveler? I slowly shifted to the little ragdoll, who was lying on the floor, picking at his tiny paws, and Karan's big eyes were filled with humanized doubt. No way. You're really a cat? Oh, this must be fake. I'm dreaming. Bite myself to wake up. With that said, this little muppet bit himself hard. Meow dash came a mournful cry. Finished. Not a dream. Did I really cross over into a cat? No, to think that I, Su Mian, have become a cat? I don't believe it. While Jiang Che's eyes were a bit odd. This cat. No. This traveler doesn't have a problem with his brain, right? Drops. The host meets the daughter of luck. Su Mianian. A beautiful girl from another dimension, but because of a crossing error, crossed into a cat, proud and lively, addicted to laziness, bottomless stomach, master of manipulation, amount. First time I've encountered a traveler who crosses over to become a cat, and it's also the daughter of Qi. Looking at Su Mian's introduction, it smells like a women's novel now. Cute beauty girl crosses over to become a kitten in the house of the overbearing president, who has no interest in any other women, and only favors the cat. Then there are always 2 days a month. The beautiful girl can take on human form, and the overbearing president to have any kind of wonderful relationship. After the fact, The president is a face of bewilderment. Jiang Che could even brainstorm a million-word romance novel. After all, female frequency texts are all like this. That's pretty much a no-brainer. Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Su Mianyang quickly accepted the fact that she had crossed over to become a cat and began to look around, eventually turning her gaze to Jiang Che, cocking his little head in scrutiny. I know, this guy would be my pooper scooper, right? Blah blah blah. What pooper scooper? This is my manservant. But this guy is quite handsome. He's barely qualified to be my lady's manservant. Su Mianyang arched her back and stretched, then walked past Jiang Che's legs with cat-like steps. Jiang Che's thin lips slightly hooked. You think I'm a manservant? Tramp. Who swabbed you when you were in heat? Possessing himself, he scooped Su Mian into his arms. Meow, meow meow meow. What are you doing? Do you want me to bite you? Although Jiang Che was able to hear Su Mian's heart, he still pretended to be confused, carried her off the balcony and into the villa. Don't run off. I won't recognize it if you run off and get ridden by some other stray male cat and get pregnant with a litter of feral cubs. Saying that, Jiang Che even kicked Su Mianyang's little butt. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. You're the one being ridden. Su Mianyang was very angry and kept accusing Jiang Che. You who? Are you cursing me? You little brat? Jiang Che's words startled Su Mianyang. How does he know what's in my heart? Is it hard to believe that he can hear my heart? Impossible. How could anyone be able to hear someone else's heart? Nope. I'm not even human now. But soon, Su Mian was hungry. Jiang Che gave Su Mian a bowl of cat food. But as a human soul, how could she possibly go and eat cat food consumed by a pet cat? I don't want cat food. I want chips. I want to eat chili fries. I want dried fish. Eat or don't eat. Forget it. I'm a big villain. Seeing as you're new here, do you want to be treated like the sons of fortune? Humph, bastard. I won't eat your cat food even if I starve to death. Su Mian jumped on top of the sofa in anger and nestled in the corner. Jiang Che lightly glanced at Su Mianyang. To be honest, his heart was a bit straight up itchy. This is a real cat lady. And the words of a few months ago are now surprisingly prophetic. Cat lady. This Su Mian was a small muppet with silver fur, and if she turned into a cat lady then she would definitely be a beautiful girl with silver hair and animal ears as well. Blah blah blah. Fury control steamed gooseheart. After Jiang Che left, Su Mian began to survey the Jiang family villa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Am I entering the palace? Why is it so big? This must be a noble family, right? Can't it be that that damnable guy just now is some kind of noble family? Yuck. How can such a bad guy become a nobleman? God is so blind. It's really big. I'll be staying here from now on. It's not bad at all. Su Mianyang resisted at first. As a noble traveler, how can she become a canary in a cage? There is a much wider world out there. But Jiang Che's words just now did scare her. There were a lot of stray male cats outside. If she really got pregnant with a litter of stray cat cubs, she would definitely kill herself. On second thought, it's safer inside the villa. Thinking about it made Su Mianyang hungry. Humph. I'll never eat cat food even if I'm hungry. Dry cat food. I'll never eat it in my life. Su Mian was arrogant, but soon her arrogance was broken. Jiang Che had just clearly seen Su Mianyang's personal attribute introduction. Arrogant and vivacious, addicted to laziness, bottomless stomach, and proficient at swinging for the fences. Coo. Su Mianyang swallowed indisputably, before turning her gaze to the tub of cat food. Oof, I'm only going to eat this low-grade cat food this once, and I'm definitely not going to take another bite in the future. But Su Mian just couldn't hold back any longer after just one bite. This cat food feels like it tastes pretty good. I must be hungry. Yes, I must be hungry. But Su Mianyang obviously doesn't know that a can of cat food in Jiang Che's house costs a few hundred, and the cat food expenditure alone is up to tens of thousands of dollars every month. The more the kitten ate, the more she enjoyed it, and even unconsciously she wagged her tail pleasantly. Chapter 194, White Rose and Bai Jie's Birth. Ego, how did I become a cat? I haven't been in love yet. After Su Mianyang ate and drank her fill, she plopped down on the sofa, her entire body. Oh no, the whole cat looked a little shriveled up. It's a bit of a heartbreak. As an outstanding young girl in the 21st century, she was a proper atheist, but now it directly broke her three views. Forget it, I'll wander around the new house and familiarize myself with the environment first. Although the lights were out inside the villa, the cat's unique night vision function worked quite well. Why are there so many women's clothes inside this villa? What's with all the maids' outfits? Su Mianyang remembered the man just now. Looking at his appearance and temperament, he should be the owner of this place, right? You're not very old, but you're a womanizer. It's true that rich people's private lives are all very messy. Su Mianyang was a little indignant in her heart. Damn rich people should be hanged above the street lamp. Such a big house. I don't know how many working people's blood has been exploited. Thinking about it, Su Mianyang got hungry again and walked over to the food bowl to take a few bites of the overpriced cat food. The night is late. The girls inside the villa were already asleep. Or else Jiang Che High and Low would have to show this little cat what is called the shock of a big villain. Early the next morning, Swayman woke up early. Why are there so many pretty girls here? She was ruthlessly shocked. The little maids in the villa got up very early. After all, the Jiang family villa is so big. And not to mention the 4-story villa in the villa. The villa outside there are gardens as well as a swimming pool. These need to be cleaned and organized every day. And there are flowers and plants to be trimmed. But this is just right and adds a lot of life to the family. Jiang Che, don't hold me, I can walk. A yelling sound came out from the bedroom, followed by the sight of Jiang Che, dressed in a robe, carrying a petite girl in his arms as he walked out. The girl was wearing a white nightgown, lying on the man's body like a sloth. Her hair was messy though, and her little face was a little hot and red, obviously looking like she hadn't woken up. Jiang Che, is that this man's name? Why are you holding such a cute little loli? What a birth, it's a birth. Su Mianliang plopped down in the corner and surveyed it. Jiang Che, on the other hand, glanced faintly at Su Mianyang, the little cat lady. Let's give you a bit of a shock first. In the next few days, Su Mianyang's character is actually quite rebellious. Her heartfelt voice heard Jiang Che a little fired up. Wait, when you've transformed into a form, when the time comes, the old and new scores will be settled together, and the bitter days are still ahead. Although Jiang Che didn't abuse cats, the problem was, this is a future cat lady. I don't think the law protects creatures like cat ladies, does it? Suddenly, Su Mian seemed to feel something like a great terror. Why is this Jiang Che looking at me with that kind of look? Looking at her just made her feel all tingly. Jiang Che carried Yuan Heir to the dining table. Breakfast was made by him personally. The craftsmanship of an SSS-ranked culinary god is no joke, and even just an ordinary bowl of congee exudes a rich aroma. Jiang Che's cooking skills were already top-notch. It could even be said that it had become a conceptual skill. No matter what dish, as long as it was cooked by Jiang Che, it would all be extremely delicious. Even if Jiang Che made a bowl of instant noodles, the flavor of that instant noodles would still be many times better than the ones made by ordinary people. It's no exaggeration to say that a roasted sole is delicious, and a big pot of boiled can be eaten with gusto. The cat's nose is very sensitive. Is eating cat food in front of the food bowl Su Mianmian an instant feel their cat food does not smell. Why does it smell so good? What the hell is that? Why does it smell so good? This sure smells good and tastes bad. Lemon-covered eyes. JPG, Yuan Heir sat on Jiang Che's lap. Sister Yao Yao and the girls haven't gotten up yet. Lori is pretty good and knows to think of her bestie. Jiang Che tugged on Yuan Heir's ponytail. Your Yao Yao sister probably won't be able to get up this morning. Yi Mengyao wanted to challenge her soft underbelly but lost miserably. And just then, a little maid came up with little steps. Master, this is the appraisal report of both MS. Beekgen MS. Rose. Jiang Che nodded and received this report sheet from the little maid's hands. As soon as I got my hands on it, the big red line at the top of the report card jumped out at me. After the identification, White Rose and Bai Jie were determined to be sisters. Finally, there is a more detailed introduction. Bai Rongwei and Bai Jie are half-sisters, with a blood relationship. Ha, I knew it. My feelings can't be wrong. Jiang Che's thin lips slightly hooked up. The two girls, Bai Jie and Bai Rosebud, were both his people now, and it could be said that they themselves didn't know them as well as Jiang Che did. The hair provided by both girls for the blood test was their hair. Ahem. No at all. And just then, the monkey's text message came straight through. Mr. Jiang, this is the information you want to investigate. It contains the relationship between Bai Jie, Bai Rangwei, and Bai Baihui of the Bai family in Hangzhou. So it's no surprise. Bai Rangwei and Bai Baihui should both be the bloodline of the Bai family in Hangzhou. Monkey is very self-aware. Jiang Xiaode care Wanji. He will never call to harass him. Sent a text message and withdrew. Indeed. Jiang Che briefly skimmed through the information sent by the monkey again. The former Wolf King Bai Baihui identity is the eldest son of the Bai family in Hangzhou, while his father is the current Bai family head, Bai Bai Long. Only that White Dragon was more philandering. After giving birth to White Rose with his main wife, he found another woman outside to give birth to Bai Jie. 13 or 14-year-old Bai Tianhui was in a rebellious period, and in a fit of rage, he left home with the 2 or 3-year-old little Rosebud, after which he became the old Wolf King of the Wolf Tooth Mercenary Corps, and Baekje was later secretly taken away and became an orphan. Grass. Not a big family, creating myths. This family's bizarre story feels like it could be made into a 48-episode TV series. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth twitched as he spat. Jiang Che, are the two of you, Sister Rosebud and Sister Bai, really real sisters? Yuan Heir's eyes widened and her little head came up to Jiang Che's face, her palm-sized face filled with gossip. That's right, it's not twins, but it's pretty good. Jiang Che gently licked the corner of his lips. Yuan Heir's small face instantly pulled down, and her small hand twisted the soft flesh around Jiang Che's waist in a deadly manner. Pervert, all he thinks about is yellow crap. Still thinking about twins? Why don't you go to hell? Jiang Che naturally didn't care too much about Yuan Heir's mischievous pranks. After all, this female brat was indeed very good at making trouble. Chapter 195, Sumian's Shock. Lin Xiaotian once again appeared on the mountain. What? Brother Jiang Che, sister Xiaojie and I are kissing sisters? Rose could be said to be very shocked when she saw the bloodline identification report that Jiang Che handed over. And Baekje was also a bit confused. How did she get an extra sister out of nowhere? That's right, Rose, as you are my woman, I am naturally responsible for your birth. Jiang Che smiled lightly and stroked Rosebud's head. He was also quite doting on this young girl. If you want to go to the White family to recognize your ancestors, I'm not going to stop you. After all, you're not the canary I raised either. Jiang Che gently smoothed the young girl's long hair, his eyes revealing tenderness. Rose pondered slightly for a moment, then shook her head resolutely. To be born and not raised is to be a thief. Since they don't raise me, what's the difference between that and not having given birth to me? Jiang Che smiled helplessly. Actually, the wrong one might not be the Bai family. The wrong one might be your brother. Jiang Che then took out all the causes and consequences that the monkey had just investigated. This was a fact, and it was not that he deliberately threw dirty water on Bai Tianhui, thus lowering his status in Rose's heart. Has so much even happened over the years? Rose was silent. Her mind was in turmoil. Brother Jiang Che, even though I have a blood relationship with the Bai family is still a stranger to me after all. Little Rose said and tightly tugged over one of Jiang Che's arms. Sister. Bai Jia opened her mouth to Bai Qiangwei with some restraint, even though she and Rose had both been sort of besties side by side for a while, but to suddenly tell her that it was actually her sister, the shock to the girl was still very strong. Sister, I'll be your sister from now on. Rose was actually a bit formal. Of course, Xiao Baijia was actually still very happy because it meant she had another sister as a backstage at Jiang Che's side, just like Yuan Heir and Yi Mengyao, who were as close to each other as glue. The two belonged together in a bundle, and the two gained brother Jiang Che's favor together. As for her own humble love before, now that she had Rosebud as her own sister, she would definitely be able to gain more favor from brother Jiang Che as well, and wait for a while to see if she could pull Qin Xiaoqiao into her camp as well. Bai Jia had a lot of little thoughts, and listening to them made Jiang Che want to laugh a little. In contrast, her older sister, Rosemary, was less preoccupied and just happy that she had a new blood sister. After her brother left, she had family again. Okay. Jiang Che stretched out a pair of large hands, holding Bai Jia's small hand with his left hand and Rose's small hand with his right hand, and then placed the two pairs of small hands together. We'll be a family from now on. You two will communicate more and cultivate more sisterly feelings. Su Mian, who was lying on the bedroom coffee table taking a nap, had long been awakened, and then she looked dumbfounded. Is this something I can watch? No, my eyes. The little ragdoll cat used its two little paws to try and cover its eyes, but nay, the paws were rather small, and Su Mianyang even used her tail to cover her eyes. Ha, that's not right, is it? I'm a cat now. I'm a cat. Who could have known that I have a human soul hidden inside my body? This is a proper immunity. Hey. Su Mian simply stopped pretending, moved her little paw away, and jumped directly onto the bedside table with a mischievous click, plopped down on the nightstand. This is VIP seating. Damn it, this AI showing, he really dares to lay his hands on me? Surprisingly, even my 3 turns returning needle has no effect. Lin Xiaotian was in some pain. Previously, during the struggle with AI showing, he was ruthlessly crushed one of his balls, and now he couldn't even be a leftover egg old man, so he could only be considered a chicken without a chicken. And just then, a man in a black robe walked over. The voice revealed a raspiness. Brother Xiaotian, did you find Heir? After seeing that it was Zhou Xueme, Lin Xiaotian hurriedly and awkwardly withdrew the needle. He didn't want the news of his exploded egg to reach her ears. Xueme, you mustn't mention the sinful disciple Lin Yu anymore. This Lin Yu is simply arrogant. He has done nothing but evil since he came down from the mountain. He even offended the Jiang family in the capital. I think Lin Xiaotian Hall of a generation of masters. Ghost Dr. Dor 107th generation master. In the ancient martial arts world is also considered a character. A lifetime of fame all by this rebellious disciple destroyed. Lin Xiaotian's words made Zhou Xueme's heart thump. She was looking after Lin Yu as if he was her own son. Brother Xiaotian, you said that Xiao Yuhe offended the Jiang family in the capital? Lin Xiaotian nodded in a deep voice. That's right, Lin Yu. This rebellious disciple really thinks he's invincible in the world? How dare he injure the son-in-law of the Jiang family in the capital? And it's still that grandmaster's own grandson. Zhou Xuemei's already hoarse voice seemed sharp. What about you? Lin Xiaotian spread his hands. I don't know about that, but I'm afraid it's very bad. Zhou Xuemei panicked. I'm going to save Yu. Yu is your and my disciple. Absolutely nothing can happen to him. But obviously, Lin Xiaotian was indifferent to Zhou Xuemei's request. Offending the Jiang family in the capital. This is Lin Yu's own fault. You and I will take it as not having accepted this disciple. Lin Xiaotian broke very decisively. Do not look at him now as a late sect master strong, but in the capital before the Jiang family, it's simply not enough to look at. That great master could slap him to death with a single slap. Okay, if you're not going to save it, I will. Zhou Xuemei withdrew the black robe from her body as soon as she could, revealing a face that was extremely old, with incomparably loose skin that had even begun to sag, and her eyelids drooping, as if half of her feet had already stepped inside the coffin board. Lin Xiaowei's weather was a bit painful. He doesn't seem to have any anymore. It just hurts anyway. Go by yourself. You should be in the hands of that Mr. Jiang right now. I advise you, it's best not to offend that Mr. Jiang, or else the entire Dragon Kingdom. There is no more place for you and me. Lin Xiaoxing weather flung his sleeves, turned around, and left. Only Zhou Xuemei was left alone to froth in place. Mr. Jiang, I must save you. With that, Zhou Xuemei went down the mountain alone, and just a short while after she left, Lin Xiaotian retraced his steps. Looking at Zhou Xuemei's departing back, he let out a long sigh of helplessness. He then quietly followed. Although he was talking so much, and even pulled off this whole cutting off his robe, it was undeniable. Lin Yu was still his only disciple after all. It's impossible to see death. You little brat. Old man, I owed you in my last life, didn't I? Chapter 196. Lay down moral etiquette and enjoy a life of lack of virtue. Su Mian was shocked. She may be a cat now, but she's still a 20-year-old college girl in her soul, maternally single for over 20 years. The innocent little girl who has never even experienced holding hands, and who watches the occasional 18R mini-movie during the week. It falls into the category of being a bit theoretical, but not much. But today was an eye-opener for her. It's so scary. Su Mian, lying on the bedside table, instinctively buried her head inside her two small paws, looking stupid and cute. Zhang Che fastened the buttons of his coat, and then he turned his gaze to this little ragdoll cat lying on the bedside table. Amazing, isn't it? What kind of show is this? A soft chuckle followed as he walked up to it and reached out to take it in his arms. Meow. Cats have a very acute sense of smell, dozens of times that of humans. Meow. Meow meow meow. Let go of me. Don't touch my tail. Believe it or not, I'll bite your basket off. I'll turn you into a eunuch. Su Mianyang opened her teeth and claws up, trying to use her little claws to inflict a little damage on Zhang Che. Ha, you still want to bite me? Wasn't I the one who helped you with a cotton swab when you were in heat before? Now you're flipping out? Zhang Che's words froze Su Mianian for a moment, followed by endless shame. You pervert! How dare you do such a thing to a cat? I'm going to sue you at the Animal Protection Society. Su Mianmian continues to struggle. Sigma. Zhang Che helplessly rubbed the corner of his forehead. The once incomparably clingy little muppet had turned into a little wildcat. Get your ass back in there or I'll confiscate your cat food. Isn't it a normal thing to use cotton swabs to help a young female cat in heat? After all, anyone who has ever owned a cat knows how annoying it is when a female cat is in heat. Originally, Zhang Che was going to have this little muppet sterilized at the end of this year. As a result, who would have thought? This little milk cat transformed into a daughter of Qi. Don't rub me. Damn. Do you think I'm a pancake? You're abusing the cat. You're a cat killer. Zhang Che hooked his lips and smiled. This jerking a cat was really a beautiful death. In front of the desk, Zhang Che was giving Yuan Er a lecture on the topic. Once it was Yuan Er the college bully who tutored Zhang Che the hangman. And now that Zhang Che's grades have come up, it directly completes the bipolar reversal. You can't even answer such a simple question? Is your brain broken now? Zhang Che pinched Yuan Er's small ears. Yuan Er was also a bit angry. Yeah, you broke it, okay? You must have bullied me all day. That's why my grades went down. Letting you, the stinky fish, take advantage of the situation and become the number one in the school. Ha, you're a smart ass. Zhang Che pursed his lips and smiled, only gently rubbing the little girl's head. Don't touch my head. The feel of his hands was excellent. So Zhang Che's two big hands all started rubbing Yuan Er's little head. This was even more addictive than jerking a cat. Zhang Gongzi was happy that a large and two small wild cats in the house were good at jerking off. Su Mian is the real deal, driving her heart through. Jerking Su Mianmian is simply a pleasure. And Yuan Er, she's the big wildcat. Naturally. Jiang Che. Your phone. Chen Ningxuan walked over in style with extreme reluctance on her face. Jiang Che had recently changed her into another hanbok. If the previous hanbok was conservative and worn like a fairy, then this current hanfu was completely specially customized for someone's special hobby. Exposed shoulders as well as spine. White and smooth shoulders as top-grade jade. Can't see a single flaw. Inside wearing a white velvet coat. Outside is draped with a light veil. Can be said to be a pure and desire, the two words perfectly combined together. Who's that? Jiang Che glanced at Chen Ningxuan and asked indifferently. I don't know. Just say I came to see you. Chen Ningxuan didn't open her mouth in a good-natured manner. Jiang Che took the call, and the voice on the other side was rather hoarse and seemed to be an old crone. May I ask if you are Mr. Jiang? Who are you? Jiang Che frowned. Oh, do you know Lin Yu? I'm Lin Yu's master. My name is Zhou Xueme. Earlier, my family Xiao Yu offended you. I would like to sincerely apologize to you. When these words came out, Jiang Che was slightly surprised. Lin Yu's master? Zhou Xueme? Jiang Che pondered inside his head for a while before finally remembering this number. Zhou Xueme, in the original plot, was Lin Yu's master. Lin Yu had a total of 2 masters. One was that Lin Xiaotian, whose strength was unknown. It is estimated that the probability is that he is a grandmaster. The other master was this Zhou Xueme, an assassin, with a cultivation of Huanjing great perfection, the 19th existence in the list of assassins. Only this Zhou Xueme seems to be suffering from natural premature aging. Yes, I'm Jiang Che. Jiang Che opened his mouth, counting the time. These 2 masters of Lin Yu should have already descended the mountain as well, but Jiang Che wasn't afraid of them anymore. If he was willing, one person could play these 2 guys to death, not to mention the fact that there was a huge ancient martial arts family standing behind him. And now, listening to the tone of these 2, it seemed that they already knew their identity? No wonder it's so humbling. You want to find Lin Yu? Jiang Che asked. Zhou Xueme on the opposite side nodded her head practically. Right. I wonder if you can be magnanimous. Let Lin Yu off the hook. Jiang Che's lips hooked up slightly. Lin Yu is living a very nourishing life right now, probably happier than you can imagine. But Jiang Che's words fell into Zhou Xueme's ears and changed their meaning. Backtracking. It's definitely backtracking. Xiao Yu must be living a life worse than death right now, and as his master himself, I must go and save him. Mr. Jiang, I beg you, please spare his life. Xiao Yu is a child who came down from the mountains and has never seen much of the world in his life. Jiang Che was quite a bit speechless. What he said was true. I heard that Lin Yu was now mixing it up with Chang, and was as in love as glue. Let go of the blood feud and enjoy the perverted life. In that case, I'll give you Lin Yu's address, so you can just go straight to her. Jiang Che grinned. I guess this Zhou Xueme was with that Lin Xiaotian. If they had seen this appearance of Lin Yu, I wonder how they would feel. As soon as he thought of that image, Jiang Che Gigi laughed out loud. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Zhou Xueme was very excited. Since Duke Jiang had told her Xiao Yu's address, then maybe Xiao Yu really wasn't in any danger and was just tied up. Jiang Che hung up the phone after saying that. The feeling of being a whole person. It's delightful. Let go of morality and righteousness and enjoy a life of lack of morality. You really lack great morality. No. We have to knock on the electronic wooden fish for a while to raise the merit. Asshole, you're smiling so happily. I'm sure you're hiding something. Chen Ningxuan could be said to hate Jiang Che to the bone right now. Frosty, come here and squeeze my feet for me. How could Jiang Che possibly spoil her? Directly treating her like a subordinate. Jiang Che was still quite principled. As long as you're still not my woman, then I'll just screw you. You? Chen Ningxuan was on the verge of tears. She seriously doubted. Did Jiang Che cultivate some special technique that was able to hear other people's hearts? Or else why did he have bad luck every time he cursed him in his heart? Give. Jiang Che pinched her feet. How could this be acceptable to a proud daughter of heaven like her? Chapter 197, Zhou Xueme's shock. Lin Yu is in love with a man? Jiang Che was indeed right. Ring Yu was happy now. Or rather she was enjoying being a woman very much now. This son of Qi was already in the shape of Django from the inside out. In fact, sometimes Jiang Che kind of admired bald headstrong. This guy's ability was simply one of a kind. He had made Lin Yu so miserable. He didn't even admit defeat. But in the hands of Kung, after only a month or two, she had become Brother Chang's little stepford wife. Kung certainly has his own specialties. Shaolin, hit him slowly. Don't break him. With a heartbroken face, Chang ran to Yi Liangchen, who was on the verge of collapsing at this point, with whip marks all over his body. If it was just Chang alone, he could still barely accept it. But after entering the palace for the second time, Yi Liangchen not only had to face Chang, but also Lin Yu. These two were completely one singing black face and the other singing white face. Lin Yu was in charge of flogging him, while Chang was in charge of pacifying him. Oh, stop fighting. I'm convinced. Lin Yu was like a pervert. The whip in his hand was incomparably vicious. It even carried internal energy. A whip went down. The average person would probably be half dead at least. Fortunately, Yi Liangchen still had the cultivation of the early stage of dark force, which was the only bit of dignity he had left, or else he could be tortured to death by the two men. Then poor Yi Liangchen was picked up by Kung, the usual hideous and repulsive-looking Chang. At this moment in Yi Liangchen's eyes was surprisingly so tall and full of security. Lin Yu, on the other hand, retreated to the side, eyes faintly watching all this. Lin Yu had now completed his transformation, from being a lone high and crazy dragon who had just descended from the mountain, being straightened into a lone testicular crazy dragon by Jiang Che, and now being tempered into a little petite wife by brother Chang. The experience could be described as a series of twists and turns. Drops. The host has feigned bitterness and received a reward of 3 days of internal strength. Yi Liangchen. It seems like a way of pretending that has never been seen before. Vaguely, he seemed to see a winding and rugged path. He was now at the early stage of dark power, while that Lin Yu was at the early stage of harmonization power. As long as he pretended to be a bit more bitter, one day he could regain his strength. And just then, Kung's phone rang. Kung's face revealed his displeasure, but seeing the contact on it, it was his little brother. What is it? Oh, little dragon? Long spoke with a trembling voice. Boss, there's an old woman coming over, naming Lin Yu to come out and meet him. She says she's Lin Yu's master, and it's also agreed by Jiang Shao. She wants to take Lin Yu away. When these words came out, Chang's face instantly changed. He hadn't listened to all those words in front of him. What with Lin Yu's master? Screw it, he's in love with Xiao Lin right now. Even if you were Lin Yu's father, you couldn't take Lin Yu away. But Jiang Shao is different. Jiang Shao is his own top boss. This for their own has a great favor. Xiao Lin, Su Han and now Yi Liangchen, these are Jiang Shao to their red line. Not only did Jiang Shao not look down on him as a male tone, he even took the initiative to be a matchmaker. Jiang Shao was like a regenerative parent to him. If it was Jiang Shao, he would be willing to voluntarily pout his ass off as a scheming zero. Chang turned his gaze to Lin Yu, who, as an early-stage Huanjing ancient martial artist, was naturally able to hear him clearly. Lin Yu slowly nodded. It's my second master's voice. Only nowadays, Lin Yu's mood didn't have any ups and downs anymore when he mentioned his master. They didn't show up when they needed them the most, and now they don't need them. They came instead. Isn't that ironic? Soon, Zhou Xuemei met the Xiaoyu that she had longed for. But, after seeing Lin Yu's current appearance, her entire body was stunned. Xiaoyu? You're Xiaoyu? Zhou Xuemei was so shocked that she was unable to speak, and she could barely even recognize Lin Yu in front of her. And Lin Yu just cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Xuemei and didn't open his mouth to say anything. But Zhou Xuemei was not calm. Was this the same Saya he remembered? How did it become like this? Even had long hair and looked male or female. If he himself hadn't grown up watching Rinyu, he definitely wouldn't have been able to connect the guy in front of him with Xiaoyu. Panicked, he ran to Lin Yu. Xiaoyu, how did you become like this? Who bullied you? She then turned her gaze to brother Chang who was on the side, and a touch of coldness instantly surged out of her eyes as her body's cultivation of Huanjin great perfection burst out, carrying a strong pressure. It's you? You're the one who bullied my Xiaoyu, aren't you? Chang was also just an ordinary person. How could he resist the oppression of Zhou Xuemei? A harmonization power grand circle? He was almost scared to pee. But right at this moment, Lin Yu took a step out and protected Chang behind him, coldly looking at Zhou Xuemei in front of him. Auntie Zhou, he is my lover. I will never allow you to make a move on him. Zhou Xuemei was instantly dumbfounded. Her entire body was frozen in place. Her heart had already received a strong shock. What exactly did Lin Yu go through in these few months down the mountain? How did he change so much? Even his orientation has changed? Xiao Lin. Chang was so moved that he almost cried. Come back with me. I pleaded with Jiang Shao. He said he'd waive your punishment. Zhou Xuemei opened her mouth unwillingly. Lin Yu's eyes actually trembled a little. After all, Aunt Zhou was the elder who had been looking after him since he was a child, as well as the master who had taught him his skills. But because of this, that's why he was complaining. Why didn't the master show up when he was at his most broken? Auntie Zhou, go away. Kanya and I truly love each other, and I advise you and Grandmaster, don't make a move against that Jiang Che. You can't play with him. During these hours of being coached by Kung, he had also heard some of Jiang Che's background on the side, and had calmed down a lot. Xiaoyu, how can you, a normal man, follow a man? This is unseemly. Zhou Xuemei's words once again offended Lin Yu. Normal man. He's long since stopped being a normal man. He's even had a sex change operation himself. Auntie Zhou, you'd better leave before I get angry. However, just as the two were at a standstill, another strong argument came from outside the door. You can't break in. Do you know who's inside? Hangzhou's underground leader. Brother Chang. Ah, give me a fight. Where have you hidden our young master Liangchen? Let me tell you, we're from the ancient martial Yi family. Hand over our young master quickly. Listening to the voice outside the door, the corner of Chang's mouth twitched slightly. And the masters? Chapter 198, Son of Luck vs. Son of Luck? Bitter Yi Liangchen. That's right, the ancient martial Yi family is here. Yi Liangchen twice live broadcast pretending to be a pussy. All pretending to be a pussy failed. Once was kicked in the crotch. Once was pouting burst. These two live broadcasts could be said to have disgraced the ancient martial Yi family. But after all, Yi Liangchen was still the young master of the ancient martial Yi family, and Yi Liangchen's father was the head of the Yi family, so it was impossible for him to leave Yi Liangchen alone. And at this moment, Yi Liangchen, who was tied to the wooden horse stool, instantly got excited and hastily shook his ass twice. The tearing sensation coming from his juju made the corners of his mouth twitch in pain. I'm here! I'm here! You guys are finally here! Upon hearing that the ancient martial Yi family had come, Yi Liangchen was so moved that he was about to cry. During the time he was ravaged by Chang and Lin Yu, he had suffered so much that at one point he even thought he would never be able to walk out of this transfer classroom again. He swore that this time, as long as he was rescued, he would remain in the ancient martial arts Yi family, and live broadcast every day to pretend to be a bully. Surely no one will ever dig a hole for himself again, and by then he will never come down from the mountain until he has cultivated to the realm of a grand master. Kobayashi, gag him. Chang glared at Yi Liangchen. It seems that his own power has declined a bit lately. It's been a week. Yi Liangchen even has a backlash against himself? Looks like. It's still not permeable enough. Lin Yu nodded slightly and took out a dirty pantsuit from the corner of the table and stuffed it into Yi Liangchen's mouth. Let me tell you, I'm the young master of the ancient martial arts Yi family. The person who came is my second uncle. He's a half-step grandmaster. Don't you dare. And just then, the door was kicked straight open. Boom. After a loud bang, several people in practice clothes walked in, and at the head of them was an old man with a flowing beard. When the old man saw Yi Liangchen, who was tied up on the wooden horse chair, his entire body instantly became angry. His eyes were bloodshot and he glared at the two of them, Chang and Lin Yu, in death. You guys, damn it, how dare you insult my young master? Yi Liangchen was also incomparably excited after seeing the old man, frantically nodding his head towards him. Saved. It can be saved. The second uncle was the most pampered to himself, and had been so since he was born, pampering him even more than his father, so to speak. As long as there was a second uncle, as long as he is there, he can definitely escape from this hellhole. If I don't waste the two of you today, I don't deserve to be a patriarch. The old man was furious. Although he was Yi Liangchen's nominal second uncle, he was actually his biological father. In the early years, when the family head was competing with others in martial arts, the iron cloth shirt was broken, thus losing his fertility, and in order not to lose the family head's face, Yi Jing's family had begged him to fight in person. That's why there's Yi Liangchen. With that, the old man directly struck out. His half-step sect master's cultivation was incomparably strong. The terrifying chi vibrated in the air, and his internal force was almost solidified. Although Huanjin powerhouses could also achieve internal force externally, they needed to rely on external objects as carriers. But a Zhongshi was different. He could use his internal force to injure people through the air. Old piker, how dare you hurt my disciple? Zhou Xueme stepped forward and raised her hand to catch this palm wind. Ahem. But how could a Huanjing great perfection be a match for a half-step grandmaster? Zhou Xueme, who was already an old lady, was now about to go into the ground after being directly slapped in the face. Lin Yu's eyes widened slightly, as if he was somewhat incredulous in general. The Yi family's old man snorted coldly. Harmonization power great circle? Even if a patriarch came today, he wouldn't be able to do it. Look for yourself. Your disciple made my young master look like this? This is not over today. All the other Yi family members were looking at Yi Liangchen's jokes. Only he, the biological father, was heartbroken beyond measure. So he volunteered to enter the secular world to rescue the young master. Zhou Xueme didn't say anything, because it was indeed Lin Yu's problem, which could be described as 100 mouths to feed. Humph, sophistry is useless. I have to waste both of them today. You get out of the way. Otherwise don't blame me for being merciless. You may not kill in the secular world, but it doesn't mean I can't waste you. Yi Liangchen was so excited. At this moment, the advantage is in me. How can you not be a pretender? So he struggled to get his pants out of his mouth and began to shout. Second uncle, you have to take revenge for me. Let them know the power of our ancient martial Yi family and waste them. Our ancient martial Yi family can endure this? Drops. Congratulations to the host for pretending to be a goon and receiving a reward of 10 days of internal strength. Hearing the system's long-lost voice, Yi Liangchen was on the verge of crying. It's finally normal. It's blue. In the face of Yi Liangchen's shouting, the rest of them ignored it. Zhou Xuemei's mood is more incomparably anxious. Is it possible that he cannot even keep Yor today? Humph, even if a patriarch came today, he wouldn't be able to save both of their little lives. The Yi family's second uncle opened his mouth arrogantly, but suddenly, an even stronger voice rang out. Oh, is that so? What if I have to bail him out? Obviously, Lin Xiaotian, who had been following behind Zhou Xuemei, showed up. You're a grandmaster? The old man was stunned. He just casually said it. How could he really blow up a grandmaster? Isn't this a joke? If it's a grandmaster, what's the point of pretending? Just run away before it's too late. I'll give you 3 counts of time to bring your people and roll by yourself. After Lin Xiaotian came out, the situation was directly bipolar reversed. The old man of the Yi family pondered for a moment, his gaze wavering on Yi Liangchen's body. This was a patriarch. The ancient martial Yi family currently didn't even have a patriarch to make an enemy of. Second uncle, you have to save me. Yi Liangchen excitedly opened his mouth. He is not stupid. This situation is changing rapidly. The second uncle should not be afraid of this patriarch, right? The advantage in the twinkling of an eye is gone. Sha Nur. The old man had a face of reluctance. He knew that if he gave up on Yi Liangchen this time, Yi Liangchen would be completely wasted in the future. Uncle too. You think I don't know? You're actually my biological father. When I was a child, I saw you and my mother having an affair in the boiler room, and there were other rumors. How could I not know? His sentence directly thundered everyone in the room. Especially some of the unknown Yi family members were confused at this moment. The eldest young master is not actually the biological son of the Grand Master, but the heir of the second family master? The second family master and the main mother are still having an affair? No wonder the second family master has been so caring to young Master Liangchen. The Yi family's old man's face was cloudy for a while. What a pitiful thing. It's just one son. He's got other sons. So what if I don't want this loser anymore? Who is your father? Don't insult me. I have an incredibly deep bond with my big brother. Is it something you can't shake? I'll make a trip back to the Yi family now and report this matter to the head of the family. After the old man finished speaking righteously, he turned around and left, and the other Yi family members were also very observant, and found various excuses to leave. Ahem, my sow's in labor. I'm going home. My gas stove was left on. They already understood that young Master Liangchen was reduced to an outcast, with a patriarch stepping in. The Yi family could only stop there. Only Yi Liangchen was left alone and dumbfounded. Drops. The host has faked a lonely pussy and gained a reward of 1 day of internal strength. Chapter 199 Brother Chang's Shura. Wang Yanran's moving moment. After the Yi family members left, Lin Yu's 2 masters walked towards him. Lin Yu, how did you become like this? Lin Xiaotian looked at his former disciple, completely not imagining that his disciple, who was arrogant and untamed half a year ago, had become this? I heard that one of the balls was even wasted. Lin Yu laughed. He. Don't you guys know who screwed me over? Do you guys dare to avenge me? These words directly blocked the mouths of both Lin Xiaotian and Zhou Xuemei. Lin Yu was indeed right. They all knew who the murderer was, but did they dare to go and trouble Duke Jian? Apparently not daring. But you are my Lin Xiaotian's disciple. Even if you are ruined, you absolutely cannot fool around with men. Lin Xiaotian angrily pointed at Brother Chang beside Lin Yu, causing Brother Chang to awkwardly touch his shiny bald head. He actually had the illusion of a poor boy facing his tricky mother-in-law. As for Lin Yu, just shook his head lightly. Go your way and pretend you don't have me as a disciple. With that, he turned towards Yi Liangchen, raised the whip in his hand, and violently whipped on Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen, bull demon, you're using me to get rid of your anger, aren't you? What's it like to be surrounded by too many girls? Zhang Che said, pain and pleasure. After all, he had too many affairs. At home, there were Yuan Heir, Yi Mengyao, Qin Xiaoqiao and these girls to feed, and outside there was Wang Yanran, the little policewoman, to take care of. After all, something like feelings would need time to be maintained. Otherwise, the fire of ambiguity that had been built up so easily would soon be extinguished. Sister Huma, here's some lunch I made myself, and I happened to bring you some. Zhang Che passed by the police station where Wang Yanran was and gave her a lunch. As expected, this sudden surprise made Wang Yanyan were a little flattered, and the other police officers around them were all looking at the two with a gossipy face, and even a small female police officer who had a good relationship with Wang Yanyan whistled. Wang Yanran's pretty face was slightly flushed, and her pair of beautiful eyes glared at Zhang Che. Zhang Che, this kid, must have done it on purpose, deliberately in front of so many colleagues. Humph. Although her mouth said so, she was actually very touched in her heart. You didn't really have to come over here. I could have ordered takeout. Wang Yanyan blushed. This left all the police officers in a state of shock. They hadn't expected it at all. They had never thought that this cold female policewoman would also blush. she would also show her feminine side? This also made them lament that the original flower of the High Ridge was also a woman, only that her high spirits were all directed at outsiders. Sister Yen Yen, if you don't like it, then I won't send it in the future. Don't. After Wang Yen Yen opened her mouth, she lowered her head with a red face and kept kicking the ground with her feet. Ha, woman. Jiang Che gently hooked his lips, taking the initiative to bring food to Wang Yen Yen. Is this considered dog licking? How can this be dog licking? So-called dog licking is nothing more than a person's self-indulgence in touching himself. Just like in poker there are two jokers, big and small. Taken alone, it's a clown. Only two together, it's called a king's bomb. Similarly, it's only when it goes both ways that it's called a relationship. Otherwise, it's a clown. Jiang Che is clearly not that clown. That. Yen Yen, eat early. I made this lunchbox for you with my own hands. Jiang Che waved his hand, and then he simply slipped away. After Jiang Che left, the entire police station was filled with sighs. Yelp, what a putrid smell of love. And a love bento. Vomit. One of Wang Yen Yen's girlfriends pinched her little nose and spat out her tongue, looking disgusted. Foamy, you owe a beating, don't you? Wang Yenran glared at her, but it was time to say no. She was indeed touched. Humph, you brat, with so many girls around you, you still want to come to pick me up? Do you really think you can conquer me with these three-legged methods of picking up girls? A brat with no hair on his head. He's too young. Saying that, Wang Yen Yen opened the lunchbox on her own. She was indeed hungry. The moment I just opened the lunchbox, a strong aroma came straight to my face. Fragrance instantly filled in the entire police station. Now is the mealtime. Everyone is waiting for hungry. Wang Yen Yen, this behavior can be called human and God's indignation. This was indeed a meal made by Jiang Che himself. A meal made by SSS-level cookery was no joke, and it directly aroused everyone's cravings. Gulp. Wang Yen Yen also swallowed her saliva. The lunchbox was just some simple home cooking, but after Jiang Che's hand cooking, it was full of colors and flavors, and it was very appetizing to watch. Wow, it smells so good. Huma-chan, can you give me a bite? Just one bite. But obviously, Wang Yen Yen's face turned cold, snapped and slammed the lunchbox shut. With a cold face, he turned around and walked inside his office. Ruthless. You forget your girlfriends when you have a man, don't you? Wang Yen Yen, who was enjoying lunch alone, had the corners of her mouth rise slightly without realizing it, and she couldn't even suppress it. Humph, this little villain Jiang Che's cooking skills are really quite good. Oh, the ancient martial Yu family's people fought with Lin Yu's people? Jiang Che almost didn't die of joy after hearing the news transmitted by Chang. The two protagonists sparred against each other for power, in order to compete for Yi Liangchen's belonging, and in the end, Lin Yu's background was one step higher. Even his clan-level master came out, successfully taking down Yi Liangchen. It is rather unfortunate to say, Yi Liangchen, the son of Qi, he has never seen him before, and he has already made him so miserable. Perhaps Yi Liangchen, this bastard, doesn't know who was making him whole behind his back until now. It seems like Lin Yu and Baldy Chang are in true love, and I've mistakenly led them on a red thread? I'm such a good guy. Jiang Che was quite emotional. In that case, he had also done something good. Just ask, is there another villain in the world like him? Not only did he not kill the sons of Qi, but instead he became a moon goddess and gave them a red thread. Jiang Che let out a jia laugh as he thought about it, and his magical smile made Su Mianmian, who was in Jiang Che's arms, get startled. You stinky, you must be unsettled again. I, Su Mianian, have already seen through you. Jiang Che, I don't know why this Su Mianian's little mouth stinks so much, but I don't know why this little wildcat directly scolded me for stinking. Yuan Heir only called me a stinky fish, but this little wildcat directly called me a stinky? Why is this cat so misbehaved? I've heard that female cats are much more docile after giving birth. I'll find you some male cats to breed with tomorrow. Su Mian, I'm not tame enough? I'm docile enough. Okay? It's not right. No. Can this guy really hear my heart? Chapter 200, Little Cat. Jiang Che takes out Zhuguo. Su Mian was a bit shocked. It was only now that she reacted with hindsight. It seemed like every time he cursed Jiang Che in his heart, this guy always gave himself negative feedback. Once or twice might be a coincidence, but what about more times? Obviously, Su Mianyang, the daughter of Qi, was a bit more intelligent than Chen Ningxuang, who had also often been punished for spitting on Jiang Che in her heart, but she didn't look deeper into it. Could he can hear my heart? Or does he have some kind of sixth sense of existence? Su Mianian pondered over it. If it was really like what she guessed, her identity as a traveler, would it not be exposed? Wouldn't it be exposed? These past few nights, she was relying on her status as a cat to lie on her bed and peek at Jiang Che and his little girlfriends every night. Shouldn't his words be overheard? Wouldn't that be the ultimate social death? No, he can't always hear my heart. Sumian began to comfort herself in her mind. However, he still wasn't quite at ease and secretly glanced at Zhang Che. Moses? You stink. You're a big, stupid, yellow waste of a man. Seeing that Zhang Che didn't give a reaction, Su Mianyang continued to spit up Zhang Che in her heart again. Come on, you're so lame, right? It's so short. Can you keep up with all the girls around you? If you can hear my heart, can you come and beat me up? Stinking fish. You're a second man. Zhang Che. In the face of Su Mianyang's crazy provocation, it was definitely impossible for Zhang Che to say that he wasn't angry. You can call me ugly and unqualified, but you can't call me short and fast. Of course, Zhang Che actually didn't take Su Mianwen's words to heart. After all, false lies didn't hurt. Su Mian was just trying to provoke herself, testing to see if she could really hear her heart. In the face of Su Mianyang's provocation, Zhang Che only laughed lightly. Yuan Heir doesn't even dare to provoke him like this. You already have a way to get killed. As the daughter of luck, you'll be transformed one day, right? If you can't, you can become a cat-eared lady. That's when you'll suffer. Fine. Ahem. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Meow meow? Su Mian was a little surprised. Why is he gone? It's hard to believe. He can't hear my heart? I guess it's true. I provoked him so much. A normal man would have come over here and beat me up. I guess I was wrong about you. I see. Maybe this bad guy likes to bully kittens on a regular basis. What a big asshole. He even bullies cats. With that said, Su Mian was hungry again. But when she walked up to the food bowl, her whole body was dumbfounded. The cat food in the little pink food bowl was all gone? Exactly. She's out of food. Su Mian, who possessed a bottomless stomach, had to eat an average of one cat food every hour or else she would be hungry. Apparently, this was Zhang Che punishing her. Eat it or don't eat it. You think I really want to eat your cat's food? Ha! Su Mian walked away with an arrogant catwalk. Half an hour later, Su Mianyang hung her head and slumped in the corner of the living room. Then she turned her gaze to Donger, who was staring at a potted plant. She was very impressed with the cute silver-haired, purple-eyed lowly. Meow meow meow. Su Mian walked over to Donger's side, trying to awaken her conscience and throw herself something to eat. Donger cocked her head, then reached out and held Su Mian in her arms tightly and started jerking off. Hey, 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 don't just jerk me off. Give me some food, okay? I'm starving to death. Give me some chips to eat too. You want to jerk me off without giving me anything? Look at my salty, carp-like, desperate struggle. It was obvious that Su Mianyang would never be able to break free from Donger's embrace with her three-legged kung fu. True, three-legged kung fu. It was hard to break free from Donger's arms. Su Mianer went back to Yuaner, who was more kind-hearted. Guessing the little kitty's intentions, she secretly gave her some small cookies to share. Then Yuan Heir also picked up Su Mianer and started endlessly jerking the cat. I'll just jerk you off for a little while. Just a little while. After tossing and turning for more than an hour, Su Mianyang eventually returned to Zhang Che's feet. She realized that it was still cat food that tasted good, and she had looked through the entire Jiang family villa without finding out where it was. Meow meow meow. Su Mianyang bit Zhang Che's pants leg with her teeth, trying to wake up his conscience. Zhang Che pursed his lips and smiled. Of course Su Mianyang couldn't find where the cat food was. All the cat food in the house had been put away in his jade pendant space. He then took out a red-colored vermilion fruit. As soon as the Zhu fruit appeared, Su Mianmian's big eyes were looking straight at this one fruit. Every cell in her body screamed, pounce on the fruit and eat it. But due to the lecherous authority of Great Demon King Zhang Che, she could only stop there. What kind of fruit is this? It smells so good. I want to eat it. This stinking asshole. He just knows how to pull out the good stuff to seduce people. No. Seducing cats. Su Mianyang wagged her tail around Zhang Che's feet, and from time to time, she even rubbed her body against Zhang Che's pants leg. Ha! You burned cat. Su Mian. Zhang Che almost understood that a top-grade heavenly treasure like the zhugua, a fruit that was helpful to ancient martial artists, perhaps the temptation for Su Mianyang must have been quite great as well. At the same time, he was also pondering the possibility of Su Mian transforming into a form. According to common sense, Su Mianyang being the daughter of Qi, it's absolutely impossible to stay in the shape of a cat. It's 100% that she'll take shape. Zhang Che nibbled on 2 mouthfuls of zhugua, then threw the half-eaten zhugua in front of Su Mianwen. Want some? Here you go. Su Mian. Stinky leftovers for others to eat? Are you hygienic? Still, she started to eat the half of the vermilion fruit with her mouth full, and Zhang Che just stared at her so faintly. He was waiting for the day when Su Mianyang transformed into her form, and had to show her how a size 45 big foot fit into a size 38 small shoe. Suddenly, Su Mianyang, who was eating the zhugua, suddenly felt a jolt in her body. It seemed to be targeted by some great terror, but she didn't care too much about it, because this one fruit was indeed very effective. and after she ate it, a faint warmth filled between her limbs and bones, and even the hunger in her belly disappeared. Humph, for the sake of you giving me good food, I won't scold you today. Chapter 201 Meeting Yi Mengyao's parents again? Yi Changkong broke down drunk and cried, by the couch. Jiang Che, my mom and dad are looking for you. Yi Mengyao stood in front of Jiang Che in a formal manner, her face slightly flushed. She's been living with Jiang Che for several months now, and basically should have given it all out. Yi Changkong and his couple naturally knew. I'm afraid that their own daughter has been given in vain, but they have been busy with work issues before. It's only now that I'm busy that I've started looking for Jiang Che. Oh, what are you looking for me for? It's not to propose marriage, is it? Jiang Che gently swept over Yi Mengyao's slender waist. Yi Mengyao was wearing the school uniform of Shilan School, with a simple ponytail, plain and youthful. Teenage sense is full of it. No man could resist such a beautiful maiden. Yi Mengyao blushed slightly. My mom and dad just want to talk to you. How could Jiang Che not be clear that Yi Changkong and his wife were afraid that they just wanted to ask for a statement for their daughter? After all, with so many girls around himself, and the Yi family being the top mansion in Hangzhou, with Yi Changkong's daughter slave character, how could he be willing to let his daughter marry him as a junior? But Jiang Che didn't care. He just gently kissed the corner of Yi Mengyao's forehead and brought her onto the car. Come on, let's go meet your parents. In the middle of a certain top-class restaurant in Hangzhou, Yi Changkong and his wife Lin Shui both came to the banquet early. What Jiang Che did not expect was, Yi Changkong and the others had actually called out both Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yunli as well. It's almost the equivalent of a formal meeting between both parents. This made even Yi Mengyao a bit restrained. Of course, there was no one more embarrassed than Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yunli. At one time, the power of speech was in their hands, as the Jiang Che at the time was in a weak position, being hung up on by this little girl Yi Mengyao. But now, my own son has picked up other people's daughters and has been living together all day long and has absolutely and completely eaten them up. And that's not all. My own son is also a womanizer. Around the woman more to conform a strengthened class. Ahem. Yo, you guys are here. Jiang Yunli was the first to break the awkward atmosphere, and Yi Changkong's face was obviously a bit less than favorable. Lin Shui, on the other hand, came to Yi Mengyao's side and began to round up the crowd. Yo, come here. Sit here with mommy. Yi Mengyao clenched her pink fists tightly and lowered her head, not daring to look at her parents. She'd had very little contact with her own parents since her last birthday party, mainly because it was just awkward. Awkward enough to gouge out a 3-room apartment. Eyes looked at Jiang Che helpfully. Uncle Yi, Auntie Lin, feel free to ask whatever you want. Jiang Che was extremely thick-skinned anyway, and he didn't actually take Yi Changkong seriously. For Yao Yao's sake, I'll call you Uncle Yi, or else, you're just an old man. Yi Changkong was also a human savant, and he also knew very well that Jiang Che's family not only had $100 billion fortune, but also had the background of an ancient martial arts family. Naturally, he didn't dare to offend him too much. Today, the two of us are here for Yao Yao, brother Yuan. The two of us, Lin Shui and I, only have one daughter, Yao Yao, and we treat her like a treasure in the palm of our hands. Yi Changkong's words made Yi Mengyao's heart a bit sour. Right, she was the grand young lady of the Yi family, but she wasn't particularly favored here in Jiang Che's place. If it wasn't for Wan Heir's light, her position in Jiang Che's heart would probably be at the bottom of the list. The thought of it made the young girl's little heart throb with pain. We as a couple don't object to Yao Yao and Xiao Che being together, but what we kind of can't accept is, Xiao Che has other women around him. Yi Changkong didn't intend to cover up either, and after 2 or 3 sentences, he went straight to the point. The meaning of the words is, your son has too many women. I am afraid that my daughter will be bullied. In the face of Yi Changkong's words, both Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yuli also had a mouthful to say, because those words were indeed true. They both felt that their own sons were a bit too scummy. But what can be done about it? Old Yi, what can we do then? Things have already happened. We can't possibly let Xiao Che kick out the other girls and marry your Yao Yao alone, right? I've taught Xi since he was a child that a man is responsible for everything, especially women. The woman you get your hands on has to be cared for and held in your heart for the rest of your life. I just didn't expect that my family's Xiao Che would be so broad in his sense of responsibility. Even though Jiang Che he has many girls around him, it proves that he's a man in charge, no? Needless to say, Jiang Yuan is capable of sophistry. Jiang Yunli and Jiang Che both gave him a nod. Identification is complete. This is the real father. The resident potion did not give in vain. Just for these words, from now on, I'll be on the first page of the everlasting genealogy. Yi Changkong fell silent. He hadn't expected Jiang Yuan to be so talkative, but he's nigh unconvinced. This is my only daughter. How can I see her suffer? But before Yi Changkong could finish his words, Yi Mengyao disliked him back. Dad, I'm very happy when I'm with Jiang Che, and I get along very well with all those sisters. especially Heir. Both Heir and I like Jiang Che very much. Yi Chang Kong. Oh, no, I'm a clown? It's actually a pretty bombastic scene, but it's not surprising when placed in a rich man's circle. Although the Dragon Kingdom is monogamous, many of the top tycoons actually play with flowers. What with the singing and dancing troops and those white legs that can shake your eyes off, Jiang Che was actually already considered very restrained. Yao Yao. Yi Changkong had a headache. No father wants to see his precious daughter, whom he has raised for more than 10 years, fall into the hands of a yellow-haired man. And this yellow-haired man is also a super scum. Jiang Che. Yi Changkong's voice suddenly became incomparably serious. Uncle, you say? Jiang Che's change of address was rather silky. I don't care about your other women, but my family Yao Yao. You mustn't let her down. Naturally not. Don't worry about that. And, you have less contact with those messy women outside. Don't catch any diseases and infect my daughter when the time comes. Yi Changkong's tone carried a slight huff. It almost made Jiang Che laugh. With his current physical quality, Deadpool super self-healing factor plus the strength of the late stage of the, even if one person single-handedly fights the entire drug den, what AIDS, syphilis, all kinds of strange diseases all over again. The courage to break into the poisonous cave is not any, but Jiang Che has a strong cleanliness fetish, both physically and psychologically. Right, what about the wedding later? Even if we don't get a license in the future, you need to give my daughter a wedding, right? Jiang Che shrugged. A wedding? That's not simple? But it was still too far away for him. After all, everything was just getting started now. The more Yi Changkong talked, the more sad and angry he became. And in the end, he could only keep pouring wine on himself. The water flows even more when you draw a knife to break it, and you raise a glass to drown your sorrows. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, hugging Jiang Yuan and drinking until he vomited. He even cried out in the end. Chapter 202 Yi Mengyao's Longing. Looking at the drunken Yi Changkong and Jiang Yuan both, Jiang Che was speechless. I can tell, Yi Changkong was indeed an extreme daughter slave, and when he was drunk, he kept emphasizing that he only had this one daughter. His only daughter was abducted by him. Thinking about it makes me feel sad for him. I realized I kinda have yellow hair potential. Jiang Che laughed out. Whether it was Qin Xiaoqiao before or Yi Mengyao now, he had made a cameo appearance as a yellow hair. It was estimated that when the Bai family knew about Bai Jia and Bai Rosie, there will be another poor old den in this world. Jiang Che, come, let's have a drink. From now on, we'll be on our own. You call me dad, I'll call you little brother. Yi Changkong had already drunk himself into a daze. After all, he was just an ordinary person. A few bottles of white wine down his gullet, directly drunk unconscious. Along with him, there was Jiang Yuan who was drunk to the point of delirium. Jiang Che, Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao was quite a bit embarrassed as the young girl clutched the corner of her coat and moved towards Jiang Che's side in small steps. Ah, my father, why are you so embarrassing? Yi Mengyao only felt her face was a little red. How did her usually dignified dad turn into such an appearance? What a shame. Jiang Che naturally understood and pulled Yi Mengyao's small hand. Cough cough. If there's nothing else, the two of us will leave first. We still have some things to do. Jian Yunli and Lin Shui, two normal people, nodded. Chul, from now on, our Yao Yao will be in your hands. You're the one that Auntie has watched grow up since she was a child. Auntie is very relieved to leave Yao Yao to you. Lin Shui's eyes carried a gentle smile. Although Jiang Che was a bit of a scum, he was indeed, as Jiang Yuan had said, this was a responsible and good boy. Not to the point of committing that kind of behavior of starting and ending a relationship. Jiang Yunli was also quite supportive of his own son. Sister Lin, of course, our Xiao Che's character is certainly beyond reproach. Let's go get a manicure, said Jiang Yunli and pulled Lin Shui to go. These two young rich wives after marriage life is very happy. Every day in addition to eating is to play. Ha, but this, Lin Shui pointed her finger at the two people on the ground, Jiang Yuan and Yi Changkong, who were unconscious from drinking. Jiang Yunli, on the other hand, crossed her arms. Bah, drinking so much wine all day long. I don't know what's so good about wine either. Have the driver pick them up later. Sister Lin, let's go first. Lin Shui. On the way back, Yi Mengyao had been very excited. Because, after today, she'll have a name. Jiang Che, were we considered to have met our parents just now? The young girl sat in the passenger seat, her small hands not knowing where to put them. You've already asked this for the third time. Jiang Che had a bit of a headache. Was it possible that this Yi Mengyao was still a love brain? Looks like it. Jiang Che, then did you keep your word just now? What words? Jiang Che frowned. Yi Mengyao's face flushed slightly. Her small hands clenched the corners of her coat in a fidgety manner, and she spoke with a red face. It's just the words that my father asked you about. The wedding. Jiang Che. When the wedding was mentioned, Jiang Che got a bit of a headache. Their own women now really quite a lot. The first Qin Xiaoqiao, followed by Yi Mengyao, as well as Yu Weiner. by Rangwei, by Jia, and Donger. Although Donger was just a little doll that couldn't express her feelings, and didn't even have parents as relatives. It was like a poor little kitten that had been adopted by herself, but the pampering that should be given to her in the future would certainly not be missing. These are all still being eaten into Jiang Che's mouth, and the ones that have already entered his bowl are the high and cold female president Gu Lingfei as well as the proud daughter of the Sky Chen Ningxuang. By the way, there was also the cold and arrogant policewoman Wang Yanyan. Stewing in the pot was also Su Mian, the little burnt cat that he had just met not long ago, eating in the mouth, eating in the bowl, looking at the pot, thinking about the field. As for the field, it's a lot of other people's fields. Wedding, it's still too early. We're both still in school and will be promoted in a few months. We're not short of time. If you want, I'll make a big wedding for each of you. This was also considered a kind of promise from Jiang Che. As expected, after Jiang Che opened his mouth, Yi Mengyao's eyes began to look longingly, starting to visualize her own wedding in the future. Every girl would have a longing for her wedding, even a young lady like Yi Mengyao. Jiang Che is quite happy, but someone else is suffering from old age. Drops. The host has faked a fake pussy, gaining a reward of 5 days of internal strength. Drops. The host pretended to be clueless and received a reward of 8 days of internal strength. Drops. The host faked a lousy pussy and received a reward of 10 days of internal strength. Yi Liangchen's days were not so good. He had been completely abandoned by the ancient martial arts Yi family. Reduced to an outcast, he could only be reduced to the plaything of Brother Chang and others. The end can be quite tragic. I have to endure. It's only when I have to endure. Acting like this, it seems to be quite good. At least I'll get a boost in my strength. Yi Liangchen was in pain and happy. At this rate, on average, he would be able to gain about 15 days of internal energy per day. And in 5 years, he would be able to gain 75 years of internal energy. And I'm afraid that by then, he would be able to surpass Lin Yu in strength. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen couldn't help but clench his fists. Endure. It must be endured. Ah, Kung can't help it. Yi Liangchen wasn't like Lin Yu, who had his balls crushed and lost his fertility. Although Yi Liangchen's iron cloth shirt had been broken, it was actually still intact, so it was naturally difficult to be bent. Brother Chang, do you want me to take him? Lin Yu opened his 5 fingers, slightly clenching his fist, a hint of unspoken words. He, the former lone testicle mad dragon, wanted Yi Liangchen, the lone testicle pushing king, to become a lone testicle pushing dead as well. Yi Liangchen almost pissed himself after seeing this look of Lin Yu. This is to put to him to burst eggs? Ah, no, don't. On the other hand, Chang shook his head at Lin Yu. Not yet. I'll first use my personal abilities to see if I can conquer him. If I can't in the end, then we'll come up with this next plan. Yi Liangchen, being a victim and listening to them plotting out loud is a damn bad feeling. It's so damn scary. He's a proper straight guy. Is this a hard break? Vaguely, Yi Liangchen seemed to see some sort of pouting future. Chapter 203, Chen Ningxuang, sorry, didn't hold back. Jiang Che's bank card account had an extra $100 million. Xiao Che, more girls around. Spend money to be more generous. No money to ask mom to ask. Mom's small treasury inside the money. By the way, Chul, can you take down your sister Fei Fei? I'll give you another 500 million if you can take Gu Lingfei. Signed, Dear Mother Superior, Jiang Che. It's a bit outrageous. Is this a rich family? $100 million as pocket money? And, is this an order to pick up girls? He kind of wanted to cry. Once upon a time, on orders to pick up girls, this was all the treatment of the sons of Qi. What kind of personal bodyguard? Close to the crazy dragon. Female president of the security guard. These frankly are not all under the orders to pick up girls, but he doesn't really care about the money anymore. He has his own company now, with dozens of highly intelligent beauties working for him, and the company's business is very broad. What with stock speculation, semiconductors, game research and development, and even virtual coins and security studios. Don't underestimate the 60 to 70 members of the work team. They are the top management of the company, almost firmly control the company's shares and future direction. Commercial stooges are definitely no joke, and the future company is like a snowball. The more it rolls, the bigger it gets. It's just starting out now, and the net profit every month is as high as tens of millions of dollars. And when the company gets bigger in the future, it's even more unimaginable. It is foreseeable. The future will present a feeling of a rainbow of people, and Jiang Che's figure can be seen in every field. What are you laughing at, Jiang Che? You pervert, stinking fish. What did you put into Sister Yao Yao's head last night? You stink. You didn't give me cat food again this morning. Believe it or not, I'll bite you to death. You stink, shameless denizen. Why is my underwear under your pillow? Jiang Che was now used to the girl's insults. Yuan Heir and Su Mian Heir needed no introduction. Both of them carried a bit of female brat attribute. If you don't punish her, she'll ride into your face. Chen Ningxuang was a bit better. Only being teased by Jiang Che was a bit hard to bear, and this heaven's proud lady seemed to have gotten used to being Jiang Che's maid now. As long as Jiang Che didn't push her too hard, she would only be a one-dimensional condescending person. And Jiang Che's means of dealing with these disobedient girls was simple. The SSS-ranked kitchen god skill. No girl could resist Jiang Che's cooking skills. Straight away, we show a wave of talent and fry up a four-course meal. The moment the dinner plates appeared in the living room, Yuan Heir stopped yelling, Su Mian Heir stopped cursing, and Chen Ningxuan's attitude changed for the better. Goo! Yuan Heir's stomach growled indisputably. Jiang Che also thoughtfully made a steamed sea base just to gluttonize Su Mian. This little wildcat, don't think I can't fix you just because you're a cat? I'm a villain. I can't handle you guys? Come, Rose, Xiaojie, you eat first. Yuan Heir, you come here. I didn't ask you to eat. Jiang Che called Yuan Heir over with a bad smile. I'm hungry. I drank a glass of milk in the morning. Yuan Heir opened her mouth as if she was pouting. The little lowly pouting was a complete blitz. Jiang Che didn't hold the barrier and accidentally gave it to her without holding back. Ahem, gave Yuan Heir the right to eat. Jiang Che patted his thigh, and Yuan Heir contemptuously rolled her eyes at him, then habitually sat on Jiang Che's lap. Yuck! Stinking asshole, perverted lolicon, hugging me over dinner. However, Jiang Che didn't take advantage of her. He just simply hugged the little girl. The picture was quite cozy. Coughing. Lori wasn't big, but she had a big appetite and dried her food at an unparalleled rate. Frost, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Jiang Che turned his gaze toward Chen Ningxuang. Chen Ningxuang, who was named, trembled. Her mood had a moment of excitement. Could it be that Jiang Che wanted to put himself on the table? As Jiang Che's personal maid, she naturally didn't have the right to eat at the table, although she also knew that Jiang Che's dishes were very delicious, but she had never eaten it, and at most, when she occasionally cleaned the plates again, she secretly dipped her fingers into the sauce to taste it. I didn't eat. It's still a shame that you didn't eat that. You'll just have to starve. Chen Ningxuang. Frosty, I'm having some wrist discomfort today, so come help me with my food and feed me. Jiang Che knows how to torture people. Although she was furious, she endured it for the sake of the hundreds of lives of the Chen family. I'll have the Longjing shrimp, and that braised pork, the fat and lean one, and a piece of sea bass with the freshest part of the belly. Chen Ningxuang. This was tantamount to an ultimate torture for her who hadn't eaten yet, not to mention that Jiang Che's cooking really smelled good. Even if she was a Wanjing powerhouse, she couldn't resist that refreshing fragrance, and she couldn't wait to immediately stick her face into the dinner plate and feast on it. Meow. Give me some, hurry. Su Mianyang didn't know when she had already come to Jiang Che's feet and started rubbing up against the corner of Jiang Che's pants. I want fish. I want steamed sea bass. You can jerk me off all you want. She hadn't eaten all morning and she was already starving in both directions. I'll let you rub my tummy. Give me something to eat. My dear pooper scooper. Su Mianyang completely lay flat, revealing her soft white abdomen writhing. She never thought that one day she would go so far as to please a man for a mouthful of food. Little burnt cat. Jiang Che laughed and cursed, but still reached out and scooped her up, pinching a piece of fish and handing it to Su Mianwen. Ow dash. Without saying a word, Su Mian directly made an evil dragon roar and swallowed the fish that was bigger than her mouth into her stomach. Woohoo, a piece of fish smells so good. Have I come to heaven? I'm going to get lost in the scent. Su Mian felt as if she was in heaven. Chen Ningxuang was a bit tense. Even a cat can eat on the table, while she is only worthy of being a maid? Her eyes went back to the other girls at the table. A scene of harmony. It made her feel so aggravated. Why did she only catch her being bullied? Denizen. Asshole. I can't fall for your tricks. You want to use food to force me to bow to you? Absolutely. No way. I can. No way. But the next second, there was an extra piece of fatty and thin braised meat in front of her, with sauce drizzled on top, emitting a strong aroma. Chen Ningxuang, her lychee told her, mustn't eat it, or she'll fall into the trap this asshole has laid for her. Endure. It must be endured. Goo, a hungry sound rang out. Next. Ow dash. Sorry, didn't hold back. Degree winky face. Chapter 204, Young Master and Young Miss. White Dragon's Excitement. Ahem. Sorry, couldn't resist. Chen Ningxuang, who was ready to eat the meat with her mouth wide open, froze and watched with bated breath as the braised meat that was at the edge of her mouth was gone. That's right. The one who didn't hold back was actually Su Mian. The hungry Chen Ningxuang was ready to give up her dignity and hesitated before she was ready to open her mouth wide, only to be cut off by Su Mianian, who directly made a big jump, bounced up from the ground, and then took a bite out of the braised pork. Grinding away. The roast pork is getting cold. Oh, this braised pork smells so good. I don't want to eat cat food anymore. And this bad man's cooking is too good, right? It is said that the easiest way to conquer a woman is to conquer her stomach first. And of course, the same goes for kittens, only Chen Ningxuan was awkwardly in the same place, which could be considered a dilemma. This proud daughter of heaven was so embarrassed that she even opened her little mouth. So eager to eat? Jiang Che teased playfully, his eyes filled with laughter. I didn't say I was going to eat it. Chen Ningxuan turned her head away. But the next second, goo dash, the sound of hungry bellies sounded again. Loud. The whole house heard it. It was almost as if Chen Ningxuan was being roasted on the fire. Chen Ningxuan had just been serving Jiang Che his meal. She had already started to get hungry, and now she had almost reached a critical mass. Ha, and you say you don't want to eat? Jiang Che let out a light laugh, then made a concession and added a few pieces of meat and some other dishes for her. Chen Ningxuan looked at the bowls and chopsticks handed over by Jiang Che and swallowed her saliva, but she still arrogantly turned her head away. I'm only giving you one chance. Jiang Che's voice was permeated with a little bit of coldness. Chen Ningxuan, as much as she hated to bow down to this bad man, she was really hungry and her stomach was growling like crazy. Small hands took the dishes over, the whole thing's eyes fluttering. Thank you. Chen Ningxuan's thank you was said so softly that it was almost undetectable. But how could Jiang Che, as a late-stage Huanjing ancient martial artist, not be able to detect it? You're welcome. Jiang Che's sentence directly caused Chen Ningxuan to be incomparably embarrassed, so awkward that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Chen Ningxuan's small nose sniffed gently. The strong fragrance in the bowl was almost about to tickle her cravings out. Taking a piece of meat and gently placing it in her mouth, her eyes then widened as the melt-in-your-mouth sensation sent her into an almost instant cloud of pleasure. It was delicious. Really delicious. Chen Ningxuan's inner defenses collapsed completely, followed by a small piece of braised pork. A look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Even his eyes narrowed into a line. Yu Wan'er, who was held in Jiang Che's arms, skimmed her lips. It's over. Another girl is going to fall. Yu Wan'er was the first girl to be rated by Jiang Che, so she naturally knew exactly how skillful this man's methods of picking up girls were. It was said that those in authority were confused and those on the sidelines were clear. As an onlooker, she had watched from beginning to end as this cold and unyielding beauty girl lowered her bottom line step by step, just like herself at the beginning. At first, I was very resistant to even touching and kissing, but now, all the bottom lines were all shattered, even as the man squeezed into his own narrow and tiny heart. Although she said on her own lips that she hated Jiang Che, she had indeed fallen for this bad guy. Picking up girls again. Yu Wan'er, who had eaten her fill, broke away from Jiang Che's arms and glared at Jiang Che before leaving, and carried away the little ragdolls on the ground in her hand. Hey, I'm not full yet? You can't carry me away. There's still half a piece of meat I haven't gotten to eat. Su Mianyang didn't dare to scratch this little lowly with her claws yet. She could also see how Jiang Che was doting on Yu Wan'er. If she accidentally scratched her, I'm afraid that she would have to wait for the table to open. Xia Jie, Rose, I'll take you guys out for a little shopping later this afternoon. Rose, you can't always stay home and be a canary, right? Jiang Che raised his hand and gently touched the young girl's head. Rose had pretty much cut off all socialization since she had followed herself. Of course, the little ninny had a rather cold personality, so I guess she hadn't socialized much in the first place. But Jiang Che didn't want his woman to become the kind of canary that was only for viewing. What was the difference between that and those intelligent robot girlfriends of monkeys? As expected, a hint of expectation flashed in Rose's eyes after hearing Jiang Che's words. In the middle of the White family in the capital, House Master, we found news of Missy, White Dragon, who was reading the newspaper, waved his hand indifferently. Isn't Xia Jie at the Zhang family's place? And I've heard that Xia Jie and that Mr. Zhang are getting along quite well. If Mr. Zhang can marry Xia Jie, that would be a beautiful thing. White Dragon's words made the subordinate who came to report rather speechless. Family Master, it's not Miss Baijie, rather, it's eldest Miss, Missy and young Master who have been lost for decades. Found news of them. The moment these words came out, White Dragon's face instantly changed and he directly stood up from the rattan chair. What did you say? The first Miss, and the young Master? Tian Hui, they found them? How could the White Dragon not be excited? Although he was now named the Bai family's head, he had no male children at his knees, and only had Bai Jie as a daughter. If he could recover his eldest son and daughter, then he would be satisfied. By the time the little girl married Jiang Gongzi, climbed the Jiang family tree, the Bai family has a son to inherit the family business. Simply perfect. The subordinate's expression became a bit stumped when he saw this agitated look on the White Dragon's face. The clever White Dragon seemed to have sensed something, and his agitation gradually calmed down. How is your investigation going? How have Tianhui and Xiaowei been doing all these years? Are they okay? White Dragon was so excited that he didn't even know what to inquire about. My lord, we have found out that the young master has been in the Middle East. There is a mercenary group called Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Group in the Middle East. The founder of Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Group seems to be called by Tianhui, and the time of the creation of Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Group and the time of young Master Tianhui's disappearance almost coincide. The most crucial thing is, it is rumored that the founder of the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps also has a younger sister, who seems to be called something like Rosebud, and our first lady is named by Wei. White Dragon was already almost convinced after hearing this. What about the photos? Are there any photos of Tianhui and Wei? No, but our people are investigating them, and this has just come to me to give you a report. But I think this must be the eldest young master and the eldest young lady. Chapter 205, Two daughters all followed Zhang Che? Collapsed the White Dragon during the day. Ha 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 ha. White Dragon let out a loud laugh. He still had great faith in the men he had trained. Intelligence was almost never wrong, and they wouldn't report back to themselves without 99% certainty. As expected, my White Dragon's son is a dragon among men everywhere. White Dragon smiled out proudly, a teenager holding a few years old sister and going out to make a name for himself, and still in a perennially war-torn zone like the Middle East, and still managed to make a name for himself? The founder of the Wolverine Mercenaries? You know it's a big deal when you hear it. The existence that dared to take the name Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps was presumably a relatively large mercenary corps. He then searched for it on his cell phone. Wolfsbane Mercenary Corps. This search popped up hundreds of messages straight away. Dozens of international organizations called the Wolfsbane Mercenary Corps, Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps, an international terrorist organization. Leader Gu Xiao. Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps, the world's top 100 mercenary organization. Leader Yi Qian. Wolfsbane Mercenary Group, Leader Leo Bryant. Leo Bryant, leader of the Wolfsbane Mercenaries, died in a plane crash. White Dragon. The old boy searched for half a day, but he couldn't find the name of Bai Tianhui. Perhaps my son Tianhui's power is too great, and the intranet can't search for him. That's normal. The White Dragon crooked his mouth without realizing it. But soon, the man who had just reported the situation came back. Only this time there was pathos on the face. Householder, family master, something big is wrong. White Dragon's originally good mood instantly hit rock bottom. What's wrong? Just now our people have determined that the founder of the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps is our young Master Tianhui. This is young Master Tianhui's picture. Saying that, he handed his cell phone over, and the White Dragon was so excited after seeing the photo. Heir, this is my family Tianhui. Where is Tianhui? I want to see him immediately. I want to see him even if I have to take a plane across the ocean. Domestic servant. He's panicking now, and he's already starting to sweat. I can't possibly say that Daikatsu is dead, can I? Ahem. Master of the house. You won't be able to see young Master Tianhui anymore. White Dragon's face suddenly changed. What do you mean, Master of the family? You know that the Middle East is a very war-torn place. There are wars every day, and young Master Tianhui works as a mercenary, an extremely dangerous job. Words have been said so euphemistically. If the White Dragon can no longer hear it is a little cute. I'm not sure if I can hear it anymore. No, how is that possible? The White Dragon was overwhelmed with grief and old tears. It was called a miserable but milord, there is more good news. Aha, things still have a turnaround? White Dragon's crying face instantly got better again. Although something happened to young Master Tianhui, Miss Weir is still safe. White Dragon. He could no longer describe his complicated feelings. It was not easy to find the news of his own son, but in the end, he had not yet been happy for a while. He learned of his son's death, but thankfully, the eldest daughter is still alive. White Dragon aged a dozen years at once, and his entire body sat disheveledly on top of the sofa. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Then his gaze gradually became firm. Now immediately, get Weir back for me, and Tianhui, bring him back to his grave. Master of the house, Miss Weir, she's not abroad now, she's back in the Dragon Kingdom. The house servant spoke awkwardly. Violet's back in the country? Where? My lord family head. According to our people's investigation, Miss Weir is currently, seems to be in the Zhang family. White Dragon, what the hell? The Zhang family? Why does that name sound so familiar? What do you mean? What Zhang family? The house servant continued to speak. It's the Zhang clan where young Master Zhang Che is, and it's very likely that Missy Shi has become young Master Zhang Che's person. The moment these words came out, the entire White Day Dragon was nigh dumbfounded. No, what is this? Wait, let me wisp a bit. White Dragon waved his hand repeatedly. His CPU was about to spin out. His own youngest daughter took the initiative to throw herself at Zhang Che, while his eldest daughter, who he had been searching for years, she's become Zhang Che's woman? Two daughters who have all become the women of the same man? May I ask if there is anything more coincidental in this world? Little King, is that really true? Master, do you not even believe me? With that, he handed over all the information he had investigated in his cell phone. White Dragon. He now intuited his own scalp. If only one of his daughters was Jiang Che's woman, then Jiang Che would be a good son-in-law to him. But if both of his daughters became Jiang Che's women, Jiang Che would be a yellow hair to him. You've abducted both my daughters? It's too born ah. At this moment, Jiang Che obviously didn't know that White Dragon already knew about Rose and Bai Jie. He's taking two girls, Rose and Baek Jae, on a date. Whether it was Bai Jie or Rose, they were both girls who were very short of love. And coincidentally, Jiang Che could just provide them with the love they needed the most. In the amusement park, Jiang Che directly became the prettiest cub, dating two beautiful girls at the same time. He became the object of jealousy for almost all men. Grass, born, a real birth, two flowers in one pile of. I'm not convinced. Why is there such a big gap between people? Ha, why is the gap so big? I noticed them just now when I was at the entrance of the amusement park. They were driving a stretch Maybach. If you can have a Maybach, if you have a Maybach, the girls around you will naturally come over. But those two girls look so innocent, not like gold-digging girls. That's what you don't understand, right? A high-quality girl like that may not be a gold digger herself, but every moment you touch her is going to burn money, okay? Jiang Che once again topped the "this fawn should be punished" list, but he didn't care, and swept over the small waists of both Bai Qiangwei and Bai Jia with one left and one right. Ever since learning that the two girls were blood sisters, Jiang Che's feelings were all instantly different. The feeling. I don't know what it is, but I know what it is. Oh, by the way Rosebud, would you like to experience college life? After all, Rose is also a flower girl and needs to have her own socialization and friends. It's hard to let her be a caged bird by her side for the rest of her life. You live only to serve yourself? He was possessive of his woman, but not to such a perverted degree. Ha, going to college? Rose covered her small mouth in surprise. Going to school. She never thought about it. She was brought abroad by Bai Tianhui at a very young age, and grew up in the Wolfang mercenary corps, where every day was only fishy and bloody, and it was already not easy to have a stable life, and going to school was even more of a luxury. But, her heart still yearned for school. Chapter 206 Humble White Dragon. Demented Girl by Jia is back online. Ha! Jiang Che reached out and gently scraped Rose's small nose. We're going to be promoted in 2 more months, so we'll arrange for you to be on campus then as well. Experience the campus life of the Dragon Kingdom. What do you think? Rose cocked her head, seemingly in serious contemplation. In fact, she did long for campus life and all that, but she loved Jiang Che more, and if she had to separate from Jiang Che because she went to school, then she was definitely unwilling. Brother Jiang Che, will he be separated from you? Jiang Che was helpless and reached out to touch the young girl's head. That's not going to happen. I can guarantee that you'll be able to see me every night. After hearing Jiang Che's promise, Rose smiled happily and wrapped both her arms over Jiang Che's arm, looking intimate. Bai Jie on the side was also in a rather complicated mood. It was foreseeable. With Jiang Che's grades, he would definitely be admitted to one of the top schools in the Dragon Kingdom. While her grades, she was still a few dozen points short of Jiang Che, although Jiang Che had clearly told her, she definitely wouldn't leave them behind in the future. But Bai Jie didn't really want to drag Jiang Che's feet either. Brother Jiang Che, I want to go home tomorrow, home to review. The meaning of Bai Jie's words is already very obvious. Staying by Jiang Che's side, she simply does not have the mind to study. During the day, she thinks about how to push down Jiang Che, and at night, she has no time to study. All day long, in addition to the waist inside the head is waste, and she can hold on to her grades not to fall to have been very powerful. Jiang Che let out a light laugh. Of course, Baek Jae went home. As a result, he had just returned to the house when he noticed the strange atmosphere in the White family. It seems a little different than before. The White Dragon sat on the sofa, his entire hair a little gray. There is no greater sadness in life than this, when one reaches middle age, only to learn that one's son is gone. If he hadn't learned the exact news before, he could still hold out hope and deceive himself, but now he can't even deceive himself. Ja, you're back? It was only when White Dragon saw Bai Jie that a look of relief appeared on his old face. Father. Bai Jie lowered her head. Although she didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Bai family, she had to say, Bai Long was indeed very good to her. Daughter, Auntie Wang has told me all about you. It's okay to go to your classmate's house for a while. The White Dragon actually knows in his heart that his own little girl must have been given in vain. But now, he wanted to ask if his eldest daughter, whom he hadn't seen in over 10 years, had also been bullied by Jiang Che? Baek Jae's little face is slightly flushed. Go to a classmate's house to have some fun. Well, did play and had fun. But can you say that to your own father? Father, you know, I've always loved brother Jiang Che, and he's been very good to me. The two of them chatted a lot during the day afterward, and after the old man heard that his own daughter hadn't been bullied at Jiang Che's place, his heart was a lot more comfortable. Being in high society, he knows very well. Many rich people have strange sexual fetishes, and there can be few perverts who like to torture women. As much as he wanted to hug the Jiang family's thighs, if he had to sacrifice his daughter's happiness for the rest of her life, then it's better to forget about it. After the father and daughter chatted in circles for 10 minutes, only then did the White Dragon bring the topic to the point. That daughter, the White Rose you mentioned, her last name is White too? It was obvious that the White Dragon was hedging his bets, but Bai Jia was different. She did know that Rose was her own real sister. After all, Jiang Che had given them a blood relative identification. Father, sister Rose she's actually related to me by blood. Baek Jae was actually quite smart. How could his father be so curious about a strange girl for no reason? Apparently he was onto something. As expected, the moment Bai Jia said this, White Dragon directly froze. What did you say? You know that Chance is your real sister now? White Dragon's voice was slightly trembling. And he's the last to know? That's outrageous. Baek Jae nodded softly. Father, brother Jiang Che helped me and sister Rosebud do a blood relative appraisal, and it's already been established that we are blood sisters, and sister Rosebud should be the same Missy that the Bai family had more than 10 years ago. Saying that, she took out a report card of blood identification from her pocket, which was given to her by Jiang Che, and she had never lost it. White Dragon received this report card with trembling hands. After reading carefully, it was true. Chance was really his eldest daughter of the White Dragon. By way, no, is your sister okay? Bai Jia nodded her head gently. Brother Jiang Che likes sister Rosebud a lot. He even took us out to play today. When Jiang Che was mentioned, Bai Jia's eyes all flashed brightly. White Dragon, isn't this the end of the line? One's worst fears had come true. This Jiang Che really not for the son of man. 2 daughters all by this guy to Hua. But on the contrary, he couldn't do anything about Jiang Che because his Bai family was also only a second-rate family that couldn't touch the Jiang family at all. Moreover, at his level, he was still unable to reach that level of the ancient martial family, and did not realize that behind Jiang Che actually stood such a super behemoth as the ancient martial Jiang family. Daughter, I'd like to see your sister for a while. Can you convey that to Mr. Jiang for me? White Dragon felt too humble. As a father who wants to see his daughter, he has to beg others? For her part, Bai Jia shook her head, a hopeless expression on her face. Father, I'm only coming home this time to study. I want to get into the same school as brother Jiang Che. Don't you worry, sister Rosebud is having a good time at brother Jiang Che's place, and brother Jiang Che still has to arrange a school for sister Rosebud to attend. White Dragon, what about me? What about me? The old father? Is my own daughter not entitled to see her? Don't be so heartless. I don't have a son anymore. That, your sister has suffered out there all these years. There were a lot of words in White Dragon's mind that he wanted to say to Rose, but they were all stuck in his throat, so he could only wait until he saw Vivian in person in the future to say it to her. Bai Jia glanced at Bai Tian Herong and didn't continue to open her mouth any further, only turning around and walking into the middle of her room. The book bag was opened, and there was not a single book in it, only an extremely well-preserved bedsheet, and there were several pairs of men's underwear. Obviously, Bai Jia, this obsessed woman, even after receiving Jiang Che's favor as expected, she still hadn't forgotten her old ways. Bai Jia took out the sheet and spread it on the bed, a striking red plum staining the immaculate white sheet, her face instantly fluttering as scarlet red. Then she picked up another pair of underwear and clutched it in her hand, her gaze gradually firming up. She must create a miracle in these 2 short months, succeed in catching up with brother Jiang Che and the others, and get into the same school as them. Chapter 207, What's with skipping class and not doing homework? That's me going out on a limb. Every time Jiang Che sent out his power, there was going to be another poor old deng in the world. It's a well-known fact that smiles don't go away, they just transfer from one person's face to another. Jiang Che was very pleasant right now. You can't beat the feeling of lying under the umbrella of your own pool, sipping imported juices and watching the girls splashing around in the pool. Now the weather in April and May, although it is not yet summer, but the temperature in the south has been quite hot. The girls on the main road are beginning to wear short sleeves and black silk. Gee, I didn't realize the family pool would come in handy. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth rose slightly. Like the Jiang family, this level of mansion, with their own detached luxury villa, there is a rather large private pool, but also in the most prime location in Hangzhou, can be said to be an inch of gold. The cost of this villa are at least 200 million to start, but this few $100 million is completely painless for the Jiang family. Yuan Air, swimming isn't the way you swim, that's called dog paddling. Jiang Che saw Yuan Air flopping around in the pool. Lowly is good in every way. It's just that her height is a hard problem. 1 meter and 3 meters of water depth. For Yi Mengyao and Bai Rangwei, they were shallow water, and they could easily play around in the water. But for Yuan Air, it was deep water, and she was only revealing a small head. which almost made Jiang Che laugh to death. You want Heir. The Heir shakes cold. When is Lori going to stand up when she can be taunted for swimming? Jiang Che, it's all your bad idea. What swimming? Yuck. You just want to see me make a fool of myself. Nasty mongrel. A cute duck swimsuit, with a mediocre body, but it is more able to set off Yuan Heir's cute look. The little lowly even angry look is so cute. Alright, Yuan Heir, don't be angry. Yi Mengyao had now acted as a caring sister, picking Yuan Heir up from the water and then giving her a duck swimming ring before Yuan Heir regained some dignity. Yuan Heir viciously cut Jiang Che with a glance, then swam towards Donger. In the midst of this materialistic pool, only Lori won't give Lori a hard time. After all, they're really out of shape. Look at Yi Mengyao and Qin Xiaoqiao them. Although the body cannot be said to be the top, but it is not bad well. Under the lining of the swimsuit, the budding girl is full of sense, overflowing with youthful flavor. People have to die, then people. Goods have to be thrown. It's all your fault. Stinky Jiang Che. If you bad guys hadn't given me that potion, I would have developed twice. You perverted lolicon. You won't let me grow taller to satisfy your perverted XP. Jiang Che glanced at Yuan Heir. This female brat was a real headache. She simply didn't remember. Every time after punishing her, this girl would turn her head and forget. It's really a good thing that you got a bargain. How many people want something like a face potion and don't even have it? You're not happy about it? Sister Donger, in the future, the two of us will join forces together to boycott Jiang Che. This big bad guy, he's a pervert. Yuan Heir pulled over Donger's small hand and tried to turn Donger. Winter lay on the surface of the water, the internal force in her body forcibly holding her above the water. Su Mian, on the other hand, was lying on her little tummy, which looked surprisingly counterintuitively cute. Donger cocked her head and glanced at Yuan Heir. The internal energy within her body then burst out, and her entire body floated away. Yuan Heir was so embarrassed that she could have gouged out 3 rooms. Frosty, bring me 2 grapes to eat. Ahem. Serious grapes. Jiang Che directly began to make Chen Ningxuang. Chen Ningxuang is still a Chinese dress, afraid of getting wet shoes, so bear a pair of jade feet. Perfect feet, exquisite as a work of art in general. White skin stained with water droplets. Look at people would like to take a paper towel, will be above the water droplets, wipe clean, and then put in the hands of the detailed play. Here, Chen Ningxuang passed a plate of grapes in front of Jiang Che without any good humor. I want you to feed me. Open your mouth. Chen Ningxuang's temper was a lot better than before. In the past, the high and low had to curse twice in her mind, but now this chick had stopped cursing. There was no point in doing that. I want imported grapes. Jiang Che struck a roguish pose. Chen Ningxuang, she really wanted to tear this asshole's face off. You scum. Just wait. Now that my cultivation has broken through to the late stage of harmonization, sooner or later I will suppress you. I'll trample you under my feet. Jiang Che glanced at Chen Ningxuang's tender white jade feet. At this glance, stepping on me doesn't seem too difficult to accept. Rewarding me. Why don't I want it? What? Are you angry, Frost? Being made to do all sorts of things by a scum you don't care about? Jiang Che hooked his lips and asked. Chen Ningxuang lowered her head repeatedly. I don't dare. Want to turn over? You're afraid you won't have that fortune. Saying that, Jiang Che then turned his gaze towards Donger, and that expression spoke for itself. After Chen Ningxuang saw Donger, the dry energy that was easily raised in her body instantly disappeared into thin air. With Donger around, she was destined to have trouble turning her life around, and the gap would only grow wider in the future. A Zhongsher-level powerhouse so young, this huge gap like a rift in the sky, made her despair. Of course, Chen Ningxuang was not the only one who was oppressed by Donger. Jiang Che's cheap old brother was also having a hard time. Son, are you sure? You're going to venture out there? You're too young for that, aren't you? Your grandfather won't approve. Zhang Yunwu stood in front of a young man with a clean-cut appearance and spoke with a serious face. Zhang Ruoxa shook his head, his gaze becoming very determined. Father, I am now at the late stage of Huanjing cultivation, which is enough to protect myself. I need to step out on my own martial arts path. That's right. Zhang Ruoxa's entire body had been transformed since the last time he ate that marrow cleansing pill given by Jiang Che at the Jiang family in the capital, and in just a month's time, he had stepped into the late stage of harmonization force, and his target had always been the little girl next to his brother. That silver figure. Not that Donger was that good looking, mainly because he was face blind and couldn't remember what Donger looked like. He just knew that the girl had long silver hair. A little girl who looked a few years younger than herself had actually reached the realm of a Zhongsher? It had surprised his master at first. This was unacceptable to the incomparably proud Zhang Ruoxu, and having someone with better talent than him would make him look mediocre. In this month, he had practically wasted his sleep and food in cultivation, and his entire being was on the verge of practicing devilry. And the place he was going to, known as the Forbidden Land of the Dragon Kingdom's ancient martial arts world, located in the depths of the Kunlun Mountains, but danger also comes with opportunity. Only through constant honing can one come out with one's own martial arts path. Jiang Yunwu looked at his son and was quite helpless. By the way, son, have you finished your homework yet? I remember there are still several books of your junior year's homework left to finish, and your teacher even rushed me yesterday. Jiang Ruoxu, I'm about to go out on a limb and you're asking me if I finished my homework? While that was certainly one of the reasons he went out, it wasn't the main reason, okay? He's doing it to get stronger, to walk out on his own invincible martial arts path. It wasn't to skip class and not do his homework. Chapter 208 Ruoxu, this is the homework your cousin sent you. Father, this time go out to travel. I will never return until I step into the clan master. Jiang Ruoxu's childish face was permeated with perseverance and unrivaled confidence. Jiang Yunwu looked at his confident son and let out a long, helpless sigh. Since his son came back after seeing Xiao Che last time, he went crazy in immersing himself in cultivation, sleeping only 4 hours a day, not even writing the homework assigned in school. The teenager's self-confidence was hit. Actually, it wasn't Jiang Che's reason to be precise, but the little maid beside him, that short girl with silver hair. They, the Jiang family members, could clearly perceive it. That girl was a genuine Zhongsher-level ancient martial artist. They didn't touch the bones, so naturally they didn't know Donger's bone age. But looking at the appearance, the age was definitely very young. Definitely a few years younger than Jiang Ruoxu, a sect master powerhouse so young. The blow to Ruoxu was very great indeed. Ruoxu, it's too dangerous there. I need to ask your grandfather for permission. Jiang Ruoxu's face stiffened. Father, there's no need to ask for instructions. I just want to go out alone and make a break for it. But a second later, an unmistakably gruff voice rang out and, want to go to the forbidden martial arts land to make a break for it? Have you finished your homework yet? The midterm is in a month. What are you going to do? Our house is not big enough for you to break into, is it? Zhang Yunhuan walked over with an old-fashioned cigarette stick in his mouth, a terrifying aura emanating from his body. Grandpa, Grandpa. Zhang Yunhuang glanced at his own grandson. Our Jiang family has practiced martial arts for generations. Except for your aunt, there isn't a single college student. Our Jiang family descendants must be able to write and fight. Go to the forbidden land to break in or something. Wait until your midterm is over. Jiang Ruoxu. Right, I almost forgot the main event. Emperor Jiangyan seemed to have remembered something. Hurriedly, he greeted his subordinates, and two of them picked up a thick stack of books one by one. This is the homework that your brother Jiang Che left unfinished when he was in middle school back then. He sent it over to you last week, and it also contains his study tips. Emperor Jiangyan's words caused Jiang Ruoxu's mind to nearly collapse. These two stacks of homework are piled together half a meter high. I'm afraid, he can't even finish it, right? Dog Jiang Che. He's a real asshole. Grandpa, what study tips? Can I not know what Jiang Che's grades are? He didn't even get as high as your blood pressure in the midterm. What kind of study tips could he have? I think it's a learning experience of eating, drinking and having fun, right? After Jiang Yunhuang heard these words from Jiang Ruoxu, he laughed out with a rather spontaneous smile. Ha ha ha, void child, you don't know that, do you? Xiao Che's academic performance is now at the top of the list. He directly took first place in the previous 8 provinces joint exam, giving me a lot of face. Jiang Yunhuang smiled very proud. Now is the rule of law society. Our not popular comparison of ancient martial arts cultivation, he was surrounded by old friends all than the children and grandchildren's academic performance. Today, whose grandson had been admitted to a prestigious school. Tomorrow, whose granddaughter had been guaranteed a place at a top school. And it was quite a sight for him to see. At one time he wasn't even too proud to mention the accomplishments of his 2 grandchildren. After all, they were really dilapidated. But not anymore. Once he could only say, my grandson has a heavenly strength. But now it's changed to my grandson having the stature of a scholar, which does make this little old man feel good anyway. Jiang Ruoxu's face trembled slightly. Impossible. Jiang Che, he's just a scum. Although he was also a scum of the school, he was devoting all of his energy to ancient martial arts cultivation. Emperor Jiangyan glared at him. What's impossible? You brat just practiced too much ancient martial arts. The whole person has practiced silly. Hurry up and study for me. I don't want outsiders to say that our Jiang family is all a bunch of roughnecks. Old man, I'm almost 80 and still studying. With that, Jiang Yunhuan took out a book from his pocket. Jiang Ruoxu, is that a serious book? Who's 80 years old and still reads The Golden Lotus? And that's with illustrations. Look at your brother, how much he cares for you. Afraid that you'll fall behind in your studies. He specially sent over so much homework for you. Jiang Yunwu also kicked his own son's calf. The little brat's mind completely exploded. Jiang Che, you wait for me. Sooner or later I'm going to hang you up and whip you. Achoo! Suddenly, Jiang Che sneezed. How strange. Is someone scolding me behind my back? It must be this little girl you want Heir. Jiang Che randomly raised his hand directly and slapped the little lowly's butt. You, what are you hitting me for? Yuan Heir glared fiercely at Jiang Che, her small hands rubbing her small buttocks. Although the slap didn't hurt, but the insult was extremely strong. Have you been cursing me behind my back? Lori's eyes widened. You're full of. I really didn't scold you this time. Don't you spit blood, you stinking asshole. Oh, you mean, you've scolded me before? The corner of Jiang Che's mouth hooked into a teasing smile. Possessing the skill of her heart pass, he certainly knew that Yuan Heir had not scolded him. But honey, do you know what a trumped-up charge is? Jia. During the night, several of the Rosemary girls were asleep. Even Su Mian, a night owl, went into dreamland. Cackle. The door was quietly opened and a figure walked in. Phew, exhausted. Gu Lingfei didn't even take off her shoes, and her entire body collapsed onto the sofa. Gu, a hungry sound rang out. Anyone? Help me place a bowl of noodles. But halfway through her words, Gu Lingfei's voice trailed off and she glanced at her watch. It's already 12:30 a.m. It's better not to bother others. Things in the company were about to make her head spin lately. For most of the month in a row, she ate, drank and slept inside the company. It's about to get dark circles under my eyes. Although she was very hungry, Gu Lingfei didn't really want to get up either. Her entire body softened into a puddle of mud, itching to rot on the sofa. The hair was a little disheveled, but not unattractive, and one leg was resting on the couch, the other dangling, the high wire on the leg still off, and unobtrusively, yawning. The whole thing was filled with a kind of tattered beauty. Looking from this kind of angle, Gu Lingfei's legs were really long, and the shape of her legs was incomparably perfect. 1.76 m in height, with 1 m 1 long legs, an absolute golden ratio. Of course, this leg length is from the bottom of the foot to the belly button, and pure leg length is actually only about 90 centimeters. Otherwise, a meter from the crotch. That kind of ratio would be a bit anti-human. Is there a kind person who feeds me? Who would have thought that Gu Lingfei, the high and cold president, would have such a little girl's demeanor? And just then, the dim light in the bedroom was turned on. Sister Fifi, what's keeping you so late? Chapter 209 Commitment to Gu Lingfei, the beautiful president's heart. Unlike Gu Lingfei, Jiang Che's essence was full. Even though he had just taught Yuan Heir a hard lesson, he was still in high spirits now. Chul, are you still awake? After seeing Jiang Che, it was as if Gu Lingfei had grabbed some kind of life-saving straw. Sister Fei, are things busy inside the company? I haven't been back for a few days. Jiang Che softly came to the sofa. Both hands rested with unerring skill on the woman's shoulders and began to squeeze. Jiang Che's massage skills were unparalleled, and previously when Lin Yu's chi was severed he had exploded an SSS-ranked Chinese medicine skill, which was similar to Lin Yu's medical skills, and naturally included the ancient Chinese medicine massage skills, paired with the internal power. This little massage directly soothed Gu Lingfei until she took off in place. Xiao Che, this massage technique of yours is quite a bit better than before, Gu Lingfei exclaimed. Although Jiang Che had said he was massaging before, he was actually mainly doing it to mooch off of him, but now it's different. It's really massaging. It's so much better than any of those top massage technicians. Jiang Che hooked his lips. Sister Fei, I learned all this for you. After hearing Jiang Che's words, Gu Lingfei blushed. Slick. How can I not know how many girls you fooled with that mouth of yours? Although Gu Lingfei appeared to be angry, she was actually pouting. Sister Fifi, just tell me if it's comfortable. Comfortable. Gu Lingfei was still honest. Jiang Che just massaged her for a few minutes, and all the sleepiness in her body disappeared. It was amazing. Guh, there was another sound of hunger, and Gu Lingfei's face flushed slightly. What other person? The sound of your own hungry stomach being heard. It's definitely embarrassing. It's like when you fart and someone hears you. Oh, Fifi-san, you seem to be hungry. You little bastard. Girls want to save face. Just pretend you didn't hear it, okay? Do you have to say it? Oops. Shame on you. Ahem. Chi, why don't you put down a bowl of noodles for me to eat? I don't really feel like moving. Jiang Che laughed out instead. Sister Fei, this bowl, I don't really like it. I might be able to change it for you. Gu Lingfei first froze for a moment, but then she heard Jiang Che's dirty talk and her cheeks reddened. Bah, little pervert greasy mouth. I'll starve if you don't cook for me. Can you bear to see your beautiful sister Fifi starving in such a pitiful way? Gu Lingfei said and playfully blinked her big eyes. What's the matter? The high and mighty president of a beautiful woman has been pampered? Who the hell can carry this? Jiang Che was certain that Gu Lingfei's little womanly appearance definitely hadn't shown it in front of anyone else. Oh, my god. Jiang Che shrugged, then turned around and made a trip to the kitchen, cooked a pot of hanging noodles for Gu Lingfei, and made a lighter side dish along the way. In a moment, a strong aroma hit his face. Gu Lingfei smelled the aroma after more hungry. In front of the food, what labor, all just floating clouds. Taking off his shoes, then his high vis, he tucked his stockings into his shoes and barged straight into the kitchen barefoot. Hey, Fifi, slow down, it's just coming out of the pot. Looking at Gu Lingfei, who was in a monkey's hurry, the corner of Jiang Chei's mouth twitched. Oh, this is also too fragrant. I still tired to go to what company? In the future, Xiao Chei, you support me on it. In her excitement, Gu Lingfei even spoke out her inner thoughts. Aha, that's okay, I'll keep you from now on. I promise I'll make you fat and white. Jiang Chei was sitting across from Gu Lingfei, one hand propped up on his chin as he quietly looked at the woman in front of him. Heir belongs to the nurturing lowly, soft and cute, so you can't wait to give your life to her. Yi Mangyao Qin Xiao Xiao, they belong to the perfect girlfriend type. Each one is the white moonlight in the heart of countless teenagers. Gu Lingfei, on the other hand, she's a good wife and mother, a good choice for child rearing. Ahem, I'm just saying it for fun. I'm a big boss of a multi-billion-dollar company. I need you to support me, and I have over 1,000 people under my hand that I need to feed. Gu Lingfei began to avoid her feelings for Jiang Chei again. Sister Fei, you're making me want to eat soft food. Jiang Chei laughed out. Gu Lingfei sucked in the last bit of noodles in the bowl and then drank all the noodle soup, letting out a satisfied burp. That's right. There are many men in the world who want to eat my soft food, from here to the South Pole. But right at this moment, Jiang Chei directly slapped his big hand, sending Gu Lingfei under a jolt. Let me just ask you, can I eat your bowl of soft rice the hard way? Although soft rice was fragrant, Jiang Chei was not the type of man to give up his dignity for a bowl of soft rice. He still prefers soft food to hard food. Gu Lingfei's mind was in turmoil. She understood that Jiang Chei was confessing to herself. And, unavoidable, Gu Lingfei was different from Yi Mengyao's kind of little girl, treating her feelings differently, although she had been avoiding them. But since Jiang Chei had taken the initiative to confess, she couldn't afford to be ambiguous anymore. And, she did have deep feelings for Jiang Chei as her godbrother. Chul, I'm 27 years old. I'm 8 years older than you. Jiang Chei, however, laughed out. My silly sister. Have you forgotten? You drank the face-restoring potion I gave you before. You're already eternally youthful. What's more, age can't limit love. Jiang Chei did have a few skills in picking up girls, and in a few words, he had attacked Gu Lingfei's heart. Chul. Jiang Chei didn't continue in saying anything, but only gently pinched Gu Lingfei's chin. 5 minutes later. Sister Fei, you've had so many things going on lately. Is something going on inside the company? Jiang Chei wiped the red marks at the corners of his mouth and asked seriously. Compared to Jiang Chei's calmness, Gu Lingfei appeared to be in quite a mess. That's right. Something did go wrong inside the company recently, and we met a top-notch investor who pried a lot out of our company, and he even threw out an olive branch to me, wanting to chase me. Saying that, Gu Lingfei turned her gaze towards Jiang Chei, gently licking her red lips and charming her eyes. Will you be jealous? Jiang Chei, which one of the sons of the heir is this again? Is he really not afraid of death? How dare he come to pry him? The big villain's corner? You'll be in Kung's harem. Chapter 210, Gu Lingfei, good night, my little boyfriend. Would I be jealous? Jiang Chei laughed out softly, then his gaze went to Gu Lingfei. Sister Fifi, so, are you accepting me to be my girlfriend? A mature woman like Gu Lingfei is just good at talking and opening up the conversation. She won't hang on to you. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. After having an initial in-depth exchange with Jiang Chei, although Gu Lingfei didn't say anything on her lips, but she had actually already considered herself Jiang Chei's person in her heart. Gu Lingfei pouted. Bah, who wants to be your girlfriend? You have so many girlfriends. Do I rank up there? Jiang Chei shrugged his shoulders. Sister Fei, you will always be the most special one in my heart. But obviously, Gu Lingfei wasn't a love-brained girl like Qin Xiaoqiao. Man, I've heard that line from you no less than 5 times. You've said it to every one of your little girlfriends. I'm afraid. Ugh, scumbag. After making her position clear, Gu Lingfei's attitude towards Jiang Chei had changed quite a bit, and such words were simply impossible to come out of her mouth before. In fact, like Gu Lingfei, this kind of high-cool female president treats feelings very simply. What kind of identity to say what kind of words? Alright, Sister Fifi, go ahead and tell me about your company. I'm quite interested in that investor you mentioned. Jiang Chei sat down next to Gu Lingfei's body, and his large hand swept over one of Gu Lingfei's jade legs and began to gently pinch it. Ahem, it really is a massage, without a single distraction at all. I knew it, you must be jealous. Gu Lingfei revealed a wry smile. Giggle, don't tickle the balls of my feet. It tickles. The progress of the relationship between Gu Lingfei and Jiang Chei is watertight. Okay, Don't you want to know about the guy who's after me? Why don't I tell you? The woman's face took on a serious look. Shul, I wonder if you know that there is an extra stock god in Hangzhou recently? Stock god? The corners of Jiang Che's mouth hooked, quite curious. Gu Lingfei nodded. That's right, it's the stock god. He invested like crazy in 2 months, which included stocks, securities, and some other businesses. As long as it was an industry that he invested in, it was almost 100% profitable, and within 2 months he earned close to $1 billion from his investments, and his starting capital was only a few $100,000. Oh, $1 billion in 2 months on a few $100,000? Jiang Che's heart is almost clear. The world's top investors are unlikely to do this degree. Although those top investors can also do, the degree of bidding must be hit, but that requires a few weeks or even months ahead of time to do research and understanding. Clear market wins and then start. But this guy is a completely brainless investment, yet he can rake in so much money, and only a son of Qi has that kind of ability. This guy is actually very mysterious. No one even knew his identity before, but this guy doesn't know where his brain went. Surprisingly wants to come after me? Gu Lingfei said with some tears and laughter. My company had some trouble recently, and then this guy came over of his own accord, offering to help me with my company's difficulties, and by the way, he had to come after me. That's why I suspect that the company's troubles were caused by him on purpose. It's just to try and pull off a self-directed heroic rescue. It's impossible for the company to have problems for no reason. Jiang Che sized up Gu Lingfei. This kind of words placed on other girls that were definitely Puxin women, belonging to that kind of persecution paranoia, but when placed on a perfect woman like Gu Lingfei, then it's not strange. Some men use any means in order to chase women. Here's the card the man left me. Jiang Che took this one hot gold business card. The workmanship was quite exquisite. There was only one name on it along with a string of phone numbers. Qin Tian, 134. Jiang Che nodded. Seeing that, he himself had run into another son of Qi, and this son of Qi was the protagonist of the behind-the-scenes investment stream. When Jiang Che was a leading driver in his previous life, he was very fond of reading this kind of investment stream novels, in which the protagonist does not move a few hundreds of millions of dollars to harvest the stock market. Some cool articles are even more outrageous. The stock that the protagonist invested in doubled overnight, completely ignoring the rules of the stock market. Up and down, also hard up. Anyway, cool is finished. He then followed suit and bought some stocks and subsequently lost his pants, and he never bought stocks again after that. But now, Jiang Che wasn't interested in these investment stream cool novels anymore. He couldn't extract the coolness from novels anymore. What coolness? Not as cool as him anyway. Xiao Che, what are you laughing at? Gu Lingfei said suspiciously. Ahem, I remember happy things. What pleasure. My cat can backflip. Jiang Che told a joke, successfully amusing Gu Lingfei. Ha ha, where's a cat that can backflip? Gu Lingfei covered her mouth, her eyebrows arched in laughter. I'm not kidding you. My cat really can backflip. Jiang Che opened his mouth with a serious face and asked Su Niannian to perform a backflip for Gu Lingfei someday. Puffing, Gu Lingfei laughed even more happily. That's how women are. Laughing in front of their sweethearts is always infinitely less funny. Okay, I should go to bed. I have to go to the office tomorrow. Gu Lingfei yawned and ruffled her hair, then unexpectedly took the initiative to probe over and gently kissed Jiang Che on his face. Good night, my little boyfriend. See you tomorrow. With that, he turned and walked up the stairs. Ha! Jiang Che gently touched his cheeks and smiled to himself. He, an old captain and sea king who had been at sea for years, had just had the thought of spending the rest of his life hand in hand with Gu Lingfei? Now, this is a little bit horrible. Cannot put feelings on Gu Lingfei again. This Fei sister ruffled people when really horrible. And right at this moment, a petite figure appeared at the entrance of the building, wearing a cute cartoon pajamas, yawning while looking at Jiang Che, his eyes revealing extreme dislike. Stinky man, I knew you were going to go after Sister Fei. Disgusting mongrel. Heir drank a lot of water before she went to bed and now she was woken up by urine. She went to the toilet, then she saw the love talk between Gu Lingfei and Jiang Che just now. Jealousy came up instantly. Humph, if you don't sleep in the middle of the night, you're going to get a brain hemorrhage sooner or later. Lori grunted, then turned and walked into the bathroom, but Jiang Che followed straight on. A big villainous grin appeared. In my bathroom? Did you pay protection money? Chapter 211, Investment Stream protagonist, Qin Tian. Chen Hao's mind exploded. Night. In the middle of a high-class hotel in Hangzhou, TSK. When the stock market comes down this time, it'll be tens of millions more. A youth with a slightly clean-cut appearance had a confident smile on his lips. Apparently, this was the new son of Qin Tian, Gu Lingfei. Oh, one day I'll make you move on me. Qin Tian's heart ached when he thought of Gu Lingfei's cold and lonely appearance. Since he got the investment system, just more than 2 months' time, from a small beggar leveled out, sold the family's house to speculate on the stock market. A few months' time to accumulate more than $1 billion. There is enough capital in hand now, and it will only get stronger in the future. But I should be more restrained next, or else there's a good chance that someone with a heart of gold will notice. He is a bit cautious, but not much. He just got the investment system. He's been speculating and investing in stocks all day long. Anyway, with the system as a guarantee, as long as you invest, you're bound to make money. In his youth, he was so focused on making money that he's only now thinking about being more restrained. But unfortunately, he didn't realize that he had been targeted by a demon lord. System, how is the stock market winding down these days? Where do I need to invest? Let's make a profit first. Drops. Investment opportunity of the week 1. The system suggests that the host invest in Hangzhou Changxing Group, which is expected to continue to rise in the coming week. The corner of Qin Tian's mouth slightly hooked up. It still has to be the system. He is completely lying down to make a fortune. The investment system releases investment opportunities once a week, which are not just limited to stock speculation, but also investing in other business companies and such. Suffice it to say, if you have the money, you can make a fortune in a few months, without even using your brain. Just keep buying and making money. Strong Group? I'm going to purchase their company's stock when tomorrow. A small investment of $10 million first. He was humming a little song, feeling that the future was full of light, and that he should say no. With the system, money, women, what doesn't he have? Still, he couldn't get enough of Gu Lingfei, the flower of the high country. With my system, I can definitely make your company take off in no time, and soon you'll be subservient to me. Like many sons of Qin Tian began to dream again. It was worth mentioning that Chen Hao had been recalled by the ancient martial Chen family. Father, Frost child, she didn't do it of her own free will. We can't just stand by and watch her fall into the clutches of the devil. That asshole Jiang Che is a dog. He has countless women around him. When I was working as a security guard in front of Jiang Che's company last time, I saw him bully Frosty to tears. Chen Hao complained bitterly about everything. However, the father before him as well as a group of Chen clan elders were already very different from a month ago. There is a sea change in the state of mind. Chen Tiancheng coughed dryly. Heir, you should know the identity of Mr. Jiang, right? It's not something our Chen family can afford to offend. So what? We're just going to watch Frost get bullied? Frosty is only 19 years old. What's wrong with being 19? Isn't young Master Jiang Che also 19? And Frosty is as beautiful as heaven. It's not a disadvantage to follow Mr. Jiang. Chen Tiancheng sighed as he looked at Chen Hao's impotent and furious look. The reason why they called Chen Hao back was because they were afraid that Chen Hao would go crazy if they got into trouble with Mr. Jiang, and dragged their entire Chen family into it. Wouldn't it be the end of the line? Heir, you don't know. Ever since Frosty followed Mr. Jiang, the status of our ancient martial arts Chen family has directly risen. Don't look at your father. I'm only at the early stage of Zhongsher cultivation now, but even those Zhongsher Grandmaster seniors would have to call out to me as Zhongsher Chen when they see me. Chen Hao. His 3 views were violently shocked. You are selling your daughters. You guys don't even know how hard Frosty has been living by Jiang Che's side? She cried the last time she called me. That asshole Jiang Che, making her wash her underwear and bullying her every day. If it wasn't for our Chen village, she would have died with Jiang Che. But obviously, Chen Tiancheng and the others were not focused on this. Oh, did she, Frost, have a raw deal with Mr. Jiang? Chen Daoguan also heatedly rubbed his hands. If Ningxuang can give Mr. Jiang a son and a daughter, then our Chen family will be honored. They were also giving Chen Ningxuang high hopes now. He, Chen Daoguan and Chen Shouchong, 2 brothers, were only at the Wanjing Great Circle, and they had to nod their heads when they encountered patriarchs on weekdays. But now, the average patriarch would have to call out Daoguan Di or Shouchong Di when he saw them. You guys. Chen Hao was trembling with anger. Chen Tianqing's big hand then gently patted on top of his shoulder. Son, in the future, if you go out and encounter danger, or if someone looks down on you, you might as well be able to call out the name of Prince Jiang. It will definitely be of great use. But Chen Hao was now in his youthful vigor, so how could he possibly listen? I'm Frost's own brother. It's absolutely impossible for me to do such a shameless thing. I have now stepped into the realm of harmonization power, and one day I will step into the realm of a grandmaster or even a great grandmaster. At that time, I must go and save Frosty. Chen Tiancheng and the others looked helplessly at the impotent and furious Chen Hao. Son, you're still young. You don't understand how useful the name Mr. Jiang is. They've been there before. Those who have used it say it's good. Frosty, go wash the sheets. They're soaking wet, and change the duvet cover while you're at it. Jiang Che started to make Chen Ningxuang again. Chen Ningxuang had long been numb. As long as Jiang Che didn't excessively humiliate her, She even gritted her teeth and persevered through it. Chen Ningxuan glanced at the large bed that was in a mess and cursed birth with a lowered head. Chen Ningxuan, what did you say about me? Jiang Che's sinister voice rang out. No. Chen Ningxuan lowered her head and silently cleaned up the bedsheets. Actually, Frost, as long as you're willing to give in to me, this kind of miserable life will come to an end, and you won't have to do this kind of serving work every day. Chen Ningxuan obviously still had her own pride, lowering her voice and coldly saying, You wish, I can never bow down to you, even if you take my innocence, I'll never bow down. Jiang Che spilled a smile. This chick, rather hard-headed, but there was only one hard mouth left. After molesting Chen Ningxuan for a while, he picked up his cell phone and contacted the monkey. After all, that Qin Tian mentioned in the chat with Gu Lingfei last night might also be a son of Qi. Chapter 212. Qin Tian was stopped by a small security guard? Should I say no? The connections of this son of Qi are just good. Monkey was considered to be completely loyal to himself nowadays, and his 95 loyalty had reached a fanatical level. As long as you didn't let him die, he would mindlessly carry out the tasks Jiang Che gave him. Jiang Xiao, I found all the information on this Qin Tian for you. This guy does have something. Monkey now had incomparable respect for Jiang Che. After all, this was his bread and butter. When he followed Su Han, he couldn't even eat a starch sausage. But now, after following Jiang Che, he has all the money and status of a woman. Ahem. Intelligent robots are considered women, right? Good job, Monkey. Let me know if you need anything else. Jiang Che had always been very generous to his own people. For him, things that can be solved with money are not called things, yet money can solve 99% of the things in this world. Jiang Xiao, Monkey is in tears. Jiang Xiao is really, with such a good boss, he'd be willing to give up his life even if he had to. Now he only hated why he was a dead fat house instead of a woman, but where he was a beautiful woman, he was willing to sacrifice himself to this Mr. Jiang. Hearing this tone of the monkey's voice, Jiang Che suddenly felt a chill of evil, even hung up hastily. If Monkey was willing, he wouldn't mind introducing him to Kung. Jiang Che then began to read the information sent over by the monkey. Qin Tian, parents dead, have a car and a house. 2 months ago to sell the house, began to speculate in the stock market, and started investing in various industries, making a fortune. Jiang Che understood after hearing this Qin Tian's personal introduction. Another one of the many cool orphanages. Look at that. That's how you get the lead. Opening classic parental sacrifice, one of the most dangerous professions in the online writing world. The protagonist's parents. In contrast, the Villainous family, with a protective grandpa, and a supremely beautiful mother with loving parents. But it's kind of boring when a super villainous family like this one can't often up a little karami. Since it's an investment stream, I'd like to see you take it under my wing. After all, if you master this kind of protagonist, you can totally save it for me to pop gold coins. Old Den popped gold coins. No, it should be little Deng. With a single thought, Jiang Che decided the life and death of this heaven's destined son. He was used to staying behind the scenes now, and without the influence of the descending wisdom aura, those under his own command would be enough to straighten out these low-level sons of Qi. Now that Lin Yu had been emphasized by the bald head to complete his teaching, then it was indirectly equivalent to taking orders from himself, and it was said that Lin Yu had now broken through the cultivation level of Huanjing, and against some low-grade sons of Qi, their kind of strength would be enough. The last son of Qi, Yi Liangchen, he didn't even meet with him. Yi Liangchen was then taken into the harem by Baldur Chang, and it was estimated that with Baldur Chang's and Lin Yu's two-pronged approach, Yi Liangchen would soon have to follow in Lin Yu's footsteps. Puffing, this Qin Tian is too damn messed up, right? Wool gathering has even gotten to my head? Jiang Che laughed out. This Qin Tian is a bit of a thing. Just last night he even invested $10 million to his company Strong Shang Group, which was just established not long ago. Jiang Che almost laughed out a pig's squeal. I haven't even gone to actively look for you yet, and you just came to the door by yourself? Then you're going to lose your money. Although he didn't particularly understand the stock market, his beautiful henchman did. That was enough. As long as one gave the order, a whole Qin Tian is definitely possible. Qin Tian went to Ling Che Group again. Ever since the last time he met Gu Lingfei, he had been mesmerized by the flawless, high-cool president. A beautiful president like this high-cool ascetic beauty only appears in novels, and he himself is a man of destiny with an investment system. Wasn't Gu Lingfei the destined heroine that God had prepared for herself? Formula seconds up. After having money, Qin Tian also completely transformed from the original penniless little beggar, dressed in designer labels, driving a Range Rover, and staying in upscale hotels every day. It's a great deal of fun. Security, open the door. Qin Tian hummed a little song. Since driving a Range Rover, the security guards who used to look down on him now took the initiative to nod their heads and bow to him, bringing back all the dignity he once lost. The money was there, Now there was a lack of a woman around. Gu Lingfei was great. He enjoyed the process of conquering this lofty woman. Thinking about it, he grew tired of waiting. Why isn't this damn security guard opening the door? The first thing he did was to poke his head out and look at the security room. Security, open the door. Ah, what the hell are you up to? Yi Duan, who was in the security room, trembled in his double stock. Who? How does he know I'm getting an airplane? Yi Chen's eyes looked out the window with a feeling of being a thief, but after seeing the Range Rover, the brow furrowed. Picking up his pants, he cursed, the license plate number is not in the record. Who are you here to see? Qin Tian was a bit confused. This little security guard, why is he so unreasonable? I'm driving a Range Rover, don't you have any eyes? I'm here to see Gu Lingfei, just open the door for me. Yi Chuan frowned, he certainly had a very deep impression of Gu Lingfei. Who wouldn't like a beautiful president? This guy wants to go after Gu Lingfei? In an instant, Yi Chen labeled Qin Tian as a brainless rich second generation. No outside vehicles allowed. Yi Chen's words made Qin Tian laugh. Since driving a luxury car, which security guard doesn't treat himself with respect when he sees him? You're a little ing security guard. Do you know what kind of car this is? Enough to buy your life. And so, the two then began to argue. And just then, the car behind him honked its horn again. Security guard, open the door. A swishing sound reached the ears of the two men. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Tian and Yi Chen both stopped and looked to the side together. A stretch Maybach with a 99,999 license plate had a young man's head poking out of the window. Who is it if not Jiang Che? Grass. How can someone be more pretentious than me? Qin Tian cursed in his heart. Although his Range Rover is good, but it is still not enough to see this kind of top-class luxury car. Not to mention that it also hangs such a powerful license plate. In an instant, the pride he had managed to pick up was crushed all over again, and Yi Chen's heart was even more incomparably complicated for a while. Hey, who are you again? Outsiders are not allowed inside. Obviously, Yi Duan, this goods equal treatment. See this kind of luxury car directly a hat of outsiders deducted up. But the next second, he was very beaten up. After the security cameras at the security gate scanned Jiang Che's license plate, dropping, license plate hanging 99999 is detected. Dear Mr. Jiang Che, welcome inside. The railing then opened on its own. Chapter 213, Storming Qin Tian. The clown is actually yourself? That's right. Jiang Che as Gu Lingfei's godbrother was naturally the special one. Previously, when Su Han was a security guard, Jiang Che's car was stopped, and that time Gu Lingfei kept this matter in her mind. And after that, she let someone record Jiang Che's license plate in the system. Although Yi Duan was a company security guard, he didn't have the power to interfere with the system operation. Hey, you. Both Yi Chen and Qin Tian were all numb. Jiang Che rolled down the window and hooked his lips at the two who were still at a standstill. Thank you. Then it drove in slowly and parked off to the side. Drops. The host meets a new son of luck. Qin Tian, age, 26. Both parents are dead. Bound to a divine investment system. Arrogant. Greedy for money. Especially love to pretend. Oh, the system is all straightened out? Jiang Che's eyes were slightly open. This is the first time I've encountered a protagonist with a bound system. But you're a bit of a fish out of water with this system. In fact, to be precise, this was the second protagonist to bind the system. And although Yi Liangchen, who had previously bound the strongest pretentious system, had been cleaned up, Jiang Che hadn't seen a single side of him from the beginning to the end of his life. But even so, behind the scenes, they had all but wasted the bastard. But this little security guard called Yi Chuan is interesting. Jiang Che's gaze glanced at the security guard. Yi Duan, a man of great fortune, can't offer rewards to non-children of fortune. With a grandfather at the early stage of the Dark Force, who introduced him to the path of ancient martial arts cultivation, the teenager has made his own way in the city. A man of great fortune? In fact, to put it bluntly, it's just a little karami, having the disease of a son of fortune, but not the life of a son of fortune. The mix was just a bit stronger than average, and screwing over these guys, his villain system wouldn't even give a reward. Bulk numbers can't even look at little caramels like this. Both Qin Tian and Yi Chen were extremely embarrassed, and just then, the person the two of them had been longing for appeared. Gu Lingfei in a professional outfit appeared, followed by a small secretary with round-framed glasses. Shol, why did you have time to come? Gu Lingfei was surprised, but her eyes were pressed with joy. Jiang Che was also very self-conscious. Walking over to Gu Lingfei's side, he directly swept over the woman's willow waist and bullied his way up. He kissed the woman. Gu Lingfei's face also flushed slightly. Ever since the relationship was established between Jiang Che and him last night, this brat had become more and more licentious. Xiao Mei is still here. Don't be too wanton. Gu Lingfei pouted softly. Jiang Che's gaze went to Xiao Mei. the secretary beside Gu Lingfei. I didn't see anything. Xiaomei was wearing a pill head and round-framed glasses. At a glance, she knew that she was one of those graduates who had just entered society not long ago. Of course, there was also some poise, but Jiang Che couldn't look at it. Oh, is this Mr. Gu's boyfriend? When did Mr. Gu have a boyfriend? No, is that Mr. Gu being shy? Oh, my heart is broken. You who? This little secretary is still a little lily? But unfortunately, Gu Lingfei is a straight woman. The intimate appearance between Jiang Che and Gu Lingfei directly pierced the eyes of both Qin Tian and Yi Chen, especially Qin Tian. His back teeth grooves were about to be gnawed. Gu Lingfei was a flower of the high ridge, treating everyone with a cold look and never smiling at all. Now Gu Lingfei managed to smile, but it was a smile for another man. The jealousy in Qin Tian's heart rose up. He was a man of destiny with a system. Where was he no match for this guy? Sister Fifi, I heard you're being courted? As your little boyfriend, can't I come and take a look? And clear the way? Jiang Che then inadvertently looked in Qin Tian's direction. If someone else pries me out, I'll be jealous. Gu Lingfei was amused by Jiang Che's appearance and covered her mouth. A smile. Noi, that's the one with the Land Rover. He's Qin Tian. Gu Lingfei pointed at Qin Tian, who was stopped outside the gate. Qin Tian. For some reason, a sudden chill ran down his back, but he quickly calmed down, opened the door and got out of the car. Gu Lingfei was the woman he, Qin Tian, had his eye on, and for the sake of his woman, he had to be a warrior charging for love for once. Jiang Che walked towards Qin Tian, hands in his pockets, tugging like a gangster. Your name is Qin Tian? The veins on Qin Tian's forehead bulged, but he still held back the anger in his heart. In front of his beloved, one must remain a gentleman to do so. That's right, I'm Qin Tian, President Gu's suitor, and I hope I can compete with you fairly. Ha, fair play? You deserve it too. Jiang Che directly raised his left hand and yanked up Qin Tian's collar before snapping his right hand with a big slap. Didn't use any internal force or I would have huffed this guy to death with a slap. Even so, this slap slapped Qin Tian enough to lose several teeth. You what? Why don't you take a look at yourself? You still want to chase after my sister Fifi? When dealing with that kind of unreasonable son of Qi, Jiang Che reasoned with him and then pulled out the law to restrain him. For a calm and reasonable protagonist like Qin Tian, he directly transformed into a rogue. What morality and propriety? I'm talking about morality and propriety. As expected, a few slaps went down. Qin Tian's tears were drawn out. It belongs to the showman meets the soldier. There is a reason. Jiang Che came up and gave him a big slap that he loves to eat. Are you not bullying the honest people? Gu Lingfei, did you see that? This man, he is a violent maniac. He hits people. After you're with him, he'll definitely hit you too. A man who beats people up at the drop of a hat. You won't do well with him. Jiang Che really cried to death. Qin Tian had been beaten to this state, and in his heart, he was still thinking about Gu Lingfei. However, Gu Lingfei cast a sidelong glance at him with cold eyes. Even if Xiao Che he beat me, I'm still willing to do it. So who are you? Who are you to educate me? Qin Tian. One more clown in this world. You don't spare the bike. Someone else gets up and pedals. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? My sister Fifi doesn't even look at you. And you're still touching yourself? You're the craziest in Gotham City. You're the busiest in the circus. You stand guard in front of McDonald's. And the size of the king or queen of poker. You're a clown for stepping on it, know what I mean? Qin Tian was completely infuriated and collapsed. And then Jiang Che threw Qin Tian out like a dead dog. Gu Lingfei didn't half sympathize with Qin Tian's misery. Instead, she smiled and approached Jiang Che's ear. You're full of smooth talk. You want to go to graduate school? Jiang Che picked up very naturally. Sister Fifi, I don't want to go to graduate school. I want to take the exam. Gu Lingfei. She really wanted to open up Chul's brain and see what kind of nonsense was stuffed inside. Chapter 214, Gu Lingfei's shyness. Qin Tian is up to something? Jiang Che held Gu Lingfei's hand and the two of them got into the car with a smile on their face. Gu Lingfei's secretary Xiaomei has long been looking dumbfounded. The kind of smile revealed by Mr. Gu is something she's never seen before. A smile is probably like that, isn't it? Ling Che Group naturally had quite a few employees who saw the scene, and they were all in a state of shock as well. Mr. Gu actually have a boyfriend? Mr. Gu, there's another meeting at the company at noon today. Xiaomei spoke anxiously. Gu Lingfei, on the other hand, spoke bashfully. Oh, push it to the afternoon. May, grass up. She smelled a very strong sour odor of love. Changed. Mr. Gu has changed. In the past, Mr. Gu was a workaholic, working late every day and never being the first to arrive at company meetings. But now that he has a man, even company meetings can be postponed. The young security guard Yi Chen looked at Jiang Che and Gu Lingfei's departing back and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. There was a look of fear in his eyes, and his body was trembling with fear. Just now, he had sensed a wisp of aura from that Jiang Che's body, the kind of strength that far exceeded his own. He was just an ancient martial artist at the early beginner's stage of dark force. Even his grandfather who had taught him the ancient martial arts heart technique was only at the middle stage of dark force. But just now, that Jiang Che was emitting a pressure that was 100 times stronger than even his grandfather. Is he a dark power master? Or is it the legendary harmonized power? For Yi Chuan, this little Karami, his eyesight was actually just like that, and Huan Jin was already an unattainable existence in his eyes. No, 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 this place is not a good place to stay. Definitely can't stay here much longer. Yi Chuan was a bit afraid. Just now that Qin Tian's pitiful fate was still fresh in his mind. What if that Jiang Che looked at himself and beat himself up? As for that high-strung president Gu Lingfei, whoever wants to chase after her, save your own little life first. You're not afraid of guys getting back at you? Sitting in the car, Gu Lingfei also completely let herself go, two jade legs folded together, the whole person to show the sense of charm, as a scourge of the country and the people of the Siren General. Sister Fifi, why do I get the feeling that you're not very good in the head? Gu Lingfei's beautiful eyes glared. Your kid is the one with a bad head, that Qin Tian. I'm not just messing with him? If I can't, I'll just vaporize him. How can a speculator have the courage to chase after my sister Fei Fei? Jiang Che drove with one hand. His other hand was naturally placed on top of Gu Lingfei's thigh, and through the black silk he could feel the smooth, jade-white skin. Cute is worthless in the face of sexy? That's because you're not cute enough. Same. You think you don't like imperious women? That's because you haven't met a sexy enough woman. Although Jiang Che carries a bit of lolicon attribute, but the good thing is that he is not picky about what he eats, regardless of whether he is fat or thin. To my mouth is a piece of meat. Shul, I can kind of see you. You're just a big slag. What? Sister Fifi, you wouldn't regret getting on this thieving boat of mine, would you? Humph. I'm not on your thieving ship yet. If you want to trick me into getting on board, you have to show your sincerity. Gu Lingfei wrapped her hands around her chest, holding up the enormity of her chest. Jiang Che has always been a very focused person when driving, meaning driving with one hand, but at this moment, he still couldn't help but glance his eyes to the right. Sincerity? Sister Fei Fei, you've lived in the Jiang family for so long, can't you see my sincerity? You can go ask Wan Heir and Yao Yao and the others to see if my sincerity is enough or not. Gu Lingfei blushed and glared at Jiang Che. She was so angry by Jiang Che that she couldn't say anything and just looked her head out the window. Jiang Che, on the other hand, rubbed his nose. The process of chatting with Gu Lingfei always gave him the feeling of being in love. Talking about love with a little girl, talking about love with a big sister. After all, like Gu Lingfei, this kind of pure love big sister is really the ideal on earth. Like you Wainer, what do they know about love? At most, it's just the youthful feelings of a young girl. Of course, it's another thing to have a beautiful, gentle, caring aunt in her 30s. Anyway, Jiang Che wasn't picky. Lowly, teenage girls, imperial sisters, gentle aunts, he loved them all. On the other side, Qin Tian's mind was on the verge of exploding. Not only had he been beaten up, but most importantly, the Gu Lingfei he had longed for had even fallen into the arms of another man, and had even humiliated him severely. Damn it, you despise me, don't you? Since you are unkind, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. Qin Tian swelled a large faceplate and clenched his fists in death. A little bit of anger. A thug like him basically belonged to the category of using money to pick up his dignity. But just now, all of his dignity was all crushed to pieces by those two especially Gu Lingfei, who even said that he is not something. If an uncle can tolerate it, an aunt can't tolerate it. System, you formulate a plan. What should I do next? What can I do to bankrupt Gu Lingfei's company? Qin Tian clenched his fists in death. Drops. The system doesn't have this function. What? How is that possible? You're the all-powerful system. The system is an investment system, not a bankruptcy system. The system is an investment system, and is not a bankruptcy system. There is no bankruptcy function. It is recommended that the host learn more to improve their own. The stock market winds are ever-changing. When Qin Tian heard these words from the system, his entire body collapsed even more. Is this Tama's system mocking him? Mock him for not knowing the stock market? Only knows how to make money by brainlessly following the system of investing? Damn it. I can't believe I'm being mocked by the system. But he wanted to refute something, but there was nothing he could do at all, because he really didn't understand the stock market. It's all up to the system to feed money into his mouth. Well then, it's always okay for me to invest in other companies, right? Is there any business that can make a big fortune? This stock market is too slow to make money. I can only make over $10 million every week. I want to make a big wave. Qin Tian's eyes flashed with ambition. Before he wanted to keep a low profile for a few days and make money in a low key. But now, after being jointly suppressed by Jiang Che and Gu Lingfei, he had already vaguely darkened a bit. Money, money, money. The best part is that within a few months they will be transformed into super rich people worth tens of billions of dollars, and then they will be slapped hard in the face. He only has one investment opportunity per week. If he invests in the stock market, he can only invest a few tens of millions at a time. He didn't understand the stock market, but if he invested too much at once and was targeted, it would be a killing pan. 10 or 20 million would only rake in a few million even if it went up every day. Drops. The host has not invested enough times. Please be patient until next week. Chin Tian. I almost forgot that I had just invested in that what's-his-name Strong Group yesterday. Invested $10 million in Strong Group stock. According to the system, Strong Group will keep going up for the next week. It's the first day. You can make a couple million anyhow, right? So Chin Tian beautifully opened the wealth management client. 1 or 2 million for him who was worth $1 billion was not much, but at least it could make his collapsing mood a little better. Chapter 215, a big pit for Chin Tian? Preparing to kill a pig? Ha ha ha. Another $1 million in the bank. Gorgeous. The entire body and mind were pleasured when he saw the red in the background. Brother Tuzi, you're still reliable. Pointing wherever you want. Apparently, the system didn't reply to him. However, Chin Tian began to study it on his own. System, this Chengxing Group feels pretty good. The market capitalization has been rising continuously for so long. I'll continue to follow up with a handful of investments at that time, fishing for a big wave. What do you think? The system was aloof and didn't speak. Chin Tian was the only one left to entertain himself. The vast majority of troubles were caused by money, and money could naturally solve most of them. Ha! I'm afraid this prey is going to fall for it. Jiang Che's thin lips hooked up slightly. Chin Tian had invested $10 million in his company, letting him have a taste of sweetness first. He was very clear that Chin Tian now had billions of assets. That's right, showdown. He's ready to lie his pants off about this one. Although he didn't lack this billion, but this billion was the son of cheese. Then he, Jiang Che, must take it. Don't ask. Asking means that the money of the sons of fortune is comfortable to spend. It's as if you have two beautiful women around you. One is your girlfriend, while the other is the wife of your enemy. You can take one to spend the night together. What to choose need not be said, right? In fact, he was prepared to directly harvest Chin Tian and let the people in the company lasso him with this $10 million. But that would have scared the bastard away. He went to the company and found the president of the company. Condensation Autumn. Master, is there something you need? Is there a need for Autumn to serve you? Although Lang Ningqiu was a puppet of the system, she still had her own personality and teased Jiang Che as soon as they met. A big wave. Wearing a professional OL dress. A touch of red lips look seductive, sense of pull full. Black silk will be its perfect, legs lined more perfect. Hate the sky high with a half-frame gold glasses. The whole thing looks very chopped up, especially for a teenager like Jiang Che. Although Lang Ningqiu and Gu Lingfei were both imperial high-cooling presidents, there was a difference between imperial sisters. Jiang Che wrapped Lang Ningqiu's willow waist and walked into the office. The sky was the limit for a full 2 hours before we got to the point. Chin Tian, with $1 billion in assets, you find a way to lure him into becoming a shareholder of our company next, and then ruthlessly kill the pig. Jiang Che smiled and made a beheading gesture. Lang Ningqiu naturally understands it very well. Biting her own pink lips, the original fiery red lipstick was much fainter. A beauty plan? Jiang Che hooked his lips and smiled. This isn't really a beauty trick, is it? It's just a normal negotiation. You invited Chin Tian to join our company as the company's president. This guy is a superb licking dog. Gu Lingfei can't lick anymore. He will definitely come to lick you at that time. Then it's just a matter of waiting for the pig to be slaughtered, and cheating him out of his pants. Jiang Che's words caused Lang Ningqiu to faintly freeze, but then she revealed a flirtatious smile. Master, you're so smart. Ha, am I as smart as you guys? You girls together have 80,000 minds, right? His big hands were nowhere to be found again. It's on the weekend. Jiang Che went to Qin Xiaoqiao's home, preparing to pick up this little girl. Recently, they have not been spoiling Qin Xiaoqiao much, so they can't chill the little girl's heart. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm here to pick up Xiaoqiao. After Wang Lily opened the door for Jiang Che, after seeing Jiang Che's face, her heart was complicated, but she quickly revealed a smile anyway. Oh, Mr. Jiang, fast forward. My Xiaoqiao is doing her homework. I'll call her out later. Wang Lily now also recognized, also let go of those previous preconceptions of Jiang Che. After all, now Jiang Che to have achievements, to have a family history, has changed from the previous playboy into a rich nobleman. Of course, she would never admit. She herself was corrupted by the benefits brought by the two words Jiang Che. She's not that kind of snobbish woman. Senior Jiang Che. Qin Xiaoqiao had heard Jiang Che's voice a long time ago, and the little girl directly rushed out from inside the bedroom and directly jumped into Jiang Che's arms, completely ignoring her parents at home. The young girl was very proactive and directly kissed Jiang Che's lips. Lily Wang, Qin Shou, it's the end of the line. The daughter I raised for 19 years is gone. Ahem, Mr. Jiang, our family is just getting ready to make lunch. Do you want to stay for lunch before you leave? Oomph, don't eat lunch. Senior Jiang Che, my mom's cooking is awful. I want to eat your cooking. Qin Xiaoqiao once again rebelled and directly backstabbed her parents. Wang Lily, people are numb. Girl, you have been eating mom since childhood. I give you cooking and now have a man forget mother, right? Since the incident between her daughter and Jiang Che, Wang Lily began to reflect on herself, and was in a free range for her daughter, and finished dismantling all the surveillance in the house. So gluttonous. I'll make it for you in the evening. Stay here for lunch first. Jiang Che turned his gaze toward the two Wang Lily, giving you some face. The two Wang Lily's faces showed joy. Immediately, right away our lunch will be ready. Saying that, Wang Lily pulled Qin Shou and the two of them into the kitchen. Qin Xiaoqiao covered her mouth and laughed out. During lunch, the two Wang Lily almost treated Jiang Che as if he was a grandpa. Mr. Jiang, come, eat meat. This roast pork is my specialty. Jiang Che, very facetious, tasted a piece. Sugar put too much. And fried sugar color, you use granulated sugar instead of icing sugar. A little paste flavor. Jiang Che's words made Wang Lily's eyes go wide. Jiang student, you really know how to cook? Slightly. It's a well-known fact that you can only call yourself slightly knowledgeable when you've gone as far as you can in a particular field. Qin Xiaoqiao leaned against Jiang Che's side and gave Jiang Che a piece of meat. Mom, I've said it all. Senior Jiang Che's cooking skills are very good. Hundreds of times better than yours. He's not the playboy you said he was. The little girl pouted and took a bite of rice. Wang Lily was backstabbed by her own daughter one after another, and she was already numb. However, she didn't take it to heart. After all, the better Jiang Che was, the brighter her face would be. By the way, Mr. Jiang, which school are you and Xiaoqiao planning to take? This was what they were most concerned about. If Jiang Che got tired of playing with Xiaoqiao and abandoned her after she got promoted, Xiaoqiao would definitely be devastated. Jiang Che's face remained indifferent. It's still not settled yet. The uncertainty is bigger. Besides Xiaoqiao, there's also Yuaner, Yi Mengyao and the others. They probably won't be admitted to the top school in Dragon Country. Anyway, I'll take care of Xiaoqiao from now on. The underlying meaning of this is, old denizens, I'll abduct your daughters and you can wait to cry. Wang Lily and Qin Shou both looked at each other, the corners of their mouths twitching. Is it polite for you to talk about other girls in front of us as parents? P.S. Happy Lantern Festival to our readers. Chapter 216, Qin Tian's excitement. To join the strong group? Qin Xiaoqiao's parents actually already knew that Jiang Che had quite a few girls around him, but what can be done about it? After all, their own daughter was dead set on Jiang Che, and they could only pray that Jiang Che was a responsible man. After chatting for a while at the dinner table, Wang Lily still asked about the doubts that had been pent up in her heart for a long time. Mr. Jiang, how did you improve your grades so fast? It's only been half a year. As a teacher, she simply couldn't figure it out. How is it possible for someone to progress so rapidly in half a year? Half a year ago, Jiang Che's scores in all subjects together were just 100 or so points. But now, it's more than enough to get a top grade. Before Jiang Che could even open his mouth, Qin Xiaoqiao started to explain for Jiang Che. Mom, your eyesight is still too low. Is it possible that Jiang Che's grades have always been good? It's just that he's too lazy to show them off. At the mention of Jiang Che's excellence, the corners of the young girl's mouth couldn't stop starting to rise. Jiang Che didn't say anything, but only smiled gently. Wang Lily was silent. At this moment, her entire body was embarrassed. The embarrassment was even stronger than Yi Mengyao back then. If Jiang Che was actually originally a student with extremely good grades, then wouldn't all those prejudices he had against him before become a joke? People with money, power and face, and such excellent grades. The nobleman was said to be an uneducated playboy? The clown is me? And Jiang Che also spoke indifferently at this time. Teacher Wang, as a senior teacher of Shirlan School, you should know that academic performance doesn't represent everything about a student, right? If you have to be biased because of poor grades, what's the difference between that and being a snob? After Wang Lily heard Jiang Che's words, her entire body was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. Wasn't Jiang Che calling himself a snob in disguise? Alright, Mr. Wang, I'll take Xiaoqiao away first. Bye. In the face of a woman like Wang Lily, Jiang Che was too lazy to say anything more to her, and could only say that whoever had this kind of extreme mother, I can only say that whoever has this kind of extreme mother, will have to suffer from old age. Snobbish, controlling, short-tempered and irritable. Even without herself, Qin Xiaoqiao would definitely flip out with Wang Lily in the future. In fact, Her own appearance instead made the mother-daughter relationship a little easier. Bye mom. Let's go. Qin Xiaoqiao wrapped her arm around Jiang Che, and before she left, she playfully spat out her tongue and made a cute face for her parents. Lily Wang and Qin Shou. A woman is not a man. If they hadn't pushed their daughter too hard, Jiang Che wouldn't have had the chance to become a yellow hair, and in the final analysis, it's still their own fault. Coquette, can you honestly sit in the passenger seat? Jiang Che only felt a burst of headache as Qin Xiaoqiao, the once good girl, seemed to have completely liberated her nature. Not only do they not listen to their parents, they are not even honest in front of themselves anymore. If you don't fight for 3 days, you'll have to pull out the family law to do it. Senior Jiang Che, how about we play a little game? It'll take you about 15 minutes to drive back to John's house. Qin Xiaoqiao smiled sweetly, gently licking her pink lips, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth, raising her hand to hold her round-framed glasses, tilting her head, smiling like a little devil. Jiang Che, this little ninny, she's really getting loose. Wash your pants this morning. Countless children flow with the water. It's not that daddy doesn't want you, but your mother won't take you in. In the morning, Qin Tian hummed a little song and changed himself into a pair of underwear. He was in quite a good mood, because yesterday the stock of Strong Group went up once again. Although it was said that he could only earn more than $1 million a day, but it was better than stable. After being mocked by the system yesterday, he had learned from his mistakes and decided that he had to improve his abilities. The investment function of the system is indeed very powerful. Can ensure that they make $1 million or $2 every day, but want to make a lot of money. One still needs to be a bit level-headed. After all, investing $10 or $20 million can't make too much of a storm for many stock markets, but if you invest more than $1 billion at one time, you will definitely be targeted by some organizations, and then 100% slaughtered. The system is only able to predict the future direction of the stock market. He cannot predict the human factor. Otherwise, he had over $1 billion in his hand already invested in the stock market, ready to rake in the big bucks. Hey, letting me, a scum, study? It's really messing with my mind. He was obviously not a master of studying, and flipped through 2 pages of books specialized in investment. He got sleepy in no time and yawned, ready to go back to sleep. But just then, his cell phone rang. Who is it? Calling someone early in the morning. Qin Tian opened his mouth in an unpleasant tone, while the voice coming from the opposite side caused him to directly freeze. May I ask if you are Mr. Qin? It was a female voice, with a voice as clear as a silver bell, very melodious, and one could tell that it was a great beauty. Well, I'm Qin Tian. What do you want from me? Beautiful? Oh, I'm Long Ning Chiu, the president of Strong Shang Group. I see that you bought 10 million shares of our company at once 2 days ago. May I ask if you are interested in joining our Strong Group as a shareholder? Our company is booming. Lang Ningxiu's words caused Qin Tian to be slightly stunned, and instinctively he assumed that this was a scam. After all, he was just a stock speculator, yet he made the president of the Strong Group call personally? That's unlikely no matter how you think about it, right? But the woman's voice was very much on his head, and some people's voices. You know a great beauty when you hear it. You said you're the president of the Strong Group, Long Ningxiu? Qin Tian said suspiciously. That's right, I am the president of Strong Group. 2 days ago, our company had a cash flow problem and was in dire need of money, and you just happened to take a $10 million stake, which solved our company's pressing problem. You must be quite wealthy, so I kindly invite you to join our company. With your financial strength, you will definitely be able to become a major shareholder of our company and enjoy shares in the company. It could be said that Long Ningxiu's words were just stepping on the horse to snub the little cutie. Even the average person wouldn't fall for it and just hang up. But the high cold beautiful president has a reverse intelligence lowering effect on the son of Qi. Wait, I'll think about it first, Qin Tian said before opening his cell phone and started searching for the president of the Strong Group. Sure enough, it's condensing on him, and looking at the information. This is still a company full of beautiful women? The executives are all great beauties? President Lang Ningxiu is even a super beauty in a million? Qin Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva violently, and his entire eyes went straight. If it's true, then one's shareholding in the Strong Group has become a major shareholder. Wouldn't he be incredibly happy going in and out of the company every day in the future? Although he hadn't seen a picture, he knew from listening to Long Ningxiu's voice that this super beauty was definitely not running away. It's not bad to catch up with Lang Ningxiu after Gu Lingfei left. They're both high-strung female CEOs. Thinking about it, the corners of Qin Tian's mouth gradually crooked up. Chapter 217, Poor Thomas played with. Can I visit your Strong Group first? Take a look at the development of your company before deciding whether or not to take a stake. It had to be said that Qin Tian still had slightly more brains. Of course, maybe the look around he was talking about wasn't to see how the company's growth prospects were, but to see how many beautiful women were inside the company. No problem, you can come over anytime. Seeing that the fish was about to take the bait, Lang Ningqiu's tone turned much colder, and after chatting for a few sentences, she hung up the phone. Hey, this outfit is more handsome. The first thing he did was to look in front of the mirror and fiddle with it for a long time before he drove his Range Rover out the door. Along the way, he was fantasizing about the beautiful women inside the Changshan Group. If he really became the major shareholder of the company, with the help of the investment system to help the Changshan Group to become stronger and stronger, and then the beautiful CEO fell on the back, the whole Changshan Group became his own harem group. Just like that, soon he arrived outside the company gates of the Strong Group. Security opened the door. Qin Tian shouted out. Nearly the same drama as the other day played out again, with Mei scoring twice. Only this time, the person in the security room was no longer Yi Chen, but the little security guard Chen Hao. After this guy came back from the Guwu Chen family a few days ago, he proceeded to become a small security guard. The days of not being a security guard were like sitting on pins and needles for him, and it was difficult to refine his cultivation by an inch. Qin Tian's mind is broken. Tramp, why is there a security guard stopping me again? The security guard's life seems to have been specifically designed to attack him. This is the second time it's happened, isn't it? He was dead set on not letting him in. Chen Hao was already in an unpleasant mood, and even more so after seeing Qin Tian. You dog-eyed security guard. When I get a stake in the Strong Shang Group and become the major shareholder of the Strong Shang Group, I'll be the first to fire you. Qin Tian pointed at Chen Hao's nose and cursed out. You still want to be a major shareholder? Eat you. The two sprayed each other for a while before someone inside the company stepped in to mediate and brought Qin Tian into the company. Damn, a small security guard dares to look down on me? Qin Weather's scalp went numb. Mr. Qin, this way please. Our president is in a meeting. You can learn more about our company first. Qin Tian swallowed his saliva. Holy, a random girl in the Changshan Group is this pretty? What kind of beauty would that President Condensed Autumn have to be? Oh, you guys have your meeting. I'll just wait here slowly, said Qin Tian tactically took a sip of tea. Only how this tea tasted a bit odd. Mr. Qin, that's an ashtray, the little secretary prompted thoughtfully. Qin Tian, who the hell makes an ashtray look like a water glass? Jolly Ward. It was only after about an hour that Lang Ningqiu and the others had finished the meeting. Took a bunch of company executives to meet this little leak. Ahem, is one of the major shareholders of the future Strong Group. After seeing this group of beautiful heavenly ladies, Qin Tian's entire body looked dumbfounded. Are you in heaven? Looking around, all beautiful girls. Every girl in here put outside is a proper school flower level. Face value at least in 80 points to start, especially the cold beauty in the center. Her face value was no better than Gu Lingfei's. Properly superb. You are the president of the Strong Group, Lang Ningqiu, right? After Qin Tian came back to his senses from his daze, he was incomparably ecstatic. This is nigh on heaven. Into the stock. You have to get in. He had already fantasized that after he became the company's major shareholder, he would succeed in picking up the high-cool president Lang Ningqiu, and then the huge Changshan Group would naturally become his own. And these beautiful executives, so many beauties, turning over a sign a day. This is like being a groom night after night. Qin Tian took the initiative to extend his hand, wanting to shake hands with Lang Ningqiu. Lang Ningqiu obviously wouldn't give him a chance to get close. She had already seen what kind of goods this Qin Tian was. A glance at the top truth. Identified as a pure and innocent licking dog. Mr. Qin, a handshake is not necessary. These girls you see are all sisters who have followed me from college to start a business. We fought together to create the strong group we have today, all working very hard for the development of the company. They're even single now. Mr. Qin, if you take a stake in Changshan Group, you'll be the only male shareholder so far, so I hope you'll put yourself in a good position and not do anything unauthorized. Lang Ningqiu's words came down, and Qin Tian's heart was itching to hear them. Doesn't that mean so many girls are single? They've never been in love? And I'll be the only male shareholder in the company. The corners of his mouth were always upturned, and he was all trolled into a warbler. Poor Tom is being played. The eyes kept sizing up Lang Ningqiu's body, but unfortunately, Lang Ningqiu was dressed tightly, not even wearing black silk, not even giving Qin Tian any extra space to fantasize. But Qin Tian was Qin Tian after all. Just looking at Lang Ningqiu's perfect body and stunningly beautiful face, he was about to prime. Li, go and tell Mr. Qin about our company's future course of development. Lang Ningqiu pointed to a girl beside her. The girl had a pill head, freckles on her face, and her face value looked very ordinary. Little Li was naturally not Jiang Che's person. After all, it was impossible for a huge company not to recruit other employees. Hey, what's going on? The corner of Qin Tian's mouth twitched. He hadn't seen enough. How come the beauty troupe is gone? He didn't even get to shake the girl's hands. There was only the lingering scent of warmth in the air. but it made his whole body go ape ********. All beautiful women. It's a nifty dish rag. He was miming the whole time. So much so that he didn't listen at all to what Shaoli said to him about the future development route of the company and whatnot. Mr. Sheen, what do you think? Our Qianxin Group definitely has great potential in the future. If you invest now and become the company's major shareholder, in the future, when the company develops and grows, your value will definitely rise. Little Lee was really developing his business and racking his brain to bring Qin Tian on board. Give me 15 minutes to think about it. He waved his hand. He was mesmerized by the group of beautiful women just now, but he was actually still a bit sensible. System, is it possible to take in shares and invest? Will there be a problem if I take a stake in the strong group? When in doubt, ask Brother Tuzi. It's absolutely right. Drops. Number of investments this week -1. The stock market will continue to rise in the future. It is recommended that the host to enter the shares, you with 1 billion funds into the shares, will be 32% of the controlling right to become the company's largest shareholder, but does not rule out the human factor to give you a trap. Please host weigh the pros and cons of the host and then consider. Qin Tian was directly excited after hearing this. $1 billion in equity makes you the largest shareholder in the company? Wouldn't that be equivalent to, the whole company is his? As for the system's last word of reminder, it was directly taken as a whisper by him. I've become the largest shareholder. What's the trap? What's more, how could a woman as beautiful as Lung Ningqiu cheat? He was already completely immersed in his own fantasies. By taking a stake in Qianxin Group, becoming the largest shareholder, and taking down Lang Ningqiu, all the beautiful executives of the entire Qianxin Group would all submit to his own crotch at that time. At the end of the day, then take revenge on Gu Lingfei and that Jiang Che. Let that Gu Lingfei kneel in front of her to repent. The old man stepped in and voted. Chapter 218, there is a beautiful person in the north, who is left behind, and a smile is $1 billion. Qin Tian glanced at the 1 billion balance in his account. His heart was on fire. All this money, even if kept in a bank, eating interest every day is enough to squander for a lifetime. What's more, he has an investment system that throws a handful of stock market shares every week, and making $1 million a day can only be described as simple. But people have greed, and he has his eye on the strong group, looking at the beautiful women of the strong group. To be precise, Nima, whoever becomes the boss of the strong group, won't they have to live 20 years less? The more Qin Tian thought about it, the more excited he became, and he had even begun to fantasize about a bright future. I'm going to have a discussion with your president about taking shares. I've decided to hold funds to take a stake in the strong group. Qin Tian called his secretary Xiao Li over. Li was excited to hear that and nodded. Then Condensing Autumn walked in with a few company beauties. The moment he saw Lang Ningqiu, Qin Tian's breath once again stuttered. This woman was really beautiful. Perfect figure. Absolutely beautiful face. Looking at anyone as if he was looking at a slag slaughter. And Gu Lingfei was simply the same. He loved conquering such a woman. Mr. Qin, how much capital are you prepared to invest? Lung Ningqiu's tone was clear and cold. She had long since seen clearly the beggar character of this Qin Tian. A waste of money whose legs went soft as soon as he met a woman. I'm accurately into $1 billion of capital. The whole thing looked very bold. Leng Ningqiu shook her head. Mr. Qin, the market value of Qianxin Group today is only a few billion, and the annual net profit is only 1 or 200 million, and your shareholding of 1 billion will directly become the largest shareholder of the company. I don't want to see the company change ownership in the future. In order to get the fish to take the bait, Leng Ningqiu even came up with a retreat. As expected, after Qin Tian heard Leng Ningqiu say this, the vigilance in his heart instantly became much smaller. The biggest shareholder in the company? That's what I want. You have to have a say in the company. Otherwise how can you pick up these beauties in the company? Mr. Lang, I really came here to invest with sincerity, and I know Qianxin Group is in great need of investors right now, and I've come here because I really value Qianxin Group's potential. Long Ningqiu, looking at Qin Tian's piggy look, she was speechless. To be honest, when Jiang Che gave her this task, she did many kinds of scenarios overnight. She had to cheat all the money out of this guy Qin Tian. After all, the person who could earn more than $1 billion wasn't a cutie pie. After all, someone who can make over $1 billion isn't a cutie pie. And then, the reality was that she was too damn high on this guy. It really was just like Nima tricking a little cutie. As it was, all those professional deceptions she had originally prepared didn't even have a chance to make an appearance. All she had to do was smile indifferently, and this Qin Tian would directly turn into a little cutie. Mr. Qin, I'm the president of the Strong Group, currently holding 24% of the shares. If you invest 1 billion, the shareholding will take up 31%. If it's not for the fact that the strong group is really in need of funds these days, there's no way that I'm going to allow you to be the largest shareholder of the company. The moment Qin Tian heard this, his entire body instantly became excited. Despite his excitement, he outwardly acted quite calm, and even tried to put on a very gentlemanly, know-it-all demeanor. Then Mr. Lung, let's just sign the contract first? Lang Ningqiu gave him a sidelong glance. Don't you have a business lawyer? Qin Tian, he's just a white guy, following the system to make money. Where's a business lawyer? It appears that you don't. So would you like us to refer you to an attorney? Qin Tian nodded heatedly. That's great. I'm a person who's used to being spontaneous. I just know how to speculate on stocks. I don't hire anyone to take care of my assets on weekdays. Lang Ningqiu was bored. It was easier than cheating the cutie. It was even easier. You want to cheat the little cutie. Lollipop still have to coax him a little bit. This Qin Tian is simply to clearly send money to your hands. The lawyer was undoubtedly on Condensing Autumn's side as well. The contract is fine, so I'll sign it? Qin Tian pretended to be patient and turned the contract over and over many times. There were so many words in these contracts that he recognized every word, but he couldn't read them when they were linked together. But really want to sign the time? He hesitated. After all, after signing the word, after all, after the signing of this, their hands of 10 billion can be integrated into the strong group. He and the strong group is also considered to be an honor and a loss of the relationship. And Lang Ningqiu also saw his concern and tilted her head, revealing a light smile. There is a beautiful woman in the north, who is left out of the world, and a smile is $1 billion. When has Qin Tian ever seen a beautiful woman smile at him? Straight away, he became a demented man. Don't even know how I signed it. The light smile on Lang Ningqiu's face gradually became deeper after she saw Qin Tian sign, then disappeared. The hogs are in the pens, just waiting to be slaughtered. Mr. Qin Tian, welcome to the strong group. You are now the largest shareholder in the company, and the entire company. Except for me, you have the highest say in the company. The contract of the share investment, in fact, has also been secretly moved a little, but where Qin Tian invited a professional and responsible lawyer, can see that there is something fishy. But nah, Qin Tian's mind was now filled with women. Well, since I am now the person with the most shares in the company, are there any privileges? Qin Tian asked tentatively. Lang Ningqiu, you want to eat chaff even though the pig is in the pigsty? What's wrong with you? You do have certain privileges as long as you are legally compliant, but everyone in the company is equal and the use of privileges is not recommended. He was in a somewhat difficult mood. He still wanted to have a kiss, but now it seemed to be ruined. But he thought about it. A figure emerged inside his head. The security guard at the door. That dog-eyed stinking, stepping on a horse, a small security guard, dared to look down on him. He must be fired. I'm now the largest shareholder of the strong group, so I'm not going to play hard to get? Mr. Lang, would you like to go with me to clean up someone? And Lang Ningqiu and the others just glanced at him, then turned around and left, not giving him any face at all. It's all on the line, so naturally he's not going to give him the benefit of the doubt. The corner of his mouth twitched as he secretly clenched his fists. Another cold and arrogant female president. After I become the boss of the strong group step by step, then you will know to come over and beg me. Qin Tian let out a cold snort, then turned around and walked away. He's going to have to clean up that ungrateful little security guard. Soon, he arrived at the door of the security room. Stinking security guard, get your ass out here. It was able to be seen that Qin Tian was really angry. Chapter 219, Shenhao, my brother-in-law is young Master Jiang Che. Who dares to fire me? Shenhao was startled by Qin Tian. You again? Haters will be glad to see each other. Qin Tian stood with his arms crossed at this moment, his arrogant face looking at Shenhao. Just a moment ago, I invested $1 billion in the strong group in my personal name, and now I'm the largest shareholder of the strong group. Well, you dog-eyed little security guard didn't think of it, did you? I've become the largest shareholder of the company. You can off now, on my own behalf. I'm firing you. Shenhao's entire body was dumbfounded. What the hell? Can this stinking still be the company's largest shareholder? Isn't this a joke? Don't believe it. Not at all. How can someone like you be a shareholder? Ha ha ha. Laughable. But soon, Shenhao was slapped in the face. Shoo, keep your voice down. Just now the board of directors had a meeting. This Qin Tian really invested $1 billion and became the biggest shareholder of the company. Shenhao's entire body was dumbfounded. The biggest shareholder in the company? With him? How can you be the biggest shareholder? Jiang Che, are you on a diet? The company has almost become someone else's. Shenhao spoke excitedly. Although he was annoyed with Jiang Che, he would rather see Jiang Che than watch this person in front of him flaunt in front of him. A trace of doubt flashed across Qin Tian's face. Jiang Che? Why was this name a bit familiar? But for a moment I couldn't remember where I'd heard it before. And isn't the strong group Lingqiu's company? Can't figure it out, so just don't think about it. You hear me? You're fired. Now. Right now. Right now. Get your ass out of here. Chen Hao. Damn. Is he going to get himself slapped in the face again? I've always been the one to punch others in the face. I never thought that one day I would become a stepping stone for others to pretend to be a bully. It's such a damned hard feeling. You, don't be complacent. I'll be back. But just when Chen Hao was incomparably suffocating, an executive in the company stood out. Mr. Qin Tian, this security guard is young Master Zhang's close confidant. The security guard is the position young Master Zhang assigned him. You don't have the authority to fire him. Qin Tian? What the hell? Where did another young Master Zhang come from? I'm the biggest shareholder in the company, and I can't fire a small security guard? Who is young Master Jiang? Qin Tian asked with a frown. Oh, the strong Shang group is invested by young Master Jiang. He is the chairman of the company and the biggest man in charge. This security guard's own sister is the woman beside young Master Jiang, so you don't have the right to fire him. Qin Tian went numb. Isn't the company's chairman Lang Ningqiu? No. Lang Ningqiu is only the acting CEO. The real chairman is young Master Jiang. Damn it, why did he feel as if he had fallen into a giant pit? Then why didn't you guys say anything before I signed the contract? Li told you, didn't you hear me? Qin Tian. And at this time, Chen Hao had also been confused. He had been ready to roll over and get out, but as a result, he had not expected such a scene to happen. Is he taking advantage of Jiang Che? Because of Frost. That's why this Qin genius can't touch him? In a trance, his ears seemed to echo his father's words again. Young Master Zhang's name is very good. As long as Frosty is favored with young Master Jiang Che, our Chen family will follow. He seemed to be coming to understand the meaning of the words. No. How can you think that way? Frosty, she was forced into this. One still has to become stronger to save her sister from Jiang Che. You little security guard. I must fire you today. Qin Tian was on fire, pointing at Chen Hao's nose and cursing out. How could Chen Hao, who was also a son of Qi, be humiliated? It didn't matter. Jiang Che's name was pulled over and used. My sister is Prince John's favorite woman. You think you're powerful just because you've invested $1 billion? Do you have any idea who Mr. John is? The more Chen Hao said, the more energized he became. And regardless of the behemoth that was the Guwu Jiang family, just the simple fact that the Jiang family was the richest in Hangzhou, it could crush this Qin Tian to smithereens. Looking at Qin Tian's dumbfounded appearance, Chen Hao's heart was secretly happy. Although this guy Jiang Che was an asshole, his name was really good. Frost, brother is sorry for you. Now let's borrow this bastard's name for a while. When brother is strong, I'll save you again. Chen Ningxuan was devastated because just now, Jiang Che took her first kiss. And yet, what frightened her even more was that her heart didn't feel revulsion. Jiang Che, you asshole. Chen Ningxuan is still a young girl of 19 years of age after all. Her eyes are red, and her appearance of hanging desire to cry is very endearing. Jiang Che licked the corner of his lips. Frost, your Chen family has used my name to reap so many benefits. It's not too much for me to receive a kiss, right? Chen Ningxuan's delicate body trembled with anger. Only she knew best what was in her heart. Her deepest thoughts just now were not of revulsion, but of anticipation. After following Jiang Che for so long, she had even laid flat, knowing clearly that she could no longer run away. And with her looks, Jiang Che would definitely want her innocence in the end. And staying in Jiang's house, she was learning by ear every day. And she had been dreaming these past few days. All she dreamed about was Jiang Che. This asshole. Jiang Che, on the other hand, wrapped his arms around her waist, his large hands somewhat restless. Frost, you're the hope of your Qin village. Just because you followed me, every Qin family's face followed suit. Chen Ningxuan squirmed and struggled a few times. You're talking nonsense. And my brother will never be corrupted by the favors you give him. But Jiang Che seemed to have heard some kind of joke. Bringing his face to the side of Chen Ningxuan's neck, he whispered softly beside his earlobe. Are you sure? The earlobe was the most sensitive part of Chen Ningxuan's body, and the whole person was born with a layer of goosebumps. I'm sure, my brother, he's definitely not going to be crushed by your sugarcoating. Ha! Jiang Che grinned out. The laughter made even Chen Ningxuan feel a chill down her back. Jiang Che then took out his cell phone and tapped on a video. Inside was exactly the image of Chen Hao and Qin Tian confronting each other. My sister is Prince John's favorite woman. You think you're powerful just because you invested $1 billion? Do you have any idea who Mr. John is? The son of the richest man in Hangzhou. The Strong Shang Group is nothing more than a small company that was created by someone else later. And it's simple for them to play you to death. How dare you ask someone to fire me? Believe it or not, I'll let my sister blow the pillow wind, and I'll be able to straighten you out. Kid, It had to be said that Chen Hao inside the video could be said to have interpreted the words fox and tiger to the fullest, and Chen Ningxuan's entire body froze, unable to even speak. Even brother, has he become like this? His own insistence from the beginning seems to have become a complete joke. P.S. Is it because the readers are all in school? Why is there less than 1,000 hyped up shifts in the past 2 days? I don't seem to have written anything toxic, right? If it's not possible, I'll have to resort to that. Shinhak-sama, please bear with me. Chapter 220 Evil Fallen Chen Ningxuan. Jiang Che is actually a Huan Jin Great Circle. Chen Ningxuan's state of mind had collapsed a bit. To think that even her brother had been attacked by Jiang Che's sugar-coated bombs? How is this possible? She knew that her father, including quite a few people inside the Chen village, were very snobbish, but in her heart, Chen Hao would always be the good brother who loved his sister. The vast majority of the reason why she had been unwilling to compromise with Jiang Che was because of her brother. But now, Chen Hao's compromise was equivalent to directly breaking down the last psychological line of defense within her heart. No, impossible. My brother is not such a person. You must have threatened my brother to say such words. Chen Ningxuan's little mouth was very hard, not willing to admit such a fact at all. Jiang Che's fingers gently played with the broken hair on the girl's temples. Chen Ningxuan's mentality of this talented girl was about to collapse. Frost, you shouldn't be stupid either, right? This happy expression of Chen Hao, it doesn't look like he's faking it in any way, right? Because you follow my side. So let Chen Hao have the capital to pretend while you are now the pride of your whole family. To Chen Ningxuan, Jiang Che's voice it was like the whisper of a demon, straight from the heart of Chen Ningxuan. Right, since the entire Chen clan village had already submitted to Jiang Che, this denizen, what was there to struggle for? Anyway, the results are the same. Thinking of this, the young girl smiled sadly, and 2 lines of tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, her entire body like a broken doll. His gaze then looked towards Jiang Che, and his tender white little hands unexpectedly slowly began to unbutton his own coat. Jiang Che, I know what you want, do whatever you want. I'm tired, I don't want to resist. Although Chen Ningxuan's mouth was saying this, her tightly tensed body was telling of her inner uneasiness. Jiang Che's eyes darkened slightly and his throat went dry. Chen Ningxuan's mentality collapsed under the layers of blows. In terms of cultivation talent, Donger crushed her. In terms of face value and charm, none of the girls around Jiang Che were inferior to her. Now that even her family members had surrendered to Jiang Che, this great devil, and were even not ashamed, but rather proud of it, all her pride, had all become a joke in front of Jiang Che. Chen Ningxuan had just undone 2 collars, and her beautiful figure was hidden. Jiang Che's large pair of hands then gently held her wrist, stopped her from moving further. Chen Ningxuan looked at Jiang Che with a puzzled face. Jiang Che's gaze was serious. Although I'm horny, I'm not the type to take advantage of others. With that, she lifted her hand and put her removed jacket back on, and buttoned it up for her. 5 words could describe Chen Ningxuan's state at this moment. Vicious and degenerate girl. But obviously, Jiang Che didn't want to play this kind of routine. He wanted to make Chen Ningxuan, a talented young girl, completely fall in love with himself. Chen Ningxuan was a little confused as to what Jiang Che was trying to do. Doesn't he just want himself? You're still not the one who takes advantage of people? Do you believe that when you say it? I learned that he didn't just want my person. He wanted my heart. He wants me to be like all the other girls. Fall in love with him? Although Chen Ningxuan had been immersed in ancient martial arts cultivation, she was still quite sensitive in her feelings. Jiang Che hooked his lips. She's a smart girl, but my little master is playing a young strategy. Frost, since you've bowed down to me, you won't have to do all that dirty work in the future. Your little hands are so soft, you mustn't tire yourself out. Jiang Che said and took hold of the young girl's catkin. Chen Ningxuan's face flushed slightly as her evil depravity state was directly forced to be interrupted by Jiang Che. You play high and mighty with me, and I'll go rogue with you. You play evil depravity with me, I'll play deep love with you. Poor Frosty is being played. Denizen, don't you dare try to sugarcoat me. I could never love you. Chen Ningxuan opened her mouth with a trembling voice, but her voice was very weak, and she obviously didn't have much backbone. Oh, how about we make a bet then? Jiang Che revealed a classic bad smile. Bet? Just bet on whether you'll fall in love with me? I'm not betting with you. There's no way I'm going to fall in love with a cultivation loser like you. Chen Ningxuan panicked. Cultivation wastrel? How can you be sure that I am a wastrel? Frosty? A loser is a loser. And grandfather is a loser that grandmaster couldn't even save. Chen Ningxuan directly sidetracked the topic and began to avoid treating Jiang Che's feelings. So now look at me again and see if I'm still scrappy? Since Jiang Che was ready to launch an offensive, he came up and gave Chen Ningxuan a king bomb first. No more pretending. I'll show my cards. I'm a billionaire. Ahem. I'm a Huanjing powerhouse. Chen Ningxuan's eyes instantly widened. She was the closest to Jiang Che and was able to clearly feel the power surging through his body, the majestic internal force flowing through his body surface, strands of pressure spreading out. You are actually at the cultivation level of the Great Circle of Harmonization power? Chen Ningxuan was shocked beyond words. She had actually guessed that Jiang Che had hidden his cultivation, but she hadn't even thought he was actually at the great perfection of harmonization power cultivation. Having been Jiang Che's personal mate for so long, she had naturally touched Jiang Che's bones, and although the cultivation talent of this disciple was incredibly poor, with the resources of the Jiang family in the capital, she could completely pile up her cultivation. Frost, both of us are 19 years old this year. My cultivation level is harmonization power grand circle, while you seem to be. You're only at the late stage of harmonization power, right? The hell? Who's the scrapper? Chen Ningxuan's condescension was once again ruthlessly trampled underfoot. By now, this proud daughter of heaven has fallen from grace. Chen Ningxuan's small mouth was slightly open, already incoherent. Luckily, he still prided himself on being a genius, but his cultivation level was not even comparable to Jiang Che's. What would Jiang Che think of himself then? In his eyes, wouldn't he be a clown? Women are all strong, especially a proud daughter of heaven like Chen Ningxuan. Unconsciously, Jiang Che's original appearance was much smoother in her eyes. How did you do that? With your roots and qualifications, it's simply impossible for you to become a Huanjing great perfection cultivator. What's so impossible? I have the Jiang family in the capital at my back, and I eat good fruit like this every day. Jiang Che took out another vermilion fruit from his pocket, the red fruit emitting a tantalizing aroma. Chen Ningxuan swallowed her saliva. She had read all the ancient books and naturally recognized Zhugua. This kind of fruit could not only improve cultivation qualifications but also refine cultivation. But this was too ostentatious, wasn't it? Eating vermilion fruit as a fruit? Of course, I don't forget to practice during the day. Your bull ting me. I've been keeping an eye on you. You haven't been cultivating at all during this period of time. Chen Ningxuan seemed to have grabbed Jiang Che by the tail. Who said I didn't cultivate? Frosty, have you heard of the combined cultivation technique? Jiang Che's words caused Chen Ningxuan to faintly freeze, and then her face instantly burst into red. Chapter 221, Helping Yuan Heir Become a Dark Power? The skeptical Chen Ningxuan. What did Jiang Che say? Combination of feats? If you say so, that would explain why this asshole is so horny. There are so many girls around. Oof. This done too. You know, to make some crooked things, joint cultivation technique belongs to picking yin to make up for yang. It's very harmful to a girl's body. Chen Ningxuan remembered Donger, that talented young girl, such a genius, a proud daughter of heaven, is actually the cauldron of this denizen? At the thought of this possibility, she glared fiercely at Jiang Che in front of her. Who could come and collect this asshole? TSK. I'm a top-notch merging cultivation technique. It's not comparable to that kind of trashy flower picker. It can drastically improve both parties' physiques as well as their cultivation qualifications. Donger stepped into the zone. Sure, with my help. You're clearly justifying your lust. Jiang Che was just about to say something when Yuan Heir happened to come down from upstairs to forage for food. The little loli had a big appetite, especially when it was almost mealtime. Yuan Heir pouted when she saw Jiang Che and Chen Ningxuan together. Stinking mongrel, when are you going to cook? Sister Yao Yao and I are hungry. Obviously, female brats are up to no good. It was directly fished over by Jiang Che. Yuan Heir, Sigma struggling. You can come and take a look at Yuan Heir's roots and qualifications today. Jiang Che was holding Yuan Heir. The little loli was riding on Jiang Che's lap like a pet cat. Having already given up struggling, her hungry dull hairs were down. Chen Ningxuan tentatively touched Yuan Heir's arm. The little loli's arm was so thin that it seemed like it could be pinched off with a single push. The two of them, Jiang Che and Yuan Heir, were like a German shepherd and a white-haired little teddy, which was horrifying to think about. Wait, I can't believe my qualifications have really improved. Chen Ningxuan was stunned. 2 months ago Yuan Heir's qualifications were still mediocre, but now she could be called a genius. That's right, Yuan Heir is just an ordinary person. It was me who used the combined cultivation technique to help her improve her qualifications. Jiang Che smoothly tugged on the little loli's dull hair, angering Yuan Heir, who viciously bit Jiang Che's arm, but the little girl's lethality was almost zero. Biting a ham sausage or something might be able to break it, but Jiang Che was a harmonization powerhouse and could only leave a puddle of saliva on Jiang Che's arm. Damn pervert, is your skin pig skin? So hard? Jiang Che gently pinched Yuan Heir's soft little face. How about it? Do you want to become an ancient martial artist? Yuan Heir, I only need 1 day to make you a dark force powerhouse, so by then, you'll be able to break my defense. Yuan Heir narrowed her eyes slightly. She was a bit moved. There was nothing wrong with being a mongrel millet worm. But the world of ancient martial arts was much more open sea. The main thing was, she had been bullied by this guy Jiang Che for too long and had to get her revenge back. Lori weighs 75 pounds, 74 pounds all backbones, and 1 pound of hard eyes. Fine, after I become an ancient martial artist, I'll be the first to blow you away. Ah yes, you're right about everything. Jiang Che casually rubbed Yuaner's little head, and his gaze once again looked at Chen Ningxuan. Don't you not believe me? I can make one Heir a dark force martial artist tomorrow. One day is better than 10 years of hard training for others. I don't believe it. Chen Ningxuan was still talking tough. It's fine if you don't believe me. If you watch from the sidelines in a while, I'll let you see with your own eyes how I made her step into the ancient martial arts world. Chen Ningxuan's face blushed slightly after hearing Jiang Che's words, but she was still skeptical of Jiang Che's words. Yuan Heir was quite happy. Jiang Che, let's pull the trigger. You can't regret it. You have to help me become an ancient martial artist. The little girl was so immersed in her own world that she didn't even know what the combined cultivation technique was. The nights are long. The first thing that happened was that he was devastated. You have $1 billion stake in the strong group and you can't even fire a small security guard? I told you. Why don't you just give up? President Lang is my brother-in-law's woman. Who do you think you are? Chen Hao now started to madly taunt Qin Tian when he caught the chance. Qin Tian glared at the damned little security guard, who had spent the afternoon learning about the structure of the strong group. The old boss really wasn't Long Ningqiu. Lang Ningqiu was just the acting CEO. The real chairman of the company was the guy called Jiang Che. The name sounded quite familiar, but I just couldn't think of who it was. Humph, that Jiang Gongzi is just titular. He has no equity at all. Now I'm the biggest shareholder in the company. Sooner or later there will be a day when the strong group will change ownership. You won't be able to laugh then. Chen Hao wasn't in a hurry. As a former victim, he knew too well the pissy nature of this Jiang Che guy. It would be strange for this Qin Tian to have a good ending if he stared at his woman. Ha, just be happy. You won't be able to laugh when you meet Jiang Che. Chen Hao taunted. Even if you are the biggest shareholder of the company, he doesn't put it in his eyes. This is the confidence Jiang Che gave him. But Qin Tian obviously remained incredibly conceited. He was the one who owned the investment system. How the hell can you beat the system? You little Yakuza, just watch and see how I take complete control of the shares of Strong Group and then chase after Lang Ningqiu. Qin Tian let out a vicious sentence and then turned around and left. Chen Hao was happy. Chasing Lang Ningqiu? He didn't even dare to think about it. That's Jiang Che's woman. Now, inside the security room of the Strong Group, there is still a terrifying existence of a Grandmaster Grand Circle, and that guy doesn't come out much on weekdays. But once Lang Ningqiu and the girls are in danger, this guy will definitely step in. From this, it could be seen just how much importance Jiang Che placed on Lang Ningqiu and those beautiful executives. You want to chase condensing autumn? Aren't you looking for in the toilet? Ha ha ha. I've gotten stronger. Dead pervert Yue for a beating. Yuan Heir was very inflated. She felt like she could kill a cow with one punch right now. Anti-bone chick DNA moved. However, in front of Jiang Che's great demon king, even more backbones could only be worn away a little bit. The big hand directly slapped on Yuan Heir's body, suppressing it very easily. Be honest, I don't have the time to clean you up right now. Yuan Heir? Impossible. I'm already this strong. Why am I still no match for this dead pervert? Chen Ningxuan opened her eyes. She had witnessed how Yuan Heir had become a dark force martial artist overnight. Jiang Che was right. He did have the ability to make an ordinary person step into the cultivation of ancient martial arts overnight. Her worldview was turned upside down. She recalled her own cultivation when she was young, practicing internal martial arts, and it took her 3 years to cultivate from Ming Jin to Dark Jin before she could be considered an initiate. But Jiang Che only used one night to make Yuan Heir step into dark power, and directly crossed over the early dark power stage, reaching the mid-stage of dark power cultivation. Her mentality has collapsed. If she can improve her cultivation by sleeping, then wouldn't her 10 years of bitter cultivation become a complete joke? P.S. Cold knowledge. Every reader lord who points to Rushmore gets a white-haired cute lowly. Chapter 222. You bullied Frost, but you can't bully me anymore. Chen Ningxuang's mind crumbled to pieces. What happened last night was very explosive to her, but she saw it with her own eyes. Yuan Heir, an ordinary person, was directly enlightened into a mid-dark force martial artist. You know, even with his own qualifications, it took 3 years to perceive dark power, and it took almost a year to step from the early stage of dark power to the middle stage of dark power. And Yuan Heir's root bone and cultivation qualifications were far worse compared to her own. Soaring to the middle stage of dark power overnight was completely equivalent to riding a rocket. Of course, it's a rocket, but it's not a rocket. Frosty, see, I didn't swindle you, did I? Jiang Che picked Yuan Heir up. The little girl's physique has been getting better and better now. Before it was the little cloth shoes that were not durable, then now it was the rubber shoes that were durable and built to last. No more colds and fevers on the slightest breeze. Yuan Heir lay on Jiang Che's shoulder, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth, biting hard on Jiang Che's shoulder. Although she still couldn't break Jiang Che's defense, but at least she was able to bite out the red marks, so that she saw the hope of retaliating against Jiang Che. Hey, you can't be so skinny everywhere, can you? You've got to have your weaknesses, right? Chen Ningxuan bit her thin lips to death, and her entire face was so red that it was about to drip blood. Of course she knew the meaning of Jiang Che's words, and it could be said that Jiang Che's this was a young plot. He possessed the ability to help people improve their cultivation qualifications and internal strength cultivation, only that the method of this improvement was difficult to talk about. Frost, if you have my help, you'll be able to become an astral power master in 3 months at most. How about it? Are you impressed? Jiang Che's voice was extremely compelling. Yuan Er seemed to have understood Jiang Che's meaning as well, and her teeth were almost clenched in anger. So I'm part of your play? Stinky Jiang Che, stinky fish. And Chen Ningxuan had already been in a state of confusion, found an excuse to leave in a hurry, and almost fell before leaving. After standing by the bedside for the whole night last night, her legs were a little soft. Frost, come find me when you've considered it. Oh, let me help you improve your cultivation qualifications, and when the time comes, not to mention Grandmaster, I'll help you to become a god in martial arts. Jiang Che looked at Chen Ningxuan's wretched back and gently licked his thin lips. Chen Ningxuan would probably take the bait on her own soon. Miscellaneous fish. Jiang Che's gaze once again looked at Yuan Er, and his entire body was somewhat helpless. This female brat was truly incomparably headache-inducing. Yuan Er, you are now an ancient martial artist, but it's just empty internal strength. But it's enough for you to protect yourself. It's enough to clean up some hooligans on weekdays. Jiang Che jerked the little lowly's little head. A little lowly like Yuan Er. It's just too lethal to men. To be honest, Yuan Er lived in the slums when she was a child. So pretty and cute. It was like a piece of cake falling into a rat hole. Not being gnawed to the point of not even having any crumbs left can only be said that the Heavenly Destiny heroine Zora is very counterintuitive. Being a man, he knows best what men think. Of course, it wasn't just Yuan Er, but also Yi Mengyao, Bai Rangwei and the others. Their strength should all be slowly raised up, at least so that they have the ability to defend themselves. Yao, Rosebud, come over here for a moment. I'll ask you a question. Do you want to become an ancient martial artist? Who are you? What do you want? I'm the biggest shareholder of the Strong Group. This is the Strong Group. Security guard, what are you doing? Help me. Qin Tian was desperate. He had never thought that he would even be taken by force inside the Strong Group, and the employees inside the company seemed to be watching the show. Surprisingly, none of them called the police. Before being dragged away, he looked helpfully at Chen Hao in the security room. Save me dash. But obviously, how could Chen Hao help him? That Jiang Che guy is vindictive. If you offend him, you're lucky to be alive. Chen Hao let out a cold smile in his heart. He had now seen the situation clearly, although he was still incomparably hateful towards Jiang Che. But for now, he could only endure it. He's got a cell phone. He's going to call the police. Chen Hao hastily reminded. Qin Tian, how dare you call the police? Qin Tian was dragged into a van by 5 men in black. In the van, Qin Tian screamed miserably. What do you want? Be careful, I'll call the police. Don't you touch me. I'd rather die. Wang Zhang, who drove the car, listened to the screams coming from the trunk. His body rose a layer of goosebumps. Jiang Shao, this is where to find the 2 perverts. But you should say it or not. Jiang Shao means real flowers. In the future, no one can offend young Master Jiang, or the consequences. Or else the consequences will be too much for the average man to bear. 2 hours later, the van circled around the entire suburb of Hangzhou, and then redrove back to the entrance of the Strong Group. While the door of the car was pulled open, and a naked and miserable-looking man was thrown down. The whole person was writhing like a maggot, looking extremely miserable. What the hell? Chen Hao's eyes widened, but he quickly reacted. Wasn't this damn the same Qin Tian who had just been taken away? This is a pouting explosion, isn't it? Look at this. It's bleeding. It's not a hemorrhoid, is it? It's too bad. Chen Hao's heart rose with a gust of vicious chills, and the fear of Jiang Che in his heart once again rose to another level. It's a good thing I have a sister. Otherwise, with the kind of bad attitude he had towards Jiang Che, he would have only ended up even more miserable than this Qin Tian. But Jiang Che was slow to make a move against himself. It must have been for Frost's sake. Yes, that must be it. Jiang Che, you bullied Frost, so you can't bully me anymore, haha. Obviously, Chen Hao's bottom line is flexible and changeable. At this moment, Qin Tian had completely collapsed and was lying on the ground. His eyes stared at the sky listlessly, and a tearing pain came from somewhere. He was pouting as a straight man? He wanted to die. And just then, a few more faces appeared in his field of vision. Many passersby held up their cell phones and began to take crazy pictures of him, in broad daylight, even made such a hurtful thing. This is absolutely proper big melon. Just like some time ago a man was a woman on a leash to the street for people to watch the same blow up. Don't shoot me. He panicked and covered his face, but it was of no use. Moreover, the news spreads very fast on the internet. Shin Tian's face can be considered to be disgraced. As for who would do something like pouting and exploding Shin Tian, other than the two of them, Kang and Lin Yu, who else could it be? Only this wave. Wang Zhang, Lu Tai, and Su Baojun, and the three of them were also involved. It's a strong combination. The achievement of only Shin Tian being the only one injured was reached. Chapter 223, I can get my hands on it. And you can only get your hands on it in the hospital. Damn it, who the hell is it? Don't let me catch you. His entire body was lying on the bed. He was so thoroughly destroyed that it hurt to lie down now, so he could only lie down. But more than the physical pain, it's the mental trauma that's hard to bear. Soon police officers were arriving at the hospital. That's right, Shin Tian couldn't stand the humiliation of calling the police. Mr. Shin, are you saying that someone kidnapped and raped you? A few police officers in uniform frowned slightly. This kind of thing, they still rarely encountered it. Cases of men violating women they come across all the time. Cases of women violating men. It's not like they haven't encountered them before, but men violating men, and even pouted into the hospital. That's a blast. At the sight of Shin Tian's miserable appearance on the hospital bed, a young junior police officer could not help but stifle a laugh. What are you laughing at? Shin Tian's already crumbling mind exploded even more. Ahem, you're looking at it wrong. I'm not laughing. The little cop covered his mouth and forced himself to look incredibly serious. I can clearly see you laughing. You were laughing at me. Mr. Shin, we are highly trained and usually don't laugh unless we can't help it. Shin Tian, damn, a bunch of unreliable cops. I was raped by a man. You guys have to do something for me, Shin Tian cried. Don't worry, we will definitely do the right thing for you. Do you have any impression of the person who violated you? The police officer in charge asked patiently. The weather was bad that afternoon, and the van was so dimly lit that all I could see was a shiny bald guy who seemed to be yelling something about Kung. The policeman thought for a moment, then picked up a piece of paper and sketched out a human shape on it at speed. Does he look like this? Looking at the portrait on the white paper, a large bald man in a cotton jacket with a chainsaw in his hand. The corners of his mouth twitched. Not this tree-cutting bald guy. Avalanche. But, Mr. Shin, there's something I need to tell you first. Even if we catch the suspect, because you're a man, you won't be guilty of rape, and your injuries are not serious. You can't be convicted of intentional injury, only molestation. Indecent assault would be a lesser sentence. Out in a couple months, maybe only half a month in custody. Shin Tian. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from outside the door. Autumn, the major shareholder of our company is living in this ward, right? The voice was familiar to Shin Tian, and his entire body struggled to get up from the hospital bed. As soon as he looked up, he saw two most familiar figures. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than the two of them, Jiang Che and Long Ningqiu. The two of them walked into the hospital room with a smile on their face, and Jiang Che's big hand was still wrapped around Long Ningqiu's thin waist, and they were close to each other. Shin Tian's entire body instantly exploded with emotion, but before he could open his mouth, Jiang Che opened his mouth in mock surprise. Yo, so you're the biggest shareholder of my company? My respects. A cheap and cute smile appeared on Jiang Che's face, and Shin Tian almost didn't die of anger when he looked at him. Why are you with Mr. Lying? He was lying on the hospital bed, pouting his butt off and raging. Why not? I'm the chairman of the strong group. And Xior is my woman. With that said, Jiang Che's big hand pressed down on the back of Long Ningqiu's neck and kissed it. Shin Tian's eyes widened as he watched. The shoes you can't afford to buy are worn out by others. You're an investor in the strong group? I see. You guys are digging a hole for me, aren't you? Shin Tian looked at the smiling Long Ningqiu as well as Jiang Che, who had a playful look on his face. He instantly understood everything. Long Ningqiu was Jiang Che's person, and before, Long Ningqiu took the initiative to call himself. Inviting him to take a stake in joining the strong group was also done on purpose. They've joined forces to screw themselves. Before he invested, everyone in the company treated him as a grandpa, but after he invested, he became a grandson. He couldn't even fire a small security guard. You're a ing dog. Having a Gu Lingfei isn't enough. You won't even let go of Long Ningqiu? Don't listen to him, Mr. Lang. This one already has a woman. He's got his foot in two boats. Shin Tian hissed out. And what blew him away even more was yet to come. Long Ningqiu's eyebrows moved slightly. The aura of the flower of the high mountain instantly melted, and her fox-like eyes looked towards Jiang Che, her eyes secretly containing autumn water. Even if Master has more women around him, Autumn will always love him. Shin Tian, Cops on the sidelines. It's so blown up. Qin Tian was already incoherent with anger. His hand trembled as he pointed at Zhang Che in front of him, looking at the bad smile that was held at the corner of Zhang Che's mouth. He seemed to have thought of something. Comrade officer. It's definitely him. It's definitely him who victimized me. It's definitely him. And the policeman looked at him with a look. Mr. Qin. Mr. Jiang is the son of the richest man in the world. How could he be the murderer who molested you? This is too comical. That's right. Before you said that the one who threatened you was a big bald guy. You are now incoherent and your mental condition is worrying. Qin Tian, no, that bald guy must be the one he's looking for. It's just a shame that his words no longer carry any credibility. The cops took notes and left. Qin Tian stared at Zhang Che dead on. If his eyes could kill, Zhang Che would have already died countless times. This is the second time we've met, right? Why do you repeatedly target me? Zhang Che laughed and shook his head. If me picking up girls is considered targeting you, then wouldn't everyone in the entire world be targeting you? Qin Tian was speechless from Zhang Che's sophistry. You wait for me. I now hold 31% of the shares of Strong Sheng Group, belonging to the largest shareholder. Sooner or later I will take over Strong Sheng Group one day. His gaze then went back to Lang Ningqiu. General Manager Lang, you must have been blinded by this bastard. Sooner or later I'm going to let you see how big the gap between him and me really is. Qin Tian's appearance of the Zhang Che are almost given a whole happy. A glance of the top true. Identified as pure retardation. How big was the gap between you and me before? Oh, the difference between us is, I can get my hands on it, and you can only get your hands on it. Zhang Che's flirty words completely broke Qin Tian's defense. A son of Qi like Qin Tian belongs to the divine hero protagonists of the ancient times, who only knows how to punch faces and pretend to be a pussy. There is no sense of propriety at all, but Chang likes this kind of small zero without propriety. After all, Lin Yu is his hand to train up. Brother Chang had now had his first taste of Qin Tian. If Zhang Che hadn't prevented them from taking him away, I'm afraid that the current Qin Tian would have already entered Brother Chang's small dark room. Zhang Che was still waiting for this guy to explode his gold coins. After exploding these 1 billion, Zhang Che was still waiting for this guy to explode his gold coins. Zhang Che was still very relieved. Although his own strength wasn't great, he was the nightmare of every son of Qi. After Qin Tian was completely brainwashed, he would be able to use it for himself then. After all, this bastard's ability to predict the stock market is really powerful. It would be a waste to put this kind of golden finger in the hands of a little trash like him, but in the hands of professional investors like Lang Ningqiu and the others, it's a super scary money-sucking machine. The infuriated Qin Tian obviously didn't know. Zhang Che had already mapped out his future life path for him. Chapter 224, Bai Long pays a visit to the door. Injustice seed Lao Deng's mentality collapses. Dude, you can't even do that? You're just pissed off? Looking at the exasperated Qin Tian, Zhang Che was rather speechless in his heart. It's just easy to straighten out a son of Qi like this who will only be impotent and furious, without a bit of city or heart. How can I put it? The eyes are clear and stupid. When Qin Tian fainted, Zhang Che naturally had no other interest and walked out of the hospital room with his arm around Lang Ningqiu with a smile on his face. Autumn, this one's on the hook, ready for pig slaughter. Lang Ningqiu's willow eyebrows arched, her smile like a fox, revealing cunning. Master, when the time comes, you can hold a meeting in the company, and our sisters will transfer all the shares into your hands, so that your shareholding will reach the level of absolute control, and you can easily kick Qin Tian out. 95% of the executives holding shares in the entire Jiangxin Group were Zhang Che's people, and although their shares were all scattered, they were actually all Zhang Che's in the final analysis. Not to mention that the market value of Jiangxin Group today is only a few billion. Even if it becomes a super large company with a market value of trillions of dollars, Lang Ningqiu and the girls are still incredibly loyal to Zhang Che, and 100% loyalty is not a joke. You're really quite shrewd. A person who grows 800 heart eyes, Zhang Che teased. Lang Ningqiu held Zhang Che's arm, her tongue gently licking her upper lip. Master, people have more than just heart eyes. Oh, the woman exhaled in Zhang Che's ear, causing Zhang Che to be speechless. Although this condensing autumn was a business-type puppet beauty produced by the system, it was actually just like an ordinary woman, except that her loyalty to herself was pulled full circle. Ha! What a vixen! Aha! Autumn is a vixen who specializes in seducing her master. Let's go back to the company first. Autumn, where is your office? Let's discuss how to milk Qin Tian dry next. It was only 2 hours later that Zhang Che walked out of the strong group. The whole person is refreshed. When he passed by the security room, he even smiled and gave Chen Hao a greeting. Thanks for today, great uncle. Looking at Zhang Che's appearance, Chen Hao's mind exploded. Zhang Che was only wearing a thin, white, low-necked shirt, and a few small strawberries had been planted on his neck, so it was clear at a glance what he had just done. Who else could plant strawberries for him? it would have to be the cold-hearted CEO. Of course, he now has not dared to think about Qin Xiaoqiao, Lang Ningqiu, these beautiful women, and even his sister's hatred has faded a lot. He just wants to be his own little security guard, slowly obscene development and then become stronger. Good morning, young Master Jiang. It's almost afternoon now. Brother-in-law, you guided too much last night, ah? Confused? Jiang Che grinned and walked over to Chen Hao, reaching out and patting his shoulder, his palm infused with internal force. With a slap, Chen Hao stumbled. Pay attention to your body. Small jacking is good. Big jacking hurts your body. And while jacking goes up in smoke, take the time to go to the foot washing city to wash your feet. All your worries are gone. Chen Hao, you have the ing nerve to say that? You told me to take care of my health? You're surrounded by so many women. Sooner or later, you're gonna ing die. Although he was hurling curses at Jiang Che in his heart, he could only heave a smile. Young Master Jiang, you taught me a lesson. The Jiang family. Young Master, someone outside is looking for you? Says he's the head of the Bai family in Hangchang, and Bai Jia's father. Jiang Che was lying on the sofa, with the little ragdoll Su Mianmian lying on his lap, smoothing her fur. Su Mianmian comfortably squinted her eyes, and flicked her little tail twice every now and then. Rosie, on the other hand, was wearing a purely desirable and cute home pajamas, sitting on Jiang Che's side and squeezing his shoulders. The two of them, Yuan Heir and Yi Mengyao, were eating snacks and catching up with the drama, and the atmosphere in the whole house was very cozy. Looking up at the little maid, the White family's head? White Dragon, looks like this old kid got some news, said Jiang Che as he gazed at little Rose. Your real father is here. He's probably here to find you. Rose's gaze narrowed slightly, and a tremor flashed in her eyes for a split second, but then disappeared. Brother Jiang Che, I don't want to go back to the Bai family. I only want you. White Rose is really, simply adorable. Ah, this kind of girl who puts all her heart and soul into herself. If Jiang Che says that his heart isn't moved, that's something that's definitely impossible. It's better to meet. It's your real father after all. Jiang Che gently pinched the girl's face. The White Dragon was thrilled, especially the moment the door of the Jiang family opened. Oh, his eldest daughter, whom he had not seen for more than 10 years. Mr. Jiang, first time. This is a gift for you. White Dragon was still very sensible. After all, his own small family head of a third-rate family was a few hairs in front of others. Jiang Che, gifts are not necessary. Jiang Che waved his hand. Are you here about Jay? The White Dragon scratched his head in some embarrassment. He just briefly glanced at the house. The whole thing was blowing up. Ah, that's a lot of girls, isn't it? Excluding the little maids, there were at least 5 or 6 pretty girls. Ahem, young Master Jiang, since you and Xiajie are in love, then naturally I, as a father, can't say anything more. The White Dragon coped with Jiang Che's words while his eyes were still darting around, and eventually his gaze rested on Rosebud's body. It's too similar. It was just like the woman he remembered. Although he had only met Rose for the first time, he could be 100% sure that this was his own daughter. Although he was excited, this old dang still forcefully suppressed the ecstasy within himself. Wei, is she that big already? A little girl in a place like the Middle East. How did she survive? He can't imagine. A feeling of guilt spread in its heart. He really, sorry about this daughter. And his own daughter was actually massaging Mr. Jiang? This made him feel bad in his heart. And Wei had also become Jiang Che's woman. Damn, what a birth. Jiang Che's originally handsome face suddenly became loathsome in the eyes of the White Dragon. Ha, young Master Jiang, this girl looks like my Xiajie. The White Dragon opened his mouth in a pretense of doubt. Jiang Che glanced at him with indifferent eyes. Ask directly what you want to ask. Don't ing beat around the bush like a pussy. White Dragon, he was on the verge of tears. He wanted to ask, is there any son-in-law in this world who talks to his father-in-law in this tone? Of course, he was still very self-aware. Even if he had sent both of his daughters to young Master Jiang's bed, he was still not qualified to have Jiang Che call him father-in-law. After all, the gap between the Bai family and the Jiang family was just too great. It's not just a matter of saying that the door is right for the family, as it has been since the beginning of time. Chapter 225 SSS Great Piano Art, Sumion Shock. Rose also looked up at the White Dragon at that moment, but then her gaze moved elsewhere. Jiang Che slowly got up, his big hand slapped Su Mianmian's butt. Stay aside. Meow dash a mournful scream. The snow-white ragdoll cat jumped directly from Jiang Che's lap. Jiang Che, you. I curse you for giving birth to a son without an asshole. $$grass hashtag at %UN hashtag at. Well, was able to hear that Su Mianmian cursed dirty. Jiang Che put his arm around little Rose. Bai Jia should have told you, right? I asked her to take that blood identification report back to show you. Jiang Che's words caused Bai Tianlong to be slightly startled. Young Master Jiang, I read that report. Is Wei really my daughter? My appraisal report is from both of them. They're both sisters. Whether you're the real father or not I don't know. The corner of White Dragon's mouth twitched. Mr. Jiang is joking. How could I not be the real father? I did more than a dozen bloodline identification reports when I first picked up Xiaojie and returned her to the Bai family. Jie is definitely my own daughter. Too close to be true. Jiang Che glanced at the White Dragon. You're a strict old man, aren't you? That's not how rich people find their relatives in TV dramas, is it? Shouldn't the blood test report be switched by the black-hearted stepmother? And then the drama is played out for dozens of episodes in a haphazard manner? Then it's true. Chance is your daughter. After Jiang Che finished speaking, White Day Dragon's entire body trembled. Wei, have you been doing well all these years? Rose. Jiang Che could see that little Rosebud was not a fan of this real father, and the little girl still preferred him as her godfather. She spoke directly on behalf of Rose. Do you think a little girl can have a good life in the Middle East? It was better when Bai Tianhui was alive. But later. Oh, Wei, father is sorry. White Dragon directly burst into old tears. Okay, old and you wanna cry, go cry on the other side. Rosebud is happy with me. Can you not be happy night after night? White Dragon. Jiang Che's sentence Lao Deng hung on for dear life and didn't send him away. But after thinking about Jiang Che's identity, old Deng is old Deng. The pinyin of the word Deng starts with a D, and the pinyin of dad also starts with a D. Equivalent substitution. Duke Jiang is just calling out his old man. It was also fortunate that Jiang Che's her heart pass could only hear a woman's heart, or else he definitely wouldn't have been able to strain himself. Okay, my Rosebud doesn't seem to like you as a real dad. You can go now. The White Dragon man went numb. Sir Jiang. Men, see off the guests. White Dragon was thus invited out of the Jiang family's gate. Looking at the slowly closing door, the White Dragon seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. But soon, he seemed to remember something. Since things have come to this, I can only use this opportunity to increase the influence of the Bai family in Hangzhou. The two daughters have become Jiang Che's women, so this thigh should be hugged firmly, right? He grinned out again. As they say, a smile is 10 years less. With nothing to do at home, Jiang Che began to play the piano again. After all, SSS-ranked piano technique can't be idle. Above the pure white piano, Jiang Che's fingers gently leaped on the piano keys. White Rosebud moved a small stool and sat aside, her eyes looking at Jiang Che in fascination. She seemed to see a layer of light from brother Jiang Che's body. Jiang Che played the Blue Danube, and the sound of the piano was sometimes soothing and sometimes light. That's a familiar tune, isn't it? Isn't it the Blue Danube? Isn't this a parallel dimension? There's a song like this? I don't think so, right? The little Muppet cat lying on the closet Su Mianxian was shocked. Before she crossed over, she was the most famous little piano goddess in the entire conservatory. A talented pianist who had won the first prize in the province. But unfortunately, before she could have a piano recital of her own, she met the enemy of her life, a dump truck, which sent her into a parallel dimension as a poor and helpless Muppet cat, and had to suffer from the bullying of a certain demon king. The little Muppet dug into the closet and skillfully rummaged through a small cell phone, then unlocked the code and began typing away with his two little paws. Piano piece Blue Danube. No? Since there's no such song, then this guy. It's not possible that he's from my hometown, is it? For a moment, Sumian felt a feeling of hot tears. Old-timers meet old-timers and kill them. Ahem. It's 2 tears. He's a good pianist. He's got some of my skills. The Blue Danube is not a difficult piece of music, but the number of people who can play such a mood is still quite small. So it's just that your sister Sue is now a cat, or else high and low for you to play 2 songs. But soon, Sumian's attitude gelled. Jiang Che changed the tune, directly changing from the relaxed and soothing earlier to an incomparably exciting one. It's Wild Bees Flying? Cut. Stinky is showing off his skills again. It's just a little bit more than 7 points of my strength. Afterward, Jiang Che continued to raise the intensity and began to show off his skills with the Croatian Rhapsody and Piano Concerto No. 3. In the end, it returned to Blue Danube, as calm as the calm after a storm. Only this time Jiang Che directly utilized his SSS-ranked pianism to the extreme, playing out a different mood. The real piano masters, instead of a few showmanship, can be an ordinary and gentle piano music to play to return to the basics is the real master. Mion's entire body. Heir no. It was the entire cat that froze. Staring blankly at Jiang Che's figure, she seemed to see the shadows of the piano sages of all generations in this last song. Blue Danube. MacArthur all but said he couldn't evaluate. Asterisk. Great God nah. God please accept my knee. Jiang Che intentionally or unintentionally glanced over the restless Su Miannian in the closet and successfully collected a little fangirl. Brother Jiang Che, you're so powerful. Little Rosebud's eyes were on the verge of sparkling with stars. At the same time the little hand touched the piano keys eagerly, making a pleasant piano sound. What? Want to learn? I'll teach you? Can I? But my hands have only ever touched guns. Rose spoke hesitantly. Ahem. I used to touch a real gun. Now I touch real guns too. Sure, baby, I'll teach you. Saying that, Jiang Che held Rose on top of his lap and taught her to play the piano by hand. Jiang Che is a national-level piano player. What? You asked why Jiang Che is a piano player when everyone else is a piano master? Let's just say no at all. Chapter 226, Finding a Master for White Rose? Take down Gu Lingfei. It's okay. You're so smart. Rosebud, you're no less talented at the piano than I am. Jiang Che kissed Rose's cheeks, and he was indeed a bit surprised. He then taught just one whip. Once, the girl learned how to play the piano and even memorized the sounds of most of the keys. Rose blushed and lowered her head. Brother Jiang Che, it's you who taught me well. Jiang Che laughed out loud. This little ninny even knows how to be shy? Meow. My goodness, this girl is really a piano genius. It took me 3 days to familiarize myself with the piano in the first place. But Rosebud, she's learning so fast? Could it be that she's an innate piano sacred body? The innate piano sacred body is as terrifying as it is. Sumian has been attracted by the sound of the piano. From inside the closet came to the piano cover, close to enjoy the sound of the piano, although she is now a tiny one, but still have a pianist dream. Jiang Che gently touched Rose's head. Your piano talent can't be wasted. With your talent, baby, you will definitely be able to shine in the world of piano in the future. You're going to wear a beautiful evening gown and play alone in the world's largest piano recital hall, and become the most sought-after pianist in the world. It had to be said that the bright future that Jiang Che had woven made Rosie not be able to help but yearn for it. But at the same time, it also made Rose feel inferior. She was just a mercenary with blood on her hands before. After all, in a place like the Middle East, she was going to be killed if she didn't kill. Her hands are stained with blood. How can she play with such clean, white keys? But the future in Jiang Che's mouth really made her yearn for it very much. Brother Jiang Che, can I really? The young girl raised her eyes looking towards Jiang Che, and her eyes seemed to contain thousands of stars. But Jiang Che hadn't even opened his mouth. Of course, an excited voice came from the doorway, followed by a bang sound, and the door was kicked straight open. Gu Lingfei's figure barged right in. Sister Fei Fei, why are you off work so early? Jiang Che opened his mouth in feigned surprise. Jiang Che, who possessed her heart-link skill, had long since detected that Gu Lingfei was eavesdropping on the wall outside the door. Gu Lingfei walked quickly to White Rose's body. Surveying the young girl in front of him, he couldn't stop nodding his head. His eyes looked at Jiang Che again. Xiao Che, this girl Rose's piano talent is too strong. It definitely can't be buried just like that. I met an Austrian female pianist when I was studying in Rice before. She is the second-ranked female pianist in the world, with a very high eye. I wanted to study under her at first but was rejected. But Chance's piano talent could definitely amaze her. Gu Lingfei excitedly pulled up Rose's small hand. TSK. The bone shape of this little hand, emerald green and long knuckles, born to play the piano. Rose looked at Jiang Che helpfully, while Jiang Che smiled and nodded. Chul, I know that your piano attainments are also very good, but you can't possibly teach her yourself every day, right? Not to mention the various piano competitions in the future. It's definitely necessary to have a professional teacher. Gu Lingfei spoke to herself. If I can, I'll just make a phone call and have her fly over from Austria. She's nearly 60 years old and has yet to take on an apprentice. She's been quite anxious lately. I'll make one phone call and she'll come over. Guaranteed. Hepman, you can search for it. A true world-class piano virtuoso. Jiang Che shrugged. He didn't intend to personally teach Rosebud to play the piano anyway. After all, this thing was too time-consuming. With that kind of time, it would be better to clean up more chirography or get all mushy in bed with the girls more often. Gu Lingfei belonged to the kind of woman who was in a hurry and made a direct oceanic call. Gu, why did you remember to call me so late? The language on the other side was actually Chinese as well, and it was spoken quite standardly. MS. Hepman, I have discovered a young girl in the Dragon Kingdom who is 100 times more talented on the piano than I am, now only 19 years old, and I wonder if I can inspire your love of talent? So saying, the woman across the table was shocked to the point of shock. Gu, you're not kidding me, are you? 100 times more talented on the piano? Do I look like a joker to you? The person on the other side of the line was silent for a few moments, then hung up, and at that moment, in the middle of another kingdom of the world, a woman with gray sideburns was sitting in front of a black piano, fuming, her backbone sitting straight. The old face could not hide her inner temperament. Just as the saying goes, the same applies to the piano. None other than the Austrian national treasure pianist Hepman. Gu Lingfei and her were just casual acquaintances, but she had a deep impact on this dragon girl, an extremely proud girl with a strong piano talent. She had once worshipped a teacher before, and was rejected by her. Although Gu Lingfei's talent was strong, it did not meet her own standards for accepting disciples. Her disciples' future achievements had to surpass her own. and Gu Lingfei was clearly unqualified. But this dragon girl never talks big either, so she should really have met a gem. The thought made her ecstatic, and she made a phone call to her assistant. Prepare the ticket to fly to the Dragon Kingdom tomorrow and get me a visa. I'm going to the Dragon Kingdom. Ha, MS. Hepman, you have a piano recital tomorrow. Push it. Hepman's tone was firm as could be, and no one could stop her from taking on an apprentice. The night is deepening. Rose played a few tentative tunes and then went to bed. Gu Lingfei, on the other hand, blocked Jiang Che in front of the piano. Well, you kid are even hiding it from your sister Fifi, aren't you? When did you become so good at the piano? At this moment, Gu Lingfei was only wearing a home-type white pajamas, and had just taken a bath not too long ago. The tips of her hair were still stained with dots of water droplets, and her collarbones were even pink from the hot steam. Vacuum-packed? No at all. The curves of the body are concave and convex. One arm carries on the piano cover. The whole person carries a different kind of charm. I've always been good at the piano. I just haven't had the chance to show it before. Jiang Che sized up Gu Lingfei. Who could hold back this Nima? His AK was harder to suppress than the corners of his mouth. How about, I'll show you how to behave tonight? Gu Lingfei, on the other hand, smiled and covered her mouth. She still quite enjoyed teasing this stupid brother. TSK sister Fifi, you really have the potential to be a scum girl. Gu Lingfei laughed twice, then pointed at herself. No way? I'm incredibly high-strung in front of other people, the kind that doesn't even say a word, said the woman. On the face of the smile all disappeared, replaced by a cold and contemptuous eyes, a second to transform into a cold and arrogant lonely iceberg female president. If you can wear a half-frame gold glasses would be even more perfect. Sideways, glancing sideways at Jiang Che, his eyes were like looking at trash as he coldly said, on your knees, on the playwright. But the next moment even she couldn't strain a smile. Jiang Che was speechless. He didn't think that under the mask of Gu Lingfei, the iceberg president, there was still a funny woman's heart hidden. But well, how dare you make me kneel? I can't carry the old man's foot. Today I must show you what it means to be a blazing kobold. Blah blah blah. With Jiang Che's 5 feet 8 inches height he should be a blazing troll. Chapter 227, Su Mian. You don't want the fact that you're a traveler to be found out, do you? Early the next morning, Jiang Che woke up early. On weekdays Gu Lingfei woke up very early, and often when Jiang Che was still in bed, she had already left for the office. But today's Gu Lingfei was a rare bedwetter. Jiang Che looked at the sleeping woman, and the sense of guilt in his heart increased yet again. Gently, he took the arms around his waist off, then dressed and got out of bed, ready to go make a nourishing bit of breakfast. As a result, just as he went out, he happened to run into Heir, who woke up in the morning to pee. The little loli gave Jiang Che a death glare, so angry that she gritted her teeth. Pervert, you must have bullied Sister Gu, right? I'll bite you to death. I 1/4 OE, I 1/4 OE. Jiang Che was in a rather good mood, and was too lazy to bother about anything with this female brat. Anyway, evil people have their own evil people to grind. Hey, Jiang Che, Sister Yao Yao's aunt is here. Make some hot congee, not too greasy. Jiang Che was speechless. Old man stepping on a big villain. Which one of the sons of fortune shall not shake 3 times when they see me? I can't believe you've become a full-time nanny, but after all, they are their own women. Spoiled, just spoiled a bit. Big deal. Later in other aspects of revenge, back to chant. Finished. It's finished. It's 9 o'clock. Gu Lingfei jogged out of the bedroom in a panic, wearing only one shoe on her foot, and walking in a rather odd posture, rummaging around for his bag and papers. Alright, Sister Fifi, I've informed your secretary to give you a day off. Jiang Che forced Gu Lingfei onto the bed again. Sometimes it wasn't good for a woman to be too career-oriented. But I have a meeting this morning. For some reason, Gu Lingfei, who was originally very strong when it came to work, when she met Jiang Che's eyes again, her entire aura instantly disappeared, just like a pissed-off little sheep. Jiang Che brought the cooked porridge over. His tone was a bit soft. Look at you. You won't be laughed at when you go to the company? Gu Lingfei looked at Jiang Che's clear and handsome face, and a few flashes of scarlet rose on her pretty face. Sister Fei, if you're like this, won't you have to go to the office with a big belly when you get pregnant in the future? Jiang Che didn't speak in a good mood, while Gu Lingfei's face had already reddened to the roots of her ears. Pregnant. Chul. He wants to get himself pregnant? To give birth to his child? That's moving too fast, isn't it? Fast forwarding straight to having children? The woman's mind was in complete disarray. Suddenly, Jiang Che saw the little ragdoll Su Mian lying on the coat rack, and his thin lips hooked up into a smile. This little wildcat, usually delicious and lazy, on the basis that he is a cat VIP perspective, has seen a lot. It's about time you showed up. Sister Fifi, remember the joke I told you before? My cat can do backflips. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Su Mian, who was taking a nap on her back, instantly woke up, perked up her two cat ears, and looked towards Jiang Che's side. Gu Lingfei looked at Jiang Che expressionlessly. He, Xiao Che, do you really think I have a low laugh point? I never laugh inside the company on weekdays. Jiang Che glanced at Su Mianyang, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a deep smile. Looking at Su Mianyang's chrysanthemums tightened. What's he up to? What does he see? Stinking asshole, I'm not going to perform a backflip. Don't think I'm going to lick you just because you play the piano well. Jiang Che also didn't say anything. He just took out a zhugua from the system space and shook it in his hand, the meaning of which was self-evident. Su Mianyang instantly had a feeling of scalp numbness. Although her body was covered in hair, she had the feeling of being stripped of her hair and standing naked in front of Jiang Che. He's not going to find out I'm a traveler, is he? This was her biggest secret. Upholding the rule of Go Dao to Shang, Su Mian directly played dumb, pretended not to hear, and even played with the teasing stick to herself. But the next second, a sorrowful voice reached her ears. Su Mian, you don't want the fact that you're a traveler to be discovered either, do you? Who's who? Su Mian was so startled that she catapulted up and jumped 3 feet, even doing a backflip in the air, her cat hair exploding all over her body. Gu Lingfei directly covered her mouth and her eyes went wide. Really know how to backflip? Obviously. Gu Lingfei hadn't heard the words Jiang Che had just said, and all she saw was Jiang Che telling the cat to backflip, and then the little ragdoll backflipped. That's right, Jiang Che was ready to have a showdown with Su Mianyang, and the benefits he had given to this little wildcat would soon be returned with interest. Jiang Che, as a strong person with a great circle of Huanjing, had also made a breakthrough in the past few days while practicing with Yuaner and Donger and the others, and was on the verge of stepping into the realm of a half-step zongshi, naturally mastering the ability to force the sound into a line, compressing the sound and then making it audible to a fixed certain person. Su Mian at the moment people have been stupid, but she is still very meticulous, lying on the ground and pretending to be crazy. Just now it must be that she heard wrong. Still pretending to be crazy? Hurry up and get up and perform a few backflips for me. Amuse my sister Fei Fei, and I can bestow this vermilion fruit upon you. Oh. This time Su Mianyang could no longer maintain her composure and looked up just in time to meet Jiang Che's mysterious smile. It's over. My identity as a traveler is exposed. But this shouldn't be. And how did he know my name? It's my name from a previous life. There's no way my name was renamed with this cat, right? But now she couldn't think about it so much anymore. Let's just flip it first. Exposure is definitely exposure. Su Mianyang had the good sense to start a backflip, causing Gu Lingfei to be surprised. This cat, it's too smart too, isn't it? Can't it be clever? There's a young girl's soul living in there. This stinking asshole. How the hell did he tell who I was? Wait, then in that case, wouldn't he know about me lying on my bed every day these days spying on him and those girls? Pervert, knowing full well that my soul is a simple and naive human girl. How could you even do it in front of me? Exposure freak ah. Su Mianyang's words heard Jiang Che was speechless. Pushing female steamed shrimp head ah. It's obvious that you come here every night by yourself. Even if you close the door to your room you can come in through the window. And you're very excited about studying. Jiang Che didn't even dare to open her heart pass to listen to Su Mianyang's heart. The old dirty woman are. So you're blaming me? Come here, sip. Jiang Che squatted down and summoned Su Mian over. You're calling the dog. But Su Mianyang still honestly came in front of Jiang Che and was picked up by him. Sister Fifi, breakfast is ready. Don't forget to eat it. By the way, Heir has ointment inside her drawer. You can ask her to order some, otherwise you won't be able to go to the office tomorrow. Gu Lingfei's beautiful eyes glared at Jiang Che. After Gu Lingfei left, Su Mianyang directly jumped out of Jiang Che's arms. Lying dead on the ground, he looked at the tall man in front of him. For a little ragdoll cat that had just turned 1 year old, the 1 meter 8 Jiang Che was tantamount to a supergiant. Are you able to overhear my heart? Chapter 228, Letting a Cat Play the Croatian Rhapsody? Su Mian was very flustered in her heart at this time. Staring vigilantly at Jiang Che in front of her, she wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was witty as hell. Last time, she had vaguely guessed whether this guy Jiang Che had some ability to eavesdrop on other people's hearts. After all, every time she had cursed him in her heart, she would soon be punished. And this time, she was almost certain that Jiang Che must have some ability to hear her heart. Meow meow meow. Su Mian called out twice at Jiang Che. Hey, if you can hear my heart, why don't you just say it? Jiang Che smiled. This little wildcat was quite smart. Yes, I do hear your heart, and I do know your identity as a traveler. Wearing as a cat, you're a mess. Su Mian's heart sank. And it was true. No wonder she always felt that the way this Jiang Che guy looked at himself was always a bit off. So he's been able to hear his own heart for a long time. Then he himself had been lying on his bedside VIP seat watching the live broadcast every night before. Wouldn't all those heartfelt voices of his be heard by this? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Underscore theta. The one who was watching the live broadcast and commenting at the same time was overheard? Well, I heard it all. Jiang Che smiled and opened his mouth, directly laying out his cards. Su Mianyang had no privacy to speak of in front of himself. You're shameless, eavesdropping on other people's hearts. That's shameless, and you're also an exhibitionist. You're a pervert. Why don't you say you're still a voyeur? Then why didn't you drive me away when you knew I was a naive young girl? You did it on purpose. Jiang Che laughed. I did it on purpose? I closed the bedroom door 2 days ago, and you damn hard got in from the balcony. Blame me? Su Mian stopped talking. The entire group was so embarrassed they wanted to find a crack in the ground. She relied on her special status as a cat and thought she wouldn't be found out, but the truth was, she herself was exposed from the beginning to the end. It's like, someone tells you that you can be invisible without clothes on, and you believe them. You go out and walk around with your big butt naked, and then all the people you meet are actors who tell you afterward that you don't actually have the ability to be invisible. And they even make a documentary about what you look like when you're walking a bird without your clothes on. That's a loss for me too. I'm a girl. Jiang Che was shocked. I didn't realize that this Su Mianyang was still a super female boxer. This punch, a heavenly strength grandmaster wouldn't even be able to catch it. But Jiang Che was different, specializing in treating such little fairies and female brats. Oh, a girl? Look at you now. Who's a girl with white hair all over her body? You're not a white-haired loli. Look at my donor. That's what I call a white-haired loli. Su Mian, they are offended. Not to talk to you about this. You hurry up and give me the fruit in your hand. Just now you promised me. I cooperate with you to perform a backflip, you give me good fruit to eat. Su Mian knew that she would definitely be the one to suffer if the argument continued. What if this takes itself to the vet to be spayed or neutered? No matter how glamorous she was in her previous life, now she was just a poor and helpless little Muppet cat. You can have it. You can show me a few more backflips. No, backflips are too easy. Aren't you a great pianist? Play me a piano piece. Jiang Che knocked up his leg. Having a divine skill like her heart pass allowed him to accomplish barrier-free communication with Su Mianyang. The cat. Su Mian was furious and her hair exploded. No way. Even if this fruit is delicious, I won't sell my dignity. She gritted her teeth, itching to jump in front of Jiang Che and scratch his face. Forcefully, he turned his head away with a very haughty look. But Jiang Che's next sentence made her unable to calm down. This kind of fruit is called zhugua. It is a heavenly treasure that captures the creation of heaven and earth. Ordinary people can eat it to strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. Animals that eat it can realize their spiritual wisdom. Rumor has it that in ancient times, some animals took on human form because they swallowed too much zhugua. Su Mian precisely extracted 4 keywords, taking on human form. That's not going to keep her calm any longer. As a human, how could Su Mianian be willing to be a cat all the time? She still wants to give a piano recital. How can a cat do that? Not to mention, cats can be in heat. She couldn't guarantee that when she was in heat she wouldn't have a nervous breakdown and follow her instincts to go out and find some stray male cat and get pregnant with a belly full of kittens. It's nasty scary to think about. You don't have to worry about that. I helped you every time you were in heat before you crossed over. Jiang Che spoke blandly. You helped me? When I type this string of question marks, it's not me that has a problem. It's you. I'm a little Muppet cat. You're a human. That's a hell of a thing to say, isn't it? Su Mian could not help but tighten her chrysanthemums. Ahem. What are you thinking? I'm using a cotton swab. There's no way I'm going to let my cat go out and get pregnant with wild kittens, right? Although it was only a pet cat, it was also the pet cat of a luxurious nobleman, and was considered a top $1,000 in the cat world. So how could it be cheaper for those stray wild cats? Only after hearing Jiang Che's words did Su Mianyang's exploding heart calm down a bit. So it was a cotton swab, she thought. Ahem. But she still felt weird. Ahem. I'm warning you, when I'm in heat, you're not allowed to use cotton swabs. Blah, 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 blah. Off topic. I'll play you piano music, and you'll give me fruit? Jiang Che pursed his lips and smiled lightly as he gently nodded. Okay, you said it. If you cheat, I'll make you a son without an asshole, said Su Mianian, then turned around and walked towards the piano. Slightly tiptoeing, she popped onto the keys, her feet touching the keys sending out bursts of piano sounds. What a pervert. Let me a cat to play the piano. Beethoven Reborn also had big let's just play a simple piano piece. Dream Wedding would be good for one hand. She could only play a few one-handed tunes, she was only a cat, after all, and the ones that were too complicated were simply too busy. Su Mian, I think Croatian Rhapsody is also very suitable for one-handed playing. We're both from the same hometown. Croatian Rhapsody shouldn't be unfamiliar to you, right? Su Mian, I have a Mamma Mia sentence that I don't know if I should say or not. In the end, She still succumbed to Jiang Che's lustful authority and began to tiptoe on all fours and paused to gently play on the keys. Croatian Rhapsody is very fast-paced, more suitable for showing off skills. Even if the average person plays a song down the wrist will be a little sore. Not to mention Su Mianmian's current incarnation is a cat. Su Mianyang jumped frantically on the keys of the piano, her forepaws almost swinging out stumps, before the gusts of agitated piano sounds came out. Jiang Che shamelessly laughed out. He still has a knack for straightening people out. Who let this little muppet have such a foul mouth? Every day scolded him. While laughing, he silently pulled out his cell phone and filmed the scene. Cats play the piano. This should be pretty explosive if posted online, right?